As the era changed, countless beings across the myriad realms simultaneously received a summons from the Heavenly Dao and were forcibly transported to a completely new world. Here, there are no high and mighty rulers, nor are there any inherent identities or privileges. Everyone starts from the same point, a vehicle adrift on a vast ocean. To survive, you must constantly gather resources, upgrade your vehicles, and expand your base. Logically speaking, Zheng He should have started from the bottom, carefully collecting supplies and trying to survive in this cruel world just like everyone else. But fate gave him a completely different start. Upon arrival, Zheng He awakened an SSS-level system and gained 5 powerful abilities at once. Shared fate. All damage taken by the vehicle will be shared by all players. When the ship sinks and everyone dies, the player and the vehicle are forever bound together. Infinite evolution. Vehicles can continuously upgrade by absorbing various resources, and there is no growth limit. Each time a vehicle evolves, Zheng He also receives a boost to all his attributes, and his body becomes stronger in sync. Man and ship as one. Zheng He only needs a thought to freely control the entire vehicle, as flexibly as if he were controlling his own hands and feet. Symbiotic repair. As long as the vehicle's durability is restored, Zheng He's injuries will also be repaired simultaneously, and may even be healed instantly. Special term. Whenever a vehicle completes an upgrade, there's a chance to randomly gain a special ability, which will continuously transform the originally ordinary sea vehicle. Zheng He activated the unity of man and boat, and the raft instantly became like his limb. With a slight thought, the raft drew a beautiful S shape on the sea, directly leaving the piranhas behind, and its speed far exceeded that of human rowing. While the world chat was still debating how to start the boat, Zheng He had already set his sights on a bundle of timber floating not far away. Every second in the early stages was crucial. He had to get ahead of everyone else and make the raft grow as quickly as possible. The raft cleaved through the sea, stopping precisely beside the supplies. He bent down and began retrieval, collecting over a dozen pieces of wood in just 1 minute. Wood collected X1. Ding. LV point, 1 small raft meets upgrade requirements. Upgrade by consuming 10 pieces of wood. Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng He shouted, "Upgrade!" A pale green light surged from the bottom of the raft, enveloping Zheng He. A warm life force flowed through his body, and the raft beneath his feet rapidly transformed, its gaps closing, its planks thickening, and a sturdy barrier appearing around its perimeter. A warm current flowed into his limbs, sweeping away his hunger and fatigue, and his muscles seemed to regain their strength. A system notification sounded. The simple raft had successfully upgraded to a level 2 reinforced raft, increasing its defenses and unlocking storage compartments. At the same time, Zheng He's strength and constitution each increased by 1, and he received 1 chance to draw an affix. Vehicle affixes are divided into 6 types: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, with a gold affix guaranteed every 5 levels. Zheng He chose to draw without hesitation, and the roulette wheel spun rapidly, finally stopping on the green affix. Quick retrieval. Resource retrieval speed plus 50%, range plus 1 meter. This attribute is practically a godsend in the early game. He opened his personal panel. Both strength and constitution were 6, exceeding the 5 points of an average adult. Upgrading his vehicle even boosted his own attributes, meaning that as long as he had enough resources, he could continuously grow stronger. Zheng He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him, and glanced at the sea. Let's collect everything we can from this sea first. Under his control, the reinforced raft turned and sped off, collecting all the wood, vines, and scraps of cloth along the way into his storage compartment. The rapid retrieval effect was triggered, and within minutes, the compartment was overflowing with materials. Just as he was frantically looting, a golden light flashed across the distant sea. A box gleaming with a golden luster was bobbing up and down with the waves. Zheng He's eyes lit up, and he immediately steered the raft at full speed towards it. A dozen seconds later, the raft came to a steady stop beside the box. Exquisite treasure chest, rare quality, guaranteed to contain abundant resources, blueprints, and rare materials. This was the first treasure chest of his seafaring career. Zheng He leaned over, grabbed the chest, and dragged the heavy box onto the raft, then yanked open the lid. A golden light shone forth, and the items, 30 portions of wood, 5 portions of iron ingots, 1 portion of canvas, 3 bottles of fresh water, 5 portions of compressed biscuits, and even the blueprint for a fine wooden spear were all in hand. The storage compartments were nearly bursting. Fresh water and food were crucial for survival. Zhang He immediately studied the blueprints, using wood and vines to craft a finely crafted wooden spear, 1.5 meters long. Holding the sharp spearhead in his hand, his sense of security instantly surged. But before he could even study the upgrade path, the roar of a diesel engine suddenly erupted behind him. A boastful voice echoed across the sea. "You poor bastard who broke the planks, spit out everything from that treasure chest." Zhang He turned around and saw 3 boats approaching in a fan shape. The lead boat was a Class D fishing boat with a hold, much larger than his raft. A burly man with a muscular build held a harpoon at the bow, and 2 small sampans followed on either side. The blonde-haired man brandished a broken oar and shouted that they had discovered the treasure chest first. The man with the braids stared intently at the iron ingots, threatening Zhang He to hand over the ingots, canvas, and food, or he would throw him into the sea to feed the fish. With 3 boats surrounding him, they believed Zhang He, on a rickety raft, had no chance of escape. Zhang He glanced down at the level 2 reinforced raft, then at the fishing boat, his expression showing no sign of panic. He picked up his wooden spear with one hand and beckoned to the 3 men. "Want my supplies? Come and get them if you're not afraid to die." The burly man's face darkened instantly, and he immediately ordered the boat to be rammed to death. The fishing boat's engine roared, its bow tearing through the waves as it charged straight at Zhang He like a mad boar. The 2 sampans also accelerated simultaneously, completely blocking Zhang He's escape route. Zhang He stood still. He was waiting for these 3 reckless prey to all step into his hunting circle. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Now, Zhang He's will exploded, activating the manboat unity. The reinforced raft seemed to become his limbs, suddenly sidestepping and instantly breaking free from the encirclement of the 3 boats. The burly man's fishing boat missed its target, the momentum carrying it far away. Yellow hair and braided hair attacked from both sides, but they couldn't turn around in time. The 2 sampans collided with a loud crash, scattering with chips everywhere. Yellow hair was hit hard, his head bleeding, and braided hair's boat also cracked open, seawater rushing in. 2 pieces of trash. The burly man's face turned ashen with rage. He turned the raft around, revved the engine, and charged straight at Zhang He. This time, Zhang He didn't dodge. He maneuvered the raft to meet it head-on. As the 2 boats approached, the raft suddenly drifted sideways, grazing the starboard side of the fishing boat. Seizing the moment of collision, Zhang He slammed his wooden spear into the gunwale and used the momentum to leap onto the deck. Before the burly man could react, Zhang He landed and swept the stone in his hand away. The next second, the tip of the wooden spear was already pressed against his throat, piercing his skin. The burly man, who had been so ferocious just moments before, instantly went limp. "Big brother, don't kill me. I still prefer your defiant attitude from just now," Zhang He said coldly. "Take everything out of your storage compartment." The burly man didn't hesitate. Timber, vines, fresh water, instant noodles, and a piece of iron were all fell onto the deck. Zhang He steered the raft closer and took the supplies directly. Seeing the storage compartment was empty, the burly man was about to beg for mercy when Zhang He suddenly thrust out a wooden spear, piercing his throat. "If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring." Zhang He pulled out the spear, and the burly man collapsed on the deck, quickly becoming still. He returned to the raft and looked at Yellow Hair and Little Braid, who were still struggling in the sea. Little Braid was desperately scooping water, while Yellow Hair clung to the broken plank, shivering. Beneath the surface, several eerie blue lights silently approached. Those were a school of bluefin piranhas. When Xiao Bian spotted them, he desperately reached out to Zhang He for help, but it was too late. The school of fish smashed through the sampan, dragging him into the sea. His screams were instantly swallowed by the waves. Huang Mao watched his companions being devoured, his spirit completely broken. His cries sank into the sea with his body, disappearing forever. Zhang He's breathing tightened slightly as the system notified him that his SAN value had dropped by 5 points. Suppressing his discomfort, he immediately steered the raft away. He was unharmed in this battle and had even captured 12 pieces of wood, 6 vines, 3 pieces of fresh water, 4 pieces of instant noodles, and 1 piece of iron ore. Combined with his existing supplies, he now had 61 pieces of wood, 29 pieces of vines, and 1 piece of canvas. More than enough to upgrade his raft. The world chat exploded with activity, with some claiming to have spotted a wrecked raft that had single-handedly killed 3 raiding ships. Zheng He ignored them and immediately opened the vehicle panel. Current vehicle, LV.2 reinforced raft, upgrade requirements, wood X20, vines X10, canvas X1. Materials overflowing, upgrade now. Whoosh! The light from this upgrade was even more dazzling, a rich emerald green beam shooting up from the bottom of the raft, enveloping Zheng He and the raft. The raft floor beneath their feet expanded wildly. The wood automatically reassembled, and with a series of cracking sounds, a thick mast rose from the center, and the sail was immediately hoisted, billowing in the sea breeze. The raft's area doubled, the edge panels were raised to knee height, and a seat with a backrest was added at the back. At the same time, a warm current flowed into Zheng He's entire body, greatly enhancing his vision and perception. He could clearly see the wood grain of distant floating objects and instinctively predict wind direction and waves. LV.3 sailboat, rank F, durability 100, wind/human-powered, withstands minor impacts. Features: wind-powered, wave-resistant, plus 20 storage space. Symbiotic bonuses: strength, constitution, and spirit, plus 1 each. Zheng He's strength and physique rose to 7, and his spirit reached 6, surpassing the initial values of an average adult. Immediately afterward, the system gave him another chance to draw an entry. After the roulette wheel spun, the pointer finally stopped on the pale blue light band. Congratulations on obtaining the blue attribute, Siren Speed. Vehicle movement speed plus 40%, turning agility plus 30%, ignores minor wave deceleration. The blue attribute is 1 tier higher than the green one. Zheng He immediately urged the sails on, and the raft shot across the sea, the water cleaving in 2 from both sides. He made a series of sharp turns, the raft almost drifting and changing direction with his thoughts, his movements as one with the boat, making it seem like a supercar on the sea. After enjoying himself, Zheng He opened a regional channel. The screen was filled with messages asking for fresh water. Some people were trading wood for water, some had their throats burning after drinking seawater, and some were even willing to trade green weapon blueprints for 3 bottles of water. After drifting at sea for most of the day under the scorching sun, most players had no fresh water reserves. Zheng He looked at the 6 bottles of fresh water, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles in his storage compartment and silently closed the trading interface. Fresh water was the ultimate currency on the first day. Having water meant having power, but revealing one's resources too early would only attract covetous eyes. Someone in the channel said that piranhas had gnawed through the raft next door, and the sea turned red in less than 5 seconds after the person fell in. Someone else suggested teaming up to tie their boat together, but was immediately countered with, "Who can guarantee that a teammate won't kick someone into the sea in the middle of the night for half a bottle of water?" At this moment, a person with the ID Chundahai posted in bold red text. He claimed to possess a Class D assault boat, which had been upgraded to level 3, and that he had also obtained machine gun blueprints. He said that there was a machine gun mount on the boat, and he only needed 2 iron ingots to complete the crafting process, and demanded that the others immediately offer tribute. He even threatened to ram anyone who dared to hide iron ingots with his assault boat. The chat channel erupted in curses, but no one dared to report their coordinates and challenge him. For ordinary players still using F-grade rafts, the D-grade assault boats on the first day were indeed a devastating blow. Zheng He stared at Chindahai's name, his eyes narrowing slightly. An assault boat, complete with a machine gun mount. That was certainly interesting. But he didn't utter a word, simply closing the control panel. Without overwhelming firepower, playing it safe and developing his strength was the best strategy. Machine guns, huh? Let's see who develops faster. Zheng He sneered, bringing up the vehicle information to check the upgrade requirements for LV.4. Zheng He checked the sailing raft. Upgrading to level 4 required 50 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of vines, 5 iron ingots, and 2 pieces of canvas. He had enough wood, vines, and iron ingots, but he was missing 2 pieces of canvas. He immediately set off on the raft, his speed combined with the incredible efficiency of retrieving items. Timber, vines, scraps of cloth, rotten planks, and even broken buckets were all swept away. 2 hours later, all the floating debris within several nautical miles had been collected, and the storage compartments were completely full. Zhang He had no choice but to use vines to tie up the excess timber and drag it behind the raft. This trip yielded over 100 logs, more than 60 vines, and 4 pieces of tattered canvas, enough to craft 2 complete canvases. The upgrade materials were finally complete. Zhang He chose to upgrade without hesitation. A beam of emerald light surged from the seabed, and the logs and vines of the raft rapidly decomposed and reassembled, with the keel, ribs, outer plates, and deck taking shape in sequence. A sturdy mast pierced the deck, ropes and pulleys secured it to the spade, and wide sails unfurled in the wind. As the sea breeze swept in, a real, single-masted fishing boat appeared on the sea. Congratulations, player. Your vehicle has officially crossed the driftwood level and completed its ship evolution. The original Tier 3 sail raft has been upgraded to a Tier 4, Tier E single-masted fishing boat. The boat can withstand attacks from small schools of fish, ignore ordinary collisions and snags from reefs, and also unlocks anchoring, precise steering, and 50 storage slots. At the same time, the symbiotic bonus increased Zhang He's strength, physique, and spirit by 2 points each. His strength and physique reached 9 points, and his spirit reached 8 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary adult. Having completed the evolution before nightfall, Zhang He felt much more at ease. Immediately afterward, the system offered him another chance to draw an attribute, which he immediately chose. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, eventually crossing the orange edge and stopping in the deep purple area. Zhang He had drawn the purple attribute, Sea Spirit Fusion. This entry allows ships to devour the remains, essence, cores, scales, and bones of marine life, then integrate the biological characteristics into the keel, hull, sails, and armor. However, aside from the bluefin piranha, Zhang He hasn't yet encountered a suitable target. As the sun sank below the horizon, the first night of the nation's maritime expeditions arrived. Darkness enveloped the sea, with only a few high-grade vehicles emitting faint lights in the distance. The deep sea was pitch black. Panic erupted in the world chat. Some were stuck on logs and unable to level up. Some attracted piranhas as soon as they lit torches, and others heard the sound of fingernails scratching at the planks of the boat. Zhang He closed the chat interface, activated the anchoring function, and stabilized the fishing boat on the sea. He took out fresh water and compressed biscuits, 2 resources that, tonight, would be worth the lives of countless people. After eating his fill, he lay down in the spacious cabin, planning to reach level 5 the next day and unlock the gold attribute. But level 5 required 100 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of vine, 10 iron ingots, 1 copper ingot, and 5 pieces of canvas. Timber and vines were plentiful, but iron ingots were exhausted, copper ingots were nowhere to be found, and canvas remained a difficult commodity. Zhang He could only hope to open more treasure chests tomorrow and try his luck. Exhaustion quickly overcame his anxiety, and his consciousness was about to drift off to sleep. Bang! The entire fishing boat suddenly shook violently, not from the waves. Something underwater brushed against the hull, pushing the 4th-class fishing boat sideways for several meters. Zhang He instantly sobered up, cold sweat soaking his back. He grabbed the fine wooden spear, quietly crept to the edge of the deck, and stared intently at the dark sea in the dim moonlight. The next second, he saw what was underwater. A huge, dark silhouette was slowly rising from beneath the fishing boat. It was at least 5 times wider than the boat, and its length seemed endless. The dark scales gleamed oily in the moonlight, each scale the size of a wash basin. The behemoth swam slowly, yet stirred the sea surface violently. Crack! The ship suddenly sank, an abyssal force dragging the small boat toward the seabed. Seawater rushed in, the deck tilted, and the keel emitted a mournful wail as if it were about to break. The backlash from the merging of man and ship instantly surged through Zhang He, his limbs and bones feeling as if they were being torn apart. That force connected with the ship's spirit, threatening to drag even his soul into the deep sea. He absolutely could not be dragged away. Zhang He panicked for only half a second before realizing that the anchor was caught on the monster. But he only had a wooden spear, To survive, he had to break the anchor. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like his ribs were being broken, locked onto the connection between the anchor chain and the hull, and struggled with all his might. Break! With a snap, the anchor chain broke at its base. The small fishing boat suddenly rose to the surface, forcefully breaking free from the drag of death. The giant shadow underwater didn't stir up a single wave, silently swimming into the deep sea and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zheng He collapsed on the deck, panting heavily, his whole body already soaked in cold sweat. The monster hadn't even shown its face yet, forcing him to break anchor to survive. A level 4 single-masted fishing boat was no different from a piece of wood in front of such a behemoth. Get stronger, I must get stronger. But Zheng He quickly realized something was wrong. This was clearly a shallow sea area. He could understand piranhas, but why would a deep-sea behemoth appear here? Encountered an unknown behemoth in the deep sea, sanity, -20. Current SAN value, 80/100. That night, Zheng He stood guard by the mast, holding a wooden spear, every ripple making him tense. Only when the sky began to lighten did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Daylight broke. He had survived the first night of the nation's voyage. Zheng He drank some fresh water, ate some compressed biscuits to replenish his strength, and leaned against the mast for a brief nap. Soon, the chirping of birds startled him awake. Birds meant there might be land. In the morning mist, an island appeared ahead. The hills were covered with dense vegetation, and palm trees along the shore swayed in the wind, with white seabirds perched on their canopies. Zheng He's eyes lit up, and he immediately hoisted the sail. With the blue attribute Siren Speed buff, the small fishing boat sped towards the island, approaching the shallows in less than 20 minutes. Rotting planks and torn canvas were scattered on the rocks near the island, indicating that someone had been there, but the vehicles were destroyed and most of the people had likely perished. The island was only about 500 meters in diameter. Zheng He moored the boat on the southern shoal, confirmed there were no ambushes, and jumped onto the beach with his wooden spear. The moment his feet touched the ground, 2 large bluish-black crabs, each the size of a wash basin, sprang out of the 2 sand pits. They charged forward, brandishing their massive claws, their pincers snapping loudly, exuding an imposing aura. Zheng He, however, laughed. These weren't monsters. They were clearly seafood delivered to his doorstep. After 4 upgrades, his strength and physique both reached 9 points. Combined with the enhanced reflexes from the human-ship symbiosis, Cancer's movements were full of flaws in his eyes. Cancer's hard shell was difficult to break, but its eyes, exposed outside the shell, were a fatal weakness. The first giant crab lunged at him with its claws, but Zheng He dodged to the side, his wooden spear flashing like a blur as it precisely pierced the crab's eye socket. Thud! The spear tip struck the nerve ganglion, and the crab's 8 legs went limp, killing it instantly. Slay the shallow sea giant crab and obtain hard crab shell X2, crab meat X1. Before the other one could even get close, Zheng He had already drawn his spear and stepped forward, instantly killing it with the same move. 1 spear, 1 kill. The 2 gatekeepers became spoils of war in the blink of an eye. Next, he scoured the islands, gathering hardwood, rocks, fresh water, vines, and fruit. The sweet fruit quenched his thirst, and the bright red crab meat provided him with energy. Deep inside the island, Zheng He discovered a half-hidden stone cave at the base of a fallen giant tree. The entrance bore obvious signs of human intervention, clearly not a natural formation. He hesitated for only 3 seconds before gripping his wooden spear and crawling inside. At the end of the stone cave was an underground karst cave, where a metal box covered in dried seaweed sat on a central stone platform. Beside the box lay a shriveled corpse. The body was dressed in a modern down jacket, its legs cleanly severed below the knees, and it clutched a crumpled piece of paper tightly in its hand. Zheng He used the tip of his spear to pry open the note, revealing twisted, blood-red characters. Don't open the box. It's in the water. It's been watching. Zheng He stood before the stone platform. To his left, a desiccated corpse clutching the blood-stained note, and to his right, a treasure chest covered in withered algae and radiating a purple light. In the chilly cave, a system notification suddenly popped up. Hidden treasure chest found. Pioneer relic chest. Quality. Epic. Warning. Opening this chest will trigger an unknown high-risk event. Players should consider carefully. Epic treasure chests are extremely rare. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Zhang He glanced at the desiccated corpse, guessing that it had likely died here due to insufficient strength. He sneered, switched his grip on the spear, and reached for the rusted lock. The moment the fingertip touched the lock, the spring deep in the cave suddenly boiled. A huge black shadow burst out of the water, its dark red carapace gleaming with a cold metallic light, its giant claws terrifyingly thick, and the white foam it spewed from its mouth could even corrode rocks. Encountering a Tier 1 boss, Red-Armored Giant Claw Crab King, level, LV.5, status, Berserk. The system suggested retreating, but Zhang He's eyes lit up. To him, a Tier 5 boss was both a seafood feast and a touchstone for leveling up. He gripped his wooden spear and charged forward head-on. The Crab King exerted force with its 8 legs, its giant claws sweeping across with a whooshing sound. Zhang He leaned back at the limit, the giant claws grazing his nose and smashing a thick stalactite in half. Taking advantage of its missed attack, Zhang He sprang forward and thrust his spear fiercely at its carapace. With a clang, the wooden spear left only a white mark on the carapace, numbing his hand. The Crab King attacked again, then sprayed out corrosive white foam. Zhang He rolled and fell to the side. The rock instantly eroded into a smoking pit. A direct confrontation was futile. Zhang He dodged and observed, noticing that after each attack, the Crab King would use its claws to protect its eye stalks. And in the instant its claws crossed, a narrow gap would appear at the junction of its abdominal carapace. That was its weak point. The cave was too small, leaving little room for error. Zhang He deliberately stumbled, drawing the Crab King's pursuit, before bursting out of the cave and disappearing into the jungle. Using vines and giant trees to pull him along, he remained perched on the edge of the Crab King's attack, steadily drawing its aggro. The Crab King was utterly enraged, crushing everything in its path like a heavy tank, relentlessly pursuing Zhang He. The man and the crab traversed the dense forest and finally arrived at a sunny, open beach. The perfect battlefield was in place. Zhang He stopped, his thoughts instantly connecting to the sea. Boat here. The moored fishing boat suddenly started, the blue siren speed, ability exploding at full power. The boat sped through the waves 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, crashing straight into the Crab King, which was about to turn back. Bang! A deafening crash echoed across the island. The small boat struck the king crab precisely, sending its massive body flying. Its defensive claws were flung open, completely exposing its soft abdominal armor. It only had one chance. Using the impact, Zhang He leaped high into the air, unleashing all 9 points of his strength, the wooden spear becoming a blur. The thud. The spear tip precisely pierced the gap in the soft armor, heading straight for the Crab King's internal organs. Deep blue fluorescent liquid splattered wildly, and the system displayed a scarlet warning. Weakness critical strike. Damage X3. The Crab King let out a shrill scream, its massive body convulsing on the beach before finally collapsing with a crash, kicking up a cloud of sand. Successful kill against a higher level. Defeat Tier 1 Boss Crimson Armor Giant Claw Crab King. Copper ingots, enhancement potions, Crab King shells, blood crystals, and top-quality crab meat dropped one after another, along with vehicle weapon blueprints and the purple weapon Crimson Armor Giant Claw Axe. Zhang He wiped the seawater from his face, panting heavily. The exhilaration of taking on a boss far stronger than himself filled him with excitement. He had copper ingots and shipboard weapons. The risk hadn't been in vain. The Crabclaw Heavy Crossbow is a Tier 1 rare vehicle weapon that can be mounted on the bow of a raft or a basic wooden boat. It has a range of 30 meters and deals 80 to 100 damage per shot. It also has a chance to knock back the target upon hit and offers armor-piercing bonuses against crab-type sea monsters. Crafting a heavy crossbow requires refined iron ingots, Crab King materials, and tough vines. Having gathered all the special materials, Zhang He immediately remembered the epic treasure chest in the cave and rushed back. The purple treasure chest was still lying in the cave. Zhang He lifted the lid, and a blinding purple light exploded instantly. Epic treasure chest successfully opened. 20 iron ingots, 15 refined iron ingots, waterproof canvas, deep-sea adhesive, and a blueprint for an advanced water purifier all landed in his hands. Zhang He smiled. He had finally gathered all the materials for a Tier 5 ship, and the deep-sea adhesive was a rare resource for upgrading to higher-level ships later on. This haul was incredibly profitable. Just as he was tallying his spoils, 3 server-wide announcements suddenly rang out. Zheng He had achieved the first kill of a Tier 1 boss across the entire server, gaining a +1 to all attributes and a gold attribute fragment. At the same time, the system announced that all player sailing had entered a new phase and the deep-sea trial was about to begin. The world chat exploded instantly. Some recognized him as the ruthless player who had wiped out 3 people yesterday, while others were still fighting piranhas. He had already soloed the boss. Messages of admiration, shock, and envy flooded the screen. Zheng He ignored the notifications and checked his panel. With the first kill reward added, his strength was 10, Constitution 10, Agility 6, and Spirit 9, placing him at the pinnacle of human physical attributes. But the real focus was on upgrading his ship. On the upgrade list, wood, vines, iron ingots, copper ingots, and canvas all lit up with green lights. Zheng He stared at the battered single-masted fishing boat, his eyes burning with fervor. Upgrade. But the system alerted first, detecting the high-level biological material, Crab King carapace, triggering the purple attribute, Sea Spirit Fusion. Red text appeared. Integrate Crab King carapace as core biomass into the hull. This was an unconventional evolutionary path. Zheng He didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed it. Blue light shot into the sky, and the fishing boat and he were simultaneously enveloped in life energy. Dark red blood mist surged, and the Crab King's violent power rushed into his body. The muscle strain and hidden injuries from the previous battle were instantly healed, and the bones and muscles continued to regenerate. As the light faded, the old ship had been completely transformed into a 2-masted nearshore fishing speedboat that had doubled in size. The ship's durability has been increased to 1,000. The hull and keel are now covered with crab carapace, reducing impact and piercing damage by 45%, and it can lock onto marine life, increasing pursuit speed by 60%. The double-decker cabin, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and workbench are also all unlocked. The symbiotic relationship between man and ship grants Zheng He an additional boost to all his attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 7, and Spirit 10, with 3 attributes breaking into double digits. He can also summon a semi-transparent crab armor during battle. When a heavy blow comes, Crab King heavy armor will condense on his shoulders, back, and arms, temporarily reducing damage by 70%. Even more remarkably, he and the ship simultaneously gained resistance to deep-sea pressure and immunity to seawater corrosion. After touring the brand-new cabins, Zheng He was finally relieved to no longer have to cram his eating, drinking, and relieving himself into one room, and nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. The main event has finally arrived. A Tier 5 vehicle upgrade guarantees a Gold Tier attribute. The gold roulette will spun wildly in midair. Zheng He's staring intently at the pointer. With a crisp click, the pointer came to a steady stop at the very top gold zone. A burst of golden light appeared, and a line of large characters appeared before Zheng He's eyes. Acquired golden exclusive affix. Sea God's Vision. He immediately checked the details. Sea God's Vision could update real-time navigation information across the entire region. Weather, islands, danger warnings, and resource locations were all revealed, and even information on items and creatures could be viewed. In this dark world of survival, having a full view of the map is practically equivalent to having control over life and death. Zheng He decisively activated the entry, and a high-precision 3D sea map instantly filled his field of vision. Centered on him, the entire sea area within a 10-kilometer radius was laid out before him. Ocean currents, wind speeds, and seabed depths were constantly updated. Green dots on the map represented ordinary resources, blue dots represented scarce resources, and purple dots represented epic resources. But the most glaring were the deep red danger zones. Zheng He's gaze sharpened. The location of the previous stone cave was now covered with large patches of blood-red stains. The nautical chart revealed a giant scarlet skull marked in the deep sea below the cave. The blood-written words left by the mummified corpse immediately flashed into my mind. Don't open the box. It's in the water, and it's always watching. The cave had been perfectly calm just moments before. Who knew such a terrifying being lurked beneath the island? Judging by its danger level, it was far more powerful than a level 5 Crab King. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Zheng He. Your vehicle has been upgraded to LV.5 fastest, unlocking the epic achievement Great Voyage Navigator. Reward: 1 random rare blueprint chest. Zhang He chuckled to himself. The system's response was far too slow. Any later, and he would have already reached level 6. The world chat, however, erupted in chaos. Some hadn't even collected enough vines to upgrade their rafts, while Zhang He was already piloting a level 5 ship. Some were struggling to survive by drinking seawater, while the top-ranked players seemed to be sailing a yacht. Chin Dahai went on a rampage in the regional channel, asserting that Zhang He had exploited a bug, and even boasted that he would offer a large sum of money to collect coordinates, recruit people with firearms to form a team to blow up Zhang He, and steal all his supplies. Many players, fueled by greed, clamored to form a crusade. Under the pressure of survival, greed and malice began to spread unabashedly. Zhang He ignored them and simply closed the chat window. Only those lacking strength like to band together. Before absolute power, even the most numerous ants are merely cannon fodder. He took out the blueprint for the crab claw heavy crossbow. He had most of the materials, only lacking tough vines. So he reopened the regional channel and posted it by request. In less than half a minute, his private messages were flooded. Some wanted to trade vines for water, some wanted to trick him into giving them his coordinates, and others immediately asked him to carry them through a dungeon. Just as Zhang He was about to close the page, a private message caught his attention. Lu Feier said she had just synthesized 10 tough vines, but her ship had run aground on a reef, and she hoped Zhang He could help repair the ship. The vines would be her reward. Immediately afterward, she sent him the coordinates. Zhang He initially thought it was a fishing trick, but after activating his sea god's vision, he discovered that Lu Feier was actually on the other side of the island. He hadn't explored the entire island before, because he found climbing mountains too tiring. He immediately jumped onto the speedboat, and with the engine and sirens at full speed, sped away around the island. A few minutes later, a damaged, single-masted boat appeared on the shallows, its stern and sails badly damaged. On the beach, a petite figure was squatting, organizing supplies. Zhang He greeted her, and Lu Feier jumped in surprise, turning to look at him. The girl had a sweet, youthful face, but her figure was strikingly different. She smiled and waved, introducing herself. "I'm Lu Feier, and you must be Boss Zhang He?" Zhang He stood at the bow, glancing at her only once before fixing his gaze on the wrecked ship. A repair plan had already taken shape in his mind. He leaped off the deck, carrying the purple-glowing, crimson-armored giant claw axe in one hand, his feet slamming into the sand, creating 2 shallow craters. A tough vine. Zhang He held out his hand, his tone completely flat. Lu Feier's prepared words were all swallowed back. She looked down at Zhang He's shoulder and froze. Beside her leaky, dilapidated boat, a 15-meter-long, 2-masted offshore fishing speedboat was moored. Its dark red hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the setting sun, making it look like a mobile water fortress. Lu Feier looked at her wooden plank boat, then at Zhang He's bioengineered speedboat, and felt her worldview shatter. This has to be so absurd. Her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In the regional channel, while others were still worrying about a few planks of wood, Zhang He had already left everyone behind and sailed towards a more distant sea area. Tough vines. Zhang He reached out again, his voice cold. Lu Feier didn't waste any words, directly taking out 10 blue glowing vines from her storage space and handing them to Zhang He. The panel immediately displayed that these were the core materials for crafting high-level armor and vehicle parts. Tough vines. Zhang He tried to pull on the vine, but it wouldn't budge. He had already searched the entire island and hadn't even seen any green materials, let alone blue resources. Lu Feier clearly had special channels to produce something like this. When questioned, Lu Feier only said that this was her trump card, and she would reveal it once the ship was repaired. Zhang He immediately dropped his disdain. While 10 vines were indeed precious, someone who could consistently produce high-level resources was clearly far more valuable. He picked up the giant red-armored axe and walked towards the dilapidated little boat. The stern was ripped open, the keel broken, and the deck warped. It looked like a broken bathtub next to his 2-masted fishing speedboat. Zhang He gripped the main deck with his left hand, and the power from the Tier 5 vehicle suddenly erupted. With a crisp sound, he straightened and flattened the thick plank with his bare hands, and the sharp wooden splinters stuck in his palm, without even leaving a white mark. Then he swung his axe, splitting the scattered wood into suitable sizes, stuffing it into the hole at the stern, and using the back of the axe as a hammer to pound it firmly. In less than 3 minutes, the leaking stern was patched up perfectly. Lu Feier was completely dumbfounded. This level of damage would take an ordinary person at least half a day and would require a lot of nails. Zheng He, however, had broken the keel with his bare hands, violently piecing together the parts without using a single nail. After repairing the boat, he put away his axe and asked her to reveal her secret. Lu Feier took a deep breath, spread her hands, and confessed that she had awakened her initial life skill last night, disassembly and synthesis. Those 10 blue vines were crafted by her using the most common vines on the island. He was shocked. To create high-level resources directly from junk materials without using recipes or blueprints. This talent was simply heaven-defying. To verify its authenticity, he took out 10 units of basic iron ingots and had Lu Feier synthesize them on spot. White light surged from her palm. The iron ingots rapidly melted and reformed. Impurities turned into black ash and fell away, and their volume continued to shrink. 3 seconds later, the 10 basic iron ingots disappeared, leaving only one refined iron ingot gleaming with silver light. A system notification then sounded. Obtained a blue refined iron ingot, usable for high-tier weapons and vehicle core components. He immediately realized that he possessed full map vision, top-tier combat power, and a level 5 bioship, but lacked the large amount of advanced resources needed for upgrades. He absolutely could not let Lu Feier, this humanoid synthetic machine, go. Just then, the hidden ship spirit mechanism was triggered. The main ship can not only devour resources, but also merge with other players' vehicles. As long as the other party voluntarily boards the ship, they will permanently become an auxiliary crew member, and their life and death will be in the captain's control. He immediately told Lu Feier to pack her things and board the ship. Lu Feier was taken aback at first, then looked at her dilapidated boat, and then at Zheng He's heavily armored speedboat. Without hesitation, she picked up her backpack and followed him. The moment she stepped onto the deck, a system notification exploded in her mind. After voluntarily boarding the ship, the vehicle will be absorbed and merged, and she will be permanently bound as an auxiliary crew member, sharing survival rights, with her life and death decided by the captain. Zheng He turned around and asked her if she had heard him clearly. Lu Feier nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining brightly. Having witnessed Zheng He's strength in this bioengineered warship, she was more than willing to latch onto this powerful figure. Merge! Zheng He decisively issued the command with a thought. The two-masted offshore fishing speedboat suddenly jolted, its dark red, crab-like shell emitting a screeching sound as the heavy plates flipped open on their own. Several dark red tentacles, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, shot out from the hull, carrying the salty sea breeze, and slammed into the single-masted small gunwale on the beach. With a snap, Lu Feier's small boat couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds. The keel was pierced by the tentacles, the planks shattered under the immense force, and the entire boat turned into fragments in the blink of an eye, swallowed up by the hull. The shell closed again, leaving only a dragging trench on the beach, as if the ferocious devouring had never happened. Fusion successful. Vehicle durability cap increased to 1200/1200. Congratulations to player Zheng He for successfully binding his first assigned crew member, Lu Feier. Crew panel unlocked. Zheng He scanned the panel. Lu Feier's loyalty was locked at 100%. Her status was healthy, and her talent was dismantling and synthesis. This meant he had a mobile material processing plant that would never betray him. As long as there were enough materials, Lu Feier could synthesize high-level resources, allowing him to focus solely on opening chests and hunting bosses. Lu Feier clung to the railing, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Her small sampan icon was now grayed out. Only Zheng He's shared vehicle panel remained before her. 1200 durability, a crab carapace covering the hull and keel, 45% physical damage reduction, and wave impact mitigation. It also boasted features like tide chase, man-boat integration, and a row of blue-purple-gold hull attributes. Her dilapidated boat had only 200 durability. Even a slightly larger wave could flood the cabin. Compared to this performance monster, it was a complete descent into the enemy's clutches. Come here. Zheng He stood at the bow's weapons bay, and Lu Feier immediately ran over. He raised his hand and waved, sending a large amount of materials crashing onto the deck. The Crab King's claw shell, claw tendons, blood crystals, refined iron ingots, tough vines, and the blueprint for the crab claw heavy crossbow gleaming with purple light. All the synthesis requirements were met. Synthesize. A purple beam of light shot into the sky, and the metal, crab shell, and tendons rapidly reassembled in the light. A dozen seconds later, a giant crossbow hovered in midair. The heavy, dark gold base and crossbow body are forged from the shell of a Crab King's claws and refined iron. Two massive, crimson claws are twisted into the crossbow arms, their sinews forming the bowstring. The sharp claw tips point forward, exuding a menacing aura. Mount Crab Claw heavy crossbow to main weapon slot. Confirmed. The giant crossbow crashed down, its 8 locking mechanisms gripping the deck. The speedboat, which had previously resembled a deep-sea turtle, finally revealed its most deadly fangs, and a nearshore war fortress was beginning to take shape. Crab Claw heavy crossbow, purple epic. Single shot, damage 80 to 100, effective range 30 meters. 15% chance to knock back the target. Damage increased by 25% against crustaceans. Ignores 30% of defense. The only problem was that they had no ammunition. Iron crossbow bolts required iron ingots, hardwood, vines, and seabird feathers. They had the first 3, but the feathers were missing. Lu Feier helplessly explained that her talent only allowed her to synthesize items, not create seabird feathers out of thin air. Zheng He immediately recalled the bird song on the island at dawn, his gaze drifting towards the palm grove on the other side of the island. Hold on tight. He stepped into the cockpit and activated siren speed at full throttle. The speedboat sped along the coast, dodging reefs with the aid of holographic vision, heading towards the palm grove. Night completely enveloped the sea. An biting sea breeze carried a damp chill. On the second night of the nationwide sea voyage, true terror and despair officially descended. Zheng He did not rashly enter the jungle, but instead moored the speedboat on a secluded shallow beach outside the palm grove. At the same time, the World Channel, silent all day, exploded with activity. Some people cried out that something was hitting the raft underwater. Some exchanged wood and iron ingots for a sip of water. And some were tricked into a so-called safe location and were scratched by sea monkeys that were half a person tall. Their wounds have become infected. Darkness, hunger, and extreme cold, coupled with lurking monsters underwater, dragged countless players into despair. Yet, in the same sea, Zheng He's cabin was brightly lit, its windproof and insulated design making it warm and cozy. He took off his sweat-soaked and sawdust-covered coat and looked at Lu Feier, who was covered in dirt and looked anxious. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. Lu Feier was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Take a bath? With what? Fresh water, of course. Seawater is for curing meat. In this survival game, where even a drop of rainwater is incredibly precious, Zheng He actually wanted to take a bath with fresh water, which was as valuable as gold. Lu Feier felt like she was having an absurd dream. She stood in a separate bathroom of less than 5 square meters, where the moisture-proof light was soft, the wooden floor was dry and warm, new towels hung on the wall, and there was even a shower head connected to the water tank above her head. With trembling hands, she turned on a valve, and warm, pure, fresh water poured out, washing away the chill that gripped her body. In a world of survival, fresh water is as precious as gold. Who would have thought that Zheng He's boat would offer a hot shower? The flowing water washed away her fatigue, reminding Lu Feier of the days when she huddled on a wrecked boat, enduring the cold after being soaked by the waves. To conserve water, she dared not drink even when her lips were cracked and bleeding. This luxury now completely overturned her understanding. At this moment, Zheng He was no longer just a strong man in her eyes, but the only person who could bring her a sense of security in the despairing sea. A dozen minutes later, Lu Feier emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her skin was flushed from washing, her wet hair clung to her neck, and she stood barefoot before Zheng He, nervously clutching her collar. Alone with a man, and having saved his life, she dared not guess what would happen next. Zheng He glanced at her briefly before suppressing his thoughts. His mind was consumed with thoughts of becoming stronger. So he simply ordered, "I'm hungry. Make sure there's hot food when you come out of the bathroom." With that, he went into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Lu Feier froze on the spot, her face flushed crimson. What on earth had she been thinking? Zheng He was genuinely hungry. He had no other intentions. So, the clown was herself. She slunk into the mini kitchen to process the crab meat in the storage compartment. Soon, the cabin was filled with the aroma of meat. When Zheng He came out after washing up, a plate of pan-fried crab legs and butter and a pot of rich crab roast soup were already laid out on the table. Eating high-grade crab king meat, cooked with care, energy is rapidly recovering. Crew member Lu Feier's talent has triggered a synergy, unlocking the life skill, basic cooking. The two buried themselves in their food, the high-quality crab meat quickly replenishing their strength. Lu Feier disregarded her image, swallowing large mouthfuls of the sweet crab meat. This was the most satisfying and reassuring meal she had had since entering the world of survival on the open sea. After dinner, the two went into the bedroom. Looking at the soft, large bed, Lu Feier's ears burned again. But Zheng He pointed to the bed and said matter-of-factly, "I'll sleep here." Then he pointed to the small sofa in the corner. "You sleep there?" Lu Feier was stunned. Zheng He saw through her thoughts and calmly said, "I am the captain. I must be in top condition to deal with danger. That's an order." She could only hug a thin blanket and shrink into the sofa. Having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was already much better than being adrift at sea. As night deepened, the Crab King's shell shielded him from the cold wind. Zheng He quickly fell into a deep sleep, the energy from the high-grade crab meat slowly digesting and continuously transforming his body. Lu Feier, however, clung to her blanket, unable to sleep. She was grateful that he had principles, yet couldn't help but doubt her own charm. At 2 a.m, a cold night wind suddenly swept across the calm sea, filling the air with a stench of rotting seaweed mixed with blood and flesh. The sound of the waves crashing against the hull became thick and heavy, as if something was rubbing and dragging against the bottom of the ship. Zheng, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any sleepiness. The next moment, the golden attribute, Sea God's Vision, emitted a crimson alert. Warning: high-risk, unknown creature detected approaching. Threat level. Recommendation: immediately move away from the current sea area. Zheng He quietly got out of bed and approached the porthole, immediately deploying his full view. The danger wasn't in the seabed, but in the palm grove on the island where they were supposed to hunt the next day. Under the pale moonlight, the seabirds they had searched for during the day were all in the grove, hanging upside down from the tree trunks like rags covered in slime. Standing beneath the trees was a monster nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a human, its body covered in slippery, pale skin. It used its barbed limbs to tear apart the seabird's wings, stuffing flesh and feathers into a laceration in its body. Even more horrifying, it had dozens of compound eyes densely packed on the back of its head. The moment the holographic vision locked onto the monster, it suddenly stopped moving. Dozens of bloodshot, cloudy eyeballs rotated simultaneously, traversing the jungle and waves, precisely fixing their gaze on the speedboat on the shallows. The scarlet alarm flashed wildly on the holographic panel. The monster that had been tearing apart the seabird suddenly turned around, leaving behind the remains, and crawled on all fours through the trees like a deformed giant spider, heading straight for the shallows of the shore. The stench instantly intensified, and a system notification echoed throughout the cabin. Lu Feier awoke with a start and saw Zheng He standing guard at the porthole, his face terrifyingly grim. "Zheng," he told her to look outside. In the moonlight, the monster finally revealed its full form. A 2-meter-tall humanoid body covered in grayish-white arthropod shells, with corrosive slime constantly dripping from the gaps. Its front had no facial features, only a gigantic maw torn from its chin to the top of its head, with bits of seabird flesh hanging between its sharp teeth. Dozens of murky compound eyes were grotesquely crammed onto the back of its head. Lu Feier only glanced at it before rushing to the bathroom to vomit. Zheng He suppressed his discomfort and immediately activated his Sea God's Vision to perform a deep scan of the monster. The target is a sea spider monkey, a high-level amphibian predator. It can climb using barbs, and its paralyzing mucus takes effect upon contact. The more it struggles, the tighter it becomes entangled. Its only weakness is its compound eyes on the back of its head, which are extremely sensitive to bright light. Just as Zheng Hegong seized the opportunity, the sea spider monkey waded through the water to the side of the boat, its barbs embedding themselves in the speedboat's armor, and it flipped onto the deck. It swung its claws at the hatch, but was forced back several steps by the armor fused with the Crab King's shell. Lu Feier thought that hiding in the cabin until dawn would save her life. But the sea spider monkey immediately changed its target, climbing up the mainmast and using its barbs to frantically sabotage the propulsion system connected to the sails. The instant the mast was damaged, Zhang He felt as if a steel chisel had pierced his back, causing him to kneel on one knee in pain. The ship's soul binding granted him enhancement, but it also meant that damage to the ship's core components would have a 100% negative impact on him. They couldn't wait any longer. Zhang He focused his attention on a large searchlight in the middle of the mast, a piece of equipment that came with the Class 5 speedboat. But the light had to be turned on at the most critical moment, otherwise the sea spider monkey would definitely destroy it first. He activated Crab King's Guard, dark red crab armor emerging from beneath his skin and covering his entire body. Then, he looked at Lu Feier and told her to stay in the cabin to carry out the plan. Zhang He told her that he would go out and hold off the monster, and she absolutely could not fail. If the plan failed, both of them would become the monster's food that night. The words, "I will guarantee your safety," completely suppressed Lu Feier's fear. She bit her lip and carefully memorized Zhang He's entire plan. After giving his instructions, Zhang He drew his purple epic weapon, the crimson-armored giant claw axe, kicked open the hatch, and tumbled onto the deck. The sea spider monkey, having just severed the mooring rope, immediately slid down the mast. The man and the monster met head-on the narrow deck. The sea spider monkey opened its massive mouth, spewing out a foul-smelling, grayish-white slime. Zhang He dodged to the side, the slime grazing his shoulder and landing on the deck. He used the momentum to swing his axe, the purple blade striking the monster's chest with tremendous force. Sparks exploded, but the sea spider monkey's carapace was surprisingly hard, the shockwave splitting Zhang He's hand and leaving his arms numb. Instead of retreating, the sea spider monkey used the momentum to lunge forward, its spiny forelimbs hooking tightly onto Zhang He's left shoulder. Paralyzing mucus seeped into the wound, while the sharp axe became stuck in the gaps of its shell, impossible to pull out. The monster's compound eyes on the back of its head spun wildly, passing over Zhang He and staring intently at Lu Feier in the cabin. The next second, a cracking sound came from Zhang He's left shoulder. In this desperate situation, Zhang He sneered. He abandoned his axe, grabbed the sea spider monkey's slimy waist with his right hand, and used all his strength to forcefully spin it half a circle. The positions instantly reversed, and the sea spider monkey's back and dozens of compound eyes were now facing the hatch. "Open the door!" Zhang He roared. Inside the cabin, Lu Feier's eyes were bloodshot as she forcefully pushed open the heavy hatch. Lu Feier bit her lip and pushed open the heavy hatch with all her might. Hearing Zhang He's roar, the sea spider monkey's dozens of compound eyes immediately turned towards the hatch, only to find it empty. The monster let out an excited hiss, thinking its prey had given itself away in its panic. The next second, Zhang He's icy voice rang out. "Turn on the lights." Zhang He communicated with the ship's spirit through his thoughts, and the high-powered searchlight on the mainmast suddenly blazed on. The blinding white light pierced the night, but instead of shining on the sea spiders on the deck, it slanted into the cabin. The sea spider monkey instantly caught the trajectory of the light, its fear of the bright light turning into ferocity. It concluded that Zhang He had made a mistake and immediately tightened its forelimbs, which were hooked around Zhang He's shoulder, intending to inject all the paralyzing venom into his body. The cracking sounds continued, but it wasn't Zhang He's bones breaking. Rather, the Crab King's protective shell was being squeezed and cracked. With 11 points of constitution and level 5 armor, he managed to withstand the monster's dying counterattack. Zhang He gritted his teeth and locked onto the sea spider monkey, refusing to retreat an inch. Just then, the light shining through the hatch shone precisely on a mirror. It was the mirror that Lu Feier had removed and fixed from the bathroom on his orders. With a whoosh, the reflected beam of light swept across the deck, striking the back of the sea spider monkey's head without any blind spots. Tens of thousands of lumens of intense light poured into those dozens of compound eyes that were extremely sensitive to dim light. The sea spider monkey screamed in agony as dozens of its compound eyes burst open simultaneously, splattering bodily fluids everywhere. The complete blindness and excruciating pain caused its body to stiffen, and even the barbs that had been hooking onto Zhang He involuntarily loosened. "Now!" Zhang He suddenly retreated, grabbing the crimson-armored giant claw axe stuck in the monster's chest with his right hand. He unleashed his full 11 points of strength, and with a cracking sound, he forcefully pulled the purple axe out. He leaped into the air, gripped the axe with both hands, and brought it down with all his might. A purple light flashed, and the axe precisely struck the sea spider monkey's neck, sending its deformed head flying into the air. The 2-meter-tall headless carcass swayed, then crashed onto the deck, twitching a few times before falling silent. A system notification followed. Zhang He had killed a Tier 2 amphibious predator, the sea spider monkey, despite being of a higher level. Zhang He dropped his axe and collapsed, utterly exhausted, into the blood and sludge, his clothes already soaked with cold sweat. Lu Feier, who was behind the hatch, witnessed everything. Her taut nerves finally snapped, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. A ball of light emerged from the monster's corpse. Zhang He struggled to his feet and collected the spoils: second-tier mutated beast meat, sea spider monkey arthropods, sea spider slime, neurotoxin glands with a medium-level paralysis effect, and blue armor blueprint for spider armor linings. This kill was a major success, especially the nerve venom glands, which are absolutely deadly weapons at this stage. Zhang He put away the supplies, looked at the searchlight and the mirror inside the hatch, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The deck space was cramped, and turning on the lights directly would create blind spots. The sea spider monkey was extremely fast, and if the lights didn't blind it, it could easily close its eyes and dodge, or even launch a counterattack. So, from the moment the monster climbed onto the mast, Zhang He had been calculating. Using the 3D model of the level 5 speedboat, he precisely calculated the angle of the lights, the height of the mirrors, and the tilt of the surfaces to ensure that the reflected light hit the back of the monster's head directly. This wasn't luck at all. It was a meticulously planned and deadly scheme. Lu Feier walked out, leaning against the doorframe. After understanding the calculations involved, her fear of Zhang He completely transformed into admiration. In this survival-driven world where life is cheap, Zhang He's strength and intelligence gave her a sense of security she had never felt before. Overwhelmed by the joy of escaping death, she disregarded the bloodstains on the ground and excitedly rushed toward Zhang He. Wait! Zhang He tried to stop her, but his strength was already exhausted. Lu Feier stepped on the slippery slime, and the two of them lost their balance at the same time, falling to the deck with a thud. Zhang He groaned as he was underneath her, while Lu Feier landed squarely on top of him. To make matters worse, his cheek was buried in an incredibly soft area, the faint fragrance of her body dispelling the smell of blood. The air fell silent instantly. Lu Feier's pretty face flushed crimson. Even her ears were tinged with red. She breathed rapidly, but did not get up immediately. Instead, she bit her lower lip, her shy eyes glistening with tears. Ugh! Zhang He was almost suffocating under Lu Feier's weight, his hands flailing wildly. The sea spider monkey hadn't killed him. Instead, he'd almost been sent away by his own crew. Lu Feier hurriedly got up, her face flushed red to the roots of her neck, and apologized repeatedly. Ignoring her embarrassment, Zhang He, panting, activated his holographic vision. The crimson alert in Poseidon's vision had been deactivated. He disgustedly shook off the slime covering him and said indifferently, "Help me inside." Lu Feier immediately took his arm. The two walked through the mess on the floor, and the cabin door slowly closed, completely shutting out the darkness, bloodshed, and danger outside. The cabin was brightly lit, and warm air dispelled the chill. Outside was like hell, but inside it was warm as spring. Lu Feier looked at Zhang He beside her, and the fear in her eyes had long since transformed into intense dependence and fervor. Zhang He sat down on the sofa to check his injuries. He had taken a hit to the left shoulder from the sea spider monkey, and the shell formed by the Crab King's defenses had cracked in several places, but he himself was not injured. However, the blood, slime, and cold sweat mixed together made him feel uncomfortable all over. He was about to take a shower when Lu Feier blocked the bathroom doorway, twisting her fingers with her head down. "Captain, you've just been in battle, and your shoulder is still injured. I can help you shower. It's the duty of an auxiliary crew member." Zhang He looked at her. Lu Feier was strikingly beautiful, and her ears were flushed red, her intentions all too clear. It would be hard for an ordinary man not to be tempted. But Zhang He hesitated for only half a second before reason prevailed. His outburst had nearly exhausted him. His muscles were on the verge of spasms. This world was fraught with danger. Any inappropriate indulgence could be fatal. A wise man doesn't fall in love. Survival is paramount. No need, Zhang He said calmly. Go in and run some hot water, then come out and wait. I need a rest. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Feier's eyes, quickly replaced by awe. In this morally bankrupt wasteland, a man with absolute power who can maintain restraint in the face of temptation. Only such a man deserves to survive to the end. Yes, Captain, she obediently complied. After the hot water was ready, Zhang He washed away the filth and sank into the bathtub. The warm, fresh water enveloped his entire body, finally giving his tense nerve a moment of relaxation. He looked at his left shoulder. The blow that had once caused a comminuted fracture now only left him with a slight numbness. With his 11-point physique and the Crab King's defensive protection, he managed to withstand the deadly attack from the high-level predator. After changing into clean clothes, the sky was already turning light. The long and deadly first night on the island was finally over. Keep an eye on the radar. Wake me up immediately if anything happens, Zhang He ordered. Lu Feier immediately sat up straight. Understood. Zhang He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. The cabin was silent except for the sound of waves crashing against the hull. At noon, a rich aroma woke him. Zhang He opened his eyes alertly, and after confirming it was safe, he left the bedroom to find Lu Feier wearing an apron, busy at the kitchen counter. 2 large bowls of noodles were quickly served. Instant noodles formed the base, topped with leftover premium crab meat from the previous night, and drizzled with a layer of golden, top-quality crab roe, along with spices, creating an irresistible aroma. Zhang He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The savory aroma of crab roe and the chewy noodles exploded in his mouth, each bite sending a warm current through his body. After finishing the bowl of noodles and broth, he let out a long sigh. His energy instantly returned, and the last bit of discomfort in his left shoulder completely disappeared. Having eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to get down to business. Zhang He arrived at the control panel. The deck cracks and mass scratches left from last night's bloody battle were still there. He immediately activated the ship's soul symbiotic repair, deducting 20 units of wood and 10 iron ingots. A deep blue light spread from the center console, instantly enveloping the entire 2-masted speedboat. The sounds of wood and machinery meshing filled the air as the deck cracks rapidly healed. The mass scratches were smoothed out, and the vehicle's durability returned to 1200. Lu Feier watched in stunned silence, not even noticing the rag had fallen. She knew Zhang He was capable, but this one-click ship repair skill still exceeded her expectations. After repairing the ship, Zhang He returned to the main seat and dumped all the loot from the sea spider monkey, the Crab King, and the epic treasure chest onto the table. Materials, blueprints, and various items instantly piled up into a small mountain. He pulled out a piece of parchment that glowed with blue light. It was the blueprint for a rare armor, the spider armor lining. He casually tossed it to Lu Feier, instructing her to craft it as quickly as possible using the limbs of the sea spider monkey. This lining provided moderate physical defense, reducing damage from claw and pincer attacks without hindering movement. It was resistant to venom and corrosive attacks, and even immune to the sea spider monkey's paralyzing slime. Furthermore, it had a chance to deflect heavy blows and protect vital points. With this, their survival ability against ordinary sea beasts would be greatly improved. Lu Feier immediately perked up, hugged the blueprints, and huddled in a corner to begin deducing the synthesis route. Zhang He continued rummaging through the spoils. Crab shells, slime bottles, and low-level blueprints were all of little value, until a faint blue hue caught his eye deep within the clutter. It was a 10-centimeter-long glass test tube, filled with an eerie fluorescence. Zhang He picked up the test tube and saw the words on the sheepskin label, Tier 1 Strength Potion. Poseidon's vision activated, and information appeared. This is an enhancement potion that can only be obtained from Tier 1 bosses or relic chests. Once the user's strength reaches 10 points, consuming it will permanently increase their strength, reshape muscle fibers, and break through human limits. The cost is equally staggering. The transformation process is accompanied by excruciating pain. Those with a constitution below 10 points may even die on the spot due to muscle collapse. Seeing the permanent upgrade and breaking through limits, Zhang He's eyes burned with fervor. In this sea, stagnation is the true path to death. Without the power to crush sea monsters, one will inevitably become food sooner or later. A warning pop-up immediately appeared. Within 5 minutes of taking the drug, the body will suffer excruciating pain, with muscles tearing and remodeling, during which time the user will be completely powerless to protect themselves. Zheng He, however, was completely unconcerned. His strength and physique were both at 11 points, far exceeding the threshold for sudden death. If he wasn't afraid of death, why would he be afraid of this little bit of pain? He uncorked the bottle and drank the azure potion in one gulp. After 2 life-or-death battles, he understood better than anyone that to survive, he had to become stronger by any means necessary. Just then, Lu Feier ran in with the blueprints to report on the progress of the materials. But as soon as she entered the cabin, she saw Zheng He curled up on the sofa, and the blueprints instantly slipped from her grasp. The drug took effect. Zheng He's veins bulged all over his body, his skin turned blood red, and a scorching heat emanated from his body. The pain of his muscles being torn and reassembled forced him to suppress a low, beast-like growl. Lu Feier was so frightened that she rushed over to check, but Zheng He shouted at her with all his might to stay away. She grabbed his arm, but her palm was immediately burned by the scalding heat, and she could only stand there, frozen in place, tears streaming down her face. 5 minutes later, the pain finally subsided, and the extremely weak Zheng He fell into a deep sleep. Lu Feier confirmed that his body temperature had returned to normal, and her taut nerves completely snapped. She cried as she hugged his head to her chest. Zheng He had just woken up when he was almost suffocated by a soft, oppressive presence. He frantically patted her back, but Lu Feier misinterpreted his weak actions as comfort, and instead hugged him even tighter. After catching his breath, Zheng He roared angrily, his face dark, asking if she wanted to kill him. Lu Feier explained, feeling wronged, that she was just worried about the captain. Zheng He didn't pursue the matter further and directly opened his personal panel. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. His race had changed a human breakthrough. A single potion had allowed him to achieve evolution at the species level. His strength surged from 11 to 15. His constitution remained at 11. His agility increased from 7 to 10, and his spirit also reached 10. The racial breakthrough had filled his weaknesses, and his attributes had completely surpassed human limits. Zheng He stood up, feeling the raging power lurking within him, and casually threw a punch into the air. Crack! A loud explosion rang out, and the force of the punch sent a stainless steel water cup flying several meters away, which slammed heavily against the cabin wall. A rebirth. Zheng He quickly calmed down from the joy of rebirth. After all that fuss, it was already 2 p.m. Looking at the coastline in the distance, he decided that he absolutely could not stay on this dilapidated island any longer tonight. Firstly, he needed to guard against the sea spider monkeys causing trouble again. Secondly, he had already scoured the island's resources to near exhaustion, which was far from satisfying his appetite. He needed to venture into the vast depths of the sea to find resources. Opening his storage space, Zheng He immediately frowned. With Lu Feier on board, the consumption of food and fresh water had doubled, and their supplies were almost depleted. They needed to be replenished before setting sail. He called Lu Feier to the deck, pointing to the monster's flesh and slime scattered on the floor. Supplies are scarce. I'll go ashore to collect them. You stay on the ship and clean the deck. Lu Feier looked at the stinking deck, but still nodded readily. Zheng He then tucked his red-armored giant claw axe under his arm and disembarked. He still needed to gather some bird feathers to refill the crossbow bolts at the bow. But the palm grove was long gone, except for the dead birds left behind by the sea spider monkeys. Zheng He picked out the feathers that weren't stained with venom, and then, with 15 points of strength, 10 points of agility, and quick retrieval, he began a frenzied sweep of the entire island. The small island, only 500 meters in diameter, was completely looted by him in just 1 hour. Crab meat, wild fruits, fresh water, iron, or timber. He took everything that could be used. At 3:30 p.m., Zheng He returned to the ship fully loaded. The deck had already been scrubbed clean by Lu Feier, who was exhausted and collapsed on the floor. But upon seeing him return, she immediately got up and excitedly took over the supplies to sort them. Iron ore was smelted into iron ingots, and vines were made into tough canes. Before long, Lu Feier had made 20 iron crossbow bolts. Zheng he loaded the bolts one by one into the crab claw heavy crossbow. The mechanism clicked shut, and the heavy crossbow was finally full of ammunition. I've squeezed the island dry. Now it's time to go to the deep sea. Zheng he then asked Lu Fei'er if they could combine the two existing items directly. Lu Fei'er had never tried it before, so she could only bite the bullet and accept the task. Zheng he pulled out the wooden spear and tossed her a sturdy vine, telling her to practice immediately. A white light enveloped the material, and 2 minutes later, a 2-meter-long harpoon appeared before them. The wooden spear was reinforced with vines, its tip sharp and barbed, and a long tethered rope attached to its end. Zheng he used Sea God's vision to view the information. Excellent, simple harpoon. Quality, excellent. Type, throwing/melee weapon base attributes. Physical attack +12, piercing damage +6, durability 30/30ths. Zheng he gripped the harpoon, casually swinging it with a sharp, explosive motion, his grip excellent. He looked at Lu Fei'er and generously praised her. You're really awesome and beautiful. Lu Fei'er's pretty face flushed red. Zheng he then walked to the helm and pushed the accelerator lever all the way. The engine roared, and the two-masted speedboat tore through the waves, rushing towards the semi-deep sea at full speed. Half an hour later, the seawater turned completely dark blue. Zheng he shut down the engine and activated Poseidon's vision. Undercurrents, reefs, and biological heat sources within a radius of several kilometers all appeared on the sea chart. He locked onto a large, slowly moving blue dot nearby and suddenly hurled the harpoon. The harpoon plunged into the sea, and Zheng he pulled back the vine, only to find a clump of dark green seaweed hanging from the barbs. The player who was the first in the entire server to kill a Tier 1 boss failed miserably while fishing. Zheng he refused to believe it and continued to lock onto the target and throw. The second, third, and fourth times, the mutated fish would mysteriously dodge the harpoon the moment it hit the water, giving him no chance at all. Just then, messages popped up on the regional channel. Someone had caught sardines with old underwear, someone had caught broken shoes, and someone was even preparing to use an electric fisherman's battery. Zheng he looked at the public screen, then at the fish swimming around the speedboat, his face growing increasingly dark. Fine, you win. Zheng he laughed angrily and ripped off his clean t-shirt that he had just put on. Lu Fei'er covered her mouth in fright. Captain, why are you taking off your clothes? Even if I don't care about martial ethics today, I'm going to go down and argue with these fish. Before he could finish speaking, Zheng he stepped onto the gunnel with one foot and leaped into the water. With a splash, to Lu Fei'er's horrified gaze, the madman plunged into the treacherous, icy depths of the sea with his bare hands. The icy seawater, carrying terrifying pressure, instantly engulfed Zheng he. The moment he entered the water, a dark red phantom appeared on his body. Crab King's protection activated. Through his fusion of man and ship, he shared the ship's deep sea pressure resistance and was completely immune to seawater corrosion. Zheng he opened his eyes and activated holographic imaging to search for prey, quickly locking onto a mutated tuna a dozen meters away. This creature was comparable in size to an adult great white shark, covered in bluish-green scales, and its flesh was a rare and top-quality ingredient. He kicked his legs hard, creating an underwater air pocket, and shot out like a torpedo. The mutated tuna sensed the danger and frantically tried to escape, but Zheng he was faster, closing the distance in just 3 seconds. Driven to desperation, the giant fish turned and charged forward, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Zheng he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead reached his hands directly into its gills. His 10 fingers dug deep into its flesh, and the tuna writhed in agony, stirring up a violent undercurrent in an attempt to shake him off. Zheng he held on tightly, his waist and abdomen suddenly bursting with power, dragging the hundreds of pounds giant fish towards the sea. With a loud bang, he grabbed the fish's gills with one hand and flung the giant fish onto the speedboat's deck, causing the boat to shake violently. Lu Fei'er was completely dumbfounded. She knew Zheng he was powerful, but she never expected him to go into the sea with his bare hands and catch a mutated fish of great white shark level. After boarding the boat, Zheng he casually kicked the tuna unconscious and calmly instructed her to butcher the meat to replenish their food supplies. Lu Fei'er hurriedly began processing the fish. Zheng he, on the other hand, tore open the fish's belly with his bare hands, pulled out a huge, bloody clump of entrails, and casually threw it into the sea. The smell of blood quickly spread across the surface. He was preparing to use the inedible entrails to create a feeding ground. The sea suddenly fell silent. The wind stopped, and the waves subsided. The next second, the cockpit radar emitted a sharp alarm. Zheng He activated Poseidon's vision, and the nautical chart showed a crimson shadow deep in the sea, rising vertically at a terrifying speed. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The shadow rapidly expanded. It was a deep-sea behemoth, over 15 meters long and as thick as a submarine, its size almost equivalent to a Class 5 two-masted speedboat. The oppressive aura of the colossal creature surged from the sea surface, enveloping the entire ship. Lu Feier rushed to the side of the boat, dagger in hand. She glanced at it once, and the dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Beneath the deep blue water, an island-like shadow was rapidly rising. The instinctive fear of the deep sea completely overwhelmed her. She screamed and collapsed on the deck, scrambling into the cabin on all fours. After locking the door, she crawled under the bed, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The system immediately notified her that Lu Feier's SAN value was rapidly decreasing, currently standing at only 50. Zheng He glanced at the warning, but had no time to be distracted. Whether Lu Feier could withstand the fear depended entirely on herself. Just then, the sea surged up with a roar, and the giant beast sped past the bottom of the speedboat, its bony spikes scraping fiercely against the hull armor. The speedboat tilted nearly 45 degrees instantly. Seawater flooded in, and Zheng He was thrown out by inertia, his shoulder slamming heavily against the mainmast. A system notification sounded. The epic-level component, Crab King Shell, has triggered absolute defense. The ship's durability has not decreased. Zheng He gripped the rope to steady himself and looked up at the churning sea. Facing the behemoth that could tear ordinary players and ships apart, he felt no fear. Instead, a burning excitement welled up deep in his eyes. A 15-meter tall high-level mutant means several tons of high-purity, refined meat, along with a whole bunch of high-level materials. The first kill is more likely to drop rare blueprints, and with enough luck, you might even get an epic reward. A fanatical glint appeared in Zheng He's eyes. He was no longer content with merely surviving. In this game, the fat sheep delivered to his doorstep had to be devoured. He loosened the mooring rope and, braving the violently swaying deck, walked towards the bow. There, the crab-claw heavy crossbow was mounted, and the massive creature underwater was clearly enraged, gathering its strength for a second ramming attack. Zheng He ripped off his shirt, placed his hands on the massive crab-claw structure, and said in a deep voice, "Ship's soul, symbiosis." A dark red light spread from his palms, quickly covering the entire heavy crossbow. His mental energy connected with the heavy crossbow, and a holographic shooting panel unfolded before his eyes, turning wind direction, current speed, trajectory, and crossbow string tension into precise data. Man and crossbow became one, the heavy crossbow becoming his sharpest fangs. With a deafening roar, a towering column of water exploded from the sea. A mutated deep-sea killer whale, covered in white bone spikes, leaped out of the water, its massive body blocking out the sunlight, instantly casting a shadow over the entire speedboat. Zheng He activated Sea God's vision. The information immediately appeared. A second-tier elite sea beast in a berserk state, with a thick exoskeleton and extremely high physical resistance. Its weaknesses, however, were obvious: the soft tissue of its mouth and the breathing hole on the top of its head. The orca opened its gaping maw, its half-meter-long fangs interlocking and dripping with flesh and slime, and lunged straight at Zheng He. It intended to swallow him whole, crossbow and all. Instead of retreating, Zheng He advanced, firmly blocking the crossbow's firing shaft. He used himself as bait, waiting for a chance to land a sure hit. Inside the cabin, Lu Feier was thrown against the door by the shock. Through the crack in the door, she saw the gigantic mouth that had fallen from the sky, and Zheng He standing motionless beneath it. She trembled with fear. No, no. She didn't understand why Zheng He wasn't dodging, and could only close her eyes in despair, not daring to look any further. On the deck, the stench of the crashing beast howled. Zheng He looked up, and the crimson flesh deep within the orca's throat was clearly visible. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The fangs were only 1 meter away from his head, and corrosive saliva dripped onto his shoulder. The charge bar on his retina also reached 100% at that moment. Swallow it. Zheng He's eyes were bloodshot, and his 15 points of limit breaker power erupted, bursting forth with a dark red light. He slammed on the trigger. Bang! The purple crossbow bolt tore through the air, piercing the orca's massive jaws without hindrance, penetrating the fragile soft tissue of its upper jaw, and shooting out from its head amidst a shower of blood and bone fragments. The orca's body stiffened instantly, and its piercing scream echoed across the sea. Zheng He did not stop, relying on his terrifying strength to cock the heavy crossbow in a second, and the second bolt was fired immediately afterward. This time, the crossbow bolt pierced its throat and went straight through its internal organs. Struck by 2 heavy blows, the orca completely lost control, its massive body tumbling and crashing towards the deck. If it were hit, the Class 5 speedboat would be totaled on the spot. Trying to drag me down with you? Dream on. Zheng He floored the accelerator, unleashing full power with siren speed. The speedboat lurched across the sea, drifting sideways for over 10 meters before narrowly missing the edge of the behemoth. Boom! The orca crashed heavily into the sea, the resulting blood-soaked wave soaking the deck. The massive creature, fatally wounded and devoid of its ferocity, dragged a long trail of blood and turned to flee into the deeper water. You think you can get away after hitting my ship? Zheng He kicked open the cabin door and dragged the huddled Lu Feier to the bow. Lu Feier stared, stunned, at the bloodstains and the fleeing beast. Zheng He pointed to the anchor chain and crossbow bolt. Use your specialized skills to weld them together and add barbs to the arrowheads. He would never let go of the high-level sea beast meat, materials, and blueprints. Lu Feier was jolted awake and immediately activated her skill. A flash of light appeared, and the crossbow bolt was firmly attached to the 100-meter-long steel anchor chain. In less than 3 seconds, the specially made fishing crossbow bolt was completed. Zheng He lifted the heavy, specially made ammunition with one arm and mounted the heavy crossbow. The underwater killer whale had lost a lot of blood, and its speed had already been greatly reduced. The white dorsal fin that was exposed above the water was the most conspicuous target. Knock the arrow, aim, fire. The heavy arrow, trailing a steel chain, hurtled through the air, the clanging of the chain like the relentless pursuit of death. The arrowhead pierced the killer whale's blowhole with pinpoint accuracy, the barbs embedding themselves deep into its skull. The excruciating pain drove the sea monster to madness. It desperately dived deeper into the sea, dragging the 100-meter anchor chain frantically. Sparks flew as the chain spun and shortened. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The speedboat came to a sudden halt as the latch slammed into the base. The several-ton behemoth underwater unleashed its brute force, dragging the bow straight into the waves, while the stern rose high, the propeller even leaving the water surface. Beneath the surface, a deep-sea predator desperately flees. On the surface, Zheng He stands steadfast. Man and beast engage in an extreme struggle, separated by a 100-meter-long iron chain. Whoever succumbs first will become the other's prey. The anchor chain was taut. The bow of the ship continued to sink, and the icy seawater had already reached Zheng He's ankles. He knew very well that if he continued to hold out, the anchor chain base would eventually break due to metal fatigue. We must increase our speed. Zheng He rushed back to the bridge, activated man and ship as one, adjusted the ship's direction, and found the balance between gravity, buoyancy, and the orca's drag. The moment the ship returned to level, the stern slammed back into the sea, and the propeller re-entered the water. Zheng He pushed the throttle to the floor and shouted, "Siren speed, go!" A pale blue fluid film clung to the hull, drastically reducing resistance. Like a mad bull, the Class 5 speedboat, at full power, began to pull desperately in the opposite direction. The anchor chain emitted a mournful wail, and the underwater orca, not to be outdone, was equally determined. The intense pain from the 3 crossbow bolts ignited its final ferocity. Its massive tail slapped against the water, dragging the speedboat several meters further. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, the chain stuck in midair, unable to be released or retracted. The engine roared against the red line. The sea surface churned like a boiling pot by white waves and undercurrents. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Zheng He remained completely calm. He stared at the crimson stains spreading across the sea. The orca's head, internal organs, and blowhole had been repeatedly ravaged. It had only survived this long because of its massive size. Time, however, was the most lethal weapon. In the 5th minute, the anchor chain finally began to loosen. The underwater tension fluctuated, and the beast's struggles noticeably diminished. Zhang He's lips curled into a smile. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He released the steering wheel and strode to the bow. The cast-iron turntable at his feet was still creaking. Zhang He stared at the taut anchor chain and slowly reached out his hand. Pulling the net. Zhang He gripped the turntable handles tightly with both hands, lowered his waist and abdomen, and desperately exerted force to pull back. The several-ton orca, sinking into the sea, possessed astonishing inertia, yet the turntable remained completely still. He gritted his teeth, channeling all 15 points of his limit breaker power into his arms, a dark red glow surging wildly beneath his veins. Under extreme load, his muscles clenched and squeaked. Finally, the turntable moved an inch. As long as it could move, things would be easier from there. Zhang He frantically tightened the turntable, dragging the wet steel chain up the deck link by link, 3 meters with each rotation. Just as the second lap was completed, a sudden counterattack erupted underwater. The mutated deep-sea killer whale realized it was being dragged to the surface and struggled with its last ounce of strength. The turntable reversed, and the chain shot out 5 or 6 meters in an instant, sparks flying from the base, nearly hitting Zhang He with its handle. Zhang He's palms were raw and bleeding, his thumb and forefinger splitting open, blood mingling with rust. Yet he held on tightly to the handle. The monster was at its last gasp. In less than 10 seconds, the immense force pulling it back quickly diminished. Zhang He regained control, winding the chain around and around. Sweat and blood dripped continuously. Zhang He's arms were swollen and burning hot, but the underwater activity was dwindling. In the 10th minute, the chain had been mostly retracted. Lu Feier looked at his blood-covered hands, her voice trembling. Zhang He didn't turn around, telling her to fetch a thick nylon rope and an axe. In the 12th minute, a large patch of bloody foam rose to the surface. Its blowhole was blocked by a crossbow bolt, preventing the orca from breathing. Severely injured, it was completely exhausted. With the final 20 meters of chain retracted, a massive white figure finally broke through the water. With its pristine white dorsal fin and barbed spines, the 15-meter-long behemoth lay belly up, its pale abdomen already stained crimson with blood. Zhang He locked the turntable, and this deep-sea overlord was half floating and half submerged, tethered to the bow of the ship, its chest still rising and falling weakly, its tail fin twitching unwillingly. Lu Feier, carrying a rope on her back, struggled to carry the giant red-armored axe out. Upon seeing the gaping maw 3 meters away, her legs went weak and she knelt on the deck. Zhang He took the rope, tied one end to his waist, secured the other end to the base, fastened the axe, and stepped onto the anchor chain. The sea rippled, the chain swayed, yet Zhang He walked steadily to the orca. Its bloodshot eyes struggled to turn, reflecting the figure above. It let out a desperate wail, even shedding tears. Zhang He stared at the blowhole ripped open by a crossbow bolt, raised his purple glowing axe, and brought it down with a fierce chop. The behemoth's body stiffened abruptly, then went completely limp. A system notification followed. Second-tier elite mutated deep-sea orca killed. First kill reward includes rare blueprints, second-tier constitution potions, hard bones, refined whale oil, and unidentified items. We're rich. Zhang He grinned from ear to ear and shouted to Lu Feier, "Don't just stand there, get the knife. We're having a whale meat feast tonight." Seeing that her legs were still weak, he immediately made her work. With such a large whale carcass, he would have to work until tomorrow morning by himself. Zhang He leaped back onto the whale's back, starting with the head. The crab-claw crossbow had already shattered the skull. He swung his axe into the crack, then pried hard, and half a skull snapped open. Inside the dark purple brain matter, a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg glowed with a ghostly blue light. Zhang He pried the crystal core out with his bare hands. The warm crystal vibrated like a heart. He put away the crystal core and then gouged out 2 fist-sized orca eyeballs. These were all second-tier rare materials, usable for equipment and potions. Zhang He collected his spoils and shouted towards the deck, "Stop dawdling! Hurry up and get on board. Start skinning from the tail. Lu Feier gripped the boning knife tightly. She wobbled twice as she stepped onto the anchor chain, nearly falling into the sea. She steadied herself, not daring to look down, and climbed onto the whale's back using both hands and feet. What followed was all physical labor. Zheng He was in charge of dismantling the skeleton, while Lu Feier skinned and butchered it. The two worked their way from the whale's tail to its head. Their coordination wasn't perfect, but their efficiency was extremely high. Lu Feier activated her life skills dissection, her steel boning knife gliding along the subcutaneous fat, each cut precisely landing between the skin, flesh, and fascia. A thick whale skin was quickly sliced into 3 large, flat pieces. As Zheng He split open the 4th rib, he caught a glimpse of her skill and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This knife technique was so good, she could be a master chef even in a slaughterhouse. System notifications rang out in succession, with high-grade purified whale meat, tough whale skin, mutated fish bones, and deep-sea whale blubber continuously entering his account. An hour and a half later, the 15-meter-long, second-tier, mutated deep-sea killer whale was reduced to a clean skeleton floating on the surface. Zheng He's storage space was completely filled with whale meat, leaving no gaps. He jumped back onto the deck, his hand already scabbed over, but his forearms were swollen from the excessive exertion, and his knuckles cracked when he clenched his fists. But he didn't have time to rest. He wiped the blood from his face and immediately activated his sea god's vision. As soon as the holographic nautical chart was unfolded, Zheng He's face darkened. More than 20 red dots were rapidly approaching from the southeast, each larger than the orca that had just been dismantled. The lead one was a full 32 meters long. Orcas are apex predators in the ocean, living in groups and holding grudges. The one that just died was clearly a member of this pod. Immediately afterward, a deep, mournful cry pierced the deep sea, making the speedboat tremble slightly. It was the call of a companion, but they would never receive a response. Get on board. Zheng He threw down his axe, rushed into the cockpit, and smoothly turned the key and pushed the accelerator. The engine roared, and the speedboat, moving at scorching speed, instantly launched itself, its bow rising as it cleaved through the white waves and shot forward. Lu Feier had barely boarded when she was thrown back onto the deck by the force of the thrust. Zheng He only coldly reminded her to hold on tight before focusing intently on the nautical chart, deliberately heading towards areas where the water depth suddenly dropped. Giant killer whales are enormous and would never dare to venture into coral reef areas with a depth of less than 10 meters, lest they become stranded. 15 minutes later, the seabed finally changed from deep blue to a light emerald green, and the outline of the coral reef became clearly visible. Zheng He slowed down to check the nautical chart. There were no red dots within a 3-kilometer scan range. The orca pod lingered at the boundary between the deep and shallow waters for a long time, ultimately not crossing the boundary. Only then did he turn off the engine and drop anchor, letting the anchor chain wedge into a crevice in the coral reef. The crisis had passed, and Zheng He leaned back in the driver's seat, catching his breath. The adrenaline had subsided, and exhaustion washed over him. His arms felt as heavy as lead. He took a shower and discovered that although his arms were swollen, the muscle definition was even more pronounced and defined. The permanent enhancement from the Tier 1 strength potion truly lived up to its reputation. After changing into a dry t-shirt, he sat on the deck, picked out 2 of the fattest pieces of whale meat, tossed them into the galley, and then switched to the regional channel. The channel was in an uproar, with everyone discussing the orca pods at the boundary between deep and shallow waters, worried that they might rush into the shallow waters. Chundahai was still clamoring to consecrate a high-end machine gun, but was immediately exposed for using fake safe coordinates to scam people. Zheng He scanned the trading area and found it full of junk. No one was willing to bring out anything truly valuable. Just as he was getting bored, the bathroom door opened, white steam drifted out, and Lu Feier emerged, drying her half-dry hair. After washing away the blood, she looked much more refreshed. Zheng He looked away and said in a flat tone, "The meat is on the counter. You can take care of it. I'm hungry." Lu Feier nodded and went straight into the kitchen with her wet hair. Zheng He hadn't had high expectations for this meal. He had taken a minor in marine biology in college and knew that whale meat was mostly coarse, tough, and sour. If not handled properly, it was no different from chewing on leather shoes. Even a second-order mutated whale was still essentially whale meat. 20 minutes later, Lu Feier brought out a plate of thick-cut whale steak. The caramel-colored grill marks paired with the whale blubber sauce made it look quite appealing. Zheng, he picked up a piece with his fork and put in his mouth, then froze. There was no fishy smell, nor any sourness. The meat was tender and springy, the fat bursting in the mouth, and the intense meaty aroma assaulted the senses. The taste even surpassed that of top-grade A5 Wagyu beef before the cataclysm. A system notification popped up. Consuming the meat of a Tier 2 elite mutated creature will accelerate stamina recovery and speed up the healing of hidden injuries, lasting for 1 hour. Zheng He immediately sped up, then went straight to the food. After the intense battle, he desperately needed this top-tier replenishment to heal. The entire plate of whale steak was quickly devoured by the two of them. Lu Feier busied herself in the kitchen for another 10 minutes or so, then returned with a small glass bottle containing an amber-colored liquid. It was something she had concocted using deep-sea whale blubber and 2 other ingredients. Zheng He glanced at its attributes, and his eyes lit up. High-grade deep-sea fish oil, capable of instantly restoring a large amount of stamina, ignoring severe injury penalties, usable only once an hour, and of excellent quality. In this world with extremely low tolerance for error, this thing is practically equivalent to having an extra life. Zheng He carefully put away the fish oil, casually opened the crew panel, and saw Lu Feier's status. Her SAN value was 78. However, when they encountered the mutated deep-sea killer whale that afternoon, her SAN value had dropped to 50 in a very short time, almost reaching the red line of mental collapse. Zheng He looked at Lu Feier, who was staring blankly across from him, and asked her directly what had happened that afternoon. Once the SAN value drops below 20, one will fall into irreversible, permanent madness. Here, being insane is no different from being dead. Lu Feier remained silent for a long time before whispering that she was afraid of the sea. Zheng He, however, knew it wasn't that simple. Ordinary thalassophobia couldn't cause her SAN value to plummet by 50 points in 10 seconds. A sea breeze rippled across the calm, shallow waters. Lu Feier hugged her knees and slowly recounted her past. Before her transmigration, she was a print model. Her company had once taken over a dozen models to Sanya for a swimsuit fashion show. The show was a huge success, bringing the company both fame and fortune. The boss rented a luxury yacht and took everyone out to sea to celebrate. They spent their days fishing and surfing and their nights partying. Lu Feier drank a lot of alcohol. She had a best friend named Lin Shuang. The two came to the city together from their hometown, squeezed into a 6-square-meter rented room, shared a cheap meal, and took turns wearing performance costumes. In winter, there was no heating, so the two could only huddle together for warmth. Later, Lu Feier was scouted by a company, and she insisted on signing a contract with Lin Shuang as well. The company gave her the best resources, and she quickly gained fame and fans, while Lin Shuang remained by her side throughout. At one event, a fanatical fan rushed at Lu Feier, tearing at her clothes and even pressuring her to marry. Lu Feier was terrified and didn't know what to do, but Lin Shuang stepped in front of her and took a slap for her. Even with her face swollen, Lin Shuang smiled and said it was nothing. Lu Feier always felt that she would never meet anyone better than Lin Shuang in her life. But on the night of the party, after getting drunk, she dragged Lin Shuang to the deck for some fresh air. The music was deafening all around, and the sea breeze was so strong that it was hard to open their eyes. The two walked to the edge of the deck one after the other. Moonlight spilled across the sea. Lin Shuang stood behind her and patted her on the shoulder. When Lu Feier turned around, Lin Shuang smiled at her. That smile was exactly the same as before, like when they were in the urban village, and Lin Shuang handed her the half-eaten egg pancake he had saved. Lu Feier was caught completely off guard. The next second, a tremendous force pushed her from behind. When Lu Feier spoke those words, her tone was as calm as if she were discussing the weather, but Zheng He could clearly see that she was trembling all over. She hadn't accidentally fallen, nor was it a joke. Someone had used all their strength to push her into the sea from behind. She remembered those hands pressing down on her, the heels of their palms digging into her shoulder blades. The moment she fell into the sea, she didn't even have time to call for help. Seawater rushed into her mouth and nose, and she struggled to swim. But because of the alcohol and her poor swimming skills, the more she struggled, the faster she sank. She turned to look at the water, The lights from the bottom of the yacht shone through the seawater, casting an eerie green glow. A blurry figure stood by the ship's railing, coldly watching her sink little by little. She was laughing. Lu Feier's tears broke down. She watched me die, as if she was waiting for something she had longed for to finally happen. She completely broke down, unable to understand why the person she considered her only family and who had given her countless resources would want to kill her. Her last memories were of endless darkness. Her body gradually went numb, and she didn't even know if she was still struggling. But in that dark seabed, she seemed to see an enormous mouth. As she spoke, her mouth opened, but only desperate gasps escaped her lips. Zhang He was silent for a moment, then stood up and pulled her into his arms. Lu Feier instantly lost control, crying uncontrollably as if she were about to vomit out all the fear, grievances, and despair that had been building up for so long. The sound of her crying carried far. She cried until she was breathless, her whole body almost limp, and she had to be supported by Zhang He. As Zhang He patted her back, he thought to himself that sometimes people's hearts are more disgusting than monsters in the deep sea. As the sobs gradually turned into choked sobs, Zhang He's clothes were already soaked with tears. He looked down at his newly changed, clean t-shirt and tugged at the corner of his mouth. "All right, if you keep crying, this top beauty will turn into Princess Qiao Biluo." Lu Feier glared at him, her nose red. Zhang He handed her a tissue and then opened the vehicle upgrade panel. The basic materials for upgrading to LV.6 were already prepared. Tough vines and palm bark could also be synthesized. The only thing missing was tung oil. A purple notification then pops up on the panel. Eye-level biological material detected, which can trigger the hidden branch sea spirit fusion. Tough whale skin, mutated fish bones, deep-sea whale blubber, and killer whale crystal cores can all replace the required materials. Zhang He raised an eyebrow. All the materials were ready, and he could level up to level 6 at any time. But Lu Feier had just reopened her most painful wound, so he decided to postpone the upgrade until tomorrow. Zhang He patted her shoulder. "Go to sleep. I'll take care of things if the sky falls." Lu Feier didn't get up. Instead, she opened her arms and asked for a hug. Zhang He understood that the betrayal had destroyed her sense of security, and on this perilous Dead Sea, he had become the only person she could rely on. He bent down and picked her up. Lu Feier froze at first, then shyly buried her face in his chest. Moonlight bathed the deck, casting long shadows of their embracing figures. Zhang He carried her into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to get up, Lu Feier suddenly hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Zhang He was momentarily stunned, but then responded forcefully. At that moment, no amount of words could provide the sense of security that physical warmth could offer. Dry tender meets a raging fire. Long-suppressed emotions finally found an outlet, and the two didn't calm down until late into the night. Outside the window, the sea was unusually quiet, with only the sound of flowing water echoing through the cabin, accompanied by their breathing. As dawn broke, Zhang He opened his eyes precisely on time. There was no fatigue or drowsiness. Only an explosive surge of power remained within him. The physique of a first-tier limit breaker, combined with the nourishment of second-tier orca meat, had allowed him to recover at an absurd pace. The soreness in my arms from dissecting the orca yesterday had disappeared, and my muscles were even firmer. Lu Feier beside me had also woken up. The two looked at each other, and her face immediately turned red. She shrank into the blankets, leaving only her dependent eyes showing. The fear and despair of last night had faded from her eyes. After a moment of silence, Lu Feier mustered her courage and leaned in to gently touch his lips. "Good morning." Zhang He pinched her cheek and simply replied, "Good morning." People could die at any moment on this sea. There was no time for sentimentality. Zhang He got up and washed, while Lu Feier skillfully found clean clothes. By the time he stepped onto the deck, the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen had already overwhelmed the sea breeze. Lu Feier brought out breakfast, one plate of mutated orca back sashimi and giant tuna belly, and the other a creamy white soup made from orca bones. Such food, if posted in the regional chat, would be enough to make even the most gluttonous players envious. Zhang He picked up a piece of whale meat and put it directly into his mouth. The fresh, sweet, and succulent flavor exploded in his mouth, and a surge of hot energy flowed to his limbs. Consuming Tier 2 Elite Mutant Deep Sea Orca Sashimi, Stamina recovery speed, plus 30%. Strength temporarily plus 1. Lasting 1 hour. Another sip of the rich soup dispelled the chill. Before, even a meal of fine Japanese cuisine required careful budgeting. Now, a 15-meter-long, second-tier elite sea beast was breakfast. This was the difference brought about by power. Zheng, he looked at Lu Feier. Her complexion was rosy, and her SA value had returned to 90. The girl who had been overwhelmed by fear was gone, replaced by a capable and sensible survival assistant. Seeing him look at her, Lu Feier gave him a clean smile. Eat quickly, then get back to work. Zheng, he tapped the plate. Lu Feier responded crisply and ate much faster. After breakfast, the two immediately began processing the upgrade materials. 20 vines, 20 palm bark. Zheng, he announced the quantities. Lu Feier activated her life skill specialization, and the ordinary vines and palm bark continuously decomposed and recombined in the dim light, with notification sounds ringing out one after another. In less than a minute, the deck was neatly piled with tough rattan and palm bark. Zheng, he was satisfied and turned to open the speedboat upgrade panel. Timber, iron ingots, and canvas were all in place, but the tung oil was still a glaringly low 0. But his gaze quickly fell on the purple notification. High-level biological material detected. Upgrading may trigger a hidden branch. Sea Spirit Fusion. Zheng, he immediately opened the interface. The new list covered the normal upgrade requirements. Tough whale skin can replace rattan, palm fiber, and canvas. Mutated fish bones and deep-sea whale blubber are also sufficient. Finally, a mutated deep-sea killer whale crystal core is needed. I happen to have all the materials I obtained from dissecting the killer whale yesterday. It's settled. Zheng, he smiled and instructed Lu Feier to take out all the whale skin, fish bones, and fat. With all the materials prepared, he suppressed his excitement and put the whale skin, fish bones, whale fat, and azure crystal core into the material tank. The moment the crystal core was embedded into the core, the control panel suddenly hummed, and all the material slots burst with dark gold light. All materials are sufficient. Proceed with Sea Spirit Fusion upgrade. The speedboat beneath our feet seemed to come alive, letting out a roar eager for advancement. Open up the scope, ascend. Zheng, he slapped his hand to confirm. Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent as a deep blue beam of light descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire speedboat. Within the dazzling beam of light, the ship's outline twisted wildly, undergoing astonishing changes. Lu Feier instinctively closed her eyes, but a blinding blue light pierced through her eyelids. The deck beneath her feet trembled violently, and ear-piercing sounds of twisting metal and stretching wood exploded simultaneously, as if the entire speedboat was undergoing a wild transformation. The force pushed her backward, nearly causing her to fall, but Zheng, he caught her in time. When she opened her eyes, the originally narrow speedboat had expanded to both sides, almost doubling in size, and the hull had been forcibly raised, making it as heavy as a warship. Zheng, he stomped on the deck, and the ship remained as stable as a rock. A system notification then sounded. Keel toughness increased by 200%. Durability reached 2,000. Hull optimized into a killer whale, streamlined shape. Speed permanently increased by 20%. Small and medium waves can no longer slow it down. The crimson carapace that originally covered the hull of the ship was compressed into an inner shell, and a dark blue metallic substance surged from the seawater, solidifying into a brand new armor on the outer layer. The hard, dorsal fin-like ridges on both sides pierced the sky, making the entire ship resemble a mutated killer whale that combined machinery and sea beasts. The most terrifying change appeared at the bow. A 3-meter-long, milky white horn burst forth from the light, its surface covered with spiral patterns, its tip gleaming coldly. The system confirmed the addition of Orca exoskeleton composite armor, increasing physical resistance by 150% and elemental resistance by 50%. The whalebone ramming horn also now deals a level impact damage. After the light faded, the mast sails were replaced with dark blue whaleskin sails. Deep-sea whale blubber was incorporated into the bulkheads, forming a temperature-regulating layer, so that even if the ship encountered polar ice storms in the future, the cabins would remain warm as spring. Zheng, he beckoned Lu Feier into the cabin. The bridge had long since disappeared, replaced by a semicircular control panel made of pale, white fish bones. The azure orca crystal core hung in the center, flashing rhythmically, like the true heart of the ship. With the fusion of the sea spirits complete, the Class D Orca Seabreaker was officially born, and its core capability, the mutant sonar system, was activated simultaneously. Zheng He touched the crystal core, and a ghostly blue light instantly spread throughout the cabin, constructing a three-dimensional sea map within a 500-meter radius. Seawater, reefs, schools of fish, and even the trail of a sea serpent a dozen meters below the ship's hull were all clearly visible in the image. Lu Feier was astonished. This was practically official, legal X-ray vision. It perfectly compensated for the sea god's vision's weakness of blurry long-distance displays. Zheng He casually locked onto 37 blue-finned piranhas to his side and rear, immediately activating the deterrent. The crystal core released silent, low-frequency sound waves, instantly freezing the light spots. Lu Feier ran to the ship's side and saw that the group of fang piranhas were all floating belly up on the surface of the sea. The sonar system possesses three capabilities: all-domain detection, predator deterrence, and danger warning. It can also devour high-level crystal cores to unlock new abilities. This ship now has armor, a ram, and its own all-seeing eye, making it a true top hunter at sea. The two men exchanged glances, unable to suppress the ecstasy in their eyes. This upgrade was equivalent to equipping the Clippers with top-tier assisted piloting. Just then, a golden roulette wheel for drawing entries appeared in front of Zheng He and began to slowly spin. "Draw!" Zheng He shouted excitedly. The golden roulette wheel transformed into a streak of light, its pointer spinning wildly. Zheng He's heart pounded faster with each turn, until a soft click and the pointer stopped in the most inconspicuous blue area. Excellent grade. Zheng He had just cursed at his bad luck when the system suddenly notified him that a special item had been detected, a golden attribute fragment. That was the reward he received for his first kill of a Tier 1 boss. He immediately chose to consume the fragment to upgrade the quality of this draw. The moment it was confirmed, the blue halo shattered with a deafening roar. The roulette wheel cracked, and blinding golden light erupted forth. The entire panel exploded on the spot, and a golden torrent instantly engulfed the cabin, forcing Lu Feier to turn her head to dodge. A dazzling display of characters appeared before Zheng He's eyes. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the unique golden attribute, Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse. After loading, the vehicle possesses unlimited storage space, capable of holding any item without volume or weight limitations. Items entering the Spirit Warehouse will have their physical and chemical states permanently locked at the time of storage. Unlimited space, permanent preservation. This is simply a miracle for survival in the ocean. From now on, let alone a 15-meter-long sea monster, even a 100-meter-long behemoth can be hunted and stored directly in the spirit storage, without having to worry about what to do with whale meat and bones anymore. The surprises weren't over yet. The ship's soul system upgraded, raising the vehicle from level 5 to level 6 and increasing all attributes by 1. The next moment, a strange pulsation came from the deck, and the azure crystal core in the center of the control panel shot out energy beams that drilled straight into Zheng He's body. Lu Feier tried to stop him, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. Zheng He's veins turned a dark blue, his muscles were violently torn apart, and then rebuilt under even stronger power. The ship's soul system not only enhanced the vehicle, but also engraved the genes of high-level sea beasts into his body. The excruciating pain vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming power. Zheng He clenched his fist, the air crackling as he did so, and 3 skill imprints in his mind lit up simultaneously. Deep sea perception, directly connected to the mutated sonar. Everything within 500 meters of the vehicle is clearly visible. Whale power enhancement. Ignores water pressure, holds breath for 3 hours, and possesses underwater burst speed comparable to an orca. Predator intimidation. Releases the aura of a deep-sea overlord, suppressing lower-level underwater creatures. Humans and ships evolve from the same source. And even if Zheng He relieved the speedboat, he would be confident in fighting a regular second-tier sea monster head-on. Lu Feier looked at him, feeling a strange sense of unease, as if she were facing a ferocious beast lurking in the deep sea. Zheng He, however, laughed heartily. With the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse, the problem of resource storage was completely solved. Hunting sea monsters, stockpiling flesh and blood, and plundering rare resources, his mobile spirit warehouse was a bottomless pit at sea. Just as the two were about to check the changes to the Tier 6 ship, the game system's voice suddenly resounded in the minds of all players. The 3-day new player protection period has officially ended. The world has entered the first round of survival catastrophe, the weather catastrophe period. The world chat exploded instantly. Some people angrily complained that the protection period was worse than hell. Some lamented that the raft had just been repaired and was about to face a catastrophe. And some deliberately flaunted their yacht's abundant supplies, which immediately drew ridicule from the crowd. Zheng, he leaned back in his fishbone chair and laughed. So what if it's a natural disaster? His orca breaking the sea speedboat boasts composite armor, a brutal ram, and an infinitely fresh divine sea spirit chamber. While others struggle to survive the disaster, he's already prepared to take advantage of the storm to stockpile goods like crazy. The system's cold announcement instantly shattered the survivors' newly erected psychological defenses. After a brief period of wailing, a new announcement rang out. The global oceans would be divided into different catastrophe zones, randomly subjecting natural disasters such as torrential rain, hurricanes, extreme heat, cold waves, and blood mist, with the duration and intensity entirely random. Meanwhile, unexpected encounters might also be hidden within these natural disasters. The first round of survival catastrophe, the meteorological disaster period, has officially begun. A blood-red countdown hangs before all players' eyes. 3 hours tick by, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. Zheng, he checks the panel and discovers that the disaster type for their area is torrential rain. The once clear sky turned completely dark within minutes. Thick, dark clouds pressed down on the sea from afar, as if to swallow the entire ocean. Lu Fei'er stared out of the cabin, her face pale, the fear brought on by the deep sea surging again. She leaned closer to Zheng He and whispered, asking if the ship could withstand the pressure. Zheng He pulled her into his arms and tapped the control panel made from a second-tier orca skull. A dull echo reverberated as he said casually, "This ship's armor is tougher than a tank's, and it even has a thermostatic layer made of mutated whale blubber inside. Even if it's pouring rain, or it's raining knives, we can still have hot pot in here. Perfect, the heavens are giving us a free boat wash." Lu Fei'er's tense body gradually relaxed. To her, this boat and Zheng He were the only safe harbor in the vast ocean. After comforting her, Zheng He opened the regional channel. It was already in complete chaos. Some people hadn't had water for 3 days and were excitedly taking out bottles and jars to catch the rain. Others only had a raft made of 2 planks of wood and were cursing in despair. Some worried the boat would flood and sink. Others feared their rafts were damaged and a single wave could capsize them. Still others wanted to be taken in by larger ships. Only a few clear-headed individuals reminded everyone that this was no ordinary downpour and urged them to quickly reinforce their rafts and not gamble with their lives. In the initial sea area, most players didn't even have a boat, and a single torrential rain could be catastrophic. Zheng He looked at the screen, filled with despair, but felt no emotion. In this man-eating deep sea, even a saint wouldn't survive more than 3 days. He only needed to ensure his own and the people on his boat's comfort. In the face of natural disaster, prudence was the key. However, just in case, he activated the golden attribute Poseidon's vision. A dark blue data stream covered his field of vision, and the environmental parameters of the surrounding sea area were quickly analyzed. The warning panel popped up, weather disaster type, corrosive acid rain, arriving in 3 hours, lasting 6 hours, danger level, green, safe. Zheng He chuckled. Corrosive acid rain? Actually deemed safe? The system announced a rainstorm on the surface, but in reality, it concealed deadly acid rain, clearly a trap to kill unsuspecting players. Those who thought rainwater had fallen from the sky and collected it in pots and pans to drink probably wouldn't even know how they died. Zheng He shook his head and turned off the regional channel. The fates of others were none of his concern. He inspected the orca breaker. Its energy was at full capacity. The hull had only minor wear and tear, and the internal ecosystem was functioning perfectly. Rain began to fall, but the cabin remained warm and quiet. Zheng He and Lu Fei'er sat side by side at the control panel, turning this life-or-death natural disaster into a movie-watching experience at Seaside Restaurant. Finally, the countdown reached 0. With a deafening roar, the dark sky was torn open, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. The dense rain pounded on the composite armor, producing not a dripping sound, but a chilling, hissing noise. It was as if countless red-hot irons were being pressed into ice water simultaneously. White acid mist surged up, instantly engulfing the entire ship. The regional channel went completely mad. Just 3 hours ago, it was a scene of post-apocalyptic revelry, with people despairing, boasting, and even flirting and hurling insults. But after the acid rain began, only agonizing screams filled the channel. Some people's hands melted, some rafts smoked and disintegrated, and others cried out for help in agony. Those players who had just been thankful for the rain and had taken out containers to collect water now had their avatars completely grayed out. Death messages scrolled frantically on the screen, players being wiped out every second. The entire sea area had instantly become a living hell. Outside the window, acid rain boiled the sea, sending acrid white smoke billowing into the air. The wreckage of the raft drifted on the sea, and the bodies that couldn't sink were washed away by the rain, quickly turning into stark white bones. Lu Feier's face turned pale as she gripped the control panel tightly. She knew very well that if Zheng He hadn't made preparations beforehand, they would probably be among the sea skeletons now. Sizzle, sizzle. Acid rain fiercely lashed the armor of the Orca Clipper, but the composite armor made of second-tier mutated Orca exoskeleton and a Crab King's carapace remained unscathed, its dark red shell gleaming even more coldly. Lu Feier looked at Zheng He, only to find that he didn't care about the whales in the channel at all. He was staring intently at the data of Sea God's vision, his eyes like those of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. The system had never intended to give ordinary players a way out. This acid rain was a massacre for players without shelter, but for the ocean, it was an energy feast. Warnings kept popping up on the panel. Alienated energy is merging into the rainwater, causing drastic changes in the shallow ecosystem, with a large number of low-level marine organisms rapidly evolving and new marine mammal crystal cores forming. Zheng He finally understood that the green warning did not mean that acid rain was harmless, but rather that its level of danger was still within his tolerance range. This wasn't a natural disaster at all. It was a breeding ground for monsters. The system eliminated players, then used their flesh and blood to feed the sea, spawning mutated monsters, which the survivors would then harvest and slaughter. All right. Is this how you play it? Zheng He laughed. These cruel rules were exactly to his liking. The so-called survival game was, in reality, a sacrifice. The next second, he turned off the light screen, closed his eyes, and simultaneously activated Sea God's vision and deep sea perception. An invisible mental force connected to the speedboat, and the mutated sonar spread towards the deep sea. A sea map instantly formed in Zheng He's mind, displaying every detail within 500 meters and taking in an area of several kilometers. The two abilities complemented each other, one with a wider range and the other with higher precision. Undersea reefs, turbulent currents, and schools of fish were all clearly projected into his consciousness. On the dark sea map, hundreds and thousands of red dots lit up one after another. Each red dot represented a mutated organism undergoing acid rain catalysis, its internal crystal nucleus condensing. Zheng He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. Drop anchor, lock position, don't move. Before Lu Feier could react, Zheng He had already slung the crimson-armored giant claw axe over his shoulder and strode towards the airtight hatch. Where are you going? It's all over the outside. Hunting. Zheng He gripped the hatch handle and activated whale power enhancement. Terrifying power erupted within him, and a phantom of a whale bone ramming horn appeared on his forehead, making him seem like a top-tier sea beast. The hatch opened, and he rushed into the acid rain without hesitation. Crab King's protection instantly covered his entire body, rendering the corrosive rainwater harmless. Under Lu Feier's horrified gaze, Zheng He plunged into the raging waves like a deep-sea torpedo. Cold, stinging, and violent. That's how he felt upon entering the water. The acid burned his skin, but his limit-breaker physique and Crab King's defenses kept him at bay. The underwater world was murky, but his deep-sea perception remained firmly locked onto his target. 30 meters to his lower left, a 5-meter-long mutated swordfish was writhing in agony. Forced to catalyze by acid rain, bone spurs sprouted from its body, and its scarlet fish eyes went completely mad. At the peak of Tier 1, it was attempting to break through to Tier 2. The early stages of mutation and the immediate aftereffects of reaching Tier 2 are precisely the monster's weakest phases. Strike while the iron is hot. Zheng, he kicked his legs powerfully, the water exploding behind him. He instantly closed in on the swordfish, not dodging its biting fangs, and swung his giant axe down fiercely. Splat! The swordfish's hard head exploded instantly, its flesh quickly devoured by the acid. Zheng, he reached in and pulled out a glowing red crystal core. Obtained Tier 1 Crystal Core *1. With the Tier 1 Crystal Core in hand, Zheng, he didn't even bother to look at the swordfish's corpse, letting it dissolve and sink in the acid. The crystal core was immediately stored in the infinite space by the divine sea spirit storage. Efficiency is the only truth in this game of sacrifice. He traversed the murky waters like a deep-sea ghost, simultaneously activating sea god's vision and deep-sea perception. Red dots in the sea, mutated prey, and formidable enemies were all clearly imprinted in his mind. To the right front, a 10-meter-long Tier 2 mutated sea eel coiled on the reef, its dark blue scales exuding a ferocious aura. Zheng, he glanced at it only once before decisively walking around it. These high defense, high HP creatures are a waste of time. What he's looking for are those mutated creatures that have been forcibly catalyzed by acid rain and are at the critical stage of evolution. Soon, a giant squid nearly 7 meters long came into view. It writhed in agony, its tentacles frantically churning the seawater, its body covered in pustules, stuck at the peak of the first tier, undergoing a metamorphosis towards the second tier. This is the perfect prey. Zheng, he used his legs to propel himself forward, silently charging in from below with the support of whale power. Sensing the killing intent, the squid lashed out with its thickest tentacle like a steel whip. Zheng, he neither dodged nor evaded, taking the blow head on. A dark red carapace phantom flashed by, and Crab King's defense deflected the impact. He used the recoil to instantly close the distance to the squid. The crimson axe flashed red light, precisely cleaving into the nerve center between the squid's eyes. Puff! The giant squid stiffened, its tentacles all going limp. Zheng, he reached into the wound and pulled out a fist-sized crystal core from the slime and bits of flesh. Obtained 1 first-order crystal core. He shook off the rotten flesh in his hand and immediately pounced on the next spot. Although the mutated beast meat could replenish his strength, he had no interest in risking his life to taste anything soaked in acid rain. For the next 2 hours, Zheng, he used underwater maneuverability and dual senses to carry out a massacre on the seabed. He swiftly and coldly executed actions. A single axe blow to the head, a brain dissection to extract the core. As he approached the 3-hour limit for holding his breath and prepared to surface, a chill suddenly rose from the trench beneath his feet. A second-tier mutated star shark, which had been lurking for a long time, suddenly rushed out under the cover of muddy water, its barbed fangs biting Zheng He's legs. Faced with this deadly sneak attack, Zheng He not only did not retreat, but instead charged head-on into it. Young man, you lack martial ethics and resort to sneak attacks. The moment the giant jaws closed, he forcefully twisted his body under the water pressure, instantly maximizing his whale power enhancement. The phantom of the whale Bonehorn appeared, and all the violent power poured into the crimson armor axe. The axe tore through the water and slammed into the star shark's head like a heavy hammer. Snap! The star shark's hard skull collapsed on the spot, and its massive body lurched several meters forward before tumbling and sinking to the seabed. Zheng, he swam over and took out a richly colored second-order crystal core from the shattered skull. Obtained 1 second-order crystal core. The oxygen was completely depleted. Before surfacing, he scanned the sea, but the scene on the nautical chart sent a chill down his spine. Near the surface, countless fish were scrambling for the remains of players who had fallen into the sea. Those uneaten carcasses sank into the deep sea, twisting and fusing with reefs and mutated seaweed, transforming into a constantly pulsating bed of flesh and blood, nourishing the surrounding sea beasts. Zheng, he stopped and kicked his legs hard, his whole body rushing against the current towards the sea like a torpedo. Splash! The water exploded, and he clung to the gunwale's gunwale amidst the corrosive white mist. When Lu Feier trembled violently in the cockpit and rushed frantically to the airlock door. With a heavy exhaust screech, the door was pushed open, and a tall figure stumbled in. When Lu Feier saw Zheng He's appearance clearly. She suddenly covered her mouth, and a terrified scream escaped from between her fingers. Ah! Chapter 30 Spring Rain and Butterfly Transformation. Lu Feier gasped in surprise, then hurriedly covered her mouth. The hatch opened, and Zheng He staggered in. Acid rain corroded his clothes, but his skin remained unharmed, water droplets sliding down his firm, smooth muscles. After undergoing genetic remodeling, his body was filled with power, and his features became even sharper. The smell of seawater, acid, and alien blood rushed towards him, carrying a dangerous and wild aura, causing Lu Feier to blush instantly and dare not look directly at him. "Go inside and wash up first," she said softly. Zheng He groaned, leaning against the cabin wall. The exhaustion from the extreme battle finally erupted, his muscles aching as if pricked by needles, and his breathing became heavy. Lu Feier immediately suppressed her embarrassment, rushed over, grabbed his arm, and half-dragged, half-carried him towards the bathroom. Her voice trembled with worry. "Are you hurt?" "She won't die. She's just exhausted." Zheng He looked at the tear tracks on her face and felt a strange unease. In this desolate sea, at least someone was with him. He wasn't struggling alone. Once inside the bathroom, Lu Feier pushed him in, blushing as she ran to get her clothes. Zheng He closed the door and turned on the hot water. The scalding water washed away the bloodstains and slowly relaxed his extremely tense nerves. With his eyes closed, the images of the underwater battle still echoed in his mind. Every swing of the axe, every burst of energy, had become a deeply ingrained, instinctive memory of combat. Just then, the frosted glass door quietly opened a crack. Lu Feier stepped into the rising steam, feeling awkward, but her eyes didn't waver. She said softly, "Captain, let me take care of you. You risked your life for this." She picked up the shower gel and gently and carefully washed his back. Zheng He tensed slightly, but ultimately did not refuse. After 3 consecutive hours teetering on the edge of life and death, he truly needed to release all his exhaustion. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and highly concentrated acid splattered against the clipper's armor, producing a chilling hissing sound. The world seemed to be ending, but inside the bathroom, only the warm water and their close breathing remained. After taking a shower, Zheng He carried Lu Feier back to the bedroom. The rain outside grew heavier, and the emotions that had been building up in the small space for so long were finally ignited. The spring rain continued until everything fell silent. 6 hours later, the torrential rain that had raged for half a day finally stopped. The corrosive sounds ceased, and the world fell into a deathly silence. Zheng He leaned against the headboard, exhaling a long breath. The fatigue from the battle had been completely dispelled. Lu Feier nestled in his arms, fast asleep. Zheng He brushed her wet hair aside, feeling the surge of power within him. He was in better shape than ever before. The energy fused into his bones and blood completely absorbed. Then he raised his hand and waved it, and a large number of shimmering, eerie crystal cores fell from thin air, piling up into a small mountain on the bedding. The cabin was filled with dense energy, and Lu Feier instantly woke up, gasping at the sight before her. Zheng He put his arm around her waist, rested his chin on the top of her head, and said in a lazy, yet domineering tone, "Your stamina is fully restored, right? Now, let me see what surprises your special skill can bring me." Chapter 31, The Forgotten Spider Lining. The bedroom still held a lingering warmth of intimacy. Lu Feier, wrapped in a thin blanket, leaned against the headboard, her face flushed but her eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. Zheng He sat beside her, his gaze fixed on the pile of crystal cores in the center of the bed. These were the assets he had worked so hard to acquire. Zheng He didn't waste any words and said directly, "Let's begin." Lu Feier took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and raised her hands. The 10-tier 1 crystal cores, still containing residual beast energy, remained restless under the preservation of the divine sea spirit warehouse. Her synthesis expertise level was not high, and this was her first time performing a cross-dire synthesis. A burst of white light suddenly erupted from her palm, wrapping around the 10 crystal cores like threads and forcibly dragging them into her palm's force field. The bed creaked, and a faint friction sound filled the air, as if the system's rules were resisting this cross-level fusion. Lu Feier's face turned pale rapidly, her forehead covered in cold sweat, but her hands remained clenched. With a low shout, the white light suddenly contracted, and the 10 crystal cores were crushed, reshaped, and fused together under an invisible force. The scorching energy nearly scorched the bedding. Just as the struggle reached its limit, the resistance suddenly vanished, the white light dissipated, and the 10 first-order crystal cores disappeared without a trace, leaving only a second-order crystal core gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light on the bed. "It's done. Captain, it's done." Lu Fei'er collapsed onto the bed, her voice trembling with excitement. Zheng He picked up the crystal core, feeling the energy within it, which was several times greater than that of first-tier crystal, and nodded in satisfaction. A system notification immediately sounded. Lu Fei'er has completed a high-difficulty cross-dyer synthesis, increasing her synthesis expertise to LV.2. Material loss rate reduced by 20%. This means that from now on, 8 Tier 1 crystal cores can be combined to form 1 Tier 2 crystal core. Zheng He smiled and said, 8 cores, this is a good deal. He then stored the remaining crystal cores into the Divine Sea Spirit storage. Lu Fei'er was too tired to move, so Zheng He pinched her cheek and teased her about her poor stamina. Just as she was about to retort, something she had forgotten suddenly flashed through her mind, and she sat up abruptly. When she killed the sea spider monkey, it dropped a rare blueprint, spider armor lining. At the time, she lacked a second-tier crystal core, so the synthesis failed. Later, she was so frightened by Zheng He's drug-fueled rampage that she completely forgot about it. Now that she had all the materials, she immediately dug out the yellowed blueprint. "Captain, the spider armor lining can be crafted now." Zheng He glanced at it, and, seeing it was a rare piece of equipment, immediately ordered, "Get it done." Lu Fei'er immediately took out 4 tough sea spider monkey limbs, 5 sea spider slime, and a second-tier crystal core. The materials floated in front of her, and she pushed them out with both hands, a soft light enveloping them completely. With previous experience, the synthesis went much more smoothly this time. The arthropods melted into a black liquid, the mucus rapidly shaped, and the second-order crystal core provided energy. In less than a minute, a form-fitting, dark blue soft armor appeared inside the cabin. The soft armor was covered with hexagonal patterns, felt cool and tough to the touch, yet could be folded like silk. Zheng He took it and couldn't put it down. Wearing it under his combat uniform was a complete hidden life-saving trump card. Spider armor lining, rare quality. Provides moderate physical defense, reduces damage from claw and pincer attacks without affecting movement. Special effects include increased venom and corrosion resistance, immunity to sea spider paralysis slime, and a chance to deflect force and protect the torso on heavy attacks. Especially the spider armor poison defense, which is practically a cheat code in the face of the current acid rain disaster. Seeing Zheng He's satisfied expression, Lu Fei'er's eyes also lit up. Chapter 32, Mutant Natural Disaster. "Captain, quickly put this on and see if it fits." Zheng He didn't wear it. Instead, he held up the spider armor lining to Lu Fei'er's body, glanced at her figure, and nodded, saying, "The size is just right. You can wear it." Lu Fei'er was stunned. This kind of rare, life-saving equipment should have been given priority to the strongest people on the ship. But Zheng He just smiled and deliberately teased her, making her blush. Despite her verbal resistance, she accepted the soft armor and put it on. The spider armor lining touched her skin and immediately clung to her like a living thing, the dark blue patterns covering her body, both light and form-fitting. Zheng He whistled and immediately decided, "It's yours." Lu Fei'er hurriedly tried to take it off. "No, you are the backbone of this ship. Such precious equipment should be used by you." Zheng He grabbed her wrist, his expression gradually becoming serious. "I have the Crab King's protection, which is enough for me. This thing is just an extra for me. Giving it to you is the real way to save my life." He looked at Lu Fei'er and said, word by word, "When a mutated sea monsters attack the deck, I can't protect you all the time. You must be able to protect yourself. Protect yourself because both I and this ship need you." Lu Fei'er was completely stunned. She had always thought that Zheng He was a ruthless and decisive survival machine who only cared about interests, but she never expected him to say such a thing. On this perilous ship, she was not a burden to be discarded at any time. That unprecedented sense of security instantly shattered her defenses. She threw herself into Zheng He's arms, her tears soaking his chest. Zheng He smiled helplessly and gently stroked her long hair. The tender moment in the cabin quickly passed. Zheng He put his bathrobe back on and sat down at the control panel. Lu Feier, wrapped in a thin blanket, looked at his broad back, feeling both warm and afraid. The acid rain outside the window had stopped, but the sea was eerily still. Thick, pale foam floated on it, emitting a putrid stench, and every now and then, severed limbs would rise to the surface, only to be dragged back into the deep sea by the undercurrents. There's nothing interesting on the regional channels. The living are afraid to speak, and the dead can't speak either. Zheng He switched to the World Channel. The first meteorological disaster had just ended, and now was the best time to gather intelligence. He needed to understand the disasters in other sea areas in order to determine his survival strategy. The moment the channel opened, crimson messages flooded in like an avalanche. In hurricane zones, people and rafts are swept high into the air, only to fall and become food for mutated sea monsters. In cold wave zones, even cruise ships are frozen into ice sculptures. In extreme heat zones, rafts burn, and the seawater is like a boiling pot, scalding those who jump into the sea to death. Others mentioned the blood mist, in which unseen monsters lurked. The last distress message abruptly ended, with no further response. Behind every message lies a life slipping away. Hurricanes, cold waves, extreme heat, blood mist. The entire planet seems to have become a slaughterhouse. Lu Feier's face turned deathly pale after just one glance. This was not a survival game at all. It was an indiscriminate massacre targeting all of humanity. Zheng He's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as cold as ice, as he quickly sifted through the useful information. Interesting. He closed the World Channel, slowly closed his eyes, and activated the sea god's vision. This time, he no longer looked down at the shallow sea beneath his feet, but instead raised his consciousness infinitely, gazing at this blue planet shrouded in calamity from the perspective of overlooking all living beings. Chapter 33. In Zheng He's high-dimensional vision, the entire ocean resembled a giant, clearly defined life form. Within the hurricane, cold wave, and extreme heat zones, whenever a player died, invisible blood energy would rise. The blood energy was drawn away by the rules like smoke from a wolf's beacon, flowing into the deep sea and eventually transforming into the purest nutrients, which were precisely fed to the mutated creatures in the sea. Hundreds of meters away, a Tier 1 peak tiger shark, after devouring more than a dozen corpses, rapidly expanded its body, breaking through its limitations and advancing to Tier 2. A layer of cold, metallic keratin also appeared on its gray skin. This evolution is happening simultaneously in oceans around the world. What natural disaster selection? It's nothing but a grand sacrifice. Zheng He sneered. The so-called heaven and earth as furnace, all living beings as copper. The system is clearly using the lives of billions of players to catalyze a terrifying chain of ocean mutation and evolution. Lu Feier felt a chill run down her spine. They weren't participants at all. They were just expendable objects in the experiment. But when she looked at Zheng He's retreating figure, the panic in her heart subsided. As long as he's still alive, as long as the ship doesn't sink, even if the sky falls, he can fight his way out. She walked behind Zheng He, quietly hugged his waist, and pressed her face against his back. Zheng He didn't turn around, but simply patted her arm. The next second, the system's voice rang in the minds of all the survivors. The first period of meteorological disasters has ended. Global surviving players, 3.14 billion. Mortality rate, 68.6%. Congratulations to all survivors. You have proven your worth through courage and wisdom. The World Chat channel was initially dead silent, then exploded completely. Countless players cursed wildly, and nearly 70% died, yet the system called it value. Everyone finally saw clearly that it was not a guide at all, but an executioner wielding a butcher's knife. Zheng He merely watched all of this with a mocking expression. This massacre not only eliminates the weak, but also torments the spirits of the survivors. Those who remain immersed in anger, grief, and old-world morality will sooner or later die in the next round. What the system wants is a group of cold-blooded, selfish monsters who will stop at nothing to survive. In Zheng, he had already obtained his ticket to this survival game. The anger on the World Channel had not yet subsided when a new announcement arrived. A significant increase in the marine ecosystem's evolutionary index has been detected, indicating that the second phase of the catastrophe is about to begin. Oceanic cataclysmic period. Global oceans will be divided into catastrophic zones, randomly generating natural disasters such as mad dog waves, whirlpools, red tides, and iceberg clusters. The duration and intensity of natural disasters are random. Please respond accordingly, navigators. The first round of survival catastrophe, the second oceanic natural disaster, has officially begun. A blood-red countdown appeared. Countdown, 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The cold, hard numbers were like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Those who had been cursing moments before fell silent. The living had only 5 hours to catch their breath. Zheng, he stared at the countdown, his brows slightly raised. This time, the system hadn't revealed the specifics of the natural disaster beforehand, clearly intending to let players open blind boxes. He opened the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse, began to take stock of supplies, and quickly formulated a response plan. Mad Dog Wave relies on the power of a fast boat and the speed of a siren to charge forward. Whirlpools can be avoided as long as they are detected in advance. Red tides are toxic, so gas masks must be prepared or the cabins must be sealed off. Icebergs rely on dual sensor early warning to avoid collisions and keep warm. As for the tides, one can only adapt to the situation. After clarifying his thoughts, Zheng, he checked the vehicle information. He was still missing a lot of materials to upgrade from LV.6 to LV.7, and ordinary materials were no longer worth wasting. He needed high-level biological materials to trigger Sea Spirit fusion. If vehicles cannot be upgraded temporarily, then use crystal cores to enhance combat power. Zheng, he looked at the pile of crystal cores, then turned to look at Lu Feier. Now, it's your turn to shine. Lu Feier immediately suppressed her tenderness. She understood that she was not just a decorative figurehead on the ship, but a crucial logistical figurehead who could decide life and death. Zheng, he raised her hand, and 26 first-order crystal cores hovered in front of her. Synthesize them into second-order crystal cores in the shortest possible time. Whether we can survive the ocean catastrophe depends on you. Leave it to me. Lu Feier took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and held her hands outstretched. The 26 crystal cores slowly rotated, emitting a hazy glow. She closed her eyes, unleashed her full mental power, and threw herself into this synthesis process that allowed no room for failure. Chapter 34. 5 hours of life or death preparation. Lu Feier selected 8 first-tier crystal cores and immediately activated her synthesis specialization. A soft white light enveloped the crystal cores, and the internal energy frantically melted and recombined. Zheng, he didn't look closely. He trusted her. He turned and entered the cockpit, pulling up the structural diagram of the orca breaking the sea speedway. Faced with the impending tsunami and massive waves, simply bracing against them was not the solution. Zheng, he set his sights on the whalebone ramming horn at the bow of the ship. This weapon, crafted from the spine of a second-tier orca, revealed a hidden function, Sea Spirit fusion. By consuming a second-tier crystal core, the special attribute of the ramming horn can be activated. When Zheng, he arrived at the bedroom, Lu Feier had just completed her first second-tier crystal core. The cross-tier synthesis had almost drained her. Her face was pale, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Zheng, he grabbed the crystal core and rushed back to the control room, decisively initiating the fusion. A dark blue light entered the ramming horn, instantly turning the pale bone blue, with streamlined grooves appearing on its surface, and the blade rippled with layers of water pressure. Unlock special ability, Wave Breaker. The ramming horn, imbued with the power of a crystal core, can tear through small to medium-sized waves head-on, allowing ships to pass without slowing down. The impact of the waves will be gradually dissipated, and the pulling force of the current and whirlpools will be greatly weakened. Whether ramming sea monsters, enemy ships, or being blocked by the tide, its power will increase dramatically. Zheng, he couldn't help but curse in English. This attribute was simply outrageous, like having a sea god tied to the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, Lu Feier continued synthesizing the second crystal core. The continuous consumption of power beyond her level nearly brought her to her knees, but fortunately, the spider armor lining triggered the resilience attribute, and a warm current continuously restored her stamina. She gritted her teeth and held on. Zheng He gave her the most precious sense of security in the apocalypse, and she could not become a burden. She had to be his strongest support. With a buzzing sound, the light dissipated. A fist-sized, dark blue crystal core with a liquid metallic sheen hovered steadily in Lu Feier's palm. A second-tier energy crystal core had been successfully synthesized. Sensing the movement, Zheng He quickly entered the cabin. He took the still-warm crystal core, looked at the exhausted Lu Feier, and gave her a thumbs up. "Feier, you are really awesome, and very beautiful too. With this energy core, the Orca Clipper's power will be significantly enhanced, greatly improving its resilience against marine disasters." While there was still time, Zheng He opened a regional channel to see if he could trade for any useful supplies. The chat was in complete chaos. Some were offering high prices for reinforcement materials, others were selling blueprints, and various guilds were frantically recruiting. After the acid rain, the survivors all understood that sticking together was the easiest way to survive. The Black Shark pirates openly recruit outlaws, encouraging members to kill and rob. Sky Dragon fights the waves, and Swimming Dragon goes to sea to attract players with resources, weapons, and vehicles. There's even a fishing guild that clamors to continue fishing in the apocalypse. Zheng He merely raised an eyebrow. Without the cheat code, he might have considered joining an organization. But now, he was an army in himself. Soon, cries for help came through the channel. Someone was being rammed and plundered by other ships, and pirates were taunting the victims. Panic, greed, and madness swelled in the face of death, and hunting other players became the fastest shortcut to survival. Zheng He coldly turned off the channel. In his view, those people were nothing more than fighting over gold coins on a sinking ship. He then integrated the second-tier energy core into the power system. The engine roared to life, the Orca Clipper dipped slightly, and a violent surge of power was about to be unleashed. The ramming horn could cut through the waves, the power system was upgraded, and everything was ready. Countdown to the start of preparations. 10 minutes. In the final 10 minutes, the sea suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Seabirds vanished, schools of fish disappeared, and even the sound of waves crashing against the ship seemed to be cut off. Then, a series of muffled roars echoed from the depths, one after another, like the ancient behemoths beating their world-ending war drums. Zheng He stood by the porthole, staring intently into the distance. 1 second. Midnight. The countdown reached 0, but the sea remained deathly still. In the regional chat, some had already begun to cheer, believing the so-called natural disaster was just a bluff. Zheng He's pupils suddenly contracted. At the edge of the horizon, the azure horizon that separates the sky from the sea is rising slowly in an unusual manner. No, that's not the horizon at all. Instead, it was a black wall of water that stretched from the sky to the ground and had no end. Chapter 35. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. This sea area was perfectly calm, without even a breeze, yet a gigantic wall of water stretching for dozens of nautical miles rose from the surface. Such mad dog waves shouldn't exist at all. They were clearly a tool of execution created by the system, ignoring the laws of nature. The regional chat channel instantly descended into chaos. Some cursed the system, others reported shipwrecks and injuries, and distress messages were cut off before they could even be finished. The first giant wave crashed down, turning the avatars of many players gray and more than 30% of the wooden boats, along with their crew, into pieces. The foul-smelling steam rushed into the cockpit. Zheng He gripped the steering wheel tightly, pushing the Tier 2 energy engine to its maximum output. Faced with the massive, all-encompassing waves, dodging was pointless. Only by charging headlong into the waves could they find a glimmer of hope. The curtain of water obscured his vision, but instead of slowing down, he pushed the throttle valve open. Using the speed of the siren, the Orca speedboat drifted across the gap between the two turbulent currents, then straightened its bow to face the giant wave head-on. The whalebone ram, infused with a second-order crystal core, glowed with a ghostly blue light, its wave-breaking force field transforming into sharp military spikes. The Clipper pierced the weak point of the wave ridge at a 30-degree angle, the terrifying water pressure forcibly tearing it apart, and a black curtain of water tens of meters high swept past on both sides. Sparks flew as the heavy breakwater rubbed against the waves, and Zheng He barely survived the first life-threatening ordeal. But 3 more waves crashed in ahead, carrying reefs, remains of sea creatures, decaying jellyfish, and poisonous algae pounding wildly against the glass. Zheng, he kept changing direction, carving a path through the turbulent waters. Just as he was searching for his next breakthrough, a dark golden halo suddenly flashed within the black eddy at the crest of the wave. That was a system treasure chest, meaning extremely rare resources. Reason told him that leaving the capsule during such a natural disaster was tantamount to suicide, but Zheng He understood that advanced survival games were all about who dared to risk their lives. "Take over the helm," he commanded, drawing a barbed steel chain. Lu Feier didn't waste any words, immediately stabilizing the direction. Zheng He braved the stench and stepped onto the deck, activating his whale power buff, and hurled his grappling hook at the treasure chest. With a click, the grappling hook locked onto the lifting ring. But just as Zheng He was about to retract the chain, the sea behind the treasure chest suddenly exploded, and a two-tiered shard shark, more than 5 meters long with a head split like flower petals, pounced on him with the help of the tsunami. The massive jaws, with their serrated teeth, were aimed straight at Zheng He's upper body. It was too late to back up. He gripped the chain tightly with his left hand and pressed his right hand against the communicator, roaring, "Hard aport! Ram it!" Lu Feier gritted her teeth, turned the steering wheel all the way, and floored the accelerator. The orca clipper viciously swung its tail in the turbulent waters, and the whalebone ram collided precisely with the headless shark. The wave-breaking force instantly shredded its skin, and most of the shark's body was pierced through the bow. Black and red blood sprayed onto the sea surface, and the mangled body of the skull shark was still twitching. Zheng He used the momentum from the impact to yank the chain, sending the heavy, dark gold treasure chest crashing to his feet. He carried the chest into the cabin, locked the airtight door, and did so in one swift motion. Zheng He pried open the box lock. Inside, there was no top-tier equipment, only a strange fragment the size of a palm. The fragment was neither gold nor jade, and a dark red light flowed between its lines. The moment his fingertip touched it, a system notification sounded. Obtained special item, fragment of Atlantis X1. An ancient relic of a deep-sea civilization containing high-frequency deep-sea biological induction waves. Warning, the seal has been broken. The induction waves have been activated. Zheng He's face darkened, and he looked sharply at the mutated sonar radar. The sparse green dots were quickly swallowed up by large swathes of red dots, and countless high-level mutated creatures were frantically gathering towards the killer whale speedboat from all directions and from the bottom of the deep-sea trench. The system had already set up a trap. The mad dog waves sifted out the weak, the dark gold chests lured out the strong, and then the inductive waves summoned a massive horde of mutated creatures to complete the final encirclement and annihilation. Outside, the giant waves hadn't stopped, and the abyssal predators had already opened their jaws. Zheng He weighed the shard in his hand, staring at the screen filled with red dots. His eyes showed no fear, only a burning, frenzied fighting spirit. He cracked his knuckles, staring at the dark sea and sneering. Trying to use me as bait? My fate is in my own hands. Chapter 36 Elegance never goes out of style. Zheng He reacted extremely quickly, shoving the scalding hot fragment back into the dark gold treasure chest with his bare hands, slamming the lid shut with a click, and immediately looking at the sonar radar on the control panel. The dense clusters of deep red dots at the edge of the screen did indeed stop. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the red dots moved again in unison, continuing along their original trajectory, closing in on the orca clipper. Even though the induced wave had clearly disappeared, these low-intelligence sea beasts seemed to have locked onto their coordinates. Zheng He immediately realized that the system had probably issued a hunt order to the mutated sea beasts the moment the fragment was unsealed. Hold on tight. He slammed the throttle valve shut, activating siren speed. The second-tier energy core in the lower deck emitted a piercing scream, and the orca speedboat tore through the sea, fleeing at full speed amidst the raging white waves. While dodging the crests of waves and whirlpools, Zheng He desperately tried to control the speed of the boat. Sweat streamed into his eyes, but he dared not be distracted, for the sea ahead could unleash a wall of water that could swallow the ship at any moment. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a very incongruous little boat. It was a bright yellow four-seater duck boat, like the pedal boats used for paddling in an artificial lake in a park. A woman in her 20s sat on the boat. She was wearing a gorgeous dark blue evening gown, Her long hair was neatly styled, and there was even a bone china tea set in front of her. Surrounded by towering waves, she sat calmly on a plastic chair, her demeanor aloof and serene, as if this apocalyptic sea were merely an ordinary afternoon tea courtyard. Just as Zheng, he was wondering if he was seeing things, a black wall of water, more than 10 meters high, suddenly rose up and crashed down on the duckboat and the killer whale speedboat. He twisted his wrist sharply, and the orca speedboat skimmed the edge of the wave wall and surged forward. When he looked back, the duckboat had already been completely swallowed by the giant wave. But after the water wall collapsed, Zheng, he felt a chill run down his spine. The bright yellow duckboat remained steadily afloat, its hull undamaged, and even the tea set didn't wobble. The woman gracefully picked up her teacup and took a small sip. Then, across the waves dozens of meters away, she looked at Zheng He and nodded slightly in greeting. Zheng He paused for half a second and subconsciously nodded in return. "Captain, is that ship on steroids?" Lu Feier gripped the back of her seat, her face a mess. With such huge waves, the cups didn't even tip over. This young lady style is truly timeless and elegant. Zheng He snapped back to reality. In that brief moment of distraction, the red dot on the radar had zoomed in considerably. He grabbed the megaphone and shouted towards the duckboat. "Girls, a high-level sea monster tide is coming soon. Quickly, change locations." The woman had clearly heard her. She put down her teacup, raised her white silk-gloved hand, gave him a standard OK sign, and waved for him to leave quickly. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if the high-level sea beast Zheng he spoke of, capable of crushing the ocean, were nothing more than a group of insignificant koi fish. "Who is this guy? He's calm but arrogant." Lu Feier muttered to herself. "If you didn't know better, you'd think Poseidon's concubine was on vacation." Zheng, he didn't have time to pay attention. He took one last look at the strange duckboat, gripped the helm tightly with both hands, and his gaze turned cold and stern again. "Hold on tight." With the accelerator floored, the orca clippers roared and plunged into the even more turbulent waves, leaving the absurd scene behind. Chapter 37. These women are not to be messed with. The orca clipper burst from the boiling sea like lightning. Zheng He's back was already soaked with cold sweat, but his hands remained firmly gripping the helm. After creating distance, he immediately activated Poseidon's vision, only to see the original coordinates completely transformed into a deep purple battlefield. The high-level mutated creatures, drawn by the induced waves, lost their target and instantly began to fight amongst themselves. Giant beasts roared, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and even several third-tier behemoths over 30 meters long were torn to shreds by the onslaught. That sea area had become a veritable abyssal arena. Suppressing his relief at surviving the ordeal, Zheng he went to the deck and stored the second-tier shardade shark hanging from the whalebone ram in his divine sea spirit storage. This second-tier mutant was a treasure trove. Once the storm passed, he would have to go back and scavenge for what he could, and also check if that strange duckboat was still there. In the regional chat, the various guilds were still in complete chaos. Some joked that the waves weren't enough to tickle them. Others took advantage of the confusion to rob lone players. And still others, fishing enthusiasts, had their eyes on a level 3 fish, spamming the chat with "fishing enthusiasts never go home empty-handed." Zheng, he cursed crazy and immediately shut down the channel. The sea gradually calmed, but the deep-sea currents continued to spread. Zheng he quietly approached the edge of the battlefield in his speedboat when he suddenly discovered that 3 mutated sword sharks, each over 10 meters long, had broken away from the pack and were rushing towards a rubber duck sightseeing boat. The ship remained stationary, and the aloof woman at the bow, holding a bone china teacup, did not move an inch. Facing 3 ferocious Tier 3 sword-kissed sharks, she didn't even lift an eyelid, and her evening gown remained perfectly intact in the gale. The foremost goblin shark opened its massive jaws, slamming into the duckboat with the force to smash through steel plates. Just as the shark's jaws touched the hull, a layer of deep blue ripples silently spread out from the little yellow duck. The ripples were as thin as cicada wings, yet they carried an incomprehensible power. The moment the sword-kissed shark touched it, its massive body suddenly froze, then began to disintegrate inch by inch from its snout, leaving no trace of scream, before turning into a bloody mist and merging into the seawater. The remaining 2 sword-toothed sharks, as if encountering their natural enemy, shrieked and plunged into the deep sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A deathly silence fell over the cockpit. Lu Feier's face was pale, her voice trembling. What was that? Zheng He gasped. An energy shield? A force field? Neither. It was clearly a dimensional crushing defeat, almost at the level of laws themselves. The opponent didn't even need to utter a word. This kind of power was definitely not something a player should possess at this stage. A successor to the deep-sea relics? The thought flashed through Zheng He's mind, and he immediately understood that the woman had touched upon the deeper secrets of this world and possessed power far more terrifying than his own. Whether she belonged to order or chaos, she was not someone he could afford to provoke at this moment. Without hesitation, Zheng He turned the rudder to full throttle. Just as the Orca Clipper was about to accelerate away, a dull thud suddenly came from the dark gold treasure chest in the corner of the cockpit. Thump! A second sound followed, clearer and more powerful than the first. It didn't sound like the clash of metal, but more like the heartbeat of some ancient, colossal creature. The sonar radar on the control panel went into overdrive, and a huge halo flashing with an ominous purple light appeared out of thin air in the center, locking onto the Orca Clipper. Lu Feier stared at the dark gold treasure chest, her face as white as paper, and said in a tearful voice, "Captain, that fragment, it seems to be alive." Chapter 38, Unveiling the Secret of the Treasure Chest. "Shut up," Zheng He hissed, suppressing his instinctive fear as he fixed his gaze on the pulsating dark gold treasure chest. In times like these, he couldn't afford to panic. He immediately activated See God's Vision. His gaze pierced through the metal casing. Fragments of Atlantis floated in midair inside the chest, purple mist spreading outwards with each pulse. What alarmed Zheng He even more was that the chest material was listed as unknown. The energy of the fragment had just dissipated when the dark gold runes on the container forcibly suppressed it. The radar's purple light indicated the unknown, and the control panel's alarm only warned of the highest energy level, not a fatal crisis. Having ascertained the details, Zheng He was completely relieved. He didn't even touch the box, directly activating the divine sea spirit storage. With a retract, the dark gold treasure chest vanished instantly, isolated into the system space. The eerie heartbeat stopped, the purple light dissipated, and the alarm fell silent. Lu Feier slumped in the passenger seat, gasping for breath. Zheng He, however, was pondering the origins of Atlantis. The legendary Atlantis was not a lost civilization sunk to the bottom of the sea, but a coastal divine kingdom that once ruled the entire ocean. The sea spirits could communicate with sea beasts and control ocean currents and tides, but ultimately they were destroyed in their pursuit of power. Such a relic of a divine kingdom, hidden in a treasure chest near the sea, is clearly not something players should touch at this stage. Zheng He opened the world chat, which was filled with desperate wails. The second marine catastrophe was far more dangerous than the first. Ghostly vortexes, highly toxic red tides, reverse tides, and floating icebergs relentlessly reaped the lives of players, with countless people and their ships becoming nourishment for mutated sea monsters. Zheng He sent a message, just opened a dark gold treasure chest, and got the Atlantis fragment. Anyone know how to use it? The channel paused briefly, and then private messages started popping up like crazy. Some advised him to throw it away immediately, saying the fragments would attract sea monsters. Others claimed to be victims, saying they escaped death by throwing it into the sea. Some even demanded his coordinates, wanting to exchange his sister for them. The intelligence broker Haima also came knocking, claiming to know the secrets of the fragments and the method of suppression, offering 10-second tier crystal cores. Zheng He looked at these messages and simply laughed. If the fragments could truly attract sea monsters, then they would be strategic treasures. Who would be so kind as to remind him to discard them? Those who truly know the secrets of Atlantis wouldn't just be after a few crystal cores. In the apocalypse, trusting strangers often only leads to becoming the dung of sea monsters. Zheng He cleared his private messages and closed the panel. Relying on oneself is worse than relying on others. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the Tier 2 engine roared to life. Instead of retreating, the Orca Clipper changed direction and charged towards the previous sea monster battleground. Lu Feier gripped the handle tightly, asking in astonishment, "Captain, aren't we going to run?" Zheng He stared at the radar coordinates, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Why run? A whole bunch of high-level sea beasts are dead. We can go scavenge their corpses and enjoy nature's bounty. 7 minutes later, the clipper slowed down and came to a stop. A damp, cold sea breeze carrying a strong stench hit them, and Lu Feier covered her mouth, her stomach churning. Zheng He, however, remained expressionless, looking ahead. That was no longer an ordinary sea. The seawater had turned into viscous, dark red blood, with countless pieces of wreckage floating on it. The bow of the ship pushed through the water, and the foul-smelling liquid stretched out in long strands. The scene before them was like a living hell. Chapter 39 returned to the battlefield. The sea was littered with the mangled remains of high-level mutated sea beasts, broken sailfish, rotting flesh, and stark white skeletons mixed in with the blood. The vertebral column, several meters long, beside the speedboat was particularly horrifying, with broken teeth thicker than a forearm and dense bite marks on the broken bone that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Feier was vomiting uncontrollably by the side of the boat, while Zheng He slowly steered the ship into the sea of blood. The hull creaked as it crashed into broken bones. They hadn't gone far when the engine suddenly screeched to a halt, the propeller tangled in the flesh and intestines of a sea monster. Zheng He scanned his surroundings, his eyes lighting up. The corpses scattered everywhere meant that crystal cores, bone armor, and mutated tissues were all top-tier materials that were rare at this stage. While others would only want to run away from such a carnage, he was thinking about whether his divine sea spirit storage was big enough. However, he didn't act rashly and immediately activated Sea God's vision. His senses penetrated the blood-soaked water, scanning an area of about a mile. There wasn't a single living creature marked on the radar, not even a small fish. For the time being, this was actually the safest area. After confirming everything was in order, Zheng He went into the cabin, shouldered the crimson-armored giant claw axe, and prepared to go into the water to loot. Lu Feier had just recovered when she saw him step onto the ship's side. Her face turned deathly pale, and she cried out in alarm, asking him if he had gone mad. Zheng He said the radar had already scanned the area, and if they didn't retrieve the resources now, the ocean currents would change and the resources would drift away. Lu Feier clung tightly to his clothes, begging him not to take the risk. Who knew what toxins and dangers might be lurking in places the radar couldn't reach? Zheng He calmly pried open her fingers and told her that 70% of the players had died in this game, and those who survived were those who went one step further than the dead. The sea monsters were constantly evolving, and the natural disasters were getting stronger. If you didn't have enough chips in your hand, you would be eliminated in the next round. He pointed to the sea of blood and said, "There are chips all down there. Others dare not take them, but I dare, and they're all mine." Lu Feier stared at him blankly, finally only whispering, "Be careful." Zheng He didn't turn back, leaping into the crimson water. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his body. The blood of a high-level sea beast had lowered the sea temperature considerably. Activating Crab King's Guard, he parted the shredded flesh and swam towards the remains of a third-tier split-headed shark. The blue-veined fins on either side of the shark's head were precisely the top-grade, mutated tissue. Just as Zheng He was about to strike with his axe, the water beneath his feet suddenly shifted. He activated deep-sea perception, but the radar remained unresponsive. However, his ankle was gripped tightly by a cold, hard hand. It was a pale, human hand bone, emerging from the bottom of the crimson vortex. He swung his axe down with a backhand stroke, shattering the bone palm on the spot. Looking down closely, there were still green patterns of first-tier bone armor fusion on the severed arm, clearly indicating that it belonged to a player who had just been swallowed by sea beast. The muscle spasms after death almost gave Zheng He a cold sweat. After the false alarm, Zheng He continued working. The giant red-armored claw easily sliced through the shark's skin with its sharp axe, peeled off 2 blue-patterned fin plates with 3 cuts, and stored them in the divine sea spirit storage. Then he split open the shark's head and pulled out a fist-sized second-tier crystal core from the red and white flesh. Second-order crystal nucleus? Isn't it a third-order split-head shark? Chapter 40 Lu Feier's Burning Away. Another product of forced growth, with materials that don't match the description. This crappy ocean survival online definitely has the feel of a makeshift operation. Zheng He had no time to complain. He immediately activated Sea God's Vision and Deep Sea Perception. High-frequency sonar pierced through the bloody water, and he quickly pinpointed the location and material value of the seabed debris. Second-tier manta, ray remains, split-head shark skull, third-tier black reef, turtle shell fragments. He dived down one after another, his red-armored giant claw axe constantly cutting and peeling away the materials, storing them one by one into the divine sea spirit storage. Crystal nuclei, shark teeth, keratinous armor, high-purity bone powder, mutated glands. The inventory numbers jumped wildly. Zhang He was covered in blood and bits of fat, his mouth filled with the taste of rust, yet his mind was unusually clear. The feeling of frantically harvesting materials amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood was indeed exhilarating. But he didn't stop and continued swimming towards the deep sea. More than 100 meters away, a mutated deep-sea killer whale, over 30 meters long, lay across the seabed. It was at least at the peak of the third tier, but now its abdominal cavity had been hollowed out, leaving only its black whale skin and intact spine. As Zhang He approached, he sensed something was wrong. The orca's skull was strangely tilted to the left, almost at a right angle to its body. After circling around to the front, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was a 15-centimeter diameter hole through the right temple of the orca. The edges of the wound were smooth, and the walls of the hole were covered with black glass crystals formed by high-temperature melting. This was definitely not a wound left by a sea monster, nor was it the kind of power that players could unleash at this stage. The woman on that duck boat might be strong, but her power was overwhelming and wouldn't leave such a precise wound. The only possibility is that a third-party force is lurking in this sea area. This force possesses technology far beyond our current level, participated in the siege of Death Coordinates, and then silently disappeared. Were they hunting high-level sea beasts or searching for fragments of Atlantis? Zhang He felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless eyes were watching him from the depths of darkness. The water was too deep. He couldn't wade any further. Zhang He put away his axe, stored the entire remains of the third-tier orca in his spirit storage, and turned to rush towards the sea. Blood rushed past him, the pressure making his eardrums ache. The black hull of the orca clipper finally appeared overhead. He reached out and grabbed the gangway, preparing to board. But that moment, the edge of the sea god's vision suddenly flickered. In the absolute darkness at least 400 meters deep, a point of purple light appeared. The purple light flashed and faded, repeating in 3 beats. Zhang He instantly recalled the heartbeat frequency of the fragment inside the dark gold treasure chest, and his expression changed drastically. He climbed onto the deck, locked the hatch behind him, and yelled into the cockpit, "Lu Feier, start the engine, floor the gas pedal, quick." His response was only deathly silence. The driver's seat was empty. There was only a still warm blanket on the driver's side, and the bedroom door next to it was ajar. Zhang He pushed open the door and stopped abruptly. Lu Feier, with her back to him, was frantically rummaging through the cabinet barefoot, her long hair disheveled, as if she hadn't heard him at all. "Feier, something down below is watching us. Let's go." "No. How could there be no?" she murmured softly, her voice cold and ruthless, completely unlike the Lu Feier she usually was. Zhang He rushed over and grabbed her wrist. "What's wrong with you? If you don't leave, you're going to die." Lu Feier finally turned her head. Her eyes were empty and deep, with an alarming amount of white showing, devoid of any human vitality. Upon seeing Zhang He clearly, a strange smile appeared on her face. "Captain, where is the dark gold chest?" She grabbed Zhang He's arm, her voice sweet but cold. "That chest will bring great disaster. Quickly take it out and throw it into the sea." A murderous glint flashed in Zhang He's eyes. "You're not Lu Feier. Were you? Why do you insist that I throw away the treasure chest?" "That's Feier, the captain's most beloved darling." She moved closer and closer, her laughter squeezing out from deep within her chest, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing that Zhang He remained unmoved, she began to unbutton her clothes, trying to use her body to lure him into handing over the treasure chest. Zhang He took a half step back expressionlessly, his right hand already reaching for the giant axe behind him. If you have no woman in your heart, you will naturally be able to draw your axe like a god. Chapter 41. The Siren Possesses the Body. The axe blade was about to fall. The body before him that had once captivated Zhang He now resembled a mutated sea monster from the deep sea. He was ready to strike with his axe and completely eliminate this Lu Feier possessed by the monster. But at the last moment, Zhang He's gaze fell on the dark red mark on her collarbone. It wasn't a birthmark, but a mark he had left himself last night. The axe stopped in midair, and he forcefully suppressed his killing intent. This is Lu Feier's body. She has simply been possessed. The other party clearly knew he wouldn't kill her, which is why they dared to control Lu Feier to force him to hand over the dark gold treasure chest. Lu Feier laughed even more eerily, her cold body pressed against him, her voice sticky and sinister. "Captain, what are you hesitating for? Throw the box into the sea, and we'll all be free." She reached out to untie Zheng He's belt, and the situation immediately became a dead end. If she struck, Lu Feier would surely die. If she went along with him, the fragments of Atlantis would be lost, and neither of them would have a good ending. Just as Zheng He was frantically trying to find a way out of the predicament, a giant wall of water suddenly erupted from the sea, slamming into the Orca speedboat. The entire ship tilted violently, and debris inside the cabin flew everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. The moment the ship capsized, Zheng He activated his ship-human unity technique, his legs firmly planted on the deck. Lu Feier, however, who had been possessed, had no control over her human body and was thrown off. With a thud, her forehead slammed against the edge of the bed, and she fainted instantly. The chilling, eerie aura dissipated, and Zheng He finally breathed a sigh of relief. These past few minutes had been more exhausting than killing a third-tier sea beast. A few minutes later, the sea calmed down, and Lu Feier slowly woke up, finding herself lying naked on the ground. With Zheng He standing opposite her holding an axe, she screamed in fright, grabbed a blanket to wrap herself up, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Zheng He shoved the coat at her and told her in a low voice that something dirty had gotten on her. As Lu Feier dressed, she recalled what had happened after Zheng He went into the water. She said that she heard an ethereal, singing voice coming from the deck. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't help but open the cabin door and see a blurry figure before losing consciousness. It's like a siren. Lu Feier was still in shock. Its mental power is too strong. It controlled me and seemed to want to use me to force you to hand over the treasure chest. Zheng He immediately activated his deep-sea perception to its limit, scanning every corner of the ship. However, the life radar only showed 2 green dots. One was him, and the other was Lu Feier. There was no third living being. Could that thing have already escaped? Zheng He had just put away his giant axe and was about to help Lu Feier up when the locked hatch was suddenly blasted open with tremendous force. A blurry afterimage darted across the ground and instantly surged onto the deck. Zheng He's deep-sea perception was activated throughout, but the radar showed no heat, no energy, and not even any signs of life. He rushed to the cabin door, but the deck was already empty. Raging waves crashed against the ship, and his afterimage seemed to vanish into thin air, completely merging into the raging ocean. Zheng He gripped the doorframe tightly, the image of the molten, penetrating wound on the third-tier orca's corpse flashing through his mind. Then, thinking of the ghostly figure capable of shielding the system's radar, he finally understood. That wasn't a phantom at all. It was a high-level assassin after the fragments of Atlantis. The real high-stakes battle has only just begun. Chapter 42, Cyber Siren. Fire. Lock the hatch. Don't come out, even if it kills you. That thing can turn invisible. Zheng He rushed onto the deck without looking back, the muffled sound of Lu Feier locking the cabin door echoing behind him. The wind and waves had not yet subsided, and seawater mixed with the smell of engine oil flowed across the tilting deck, but there was not a single enemy in sight. Zheng He stood steadily in the center of the deck, carrying the blood-dripping, crimson-armored giant claw axe, and slowly closed his eyes. With the system radar malfunctioning, and facing an assassin capable of invisibility, searching blindly would only lead to certain death. He could only trust his own senses. His deep-sea perception was pushed to its limit. He no longer searched for signs of life, but instead captured the anomalies in wind direction, raindrops, and deck tremors, rapidly constructing a mental image of his surroundings. The wind speed at the 2 o'clock position suddenly stopped. Zheng He didn't even turn around. He swung his axe backhand, and the broad back of the axe precisely blocked his carotid artery. When the dark blue, high-frequency vibrating blade slammed into the back of the axe, sending blue and white sparks flying. The brute force made Zheng He's hands go numb. The blade was only half an inch away from his neck. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, his throat would have been slit. The The violent collision shattered the opponent's camouflage. The air twisted and flickered, and a naga finally appeared. Its upper body was that of a woman, but its lower body dragged a giant serpent's tail. Beneath its blue scales, there was no flesh and blood, only bionic tubing. Its left arm transformed into a high-frequency vibrating blade, and its right eye was fitted with a red glowing mechanical prosthetic. This was no ordinary siren. It was a cybernetic assassin modified by Atlantean technology. No wonder the system radar couldn't lock onto it. Zheng He coldly switched the detection mode of deep-sea perception, changing from vital signs to energy flow. The world faded into a gray-white framework, and the power furnace and energy core inside the cyber siren suddenly shone like a lamp. Stealth was utterly meaningless. The monster sensed it had been exposed. Its mechanical prosthetic eye flashed red, and it opened its mouth to sing a strange song filled with electronic noise. The mournful melody pierced through the wind and rain, its mental impact heading straight for Zheng He. It clearly wanted to turn Zheng He into a puppet like Lu Feier. But after a few seconds, Zheng He didn't react at all, instead looking at it with pity. "Are you done singing? The tune is way off track." He reached out and pulled out his noise-canceling Bluetooth earphones, grinning. Sometimes you have to rely on technology to win. "Okay, bro." Having failed to control the mind, the cyber siren did not linger. Instead, it lashed out with its mechanical tail, unleashing a burst of high-pressure air from its jet nozzles, and hurtled toward the ship's side, as if trying to escape into the sea. Zheng He wasn't about to let it escape. He dashed to the bow, loaded the giant claw crossbow, and fired. The barbed bolt, trailing its chain, shot through the air and precisely entangled its mechanical tail. The cyber siren screamed in midair, its thrusters accelerating wildly as it desperately plunged into the sea. The chains were pulled taut, and Zheng He, his feet firmly planted on the deck, braced himself against the thrusting force and pulled backward with all his might. "Get the hell back here!" He forcefully pulled the cyborg monster back from midair, slamming it heavily onto the deck. Zheng He leaped down and pinned it down on its spine, his giant axe wedged into the gap in the tubing next to its neck. With the slightest movement, its head would fall to the ground. The cyber siren didn't struggle. Instead, a strange gear-like sound emanated from within its body. Its mechanical eyes flashed wildly, and its chest armor suddenly popped open, projecting a ghostly blue holographic panel. The panel displayed an image of the entire ship, with a red dot precisely pinpointing the location of the divine sea spirit chamber, inside the cabin. Immediately afterward, a piercing countdown tore through the wind and rain, and blood-red numbers appeared. 3, 2, Chapter 43. Lu Feier makes a great contribution. The cyber siren is about to release the coordinates of a fragment. Zheng He felt a chill run down his spine. There was no time to behead him, and he couldn't carelessly touch the self-destruct mechanism or signaling device inside the power reactor. Once the coordinates were transmitted, the deep-sea pursuers would arrive quickly, and he and the ship would be doomed. The countdown had only 1 second left. Just then, the locked hatch was forced open a crack, and a pale little hand threw out a walnut-sized crystal core, inside which pulsated wild blue arcs of electricity. Fire! The crystal core landed precisely in the cyber siren's open chest cavity. There was no explosion, but the surrounding area seemed to be muted, followed by a sudden burst of blue electromagnetic pulse. Zheng He was temporarily blinded by the blue and white light, and his ears were ringing. The light on the cyber siren's whole body and its mechanical eyes went out instantly, and the blood-red countdown on the panel was stuck at 1. The coordinates were sent out in just half a second. Zheng He regained his senses, overwhelmed with the joy of surviving a calamity. He swung his crimson-armored giant claw axe with both hands and brought it down fiercely. With a piercing cracking sound, the cyber siren's head was severed by the axe. There was no blood at the break, only the bionic pipes and coolant spraying out. The head rolled to a stop in front of the mast. The headless corpse twitched a few times and was completely destroyed. After the battle ended, Zheng He stepped on the corpse and opened the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse to collect his loot. His SAN value had just dropped to 75, and he had to recoup his losses in this round. Recovery successful. Obtained Atlantis, T7 miniature concealment force field generator, damaged X1. High-tier Cyber Demon Core, disguise form, X1. High-frequency vibration blade module, damaged X1. Atlantis High-Density Energy Battery X3. Zheng He's eyes lit up, especially the stealth force field generator. If it could be repaired and installed on the ship, its value in shielding radar would be absolutely astonishing. He pulled open the hatch, axe in hand. The emergency lights flickered dimly. Lu Fei'er huddled in a corner, her face deathly pale, her whole body trembling. Only when she saw Zheng He did her tense nerves relax, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Zheng He put down his axe, squatted down in front of her to wipe away her tears, and gave her a thumbs up. Fei'er, well done. You've done a great job this time and deserve a reward. Lu Fei'er sniffled and whispered that she had just gotten lucky and didn't know if the thing would work. Zheng He laughed out loud. With a casual toss, she blasted the cyber siren covered in high-tech gadgets into scrap metal. If that was considered a lucky accident, the person who created it would probably be furious. Under Zheng He's persistent questioning, Lu Fei'er revealed the reason. She used to be a game streamer and had played a game called Cyberpunk 7788, which featured a weapon called an electromagnetic pulse grenade. This type of grenade is specifically designed to counter drones, mechs, robots, and artillery, disabling their abilities, but causing only mild tinnitus and dizziness in ordinary people. She had just seen the military humanoid robot in the Cyber Siren game and wanted to try replicating one. She hadn't held out much hope, but she desperately searched for alternative materials in the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse, and actually managed to gather a second-tier electric-scale eel crystal core, a ghostly patterned ink squid crystal core, a common sea beast crystal core, as well as conductive and insulating materials. Ultimately, she created an electromagnetic pulse self-destructing crystal core. Zheng He's temples throbbed. The girl in front of him completely changed his stereotype of big breasts, no brains. Chapter 44 Zheng He's Reward, the System's Reward. After listening to Lu Fei'er's process of creating an electromagnetic pulse crystal core with her bare hands, Zheng He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. He certainly knew about Cyberpunk 7788, a AAA game that had once swept the internet. But Lu Fei'er's ability to identify the enemy, devise a countermeasure, find substitute materials, and complete the creation in such a short time was simply outrageous. Zheng He even suspected that this girl might have a few more heads than others. He didn't show it, but simply opened his Divine Sea Spirit storage and took out a 10-centimeter-long, dark blue potion. This was a first-tier spiritual potion from that deep-sea vengeful demon. While the vengeful demons are not strong in combat, their mental pollution is extremely terrifying, making the mental potions they drop exceptionally valuable. Zheng He brought up Lu Fei'er's crew panel. Her SAN value was only 76, and her strength and agility were very low, but her spirit attribute reached 5 points, far exceeding that of ordinary people. When your thalassophobia flares up, your SAN drops very quickly. Zheng He handed over the medicine, his tone calm. Mental state is more important than physical condition here. If your SAN drops below 20, you will go completely insane, and I will chop you up first. A first-tier mental potion can enhance mental attributes, slow down the decline of SAN, and repair mental damage. Lu Fei'er stared at that dark blue light, instinctively trembling. She still remembered the terrifying sight of Zheng He, his veins bulging and his whole body turning crimson when he took the medicine. The suffocating feeling when the cyber siren stepped onto the deck made it hard for her to breathe again. She was fed up with being able to only scream and hold everyone back. In this deep sea, if you don't become strong, you will die. She snatched the medicine, uncorked it, and tilted her head back to drink it down. In just a few seconds, the drug's effects exploded. Lu Fei'er collapsed to the ground, her body curled up in a ball, the veins in her temples throbbing wildly, as if her brain was being repeatedly torn apart by an invisible hand. Her fingers scratched the floor until they bled, but she bit down hard on the back of her hand, without uttering a single plea for mercy. Zheng He stood beside her, wielding the crimson-armored giant claw axe, his eyes fixed on her panel. He would chop off Lu Fei'er's head before she underwent her transformation, provided her SAN fell below the warning line. 5 minutes later, the eerie blue light finally dissipated. Black, foul-smelling viscous fluid seeped from Lu Fei'er's pores, expelling mental impurities from her body. She collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, but her eyes became unusually bright. Crew member, Lu Fei'er. Sanity, SAN 100/100. Strength, 2. Constitution. 3. Spirit. 10. Agility. 2. The potion's effects were surprisingly strong, doubling his mental attributes. This level of mental strength will be considered top tier among the survivors. Go take a shower. Zhang He pinched his nose. You look like seaweed that's been fermenting in the sewer for half a month. Lu Feier was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but glare at him. After experiencing life and death, the two of them finally relaxed a little. While Lu Feier was taking a bath, Zhang He went into the kitchen and took out high-level sea beast meat from the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. Third-class shard shark tenderloin, killer whale ribs, and squid tentacles as thick as buckets. After surviving the second marine disaster, nothing soothes the soul like a good meal. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lu Feier looked refreshed and radiant. Zhang He pointed to the ingredients. It's up to you. Make some hearty dishes to celebrate our survival. The night was deep outside the window. The ocean, which had raged all day, had finally calmed down, leaving only the muffled sound of waves lapping against the ship. They had finally weathered the second wave of natural disaster. When Zhang He finished washing up and came out, an overwhelming aroma filled the cabin. The potent fragrance of high-quality ingredients made everyone's stomachs rumble. Under the warm yellow light, Lu Feier was focused on cooking. Who would have thought that this pampered girl, who once couldn't even figure out how to make canned meat, could now handle third-tier sea beast meat so cleanly and efficiently? Mental enhancement brings not only SAN stability, but also greater control over the body. Zhang He sat in the driver's seat and opened the world chat. The usually rapidly refreshing messages were eerily silent, with only a few popping up after a long while. The second marine disaster clearly claimed the lives of countless people at sea. The shark tenderloin is sliced into sashimi. The killer whale ribs are pan-fried until sizzling with oil, and the squid tentacles are simply blanched to retain their original sweetness. In this survival game, this meal is an extreme luxury. Dinner is served. The two exchanged a smile, picked up their chopsticks, and devoured the food in a whirlwind. The high-level sea beast meat transformed into a warm current, quickly repairing their accumulated fatigue and hidden injuries from the day. After eating their fill, drowsiness set in, but no one dared to truly relax. I'll keep watch of the first half of the night. You go to sleep. After saying this, Zhang He placed the axe beside him. Lu Feier didn't act coy. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, curled up in a corner, and quickly fell into a light sleep. That night, the sea was unusually calm. At dawn, sunlight pierced through the clouds, shimmering the dark blue sea with golden light. Seabirds perched on the masts, crying out, as if the bloodshed and despair of the past were nothing but a nightmare. But the system's cold voice instantly shattered the silence. Regional announcement. The second marine natural disaster during the disaster period has ended. Global remaining survivors, 1,078.54 million. Zhang He's eyelids twitched. At the start, nearly 10 billion people have been wiped out. Now, only a little over 1 billion remained. In just a few days, billions of lives have been effortlessly erased by the system. This is not a survival game at all, but a cruel selection process targeting all of humanity. The post-disaster recovery period has officially begun and will last for 72 hours. During this period, the aggressiveness of hostile creatures is reduced by 80%, and the resource spawn rate is increased by 500%. Temporary resource islands will be randomly generated in the sea area for players to gather resources and rest. As soon as the system voice finished speaking, Lu Feier suddenly rushed onto the deck and screamed, "Captain, look outside!" Zhang He looked up and saw a giant island appear out of thin air at the boundary between the shallow and semi-deep sea. The island was covered with lush trees and coconut groves, and even exposed mineral veins could be seen glittering in the sunlight. Lu Feier jumped up and down excitedly. Land! It's real land! Zhang He wasn't blinded by the surprise. The system's offerings couldn't possibly be all benefits. But in the apocalypse, the timid starve to death, while the bold overeat. He activated his Poseidon's vision, and the map on his retina was instantly covered in a rich green light. Countless green dots represented plants, minerals, and freshwater resources. Deep within the island, there's also a golden light representing top-tier treasure chests, and a purple halo representing rare and special resources. This is not a resource island. It is clearly an undeveloped gold mine. Zhang He could no longer suppress the greed in his eyes. He deactivated his sea god's vision and grabbed the crimson armor giant claw axe. The axe blade gleamed coldly in the morning light. Let's go to the island. Today I will explore the depths of the divine sea spirit chamber. Chapter 45, Landing on the Island. Zheng He's voice was filled with excitement, but his feet didn't move. He first opened the vehicle upgrade panel and saw a large expanse of glaring red. Second-order crystal nuclei, 8/3. Refined iron ingots, 19/10, high-grade alloys, 13/5. However, the basic materials are severely lacking. Wood, 35 out of 500 fiber rope, 85/1000, tough wrought tan, 0 out of 350, iron ingot, 60/1000, adhesive, 20 out of 200. Zheng He then realized that he had been so busy dealing with natural disasters and hunting sea monsters that he had neglected the most basic supplies. The Orca Clipper was his foundation. Without these materials, the ship could not be upgraded at all. Damn it, I almost forgot my roots. He looked at the island again, and the greed in his eyes turned into longing. Today, he was determined to plunder the island completely. The speedboat pulled up to the gentle sandy beach. Zheng He dropped anchor and lowered the rope ladder, and he and Lu Feier disembarked. Stepping onto the long mist land, Lu Feier jumped up and down excitedly, even thinking about making a fire and grilling meat on the island. Zheng He, however, told her to stay and guard the boat. The boat was their escape route. If both of them went to the island and the boat wrecked, finding more resources would be useless. Lu Feier insisted on going with them. Her mental strength had reached 10 points, greatly increasing her perception range and allowing her to provide early warnings. Zheng He remained silent for a moment, then finally handed her a fine steel dagger. Stay close, don't cause any trouble. After confirming the speedboat was stable, Zheng He, carrying his backpack, stepped into the dense forest. The island was humid and dark, the air thick with the pungent smell of decaying leaves and earth. Although there were herbs and fruits around, he ignored them, his only goal being to cut down trees. He came to a huge tree as thick as a bucket and swung his red-armored giant claw axe down fiercely. Snap! The giant tree snapped in two, its crown crashing to the ground. System notifications followed. Acquired basic wood *20. Acquired fiber rope *10. Zheng He's eyes lit up, and he instantly transformed into a logging machine. His axe flashed repeatedly, and swathes of giant trees fell one after another. Lu Feier followed behind, but even helping to clear away the branches couldn't keep up with his speed. The numbers on the vehicle panel jumped wildly. 80/500, 240/500, 320/500. As the red text gradually turned green, Zheng He became even more enthusiastic in his cuts. This feeling of having ample resources was the most reassuring sense of security. 1 hour later, basic timber, 500/500, fiber rope, 1000/1000. With both materials finally meeting the requirements, Zheng He finally stopped working to rest. Exhausted, Lu Feier sat on the ground and couldn't help but complain, "Even the donkeys in the production team aren't as capable as you." Zheng He didn't reply, his gaze already fixed on the depths of the dense forest. The trees there were an eerie dark brown, and a faint smell of rust lingered in the air. He walked up to an ancient black tree and swung his axe down. Clang! The axe struck like steel, making Zheng He's hands go numb. The sharp blade left only a white mark on the tree bark. Is that a tree? Zheng He frowned and stepped forward, using the tip of his axe to pry open the bark, revealing that the wood inside was not a normal wooden structure at all. Chapter 46, Discovery of Cyber Veins. Between the dark wood grain, there are densely embedded hair-like dark blue metal wires, which are embedded into the tree like blood vessels, transforming the entire tree into steel. Mutant ironwood. As Zheng He was studying the strange trees, a beastly roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the dense forest, causing the ground to tremble. A black wild boar, comparable in size to a light tank, smashed through the trees, its two tusks gleaming coldly, its crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Tier 2 spike boar resource guardian monster. Lu Feier's face turned pale, and she hurriedly reminded him. Zheng He only glanced at the wild boar. During the rest period, the monster's aggression was reduced by 80%, so this kind of thing was a resource delivered to their doorstep. As the wild boar charged forward, Zheng He advanced instead of retreating, wielding his red-armored giant claw axe. Instead of using the blade, he used the heavy back of the axe as a giant hammer to smash it down. The wild boar lowered its head and lunged, but Zheng He dodged to the side, the back of his axe striking its cheek hard. After a muffled thud, half of the boar's facial bone caved in, and it shook its head wildly in pain, its tusks aimed straight for Zheng He. Zheng He had anticipated this, ducking to avoid it, and then swung the axe handle upwards, precisely striking the wild boar's jaw. A cracking sound rang out. Its jaw was dislocated, and its scream instantly changed tone. Immediately afterward, Zheng He leaped into the air, gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, and slammed all his strength into the boar's head. The boar's hard skull shattered instantly, and its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. In less than 10 seconds, a Tier 2 guardian monster was instantly killed. Lu Feier looked at Zheng He with shock in her eyes, but he frowned and bent down to dissect the wild boar's head. A faint smell of engine oil wafted out. A thin metallic film was found attached to the surface of the wild boar's skull. Zheng He cut along the wound and discovered that its ribs and leg bones had been completely corroded and assimilated by a strange metal. Something's wrong with this island. The plants and animals have been modified by some kind of invasive technological substance. The so-called resource island the system refers to clearly hides danger beneath. Zheng He checked the vehicle's materials. The iron ingots were still 60/1000. Since both plants and animals contain metal, there must be a source nearby, perhaps iron ore. He put away the wild boar carcass and led Lu Feier towards the densest area of metallic vegetation. Passing through the ironwood forest, a mountain wall was covered with dark green vines. Zheng He grabbed a vine as thick as a bucket and yanked it open, tearing apart the waterfall of vines to reveal a dark mine shaft behind it, with a chill and the smell of rust hitting them. He instructed Lu Feier to guard the cave entrance and communicate immediately if anything happened. Lu Feier gripped her short knife and nodded, while Zheng He disappeared into the darkness alone, relying on the sonar of deep-sea perception to find his way. The mine was slippery and stuffy, with loose rocks and puddles everywhere. He went down nearly 100 meters, and gradually a faint blue light appeared on the rock wall ahead, like a deep-sea jellyfish. Zheng He gently pried off a piece of, or with the tip of his axe. System notification. Obtained deep-sea refined alloy ore ×1. This is no ordinary iron ore. It's a top-grade material capable of smelting high-level components. More importantly, it can also be broken down into iron ingots, with an astonishingly high conversion rate. Zheng He roughly calculated that as long as he dug out the mine in front of him, he could easily raise not only 1,000 iron ingots, but even 10,000. Just as he was preparing to dig, a loud bang suddenly came from deep underground. The mine shaft vibrated and hummed, and loose limestone fell continuously. Zheng He's heart sank, and he immediately activated deep-sea perception and sea god's vision, his gaze penetrating through layers of rock walls and extending deep into the earth. The next second, he froze on the spot. Chapter 47 Enemies meet on a narrow road. The rocks and soil before Zheng He suddenly transformed into a holographic blueprint filled with pipes and sophisticated machinery. This island was not naturally formed at all, but rather an artificial land built on underwater ruins, with a strong cyberpunk style that was clearly related to the Atlantis civilization. On the surface, it's a resource island, but in reality, it's a cyber mine. Zheng He concealed his presence and crept along the rock walls of the mine tunnel, quickly reaching the precipice at the end. Below was an underground cavity the size of more than a dozen football fields, with metal pipes and steel supports crisscrossing like a steel jungle. In the center of the cavity, several heavy mining machines were frantically digging. Half of them were rotting flesh, and the other half were machinery. Each time the mechanical arms slammed down, they blasted large craters into the rock wall. Zheng He stared at the rusted mechanical arms, his pupils suddenly contracting. The robotic arm bore a dark gold emblem, identical to the totem displayed by the cyber siren before its self-destruction. Clearly, these cyborgs and the siren belonged to the same faction. Zheng He was weighing whether to use an electromagnetic pulse crystal core to disable them when his communication terminal suddenly flashed red. Lu Feier's voice trembled. "Captain, 3 ships have suddenly appeared on the sea." Zheng He immediately abandoned the exploration. The mine secrets could be investigated later. The most important thing right now was to gather the materials to upgrade the Orca speedboat. Now that they were here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. He grabbed the crimson-armored giant claw axe and began frantically mining the mine wall, which glowed with a ghostly blue light. The clanging sounds of the impacts echoed continuously. Sparks flew everywhere, and high quality or fell in large quantities, while system notifications sounded one after another. As Zheng He swung his axe, he calculated the conversion ratio of raw or into iron ingots. Frenzied rumblings echoed from the ground, shaking the mine shaft and sending rocks and dust raining down. He didn't stop, however, until the last piece of, or the size of a wash basin, was pried off. The materials needed to convert 1,000 iron ingots were finally gathered. Zheng He sheathed his axe, concealed his presence, and returned the way he came, quickly exiting the mine. Just as his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he spotted a furtive figure on the hillside, craning its neck to gaze at the sea. The person was Lu Feier. Zheng He suddenly rushed over, grabbed her by the back of her collar, and dragged her into the bushes. Lu Feier was terrified and turned pale, only breathing a sigh of relief when she saw it was him. Standing that high, are you trying to become a target? Zheng He warned in a low voice. Lu Feier explained softly that she just wanted to see the ships clearly. Zheng He didn't say anything more, patted her shoulder, and parted the leaves to look at the distant sea. With Poseidon's vision activated, the information of the 3 ships immediately appeared clearly. Leading the group was a jet black, heavily armored warship with a menacing ram at its bow and a heavy machine gun mounted on its deck, pointing directly at the shore. Qintao fortified warship, Class D, Level 5. Captain, Qindahai, Guild Yulong Chuhai. Upon seeing this name, Zheng He sneered. Qindahai was the nouveau riche in the regional channel who had made his fortune through swindling, cheating, and murder, relying on his superior ship. The other 2 were a Tier 4 Class D armed fishing boat, its sides welded with steel plates, and a Tier 4 Class E transport ship, its deck piled high with supply crates. All 3 ships were heavily armed and came on strong. A head-on confrontation was definitely not a good option, as their heavy machine guns were enough to threaten the Orca clipper. Lu Feier shrank her neck and asked, Captain, should we make a quick getaway? Zheng He's lips curled up slightly. Why would we get away? These are high-level cannon fodder delivered to our doorstep. Might as well use them. Chapter 48, Why Eat Rabbits When They're So Cute? Lu Feier was completely bewildered. Zheng He pointed to the mutated ironwood forest behind him, then to the depths of the mine, and recounted all the strange sights he had encountered inside. After listening, Lu Feier gasped, her face turning deathly pale. This damn island is too murky. Zheng He sneered. The dam system would never give away a resource paradise for nothing. He decided to hide in the shadows and watched Qindahai and his group clash with those half-human, half-mechanical cyber mining machines underground. As long as the other side doesn't target the Orca clippers, he'll stay put with Lu Feier, wait for them to fight to the death, and then come out to clean up the mess. We'll just hide and watch the show. At this moment, the naval fleet finally moved. The 3 ships stopped 100 meters from the shore. The warship and the transport ship each launched a speedboat. A man and a woman disembarked from the warship, while a man followed from the transport ship. The speedboat surged onto the beach, and a burly man with a buzz cut as strong as a bear jumped out first, followed by 2 accomplices. He greedily scanned the island's lush vegetation, spread his arms wide, and loudly announced that from this day forward, all the island supplies belonged to Yulong Chuhai, a local deity. This man was Qindahai. He took off his shirt and boasted to the female crew member Xiao Li that he had trained in wilderness survival in the army and that climbing coconut trees with his bare hands was just a basic skill. After saying that, he hugged the tree trunk and started climbing. But he kept sliding down after only a couple of tries, and the tree bark rubbed red marks on his chest. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to climb to a height of 2 meters, but then his foot slipped and he fell heavily into the sand. A coconut was shaken off the tree, grazing his scalp and splattering sand all over his face. Lu Feier covered her mouth tightly, her shoulders trembling, and muttered that this guild leader really didn't need to go to such lengths. Zheng He paid no more attention to the clown. His gaze fell on a dark-skinned, lean middle-aged man. Through the sea god's vision, he knew this man was called Old Zhao. After disembarking, Lao Zhao kept his head down, observing his surroundings. He first found fresh water in a crevice in the rocks, then tasted some purple berries to confirm they were non-toxic. Afterward, he sharpened a branch and quickly set up a fishing trap in the nearshore reef area. The whole process was quiet and efficient, without a single wasted word. Zheng He whispered a reminder to Lu Feier. These are the real tough guys in the outdoors. They could survive on seafood in the early stages of a disaster, but as the difficulty increases, wilderness survival experts like Lao Zhao are the true core of the team. While Chindahai was still frolicking on the beach, Zheng He led Lu Feier away along the outer edge of the jungle. The information gap was their biggest advantage. Soon, Lu Feier spotted a clump of heart-shaped leaves, and the sea god's vision immediately provided the information. Ironwire grass, a first-tier herb, has extremely strong hemostatic and restorative effects. Zheng He uprooted it and threw it into the divine sea spirit warehouse. The two swept through the area, and in just over 10 minutes, they had gathered all the ironwire grass from the outer perimeter. They even dug out several pieces of deep-sea refined alloy byproduct or from the cracks in the stone wall. In the distance, Chundahai and the others finally finished their preparations. Old Zhao pulled out his machete, pointed it into the depths of the dense forest, and told Chindahai that the resources on the outskirts were worthless. The real treasures were definitely hidden inside. The direction he pointed was precisely the mutated ironwood forest that Zheng He had just evacuated from. Zheng He and Lu Feier exchanged a smile, quickly retreating to their viewing positions, waiting to see the show. Chundahai and his two companions, completely unprepared, plunged headlong into the eerie black forest. As soon as they stepped into the woods, the pungent smell of rust and engine oil made them cover their mouths and noses. The further they went, the more the soil under their feet felt like steel plates, creaking loudly with each step. The surrounding trees were dark brown and twisted, exuding an unsettling, deathly aura. Old Zhao's pace slowed, his years of wilderness survival instincts screaming warnings. Suddenly, he froze, staring intently at the ground ahead. The carcass of a wild rabbit, about the size of a calf, lay scattered in the black mud. The rabbit's head was gnawed beyond recognition, its skull shattered, and blood and flesh mixed with black mud covered the ground. Chindahai was startled, then went over and kicked the corpse. Upon discovering it was a rabbit, he immediately started cursing and taunting, asking if it had been attacked by people from Chengdu. Old Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. He squatted down and picked up the skull fragments, but his fingertips touched not bone chips, but cold, sharp metal. He parted the flesh and blood to see a thin, dark blue metallic membrane and fine metallic filaments that spread like blood vessels. What the hell kind of monster is this? Old Zhao's voice trembled, but what truly sent chills down his spine was the fatal wound on the rabbit's head. This meant that not only were there mutated steel rabbits on the island, but there were even more terrifying beings capable of instantly killing them. Chapter 49. Old Zhao's Story. As soon as Old Zhao touched the strange rabbit's metallic body, he immediately withdrew his hand as if he had been burned, his face turning deathly pale. This thing is half flesh and half machine. Xiaoli was so frightened that she clung tightly to Chindahai, saying in a trembling voice that the island was too eerie and she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Chindahai kicked the strange rabbit away, his eyes filled with greed. He was convinced that the cyborg monster meant the island held advanced technology, perhaps even mechanical blueprints and energy cores, a windfall. Seeing that Lao Zhao hesitated, Chindahai put his arm around his neck and promised that as long as he helped him search for all the treasures on the island, Lao Zhao would be the fourth-ranked member of Yulong Chuhai when they returned. Old Zhao stared at the steel hair on the ground, his mind in turmoil. His experience in the wild told him that this forest was extremely dangerous, and continuing forward would likely mean certain death. But the allure of fourth place was too great, and in the end, it overcame his fear. Old Zhao picked up his machete and agreed to lead the way, telling the two to stay close behind. Chindahai looked at Xiaoli triumphantly, but he didn't notice that when Lao Zhao turned around, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Following the severed vines and faint footprints, the three ventured deeper into the ironwood forest. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng He and Lu Feier were quietly watching this scene from a hollow in the cliff face 100 meters away. Lu Feier said that Zheng He had even arranged a route for those people. Zheng He played with the alloy, and coldly remarked that it was a good opportunity to make use of these evildoers at sea. He needed a free pathfinder to explore the dangers deep within the mine and see what kind of thing was inside. Soon after, Chundahai and his two companions walked through the woods and arrived at the entrance of a dark and deep mine. The foul smell blowing from inside the mine was a mixture of engine oil, rust, and rotting flesh, making them want to vomit. Old Zhao circled the entrance of the cave and found fresh excavation marks on the side, indicating that someone had already gone in. Chundahai didn't care at all, pushed Lao Zhao aside, and arrogantly announced that he was now in charge of the place. He turned on his military-grade high-powered flashlight and strode into the mine. Xiao Li and Lao Zhao had no choice but to follow him. The cave walls were slippery, studded with pieces of deep blue or that gleamed coldly in the bright light. Chundahai glanced at them and spotted remnants of deep-sea refined alloy, his eyes immediately turning red. He lunged at the cave wall and began frantically chiseling with his entrenching tool. The ear-piercing sound of hammering echoed through the mine, and soon alloy began to fall down. Chundahai held the dark blue his face full of greed, convinced that he had found a top-tier treasure. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the earth. The mine shaft trembled violently, and chunks of limestone rained down from above. Xiao Li screamed and dropped the flashlight, turning to run away. Old Zhao reacted quickly, grabbing her and bracing himself against the cave wall to steady himself. His face was already deathly pale. Only Chundahai did not retreat. He wiped the dirt off his face, then stared at the epicenter and grinned, his smile savage and fanatical. The tremors lasted for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Only Xiao Li suppressed sobs, and the three people's rapid breathing remained in the mine tunnel. Old Zhao immediately grabbed Chundahai and urged him to leave right away. Something was clearly wrong with this place. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Chundahai shook off his hand, his eyes bloodshot. He was convinced that if there was something big underground, it meant there was even greater treasure. Wealth and fortune must be sought amidst danger. Old Zhao finally lost his temper and yelled at him. The rabbit outside has a skull encased in steel, yet it was still easily killed. The monster in the cave is simply beyond our capabilities. Chundahai patted the pistol at his waist and the M416 on his back, saying nonchalantly, "If one shot isn't enough, I'll fire a whole magazine." Xiao Li cried and begged him to go back, but Chundahai impatiently threatened that if she dared to cry again, he would leave her there to be fed to the monsters. Xiao Li immediately covered her mouth and only dared to sob softly. Looking at the nearly insane Chundahai and then at the trembling Xiao Li, Old Zhao felt a strong sense of powerlessness. The scene before him was all too familiar. He let out a long breath and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Third Master, let me tell you a story." Chapter 50. The Stubborn Donkey That Won't Turn Back. Chundahai was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Old Zhao ignored him and began to recount his experiences before the expedition in a weathered tone. Back then, he was a leader of an outdoor club and had led a group to challenge the Altai Trail on New Year's Day. The Altai Trail is known as the pinnacle of hiking routes in China, characterized by its complex terrain, unpredictable weather, experiencing all 4 seasons in a single day, and varying conditions every 10 miles. And more importantly, its trekking is strictly prohibited due to its extremely high level of danger. At the time, a group of people from 6 hiking groups came together and paid Lao Zhao to guide them. Most of them had only ever climbed wild mountains in the suburbs, but they were so engrossed in the challenge videos online that they were determined to venture into restricted areas. At first, Lao Zhao refused, but he couldn't resist their persuasion and offered more money, so he eventually took the job. As soon as they entered the mountains, the sky darkened, and based on his experience, he judged that something was wrong and immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the camp at the foot of the mountain to wait for the weather to change. But no one was willing to listen. College students were worried about returning their gear after the expiration date. Junior managers from companies thought they knew the guides by heart, and retired Annies insisted on climbing Bike-Siantai to check off their achievements. The agreement to comply with the rules signed before setting off became worthless after entering the mountains. Old Zhao couldn't refuse these wealthy patrons, so he had to continue leading the way. Halfway up the mountain, heavy snow began to fall, and the biting wind felt like knives. Some were too exhausted to walk any further and suggested setting up camp and cooking a hot pot to warm themselves. Despite the sub-zero temperatures of over 20 degrees below zero on the out-eye line, they actually brought pots, gas canisters, seasonings, and various ingredients. Some even carried watermelons. To accommodate all this food and drink, they swapped their life-saving thick sleeping bags and windproof jackets for thinner ones. Old Zhao warned anxiously that their equipment wouldn't last until the night, and they would inevitably freeze to death from hypothermia. But the junior leader pulled out a bottle of Erguo Tu, a type of Chinese liquor, and shouted that he would drink to warm himself up, completely disregarding the risks. Old Zhao could only smile bitterly. Kind words were useless against this damned fool. He had to let go of his desire to help others and respect their fate. That night, the 7 of them squeezed into the tent to eat hot pot and sing, a lively gathering that turned out to be their last supper. It snowed all night, and the temperature dropped below minus 30 degrees Celsius. The next morning, Lao Zhao opened the tent and checked on everyone. He was the only survivor in the entire team. The person who brought food had frozen to death in the tent, and the junior leader who had been drinking had suffocated from altitude sickness and pulmonary edema. After the story ended, the mind fell into a deathly silence. Chen Dahai suddenly hooked his arm around Lao Zhao's neck, his eyes shining with excitement. With a leader as resilient as you leading the way, isn't this trip a sure thing? Once we've explored the tunnel thoroughly, the 4th-ranked position in the guild is yours, and Xiaoli is yours tonight too. Old Zhao stiffened and pushed away the greedy madman. He thought of those fools on the snow mountain and knew he couldn't persuade Chen Dahai. He could only pick up the flashlight, turn it to its brightest setting, and walk towards the unknown abyss. They hadn't gone far when the view suddenly opened up. A massive vertical mine shaft led straight into the earth, its walls entangled with thick pipes and cables. At the bottom, countless half-flesh, half-machine monsters silently mined or wielding their mechanical arms. Chen Dahai nearly dropped his entrenching tool. Old Zhao's flashlight swept across the abyss, the blinding beam slicing through the darkness. The next second, the mining sounds abruptly ceased, and hundreds of eerie blue electronic eyes simultaneously rose, locking onto the 3 people at the wellhead. Wah! Wah! The highest level alarm blared, and the turrets disguised as rocks on the well wall sprang into action. Countless red laser dots crawled all over the 3 men, and from the depths of the abyss, the cyber guards let out a piercing roar. Chapter 51 They ran, they chased, they couldn't escape. The moment the alarm sounded, Chen Dahai's get-rich-quick dreams shattered completely. Run! Old Zhao reacted the fastest, his voice hoarse from shouting. The 3 turned and fled, not caring about high-grade alloys or the 4th seat. The mine tunnel was narrow, with metal pipes overhead. Chen Dahai, dragging his 200-pound body, charged recklessly, crashing into the rock walls several times without daring to stop. A screeching sound came from behind, like countless iron hooks frantically clawing at the rocks. Old Zhao turned around, and his hair stood on end. The 5 cyber guards were chasing after him, clinging to the cave wall. The guards were covered in dark bronze armor, their bodies resembling multifaceted iron pillars, with 6 mechanical feet bearing sharp claws extending from their lower bodies. The metal dome above their heads rotated continuously, its central eye flashing red, locked onto the 3 figures. Don't look back, go left. Old Zhao swerved sharply into the side road, Chen Dahai following closely behind. Xiaoli, however, was a beat too slow and cried out in fright. Brother Hai, wait for me. Chen Dahai wasn't unwilling to wait, but those iron lumps were chasing too fast. Suddenly, Old Zhao pulled him to the right, and a beam of blue-purple light grazed past them, slamming into the rock wall and burning a large crater that emitted white smoke. This thing can attack remotely? Chen Dahai broke out in a cold sweat. Head down, stop talking nonsense. Old Zhao smashed a pile of gravel, causing the blackened mud layer in front of him to collapse, revealing a deep pit. Relying on his experience, Old Zhao led the way, choosing hard, windy side paths to run at breakneck speed, while the sound of mechanical footsteps behind them grew closer and closer, while Xiao Li's cries gradually faded into the distance. Outside the mine, Zheng He and Lu Feier remained hidden in a crevice in the cliff face, 100 meters away. An alarm blared from the entrance, and Lu Feier's face paled. Something's happened inside? Zheng He stared at the cave entrance, knowing that Chen Dahai and his group had definitely gotten themselves into serious trouble. Soon, Chen Dahai and Lao Zhao scrambled out of the mine, covered in grime, and only dared to stop and catch their breath after running more than 10 meters into the ironwood forest. Xiaoli didn't come out, Lu Feier said softly. Zheng He nodded. With her stamina, it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Chen Dahai, catching his breath, shouted towards the cave entrance. Xiaoli, hurry up. The cave was deathly silent. Old Zhao gritted his teeth and urged him to leave. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Xiaoli stumbled out of the cave, losing one shoe, her stockings torn, and her legs covered in scratches. She was no longer the dignified woman she once was. Immediately afterwards, the 5 cyber guards slid out of the darkness like steel spiders. But as soon as they saw the bright light from the outside world, they all froze in place, their single red eyes flashing wildly, and 2 of them even collided with each other. Zheng He's eyes flickered, and he immediately activated Poseidon's vision. Cyber Guardian, a Tier 3 defensive unit from the Atlantis Ruins mines. High-hardness armor, 6-legged high-speed mobility, short-range energy beams, and group lock-on. Its weak points are deep within the Cyclops lens and the energy core. With the 5 level 3 guards working together, there was almost nowhere to hide in the narrow passage. Lu Feier asked in a low voice if they could fight, but Zheng He had no intention of making a move. He didn't want to reveal his trump card to Chen Dahai. In the open space, Xiaoli cried and rushed towards Chen Dahai. Brother Hai, save me. I can't run anymore. By now, the guards had adjusted to the bright light, and several red locking lines resecured the 3 men. Old Zhao shouted urgently, Scatter! Don't huddle together. Xiaoli was terrified and desperately tried to burrow behind Chen Dahai. Chen Dahai stumbled as she pulled him, and the cyber guard at the front suddenly launched itself, its 6 mechanical legs spreading out and lunging at Xiaoli's back. Chapter 52. The War Machine makes its first appearance. The sharp metal blade gleamed coldly, and as Xiaoli was about to be impaled and riddled with blood, Lu Feier covered her eyes in terror. In the critical moment, Chen Dahai suddenly kicked Xiaoli aside, angrily cursing her for blocking the bullets. He knelt on one knee, unloaded the M416 from his back, and cocked and released the safety in one smooth motion. Gunfire suddenly erupted. Chen Dahai did not fire randomly, but rather fired precise short bursts, the bullets slamming into the armor of the one-eyed guard. The first 3 shots sparked, the 5th pierced the lens slit, and the 6th blasted into the blue-purple light core. Several shots hit their mark in quick succession. The first cybernetic guard's head exploded in blue light, its mechanical legs flailing wildly as it slammed into the mud. Zheng He, hidden in the shadows, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gun control, anticipation, correction, and follow-up shots. These were skills that ordinary people couldn't acquire. He immediately changed his assessment of Chen Dahai from a guy who talked nonsense to a ruthless character who needed to be guarded against. Chen Dahai verbally challenged arrogantly, but his feet quickly retreated. The remaining 4 guards were fearless, 2 pressed forward from the front, while 2 flanked from the sides. The red locking lines swept across, instantly blocking their retreat. Old Zhao pulled Xiaoli behind a piece of ironwood, while Chen Dahai also used a tree for cover and fired short bursts. But the bullets only left white marks on the dark bronze shells. Zheng He could see clearly that the one-eyed monster's weak point was too small, and its speed was getting faster and faster. One guard circled around to Chen Dahai's left, while the other compressed the light core in his single eye. Zheng He still didn't make a move, intending to force Chen Dahai to reveal all his trump cards. The next moment, a blazing beam of light shot towards Chen Dahai. Chen Dahai stumbled sideways, and the ironwood behind him was instantly burned halfway through. He hurriedly told Lao Zhao to catch the flashbang, and Lao Zhao pulled the pin and smashed it. A white light exploded, and all 4 guards froze, their red lines of control instantly becoming chaotic. Chen Dahai seized the opportunity as the second guard stood up, unleashing 3 consecutive 3-shot bursts that cracked the guard's single eye, but failed to completely destroy it. Zheng He realized that it wasn't that Chen Dahai had missed, but rather that the guard had deliberately tilted its head at the last moment to avoid a fatal blow. Chen Dahai immediately ordered Lao Zhao to distract the target, and even deliberately threw an empty magazine at it. As expected, the guard rushed towards Lao Zhao, and Chen Dahai took the opportunity to smash the heat sink on its side, exposing the light core, and then fired a series of shots, destroying the second guard. While reloading, Chen Dahai shouted for Xiaoli to run towards him. As soon as Xiao Li emerged from the mud pit, the three guards locked onto her. Before her cries for help had even faded, Chundahai suddenly rolled sideways and disappeared into a distant bush, using her as live bait. Taking advantage of the guards' concentrated fire on Xiao Li, Chundahai opened fire from the bushes, targeting the mechanical leg joints. One guard's forelimb broke off, and it fell down. He then raised his gun and shot through the lens crack, completely destroying the third guard. With only two guards remaining, they immediately identified Chundahai as the highest threat, abandoned Xiao Li, and used all six legs to flank the bushes from both sides. Their escape route was completely blocked. Chapter 53, The Ultimate Show-Off. Instead of retreating, Chundahai advanced, charging straight at the cybernetic guard on the left. The two were less than 5 meters apart, and the blue-purple beam of light was already fully charged. When the distance closed to 2 meters, he suddenly leaned back and slid to his knees carving deep furrows in the mud, narrowly passing under the beam of light. The scorching beam grazed his scalp, but he kept his gun steady, and a whole magazine of bullets hit the guard's one eye. Sparks flew, the machine twitched a few times, and then completely shut down. The last guard rushed in. Chundahai emptied his magazine, and instead threw down his gun and drew his tactical Damascus knife. The mechanical claws lunged at his face, but he dodged to the side, gripping the mechanical leg joint with his left hand while his right hand plunged a knife into the lens shattered by the bullet. With a piercing, cracking sound, he forcefully stirred and extracted the shimmering light core. The blue light went out, and the guards collapsed to the ground. Zheng He, nestled in a cliff 100 meters away, witnessed the entire scene clearly. Chundahai's drawing of his sword, his movement, and his capture were all executed flawlessly, so ruthless that Lu Feier couldn't help but gasp. Old Zhao leaned against a tree, panting, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Xiao Li lay slumped in the mud, clearly still recovering. Zheng He, however, saw things more clearly. Chundahai's tactical acumen was obviously earned at the cost of his teammates' lives. Beneath his greasy exterior lay an extremely selfish and desperate man. Zheng He had initially intended to seize the opportunity to reap the rewards, but he suppressed the thought. Chundahai still had trump cards such as accurate marksmanship, a Damascus steel knife, and grenades. A direct confrontation now wouldn't be worthwhile. No rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. At the edge of the ironwood forest, Chundahai kicked aside scrap metal and began scavenging the remains. System notifications sounded one after another. High-grade alloy block, broken energy core, and a fragment of a basic Atlantis mechanical blueprint. His eyes lit up immediately. High-grade alloys were key materials for upgrading vehicles, and blueprints were extremely rare. He quickly searched all 5 guard vehicles, finding damaged electromagnetic pulse rifle parts, a dozen or so alloy pieces, and 2 complete energy cores. Old Zhao, limping, demanded, "Why did you use us to lure the monster?" Chundahai, without looking up, put away the materials. "If we hadn't done it this way, we would all have died. Sacrificing the individual for the greater good. Can't you understand that?" Xiao Li crawled over and hugged his trouser leg, crying and shouting that Brother Hai was the best. She knew in her heart that if she wanted to survive on the island, she still couldn't do without Chundahai for the time being. Having struck it rich, Chundahai immediately opened the regional channel, just killed a few monsters and got some materials. "I don't know if they'll be useful." He then posted a photo. He was standing on the remains of a guard, tossing a ghostly blue energy core with mechanical fragments scattered behind him. The channel exploded instantly. Some exclaimed that he had torn apart a Gundam with his bare hands. Some asked to be carried, and others inquired whether he would sell materials. Chundahai enjoyed the barrage of praise and typed, "Basic stuff, don't be so smug. It's just a tier 3 Cyber Guardian. I took on 5 of them by myself and casually dropped some materials and blueprints." Immediately afterwards, he declared, "The Dragon Out to Sea Guild has booked all the good stuff on this island. Anyone who's not afraid to die, come and feed my M416. Satisfied with this display, he led Old Zhao deeper into the ironwood forest. On the cliff, Zheng, he stared at the channel and sneered. Chundahai was both showing off his strength and establishing the guild's authority. He certainly knew how to put on an act. Lu Feier worried that he would attract powerful enemies, but Zheng he tore off a piece of 3rd-tier sea beast meat. The muddier the water, the easier it is to fish. The more trouble Chundahai gets into, the more advantageous it is for them. There are more than just a few guards down in the mine. With this disturbance, the ruins are probably in an uproar. Zheng He gazed towards the ruins of Atlantis deep within the ironwood forest. The real show was just beginning. Chapter 54, The Orca Clippers Exposed. Chundahai kicked aside the wrecked cyberguard on the ground and spat into the depths of the mine. The sound of metal scraping against metal was incessant in the darkness. Those 5 guards were just an appetizer, and clearly, much bigger trouble was lurking below. He was arrogant, but not stupid. There was no need for him to risk his life for a few fragments of blueprints. Chundahai immediately led Lao Zhao and Xiao Li away, heading toward the ironwood forest on the other side of the island, intending to seize the outer resources first. 100 meters away, in a recess in the cliff, Zheng He put down his binoculars, his face darkening. In the sea god's vision, 3 red dots were moving along a clear path, their destination the beach where they had moored their boat. They're heading straight for the ship. We'll meet in an hour at most, Zheng He said rapidly. Lu Feier tensed up instantly. Chundahai had 3 warships anchored outside, while they only had 1 Orca speedboat. Being blocked in the nearshore waters would make them easy targets. Without hesitation, Zheng He led Lu Feier down the cliff face, through a crevice and into the dense forest, running at full speed. The forest was slippery and dark. The 2 of them trudged through decaying leaves and dead branches, desperately making their way to the sea. As the sea breeze swept across their faces, the Orca Clipper finally appeared on shallows. The 2 rushed onto the deck, and Zheng He immediately opened the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse and took out the Atlan, T7 miniature stealth force field generator obtained from killing the Cyber Siren. This is a battle-damaged version, marked as damaged by the system. It resembles a deformed cybernetic heart, with dark red chunks of flesh clinging to its alloy shell, and thick tubing embedded deep within. If activated, it can generate a refractive force field, concealing the ship's hull and shielding it from thermal imaging and radar. Zheng He placed the generator in the center of the deck and pressed the start button. There was no response. He refused to believe it and punched the machine twice, but it remained lifeless. Lu Feier's lips twitched. She suspected this piece of junk was completely unreliable. Zheng He peeled back the outer layer of flesh, and a stench of burnt and sour flesh immediately wafted out. The mechanical compartment inside was completely destroyed. The energy circuits were burned out, the main control board was charred, and the components were almost melted into scrap metal. Zheng He then remembered that it had been swallowed by the cyber sinister and had been soaked in strong acid for a long time. The outside was intact, but the inside was rotten to the core. Unfortunately, the sea god's vision showed that Chundahai and his companions had already passed through the middle section of the ironwood forest and were getting closer and closer to the beach. Neither of them knew how to repair such sophisticated equipment, so they had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Zheng He followed the broken main cable into the mechanical cabin and found an empty recess in the very center. Crystal fragments remained on the walls of the recess, indicating that the original energy source had obviously been overloaded and exploded. The diamond-shaped groove, with a length-to-width ratio of approximately 2:1, had 8 contact points neatly arranged. Zheng He paused, his mind immediately flashing back to the image of Chundahai showing off his spoils earlier. The damaged energy core. The size of that thing fit the groove perfectly. To make the clippers invisible, the generator must be repaired. To repair the generator, the energy core in Chundahai's backpack must be obtained. Just then, the bushes at the end of the beach suddenly shook, and the sound of snapping branches carried on the sea breeze. They were less than 500 meters away. Lu Feier drew her alloy military dagger and whispered to him whether he wanted to make a move. Zheng He slowly stood up. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. But Chundahai coveted the high-level vehicle. While he needed the energy core, their goals could just happen to form a gamble. He put away the generator and ordered Lu Feier to hide in the innermost part of the cargo hold, and not to make a sound without a signal. Then, he picked up a spare cable, threw one end onto the beach, and loosely tied the other end to the railing. Immediately afterwards, Zheng He deliberately used the soles of his shoes, which were covered in black mud, to leave messy footprints on the clean deck, with the traces extending all the way to the cockpit, to make it look like someone was hastily boarding the ship and escaping. Chundahai was greedy and suspicious. A seemingly undefended high-level speedboat was irresistible bait for a plundering outlaw. After making the arrangements, Zheng He crawled into the hidden compartment under the cockpit control panel, curled up, slung the crimson armored giant claw axe behind his back, and waited with his breath held. The waves lapped against the bow of the boat, and the sound of footsteps on the beach grew closer. Soon, Shaoli screamed, "Brother Hai, look ahead, there's a boat." "What are you yelling about? I'm not blind." Chundahai lowered his voice, but the greed in his tone was impossible to hide. Chapter 55. Old Zhao stared at the orca clipper, his voice hoarse and wary. This seemingly ordinary seagoing vessel was equipped with biological armor plates, at least a level 6 or higher D-grade configuration, making it sturdier than their 3 dilapidated ships combined. Fresh, muddy footprints were left beside the boat, and the mooring ropes were still in place, indicating that the owner had only recently boarded. Chundahai immediately revealed a greedy smile, convinced that the island already belonged to Yulong Chu Hai, and since the boat was anchored there, it should also belong to him. Several people boarded the ship using the ropes. Zheng He, hidden in a secret compartment, held his breath, while Lu Feier, in a blind spot in the cargo hold, gripped her alloy military dagger tightly, cold sweat soaking her back. Old Zhao stepped onto the high-grade alloy deck, so amazed that he could barely move. Chundahai grew increasingly wary as he looked. The messy footprints, the carelessly discarded ropes, the open hatch. It looked like a hasty escape, yet was also as perfect as a trap waiting for him to fall into. He ordered Xiao Li and Lao Zhao to guard the hatch, and to shoot anyone who peeked out. Then, Chundahai went straight to the cockpit, roughly pushed open the door, and prepared to search the ship. The next second, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded on the control panel, and the cockpit was enveloped in crimson light. 2 rapidly approaching blood-red skulls appeared on the radar, and the system alerted that an unknown large fleet was approaching with an extremely dangerous threat level, and contact would occur in 3 minutes. Chundahai's expression changed instantly, and he raised his gun to scan the surroundings. Outside the cabin, Shaoli screamed in terror, telling him to look at the sea. Zheng He also disregarded his concealment, kicked open the partition, rushed to the observation window, and activated Poseidon's vision. Beyond the gray fog, 2 steel monsters were riding the waves. The lead ship, a Class D standard warship, had a blood-dripping shark head and the word Black Shark sprayed on its bow. A huge gap was torn in its starboard armor, and broken cables were dragging in the sea. The hull was emitting a mournful cry of imminent collapse. The ship following behind was even more outrageous. Based on an E-class hull, it was welded with more than a dozen robotic arms, some with barbed fishing nets, others with blood-stained chainsaws, and a steam boiler towed to the stern, spewing out thick black smoke. Zheng, he frowned deeply. Black Shark was the most notorious hyena in this sea, only knowing how to kill and plunder. Judging from the state of the warships, they had just gone through a bloody battle and desperately needed to find a place to resupply. This island and everyone on it would become their target. On deck, Chundahai stared at the approaching sea, a look of seriousness appearing on his greedy face for the first time. Old Zhao and Shaoli were already deathly pale. Under the gaze of the sea god, the marks of Chundahai, Black Shark, and Zheng He were rapidly overlapping. The radar countdown relentlessly ticked. 2:59, 2:58. 3 minutes is usually enough to do a lot, but this sudden crisis caught Zheng He completely off guard. Chapter 56. The Little Girl with Twin Braids. The crimson countdown on the radar reached 0, and with a roar, the 2 warships, without slowing down at all, crashed into the island's beach. The bow of the Class D warship cleaved through the sand like a giant axe, whipping up waves several meters high, and half of its hull wedged itself directly into the island. Another monstrous warship was even more outrageous, with a dozen mechanical arms smashing through the reefs and forcibly grounding itself in a bizarre posture, its stern boilers belching black smoke before finally going out. On the orca clipper, Chundahai and his 2 companions stared in disbelief. Inside the cockpit, Zheng He signaled to Lu Feier, who immediately slipped out from a blind spot in the cargo hold and secretly observed the area along the bulkhead. Amidst the sandstorm, a muscular man leaped from the breach in a Class D warship. He was short, but his body was muscular and his face bore bloody wounds. His eyes were fierce. He scanned the entire island, and when he spotted the orca clipper, his gaze instantly turned greedy. A petite girl followed closely off the Frankenstein's monster warship. She wore baggy overalls, had 2 crooked braids, and her face was covered in engine oil, looking like a little girl who had just crawled out of a car repair shop. The man beckoned to her. "Timo, come and take a look." Timo ran to his side, and the man pointed at the orca clipper and asked, "Are there enough materials on the island to repair the Ripper?" When Timo saw the clipper's outer bioarmor, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed excitedly, "This ship actually has external bioarmor. Remove it, and not only can we repair Ripper, but we can also make you a top-tier suit of armor." The man immediately laughed. "Then we'll convert the ship into a bioarmored ship, and I'll buy you candy later." The two discussed dismantling the ship as if no one else was around, as if the orca clipper was already theirs for the taking. Chundahai finally couldn't hold back any longer. Standing on the deck, he arrogantly shouted at the two men, "This island has been taken over by the Yulong Chuhai Guild. The resources and ships on the island belong to our guild. You, along with your ships, are my spoils of war." The muscular man looked up at him and coldly uttered two words, "Idiot." Chundahai's face instantly turned ashen. He jumped off the boat with Lao Zhao and Xiao Li, glaring at the other party. "Brother, which gang are you from? Have you ever heard of the third leader of Yulong Chuhai?" "Chundahai." The man pursed his lips. "I know." Chundahai thought the other party was scared, so he immediately became smug and demanded that the two hand over all their supplies and get out of there in their wrecked boat. To everyone's surprise, the man laughed and said, word by word, "I know Chundahai. He's a notorious idiot and a show-off." Chundahai completely lost his guard, drew his pistol, and pointed it directly at the man's head. Xiaoli screamed in fright, and Lao Zhao nervously reached for his weapon as well. But the man was not afraid at all. Instead, he grabbed the gun barrel and pressed it against his forehead. "Come on, shoot here. If you don't shoot today, you're my grandson." Chundahai was stunned by his madness, but he still stubbornly insisted. "Give me your name before you die. I don't kill nameless ghosts." The man grinned and said, "Black Shark Guild, Firepower Group 1 leader, shout Jinjin." Upon hearing the name Black Shark Guild, Chundahai's heart sank, but he could only force himself to mock the other party's name. The tension was palpable, almost ready to explode at any moment. Just then, Timo came over with his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and said, all right, stop arguing. You two should just fight it out." Chapter 57, Taking Action. Seizing the Core. Timo's comment, "Let's just fight," completely ignited the powder keg on the beach. Rage overwhelmed Chundahai's reason. With bloodshot eyes, he pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing round shot straight at Xiao Genjin's forehead. Just as the bullet was about to hit, a pale blue hexagonal shield suddenly popped out from Xiao Genjin's forehead. With a clang, the bullet lost its momentum and fell into the sand. Chundahai's maniacal laughter froze instantly. His gun had become a joke in front of his opponent. "That's it." Xiao Genjin grinned maliciously, gripping the gun barrel and pulling hard. With a snap, Chundahai's right wrist was broken, and the pistol flew from his hand. Immediately afterward, Xiao Genjin punched him in the head. In a critical moment, a beast-like roar came from behind. Old Zhao, who had been used as cannon fodder all along, had bloodshot eyes and charged at Xiao Genjin like a madman. Xiao Genjin disdainfully changed his punch and aimed it at old Zhao's chest, but it felt like hitting an alloy plate, the recoil making his arm go numb. Old Zhao's down jacket was torn to shreds, his skin was covered in black insect armor, his body had swelled up, and his muscles were bulging. The entire Altai line was wiped out, and he was the only one who survived. It wasn't because he was lucky, but because he had been infected with an unknown biovirus in the ruins. Xiao Genjin's fighting spirit ignited completely. He drew his heat-generating battle blade from his waist, the blade enveloped in a dark red, intense heat. He laughed wildly as he lunged at old Zhao. Blade light clashed repeatedly with the insect armor, sparks flying everywhere, and the beach instantly transformed into a living hell. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chundahai rolled away to a distance, clutching his severed hand, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. He secretly gripped the miniature high-explosive bomb he had taken from the cyberguard with his left hand, intending to blow up old Zhao, who had saved him, along with the enemy. Inside the cockpit, Lu Feier stared intently at the battlefield, her palms sweating profusely. Zheng He activated Poseidon's vision, seeing through Xiao Genjin's shield circuits and the rampaging energy within Lao Zhao's body, but his gaze quickly locked onto the monstrous, smoke-belching warship. The dilapidated boiler, seemingly on the verge of falling apart, concealed within a hexagonal matrix core, radiating a flowing, eerie blue light. Its energy was 10 times more powerful than the third-tier Guardian core found in the mine. Advanced Cyber Matrix Core. Zheng He's heart raced. The concealment force field generator was precisely lacking this kind of energy. Once he obtained it, his ship could truly leap forward in power. At this moment, Timo, annoyed that Xiao Jinjin was not winning the battle, climbed onto the warship's gun emplacement. She quickly operated the gun, and a heavy cannon with a bloody chainsaw hanging from it slowly turned, clearly preparing for indiscriminate clearing. Zheng knew he couldn't wait any longer. Once the artillery fire began, the Clipper ship would be destroyed. He drew his crimson-armored giant claw axe and whispered to Lu Feier, "Move. Seize the core." As soon as the words were spoken, the two sprang into action simultaneously. Zheng rushed towards Chandahai, who was about to throw a bomb, while Lu Feier gripped her dagger and silently crept towards Timo on the turret. As night fell completely, the thermal blades blazed into the sky. Heavy artillery was poised to fire, and Zheng's axe was already aimed at the unsuspecting Chandahai. In that crucial second, everyone's system suddenly flashed a blood-red alarm. Warning: illegal resonance fluctuations detected in a high-level cyber heart. Atlantis's Purger-class orbital strike has locked onto the current coordinates. Trial countdown, 10 seconds. Chapter 58, Assessing Chandahai. The cold, mechanical, synthesized voice exploded in everyone's minds. Orbital strike, Purifier class. The chaotic battle on the beach seemed to be paused. Xiao Jinjin, Lao Zhao, Chandahai, Lu Feier, and Timo under the gun emplacement were all locked onto by space-based weapons, and the air instantly froze. Trial countdown, 9 seconds. But Zheng didn't stop. The crimson-armored giant clawed axe whipped up a powerful gust of wind, aiming straight for Chandahai's neck. He had long wanted to kill this guy who had revealed his true nature in a mine, not to mention that the other party was hiding a cyber core. Chandahai's right arm was twisted into a pretzel, and he was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. Just as the axe blade was about to strike him, he raised his left hand at the last moment and used a tactical dagger to block the axe. Clang! Sparks flew, and the immense force of the impact left Zheng He's hands numb. He stared at the left hand, which was as steady as a mechanical arm, his brow furrowed. The pain of a broken bone would knock out even a tough man. Yet Chandahai had managed to block with such precision. "Who are you?" Chandahai asked through gritted teeth. "Zheng." These two words caused Chandahai's expression to change drastically. He finally understood why there were always people on the island who were one step ahead of him. It turned out that the guy who got the first kill and was the first to upgrade his vehicle to level 5 had already landed on the island. Trial countdown, 7 seconds. Zheng, he stopped talking and swung his axe at Chandahai's waist. Chandahai's body seemed to be controlled by a program. He blocked with his left-hand dagger, leaned back in a strange posture, and even took a precise half-step back. Clang, clang, clang. Zheng he launched a series of fierce attacks, each axe strike heavier than the last. But Chandahai always managed to block the attacks from the most tricky angles, his movements precise and efficient, much like a Tier 3 cybernetic guard in a mine. "I've already numbed my senses," Chandahai roared. "What's a little pain compared to this?" Zheng He, however, saw it clearly with his sea god's vision. Chandahai's life energy was rapidly draining away, and his nervous system was on the verge of collapse. He wasn't actually not in pain. He was just putting on a brave face. Trial countdown, 4 seconds. Zheng, he had no time to test the waters anymore, unleashing the full power of his arms. A dark red halo appeared on the surface of the axe, and he no longer cared about technique or angle, swinging the axe down at Chandahai's head. On the other side, Xiao Jinjin, instead of retreating, advanced towards the railgun, his thermal blade transforming into a dark red whirlwind. He laughed wildly as he swung his blade, as if he could leave the judgment in the sky behind as long as he killed fast enough. The monster that old Zhao had transformed into let out an uneasy growl, and cracks in its insect armor continued to spread. Timo on the turret was frantic, jumping up and down, desperately operating the control panel, trying to stop the heavy artillery attack before it landed. Seeing that a sneak attack was hopeless, Lu Feier decisively abandoned Timo and turned to pounce on the stitched monster warship. Her goal was the same as Zheng He's, the cybercore. Trial countdown, 2 seconds. Faced with this unstoppable axe blow, Chundahai finally realized he couldn't withstand it. He released the dagger, reached into his pocket with his left hand, and pulled out the miniature high-explosive bomb that he had originally intended to use to kill Xiao Jinjin and Lao Zhao together. He wanted to smash the bomb onto an axe and drag Zheng He down with him. But Chundahai was too slow. He wasn't even looking at the bomb. Instead, he locked onto the hexagonal metal plate peeking out from his chest pocket, the cyber core. Trial countdown 1 second. The moment the axe fell, Zheng He's left hand shot out with lightning speed. His target wasn't Chundahai's life, but the core. Everyone present closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of the system's judgment. Chapter 59, The Fisherman's Scheme. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, but the anticipated Purger railgun never landed. The beach was deathly silent. All those who had closed their eyes to await death opened them again, and the bright moon still hung in the sky above. Xiao Jinjin stared blankly at the thermal blade, and the cracks on old Zhao's body stopped spreading. Lu Feier froze halfway, and Timo stood by the turret with his hands raised. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden calm. Chundahai was the first to break down, clutching his crippled right arm and roaring at Zheng He. "You're stealing in a life-or-death duel? Give me back my cyber core." From using his teammates as bait, to having his arm crippled by Xiao Jinjin, and then having his core player stolen by Zheng He, Chundahai's mentality completely collapsed. Zheng He, holding the giant red-armored clawed axe in one hand, looked at him coldly. "Idiot, I'm saving your lives." As the countdown reached 0, He began to gamble. Since the warning indicated an illegal resonance of high-level cyberheart, he would cut off one signal source. His Divine Sea Spirit pod possessed an independent space. Once the core was stored inside, the signal was isolated, and the space-based weapons naturally lost their lock-on. Chundahai protested, but his body trembled with pain. Xiaoli then brought over a medical spray to stop the bleeding, and he, disregarding his pride, could only grit his teeth and accept it. A stalemate ensued on the beach. Zheng He had obtained the core. Chundahai was rendered incapacitated, and the Black Shark Guild ship was severely damaged. None of them dared to make a move. He secretly sent a message to Lu Feier, telling her to disembark immediately and prepare to repair the concealment field to leave. Just as Lu Feier was about to retreat, the metal plate under her feet suddenly made a soft sound. The next moment, a piercing alarm blared across the beach, and several red searchlights locked onto Lu Feier. The hatch on the side of the ship, disguised as a rib, sprang open, and a rusty mechanical arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, dragging her into the ship. Timo immediately bristled and yelled at Lu Feier in midair, "You dare to get on my boat and try to steal my parts?" Xiao Genjin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated to the side of the warship. Zheng He's gaze also turned cold instantly. The sand beneath his feet exploded, and he used the speed of a sea monster to leap dozens of meters, heading straight for the stitched monster warship. The crimson-armored giant claws axe unleashed a dark red storm, slashing fiercely at the mechanical arm. A deafening clang of metal rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Xiao Jinjin blocked the attack with his sword, taking the blow head-on. "Anyone who wants to mess with me will have to ask my knife first." Xiao Jinjin grinned coldly. Zheng He stared at him, his voice icy. "She's one of my crew members, just following orders. Release her, and I can offer resources in exchange." Xiao Jinjin, however, set his sights on Zheng He's orca clippers. "I don't want the resources, I just want your boat. Today I ran into a crazy woman who drives a duck boat, and she almost wrecked it. I'm worried about where to get my money back." Zheng He's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of that bright yellow duck boat, wondering why that woman hadn't just sent that scumbag to feed the fish back then. At this moment, Timo poked his head out of the control room. "I don't want the ship. I need high-grade materials. Repairing the warship requires high-grade alloys and biofibers." Zheng He immediately pointed to Lu Feier. "She has a synthesis expertise and can help you synthesize materials. But release the people first." "What if you release the people and then run away?" Xiao Jinjin lowered his sword again. "Both the people and the boat must be left behind." The negotiations broke down, and Zheng He slowly sheathed his axe, but his aura suddenly surged. A pale blue shield covered his entire body, and the Crab King's guardian armor solidified into a carapace. The air above his head distorted violently, and an energy orca horn gradually took shape. A terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the beach. Xiao Genjin's arrogance froze, and Timo's eyes widened. Chen Dahai, who was bandaging his wounds in the distance, was equally dumbfounded. An even more brutal battle seems imminent. However, at this tense moment, Chen Dahai, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly had a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. He endured the excruciating pain and slowly stood up. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Zheng He and the Black Shark Guild are both severely weakened, which is exactly the opportunity for him to reap the benefits. Strike! Strike hard! Supported by Xiao Li, he pointed with his left hand to the 3 boats on the beach, a sickly confidence on his face. Everything on this beach, including their boats, will belong to us when we go out to sea. Chapter 60 Armor Piercing. Slaying. Chen Dahai's conspiracy dissipated with the sea breeze, appearing utterly ridiculous. Zheng He didn't even bother to glance at him. His eyes were fixed only on Xiao Genjin. Since he was being so ungrateful, he might as well send him on his way. Zheng He's killing intent was palpable. He completely abandoned negotiations. For such a desperate man, death was the only language he understood. See God's vision, quietly activated, his gaze instantly locking onto Xiao Genjin. In his field of vision, Xiao Genjin's body was covered with a light blue energy membrane, the structure of which was exactly the same as that of the cyber guards in the mine. Zheng He didn't care whether he was a cyborg or a clone. Once he cleaved the shell with his axe, the answer would be clear. He slammed his foot into the ground, creating a deep crater in the sand. His limit breaker physique, 16 points of strength and siren speed, allowed him to burst forth as a blur. The crimson-armored giant clawed axe, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, slashed down towards Xiao Genjin's head. Caught off guard, Xiao Genjin instinctively raised his thermal blade to block. A loud clang rang out, sparks flying. The force of the impact left his arms numb, his feet carving deep furrows, and he staggered back several steps before barely managing to regain his footing. The disparity in strength caused his expression to change drastically. Zheng He's attack failed, but his offensive intensified, with his giant axe slashing down repeatedly, a brute force overwhelming him. Xiao Genjin could only parry helplessly, utterly powerless to retaliate. But the blue barrier kept absorbing the damage and never collapsed. Zheng He glanced at the stitched monster warship out of the corner of his eye. Timo on the turret wasn't providing support. Instead, he was sitting on a cannon barrel, swinging his legs, as if watching a show with great interest. Zheng He immediately realized that Timo was not Xiao Genjin's ally. He continued to suppress his opponent, but in his mind he recalled the electromagnetic pulse self-destructing crystal core that Lu Feier had used to deal with the cyber siren. He maintained his relentless attack while privately messaging Lu Feier to inquire if the crystal cores could be crafted. Lu Feier replied that it was possible, but she was stuck in mid-air, unable to find the materials. Zheng He asked her to send him a list, and then discovered that he actually had all the necessary materials. After forcing Xiao Genjin back with a single axe blow, Zheng He activated the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse and quickly gathered the necessary materials. He then deliberately slowed his attack, fighting and retreating simultaneously, drawing the battlefield into the shadow of the stitched monster warship. Xiao Genjin, thinking Zheng He was exhausted, burst into wild laughter, threatening to skin him alive and leave the boat and its inhabitants behind. Zheng He silently retreated to Lu Feier's vicinity, deliberately staggering as he precisely tossed the parts to her feet with his left hand. Xiao Genjin was still mocking him for delivering the crew's belongings. But Lu Feier's hands, hidden in her sleeves, had already become blurry, unleashing her full level of Level 2 synthesis mastery. In just a few seconds, a crystal core wrapped in blue electric arcs took shape in her palm. Lu Feier stored the crystal core into the Divine Sea Spirit storage, secretly giving Zheng He a look. Zheng He suddenly stopped, looked up at Xiao Genjin, who thought he had victory in his grasp, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The sand exploded again in the next moment. Zheng He charged out at even faster speed. Xiao Genjin felt a fatal threat and hurriedly raised his heavy battle blade, gritting his teeth to prepare to take the blow head-on. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just before the collision, Zhang He suddenly paused, and instead of swinging his axe, he hurled a blue crystal core at Xiao Genjin's face with lightning speed. Xiao Genjin had no time to dodge and could only parry with his battle blade. The crystal core struck the blade, producing a crisp cracking sound. Immediately afterward, an invisible electromagnetic pulse burst out, and the blue energy membrane instantly twisted and collapsed. Xiao Genjin cried out in alarm, overwhelmed by a sense of weakness. It was too late to retreat. Zhang He's massive axe, brimming with power, followed closely, slamming heavily onto the battle blade and cracking his hand, sending the blade flying out of his grasp. The terrifying force forced Xiao Genjin to his knees, shattering his kneecaps. Zhang He remained expressionless, using the recoil from the axe blade to twist and slash back, a crimson arc of light flashing across the cold moonlight. With a soft thud, Xiao Genjin's head flew into the air, his face still frozen in horror and bewilderment. The headless corpse swayed, then crashed onto the beach, its gushing blood staining the earth crimson. Chapter 61. The little girl with twin braids boards the ship. Moonlight spilled onto the beach, where a headless corpse lay in a pool of blood. Xiao Genjin's head rolled several meters away, his eyes bulging. He died without understanding how, despite his cybernetic modifications, he had been killed by Zhang He with a single axe blow. Zhang He flicked away the blood from the axe blade, not even bothering to look at the corpse. Chen Dahai, in the distance, was drenched in cold sweat. Recalling the close-quarters combat earlier, he had actually thought he could have held his own against Zhang He. Now he realized that Zhang He hadn't used his true strength at all. If this guy had fought like that from the beginning, he probably would have split up with Xiao Genjin long ago, and his idea of reaping the benefits would have been completely gone. Zhang He carried the giant axe toward the warship, while Lu Feier was still suspended in midair by the mechanical arm. He leaped onto the deck, about to chop off the rusty mechanical arm with his axe, when suddenly a worried little voice came from above. "Wait a minute! Spare his arm!" Timo, the little girl with pigtails, stood in front of the control panel, jumping up and down in a panic. She wouldn't allow Zhang He to destroy her artwork, so she quickly crawled back to the control panel and frantically moved the joystick buttons. With a piercing metallic scraping sound, the robotic arm slowly descended, placing Lu Feier on the deck. As soon as the restraints were released, Lu Feier's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Zhang He stepped forward, picked her up, and turned to leave. Timo stopped him. She told Zhang He that the dead Xiao Genjin was the leader of the first group of the Black Shark Guild's firepower team, and that by killing him, Zhang He had made a blood feud with Black Shark. Zhang He didn't care. Only a few people had witnessed this scene on the beach. He could simply silence them all. Timo, however, shook his head seriously. They had transmitted the coordinates back to headquarters when they landed on the island, and the ship was equipped with a live tracking device. Xiao Genjin has been dead for so long, Black Shark must have already discovered him, and pursuers could arrive at any moment. Zhang He frowned. One Xiao Genjin was nothing, but if the enemy launched a fleet-wide barrage, he would have a hard time holding out. With Lu Feier still by their side, the most urgent task was to return to the Orca Clipper and use the newly acquired high-level cybernetic heart to repair the stealth field generator. Once the stealth field was restored, no one could find them after they disappeared into the sea. Zhang He quickened his pace, but Timo, with her short legs, caught up, pleadingly asking if they could walk together. Zhang He turned and looked her over. "Aren't you with them? Are we taking you back to be a tracking device?" Chen Dahai, who was bandaging his severed arm not far away, was an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Timo, his eyes red with anxiety, repeatedly explained that he was not one of Black Shark's people at all, but a mechanic who had been captured by them. Black Shark's original mechanic died in the fighting. They broke into the survivor's stronghold where Timo was located, and attracted by her manufacturing, repair, and modification abilities, they forcibly kidnapped her. At Black Shark, all she did every day was repair ships and modify weapons. If the foreman was in a bad mood, she would be starved and beaten. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing bruises and scars from soldering irons on her fair arms. Now that Xiao Genjin is dead, she is free, but she cannot survive alone at sea. Timo stared at Zhang He as if grasping at a last straw. "I'm a level 2 mechanical specialist. I can repair ships, build machinery, modify weapons and explosives, and even research and build the mechanical systems of the Atlantis civilization. Please take me with you. I could do any dirty or hard work. Chapter 62. The Ship That Eats Ships. With a mechanical expertise level 2, they could repair ships, build machinery, modify weapons, and even manufacture explosives and Atlantis-like machinery. Zheng, he was immediately captivated. This was practically the crew member of his dreams. He was worried about not having anyone to repair the stealth field generator. With a professional mechanic like Timo, warship upgrades, weapon modifications, and ammunition manufacturing could all be handled far more efficiently than if he tried to figure it out himself. Just then, a system notification sounded. The intention to accept a new crew member triggered a hidden mechanism of the ship's soul system. The new crew member must voluntarily sacrifice their own ship, which will be devoured and merged by Zheng He's vehicle, in order to gain the ship's soul's approval and officially board the ship. The grade, level, material, and special structure of the swallowed ships will all be transformed into the enhancement and mutation of the Orca Clippers. Zheng He glanced at the weakened Lu Feier, then looked at Timo with expectant eyes and told her in a deep voice, "If you want to board my ship, you have to let it devour your ship. Your Frankenstein's monster, exchange it for a ticket. Eat the boat." Timo was stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the stitched monster on the beach. The ship was old and ugly, but she had pieced it together herself, one piece at a time. Every steel plate and every wire contained her hard work. It was her only home in the apocalypse. Timo's eyes reddened, filled with reluctance. But she knew even more clearly that no matter how important a ship was, it couldn't compare to survival. Following Zheng, he meant at least she wouldn't go hungry and wouldn't be treated like livestock anymore. After struggling for a moment, she bit her lip and nodded firmly. "I do." Timo ran to the stitches-like creature, lay down on the rusty hull, and gently stroked it, as if saying goodbye to an old friend. A few minutes later, she took out a box full of tools and a canvas backpack and boarded the Orca Clipper with all her belongings. "Boss, it's done." Zheng He settled Lu Feier into the bedroom, walked to the bow of the ship, and with a thought said, "Ship's soul system, begin the fusion." A sudden humming sound erupted, and the Orca speedboat trembled violently. A ghostly blue flame ignited in the Orca eyes at the bow, and the seawater on either side surged wildly, forming a massive whirlpool. With a whoosh, the entire ship detached from the sea surface and hovered in midair. It no longer resembled an ordinary speedboat, but rather a living sea monster clad in steel armor. A whale's roar ripped through the night sky, and the ship's bow armor suddenly split open, revealing a monstrous maw that locked onto the stitched monster on the beach. A terrifying suction force erupted, forcibly pulling the stitched monster from the sand and sending it flying toward the maw. Steel plates twisted, parts flew off. That E-class warship was swallowed whole by the Orca like a biscuit. Crunching sounds came from the hull of the ship, leaving Chundahai and the others completely dumbfounded. A ship eating another ship? Even Zheng, he was stunned by the scene. The system's so-called fusion was nothing more than eating. Half a minute later, the friction sound stopped. The hovering killer whale speedboat, as if it had eaten its fill, once again emitted a ghostly blue light. With a series of creaks and groans, its hull stretched and widened wildly. Its keel grew unchecked, and its overall tonnage increased dramatically. The killer whale ramming head became even sharper, and a brand new aft deck appeared behind the main control room. The Frankenstein's monster's wide deck and stern were fully inherited, but the surface was covered with Orca crystal patterns. Timo's mechanic console was also transplanted, becoming more sophisticated and futuristic. As the light faded, a heavy Orca-shaped warship, blending deep-sea predator aesthetics with cyberpunk industrial style, hovered silently like a sea monster. It was more stable than before, and more like a true deep-sea predator. Chapter 63. Timo stared at the brand-new control panel, the sadness in her eyes instantly vanishing. She pounced on it, touching and tapping it, as excited as if she had discovered a treasure. She looked up at Zheng He and asked excitedly, "Captain, the fusion structure of this ship is simply a miracle. Can I take it apart to see the core?" Zheng He's eye twitched, and he warned her directly that if she dared to touch a single screw, he would throw her into the water to feed the fish. Timo pouted in grievance, but quickly became engrossed in studying the control panel, constantly muttering technical terms such as energy circuits and transmission efficiency. On the beach, Chundahai rubbed his eyes frantically and pinched himself hard. The pain told him that what was happening before his eyes was not a hallucination. He was so shocked that he exclaimed, "Holy crap," several times, then asked Shaoli to slap him to confirm. Shaoli gently touched him, but Chindahai didn't feel anything. Just as he was convinced he was dreaming, Lao Zhao slapped him. The slap sent Chindahai spinning in place, half his face instantly swelling up. Old Zhao, shaking his numb hand, asked him if he was awake. Chindahai, covering his face, finally came to terms with reality. While everyone was still questioning their existence, Timo and Lu Feier had already begun dismantling Xiao Ganjin's damaged Class D warship. Timo wielded a plasma-cutting saw, darting swiftly through the wreckage. The sturdy armor plates were like paper in her hands, cut, peeled, and dismantled with effortless ease. Lu Feier was in charge of sorting and counting, and the steel, parts, and crystal core fragments quickly piled up into a small mountain. Finally, she happily told Zheng He that the materials for the Level 7 upgrade had been gathered. Standing on the deck of the Orca warship, which had undergone a massive evolution and grown to an enormous size, Zheng He heard the notification that the vehicle materials were all gathered and began to plan the rest of the voyage. Meanwhile, hundreds of nautical miles away, the headquarters of the Black Shark Guild floated on the sea. A fleet of more than a dozen heavy cargo ships and warships resembled a slowly swimming steel behemoth. In the monitoring room of the cruiser's lower deck, the duty monitor was lounging in his chair, slacking off. The green dots on the screen represented the Black Shark Guild's ships scattered across the area. Suddenly, two sharp alarms blared. Startled, the monitor spilled his coffee and rushed to the control panel. On the big screen, the signals of number 014 Xiao Zhenjin and number 089 Timo first lit up red and then went out completely. He frantically tried to reconnect, but only received silence. The two ships weren't being interfered with. Rather, their signal transmission modules had been sabotaged, rendering even vital sign monitoring ineffective. The monitor turned pale and immediately pressed the red communication button that led directly to the top floor. The world of the Black Shark Guild had changed. 10 minutes later, in the conference room on the top floor of the fortress, several core senior executives sat around a long table, the atmosphere extremely tense. The vice president was a bald, one-eyed man with a face full of scars, his metal prosthetic eye glowing red. He announced in a deep voice that Xiao Zhenjin and the genius mechanic Timo had gone missing, and the signal transmitter had been destroyed. Everyone knew that Xiao Zhenjin wasn't just ordinary cannon fodder. He was the leader of the first firepower team. His ship was damaged after he led a robbery that morning, which is why the guild sent him to the resource island with Timo to gather materials for repairs. A battle maniac, plus Timo with a level 2 mechanical specialization. This combination should be enough to handle most dangers. The logistics supervisor tentatively speculated that the two might have conspired to destroy the signaling device and elope. The vice president laughed in exasperation, slamming his fist on the table and cursing him for being out of his mind. Everyone knew Xiao Genjin's personality. There was no way he would ever be interested in Timo, let alone elope with her. The skinny manager shrank back, no longer daring to speak. The probability of them eloping is 0. Chapter 64. Inside the Black Shark Guild's meeting room, the guild leader, who had been sitting at the head of the table with his eyes closed, finally spoke. He was toying with a high-level water-type crystal core, his tone unusually confident. Xiao Zhenjin is arrogant, but extremely dependent on the guild. He's a competent fighter, but not capable of handling the big picture. As the leader of the first firepower group, his equipment is among the best in the guild, especially his Atlantis energy armor, which is enough to withstand a fleet's concentrated fire for more than 10 minutes. But Xiao Zhenjin didn't even have time to send a distress signal before he and his boat completely lost contact. The guild leader threw the crystal core onto the table. The crisp sound of it hitting the table sent chills down everyone's spines. This only meant one thing. He had been instantly killed. The chairman immediately ordered someone to retrieve the last communication record. In the recording, Xiao Zhenjin excitedly reported the discovery of the new resource island, with a large warship anchored on the shore, clearly mistaking the island for easy prey. But the communication abruptly ended just after he finished saying he was going to make a fortune. The vice president sneered. Xiao Zhenjin had set his sights on his prey, only to be devoured by it. The group immediately began investigating nearby factions. Some suspected the Konglong Guild, but the guild leader immediately dismissed the claim. Those people were obsessed with building sea fortresses, acted conservatively, and never provoked trouble. Even if Xiao Jinjin really went to provoke them, they couldn't possibly have wiped them out so silently and instantly. As for the Never Air Force Guild, it only drew laughter from the entire room. Those anglers only care about schools of fish and fishing spots. They'd even trade vehicle boosters for traces of mutated tuna. Unless Xiao Jinjin grows scales and gills, they wouldn't give him a second glance. After ruling out the two eccentric large guilds, the answer seemed to be only one, Yulong Chuhai. This guild was notoriously obsessed with firepower, with its members frantically piling machine guns, cannons, missiles, and high-explosive torpedoes onto their ships. The vice president analyzed that only high-ranking officials of the Yulong Chuhai faction could arm themselves to that extent with the large combat ships Xiao Jinjin mentioned. It seemed Xiao Jinjin was tempted by the prospect of wealth, but ended up encountering even more formidable firepower and was instantly vaporized by a single shot. The gaunt manager cautiously suggested, could it be the work of solo players? The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted in even harsher laughter. The guild leader scoffed. In their eyes, solo players lacked resources, intelligence networks, and material supplies, making them utterly unworthy of challenging a guild. The vice president also asserted that even if a solo player were lucky enough to possess a high-level vehicle, without the guild's resources, they wouldn't be able to manufacture advanced armor-piercing rounds. A solo player could easily defeat Xiao Jinjin unless the system shuts down tomorrow. The Black Shark leadership ultimately concluded that this was a malicious attack orchestrated by Yulong Chuhai. The chairman immediately ordered 2 high-speed reconnaissance ships to be dispatched to the coordinates to collect wreckage and confirm the trajectory of the projectiles. If Yulong Chuhai was indeed responsible, their medium-sized oil field under development would be destroyed. The Black Shark fleet began operations. Meanwhile, Zheng He, the lone wolf they deemed utterly hopeless, was sitting in the control room of the fully fused Orca warship when he suddenly sneezed violently. Zheng He rubbed his nose and looked through the reinforced glass. The warship on the beach had been reduced to a skeleton by Timo. Timo, his phone smeared with oil, ran up to the deck, excitedly reporting that all the materials had been stored in Feyer's divine sea spirit storage. Looking at the mountain of high-level materials piled up in the warehouse, Zheng He started the engine of the Orca warship and said only one sentence. Let's get down to business. Chapter 65, A Priceless Gift. Zheng He did not intend to stay on the island for long. The Black Shark Guild had lost its ace fighter and would surely retaliate. Before the concealment field was repaired, he had to get away from this area as soon as possible. The Orca warship roared, tearing through the sea and speeding away into the distance. The ship was massive yet stable. Having just emerged from a bloody battle, the silence in the control room felt almost unreal. The 3 were already starving. Timo, however, seemed to have discovered a treasure, running around the newly refurbished warship, his eyes shining as he stared at the wiring and control panel, constantly muttering about the energy pipelines, module interfaces, and fire control system. Seeing that she was engrossed in the activity, Zheng He told her and Lu Feier to go take a shower and change clothes first, while he stayed in the control room to keep watch. Lu Feier pulled Timo into the cabin. She didn't hold much resentment towards the little girl who had once kidnapped her. In the bathroom, the hot water washed away the sweat and grease, allowing Timo's pent-up frustration to finally erupt. After being kidnapped by the Black Shark Guild, she was nothing more than a repair tool, facing only spare parts, scolding, and beatings. A hot shower had become a luxury. After showering, Timo changed into Lu Feier's loose pajamas. The clothes hung loosely on her petite frame, and the pant legs were rolled up several times, making her look like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. When Zheng He came out after washing up, the cabin was already filled with the aroma of food. Lu Feier laid out a table of seafood: steamed grouper, mutated tuna sashimi, stir-fried crab legs, and a pot of milky white and fragrant fish head soup. The 3 of them stopped being polite and started eating right away. After a seafood feast, the fatigue from the battle was swept away. After eating and drinking his fill, Zheng He retrieved the damaged Atlan T7 miniature stealth force field generator. The silver-white metal sphere was covered in cracks, and the energy indicator light was already off. Timo, can this thing be repaired? Timo immediately moved closer, closed his eyes, and sensed for a moment, quickly constructing its internal structure in his mind. It could be repaired. The main body is fine, but the energy circuit is burned out and some components are damaged. The most critical issue is that it is missing a cyber core to serve as the energy hub. This result was consistent with the hint from Poseidon's vision. Zhang He was about to take out the cyber core that he had snatched from Chandahai when Timo suddenly became coy, tightly twisting the hem of his pajamas with both hands, his cheeks turning bright red. "Captain, I have a gift for you." Lu Feier paused in her work of clearing the dishes, her gaze involuntarily falling on Timo. Upon hearing the most precious thing dedicated to the captain, a jumble of chaotic images flashed through her mind, and her expression became unnatural. Zhang He was also somewhat stunned. Timo, however, seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly raised his head. "Captain, please accept my offer." She opened her palm, and there lay a rhomboid crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. The crystal shimmered with a soft blue light, and countless stars seemed to be spinning rapidly inside. Its astonishing energy could be felt even through the air. "My little May has been swallowed up by the orca, and everything on the ship is the captain's spoils. This is little May's former power core, and it's my most valuable possession." It turns out that the Frankenstein's monster warship was called May. Timo handed the crystal to Zhang He, his eyes clear and resolute. "It's called Hummingbird, and it's a high-level cyber core." Chapter 66, A Little Tune About Couplers. Lu Feier's face flushed red to her ears. Zhang He then realized that the high-level Hummingbird cyber core that Timo offered was not for any other reason than to be her most precious possession. Looking into Timo's innocent eyes, Zhang He's heart softened. This girl had escaped from Black Shark and suffered countless torments, yet she was still willing to place all her trust in him. He didn't take the core, but simply ruffled her wet hair. "Once you're on my ship, you're one of us. Your things are still yours." Timo stubbornly shook his head, saying that Xiao Mei was gone, and everything she had was given to her by Zhang He. If she didn't accept the core, she would feel guilty for eating and drinking for free. Zhang He was amused and finally agreed to consider the core as part of his investment. He pushed the damaged stealth force field generator over, promising to give her the credit after it was repaired, and even appointed her as the chief mechanic on spot. Timo's eyes lit up immediately, and she patted her chest to guarantee that she would complete the task. The three entered the newly renovated cockpit. Zhang He retrieved parts and high-purity metal from the divine sea spirit storage. Timo inspected them, but made a strange request. To improve the success rate of repairs, background music had to be played. Zhang He casually opened the music library, and a cheerful yet somewhat comical electronic song began to play, titled Coupler's Little Tune. Lu Feier couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Timo instantly got into the zone, lining up his tools on the table. She used an energy crowbar to dismantle the generator's casing. The internal wiring was charred black, and all the key components were twisted. But Timo's hands flew, probing wires, repairing with a soldering torch, and replacing parts with nanoclamps. Her movements were so fast they left afterimages. Lu Feier stared in disbelief, while Zhang He was even more satisfied. The Level 2 mechanical specialization had indeed paid off. Timo suddenly demanded a superalloy plate, and Lu Feier immediately threw high-grade ore into the synthesis matrix, instantly creating a dark gold plate. Timo took the sheet metal and quickly crafted a new outer shell. Finally, she solemnly picked up the Hummingbird core and pushed it into the generator's energy center. A deep hum resounded, and azure energy instantly filled all the circuits. The dormant components lit up one after another. Timo snapped his fingers, snapped the super alloy casing shut, and the Atlantean T7 miniature stealth field generator was fully revived. The dark gold casing was engraved with ancient runes, and the Hummingbird core inside the transparent window pulsed with a ghostly blue light. All done. Timo wiped his sweat, his face full of anticipation for praise. Zhang He weighed the generator in his hand. It was brimming with energy, but he still needed to test it. He told Timo to start it up at any time. Then he climbed over the railing and plunged into the dark depths of the sea. Zhang He swam to a distance of 200 meters, then continued to retreat. 300 meters, 400 meters, and almost 500 meters away, Timo on the deck gave him the start signal. The next second, a scene he would never forget happened. Chapter 67: Atlantis' Cutting-Edge Technology. The concealment field spread silently, and the nearly transparent dark barrier instantly enveloped the Orca warship. There was no blinding light, only a slight distortion of the air, and the massive steel warship melted away into the night sky, leaving only undulating waves on the sea surface. Zheng, he floated on the sea, watching the warship vanish into thin air. He immediately activated Sea God's vision. Schools of fish, islands, and wooden barrels on the sea surface were all clearly visible, but the area where the Orca warship had been was completely blank, as if it had never existed. He swam towards the location he remembered, only to bump into an invisible wall. The force was gentle yet irresistible. The further he pushed his fingers against the barrier, the greater the resistance became, like sinking into high-density gel. This force field not only concealed the ship and its signals, but it also provided physical defense. This is absolutely a divine artifact. With it, unless the enemy comes face to face, finding the black shark guild in the vast ocean is like finding a needle in a haystack. As long as they remain calm, they can gain a significant advantage in this area. On the deck, Lu Feier and Timo could see Zheng He's head dozens of meters away, like a coconut bobbing on the waves. They called out several times, but Zheng He didn't respond. They could only open their system messages and ask Timo to disable the force field. A low-frequency electronic sound swept across the sea, the invisible curtain was torn down, and the Orca warship reappeared from the void. Zheng He swam back to the ship and confirmed that those outside could neither see nor hear anything inside, while those inside the ship could observe the outside world without any obstruction. Timo added that the concealment radius centered on the generator was approximately 100 meters. Zheng He was thrilled. The value of this Atlantean black technology far surpassed that of a few guns and cannons. The enemy was in the open, while they were in the shadows. As long as they didn't take unnecessary risks, they were the most troublesome force at sea. Zheng He used Poseidon's vision to survey the nearby reefs and chose a concave seabed with gentle currents and 3 sides surrounded by reefs to anchor. After a day of fighting, the 3 were exhausted, and the upgraded living quarters of the warship were comfortable enough. A large double bed sat in the center of the master bedroom. Lu Feier was struggling to find a place for Timo, but Timo's eyes lit up as she stared at the brand-new control panel, refusing to go to the second bedroom. For her, the smell of engine oil, the sound of gears, and the vibrations of the reactor were the best sleeping environment. The little girl waved a wrench and said good night before disappearing into the control room and locking the door. Only Zheng He and Lu Feier remained in the main cabin. When he asked her questions, Lu Feier lowered her head shyly. But an hour later, the two simply fell asleep in each other's arms, utterly exhausted. At the same time, dozens of nautical miles away, Chun Dahai lay sprawled on the side of the speedboat, looking as wretched as a dead fish about to float belly up. His teammates arrived on the beach and, seeing his body covered in wounds and his arm in a sling, asked him in shock if he had been bitten by a sea monster. Chun Dahai muttered a weak curse and told someone to hurry up and take him back. Today he had first suffered a setback in the mine, then been beaten up on the beach by Xiao Zhenjin, and almost lost his life. If Zheng He hadn't suddenly intervened, he would have died on the island long ago. Back on the ship, Chun Dahai smelled the aroma of food and grabbed a piece of mutated seabird meat, wolfing it down, even chewing the bones. Only after eating half a pot of seafood stew and drinking 2 cups of fresh water did he resume his boss-like demeanor. He wiped his oily hands, crossed his legs, and said while picking his teeth, "Today's island exploration, although it had a few minor setbacks, achieved its strategic objectives." Chapter 68: Chun Dahai's Composed Pretense. The underlings immediately chimed in. Chun Dahai clicked his tongue and said that he had indeed discovered a talent, a solo player named Zheng He, who had some guts and whose skills were decent. Old Zhao handed Chun Dahai a crumpled cigarette. Chun Dahai, exhaling smoke rings, said with feigned profundity that he had already extended an olive branch to Zheng He. In a moment of urgency, he had even casually gifted him a piece of cybernetic core, a high-end one at that. The underling immediately flattered Brother Hai for his generosity. Chun Dahai scoffed, saying that recruiting people required a combination of kindness and severity. Zheng He had taken the bribe, and as long as he was of sound mind, he had to accept the favor. Next time they met, He would recruit the men directly to scout ahead and clean up the mess. He desperately needed these kinds of dirty handling subordinates. Old Zhao was somewhat worried. Zheng Yi's ship was quite large and had an unusual design. It might not be willing to yield. Chen Dahai immediately slammed his fist on the table and cursed. What's the use of a big ship? He went up and saw clearly that Zheng Yi's ship was only equipped with a heavy crossbow at the bow. He grew more and more excited as he spoke, his face full of disdain. We're all in cyberpunk now, and they're still using crossbows to shoot sea monsters? It's ridiculous. He walked to the ship's side, patted the armor of his Class D armed yacht, and pointed to the submachine gun barrel at the bow. Times have changed. Firearms are the only true weapon. Rate of fire, penetration, and firepower suppression. We can crush them in every way. If a real fight breaks out, one burst from my magazine will turn their crappy ship into a honeycomb. His underlings were fired up by his words, and flattery poured in, with everyone shouting that they wanted to live a life of luxury under Brother Hai's wing. Chen Dahai enjoyed the praise, and the resentment in his heart vanished. He could even imagine Zheng Yi bowing and scraping to him the next time they met. Drip, drip, drip. A piercing alarm suddenly blared in the cockpit, and red lights flashed wildly. The teammate in charge of radar scrambled out, his face pale. Brother Hai, the radar has detected 2 red dots, approaching at full speed. Chen Dahai grabbed his collar, demanding to know what had happened, before rushing into the cockpit. On the screen, 2 red dots with long trails were cutting straight towards the island waters. The violent power signature made cold sweat instantly break out on his forehead. Combat sheep. A deathly silence fell over the cabin. Old Zhao nervously asked if they could fight, but Chen Dahai forced himself to remain calm, saying that speed didn't equate to firepower. Both of their ships were carrying live ammunition. The enemy was probably just fast and might not be equipped with decent weapons. The crowd was skeptical, but at his command, they began preparing for battle. Chen Dahai stood at the bow, toying with a machine gun. In the past few days, it had killed low-level sea monsters and driven away rafts and sampans, earning many merits. He patted the gun barrel and whispered to his old buddy to smash those 2 iron-hulled ships to pieces tonight. As the warships drew near, Chen Dahai raised his high-powered binoculars, and his heart clenched at the sight of them. 2 sleek, matte black warships cleaved through the waves, their sloping armor gleaming coldly, and twin electromagnetic pulse naval guns prominently mounted on their bows. Above the bridge, the mechanical black shark emblem with its gaping maw completely shattered his confidence. Black Shark Guild. On the left deck of the Bonebreaker, a crew-cut man in a dark red combat suit stood facing the wind. His right arm was a mechanical prosthetic with eerie blue arcs of electricity flickering among the exposed cables. He was Guangxi, an elite clerk from the Black Shark Guild, a metal manipulation specialist. He inquired about the results of the life perception. Night Owl, wearing tactical goggles, stared at the floating screen and coldly replied, Xiao Jinjin and Timo's life spectra disappeared at this coordinate. Anyone who dares to kill Black Shark, no matter who they are, must die. Raptor clenched its mechanical fist and ordered the detection power to be pushed to the limit. Night Owl quickly locked onto its targets. At the 10 o'clock position, behind the reef were several rats, a Tier 5 Class D combat yacht, a Tier 4 Class D armed fishing boat, and a Tier 4 Class E transport ship. A cruel glint appeared in the rhinoceros's eyes as he licked his chapped lips. Perfect opportunity to loosen up my bones. Full speed ahead. Chapter 69. Sitting on a boat, a pot falls from the sky. Chen Dahai hid behind the rocks, desperately praying that the 2 plague-like figures would leave quickly. Suddenly, a searchlight swept across the area, locking onto his boat, and a piercing alarm instantly blared across the sea. The cockpit was flashing red lights, and the cold broadcast repeatedly blared. They had been locked onto by the Black Shark Guild. Everyone must immediately go up to the deck, hand over the murderers of Xiao Jinjin and Timo, and face guild trial. The underlings who had just been praising Hai Ji's prowess were completely dumbfounded, not even noticing the roasted bird leg they were holding fall to the ground. Chen Dahai's legs went weak, and he only managed to stay upright by holding onto the machine gun. The Black Shark Guild. They're ruthless killers who don't blink an eye. Chen Dahai looked at the 2 heavily armed warships opposite him, then at his own prized machine gun, and suddenly wanted to slap himself. But his survival instincts quickly brought him back to his senses. The other party was looking for the person who killed Xiao, Jinjin, and Timo, but he had almost been killed by Xiao Jinjin. Black Shark had the wrong person. He absolutely couldn't take the blame for this fall from the sky. Chen Dahai forced himself to stand up straight, turned on the megaphone, and put on a calm demeanor. Which brothers on the other side? I am Chen Dahai, the third leader of the Yulong Chuhai fleet. The fleet has just docked for rest. May I ask what brings you here so late at night? In desperation, he directly raised the banner of dragon soaring to the sea. On the shattered bone, Mad Rhino's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing the name. Night Owl, after pulling up the yacht's data, sneered, a D-class hull, one modified machine gun. They don't have the ability to kill Xiao Jinjin instantly. Quan Shi was still scrutinizing him, asking why he had come here so late at night. Chen Dahai immediately made up an excuse, saying that the guild had received news that a rare mineral vein had appeared in this sea area, and he had been ordered to lead a team to explore it. He added that he witnessed a fierce battle on the beach before reaching the shore and wanted to help, but the boat's power was too weak. By the time he rounded the reef and reached the shallows, the fight was already over. He also deliberately lamented that Yulong Chuhai didn't want to antagonize other forces, but the murderers were too ruthless and had no bottom line. This statement portrayed him as a weak but righteous bystander, implying that Black Shark, while not wanting to cause trouble, was not afraid of it either. Mad Rhino and Night Owl exchanged a glance, completely taken aback by his rhetoric. The owl pressed on coldly. Did you see the killer's boat? Which way did they run off to? Chen Dahai was overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to recall for a long time, then pointed in the direction Zheng he had retreated. I saw it. That ship is ridiculously fast, and it's as big as a sea monster. It disappeared after it darted out from behind the island. It's definitely a heavily modified ship. If you want to chase it, you'd better hurry. Quan Shi fell into deep thought. The higher-ups believed Yulong Chuhai was the murderer, but the person in front of them wasn't strong enough, yet he had proactively confessed and enthusiastically given directions. There are only two possibilities. Chen Dahai is lying and is either the murderer or an accomplice, or what he said is true and the real murderer deliberately left the clue of dragon leaving the sea to frame the two major guilds and provoke a conflict. In comparison, the second possibility is clearly more likely. Chapter 70, The Uninvited Guest. Mad Rhino looked at Night Owl, who swiped off the scanning panel and coldly decided, pursue. There's no point in wasting time with these small fry. Find the real culprit first. Without solid evidence, there's no need to break ties with Wandering Dragon at sea. Quan Shi immediately contacted Chen Dahai, temporarily suppressing his murderous intent. We will verify the clues you provided. If you dare to lie to me, no one can protect you. Chen Dahai quickly swore an oath, guaranteeing that the information was absolutely true. With a command from Mad Rhinoceros, the shattered bone and sharp teeth went into full power. The two heavily armed warships stirred up towering white waves and sped toward the direction Chen Dahai had pointed out, the red dots on the radar quickly disappearing. After the alarm was lifted, Chen Dahai felt completely drained and slumped onto the deck, his back soaked in cold sweat. He had only managed to escape death by spouting nonsense. The way his underlings looked at him completely changed. Facing the two elite Black Shark warships, Chen Dahai had actually managed to fool them away. In their eyes, this was already a master-level operation. Old Zhao trembled as he offered Chen Dahai a cigarette. Chen Dahai took a deep drag to calm his wildly beating heart. He forced a shout and yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Weigh anchor, get out of this godforsaken place right now." He didn't want to stay a second longer. As for Zheng He, a sinister glint flashed in Chen Dahai's eyes. In this chaotic world, using others to do one's dirty work was the safest way to survive. The Bonebreaker and the Teeth raced across the sea. Black sharks became the rule of these waters only because they abandoned all moral boundaries earlier than anyone else. Black Shark's guild leader was originally a ruthless character skilled at manipulating people's hearts. He didn't build an ordinary guild, but a pyramid scheme for reaping resources. The most ruthless people enjoyed the best resources, while the weak were trampled underfoot. Mad Rhino admires Black Shark's ways. His superpower is metal manipulation. In his eyes, other people's warships are merely materials to be dismantled. Murder and robbery are not crimes here, but honors. Night Owl possesses a rare sensory specialization, capable of scanning vital signs, making him the guild's top hunting dog. The two, one primarily attacking and the other locating enemies, earned their reputation as a deadly duo, trampling over the corpses of countless players. But Night Owl suddenly frowned. The direction is right, but the life remaining in that sea area is too weak. It doesn't seem like there are high-energy beings hiding there. Guangxi didn't care. The strategists all say it was Yulong Chuhai who did it. So let's go and see for ourselves. If we make any unexpected discoveries, it'll shut them up. The Orca warship was anchored in the reef area, and the interior was quiet. Timo was fast asleep, clutching the super alloy plate. The continuous high-intensity combat had completely exhausted her. In the master bedroom, Zheng, he held Lu Feier in his arms. The current gently lapped against the hull, and the person in his arms breathed steadily. This rare tranquility was shattered completely in the next second. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm blared throughout the cabin. This was no ordinary warning. It was the highest threat alert automatically detected by the mutated sonar. Zheng, he instantly sprang to his feet, and Lu Feier also woke up with a start. Stay in the room and don't move, Zheng, he said, then rushed barefoot towards the cockpit. The interface was filled with red warnings, and a mechanical voice kept repeating. Warning. High-energy reaction target detected. Target is approaching at high speed. Zheng, he stared at the radar. Beyond the green representing the Orca warship, two huge red dots were hurtling straight toward them. Their target was clear. It was them. Analysis data pops up at the bottom of the screen. Target identified. Two heavily armored assault ships. Threat level. Extremely dangerous. Weapons system detected. Heavy twin-mounted electromagnetic pulse naval gun. Chapter 71, The True Face of the Night Owl. Electromagnetic pulse naval guns are no mere decorations. One shot can paralyze the entire ship's electronic systems, turning it into a veritable iron coffin at sea. Zheng, he stared at the two approaching red dots on the radar, a chill running down his spine. They were clearly coming to annihilate them. Timo was awakened by the alarm, and his expression changed instantly when he saw the ship model on the screen. It was the most troublesome combination from the Black Shark Guild, Mad Rhino's Bonebreaker and Night Owl's Fong, nicknamed the Deadly Couple. The rhinoceros excels in metal manipulation. The Bonebreaker is made entirely of high-grade alloys, specifically designed to smash enemies at close range. The Night Owl, on the other hand, specializes in perception. The Sharpteeth's long-range firepower system is deeply integrated with her senses, giving her exceptional enemy detection capabilities. More importantly, both ships were personally modified by Timo as a pledge of loyalty when she joined Black Shark. She knew that the Bonebreaker was too heavy, and the engine room vents were a fatal weakness. As long as Night Owl was disturbed, the Teeth's cannon fire would lose its target. Zheng, he quickly made a judgment. The Orca warship's chances of winning in a direct confrontation with two heavily armored assault ships were too low, and it might also expose its concealment field. Since Timo possessed the intelligence, it would be better to utilize the information gap and test the effects of Atlantis' advanced technology. On the Black Sea, inside the bridge of the USS Gear, Night Owl closed her eyes, her senses spreading out like an invisible net. The undercurrents, schools of fish, and creatures beneath the reefs were all clearly imprinted in her mind, yet the sea ahead was eerily clean. Raptor was growing impatient and suspected the intelligence was faulty. Night Owl, however, confirmed the course was correct, but couldn't detect the target at all. The two heavily armed ships continued their high-speed journey towards the Orca warship's original anchorage coordinates. Zheng, he activated the concealment field, silently maneuvering the Orca warship to veer off course and maintain a distance of nearly a kilometer from the enemy ship. But just as the ship moved, Night Owl suddenly opened his eyes and detected a faint spatial fluctuation. Stop the ship. The Bonebreaker came to a sudden stop, and Raptor nearly crashed into the control panel, cursing loudly. Night Owl, however, rushed to the lookout tower, repeatedly scanning the sea with binoculars. All he saw was darkness and waves. The radar showed nothing unusual. Night Owl suspected she was overexerting herself and had mistaken the slight fluctuation for an illusion. Frustrated, she rubbed her temples and ultimately had no choice but to order the two warships to continue moving forward. On the deck of the Orca warship, Zheng He and his two companions watched as two steel behemoths swept past. The opposing ship was brightly lit, and the figures on the deck could even be seen, Yet they were completely unaware of the orca warship so close at hand. Timo excitedly grabbed Zheng He's arm. The concealment field had actually fooled Night Owl's senses. Zheng He also fully realized that this Atlantis technology was their trump card for survival in the Black Sea. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Feier suddenly trembled violently, covering her mouth tightly, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing. A system warning popped up, and her SAN value plummeted to 45, even more severe than her last thalassophobia attack. Zheng He quickly supported her, but Lu Feier couldn't speak. She could only point tremblingly towards the observation deck of the Sharp Teeth, tears streaming down her face. There stood a woman in a black shark uniform. Night Owl. Zheng He followed her hand and saw Lu Feier's teeth chattering as she squeezed out a name from her throat. Lin Shuang. Zheng He's pupils constricted sharply. The woman who had pushed her best friend overboard on the cruise ship was none other than Night Owl. Chapter 72. No comparison, no harm. Lin Shuang. The two words were squeezed out of Lu Feier's throat, trembling uncontrollably. Zheng He's heart sank. Without asking any questions, he pulled her tightly into his arms, using his body heat to soothe her cold, trembling body. Lu Feier gripped his clothes tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. It wasn't just a normal loss of control. It was an explosion of hatred and fear. Timo stood beside her, completely bewildered by what was happening. Only feeling the oppressive atmosphere on the deck was suffocating. What a small world. Zheng He patted Lu Feier on the back, but his gaze was fixed on the sharp teeth in the distance. He could imagine how desperate Lu Feier must have felt when her so-called best friend pushed her onto the cruise ship, and now the person who pushed her into the abyss was right in front of him. A murderous intent surged within Zheng He, but he forcefully suppressed it. No matter how powerful the orca warship was, it couldn't possibly withstand two heavily armed raiding ships head-on. This was a sea that devoured men. Impulsiveness would only lead to death. On the observation deck of the Raptor, Night Owl Lin Shuang lowered her binoculars, her face grim. The unusual feeling she had just experienced was too real, as if some enormous creature was lurking beneath the surface of the sea. Yet her repeated checks revealed no anomalies in the radar or thermal readings. She even pushed her senses to the limit, but still found nothing. Lin Shuang rubbed her temples, wondering if it was just a mental illusion caused by too many tasks and mental fatigue. Back in the cockpit, she connected to the shattered bone channel. Raptor impatiently asked if she had spotted anything. Lin Shuang coldly replied that there was nothing unusual in this area, the target should still be ahead, and to continue the pursuit. Quan Shi cursed a few times and suggested finding a place to rest first, and then going to capture the people after recovering. Lin Shuang, however, refused outright. Since they were already out, they had to act quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. With communications cut off, the two heavily armed raiding ships roared to life, whipping up huge waves as they sped off in the direction Qindahai had indicated. Only when the red on the radar gradually disappeared into the distance did Zheng He's tense nerves relax slightly. Lu Feier had stopped trembling, but still buried her face in his chest. Zheng He whispered to her that the person was gone. She didn't answer, only gripped his clothes tighter. Zheng He didn't say anything more. Some wounds, in the end, could only be left to time. Timo cautiously approached and asked how long the concealment field could last. Zheng He glanced at the control panel. The high-level cyber core had ample energy reserves, let alone temporarily evade capture. It wouldn't be a problem for them to remain hidden in this area for several days. But Zheng He felt no relief. The menacing ram of the shattered bone and the dense cannons of the sharp teeth kept flashing through his mind. Without comparison, there is no harm. He had to admit that he was provoked by those two warships. Raptor and Night Owl started with high-level vehicles and, with the Black Shark Gill by their side, received unlimited resources, resulting in astonishingly fast leveling speeds. In contrast, Zheng He, despite having the orca warship and Atlantis' advanced technology, was always fighting alone. This time, they escaped the pursuit thanks to the information gap. But what about next time? If the opponent has stronger perception capabilities, or simply bombards the entire sea area with overwhelming firepower, he might be able to save his life with the blessing of the sea god. But what will Lu Feier and Timo do then? One person's strength is ultimately limited. Zheng He gazed at the dark sea, his eyes gradually darkening. Perhaps he shouldn't just think about joining a guild, but should build his own power. A steel fortress that allows Lu Feier to take revenge herself, allows Timo to build mechs with peace of mind, and allows the homeless to have a foothold in this sea of despair. Once this thought arises, it can never be extinguished. Chapter 73. Growing bigger and stronger, creating new glory. The two red dots on the radar disappeared completely. The Orca warship, hidden in the shadow of the reef, resembled a lurking beast, its very presence concealed. The suffocating, oppressive feeling in the cabin finally dissipated. After the two killers left, silence fell over the cockpit. Timo huddled in a corner, frantically updating the energy readings of the concealment field. Lu Feier remained nestled in Zhang He's arms. Her trembling subsided, but she refused to look up. Zhang He gently patted her back, carried her back to the bedroom, and tucked her in. At this moment, no amount of comfort would help. Being by her side was the best reassurance. Only after Lu Feier had fallen asleep did he quietly return to the cockpit and lock the door. Leaning against the cold bulkhead, Zhang He let out a long breath. This brush with death served as a wake-up call for him. On this man-eating sea, falling behind was not just a matter of being attacked, but of losing one's life. He opened the Divine Sea Spirit storage, inside which were several bottles of Tier 2 potions gleaming with a faint blue light. These were all valuable items obtained from opening chests in the Shura field, but the requirement for consuming Tier 2 agility potions was at least 15 points in one's attribute. Zhang He pulled up his stat panel. Strength 16, Agility 11, Constitution 12, Spirit 11. Except for Strength, which was barely above the passing grade, all the others were insufficient. Relying directly on second-tier potions to become stronger was simply unrealistic. He could only turn his attention to the remaining first-tier potion, intending to address his weaknesses first. However, taking the medicine continuously in a short period of time would also have deadly side effects. He still remembered the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart and reassembled last time, and the subsequent period of weakness was even more agonizing. Although the Black Shark Guild has left, no one can guarantee they won't return. And Chindahai is undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, plotting his next move. Zhang He decided to find an absolutely safe opportunity to take the medicine and push his attributes above 15 points. Before that, the most important thing is to upgrade the Orca warship. Vehicles are the foundation for their survival on this sea. After a night of exhaustion, Lu Feier slept soundly. When she woke up in the morning and found Zhang He not beside her, she immediately rushed out of the bedroom. Inside the cockpit, Zhang He was leaning against the commander's seat, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly resting. He checked the crew panel. Lu Feier's Isayan value had recovered from the dangerous 40-something last night to 75. Confirming she hadn't suffered any serious trauma, Zhang He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Timo, meanwhile, had already crawled into the lower level to tinker with her engine. After the three of them ate the compressed biscuits, Zhang He called a meeting with the other two. He planned to concentrate resources on upgrading the Orca warship to level 7, and then focus on taking the medicine to break through to the next level once its firepower and armor were improved. Lu Feier stated directly that she would stay by Zhang He's side every step of the way while he took his medication. Timo also waved her little wrench, guaranteeing that anyone who wanted to harm Zhang, he would have to get past her first. Then, Timo proposed a bold plan. She would use high-grade alloys to create a safe haven for the supplements, complete with shock-absorbing pads, energy conduit arrays, independent shields, and medical monitoring devices, ensuring Zhang He's absolute safety when taking medication. Zhang He was stunned. He just wanted to find a place to take drugs, but Timo had designed a safe house comparable to a luxury medical pod. He realized once again that professional tasks must be left to professionals. Going it alone was ultimately too difficult. An idea took root in his mind. He wanted to build a guild, recruit talented people from all walks of life, grow bigger and stronger, and create new glories. But he also understood that he couldn't openly recruit people on the regional channel. What he did might not attract talented people, but rather sharks that came just because they smelled him. Hiring people haphazardly was too inefficient, and Zhang He fell into deep thought. It wasn't until Timo brought him back to his senses that he slapped his thigh and decided to build the safe house according to her plan first, and he would take care of the material shortage. All right, enough chit-chat. Zhang He stood up and rubbed his hands together. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to get down to business. Today, let's tackle the first important matter. He led the two women onto the deck. The sea breeze was blowing, and the morning light was just right. Zheng, he stood at the bow of the ship, grinning. Get ready. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. With a thought, he directly opened the upgrade panel of the Orca warship. Chapter 74, Hello, Shadow Whale. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng He's thoughts entered the system, and a dark blue light screen unfolded in front of the three of them, displaying all the data of the Orca warship. He stared intently at the bottom of the panel, where all the materials needed for the vehicle upgrade were highlighted in green as collected. The upgrade was a sure thing, but then a line of purple text popped up below the list. High-level biological materials detected, enabling sea spirit fusion. The genes of mutated sea beasts can be grafted onto warships. This kind of enhancement is not to be missed. But before Zheng, he could even rejoice, an orange notification appeared below the purple text. A crew member with mechanical expertise has been detected, triggering resonance and unlocking the hidden option, Mechanic's Blessing. Crew specialization can actually be linked to warship upgrades. Zheng, he immediately looked at Timo. The only mechanic on the ship was this little girl. Timo looked bewildered. She had only ever been on Little Beauty before and had never been a crew member on anyone else's ship. She guessed that perhaps her specialization level was too high, which was why she had resonated with the Orca warship. Zheng He and Lu Feier exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. They had really struck gold this time. Timo even patted her chest and assured them that she would never let them down if they needed her for leveling up. Zheng He immediately finalized the plan. First, he would use high-grade materials to fuse with the sea spirit, laying a biological foundation for the warship, and then use the Mechanic's Blessing for a second modification. He wanted both biotechnology and mechanical enhancement. He opened the sea spirit fusion and, without hesitation, put in the crystal core he had been treasuring for a long time. Second-tier mutant void shadow squid, peak, core crystal. The void shadow squid inhabits the dark zone of the deep sea year-round, possessing the talents of blurring light and shadow, swimming silently, and being shielded by magnetic fields. It moves through the sea without leaving ripples, blending into the shadows and avoiding the sonar of most creatures. If it is used to enhance the Orca and combined with Atlantis' concealment force field generator, Zheng, he can almost be certain that as long as they do not want to show themselves, no one on the high seas will be able to easily detect them. Get ready. The time has come to witness a miracle. As the landing was confirmed, a deep hum reverberated from deep within the ship. A ghostly blue aura spread from the cockpit, instantly enveloping the entire Orca warship. Without drastic reconstruction, the warship, now incorporating Xiao Mei, slowly absorbed the power of the shadow squid, much like a whale devouring a crystal core. The hull visibly expanded, its lines becoming increasingly smooth and elongated, and the traces of its previous splicing completely disappeared. The most striking feature is the outer armor. Faint, dark blue patterns emerge from the solid Orca bone armor, resembling the fins of a swimming squid. The whalebone patterns on the hull become ethereal and hazy. The entire ship still resembles an Orca, yet it looks like a ghost emerging from the abyss. Sea Spirit fusion completed. LV.6 Orca Seabreaker warship LV.7 Shadow Whale. Gain new core ability, Shadow Stealth. The new ability includes 5 effects. Waveless drift can eliminate water waves and engine noise, allowing for a silent approach. And Sea Shadow Blur can blend the ship into the shadows of the deep sea, dense fog, and rainy nights. Sonar shielding can distort the scans of enemy sea monsters, conventional sonar, and crystal core detectors, turning the Shadow Whale into a chaotic background. Dark domain navigation, on the other hand, can expand the field of vision in the lightless deep sea, allowing the vessel to see its route without the need for lights. The final ship's soul symbiosis grants Zheng He some concealment, allows him to share the warship's dark domain vision, and enables him to conceal his own aura, no longer easily attracting low-level sea beasts. Lu Feier stared at the light screen, completely stunned. These abilities were practically tailor-made for assassination, sneak attacks, and escape. Zheng He's heart raced. Enemies relying on sonar and sentry posts for reconnaissance would be blind and deaf in the face of the Shadow Whale. Coupled with its existing reconnaissance, assault, and sea-resistant capabilities, This ship finally had no weaknesses. Capable of enduring, fighting, escaping, and even ambushing, the Orca warship has completely transformed into a deep-sea killing machine. But the real show has only just begun. Zhang, he suddenly looked up and stared intently at the orange button that was still flashing on the panel. The Mechanic's Blessing. Chapter 75, The Mechanic's Blessing. Zhang, he pressed the orange button without hesitation. A warm orange light poured down from the panel, enveloping Timo. The little girl trembled slightly, then squinted comfortably, as if she had established a wonderful resonance with the entire shadow whale. Crew member Timo has been detected to possess mechanical mastery LV.2, deeply resonating with the ship's soul system. The Mechanic's Blessing has been activated. Please select the direction of your blessing. 3 options emerged: hull structure optimization, hull weapon configuration, and hull function modification. The shadow whale has just fused with the void shadow squid core, so its hull strength is sufficient. With its stealth field and shadow submarine capabilities, its survivability is also not lacking. The only thing that remains Zhang He's concern is its weaponry. The Black Shark Guild's electromagnetic pulse cannon made him realize that his original crab claw heavy crossbow was simply no match for elite warships. Select ship hull and weapon configuration. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Timo suddenly opened his eyes, data streaming through them, and immediately understood what he was thinking. The heavy crossbow with its crab claws on the bow emitted a piercing creak. This heavy cold weapon had once been highly decorated in battle, but in today's naval battlefield, it was ultimately outdated. Timo raised her little hand and gently squeezed it. Deconstruction. The shadow energy instantly entangled the heavy crossbow. The Crab King's shell shattered into powder. The whale tendon crossbow string snapped and dissipated, and the heavy crossbow frame was also disassembled into countless material particles. Old weapons are gone, and a new era is about to begin. Material. The system immediately listed the requirements: 1 second-order crystal core, 300 kilograms of mutated deep-sea killer whale bone, 1 void shadow, squid ink sac, and 2 pieces of giant crab claw shell. Zhang, he mobilized the divine sea spirit warehouse, and all the materials appeared out of thin air, only to be completely swallowed up by the energy vortex. Under their astonished gazes, the remnants of the heavy crossbow fused with the whalebone and carapace, making the bow base thick and solid. The ink sac burst open, transforming into shadow energy that flowed along the texture of the whalebone. A long, dark cannon barrel slowly emerged, like the fangs of a giant beast from the abyss. The barrel was covered with dark blue patterns, and the muzzle was covered with a layer of dark light film, its killing intent hidden beneath a calm exterior. A dozen seconds later, the rugged crab claw crossbow completely disappeared. All that remained at the bow was a dark, menacing, and aesthetically pleasing cannon, perfect for hunting. The Mechanic's Blessing complete. Primary weapon update. Shadow Whale Devouring Sniper Rifle. Lu Feier stared at the new cannon, speechless for a long time. Zhang He looked at Timo, whose face was slightly pale, and was also deeply shocked. Did you make this? Timo was initially bewildered, but once he saw the sniper cannon design, he jumped up excitedly. This is the Whale Devouring Series sniper cannon I designed before. The material requirements were too high. It was impossible to build. I didn't expect the system to call up the design blueprints and even optimize it with shadow squid energy. Suppressing his elation, Zhang He immediately checked the weapon's attributes. The Shadow Whale Devourer Sniper Cannon is a special sniper main gun that can fire shadow shells that are invisible and silent, avoiding detection and continuously corroding the structure of enemy ships. It can also absorb dark energy or consume crystal cores to store energy, and when fully charged, it is enough to destroy a Class D armed yacht. In non-combat situations, the cannon can retract and blend into the ship's hull, allowing for complete concealment during submersion. Furthermore, it can be linked with the ship's telepathic capabilities, combining Poseidon's vision and mutated sonar to achieve precise targeting beyond visual range. It is remote, precise, stealthy, has high burst damage, and also has the ability to grow. The Orca warship of the past was like a reckless brute, but the shadow whale of today has become a perfect hunter lurking in the shadows of the abyss. From then on, legends of ghost assassination ships would circulate over this sea. Chapter 76 NB OK Bro, Become OK Bro. Vehicle upgrade complete. The synchronized boost from ship's soul symbiosis immediately takes effect. Zheng He's panel flashes, all attributes +1. There was no warm current coursing through his limbs. He only felt incredibly light, and his strength, physique, reflexes, and perception of moisture were all noticeably enhanced. The feeling of getting something for free is definitely the best. Next comes the most anticipated part of the upgrade process. Each time a vehicle is upgraded, you can draw an exclusive affix, and these affixes often determine a ship's future potential. Zheng He decisively initiated the draw, and a golden roulette wheel appeared in midair. 5 zones, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, were arranged in sequence, and the pointer spun rapidly. All 3 of them stared intently at it. The pointer slowly slowed down, passing through white, green, and blue, shakily squeezing into the purple area, and then inching its way towards the gold edge. Zheng He wished he could give it a push, but in the end, he was just a hair's breadth away. Congratulations on obtaining the purple attribute, Azure Wave Guardian Barrier. Zheng He was initially a little disappointed, but after reading the description, his eyes widened instantly. This barrier would cover the ship all day, weakening ranged attacks and preventing enemies from boarding. Once outsiders set foot on the Shadow Whale, they will be subject to domain suppression, resulting in a comprehensive reduction in movement speed, attack power, and skill power. Meanwhile, the crew members will receive bonuses to all attributes, attack, defense, and resistances. Even more outrageous is that the barrier possesses tidal life, slowly restoring injuries, stamina, and sanity points. This isn't just a purple-level attribute. It's clearly a mobile safe zone that moves with the ship. At sea, the wind, waves, and sea monsters are not the real danger. The most dangerous threat is always the other players. If enemies manage to get onto the deck for melee combat, the situation becomes uncontrollable. Now that there's a barrier, ranged attacks are weakened, boarding is hindered, and even if someone tries to break in, they'll be weakened in every way. But for their own allies, it boosts attack, defense, and healing, making them almost perfectly balanced. Zheng He became more and more satisfied. With the Shadow Whale fusion hull, weapon upgrades, and this top-tier attribute, this upgrade was now completely perfect. His tense nerves relaxed, and his stomach began to rumble. Zheng He looked out at the resource-rich reef area and decided to have a celebratory meal. Timo asked in confusion, "They don't even have fishing rods." Zheng He smiled and took out a fine steel harpoon from the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. "Who goes fishing? Let's just go out to sea and buy our catch." Before his journey, he watched countless videos of beachcombing, envying the experts who reaped huge harvests. Now was finally his turn to experience it for himself. So he grabbed a harpoon and plunged into the sea. The moment he entered the water, ship's soul symbiosis silently activated. The seawater around Zheng He shimmered with light and shadow, and he entered a state of optical cloaking, completely blending into the azure sea. The seabed was interspersed with corals and reefs, and the sunlight turned into swaying beams of light. Zheng He moved silently like a fish, and soon found several stout wild sea cucumbers under the giant reef. He's taken it. The top-quality sea urchin from the crevice is gone. He also snatched a spotted lobster thicker than his forearm. Mantis shrimp, abalone, parrotfish, and even the lazy grouper under the boulders. None of them escaped his rampage. This sea area was practically an unattended, super seafood market. Zheng He swept his way through the enemy lines with his harpoon, unable to suppress his smirk. If the fishing enthusiasts from the Never Miss Out Guild saw this, they'd probably be bursting with envy on the spot. Chapter 77. A crucial piece of the puzzle. Zheng He struggled underwater for a full 3 hours, feeling his skin was almost soaked through before finally surfacing, satisfied. With a splash, he burst out of the water, tossing his bulging net onto the deck. Timo and Lu Feier went over to take a look and were immediately stunned. The ship was packed with robust wild lobsters waving their large pincers, crabs the size of wash basins crawling sideways, and abalone, sea cucumbers, groupers, and sea urchins crammed in, making it seem as if a high-end seafood restaurant had been brought back to the ship. Timo's eyes widened, and he asked if he had gone to the Dragon King's house to buy seafood. Zheng He shook the water droplets off his hair, smugly told the two to sit down, and said that tonight he would show them true seafood freedom. Lu Feier immediately showed off her skills, quickly filling the deck with steamed grouper, garlic abalone, cheese-baked lobster, spicy stir-fried crab, sea urchin sashimi, and sea cucumber soup. The three of them enjoyed the sea breeze and feasted on a table laden with delicious dishes. Timo's mouth was glistening with oil as he ate, while Lu Feier temporarily set aside her hatred and quietly peeled shrimp for Zheng He. The setting sun painted the sea golden, and seabirds soared across the sky. Zheng He gazed at this heartwarming scene, a feeling of unprecedented contentment rising within him. This was what he wanted to protect. After a satisfying meal, night fell. Nearly 2 days of the 3-day development period given by the system had passed, and Zheng He was very satisfied with his gains. The ship had been upgraded, he had drawn a god-tier affix, and the team was becoming increasingly stable. He leaned back in his deck chair and opened the world chat to gather intelligence. It was still noisy inside. Some people were being attacked by sharkmen, some had discovered temple ruins, some guilds were openly recruiting, and others had their ship's hull ripped open by borers and were in a hurry to get blueprints to exchange for materials. Zheng He understood clearly that the players who had survived to this point had overcome their initial fears and begun to adapt to the maritime world. Powerful individuals from all walks of life were forming factions. The old order was completely collapsing, and new rules were being formed amidst blood and fire. Whoever survives, stands up, and leads more people to survive may become a regional hegemon. He switched to the regional channel and, sure enough, saw Chun Dahai spamming the chat again. The other party was showing off his kill of a Tier 2 iron spine crocodile, revealing the blueprint for a heavy ship's ram, and even fishing up a 3-meter-long giant golden spear, while also recruiting guild members. Zheng He curled his lip, but dared not underestimate this person. In a battle at Cybermine Island, Chun Dahai's right hand was injured, but he was still able to block Zheng He's burst of power at the level of a limit breaker with his left-hand dagger. His parrying and deflecting techniques clearly showed that he was a trained fighter. This guy is definitely not the naive fool he appears to be. Zheng He silently raised Chun Dahai's threat level by another notch. Just then, a message asking for help caught his attention. Someone is offering a high price for antibiotics. My brother was bitten by a mutated sea snake, has a persistent high fever, and his wound is infected. They're willing to trade blueprints, materials, food, and crystal cores. In the photo, his arm is swollen, turning black and purple, with blood vessels spreading upwards. On this sea, injury isn't necessarily the worst thing. Infection is far more deadly. Without medical care, even a small wound can be fatal. Zheng He immediately searched the Divine Sea Spirit storage, but found only bandages and disinfectant alcohol, no antibiotics. He then asked Lu Feier if she knew how to make them, but Lu Feier could only shake her head. She only knew a little about herbs and could treat minor injuries. Antibiotics required chemical formulas and specialized equipment, which she simply couldn't make herself. Zheng He frowned. This wasn't just the problem of the player who called for help. Their team also lacked the means to deal with the infection. It seems the team is missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Chapter 78. The recruitment order stirs up a trainment. A professional who understands medicine and pharmaceuticals has become the person Zheng He needs most right now. A mature team cannot consist solely of combat personnel. Logistics, engineering, and medical support are all indispensable. Medical support, in particular, directly determines the team's margin for error and its ability to sustain combat operations. Zheng He immediately opened the regional channel, but did not directly ask for a doctor. He knew that revealing his urgency and wealth on this sea would only attract people who would ask for exorbitant prices, or even those who coveted his services. He thought for a moment, then edited the message and sent it out. Zheng, our team is seeking a partner with medical expertise. Level is not limited. The higher the better. Excellent compensation and full security guarantees. Interested parties, please send a screenshot of your expertise to our private message. Serious inquiries only. We adhere to the principle of win-win cooperation and will support each other and explore together at sea in the future. He deliberately emphasized only medical specialization and partnership. The former filters out those who are not qualified, while the latter indicates that both parties are on equal footing and that it is not an employer-employee relationship. For medical players who are capable but lack military protection and are unwilling to live under someone else's roof, such recruitment is undoubtedly very tempting. The message sent out briefly halted the noisy regional channel, which then erupted into chaos. Is it Zheng He? the big shot who got the first kill on the server's boss, and was also the first to upgrade to a level 5 vehicle. He actually hired people. I should have awakened my medical specialization back then. Specialization is an awakening. What's the use of regret? Why did I have to choose civil engineering? Zheng He's name had already been elevated to legendary status by the system announcements. Joining his team meant safety, resources, and a brighter future. Everyone understood how precious this ticket was. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Dragon Soars to the Sea Guild, Chundahai was enjoying a cigar while listening to his underling's flattery. Upon seeing the message, the cigar fell directly from his lips onto the deck. Zheng, he is still alive? Black Shark deployed 2 heavily armed assault ships and even used electromagnetic pulse cannons, yet they still couldn't kill him. Could Zheng He become so powerful that he could directly defeat the guild's elite forces? Chundahai felt a chill run down his spine, but the skinny guy next to him came up to flatter him. Brother Hai, is he recruiting a doctor specifically for our guild? Chundahai immediately regained his composure, picked up a cigar, and took a deep drag. Of course, back in Cyber Island, I mentored him and gave him a cyber core. He knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. Once the doctor arrives, he'll definitely come to our guild first to give the brothers a checkup and then prescribe enhancement potions. The underlings cheered immediately, while Chundahai raised his chin, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. On regional channels, the competition for medical talent is intensifying. Konglong Xingtian. Our guild has 2 medical specialists, one for healing and one for medicine making, so everyone feels very reassured. Black Shark, Mad Fong, report your coordinates. We at Black Shark are experts at solving the problem of talent surplus. Sky Dragon fights the waves. Dragon soars to the sky. Stop being so arrogant. Sky Dragon fights the waves welcomes heroes from all walks of life to join us in fighting against you sea pirates. Black Shark, Mad Fong. You think you're so tough? Just wait. I'll lead my team to loosen the soil for you right now. Just as the 2 sides were about to go to war, Chundahai jumped out again to make his presence known. Chundahai, give me some face and don't make a fuss. If you have a baby with medical expertise, contact me. Gender doesn't matter. Brother Dahai has a round face and a full beard, and he can even warm the bed. The channel was instantly flooded with vomiting emojis, and someone immediately told him to get lost. Zheng He was too lazy to watch this farce, and simply closed the chat interface. The people on this sea are still eating too much. Just as he was about to leave the channel, a red private message notification suddenly popped up. Chapter 79, The Ice and Snow Beauty. And Rand's private message was concise and to the point. She had awakened medical specialization LV.1, enabling her to diagnose, treat, and produce basic pharmaceuticals and wanted to join Zheng He's team. Zheng He's eyes lit up, but he didn't agree immediately. He asked her to send him the coordinates. In this man-eating sea, any carelessness could be fatal, and he had to confirm it himself. After sending the message, Anran remained silent for 5 minutes. For a medic player struggling to survive alone, handing over coordinates to a stranger was tantamount to surrendering their life. She finally asked, "Can I trust you? I've heard the name Zheng He in the announcement, but I don't know if you might be another Black Shark." Zheng He only replied, "I only protect my companions. Whether you join me or not is up to you. I'll wait 10 minutes. And Ran replied almost instantly, sending her coordinates. She was stranded on a dilapidated fishing boat that could sink at any moment, and said that if Zheng He was lying to her, she hoped he would give her a quick death. Zheng He used Poseidon's vision to lock onto the location. The target was 30 nautical miles away. He immediately notified Phil and Timo, then pushed the power lever all the way down, and the shadow whale broke through the sea surface, speeding towards the target. Soon after, a dilapidated fishing boat came into view. Acid rain and huge waves had almost torn it apart, and the entire boat was barely held together by a few ropes. The shadow whale was moored beside the fishing boat, its massive shadow completely enveloping the small vessel. Zheng He stood at the bow and called out in Rant's name, at which point a figure slowly emerged from the cabin. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her long hair casually tied up, her face pale, yet unable to conceal her aloof and cold demeanor. Upon seeing this warship, a blend of science fiction and biological elements, she was visibly stunned. She looked at Zheng He again. This young and handsome man was completely different from the fierce, and ruthless strongman she had imagined. And Ran smiled slightly and waved to him. Zhang He lowered the gangway and boarded the fishing boat. And Ran, dressed in simple and clean casual clothes, was tall and stood quietly on the deck, exuding an aura of untouched coolness. Medical specialization LV.1. Let's check it out. She proactively opened her attribute panel, her frankness exceeding Zhang He's expectations. Zhang He directly explained the rules. Boarding the ship was voluntary, and her ship had to be voluntarily sacrificed to the shadow whale. After the ceremony, she would become a formal crew member, with Zhang He responsible for her safety, and she must abide by the team rules. And Ran stared at him, not answering immediately. Zhang He simply opened his divine, spiritual storage, proving everything with his strength. The warehouse was filled with fresh meat, vegetables, purified water, as well as parts, crystal cores, rare materials, and even top-quality seafood that was alive and kicking at the bottom. And Ran was completely stunned. She had once risked her life against a seabird for half a piece of moldy bread, and had almost drowned over a bottle of muddy water. But the supplies Zhang He possessed were enough to drive all the survivors mad. That's the weight of the name Zhang He. And Ran, who had been tense all along, suddenly smiled, her cold expression seemingly melting away instantly. This process is like a blind date. First, they look at the car and the house, then they show their savings, and finally they ask me if we're compatible. Zhang He was stunned. He expected and Ran to be shocked, but he didn't expect this aloof beauty to make such a sarcastic remark. As the sea breeze blew by, the atmosphere between the two became subtle and relaxed. Chapter 80: Observation, Auscultation, Inquiry, and Palpation. Zhang He touched his nose, reached out his hand to Anran, and said with absolute certainty, "Anran, become my partner." A sea breeze swept by, and Anran's smile grew brighter. She nodded solemnly, "I do." On the shadow whale, Timo and Lu Feier immediately cheered, and Ran waved to the two of them, while Zhang He told her to pack her things and take everything that was meaningful to her. And Ran pointed to herself, indicating that she had all her belongings on her and had no attachment to the place. Zhang He led her onto the boat. She took a deep breath, looked back at the dilapidated fishing boat that had accompanied her through those difficult years, and whispered a thank you. The next second, the ship's spirit of the shadow whale groaned, and the phantom whale head opened its massive maw, swallowing the fishing boat whole. The fishing boat vanished instantly, and the system notification indicated that the ship's durability had increased by 50. Zhang He found this improvement too minor and then formally welcomed and ran aboard. Lu Feier had already prepared clean clothes and immediately pulled her to take a hot bath. For Ran, the abundance of hot water and the private bathroom were the most luxurious comforts she had ever experienced since transmigrating. Before being taken away, she glanced back at Zhang He, her eyes regaining their light. Zhang He knew he had made the right gamble this time. The sound of running water in the bathroom had been going on for a while, and Lu Feier was worried that Ran might faint inside. Zhang He was resting with his eyes closed when the bathroom door opened, and Ran emerged, having washed away the dust of her journey. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, her complexion was rosy, and her cool, elegant features were even more stunning. Facing the gazes of the others, she didn't hesitate, simply smiling and saying the bathroom was so comfortable. If she had known the ship had unlimited hot water, she would have swum over long ago. Zhang He almost burst out laughing. This girl appeared aloof, but was incredibly interesting at heart. Lu Feier had already prepared a seafood feast to welcome Ran. Upon seeing the garlic lobster, steamed grouper, and braised sea cucumber with scallions, and Ran's eyes lit up instantly, and she was glad she had sent that private message. The four raised their glasses to welcome their new companion, and the table was finally full. And Ran's appetite was astonishing, completely disproportionate to her slender figure, leaving Timo speechless. After a satisfying meal, Zhang He jokingly asked her if eating seafood every day would cause gout. And Ran immediately adopted a doctor's professional attitude, stating that prevention is key for gout, and that she could create a nutritious diet plan to ensure delicious food while minimizing the risk. Zhang He was immediately delighted. This wasn't just a doctor. It was clearly a general practitioner plus a senior nutritionist. The four then went to the cockpit. Zhang He activated the stealth field in shadow mode, and the shadow whale drifted quietly on the deep sea. Anran, let's do a basic physical exam, for everyone first. Anna nodded. Without any instruments, she used the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. The first one to be checked was Timo. The little girl is usually very lively and energetic, always busy in the control room, tinkering and tinkering. She has an excessive amount of energy. And Ran observed her complexion, listened to her breathing, and then placed her hand on her wrist. A few seconds later, she frowned. Severe qi deficiency and strain, hidden carpal tunnel blockage, and deficiency of both qi and blood. Everyone was immediately taken aback, and Ran told Timo seriously that although she seemed full of energy, she was actually only keeping up because of her youth. Working day and night for extended periods was clearly draining her life. Timo stuck out her tongue, not daring to refute. Zheng, his heart sank. He had always thought Timo's obsession with machines was a good thing, but he had overlooked the fact that her health was already severely compromised. The second one is Lu Feier. Chapter 81: Good News and Bad News. And Ran only glanced at her a few times before saying, Sister Feier, have you been feeling a tightness in your chest and low spirits lately, but you can't quite put your finger on what's wrong? Lu Feier paused for a moment, then nodded. And Ran took her pulse again, closed her eyes to feel for a moment, then opened them and sighed. Typical liver, qi, stagnation, and emotional depletion. You keep too much bitterness and pressure inside, never telling anyone. If this continues, your mind and spirit will be exhausted, and your body will collapse. Lu Feier is like a central air conditioner, warming the people around her. She is strong and optimistic. Only Zheng He knew that the pain in her heart was only suppressed by her strong willpower and had never truly healed. She was too good at enduring and too good at bearing things. I'll write you a prescription. And Ran took out paper and pen and wrote down a series of medicinal herbs. These herbs aren't rare. Next time we come to the island, we can collect them together, and I'll help you prepare the medicine. Looking at the prescription, Lu Feier's eyes reddened, and she said softly, Thank you, Anren. Finally, it was Zheng He's turn, and Ran's expression changed the moment her fingers touched his wrist. She felt as if she were touching not a wrist, but a lurking, angry dragon, its pearls strong and powerful, like thunder, full of explosive force. And Ran looked up at Zheng He with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Your body structure is already quite different from that of ordinary people. Zheng He was taken aback. Could she tell that he was a limit breaker? She examined you carefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your body is perfectly healthy, almost excessively so. The only minor issue is... And Ran winked mischievously, her gaze sweeping over Lu Feier and Timo before finally settling on Zheng He. She lowered her voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear. It's because there's an imbalance of yin and yang on this ship. You need to get more sun to replenish your yang energy. Before Zheng He could react, she added another sentence. Don't worry, Captain. And Ran said seriously, but her eyes held an undisguised smile. While I can't make you the longest man on this sea, I promise I can help you become the most hard man on this sea. Zheng He almost choked on his saliva. The phrase the most ardent man carries a lot of weight. Fortunately, Zheng He had a thick skin and filtered out and Ran's teasing without changing his expression and wrote down the doctor's advice to get more sun to replenish yang energy in his notebook. Ahem. Zheng He cleared his throat tactically, forcibly steered the conversation back on track, and his expression became serious. Let's stop the physical exam here. Let's talk about something serious. Anren, can you administer antibiotics? This is his core purpose in recruiting medical specialists. Of course. And Ran instantly switched to professional mode. My medical expertise comes with its own knowledge base. Not to mention antibiotics, I have the formulas for many of the most cutting-edge drugs in modern medicine in my head. However, there are 2 methods of making it. She held up 2 slender, long fingers. The first method is traditional microbial fermentation. It involves culturing mold, fermentation, purification, and finally producing the antibiotics we need. The advantage is that the technology is mature, but the disadvantage is that the cycle is too long and requires a strict aseptic environment and a long cultivation period, which we cannot afford to wait for now. Zheng He nodded in agreement. What about the second option? Complete chemical synthesis method. And Rant's eyes lit up. As long as I can find the chemical raw materials required for the formula, I can use my specialized skills to skip the complex reaction steps and directly carry out targeted synthesis. Theoretically, As long as there are enough materials, it can be produced in no time. That's great. Zheng, he slapped his thigh excitedly. As long as there are raw materials, isn't this just a human-shaped pharmaceutical factory? Give me a list of the materials we need, he said immediately. First, look for them in my divine sea spirit storage. If we can't find them there, we'll find a way to collect them. Night fell. The cabin allocation on the Shadow Whale has undergone subtle changes. Zheng, he had the spacious bedroom all to himself, and the soft bed allowed him to get a good night's sleep, something he hadn't done in a long time. Lu Fei and the newcomer and Ran moved into their respective crew cabins. Timo, however, remained steadfastly in her May control room, which was her bedroom in paradise. Under the protection of Shadow Mode, the Shadow Whale floated peacefully in the dark waters like a real deep-sea whale, spending the night in tranquility. The next morning, Zheng, he got up very early. He ran to the best spot on the deck, spread his arms wide to maximize his surface area, and started sunbathing. There's no other reason than listening to advice and having a full meal. We should heed Aaron's professional advice. Before long, the crew members also woke up one after another. Lu Fei appeared in the kitchen immediately, and the soft sounds of pots and pans quickly blended into a pleasant morning symphony. In Timo's control room, the sound of hammering and banging filled the air just as dawn was breaking. The little girl was incredibly energetic. Ran also came to the deck. She was wearing a loose tracksuit and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. She looked both beautiful and cool. She did a quick warm-up and then started practicing the 8 pieces of brocade. Her movements were slow and graceful, with a strange sense of rhythm. Seeing Zheng, he's standing there like a salted fish, she smiled. Captain, how about we practice the 8 pieces of brocade together? It's very popular among young people. It helps to loosen muscles and bones and regulate qi and blood. Zheng, he waved his hand, still feeling that sunbathing suited his temperament better. After completing a set of 8 pieces of brocade, Ran's breathing was even, and a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, making her look even more radiant. She walked over to Zheng He and handed him a piece of paper. The list of materials you requested for synthesizing antibiotics. Zheng, he took it, and his expression froze instantly. Basic raw materials, main ingredients, toluene/benzene, nitric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid, glycerin, chloroform, ethyl acetate, methanol, ethanol, reaction reagents, key excipients, sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, hydrochloric acid, sodium borohydride, palladium on carbon catalyst. Zheng He's head was buzzing. What the hell is all this stuff? Toluene? Nitric acid? Palladium on carbon catalyst? He only knew ethanol and concentrated sulfuric acid. Finding these things is probably even more difficult than finding ready-made antibiotics, right? What's worse, it's impossible to find them all in one place. This means they have to travel to several different islands to gather these materials, with risks and time costs that are immeasurable. Zheng He's newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. This path is probably blocked. Just as the two were at a loss with a list of chemicals, Lu Fei's clear voice came from cabin. Dinner's ready. Chapter 82, Island Landing Plan. Breakfast was simply luxurious, featuring incredibly fresh seafood congee, accompanied by perfectly cooked golden fried rice and refreshing side dishes. Aaron felt like she was dreaming. Just yesterday morning, she was still drawing the strokes of the character Zheng on that dilapidated fishing boat, counting how many meals she had missed. Last night, she had a seafood feast she'd never eaten in her life, and this morning, she had the same luxurious meal. She ate the fried rice while tears streamed down her face. It was so damn delicious. Zheng He, however, seemed somewhat distracted, slurping the seafood porridge in his bowl with a furrowed brow. What's wrong, Captain? Is the food not to your liking? Lu Fei's observation skills were so sharp that she could tell at a glance that something was wrong with him. Zheng He sighed and handed over the dreadful list, while Ran added explanations about their predicament. Lu Fei took the paper covered with chemical terms, tilted her head, and read them one by one. Her brows furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed again. She pointed to the first item, toluene/benzene paint thinner. It seems it can be extracted from rosin. Next came nitric acid and concentrated sulfuric acid. Isn't this the electrolyte in a storage battery? Then comes glycerin. Lu Feier gave Zheng He a strange look and pointed to the Devours SOD cream that he had casually tossed on the table. Look, the one you use to apply to your face every day. It has this in it. Zheng He. Lu Feier felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, and her thoughts became clearer and clearer. Sodium hydroxide is the main ingredient in many powerful drain cleaners. Hydrochloric acid and toilet cleaner are easy to find. Activated carbon? Just take apart the water purifier filter on our ship. She picked up a pen and quickly wrote down a long list of supermarket daily necessities next to the hardcore chemical list. What was originally a hopeless list of chemical raw materials was transformed in Lu Feier's hands in no time into a shopping list that could be easily obtained at a supermarket or hardware store. Except for a very few rare catalysts, there are clear directions for obtaining 90% of the materials. The difficulty of collecting items has been reduced from hell difficulty to easy difficulty. Zheng He and Ran watched from the side, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Fire! Zheng He snatched the shopping list and was so excited that he wanted to kowtow to her. I told you long ago, you're awesome and beautiful. You always manage to pull me out of the deepest troubles. Lu Feier blushed at his praise and lowered her head shyly. I don't know why, but when I see the names of these chemical materials, my mind automatically matches them with everyday products that can be extracted from them. That's what makes her expertise and life skills so terrifying. Anren's medical expertise allows her to understand pharmaceutical formulations, while Lu Feier's life skills expertise allows her to know everything. After the meal, the team's morale soared to unprecedented heights. The four men gathered in the driver's seat, ready to pull off a big heist. Activate See God's Vision. With a thought, Zheng He instantly lit up the holographic sea chart in front of him, the dark blue light illuminating the entire cockpit like a deep-sea dragon palace. Countless points of light appear on the nautical chart, representing the surrounding islands. Our goal is clear. Zheng He's hand swept across the nautical chart to find islands where the supplies we need may be located. His finger moved quickly across the nautical chart, zooming in and out. Soon, the system identified 3 islands with extremely high resource potential by marking them with red circles. Judging from the outline and building layout on the holographic nautical chart, the first island appears to house a large chemical plant or industrial park. It's risky, but many of the industrial raw materials we need may be available here in one go. The second island has a dense cluster of buildings, like a sizable town. Supermarkets, hardware stores, pharmacies, auto repair shops. Most of the daily necessities on our list should be available here. The third island, Zheng He pointed to the last lush green island. This is a pristine, ecological island with dense vegetation and signs of freshwater rivers. It can serve as our backup supply point to replenish food and fresh water, and we can also check in Rand's prescription to see if there are any herbs we can find. 3 islands, 3 directions, corresponding to different needs and risks. The atmosphere in the driver's cab was unusually serious. A deep blue holographic sea chart unfolded before the 4 of them, with 3 islands marked by red circles, like 3 blind boxes, where high returns concealed high risks. Everyone, Zheng He said, resting his hands on the control panel and looking around, today is the last day of the system's maintenance period. His voice wasn't loud, but it drew everyone's attention. During the rest period, the aggressiveness of hostile creatures is reduced by 80%, and the resource spawn rate increases by 500%. If I don't take full advantage of this wave of official benefits, I'll be doing myself a disservice. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Zheng He pointed to the square-shaped island on the far left of the nautical chart. Our first stop is here, Chemical Island. That island is suspected to be home to a large chemical industrial park. The plan is as follows, Zheng He said calmly. After arriving at the target sea area, I will first use See God's Vision to conduct a detailed scan of the entire island to identify high-risk areas. After confirming that it was safe, we split into 2 groups. He looked at Lu Feier and Ran. Feier and Ran, you 2 form a land-based search team. The target is clear, that shopping list. I will provide you with real-time updates on the key locations, such as the factory area, warehouse, and living quarters that I scan. Lu Feier and Ran exchanged a glance and nodded decisively. What about me? What about me? Timo jumped up from his chair, looking up with his eyes full of anticipation. You? Zheng He reached out and ruffled her hair. You and your little beauty are our strategic rear. Stay on the shadow whale to be on guard, provide support, and be ready to provide fire support at any time. Timo's face instantly fell, her lips pouting so much they could hang an oil bottle on them. She also wanted to go on an island adventure. Listen to me. Zhang Yi's tone softened a bit. The ship is our home, and our only way out. Someone has to guard it. Only you and Xiao Mei can handle this task. I don't trust anyone else. This wave of emotional value is off the charts. Although Timo was still a little reluctant, his little face finally regained some of its spirit, and he patted his deflated chest. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Zhang He smiled, and then revealed the craziest part of the plan. After I bring you to the island, I will go into the sea alone. Lu Feier was the first to speak, her face full of worry. Captain, this is too risky. And Ran also frowned. As a doctor, she instinctively opposed such behavior that would put herself in unknown danger. The risks aren't as great as you think. Zhang He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hunter spotting his prey. On the contrary, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. High-level sea beasts with their aggression reduced by 80%. Do you know what that means? He grinned, his teeth appearing somewhat menacing in the light from the driver's cab. Chapter 83, Onward. Chemical Island. That's a mobile treasure chest. Let's strike while the iron is hot. What's the point of just picking up trash? This time, we have to get the boss's top-tier equipment and materials. These words were filled with unquestionable confidence. Lu Feier and Ran looked at him, their worries replaced by a strange sense of trust. This man always seemed to be creating miracles. But if we split up, how will we stay in touch? Lu Feier raised the most practical question. Signals are easily cut off at sea and on islands. I'll take care of this. Upon hearing that she had arrived in her territory, Timo immediately perked up. Like Doryman, she frantically rummaged through the large pockets of her work clothes, pulling out several peculiar objects the size of her palm. This thing looks like a conch shell, with a shell made of some kind of dark blue metal, and a ring of cyberpunk-style miniature runes shimmering around the opening. Tajda. Mine conch Unit 1. Timo held it high, his face beaming with pride. This genius's latest masterpiece. It employs the principles of quantum entanglement communication and the energy transfer technology of Atlantis fragments, ignoring any physical isolation and electromagnetic interference. Don't worry about you being in the ocean or even at the Earth's core. I can guarantee the quality of our communication. She handed out one mind conch to each person and demonstrated. It automatically attaches to your ear, emits sound through bone conduction, and can even make video calls. It's absolutely the top-of-the-line peripheral for home, travel, murder, adventure, and survival. Zhang, he played with the seashell in his hand. It felt cool to the touch and was so exquisitely crafted that it didn't seem like the work of a little girl. As soon as he brought it close to his ear, the seashell seemed to come alive, and with a gentle twist, it settled firmly against his earlobe. This soul conch has been linked. User, Zhang He. Connecting to local area network. Connection successful. The next second, a holographic window popped up at the edge of the retina, and Timo's enlarged face loomed in front of it. Timo, hey, Wavy Bab, Captain, did you hear me? Can you see my unparalleled beauty? The sound is so clear it's like speaking face-to-face, with built-in 3D surround sound. Great, the audio and video are both very clear. Zhang He immediately praised her. This girl is a real gem. Sister Feier, Sister Anren, you should give it a try too. With Lu Feier and Ran completing their tests, the four of them established a communication channel. Now, everything is ready. Zhang He straightened up, walked directly to the main control panel, and grabbed the power push lever with both hands. Target, Chemical Engineering Island. Aim to graduate on the first try. Shadow mode activated. Power engine, 100% power output. Buzz. With a very low hum, the shimmering light on the surface of the shadow whale instantly deepened. The entire giant ship seemed to have been given optical cloaking, merging directly into the dark seawater and transforming into a phantom. Zhang, he suddenly pushed the power lever all the way down. There were no towering waves, no deafening engine roar. The bow of the shadow whale dipped slightly and silently. Then, like a red-hot blade slicing through butter, it smoothly and silkily broke through the water surface and sped forward at a terrifying speed. The seawater on both sides of the ship was pushed aside by an invisible force, without even a single extra wave splashing up. On the holographic chart in the cockpit, the blue dot representing their location was rapidly drawing a straight line, heading towards the gray island 200 nautical miles away, an island representing industry and the unknown. The last period of windfall profits, the last frenzy. Like a ghost from the deep sea, the shadow whale silently tore through 100 miles of sea territory. When a location of the island appearing on the control panel radar overlapped with the coordinates of Chemical Island, marked by Poseidon's vision, Zheng He knew that the destination was near. He slowly released the power lever, allowing the boat to glide towards the target coordinates. Just as they were about to overlap, Zheng He activated the braking system, and the entire ship stopped without even the slightest tremor from inertia, hovering directly on the sea surface 2 kilometers away from the coastline. This is it. Zheng He released the power push lever. He didn't look at the hazy outline of the island outside the porthole, but instead closed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, activated Sea God's vision. In an instant, a holographic map of the entire island and the surrounding sea unfolded in his mind. Beneath your feet lies the deep sea, with countless blue dots representing various marine creatures. Several clusters of deep, rich purple light lingered in the rocky area surrounding the island. These were the energy reactions of second-tier sea beasts. There are scattered crimson lights in the deep sea. Those are higher-level beings. His gaze swept upwards, taking in the entire island. Large swaths of soft green light, representing plants, covered the area, interspersed with faint blue specks, but these were nothing more than weaklings like wild rabbits and pheasants. He meticulously scanned every inch of land, every shadow, his mental energy even penetrating the shallow surface. There was no sign of any players, nor any of the eerie energy field that represented the civilization of Atlantis. It was so clean it was almost unnatural. The surrounding waters and islands are safe. There are no high-risk reactions, Zheng He said, opening his eyes with certainty. Lu Fei'er and Ran and Timo all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Proceed according to plan. Split up. Zheng He turned to the group. Fei'er, Anren, you two will be in a group, responsible for exploring the island. Your main targets are chemical raw materials and any valuable blueprints or data. Remember, safety comes first. Nothing is more important than your lives. Timo, prepare some self-defense items for them. Leave it to me. Timo was already eager to try, and she took out 2 items from her toolbox as if showing off a treasure. Clang! The hummingbird stun gun, lipstick-shaped, can hit anywhere within 300 meters, and one shot can stun a rhinoceros. She handed a delicate metallic lipstick to Lu Fei'er. And this, the bubble force field shield generator, shaped like a haute couture perfume. Pressing the nozzle will deploy an energy shield that lasts for 3 minutes, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a second-tier creature. Another item, the shield, was handed to Anran. The 2 weapons were perfectly disguised, small, and exquisite, making them ideal self-defense tools tailor-made for female players. Holding these novel gadgets, Lu Fei'er and Anran's nervousness was lessened considerably by their curiosity. Zheng He nodded to himself. Timo was indeed a genius in military technology. He turned and continued. There aren't any wild beasts on the island, but be careful of poisonous insects and brightly colored plants. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Just use the conch shell to wake people up and then run back to the boat without looking back, understand? Seeing the 2 nod obediently, Zheng He finally felt a little more at ease. After all, it was their first time going out on a field mission alone. Don't worry, Captain. Just be careful in the sea, too. Lu Fei'er put away the stun gun, her eyes filled with concern. And Ran nodded emphatically and carefully concealed the perfume shield close to her body. Go ahead, with the wind at your back. The landing craft on the side of the boat automatically descended, carrying the 2 people as it cut through the sea, leaving a white trail as it quickly disappeared into the dense forest at the edge of the island. Chapter 84 Logging onto the Chemical Island. Captain, how about you get something tough? Timo leaned over. My newly developed Exploding Harpoon Gen 3 comes with built-in target acquisition and secondary explosion capabilities. Want to give it a shot? Zheng He turned around and burst out laughing. No need. He walked to the ship's side, stretched his limbs, took out the crimson armor giant claw axe from the divine sea spirit warehouse, and slung it over his back. The heavy axe pressed against his back, bringing a sense of security. Now in this sea, Zhang He looked down at the dark blue sky, a sharp smile curving his lips. The one who should be afraid is not me. This is utterly upside down. Timo paused for a moment, then understood. His eyes lit up, and he pumped his fist. Boss, you're awesome. Be careful, have a safe trip, and remember to bring back a present. I'm going to research this supplement safe house. The little girl darted back into Xiao Mei's control room, her small figure quickly disappearing into a sea of complex instruments and flashing holographic screens. The deck fell completely silent, with only the sound of the sea breeze whistling through it. Zhang Yi took a deep breath of the salty, fishy air, took 2 steps back, and then suddenly pushed off with his running start. He leaped from the edge of the ship's gunnel. The entire movement was stretched to its limit, the body drawing a beautiful parabola in the air before diving into the sea. Puff! A sound so faint it was almost negligible. He transformed into a shadowy blade, silently piercing the water surface. Only a tiny ripple spread across the water surface, without even a decent splash. Perfectly controlled water splash. 10 out of 10. The moment I entered the water, an indescribable sense of intimacy enveloped my entire body. The effect of ship's soul symbiosis is activated. Zhang He's figure rapidly blurred in the water, eventually merging completely with the surrounding seawater. Even the most perceptive marine creatures could not detect his presence with the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the sea god was activated again. This time it's no longer about looking down from a high place, but about experiencing it firsthand. The world around him transformed into an ocean of energy composed of countless points of light and lines. He could see the direction of every ocean current, hear the vibrations of distant schools of fish swaying their tails, and even smell the unique pheromones emitted by plankton on the reefs. He is part of this ocean. A top predator has quietly entered its hunting grounds. Zhang He adjusted his posture, his body slightly submerged, and the crimson-armored giant claw axe on his back reflected a cold glint in the dark seawater. His gaze was already fixed on those few, most alluring purple halos in the reef area. A bountiful hunt is about to begin. Lu Fei and Ran found a secluded shallow beach and steadily moored the landing craft. Both were meticulous people and knew they needed to conceal their whereabouts first. Without waiting for a discussion, they quickly gathered a large number of banana leaves from the nearby dense forest and draped the small boat in a natural ghillie suit in no time, making it blend perfectly into the surrounding environment. The air on the island was humid and hot, like a giant steamer. To protect themselves from poisonous insects, the two were covered up tightly, but their close-fitting combat suits still outlined Lu Fei's graceful curves and Ran's tall and slender figure, honed by years of training, making them a unique sight on this desolate mudflat. Using the coordinates of the ruins given to them by Zhang He, the two planned their route and plunged into the dense forest. After taking only a few steps, Ran took out the prescription she had given to Lu Fei yesterday from her backpack, checked the ingredients again, and also told Lu Fei the whole story. Sister Fei, let's pick these herbs on the way. You need to take care of your liver qi stagnation as soon as possible, otherwise you'll age prematurely. Looking at the unfamiliar names of the herbs on the list, and then at Ran's serious expression, Lu Fei felt a warmth in her heart. The two of them bent over and searched for herbs in the woods. When they found some, they squatted down to dig them up. After digging for a while, Lu Fei laughed and joked, "It feels just like when I was a kid and I watched my grandma go up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables." Of course, as a descendant of Shennon, I'll show you how to return to simplicity today. And Rand chuckled and replied seriously. The two walked and dug along the way, the atmosphere so relaxed it didn't feel like they were on a mission. And Rand's professional knowledge came in very handy at this time. She knew exactly which plants were medicinal and which were slightly poisonous. Lu Fei was responsible for keeping watch and assisting, occasionally excitedly shouting when she found a particularly good-looking herb. Before she knew it, more than 2 hours had passed, and Amren's backpack was already quite heavy, about half full. Following the map navigation on the Soul Conch, the ruins shown on the holographic sea chart are just ahead. The two quickened their pace, and finally, the outline of a vast ruin tore through the dense forest and came into view. This is indeed an abandoned chemical industrial park. The rusty reaction tower stood like a dead metal behemoth. The reinforced concrete factory buildings were mercilessly torn apart and pierced by thick, mutated vines, the plaster peeling off and covered with thick moss. It presents a post-apocalyptic scene of industrial civilization being ruthlessly swallowed up by nature. The air was filled with a strange smell, a mixture of rust, humus, and unidentified chemicals. Ever since Lu Feier stepped into this park, she felt inexplicably uneasy. A lingering sense of unease, as if an invisible eye were watching them from the shadows, made her extremely uncomfortable. Several times she turned around sharply, but all she saw were broken walls and plants swaying in the wind. Could it be that you didn't get enough rest because you slept in separate beds with Zheng He last night and didn't have any intimate moments, and your nerves were too tense? Lu Feier rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat self-doubting. And Ran keenly noticed her tension. Sister Feier, what's wrong? I don't know. Lu Feier lowered her voice, her eyes wary. As soon as we entered this place, I felt like someone was watching us from shadows. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. Was it just my imagination? Upon hearing this, Ran subtly glanced around. She recalled that when she examined Lu Feier's pulse yesterday, she had noticed that Lu Feier's mind was more sensitive than the average person. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. We haven't encountered a single decent poisonous insect along the way, apart from some rabbits and squirrels. Maybe some curious little creature is watching us from a tree, and Rand said softly, but her hand had already quietly reached for the shield generator disguised as a high-end perfume bottle at her waist. Maybe. Hearing this, Lu Feier's tension eased a bit. Let's hurry up and hopefully find everything and leave as soon as possible. The two entered the largest factory building, and the sight inside gave them a headache. Chapter 85. Are you guys clowns hired by the monkey? The huge space was filled with all kinds of abandoned equipment and debris. Trying to find useful chemical raw materials in this garbage dump was like looking for a needle in a haystack. My God, this park is so big. If we search through every room one by one, how long will it take to find it? And Rand looked at the sheer scale of the project and felt a chill run down her spine. How about we split up? And Rand suggested, you take charge of the East District, and I'll take charge of the West District. We can meet here in an hour, and that will double our efficiency. After a moment's thought, Lu Feier agreed that this was a good idea. They didn't want to hold the ship back. They had to prove their worth. All right, let's speed things up. We can't let the captain look down on us. The two girls hit it off immediately and confidently split the team in two, starting a thorough search in opposite directions. At the same time, inside the control room of a shadow whale, Timo was staring at the radar screen when he suddenly noticed that the two green dots representing Lu Feier and Enran had separated and were getting further and further apart. She immediately connected to the four-person channel via MindConk. Hello, Waby Babu, Zista Faya, Sister Anran, can you hear me? Why are you two separated? A crisp sound rang out on the channel. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, Zheng He is currently engaged in a passionate brawl with a third-tier mutated octopus whose size is comparable to a dump truck. The creature's mutated tentacles, covered in suckers, thrashed wildly. One slippery, thick tentacle seized an opening and tightly gripped Zheng He's neck, attempting to strangle him. Upon hearing Timo's call, Zheng He's eyes turned cold. With nowhere to hide, he simply opened his mouth and bit down hard on the thick tentacle wrapped around his face. He tore off a large chunk of slippery flesh. Puff! Zheng He spat out the octopus meat in his mouth, and taking advantage of the moment when the seafood monster was convulsing in pain, he roared into the four-person channel. Lu Feier and Ran, get closer immediately. Although no advanced species were detected on the island, neither of you has any wilderness survival experience. Don't you know the law in horror movies that splitting up means certain death? The risk is too great. Regroup immediately. His voice, carried by the deep, resonant sound of the underwater world, clearly reached everyone's ears through the conch shell of the soul. And Rant's voice quickly came through the channel, tinged with excitement. Captain, we've found the chemical industrial park. It's so huge that we split up to meet the deadline. Don't worry, we haven't encountered a single bearing-toothed creature along the way. It's perfectly safe. Lu Feier quickly chimed in. Yes, Captain, this place has been abandoned for who knows how long. It's just grass and rocks. We'll meet up as soon as we've searched this area. It'll be quick. You can focus on fighting monsters. Hearing their relaxed tone, Zheng He's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. That's true. We're still in a period of system, downtime, and benefit. and high-risk creatures have been forcibly weakened. The outer islands shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. All right, take care of yourselves. Once you've collected enough, meet up immediately. Don't linger inside too long. If anything seems amiss, call for backup right away. Don't try to fight it out. After quickly giving his instructions, Zheng He drew the giant red-armored axe from his back and locked his fierce gaze on the berserk mutated octopus in front of him. If I don't turn this Cthulhu seafood into a teppanyaki today, I'm not a Zheng. However, about half an hour after the two women went their separate ways, a crackling sound of electricity suddenly broke the silence of the four-person communication channel. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching scream pierced everyone's eardrums. Ah! That was Lu Feier's voice, filled with extreme terror and despair. That piercing scream stopped everyone's heartbeat for a second. After a deathly silence, the four-person communication channel erupted in chaos. Sister Faya, Lu Feier, Timo, Anren, and Zheng He all spoke at the same time, their voices revealing barely concealed anxiety. There was no response from the other end of the channel. All that could be heard was a terrifyingly loud cacophony. There were ripping sounds like clothes being torn and dull thuds like heavy objects falling to the ground. Then came Lu Feier's tearful, broken cry. "Don't touch me. Get away." Immediately, a shrill, unpleasant male voice emerged, speaking incoherently human language. "Your Majesty, we have captured a human woman." "What's that thing she's wearing on her ear? It's sparkly. Is it some kind of treasure? Take it off her right now." "No, don't come any closer." "Ah!" Lu Feier's scream, accompanied by the sound of struggling, caused the hearts of the other three people on the other end of the channel to stop. Timo's face turned pale as he frantically tapped on the control panel, trying to stabilize the signal. Deep in the ocean, a string in Zheng He's mind snapped with a snap. He abandoned his struggle with the mutated octopus before him, letting the slippery tentacles detach from his body. He transformed into a jet-black arrow, rushing headlong towards the sea and towards the chemical island, without regard for anything else. "Anren, provide support. Head to Lu Feier's location immediately." Zheng He's roar, under the combined effect of water pressure and the mind conch, sounded dull and violent, like a trapped beast whose scales had been touched. "We're on our way, Captain." And Rant's voice was calm and composed, but the rushing wind she created while speeding away betrayed her inner anxiety. On the other end of the channel, the hoarse voice rang out again, filled with confusion. "Your Majesty, this thing can't be removed. It seems to be growing into the flesh." As soon as she finished speaking, a soft sizzle sounded, and Lu Feier's shared view was forcibly turned on. After the shaky image on the screen stabilized, the three people in the channel were stunned. A group of monkeys dressed in tattered rags, walking upright on two legs, and who can even talk? They were holding rusty iron bars and sharpened wooden spears, and they had Lu Feier surrounded. Lu Feier was being held down on the ground by two burly monkeys, her arms bound behind her back with rough vines, unable to move. The leader, an old monkey with a few pheasant feathers stuck in its head, stood with its hands behind its back, looking quite respectable. It was clearly the so-called king. Zheng He's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He wished he could teleport there right now and turn those monkeys into spicy monkey brains. "Anren, how much longer?" 3 minutes at most." On the scene, Lu Feier felt like she was about to collapse. She never imagined that one day she would be kidnapped by a group of talking monkeys. The cold, rough vines tightened painfully around her wrists, and her expensive combat suit was torn in several places. The Monkey King walked around her twice with a pigeon-toed gait, his murky eyes gleaming with greed. "Search. See if this human woman has anything else of value on her." Chapter 86. Wait a minute. I'll rob someone of their virtue first. A little monkey immediately jumped over, its furry paws beginning to grope Lu Feier's body. "Your Majesty, this human woman has such big breasts." The little monkey chuckled lewdly. "Why don't you stay and have some baby monkeys for us?" The monkeys immediately burst into laughter. "I think it's a good idea. This milk supply will definitely be plentiful, and the baby won't go hungry." "Shut up, all of you." The Monkey King kicked the talkative monkey away, leering at Lu Feier's heaving chest. "If anyone's going to have a child, it'll be with me. Tonight, she'll give me my first taste of the good life." Lu Feier felt a churning in her stomach. The humiliation and nausea made her want to vomit. Just then, one of the monkeys searching the body held up something and presented it to the Monkey King as if it were a treasure. "Your Majesty, we found one of these things on her." That was the lipstick stun gun that Timo gave her. "Let me see it." The Monkey King put on an air of being knowledgeable and took the exquisite little round tube from his subordinate, examining it closely. "This is lipstick. I've heard of it. It's something human women put on their lips to seduce men. Is this woman planning to put on makeup and seduce me tonight?" "Ha ha!" Another extremely lewd laugh rang out. "Come, let me, the king, try it too, and see if I can become even more handsome." As it spoke, it solemnly pulled off the cap and, imitating the human woman it imagined, poked the stun gun directly at its own thick lips. It found a button on the side, the moment the button was pressed. Crackling and popping, a dazzling blue arc of electricity burst forth from the top of the lipstick. Before the Monkey King could even let out a scream, his fur instantly bristled like a sea urchin, and he fell straight backward. A burnt smell of roasted monkey hair mixed with the stench of urine quickly spread, creating an extremely awkward situation. Beneath it, a water stain rapidly expanded. The monkey's laughter abruptly stopped. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Why are you foaming at the mouth?" Several nearby monkeys gathered around and tentatively nudged their king, only to find that his limbs were already stiff and he was too late to see his great-grandmother. Dead silence. After a brief silence, the monkey troop erupted into chaos. "She killed the king. This human knows sorcery. Kill her. Avenge the king. Tie her to the altar and burn her, to appease the king's spirit in heaven." The monkey troop went completely mad. They grabbed Lu Feier and tried to drag her toward the altar in the forest. At the critical moment, a clear, cold voice came from behind. "You bunch of beasts, stop." The monkeys looked in the direction of the sound and saw a graceful woman standing on the path by the forest. It was indeed peaceful. She didn't act immediately. She just stood there quietly, fiddling with something that looked like a haute couture perfume bottle. "Another one. They must be accomplices." A monkey shrieked. "Arrest them all. They'll be buried with the king." The monkeys bared their teeth and charged and ran, brandishing iron rods and wooden spears. And Rant's eyes sharpened, and she gently pressed her thumb on the nozzle of the perfume bottle. Buzz! A pale blue spherical energy field instantly unfolded, protecting her at its very center. The monkeys at the very front rammed into the shield, as if they had hit an invisible wall. Bang! Bang! Several muffled thuds were heard, and he was thrown out on the spot, landing in a daze. Taking advantage of the chaos among the monkeys, and Ran rushed forward and headed straight for the Monkey King's corpse. She picked up the lipstick stun gun that had performed such a miraculous feat from beside the Monkey King's stiff hand. "What are you all standing there for? Charge!" The monkey troop roared again and pounced, surrounding and ran. And Ran sneered and raised the stun gun in her hand. Bio! An arc of electricity struck a monkey precisely in the chest, and the monkey screamed in agony as it collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Bayou! Bayou! 2 more shots were fired, and 2 more monkeys fell to the ground. The remaining monkeys were utterly terrified. This human woman's sorcery was even more powerful than the previous one. "Squeak! I can't mess with them. I'm running away." They squealed, dropped their weapons, turned tail, and ran, and the scene immediately turned into chaos. And Ran seized the opportunity to rush to Lu Feier's side, and, with the special knife Timo gave her, quickly cut the vines off her hands. "Sister Feier, are you all right?" "It's nothing." Lu Feier rubbed her wrist, which was red from being bound, and took the other stun gun from Ran, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "My innocence was almost ruined by a bunch of monkeys. How can I swallow this insult? These beasts." The two stood back to back, steadily within the energy shield, switching roles of offense and defense. Lu Feier raised the stun gun and began to call out the slow-moving monkeys. "Bayou! 1. Bayou! Another one!" And Ran, shielded by her shield, protected the 2 of them. Occasionally, when she saw a monkey circling around to the side, she would draw her knife and swiftly and accurately slash its furry buttocks. The cut wasn't deep, but it was enough to make their bottoms rip open, causing them to squeal in pain and run even faster. Let these beasts have a good look at their eyes. In an instant, lightning and sword flashes flew across the ruins, and monkey cries and wails filled the air. Lu Feier went completely berserk. Humiliation and fear intertwined into a raging fire of anger, and the lipstick stun gun in her hand became her only outlet for venting her frustration. Bayo! A slow-moving monkey collapsed to the ground, its body convulsing. Bayo! Bayo! Two more azure arcs of electricity took out the other two monkeys that were trying to flank and ambush from behind. These mutated monkeys were extremely agile, leaping and bounding among the steel and concrete of the ruins. The lipstick stun gun has a short, effective range, and many monkeys scrambled into the dense forest, leaving behind only a mess and a few charred corpses still emitting smoke. Sister Feier, calm down, they've all run away. And Ran held up her energy shield, staying close to Lu Feier's side. Lu Feier's chest heaved violently. Her hand holding the stun gun was still trembling slightly, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Just then, a dark figure suddenly burst out of the forest with a gust of wind and arrived in front of the two in the blink of an eye. Fire! Safe! Upon seeing that it was Zheng He, and Ran swiftly and deftly put away the shield. Zheng He pulled Lu Feier into his arms, so tightly that she could hardly breathe. He didn't say anything, just held her tightly, then quickly let go, placing his hands on her shoulders, his anxious gaze sweeping over her body from head to toe, examining her carefully. Are you hurt? Did those bees touch you? His voice was filled with barely suppressed fear and a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. With his hug, Lu Feier's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her previous violent state subsided, and her grievances welled up all at once, causing tears to flow like a burst dam. Chapter 87, Friendly Visit to Monkey Mountain. I'm alright. Luckily, Ran arrived in time. Otherwise I might really have been killed by those beasts. Unable to continue speaking, she buried her head fiercely in Zheng He's chest. Zheng He gently patted her back to comfort her, then turned his gaze to Ran beside him, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Thank you, Anran. Ran nodded slightly. Of course, Captain. After confirming that Lu Feier was only frightened and not seriously injured, Zheng He's heart, which had just been at ease, was once again filled with anger. His face darkened. He released Lu Feier, took a step back, and swept his stern gaze over the two girls. How many times did I tell you this before we set off? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unprecedented sternness. I told you too countless times that you're both complete novices when it comes to outdoor activities. You absolutely cannot split up. Absolutely not. Yes, I've used my sea god's vision to investigate, and there are no high-level creatures threatening this island. But you don't know how dangerous these low-level, highly intelligent creatures can be once they form a group. They know how to cooperate, how to utilize the environment, and they can even hunt creatures of much higher level than themselves. Not to mention you two naive and innocent people. Zheng, he grew angrier as he spoke, his chest heaving. This was the first time he had ever been so angry with them. Lu Feier and Ran both lowered their heads, like two children who had done something wrong, remaining silent. They had indeed been careless, assuming that the absence of high-level dangerous creatures meant absolute safety, completely ignoring the dangers of this gray area. I'm sorry, Captain. Lu Feier apologized softly. Captain, it's my fault. I shouldn't have separated from Sister Feier. And Ran also took the initiative to take responsibility. Next time, I will definitely obey orders and never run away. Seeing their dejected appearance, Zheng He's anger subsided considerably. He was ultimately angry that they didn't take care of themselves, not that he really wanted to blame them. He sighed, his tone softening. All right, it's good that everyone's all right. Remember this lesson. While we may give instructions, we cannot neglect our important business. The three quickly composed themselves and began a thorough search of the chemical ruins. Having learned from past mistakes, this time neither dared to separate, and they remained within each other's sight at all times. This chemical industrial park, which the monkeys regard as Flower and Fruit Mountain, is truly a treasure trove. In an underground warehouse that had been blown open, they found several large, sealed metal crates marked with skull and crossbone symbols. Upon opening them, they discovered that they contained the catalyst raw materials listed on Enron's inventory as hellish difficulty. Sodium borohydride, palladium on carbon catalyst. These things, which are almost impossible to find outside, have been lying here quietly for decades. Great! All the core materials are here, and Ran exclaimed excitedly after checking them. Strangely, some common materials, such as acetone and ether, cannot be found here. It's all right. Lu Feier patted her chest, finally regaining some confidence. There are many substitutes for these common materials. I'll check the database of the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse, and I'm sure I can find daily necessities that can be decomposed and extracted. With the main mission objectives exceeded, he felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. But he hadn't forgotten something else. He turned around and stared coldly in the direction of the dense forest where the monkey troop had fled. His own crew members were almost turned into breeding machines by these newly intelligent beasts. They were practically trying to become like-minded with Zheng He. Can he tolerate this? A man can be poor and powerless, but he absolutely cannot be cheated on, even if the other party is a bunch of monkeys. Timo, are you there? Zheng, he called out through the mind conch. Captain, we've been here the whole time. Are the sisters all right? Timo's voice sounded like she was about to cry. It's all right. Both of you are fine. Zheng, he glanced at Lu Feier, whose cheeks were flushed, and continued. Get ready. We're going to have a proper communication with our neighbors on the island. With a thought, he activated Sea God's vision. Countless points of light and lines formed a three-dimensional map in his mind, and soon he accurately located a valley that had gathered a large number of life points of light. That place is the monkey den. Let's go and reason with them. The monkey's lair was in complete chaos. Dozens of male monkeys responsible for patrolling and foraging rushed back in a panic, looking disheveled and utterly dejected. The female monkeys and their babies who had stayed behind gathered around, chattering and asking what had happened. When they learned that the newly appointed king had been killed by a human woman's sorcery, and that several of his brothers had also died on the spot, the entire monkey troop was thrown into panic. Human sorcery is too powerful. That shield, our sticks can't break it at all. Those who ran slowly all died. Luckily, I ran fast. A male monkey patted his chest with lingering fear, only to be glared at fiercely by a female monkey next to him. They seem to understand that there is no front row in the team. Whoever runs the slowest is in the front row. The male monkeys had barely arrived home and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath when three figures appeared at the entrance to the valley. The man at the head of the group carried a massive, crimson axe that gleamed with a cold light on his shoulder. The scene froze instantly. On one side were hundreds of monkeys, big and small, old and young. On the other side were just 3 humans. In terms of numbers, the disparity in strength is extremely large. However, their mindsets were completely opposite. The monkeys were restless and their eyes were filled with fear, while Zheng He and their companions strolled leisurely, as if they were visiting their own backyard. Reaching the monkey troop, Zheng He stepped forward, his voice not loud, yet clearly carrying throughout the entire valley. Call out your managers. He never expected that his first real diplomatic negotiation would be with a group of monkeys. The monkey troop stirred, and finally, an old monkey with graying fur and a hunched back walked out shakily. I am an elder here. May I ask what brings you humans to this island? We don't have many resources on this island. Only that magical ancient ruin. A magical ancient ruin? Zheng He asked knowingly, and Lu Feier and Ran next to him almost couldn't hold back. These monkeys really think the chemical plant is a sacred place. Although anything can happen in this world, some things that defy common sense still pique Zheng He's curiosity. I'm very curious. Zheng He stared at the old monkey. Why can you speak human language? It is the wisdom bestowed upon us by the ruins. The old monkey seemed to have no qualms about this question. Originally, those ruins were a forbidden area for us. Some of our companions went in before and never came out again. Until later, a foolish fellow ventured in again. Chapter 88 Master Zheng helps you uninstall QQ. No little monkey cries every day. No gambling monkey loses every day. It found a glowing white elixir in the ruins, and after eating it, it was able to speak human language. The old monkey's tone was full of awe. Later, it brought back a lot and distributed it to everyone. We all learned to speak human language and even learned to walk on 2 legs. These past few days, I've started losing fur. I wonder if I'll soon have skin as smooth as yours. It's hot in the summer, and the metabolism speeds up, so it's normal for monkeys to shed fur, and Rand suddenly added from the side. The old monkey rolled its eyes at her, ignoring the scientific explanation, and continued to immerse itself in its own world. Later we discovered that there were many treasures in those ruins. The old monkey became more and more excited as he spoke. Some of these foods can make you stronger, some can make you smarter, some can make you run faster, and some can cure infertility. There are even some that can help us male monkeys regain our virility. After I ate some last time, my wife hasn't been this happy in a long time. Zheng, he understood. This abandoned chemical industrial park was originally a place that produced various gene enhancement drugs or attribute-boosting drugs. Later, for some unknown reason, it was abandoned, but the remaining finished product unexpectedly became the miracle drug for the evolution of these monkeys. It seems that in this world, some people are very wary of this technology that can mass-produce limit breakers. Zheng, he snapped out his thoughts, changed the subject, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Since you're all being so civilized, then I'll reason with you. Just now, were you trying to capture my crew and use them as breeding machines? Upon hearing this, the male monkeys in the troop not only showed no shame, but instead shouted back with righteous indignation. We also like beautiful women who are completely naked. Exactly. Would you want to sleep with a wife who's like a plush toy every day? Many of the female monkeys immediately cast disdainful and disgusted glances at the group of outspoken male monkeys. 6. Zheng, he was so angry at these monkeys that he laughed. These intelligent beasts had such high expectations. Just then, a shifty-looking monkey boldly squeezed out of the troop, its lecherous eyes greedily scanning Lu Feier's body. Big brother, can you let me have that big-breasted beauty? I'll trade you 5 coconuts. Before he could finish speaking, Zheng, he made a move. Without even a preparatory movement, he slammed his foot into the rocks, launching himself forward like a cannonball. His crimson-armored giant claw and axe left a blinding crimson full moon trail in the air. Whoosh! A flash of blood appeared. The lewd monkey, still dreaming, suddenly felt a chill in its groin, followed by excruciating pain. Looking down, it saw that its QQ account had been forcibly uninstalled. A piercing scream echoed through the valley as the monkey clutched its empty lower body, writhing wildly on the ground in agony. All the male monkeys, regardless of age, instinctively clenched their legs together, feeling a chill rush from the tip of their tails to the top of their heads. The only thing left in their eyes when they looked at Zheng, he was a deep-seated terror. This man is a devil. Who else wants to be one of Lao Tzu's kindred spirits? The valley was deathly silent. Except for the monkey that had been forcibly cleaned and was still convulsing and howling on the ground, the rest of the monkeys, especially the males, all tucked their tails tightly between their legs and dared not breathe. Zheng, he slammed the giant red-armored axe into the ground. Bang! The ground trembled and gravel flew everywhere. He didn't speak, just coldly looked down at the group of beasts. Sometimes the oppressive feeling of silence is more effective than any shouts of violence. The old monkey shakily emerged again, this time bending even lower, almost lying on the ground. Sir, we were blind and didn't recognize your greatness, offending your friend. You see, we've already been punished where we should. So, could you please be lenient? Please be lenient. Zheng, he repeated, then smiled. It's not impossible. He raised his chin and pointed in the direction of the chemical ruins deep in the dense forest. You must have plundered quite a few miracle drugs from those ancient ruins, right? The old monkey's face twitched, its heart bleeding. But when it caught sight of the still bleeding giant axe in Zheng He's hand, it swallowed its reluctance. It waved its hand tremblingly. The little monkeys immediately tumbled and scrambled away into the depths of the dense forest. A short while later, they huffed and puffed as they carried out several tattered wooden crates and tin cans. The box was filled with colorful, oddly shaped syringes and glass bottles. Some of the medicines were still glowing faintly, looking quite like miracle pills. My lord, it's all here, it's all here. The old monkey cried, almost bursting into tears. This is the wealth of generations of monkeys. Zheng, he glanced at it. Most of these so-called miracle pills had blurry labels, and some looked like unfinished products with sticky liquid sloshing around in the bottles. Who cares? It's a free purchase anyway. With a thought, he directly opened the divine sea spiritual storage. Under the horrified gaze of the monkeys, the boxes and jars vanished into thin air, and he pocketed them all. There were 300 or 400 of them, a wide variety, and I was completely stuffed. The monkeys looked at the empty ground, their faces contorted with heartache, but not one of them dared to utter a sound. Just kidding, which is more important, these bottles and jars, or their little monkey? They can make this choice now. All right. Zheng, he put away his axe and tucked it into his back. That's enough for today. From now on, keep your lower bodies in check and don't be so greedy. After saying that, he gave Ran and Lu Fei a wink. The three turned around and strode away from the valley without looking back. Only a group of monkeys, questioning their very existence, were left bewildered in the wind. On the way back, the atmosphere in the group completely relaxed. Captain, you were so cool just now. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled, her previous fear completely replaced by overwhelming admiration. The main thing is that those monkeys are quite well behaved. Zheng, he joked casually, and Ran walked to the side without saying a word, but a very faint smile appeared in her eyes. Along the way, they didn't sit idle either, and casually started sweeping mode. Zheng, he threw his axe accurately, and several plump rabbits and pheasants became their extra meal for the evening. Lu Fei, on the other hand, used her expertise and life skills to find a lot of wild spices and edible wild fruits. The three of them also worked together to cut down some solid hardwoods and collect a large amount of tough vines. For the next upgrade of the Shadow Whale, we can no longer afford to run out of basic materials. They returned with a full load. As soon as he stepped onto the deck of the Shadow Whale, Timo sprang out of the control room like a little cannonball. It circled around Lu Fei and then ran anxiously, looking them up and down several times to make sure the two older sisters were safe and sound before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Timo was so scared. Timo almost rammed his boat into the island. All right, we're back safe and sound, aren't we? Lu Fei smiled and ruffled her hair. After a short rest, let's get down to business. Chapter 89, Who Will Be the Guinea Pig? With a wave of his hand, Zheng he spread the spoils he had obtained from reasoning with the monkey, along with the core raw materials he had found in the chemical warehouse, all over the deck. He then opened the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse and let Lu Fei choose whatever she wanted. Lu Fei sat cross-legged on the deck, a virtual light screen unfolded in front of her, and her fingers moved quickly across it, constantly comparing the regular materials on Anren's list with the miscellaneous daily necessities stored in the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. Found it. This Blue Moon toilet cleaner can be used to extract hydrochloric acid. And this, the filter inside the urine filter, it contains activated carbon. Acetone. Acetone can be replaced with nail polish remover. And as for ether, I've got it. Use that box of medical anesthetic spray. One by one, seemingly unrelated daily necessities were picked out by Lu Fei from the warehouse. Under her direction, Zheng he was responsible for some rough physical separations. She carried out chemical raw material extraction and fine chemical extraction, and then ran sorted and arranged the extracted materials. The three worked together seamlessly, and after a flurry of activity, they managed to gather all the missing materials from the list. Everything is ready. On the deck, dozens of different chemical raw materials were stored in various containers, emitting a pungent smell. Anren stood calmly before these raw materials, her expression more focused than ever before. This was her first time making pharmaceuticals, and it was done in such a rudimentary environment, away from a modern laboratory. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Etc. And Ram was interrupted by a sharp shout. It was Timo. Pharmaceutical manufacturing requires a harsh environment. If we do it directly on an open deck, what if a seabird flies by and poops? Will the medicine still be safe to take? Everyone agreed with Timo's point, but there was no professional laboratory on the ship. Sister Anren, do you still have the high-end perfume energy shield transmitter I gave you? Yes, it's here, and Rand said, taking the perfume bottle from her waist. Very good. Open the energy shield and start crafting inside. This energy shield is made from high-level cyber core fragments, ensuring a perfectly sterile environment. Anren pressed the perfume spray nozzle, and an energy field spread out. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, her demeanor had changed. No longer the aloof and quiet team doctor, but more like an alchemist who controls the mysteries of life. Medical specialty initiated. She stretched out her fair palm, and above her palm, a soft white light appeared out of thin air, like the rising sun, radiating a warm and holy aura. Zheng He and Lu Feier held their breath. A miraculous scene unfolded. The raw materials in those bottles and jars seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into colorful streams of light that spiraled and intertwined as they flew into the ball of white light. Crimson, emerald green, deep blue. Various liquids and powders collided and fused within the sphere of light, producing subtle crackling sounds. The light cluster flickered on and off, like a finely tuned optical computer. The entire process was conducted without any earth-shattering noises or terrifying explosions. Everything proceeded under a mysterious and orderly set of rules. Time passed second by second. About 5 minutes later, the brightness of the light sphere suddenly soared to its peak, illuminating Rand's face clearly. Immediately afterwards, the light suddenly contracted, and with a soft pop, it turned into spots of light that scattered outwards. Ding, ding, ding. A dozen or so small, white, jade-like pills were crisply dropped into the metal tray. It's done. Lu Feier was about to jump up and cheer excitedly when Zheng He stopped her with a look. Zheng He strode forward and picked up a pill. It was slightly cool to the touch and had a firm texture. Its appearance definitely indicated it wasn't a cheaply made, substandard product. He activated See God's Vision and aimed it at the pill. The next second, a series of impressive data panels opened up in front of him. Item name: high-level broad-spectrum anti-infective antibiotic tablets. Item grade: excellent/high-tier potion. Item description: this product features significantly improved purification precision based on the basic antibiotic molecular formula, resulting in enhanced molecular activity. It is synthesized using refined, high-grade chemical raw materials, eliminating the toxic side effects of basic drugs. Its antibacterial and bactericidal range is doubled, making it effective against moderately drug-resistant bacteria. It is a life-saving medicine for severe illnesses in the wild, on deserted islands, or in post-apocalyptic environments. Specifications: 8 tablets per bottle. Net weight of each tablet is 0.45 g, concentrated sustained-release formulation. Efficacy: 1. Effectively kills common pathogens and moderately drug-resistant strains, covering multiple infections including respiratory tract, digestive tract, wounds, and abdominal cavity. 2. Quickly suppresses severe wound ulceration, suppurative gangrene, persistent high fever, lung inflammation, and early symptoms of sepsis. 3. The sustained release effect is long-lasting, with 1 tablet providing effects for up to 12 hours, inhibiting bacterial growth and blocking the spread of infection. 4. It can be used for postoperative anti-infection treatment of severe injuries and for the treatment of deep trauma in harsh environments, significantly reducing the mortality rate from infection. Directions for use: take with warm water. For routine infections, take 1 tablet twice a day. For severe systemic infections, the dosage can be doubled for the first time. Side effects: when taken strictly according to the dosage, there are almost no obvious discomforts. Overdose may cause slight damage to liver and kidney metabolism, but there is no acute lethal toxicity, which is far superior to basic antibiotics. After looking at the panel, Zheng He felt a surge of emotions. The first time they synthesized a pharmaceutical product, it turned out to be of excellent quality. This attribute is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous beyond belief. He turned to look at Rand, and Rand's face was slightly pale, and she had beads of sweat on her forehead. Clearly, this heavy dose of medicine had almost drained her mana, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Anren, your medical expertise is quite impressive. Zheng He gave her a sincere thumbs up, and Rand shook her head modestly and said, it's because the materials are of good quality, and also... And Rand glanced down at the perfume bottle energy shield that had been put away, her tone revealing undisguised amazement. Inside that shield, I felt my thoughts were clearer than ever before. Many previously vague synthesis steps appeared clearly in my mind. I told you so. Timo jumped out as if to take credit, his small body bouncing energetically on the deck. That's an energy shield made from high-level cyber core fragments. It already has a certain buff effect, and with it catalyzing in Rand's specialization, the effect is naturally outstanding. Zheng He understood. He put the pills back on the tray, but started making plans in his mind. The excellent/high-tier quality potion boasts impressive attribute panels, making it a true survival miracle. But the more this was the case, the less he dared to let his guard down. Every medicine has some degree of toxicity. This is the first time this product has been made. No matter how good the panel data looks, it still needs to undergo clinical trials. What if there are any hidden side effects or reduced effectiveness? If we wait until our own people are seriously injured and dying before using it, wouldn't we be completely helpless? But who should be the guinea pig for this drug trial? Chapter 90. Connecting only, not entering each other's lives. Lu Feo and Ran? Timo, are you kidding me? These three are his precious darlings. He would never gamble with their lives. Zhang He's gaze swept across the deck and landed on the vast, boundless sea, a sudden inspiration flashing in his mind. Wait a minute, wasn't there some unfortunate guy on the regional channel yesterday, crying and begging for antibiotics a huge sum of money? At the time, he was busy planning the route and didn't pay much attention. Now that he thinks about it, wasn't he just a ready-made guinea pig? With that in mind, Zhang He no longer hesitated and directly opened the regional channel that he hadn't looked at in a long time. Zhang He ignored the scattered messages in the channel and directly edited a message and sent it out. Zhang He, is the brother who asked for medicine yesterday still around? Message me privately. After sending the message, he casually closed the channel interface. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, compassion is the cheapest luxury. He didn't have high hopes for this needle-in-a-haystack situation. After all, a day had passed, and the player who asked for the medicine might not have survived. However, as soon as he turned off the channel, a red suddenly lit up in his private message bar. So fast. Zhang He raised an eyebrow and opened the private message. It was sent by a player named Wang Chuang. Wang Chuang, Boss Zhang He, is that really you? I saw your message on the regional channel. Boss, my brother. He's dying, his breathing is very weak, he might pass away today. I'd almost given up hope. Do you have any antibiotics? Please save him. Name your request. Whatever it takes, as long as I, Wang Chuang, can afford it. I'll give you everything I have. You can almost smell the despair of having nowhere to turn between the lines, even through the screen. Zhang He tapped the gun lightly with his fingers, without replying immediately. He's not a saint. He wouldn't save a complete stranger for no reason. Especially in this dog-eat-dog maritime world, every resource exchange must be calculated in terms of return on investment. A person can be saved, but it depends on whether that person is worthy of taking this miraculous medicine. He pondered for a moment and then sent a message back. Zhang He, please give a brief overview of your situation. Vehicle information, personnel configuration, awakened special aircraft, and any special supplies you have. I don't currently lack regular materials. That's half true and half false. He lacks advanced materials, but what he lacks even more is talent. Although the shadow whale was powerful, it ultimately only had 4 people. Doing many low-level and tedious tasks by himself wasted too much of his precious time exploring high-risk areas. If a few players with special expertise can be recruited and formed into peripheral sweeping squads, it will undoubtedly greatly improve the team's margin for error and development speed. After the message was sent, the other party replied almost instantly, and a long string of messages appeared. Wang Chuang, boss, we have 2 ships. My name is Wang Chuang, and my ship is the Tier 5, Mad Shark, a D-class combat fishing vessel. It's been modified with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun at the bow, so its firepower is decent. My awakened specialization is animal bionics, a combat specialization. I can transform into a cheetah or brown bear for a short time to fight, making me very strong in close combat. Wang Chuang. My brother's name is Liemo. His ship is a Tier 4 Seagull, an E-class sailing ship with few weapons. He awakened the healing specialization, Lifelink, which can restore teammates' injuries and share damage, but can't detoxify or cure diseases. We were able to survive before entirely because of his healing. Wang Chuang. Regarding supplies, we were lucky enough to take down a small outpost and get a lot of good stuff. We have 3 special alloy steel ingots, 1 cyber core, and a few bottles of miscellaneous Tier 1 attribute potions. We also have a few blueprints, the Raider individual combat suit, and the K3 electromagnetic rifle, but we haven't been able to gather all the materials yet. Boss, if you're willing to give us potions, you can take whatever you want from these items. Zhang He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the list sent by Wang Chuang. 1 specializes in combat, and the other in support. 1 main tank/physical damage dealer, and 1 mobile fountain. With this setup, no wonder they've survived until now and managed to scavenge so many good things. If this were in a game, they would be a standard pioneering duo. Especially Liemo, who has a healing specialization. His life link can heal and share damage, making it extremely practical. As for Wang Chuang, animal biomimicry, can it transform into a cheetah and a brown bear? It can handle both offense and defense. The strategic value of these two individuals far exceeds that of those blueprints. Zheng, he made up his mind instantly. He took both of them in. However, instead of being a core crew member, they would be part of an external combat team attached to the Shadow Whale. To put it bluntly, it's a combat accessory. They do the dirty and hard work. The resources they collect are distributed according to their labor, and they're the first to step up when danger strikes. This is called a sense of boundaries, connecting with each other but not interfering in each other's lives. This cooperative model is perfect because it allows them to utilize their combat capabilities without revealing their true strength. Having made up his mind, Zheng He replied, Zheng, I have the medicine. I don't need your things for now. I can save your brother first, but on one condition. Wang Chuang, boss, just say the word. Don't mention one condition. I'll agree to 100. Zheng He, after I save you, you too will follow me. The other side remained silent for a full half-minute. Zheng He didn't urge him, but leaned against the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze and waiting quietly. The conditions he offered seemed domineering, but in reality, they gave the other party a tremendous opportunity. To attach oneself to the powerful is a luxury for most people in this world. If Wang Chuang can't even understand this, then Zheng, he needs to reassess his intelligence. Half a minute later, the message popped up again. Wang Chuang, boss, you mean you're willing to take us as your underlings? Zheng He, you can understand it that way. This time, there was no silence. Zheng He could even feel the other person's ecstatic emotions through the screen. In this cruel apocalypse, being able to latch onto the coattails of a top-tier tycoon is like winning the lottery. Wang Chuang, boss, am I dreaming? Being able to follow you is the greatest blessing we brothers have ever received. We'll do anything you say, but my brother is seriously injured, and we don't even know if he can be saved. I'm afraid he'll hold you back in this state. Zheng He, my medicine is a superior/high-grade quality antibiotic. As long as he has a breath left, I can pull him back from the brink of death. Now that he's mine, I won't let him die. Zheng, he dropped a bombshell. He was almost ready to show the screenshot of the drug's properties, but he didn't. That was his last trump card. But just the words excellent and high grade, along with that domineering statement, were enough to make the other party completely devoted to them. Sure enough, the other party replied almost instantly as soon as the message was sent. Wang Chuang, thank you, boss. Thank you for saving our lives. From this day forward, our lives are yours. We'll go wherever you tell us to go, even if it means going through fire and water. Zheng He, open the trading interface. Chapter 91, the last hunting opportunity during the rest period. The moment the transaction interface popped up, Zheng, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly placed the bottle of excellent high-grade, high-level broad-spectrum anti-infective antibiotic tablets, which still retain the warmth of Enrant's palm, onto it. Beep. Transaction confirmed. Meanwhile, Wang Chuang also very considerately traded 2 blueprints that glowed with a blue light. Raider, individual combat uniform, blueprint. K3 electromagnetic rifle, blueprints. Zheng He glanced at it and then put it into the spirit warehouse. The private message interface lit up again. Wang Chuang, boss. The medicine arrived. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'll go give it to my brother right away. You wait, I'll definitely get you good news. Even through the screen, you could feel the overwhelming excitement of surviving such a close call on the other end. Zheng, he leaned against the gunnel and replied. Zheng, he, don't worry. Get ready to welcome your lively and energetic brother. He turned off private messages and ignored them. Next, we just wait. We wait for the medication to take effect, and we also wait for the patient to develop a will to save themselves. Time passed by second. Lu Feier and Iran also learned about this. Upon hearing that there was a seriously injured person, Rand's professional instincts kicked in, and she took the initiative to contact Wang Chuang to conduct a remote expert consultation for Liemo. What is your body temperature? What is your respiratory rate? Are you experiencing any confusion or seizures? Rand's voice came through the channel, calm and professional, instantly reassuring the bewildered Wang Chuang. After obtaining a series of data, Anran made a judgment. Moderate infection with early signs of organ failure. His body is too weak, and the medication may take longer than expected to fully take effect, about 4 to 5 hours. During this period, pay attention to replenishing electrolytes and sugar water, maintaining physical cooling, and do not move him. I've got it. Miss and Ran, I've got it all. Wang Chuang's voice was thick with emotion, clearly indicating that this tough guy was shedding tears. With Anren's remote monitoring, Zheng, he was completely relieved. He glanced at the time. There were still a few hours left before the safe period provided by the system ended, and he wasn't going to waste it. Timo, how's your safe house progressing? Zheng, he turned to look at the stern of the ship. Timo was engrossed in typing away, answering without even looking up. Captain, the main structure of the first prototype of the supplement safe house is 70% complete. Well done. Zheng, he nodded. Feier, prepare more high-calorie, high-protein food for dinner to help her recover. Anren, monitor Li Mo's condition remotely and notify me immediately if there are any emergencies. Receive. Clear. The two responded readily. The shadow whale is now fully operational. Everyone is doing their job efficiently. After finishing his trivial matters, Zheng He carried the red-armored giant clawed axe to the side of the ship. Go to sea. Go hunting. His goal was that unknown deep sea. There are those high-level sea beasts that dwell in the dark trenches. He has an even bigger goal, the first kill of a Tier 3 boss. Thump! It plunged swiftly into the deep blue sea, making very little splash. Ship's soul symbiosis activated. His connection with the shadow whale was established instantly. His figure rapidly blurred in the water and finally completely merged with the surrounding seawater. Dive, keep diving. The sunlight was blocked. The surrounding light grew dimmer and dimmer, and the water pressure became increasingly terrifying. But Zheng He thrived in his new environment. Deep sea sensing begins. The pitch-black deep sea instantly transforms into a high-dimensional perspective. Every fish, shrimp, and seaweed emits a halo of different colors according to its life energy level. White board is standard, green board is level 1, and blue board is level 2. But he ignored all of that. What he was looking for was that crimson cursor, as fiery as blood, representing a terrifying third-tier creature. Zheng He transformed into an underwater ghost, silently darting past schools of low-level fish, heading straight for that deep trench. A bottomless, enormous trench stretches across the seabed, like a jagged rift that has cleaved the planet in two. Deep within the rift valley, a crimson spot of light, exuding a violent aura, slowly pulsed. That's it. Zheng, his eyes lit up, and his adrenaline surged. Crab King Guard. With a thought, a layer of crimson carapace quickly emerged from his body, enveloping him and forming a ferocious yet sturdy suit of armor. He concealed his presence and, using the jagged rocks on the seabed, silently made his way towards the crimson figure. 50 meters, 30 meters. The terrifying pressure originating from the higher life form became increasingly clear. However, when Zheng He sneaked to the location marked by the light spot, he was stunned. Empty? The mark of Sea God's vision was clearly right here, a huge crimson orb of light that almost covered an area of 100 meters in front of him. But to his naked eye, there was nothing but a few jagged rocks and swaying seaweed. Where's the prey? Is it a malfunction of Sea God's vision? Or can this beast also become invisible? Zheng He frowned, stopped what he was doing, and looked around warily. Just as he was filled with confusion, an indescribable and terrifying pressure came crashing down from behind him. It wasn't just an imposing aura, but a tangible force, as if all the water in the trench was pressing towards him, causing the Crab King's guard on his body to emit a slight crunching sound. Zheng, he suddenly turned around. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. Less than 100 meters behind him, it couldn't be described as a head anymore. It was a colossal creature nearly 50 meters long, silently swimming between the cliffs of the trench. Its entire body is a deep blue, without fins, and its shape resembles an ancient giant serpent. Its body is covered with strange patterns, and with each movement, fine blue-purple currents surge wildly within these patterns. Within the two vertical pupils, each the size of a car headlight, flickered a purple lightning devoid of any warmth. The scan results from Poseidon's vision popped up instantly. Thunderous Phantom Sea Electric Eel, Tier 3 Boss. A sea monster with attributes. Zheng He's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had encountered a mutated creature in the sea that wasn't a physical entity. Thunder, illusionary sea. Just hearing the names told him this thing was not to be trifled with. Should we fight or run away? He gripped the crimson-armored, giant, clawed axe in his hand, momentarily conflicted. However, the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel didn't seem to notice him. Its attention was drawn to something on the other side. Not far away, a massive, pavilion-like Tier 2 electric jellyfish was slowly drifting in the water, its magnificent canopy spread wide. Oh wow, an underwater version of Animal World is about to start airing? Zheng He suppressed his urge to take action and decided to observe first. The next second, the electric eel moved. Chapter 92, Know Yourself and Your Enemy, and you will never be defeated. Its enormous body, far from appearing cumbersome, resembled a deep-sea torpedo, stirring up raging undercurrents as it charged straight at the electric jellyfish. When the two were still tens of meters apart, the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel suddenly burst out with dazzling purple-blue electric light. Sizzle. Countless violent arcs of electricity exploded in the deep sea, forming a massive electric grid that completely engulfed the electric jellyfish. The seawater seemed to boil at that moment. The poor second-order jellyfish didn't even have a chance to resist. Its huge bell suddenly stiffened, and then it stopped swimming, like a kite with a broken string, floating helplessly in the water. The entire process, from the electric eel launching its attack to the jellyfish losing its life, took less than half a minute. It was so fast it was terrifying. Then, the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel leisurely swam forward, opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a small boat hole, and began to enjoy its seafood feast. Even though Zheng He was 100 meters away, he could feel a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Good heavens, this beast's electric shock is actually an indiscriminate AoE damage. In the dim light, he could clearly see that the moment the electric grid exploded, the unfortunate fish and shrimp that were passing by also perished, their white bellies turned inside out. They were all sucked into the electric eel's stomach as a snack after a meal. Watching the deep-sea giant eat with relish, Zheng He gasped, his expression turning extremely serious. This isn't some kind of electric eel, it's clearly a sentient deep-sea high-voltage power station. Good heavens, that beast's 10,000 thunder prison summoning move just now really had the feel of a thunder god descending. It has an indiscriminate AoE attack with extremely high damage. Even a level 2 electric jellyfish can't withstand a single hit. With my current physique, even with the Crab King's protection, if I charge in head first, I'd probably be electrocuted into a charred corpse. As for running away, Zheng He was really unwilling. A tier 3 boss with rare attributes. If we can get the first kill, the loot will definitely be top tier. The rest period given by the system is about to end. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another chance. Thinking about going out and taking on a boss so easily again is basically wishful thinking. To fight or to slip away. This thought lingered in Zheng He's mind for less than 3 seconds. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Fortune favors the bold. What's the point of trying to survive at sea if you're a coward? However, brute force is reckless. One must employ tactics. He subtly shrank back, positioning himself at a safe distance, and switched to the team channel. Timo, how powerful are our ship's main weapons? There was a moment of silence on the channel. The clanging stopped, and Timo's voice followed, tinged with a hint of confusion at being abruptly interrupted. Boss, are you asking about the shadow whale devouring sniper cannon at the bow of the ship? Yes, Zheng He replied succinctly. Received. Retrieving design parameters for the shadow whale devouring sniper cannon. Sent. On Zheng He's retina, a complex design drawing with a cold, bluish light popped up, followed by a dense array of data. Shadow whale devouring sniper cannon. Cannon caliber, 420 millimeters, an oversized reduced diameter sniper caliber. Weapon characteristics, extreme penetration, focus strike, pinpoint destruction. Specifically designed for single-point armor penetration, targeting core targets, and penetrating vital points of ships. Power assessment. At full charge, it can inflict devastating damage on a Class C standard capital ship. Devastating damage. Zheng He's eyes lit up immediately. What does a Class C capital ship mean? It's a steel behemoth capable of dominating a region of the sea. This sniper cannon can severely damage something of that caliber with a single shot, It's used against a sea monster made of flesh and blood, let alone a tier 3 boss. Even the Sea King would be in serious trouble. The plan took shape in my mind instantly. Timo, immediately activate the Shadow Whale stealth field and turn it up to maximum power. Then, sneak over here according to the coordinates I sent you. Understood. The concealment field has been activated, and we are planning the underwater route. Timo's execution ability is beyond doubt. Faya, Anhan. Zheng, he then called to the other two. After Timo finishes his operation, the three of you should go back to the lowest level of the cabin and hide well. Don't come out. I'm planning to take a big surprise back with me. You be careful. Lu Feier's voice was filled with unconcealed worry. Don't worry about it. Zheng, he cut off the communication and refocused his gaze on the giant mudfish in the abyss. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel had finished its midnight snack, its massive body swaying lazily as it slowly swam towards the bottom of the deeper trench. It seemed to have eaten and drunk its fill and was preparing to find a place to take a long nap. Now, Poseidon's vision activate. The field of vision switched instantly, and the energy circuits inside the behemoth were as clear as a high-definition perspective view. Two striking scarlet weakness markers appeared on its massive body. There was a spot, right between its eyes, at the center of its brow. There seemed to be a crystal core there, the central hub of its entire body's lightning power. Another location is on its abdomen, towards the back, in the soft-scaled area of the lower abdomen, commonly known as the belly soft ribs. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Zheng, he felt reassured. He moved like an arrow released from a bow, using the fusion effect of ship's soul symbiosis and the seawater to silently catch up. However, what makes a boss is its perception ability, which far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. Even though Zheng, he had concealed his aura to the extreme, a sudden change occurred when he got within tens of meters of the electric eel. The electric eel's originally dull body surface was instantly bursting with dazzling purple-blue electric arcs. They intertwined to form a fine network of electricity, protecting it from all sides. A strong, tingling sensation was clearly transmitted to Zheng, his skin from nearly 100 meters away. He braked decisively. I dare not go any closer. The fate of that second-order jellyfish is still fresh in my mind. What to do? We can't exactly throw an axe at it from over 100 meters away, can we? Zheng, he frowned, his mind racing as he considered countermeasures. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Energy shield. Anrin's energy shield, shaped like a haute couture perfume bottle. Since that thing can create a sterile environment, it means its energy field is extremely dense, capable of isolating most microscopic particles. So, can it isolate electric current? It's definitely not insulating. Once the idea popped into my head, I couldn't stop it. Without further hesitation, he turned and sped off towards the Shadow Whale. His voice rang out in the team chat. Timo, turn off the stealth field. We've run into a tricky problem here. I need to go back and get some gear. All right, boss. The concealment field was deactivated, and the Shadow Whale appeared above Zheng He's head. Chapter 93, Outwitting the Giant Loach. Splash. Zheng He broke through the water and landed on the deck. Captain, what's wrong? The three men immediately appeared in front of him and asked with concern. Stop talking nonsense. Zheng He wiped the seawater off his face and got straight to the point. Where's Anran's perfume energy shield? Give it to me. What do you need that for? Anran asked, handing over the exquisite perfume bottle. Test it first. It's definitely not insulating. Zheng He weighed the perfume bottle in his hand and looked at Timo. Draw a cable from the ship's propulsion system. The power doesn't need to be too high. Captain, this is an energy shield made from fragments of a high-level cyber core. The internal energy circuit is extremely precise. Forcing a conductive test could cause permanent damage. Timo offered his expert opinion. It's all right. I'll take care of it if it breaks. Zheng He said decisively. Now, immediately right now. All right. Timo couldn't refuse him. So he immediately released a robotic arm from the inspection port on the side of the hull, with a spare power cable trailing from the end of the robotic arm. As Timo manipulated the cable, a cluster of bright sparks flew from its port. Zheng He took a deep breath and pressed the start button on the perfume bottle. Buzz! A light blue hexagonal energy barrier instantly unfolded, enveloping his entire body. Bring it on. Timo carefully guided the mechanical arm to touch the outer wall of the energy shield with the sparkling cable end. Sizzle, sizzle. A piercing, crackling sound of electricity rang out as countless tiny electric snakes writhed wildly across the surface of the pale blue shield, yet failed to penetrate it even slightly. Zheng He, inside the shield, felt not even the slightest bit of numbness. Increase the power, Zheng He ordered. Timo did as he was told, and the electric light at the cable end became even more intense and violent. This time, the surface of the pale blue energy shield began to ripple slightly, like water rippling in the wind. The shield's energy consumption rate was also increasing at a visible speed. Captain, the current output power is 3 times that of the ship's normal power supply. The energy shield is experiencing energy dissipation, which is estimated to reduce the energy impact by about 80%. 80%. That's enough. Zheng, he was overjoyed. No matter how fierce the electric eel's lightning was, the system weakened it by 80%, and then the energy shield reduced it by another 80%. With his current physique and the defense of Crab King's protection, he could definitely withstand the remaining part. All right, stop. He deactivated the shield, tucked the precious perfume bottle into his pocket, and turned to walk back to the ship's side. You're still going? Lu Feier's brows furrowed even more. Zheng, he turned around, grinned at her, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Wait for my good news. After saying that, he plunged into the deep sea again. This time he had full confidence. Thanks to the superior underwater maneuverability granted by ship soul symbiosis, he quickly returned to the desolate trench. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel has found a nest made of huge reefs. Its massive body is coiled inside, seemingly in a semi-dormant digestive state, and the electric light on its body surface has dimmed considerably. Now, Zheng He concealed his presence and, like the most patient hunter, slowly made his way towards the nest. Just as he stepped into the critical point of the electric eel's sensing range, he stopped hiding. He gripped the exquisite perfume bottle in his hand and abruptly pressed the switch. Buzz! A pale blue energy shield instantly unfolded, completely enveloping him and his axe. This sudden surge of high-level cyber fragment energy was like a depth charge, instantly awakening the sleeping behemoth. Those vertical pupils, the size of car headlights, suddenly opened, and purple lightning gathered wildly around them. The next second, there was absolutely no precast animation. Sizzle. Several times more violent than when hunting jellyfish before, thunderous energy erupted from the body of the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel. The deep sea was completely dyed purple-blue at this moment. Countless thick, bucket-like arcs of violent electricity intertwined to form a net that instantly engulfed the tiny figure emitting a pale blue light. The entire trench was transformed into a thunderous inferno. In the very center of Thunder Purgatory, the pale blue energy shield was covered with layer upon layer of lightning. Countless purple-blue electric snakes swam wildly across the surface. Each burst of electric arc caused the hexagonal structure of the shield to tremble violently, rippling out in layers, as if it were about to collapse completely at any moment. Inside the shield, Zheng He, covered in a dark red phantom of the Crab King's defense, carapace, clenched his teeth. Even so, the residual electric current that had penetrated 2 layers of defense still caused his muscles to twitch and spasm uncontrollably. A deep, bone-chilling numbness surged wildly from every corner of my body. The lightning subsided in just a second or 2. Damn, it's so numb. Zheng He squeezed out a few words through his teeth, feeling like his tongue was about to break. The output power of this Tier 3 boss is clearly far more ferocious than the power cables tested on the ship. This energy shield can reduce 80% of the damage. It's a lifesaver. Just as the giant mudfish finished unleashing its 10,000 Thunder Prison summoning skill, the electric light on its body dimmed, indicating that it was in the skill's cooldown period. Now, Zheng He decisively turned off the shield and poured all the saved energy into his legs. Powered by whale force unleashed. The seawater beneath his feet suddenly exploded backward, creating a huge crater. He was like a torpedo released from its barrel, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight towards the thunderous Phantom Sea electric eel. The beast was clearly stunned for a moment, its vertical pupils shrinking sharply. Zheng He's crimson-armored giant clawed axe drew a scarlet trail in the dark depths of the sea. You beast, take this axe. The brute force of the limit breaker, combined with the explosive power of the stacked skills, resulted in a strike that landed squarely on the side of the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel. A dull sound like a sharp blade cutting through cowhide. The third-tier boss's scales were ridiculously tough. Zhang He used all his strength, but he could only break through a layer of skin, severing a few scales the size of bowls, and drawing out a string of dark purple blood. Master Zhang's guasha service is now available. It's not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Roar! The electric eel jolted in pain, and a furious infrasonic roar exploded directly on the seabed. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel's massive body shuddered violently, and the scales that had just dimmed once again burst forth with dazzling blue-purple lightning, more brilliant and eye-catching than ever before. It was utterly enraged. In its own territory, in this deep-sea trench where it reigned supreme, it was actually injured by a tiny human. If word gets out, where will the Thunder Illusionary Sea electric eel's reputation be? How will it ever be able to compete in the Tier 3 boss circle again? Chapter 94 Extreme Strength. Zhang He struck successfully, but showed no intention of lingering in the fight. It's done. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Before the giant could finish its second round of electrotherapy, he turned around and sped off in the direction he had come from, the location where the shadow whale was hiding. The deep-sea behemoth, blinded by rage, no longer cared about anything else. It only saw the tiny creature that had injured it fleeing. Its enormous vertical pupils instantly locked onto Zhang He, and with a sudden flick of its massive tail, it stirred up a raging torrent of dark currents, catching up at a speed far exceeding its previous speed. A shadow of death rapidly loomed behind Zhang He. He didn't even need to turn around. The vast field of vision provided by Sea God's vision and the instinctive warning brought by deep-sea perception clearly told him that a world-destroying thunderous power was frantically gathering behind him. It's here. Zhang He silently recited a phrase to himself, then turned on the switch of the perfume bottle in his pocket. Buzz! A pale blue energy shield enveloped him once again. Almost at the same time the shield was formed, a series of crackling explosions once again echoed across the seabed. This lightning bolt was slightly smaller in range than the previous one, but it was more concentrated and its power was even more terrifying. Countless arcs of electricity converged into a thick lightning whip, which lashed fiercely at the energy shield. The ripples on the shield's surface were no longer slight fluctuations, but rather churning violently, like boiling water. Through the shield, Zhang He could clearly see that the electric light on the surface of the giant mudfish was much stronger than when he first saw it. As night deepened, the rest period given by the system was slowly coming to an end, and the suppressed power of these sea beasts seemed to be gradually recovering. Zhang He could even feel strands of strong electric current penetrating his double defenses, exploding into tiny sparks on his skin. The energy bar of the energy shield is declining at an alarming rate. It won't last much longer. We must act swiftly. The blue-purple lightning dissipated, and the deep-seated numbness finally subsided. Zhang He immediately turned off the energy shield. He had to be careful with this amount of high-level cyber energy. He rode his bicycle to the bar, saving where he could and spending where he could. His leg muscles tensed up again, and with the whale power blessing, he went all out. Run! The seawater beneath his feet caved in backward with tremendous force, and he was like a deep-sea torpedo, heading straight for the coordinates where the shadow whale was lurking. Roar! The thunderous Phantom Sea electric eel behind him was completely breached. That tiny human, after enduring 2 full-force lightning strikes, not only did not die, but was able to jump around and leap repeatedly in front of him. The dignity of a Tier 3 boss was brutally rubbed in the sea. Anger completely overwhelmed reason. The beast was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Its huge tail fins stirred up the undercurrents, and its entire body transformed into a streak of blue-purple underwater lightning, chasing after him at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. He fled, it chased. He could not escape, even with wings. With the dual enhancements of ship's soul symbiosis and sea spirit fusion, Zhang He's underwater maneuverability has far exceeded human limits, but he is still a junior compared to this native deep-sea behemoth. The shadow of death behind me was rapidly expanding. At the edge of the field of vision of Sea God's vision, the raging lightning bolt was getting closer and closer, almost filling the entire field of vision. Just as the giant mouth, filled with sharp teeth, was about to bite his heel. The light from the sea was already within reach overhead. At this critical moment, he suddenly stopped. Ship's soul, symbiosis S, shadow concealment activated. His figure, his aura, and even the ripples in the water he created as he fled were all forcibly erased in an instant. The person who was just running for their life suddenly vanished into thin air. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel, which was in the middle of a high chase, suddenly braked, creating a huge underwater whirlpool. Those large vertical pupils, like car headlights, were filled with utter bewilderment. It's like a donkey frantically chasing a carrot, only to have the carrot that's been hanging in front of it for ages suddenly disappear. Zhang He's figure silently glided through the last few dozen meters of water, crashing headfirst into the shadow whale's stealth force field. "We've arrived. Disengage the force field. I'm boarding," he shouted in the team channel, still catching his breath. Timo's execution ability is beyond doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea rippled, and the imposing silhouette of the shadow whale materialized from nothingness and reappeared on the sea surface. The donkey that had been tricked by the carrot instantly found a new target, an even bigger radish. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel's confusion instantly turned into rage. Its huge body tensed up suddenly, and then, like a spring compressed to its limit, it suddenly shot out, rushing straight towards the large ship that had suddenly appeared. Quick! Anran had already lowered a rope ladder by the ship's side. He grabbed it and quickly flipped onto the deck. "Activate stealth." Before he could even steady himself, he roared without turning his head. Buzz! The shadow whale re-entered the concealment field and vanished without a trace. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel, halfway through its charge, lost its target once again. Its massive body remained frozen in the sea, completely bewildered. Did I not check the almanac before going out today and run into some evil spirit at my own doorstep? This is like a miracle of people and boats appearing out of nowhere. Its intelligence was clearly insufficient to handle such a brain-teasing tactic, and it was completely unaware that it had already stepped into the old hunter's firing range. On the deck, He was panting heavily, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. "I give myself full marks for this extreme tug-of-war. Timo, report the distance." "Reporting, boss. The target has entered the optimal firing range of the shadow whale, Devours sniper cannon." "Very good." He stood up straight and closed his eyes slightly. Man and boat as one. His consciousness instantly ascended to a higher dimension, merging with the entire shadow whale. Every line on the hull, every piece of armor, became an extension of his senses. Mutant sonar activated. The electric eel, still raging in vain, appeared to him as a holographic projection. The flow of blood, flesh, bones, and energy is crystal clear. He's gaze swept quickly, locking onto two locations. First, there's the crystal core between its eyebrows that constantly flashes with lightning. That is its source of power and also its most solid part. Second, there's a region on its abdomen, towards the back, where the scales are noticeably sparser and darker than other areas, the soft scale area on the lower abdomen. The lightning attribute crystal core of a Tier 3 boss is priceless. It would be a great pity to destroy it. Then you'll just have to make do with your stomach for a while. He used his mind to lock onto the menacing shadow whale devouring sniper cannon at the bow of the ship. Timo, dispel stealth. "Huh, boss." Timo was taken aback. "Firing from the shadows is soulless. I wanted to die knowing why." "Yes." The shadow whale reappeared in the Thunderous Phantom Sea electric eel's field of vision. The giant beast, which had been driven nearly insane by the trickery, raised its head. This time, it was met with a dark, gaping cannon muzzle that exuded an aura of death. Chapter 95. First boss kill, achieve again. The cannon muzzle, brimming with energy, gleamed with a ghostly blue light, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding seawater. The electric eel sensed a deadly threat and instinctively tried to escape. But it was too late. "Go to hell, you big mudfish." He roared in his mind and pressed the launch button. Boom! A ghostly blue projectile, carrying an aura of devouring everything, tore through the seawater and instantly traversed the distance between the two. On the sea, the aftershocks of this shot created giant waves more than 10 meters high. The Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel didn't even have time to dodge before the shadow cannonball slammed into its soft-scaled abdomen. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The pale blue light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a spray of dark purple blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed out from the lower abdomen of the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel, turning a large area of the sea murky. A huge, gaping hole appeared on its massive body. Wah! The thunderous Phantom Sea electric eel let out a miserable cry, but it was instantly torn apart by the surging seawater, turning into a series of muffled, gurgling sounds. Dark purple blood mixed with shattered organs gushed out like a burst dam, instantly staining a large area of the sea black. The excruciating pain, an unprecedented pain, completely robbed this deep-sea overlord of its former majesty. Its massive body writhed wildly, trying to stir up the water and escape this deadly place. But it was all in vain. The body pierced by the shadow cannonballs was like a warship with its keel broken. No matter how loudly the engines roared, it could not move forward an inch. Each struggle only accelerated the loss of life, drawing out more blood and internal organs. On the deck, Zheng He's expression remained unchanged. He was determined to take advantage of the situation and finish the job. This is one of the survival rules of this deep sea. Timo, reload. His tone was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. Recede. The bow-mounted whale-devouring sniper cannon's breech opened again, and a new shadow shell was fed into it by the robotic arm. Immediately afterwards, Zheng He took out a second-tier crystal core from his storage space and pressed it directly into the energy replenishment slot of the cannon. Buzz! The eerie blue light gathered again at the muzzle, deeper and more deadly than before. The electric eel seemed to sense its impending doom and stopped its futile rolling. Its vertical pupils, the size of car headlights, were fixed on the shadow whale, its rage gone, replaced only by desperate fear. But Zheng He is no saint. He gave up pity long ago. Fire! There were no unnecessary words, only two cold, hard words. Boom! The second shadow cannonball, trailing a ghostly blue flame, once again pierced the already mangled and gaping wound with unstoppable force. This time, the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel couldn't even let out a mournful cry. Its body suddenly stiffened. Its massive form convulsed violently a few times, and the electric light surrounding its body flickered like a candle in the wind before going out completely. The vertical pupils, as large as car headlights, quickly dimmed, eventually turning into a deathly gray-white. The enormous corpse went completely limp and slowly sank into the dark seabed. Done! Zheng He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to nature's bounty, this was a huge profit. Before he could even go into the sea to retrieve the items, a grand and majestic system notification suddenly exploded in the minds of all players on the server. World announcement. Congratulations to survivor Zheng He for achieving the world's first kill of the Tier 3 boss, Thunderous Phantom Sea Electric Eel. World announcement. Congratulations to survivor Zheng He. World announcement. Congratulations to survivor Zheng He. It was broadcast 3 times. The name Zheng He was forcefully slapped into the minds of survivors worldwide, like a drumbeat from God. Immediately afterwards, a series of reward notifications that only Zheng He could see flashed across his retina. First kill reward being distributed. Target detected as a Tier 3 rare lightning attribute boss. Reward increase in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the first kill exclusive title Conqueror of the Phantom Sea Thunder God. Congratulations. You have obtained Mental Enhancement Potion, Tier 3, X1. Congratulations on obtaining Rare Material Spine of a Thunder Eel X1. Congratulations on obtaining Rare Blueprint, Thunderbolt Submarine Rifle Blueprint X1. Congratulations on obtaining Specialized Skill, Thunderbolt Prison, Spell Specialization, X1. Congratulations. You have gained World Reputation plus 1,000. After a 2-second silence, the world chat channel was instantly flooded with exclamation marks, and it exploded with activity. Holy crap. Did I hear that right? First kill of a Tier 3 boss. It's Zheng He again. Is this guy the system's favorite son? Damn it, I just took down a Tier 1 sea wolf and thought I was all set. But it turns out they're already killing Tier 3 bosses? How can the gap between people be so huge? Third tier. What does that even mean? It's about the difference between me and Tyson. Sea King. This is the real Sea King. From now on, no one should call themselves Sea King in front of me. Compared to Boss Zheng He, we're just pond owners at best. Does Boss Zheng need any accessories? Someone who can shout 666, brings their own food, and can even warm the bed. The entire world channel went completely crazy. The vast majority of people are still struggling for food and a safe place to live, seizing the last bit of the rest period and desperately scavenging for supplies. Zheng He, the mysterious ID whose name was only known but whose person was never seen, had already stood ahead of everyone else and won the world's first kill of the third-tier boss with an almost crushing victory. This isn't just a lead of one body length. It's leaving everyone else behind on the track. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on regional channels was even more delicate. The four major guilds appeared simultaneously, speaking earnestly and trying their best to win them over. Even the usually arrogant Black Shark sent someone to privately message Zheng He, offering him generous terms. Just then, a discordant voice broke out. Dragon soars to the sea. Chendahai, it was just good luck that we happened to run into a weakened boss. Don't get too excited, everyone. Our Dragon Soars to the Sea team has also had a great harvest today, capturing no less than 10 second-tier elite sea beasts. Steady and solid is the way to go. His words caused an immediate silence on the regional channel. Everyone could see that this Mr. Chun was really sour. You could practically smell the vinegar through the screen. On the deck, Lu Feier looked at the chat history and burst out laughing. This Chun Dahai really hasn't improved at all. And Ran also looked at Zheng He, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This man always manages to create unimaginable miracles. The still water in my heart was suddenly rippled as if a torpedo had been thrown at it. Chapter 96. Zheng He dissects eel, a bountiful harvest. Zheng He, who is the focus of all this, merely glanced at the messages flooding the screen before closing the channel interface. It's just an empty title, far less substantial than a freshly made boss corpse. Anrin, Feier, you two stay on the ship and keep watch. Timo, activate the sonar and monitor all biological signals within a 500-meter radius. I'm afraid such a large amount of blood loss will attract the big guys. He issued instructions methodically as he walked toward the ship's side. Boss, are you going down? Timo asked. Of course. Zheng He's gaze pierced through the sea, looking at the huge shadow that was slowly sinking. The biggest treasure is still down there. We've worked hard all night for this moment. He was referring to that third-tier lightning crystal core. To ensure the integrity of the object, he deliberately refrained from attacking its head, preferring to waste an extra shell. This thing is probably more valuable than all the other rewards combined. This is the reason why he had to go down there in person. Thump! Zheng He plunged head first into the sea, which was stained with blood. The icy seawater enveloped my entire body, and the strong smell of blood assaulted my nostrils. The enormous corpse of a Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel was slowly sinking into the deep sea. The huge bloody hole in its abdomen was still gushing out fragments of internal organs and purple blood, like a giant baiting device, frantically provoking the nerves of a deep-sea predator. We need to hurry. The stench of blood is too overwhelming. It won't be long before it attracts high-level mutated creatures, turning this place into a veritable battlefield. It might even attract a group of high-level sharks. Zheng He went all out, heading straight for the giant beast's head. Upon closer inspection, a clearly protruding crystalline skin was visible between the giant beast's eyebrows. A third-tier lightning crystal core was inside. At this moment, it had lost its luster and was indistinguishable from the surrounding scales. Zheng He picked up the giant red-armored axe and chopped it down hard on that area. When? A muffled thud, sparks flying everywhere. The blade of the axe left only a shallow white mark on the hard surface. Zheng He shook his wrist, which was numb from the shock, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Even dead, it was still so tough. The physical defense of a third-tier boss was truly formidable. His Crimson Armor Giant Claw axe, which was supposed to be equipment dropped by a boss, was now being used to strike like scraping a scalp. Can't cut it? Then brute force will work. In ancient times, there was a master butcher named Ding who skillfully dissected an ox, following its natural grain with ease. Now, there is Zheng He who dissects eels, defying their sinews and bones, relying entirely on violence. He calmed himself down, mobilized the whale's power, and slashed at the same point again and again. Clang, clang, clang. The dull thud echoed far underwater. Just as the axe blade was about to chip away at the edge, a crisp crack was finally heard, and the crystallized skull was smashed open. He reached out, and a fist-sized, deep blue crystal core, containing countless tiny lightning bolts inside, landed steadily in his palm. Tier 3 Thunder Crystal Core. I got it. Zheng He quickly stored it in the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse, and then immediately began looting the corpse. This Tier 3 boss is a treasure trove. We can't let it go to waste. Thunder Core Eel X1. An orange quality accessory with amazing effects, increasing lightning damage by 18%, skill critical hit rate by 5%, and a chance to trigger paralysis field when casting lightning skills. This is definitely one of the best in-slot equipment for lightning mages. Unfortunately, there isn't a single mage on the ship. Electric Scale Inner Armor X1. Purple quality armor reduces physical damage by 20% and lightning damage by 35%. This is good. It can save your life in critical moments. Erin's combat power is relatively weak, so it can be used on her. In addition, there are 5 Phantom Sea Thunder Thorns, 10 Thunder Core Essence, 10 Phantom Sea Electric Marrow, 5 Thunder Pattern Eel Tendon, 2 Deep Sea Thunder Pearl. They received so many high-level materials that they were overwhelmed. Even the blasted eel meat and the relatively intact eel skin were not spared by Zheng He, as the flesh and blood of high-level mutated creatures are highly nutritious. Comfortable. He pocketed the last valuable eel bone, looked at the completely hollowed-out corpse before him, and left with a satisfied expression. The shadow whale was brightly lit. As soon as Zheng He climbed onto the deck, the sizzling aroma of grilled meat filled his nostrils, instantly whetting his appetite. Lu Feier set up a barbecue grill and was turning the sea monster meat over, the aroma filling the air. Aaron set up a folding table and carefully laid out a clean tablecloth. Several glasses were filled with wheat juice, the golden liquid bubbling under the light. Timo carried a bunch of spice jars back and forth, helping Lu Feier. Seeing this scene, Zheng He's cold heart, which had just emerged from the bloody slaughterhouse, was gently lifted by a warm hand, and the softest part of his heart was touched. In this messed-up world of survival, this scene actually has a certain homey feel to it. The boss is back. Timo, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot him. Lu Feier and Iran also looked over, both with smiles on their faces. Go wash up quickly. You smell of blood all over you. We're waiting for you to start the meal. Lu Feier shouted without turning her head as she flipped the roasted meat with tongs. Zheng He smiled, rushed into the bathroom, quickly cleaned himself up, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then sat down at the dining table. Come, everyone sit down. Zheng He picked up his wine glass and looked around at his crew. The rest period ends tomorrow. We've gained a lot in these 3 days. We've collected a lot of regular materials, fought some high-level sea beasts, and most importantly, our small team has gained 2 powerful partners, which has taken our strength to a new level. Today, together we achieved the world's first kill of a Tier 3 boss. This honor belongs to each and every one of us. Let me toast you all. He raised his glass, his voice brimming with undisguised joy. Respect the boss. Respect for ourselves. Lu Feier and Ran and Timo all stood up, their faces beaming with genuine joy. In this treacherous sea, being able to latch onto Zheng He's coattails is an absolute blessing. Looking back on the days before boarding the ship, let alone eating barbecue and drinking beer, even taking a hot shower was a luxury. Several cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. Boss, what good stuff did you get for the blind box? Let us see. Timo downed his drink in one gulp, his eyes shining, and asked impatiently. Zheng He smiled and, without keeping everyone in suspense, opened the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse to show everyone the equipment and main materials he had acquired this time. This. Timo and Lu Feier both gasped in surprise. An orange accessory? Lu Feier's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. These stats are insane. If a lightning mage got this, wouldn't they be set on flying high? This purple armor is also quite nice. It would be perfect for Sister Amrin. Timo said, pointing to the electric scale inner armor. And Ran looked at the equipment illustrations that shone with an alluring luster, and then at the man beside her who always managed to create miracles. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't say anything, but her ears turned red as she silently filled Zheng He's glass with wine. There are a lot of good things, but most of them are exclusive to mages, and we don't need them for the time being. Zheng, he waved his hand. But good things come to those who wait. I believe we will meet suitable partners on our journey ahead. The celebration banquet proceeded in a peaceful and joyful atmosphere. After a satisfying meal, the fatigue and tension of the past few days vanished. Everyone was exhausted, so after a quick tidy-up, they went back to their rooms to rest, preparing for the new challenges that would follow once the rest period ended. Zheng He lay on the large bed, feeling the ship gently rocking with the waves. His tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Just as his consciousness was fading and he was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Zheng He instantly regained his senses and sat up. "Who?" he asked softly. There was a 2-second silence outside the door, followed by a somewhat hesitant female voice. "I am Anren." Chapter 97 to be half-siblings. Safely? Zheng, he was slightly taken aback. What was she doing here at this time? He got up from the bed, walked to the door, paused for a moment with his hand on the doorknob, and then gently opened the door. The dim light in the corridor outside cast long shadows. And Rand stood in the light and shadow, wearing only a purple slip dress. The silky fabric clung to her delicate body, outlining her graceful curves. Her long hair, which was usually meticulously styled, was now draped over her rounded shoulders, the ends still damp with moisture, making her intellectual face appear languid and charming. Whether it was the wine or not, the beauty was moved. A captivating blush spread from her fair earlobe all the way to her collarbone. When she saw the door open, her eyes immediately began to dart around, and she gripped the hem of her nightgown tightly with both hands. "Captain!" Her voice was soft and gentle, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. "I'm still shaken by today's battle and can't sleep. Can you talk to me for a bit?" Looking at her pitiful appearance, Zheng He understood perfectly. High-level hunters often appear as prey. In this messed-up world of survival, smart women always know how to cling to the strongest thigh. He didn't say anything, but silently stepped aside, making way for the doorway. Actions speak louder than words. And Rand visibly stiffened for a moment, but then, as if she had made up her mind, she slipped into the room with cat-like steps. As they passed each other, Zheng He's nostrils were filled with a pleasant fragrance, the scent of high-end shower gel mixed with hormones. Click! The door is locked from the inside. When he turned around again, good heavens, and Rand had already burrowed herself into the covers. Like a frightened little rabbit, only her bright eyes peeked out from under the covers, gazing at him expectantly. This unexpected cuteness is just amazing. Zheng He chuckled softly, walked to the bedside, and lay down as well. The mattress sagged slightly. A warm body immediately pressed against him, trembling slightly, yet clinging to him with unwavering firmness. For no apparent reason, a joke he'd seen online in his past life popped into Zheng He's head. 9 out of 10 people with glasses are sleazy, and the 10th one will break his back from exhaustion. Tonight, he experienced firsthand what fully automatic means. What a perfect day. A beautiful night with a lovely lady, spending a warm spring night in the red silk tent. The next morning, golden sunlight tore through the sea mist and poured down on the deck of the Shadow Whale. Everyone had already gotten up. As usual, Lu Feier got up early and was preparing breakfast in the open kitchen. But today, the atmosphere on the ship seemed a little subtle. While stirring the millet porridge in the pot with a spoon, she discreetly observed the 2 people on the deck. As someone whose mental attributes have been enhanced, her perception is far more acute than that of ordinary people. The noise coming from the master bedroom next door last night sounded to her like Dolby Atmos, 3D, surround sound all night long. To say that I don't feel a pang of sadness would be a lie. It's like you painstakingly planted a cabbage, only to have it eaten by another pig. But Lu Feier is a clear-headed woman. She knew very well that a man like Zheng, he could never belong to just her. In this apocalyptic sea, being able to stay by his side, live peacefully, and even pursue a better life was already an immense stroke of luck. As a person, one should know contentment, know when to advance and when to retreat, and have a sense of boundaries. Lu Feier took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and put on a bright smile again. On the deck, Zheng He, shirtless, was doing some simple stretching exercises in the morning sun. His powerful physique as a limit breaker combined with Amber Medical's specialized postcoital care, meant that last night's half-night of activity hadn't left him feeling tired. On the contrary, he was full of energy and vitality. Not far away, Ran, dressed in a refreshing tracksuit, was practicing the 8 pieces of brocade with meticulous precision. Her complexion was much rosier than usual, and there seemed to be an underlying spring-like warmth in her eyes, but she remained composed, as if everything from last night was just a dream. The sound of clanging and banging came from Timo's control room. That kid had been engrossed in studying the newly acquired blueprints since early morning, completely unaware of the undercurrents on the deck. Everything was as if nothing had happened. "Dinner's ready." Lou Fayer's clear voice broke the silence. Several delicate and refreshing side dishes, a pot of golden seafood millet porridge, and a plate of boiled seagull eggs were quickly served on the table. "Holy crap! Sister Fayer, where did you get this millet?" Timo rushed out as soon as he smelled it, his saliva almost falling into the pot. "I collected this on Chemical Island last time, and I haven't been able to bear eating it." Lou Fayer smiled as she served everyone porridge. "We're happy today, so let's reminisce about the food we had on land." After shunning the gluttonous Timo, Lou Fayer turned around and picked up 2 bowls of seafood millet porridge, handing them to Zhang He and Ran respectively. Her eyes crinkled into a smile, and she was as generous as a true hostess. "Here, drink it while it's hot." Anran took the bowl of porridge with both hands, her fingers gently stroking the warm rim of the bowl. Faced with a generous and enthusiastic Lou Fayer, she felt somewhat guilty. And Rant's ears turned bright red, like a frightened little quail, and she whispered, "Thank you, Zista Faya." Zhang He, standing to the side, was shameless and didn't stand on ceremony at all. He picked up the bowl and slurped down a big mouthful. Seeing in Rant's uneasy appearance, this experienced driver immediately transformed into a master of balancing things. "It is fate that we meet. On this sea, where people are devoured without spitting out the bones, being able to share a pot of seafood millet porridge means we are like brothers and sisters from different fathers and mothers. Sister Fayer treats you like her own little sister. If you keep acting coy, you'll ruin the unity of our team." Hearing this absurd and twisted logic, Lou Fayer rolled her eyes at him, but didn't refute it. This man, he got the benefit and then acted innocent. However, Zhang He's witty banter did dispel much of Rant's embarrassment. This breakfast was simple, yet brought back a long-lost sense of warmth and homeliness. After finishing breakfast, Zhang He leaned back in his chair, opened his messaging app, and sent a private message to Wang Chuang. "Wang Chuang, how is your brotherly MO?" Zhang He asked. "Boss Zhang, thanks to you and Miss and Rant's remote consultation, she's out of danger. She's recovering, though she's still a little weak." Wang Chuang's voice was full of gratitude. "Boss Zhang, Wang Chuang, will never forget this kindness. Of course, Ran has put in a lot of effort. I thanked him yesterday." Zhang He glanced at Ran, who was clearing the dishes, and the latter immediately returned a sweet smile. Yes, please be sure to convey my gratitude to Miss Ran. Once Liamo has fully recovered, my brother and I will definitely thank you in person." "Okay." Zhang He responded and sent a batch of food and basic materials to Wang Chuang through the trade channel. "Use these things first to replenish your supplies." This is too much." Wang Chuang was flattered by the sudden appearance of the supplies. "Take it. You'll only be of value to me if you recover your fighting strength as soon as possible." Zhang He's tone was very calm. "The rest period is ending today. I don't know what new things the system will do next, so be prepared." "Understood." Wang Chuang replied immediately. "Boss, after the rest period ends, should we come and meet up with you?" Zhang He tapped his index finger lightly on the table, weighing his options for a few seconds. "Send me your current coordinates. Keep in touch, and I will contact you if needed." Chapter 98, The Descent of Black Mist. Wang Chuang replied quickly. A flashing coordinate point appeared in Zhang He's private chat channel. Just as he was about to close the communication interface, the system's emotionless, mechanical prompt instantly exploded in the minds of all the players. Announcement. The 3-day rest period has officially ended. I'm sure everyone has had plenty of rest and replenishment these past few days. Next, the nautical survival game will enter its second survival catastrophe period, the all-out deep-sea project. The sudden announcement instantly froze the relaxed atmosphere on the deck of the Shadow Whale. Lou Fayer and Ran stopped what they were doing, and Timo also poked his head out from the control room. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. The system's voice continued, exuding an air of superiority and disdain for all living beings. Following the launch of the Deep Sea for All program, a black fog barrier will be generated from the outermost edge of the shallow sea area. The black fog will advance into the deep sea at a constant speed, continuously shrinking the survival space for all survivors. Warning: within the black fog area, everything is invisible, unpredictable, and uninhabitable. Any unit swallowed by the black fog will be instantly destroyed. The first stage of the black fog propulsion speed, 5 knots, approximately 9.26 kilometers per hour. Dear survivors, please maintain a safe distance from the black fog and strive to sail into the deep sea. Best of luck to you all. After a brief moment of silence, the world chat channel exploded with activity. Holy crap. System, you son of a bitch. I finally found an island to build a base, moved all the supplies there, and you pull this on me. Black fog. It's at a speed of 5 knots. Isn't this just like boiling a frog in lukewarm water? The system isn't even putting on an act anymore. It's just starting to eliminate everyone, huh? Stop yelling upstairs. Being bad is the original sin. If you had just put in some effort during the break and upgraded your ship, you wouldn't be able to catch up to me, let alone at 5 knots, not even at 10 knots. All you do is try to play it safe, and you'll end up in your grave. Easy for you to say. I only have a beat-up sampan, and I'm only alive because my ancestors were blessed. Now you want me to race against a black fog traveling at 9 kilometers per hour with just my 2 hands? Do you think I'm too slow to be eliminated? It's all over. Everything's over. My ship doesn't even have an engine. Selling engine blueprints. Blue quality, 500 crystal cores for a flat price. First come, first served. Go to hell with you, you damned profiteer. Making a fortune off disasters at this time. May your sons be born without skin. On the World Channel, people were cursing, crying, and taking advantage of the chaos, creating a complete mess, a veritable apocalyptic stew. The system simply ignored these ants and left a blood-red countdown in the upper right corner of everyone's field of vision. Countdown to the arrival of the black fog. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The cold, hard numbers, like the death knell, herald the end of comfort. The circle has shrunk. Zheng, he leaned back in a chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, making soft tapping sounds. His face remained completely expressionless, as if the system announcement was just an insignificant weather forecast. Looking at his comm profile, and Ran and Lu Feier felt their panic, which had arisen due to the sudden change, dissipate considerably. This man always has a calm demeanor, as if he could use the sky as a blanket even if it were to fall. A speed of 5 knots is nothing to us, Lu Feier said softly, mostly trying to comfort herself and Anren. It's nothing. Timo jumped out of the control room, a morbid excitement on his face. Our shadow whale, even if it's just cruising around in neutral, would still be worth more than this. Boss, this is a boon for high-level players. Those small boats that are just coasting along are going to be wiped out in one go. Zheng, he glanced at her, but didn't respond. A dimensional reduction attack. That's too simplistic. This lousy system isn't giving out benefits at all. It's clearly designed to make players hide and develop in the outer areas, while the mutated giants in the deep sea are already starving. The first phase has 5 sessions, so what about the second phase? 10 sessions? 20 sessions? This black mist will eventually become the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. At this point, the regional chat channel also became lively. However, the first to jump up in protest was surprisingly the Fishing Guys Guild, which had a rather peculiar style. Guild leader Bao, who angrily exclaimed, "System, you son of a bitch. This is outrageous. Our guild just found a prime spot during our rest period, and we've been baiting the area for 3 days straight. We were about to catch fish, and now you're shrinking the area? Are you going to compensate us for the bait?" A member immediately commented, "Exactly. I just mixed up my bait mix, ready to night fish for big fish tonight. My sea worms have all gotten so fat." The bizarre remarks from this group instantly created a somewhat awkward atmosphere on the already gloomy regional channel. Following closely behind, other guild leaders also stepped forward. Blood Shark, the guild leader of Black Shark, posted a concise message. "This is great news. The circle has finally shrunk. The big fish is about to surface. The hunt begins." Between the lines lies an undisguised bloodshed and murderous intent. These sea hyenas love nothing more than this chaotic situation where they can plunder at will. Then, Chun Dahai and his signature, infuriating remarks arrived, albeit belatedly. Oh dear, the poison gas is already spreading. A speed of 5 is neither fast nor slow, and the system is quite restrained. However, this speed poses no threat to me, Chun Dahai, or our great dragon soaring to the Sea Guild. It's just like taking a walk. However, I also know that not all brothers were born in Rome. There are still many brothers who may still be rowing by hand. Don't be discouraged, don't give up. Hard work will always pay off. I, Chun Dahai, will be waiting for you at the end of the deep sea. These words, spoken with the wit and savvy of a tea connoisseur, perfectly exemplify the phrase, getting a bargain but still acting innocent. Looking at the screen, Lu Feier couldn't help but purse her lips. This person's ability to find the perfect shot is truly exceptional. Just a clown, Zheng, he commented casually. As soon as Chun Dahai finished speaking, Long Xiaotian, the president of Konglong Konglang, immediately followed suit and began advertising. The black fog is approaching, and sticking together is the only way out. The Sky Dragon Fights the Waves Guild is continuously recruiting like-minded brothers and sisters to build our mobile continent at sea. Our continent is several times faster than the black fog, and we have dedicated personnel monitoring it 24/7 to ensure comprehensive early warning. Join us, and you can sleep soundly even in the apocalypse. Spaces are limited, so join quickly. The performances by the various guilds were in full swing when Zheng He's private chat channel started ringing again. Chapter 99, The Intention of Shrinking the Circle. It was Wang Chuang. Boss Zheng, did you see the system announcement? Don't worry, boss. Both of our boats have plenty of power and can easily shake off the black fog. We definitely won't hold you back. Wang Chuang's tone was resolute. He showed absolutely no concern about the speed of Zheng He's ships, because he knew that asking this question was itself an insult to Zheng He. A man who can single-handedly defeat a Tier 3 boss would be stumped by a mere 5 sections of black mist? What a joke. Understood, Zheng He replied simply. He turned off the communication interface, stood up from the chair, stretched, and his joints cracked and popped. Timo, I'm here, boss. Give the Shadow Whale a complete overhaul, including checking its power system, weapon system, and energy reserves. Also, take stock of our existing materials and see which ones can be used to upgrade the ship's speed and defense. All right, mission accomplished. Timo accepted the order and dashed back into the control room. Fire, be safe. Zheng, he looked at the two of them again. Exist. Take inventory of food, fresh water, and medical supplies, and give me a detailed inventory list. Also, process ingredients that can be stored for a long time into easily preserved products. Understood. Lu Feier nodded immediately. Okay, and Ran replied. With just a few simple words, the people who were initially filled with fear due to the disaster quickly calmed down. The entire team operated smoothly and methodically under Zheng He's instructions, like a well-oiled machine. Zheng He walked to the side of the ship and gazed at the endless sea. The sea breeze brushed my face, carrying a hint of saltiness. Deep sea program for all. System, what exactly do you want to do? Whatever you want to do, I, Zheng He, will accompany you to the end. He narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible glint of sharpness flashing within them. The rules of this vast ocean were being forcibly rewritten by the system, and his task was to continue being the one wielding the pen in this rewriting process. The 2-hour countdown pulsed coldly in the upper right corner of my vision, like a death knell. Zheng He returned to the cockpit and sank into the large captain's chair. Preparations for the Shadow Whale are proceeding smoothly. Inside the control room, Timo was banging and tapping away, the electrical wires buzzing. On the deck, Lu Feier and Ran worked swiftly, sorting and stuffing the smoke-dried fish and meat into vacuum bags, their movements perfectly coordinated. Everything was in perfect order. But Zheng He's thoughts had already drifted to the deep-sea arena, which was about to be forcibly compressed by the black fog. With a light tap of the fingertips on the armrest, the porthole in front of me instantly switched to a giant 3D nautical chart. On the nautical chart, the shallow sea area where they were currently located was marked in light blue, covering a vast area. But within this light blue area were the semi-deep sea area and the deep sea area, which appeared as dark blue and black, respectively. In that dark expanse, Only a few coordinates he had once explored were scattered, like a few specks of dust in the dark universe. The National Deep Sea Program has a grand and impressive name. To put it bluntly, it's about driving all players into this dark, unknown place. Zheng, his thoughts raced. First of all, the danger level is at its maximum. In a shallow sea area, second-tier creatures can already reign supreme, and third-tier creatures are already formidable beings. What about the deep-sea area that the system forcibly drove them into? It will only be a paradise for high-level mutated creatures. Tier 3 beasts are everywhere. Tier 4 beasts are as common as dogs, and he wouldn't be surprised if a Tier 5 or 6 ancient behemoth suddenly appeared one day. The system seems to think the big fish in the deep sea have been hungry for too long, so it's starting to actively feed them. Secondly, there is internal competition among players. Anyone who has ever played PUBG knows what the shrinking circle means. Everyone was crammed into the cramped depths of the ocean, constantly bumping into each other. To seize resources, claim territory, and even just to catch their breath, the frequency of PvP raids and robberies skyrocketed exponentially. Those sea hyenas like the Black Shark Guild are probably already excitedly grinding their teeth and sucking blood. However, Zheng, he wasn't too worried about this. He reached out and lightly swung his hand across the virtual panel of the control console, and the attribute interface of the shadow whale popped up. Coverage field. Once activated, the ship will enter a state of dual optical and energy cloaking, isolating it from most detection methods. Whale-inspired design. The ship's hull shape and sonar signals perfectly mimic a deep-sea whale, greatly reducing the probability of being actively attacked. Shadow stealth. The user's shadow form can be actively activated. It possesses sonar shielding, inheriting the shadow squid's talent, and has its own biomagnetic shielding field. With these 3 trump cards in hand, he could make the shadow whale evaporate completely on this sea if he wanted to. While others are forced into a battle royale, he holds the switch to deliver a devastating blow, ready to give others a huge surprise at any time. Want to lock onto the shadow whale with radar? In your next life. Zheng, he closed the attribute interface, but his gaze unconsciously drifted through the porthole to the 2 busy figures on the deck. And Ran was counting the medicines, while Lu Feier was helping to pack food. A team needs logistics, medical care, and engineering, and they do all of these very well. But the intensity of the encounters in the upcoming deep-sea track will definitely double. Relying solely on him as a lone wolf to deal damage will eventually lead to his exhaustion. In high-level competition, there can be no weaknesses. He needs substantial firepower, or rather, an obedient and capable external force. Zheng He's gaze fell on the communication interface that had just been closed. The coordinates sent by Wang Chuang were still faintly glowing on the nautical chart. This man, with whom I had little interaction in my previous life, became connected to me in this life through a transaction. Judging from his previous words and deeds, he is a down-to-earth person who knows how to repay kindness. Most importantly, he is not alone. He has a younger brother and 2 boats. Before the rest period, Li Mo was critically injured and on the verge of death. It was Zheng He's high-level antibiotics and the crew member and Rant's remote guidance that saved him. This kindness is immense. With the black fog approaching, the entire server is undergoing a major reshuffle. Offering help in times of need is worse than adding to someone's already good fortune. What he's offering now is a ticket to Noah's Ark to survive the apocalypse. As for the true worth of this free underling, whether he's worth investing resources to recruit, he'll have to personally test the waters. Zheng, he had a plan in mind. He stood up from his chair, walked to the door of the control room, and knocked. Timo. Boss, what's up? Timo poked his head out, covered in sweat and with a smear of black engine oil on his face. How's the repair going? The power system and energy core have both passed the green light. The sniper cannon is undergoing final ballistic calibration. Timo patted his flat chest, looking smug. In half an hour at most, the whale will be fully powered up and ready to teach those sea monsters a lesson. Okay. Zheng He nodded. After calibration, set the flight path and head here. He shared the coordinates sent by Wang Chuang directly to Timo's control panel. Timo glanced at the sea chart. Although she was curious why her boss suddenly wanted to go to the outer perimeter, she knew the rules and gave a crisp salute. Received. Mission accomplished. Chapter 100 Playing a survival game makes me numb. Zheng, he turned and walked out of the wheelhouse onto the deck. Captain. When Lu Feier and Ran saw him come out, they immediately stopped what they were doing. How's the inventory of supplies going? The list of food and fresh water is here. Everything that can be dried and preserved has been processed. Lu Feier handed over the data panel, displaying the efficiency of a head housekeeper. Zheng He glanced at it and realized that this amount of reserves was more than enough to last for half a year, even if the ship were to drift in the deep sea. Well done. He handed the data panel back, his tone relaxed. Get ready. We're going on a long trip to see a friend. Meeting friends? Lu Feier was taken aback. There were friends in this vast ocean? And Ran, however, was insightful. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if she had guessed something. Our antibiotics, guinea pig, Zheng He said with a smirk. You guys keep busy, I'll go pick out some gifts for him. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the warehouse at the stern of the ship. The Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse contained a pile of materials obtained after killing a Tier 3 Thunder Illusionary Sea Electric Eel. The eel's scales, tendons, and its menacing spine crackling with electricity. These items are top-tier materials that other survivors dream of. For Zheng He, these were both a measure of public sentiment and a stepping stone. He wanted to see if this stepping stone could forge a loyal and sharp maritime weapon. The coordinates sent by Wang Chuang appeared as an inconspicuous green dot on the nautical chart. They were a full 500 nautical miles from the current location of the shadow whale. The distance isn't short, but the location is tricky. It sits right on the boundary between the shallow and semi-deep sea areas, and it's also a necessary route for the system to shrink its orbit. Since it's on the way, it saves me the trouble of making a special trip. Zheng He hates going back the same way the most. Even though the shadow whale has powerful engines and an outrageous amount of energy reserves, wasting time is a crime for him. The flight route has been set. Timo, full power, cruise control. Roger, shadow whale deploy. With Timo's energetic response, the ship shuddered slightly, then transformed into an arrow shot from a bow, silently speeding away across the sea. At full speed, the distance of 500 nautical miles takes only about an hour. There is still an hour and a half before the black fog arrives, which is more than enough time. Zheng He returned to the captain's cabin and casually tossed the prepared gift into a corner. It was a box of materials for preparing eel. It wasn't of much use to Wang Chuang at this stage, but it was priceless. Human nature is something that can never withstand testing, but he insisted on testing the waters. In this survival game at sea, where human life is as fragile as grass, trust is the most precious luxury. One wrong entrustment can cost you immediate disconnect. What he needs is a knife that he can use, not a burden that could turn on him any time. As the ship sailed smoothly, Zheng He pulled himself back to reality and brought up the vehicle control panel of the shadow whale. My gaze swept over the rows of reassuring green data, finally settling on the upgrade option at the bottom. LV.7 Shadow Whale. Materials required to progress from LV.7 to LV.8. 5/5 tier 2 crystal cores, 0/200ths refined iron ingots, 0/20ths high tier alloys, 800/800ths wood. Leaving aside the rare materials, the mere thought of those 200 units of refined iron ingots made Zheng He frown. Last time in the cyber mine, in order to get out as quickly as possible, he only looted enough metal to barely upgrade to level 7. Looking back now, he realized he had ripped off a fortune and was kicking himself. Although it was indeed not advisable to stay long at that time, the feeling of missing out on a fortune was truly suffocating. Ship hull defense and structural strength both rely on the most basic metallic materials. Moreover, when sailing in the deep sea, the strength of the hull is paramount. Zheng He turned off the panel and switched to the regional channel. With a black fog about to encroach, all players are forced to flee into the deep sea. Those with some metal reserves will likely be willing to trade them for survival supplies. He pondered for a moment, then edited an anonymous purchase request and sent it out. Anonymous buyer, unlimited purchase of iron ingots, refined iron ingots, and high-grade alloys. Large quantities available at preferential prices. Fresh water, various dried fish and meat products, finished food items, and rare materials can be exchanged. Honest and trustworthy. Half a day after the message was sent, it didn't even make a ripple. On the contrary, the world channel was in complete chaos because the black fog was approaching. There were all sorts of cries for help, opportunistic gamblers, and recruitment sprees. Zheng He waited patiently for a moment, and finally the private chat channel beeped twice. He clicked on it and saw that it contained several anonymous casual players. The first private message. Brother, how much do you charge for iron ingots? What's the price? Zheng, he provided an exchange rate for fresh water and food based on market prices. The other party replied with a string of ellipses. This price is no good. Are you trying to fob me off? Who needs your meager food and drink these days? After he finished speaking, the other person's profile picture went gray. Zheng, he raised an eyebrow, didn't take it seriously, and clicked on the second one. I have refined iron ingots. How many do you need? I'll take as many as you have. Yes, the price is similar to that of the Dragon Soars to the Sea Guild. 1 unit of refined iron ingot can be exchanged for 200 units of fresh water or an equivalent amount of Tier 2 materials. When Zheng, he saw the quote, he almost laughed in anger. Dragon Soars to the Sea Guild? Chindahai's face flashed into his mind. It was those guys again. He replied, is your price including gold trim? The other party replied extremely quickly, revealing a mysterious sense of superiority from a veteran player. Bro, just got internet? The 4 major guilds have already monopolized the market. Those guilds have hundreds or even thousands of members and dozens of seawater and urine filters running around the clock. Freshwater has already gone into inflation. Metals are the real hard currency now. Don't you understand the value of gold? Before Zheng, he could reply, a third private message came in. This time, the other party was more direct. Dude, save your breath. You won't even get a scrap of metal on the regional channel. Oh, how so? Zheng, he became interested. The 4 major guilds have monopolized it. They not only have a lot of resources, but they've also engaged in fierce competition within the business world. The Black Shark Guild is giving away no-grab gold medals to clients with high transaction volumes. The Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves Guild goes even further, offering beautiful female companions for every transaction. But the most extravagant has to be the Swimming Dragon Emerging from the Sea Guild. I heard they recently launched some kind of special sweet drink, supposedly tasting like ice-cold cola. Look at your bland plain water. How are you going to compete with them? The other side sent a hang in there bro emoji. Zheng, he looked at the screen and exclaimed, wow. He underestimated the business acumen of these guild leaders. Chapter 101, prepare to welcome your king of metal. By monopolizing resources, creating inflation, and then offering additional services to increase user stickiness. This combination of disruptive tactics completely crushes casual players. The small amount of fresh water he hoarded by exploiting information asymmetry became a joke in the face of others' terrifying industrial production capacity. The current situation is that he doesn't lack water, but he needs iron. And someone who has iron wouldn't even consider his water. That's really awkward. Zheng, he leaned back in a captain's chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest. On the regional channel, Chindahai was at Versailles again. Chindahai, Guild Dragon Soars to the Seaside. The warehouse is overflowing with iron ingots again. What a worry. Any brothers willing to trade some Tier 3 materials for some iron ingots? The price is negotiable. Baohu, Never Air Force Guild at Chindahai. Stop showing off, or we fishing enthusiasts will all have to switch to mining. By the way, do you still have any of your special sweet water? Save me a couple of cases. The two of them were singing in unison, blatantly showing off. The casual players below were immediately overwhelmed, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Holy crap, is this the power of a guild? We're still struggling to afford a bottle of water, and they're already drinking Coke. Boss Chun, look at me. I have the tendons of a second-tier mutated sea serpent. How many iron ingots can I exchange for them? Can I have a taste of its sweet juice? Damn it, comparing yourself to others is just awful. I made up my mind. I'm going to apply to join the Dragon Soars to the Sea Guild right now. Zheng, he turned off the channel and rubbed his temples. It seems that the path to acquiring iron through conventional trading has been blocked. The 4 major guilds have used their size advantage to build a solid trade barrier. If this continues, his ship upgrade plan will be stalled. In this deep-sea battle royale, frantically compressed by the black mist, one wrong step leads to another. He didn't want to risk his life just because he was missing a few pieces of scrap metal. We must find a way to break this deadlock. Since the conventional market approach is not feasible, the only option is to take an unconventional approach. Zheng He's mind began to race with calculations. What are his strengths? Information asymmetry, top-tier individual combat strength, and Lu Feier's unparalleled alchemy. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. If the guild can make something out of nothing, he can make something even more amazing out of nothing. The shadow whale continued its high-speed journey, the seascape outside the porthole rushing past, turning into a blurry expanse of blue. Inside the cabin, Lu Feier and Enran had already organized the supplies neatly and were now sitting in the dining room, chatting quietly. Enran, what kind of person do you think the captain is going to meet? Lu Feier asked curiously, holding a cup of hot water. Enran smiled and said, anyone he calls a friend must be someone special. She knew who the other person was, but she had only been able to get to know them remotely through the system and had no further information. Lu Feier's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the driver's seat. That man's figure was always so steady, as if he could shoulder the burden even if the sky were to fall. Just then, the driver's cab door opened. Zheng He strode out, his expression calm, but a fiercely aggressive light burned in his eyes. Are you ready? Everything's ready. Lu Feier stood up. Zheng He nodded, said, Feier, come with me, and walked straight to the control room. Inside the control room, Timo was frantically outputting commands to a pile of disassembled parts and wires. Various metal sheets, wires, and energy tubes were piled up haphazardly on the ground, with a rudimentary metal frame in the very center. This was its proud supplement safe house project. Seeing Zheng He bring Lu Feier in, it quickly used its hands and feet to dig out a clean spot from a pile of waste. Boss, Zista Faya, watch your step. My monumental project is in a life-or-death sprint stage. Zheng He's eyes twitched as he looked at the devastated scene of the Syrian war. Anyone who didn't know better would think that C4 had just been detonated in the ship's cabin. He ignored Timo and turned to look at Lu Feier. Feier, when you were making antibiotics before, you demonstrated a strong ability to extract substances. This should be a new ability that you unlocked after your expertise level improved. Zheng He paused, then his eyes lit up. I'm in a bit of trouble right now, but I've come up with a solution and I need your strong support. The feeling of being needed is always pleasant, especially since she was needed by the man in front of her. A ripple stirred in Lu Feier's heart, but she put on a smile and winked playfully. What trouble has the captain encountered this time? Why does it require me, a humble woman, to personally come to his rescue? Stop messing around. Zheng He smiled helplessly and recounted the unpleasant experience he had just encountered in the trading channel. From the market monopoly of the 4 major guilds to Chun Dahai's blatant boasting, and then to the outrageous bundled sales of specially blended sweet drinks. Everything was exposed. Lu Feier listened in a daze, her beautiful eyes widening. She never imagined that while she was enjoying a peaceful life on the ship, eating seafood, the outside world had become so incredibly competitive. They caused inflation with fresh water, inflated iron ingot prices through monopoly, and then increased added value with things like specially sweetened water to bind customers. These people are truly business geniuses. Lu Feier clicked her tongue in amazement. Yeah, a bunch of scoundrels and geniuses. Zheng He smirked. Our paradise ship is now being held back from upgrading. Since they want to play the monopoly game, I'll just flip the table. His gaze was fixed on Lu Feier, the intensity in his eyes almost melting her. If my idea is correct, and you can extract iron directly from other materials, then they won't have the power to set the price of metals in this sea area. Just thinking about that scene made Zheng He excited. What does that mean? This means that the upgrade of the shadow whale will no longer be hindered. This means he can control the price of metals at sea, become the king of metals, and dominate this deep-sea battle royale. Once he was in the right mood, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, grab Lu Feier's hand, and hold it to his chest, his eyes burning with fervor like searchlights. Sister Faya, use your divine power. Whether our ship can become the overlord of the sea depends on you. This sudden physical contact completely caught Lu Feier off guard. Feeling the warmth emanating from her wrist and the man's intensely aggressive yet refreshing scent, her ears instantly turned bright red. You let go first. Lu Feier stammered, trying to break free but failing. Ahem, I got too excited. Zheng He realized he had lost his composure and quickly let go of her hand, touching his nose to cover his embarrassment. What I meant was, this job can't be done without you. Lu Feier took 2 deep breaths to forcefully suppress her heartbeat. Chapter 102, The Thorn in Timo's Heart. Theoretically speaking, as long as an item contains iron, I can force it to leach out. The technology isn't a problem. The pain point is, where do we find a massive amount of raw materials? What materials or items do you need? Activate your special perception skill, and we'll find them accordingly. Zheng He said immediately. That's what he cares about most. Lu Feier nodded, closed her eyes, and loosely clasped her fair hands in front of her chest, an invisible wave spreading out from her center. This is the alchemist's unique material analysis. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes and quickly drew up a list on the data panel. Zheng He leaned closer to take a look, and his eyes lit up instantly. The list contains a variety of items that contain iron, from small scraps of copper and iron to rusty knives, to large skeletal crystals of high-level mutated sea beasts. 2 of them were highlighted in red by Lu Feier. Large ship wreckage, high material content, intact structure, and extremely high extraction and conversion rate. Seafloor iron-rich veins. The material content is extremely high, it is renewable, and the extraction and conversion rate is high. Ore veins require specialized mining equipment and are located in fixed locations, making them easy to expose. Zheng He pointed heavily to the line, large shipwrecks. But shipwrecks are different. What this vast sea has in abundance is probably shipwrecks. Whether it's relics from the old era or the shipwrecks left behind after countless survivors perished since the game's launch. No one could utilize it before because no one possessed Lu Feier's ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous. Now, these scrap iron pieces have become gleaming refined iron ingots in his eyes. Zheng He now had a complete understanding of the situation. Aren't you monopolizing the market? Aren't you driving up iron prices? Do whatever you 4 guilds want. I'll transcend the 3 realms and the 5 elements and launch a complete and utter dimensional reduction attack on you. You're working hard, mining, trading, and hoarding. All I need to do is find the shipwreck and let Lu Feier take a breath. The thought of Chandahai hoarding a warehouse full of iron ingots at the cost of his entire fortune, while he himself had so many iron ingots that he could throw them away, almost made Zheng He burst out laughing. Timo, clean up your battlefield. We're going to pull off something big. Zheng He was in high spirits. Recede. Without further hesitation, he activated another core function of the Shadow Whale. The vision of Poseidon, centered on the Shadow Whale, a 3-dimensional nautical chart with a radius of 50 nautical miles instantly unfolded in his mind. Zheng He's consciousness sank into this vast blue sea of data and began searching at lightning speed. This time, he has only one goal: ship wreckage. Just as he was concentrating intently, scanning the sea inch by inch like a human radar, a glaring green suddenly entered his field of vision. There are players. Moreover, this point of light is cutting towards the Shadow Whale's course from the side and rear at an extremely high speed. Timo, activate the stealth field. Zheng He's tone was calm and decisive. In this deep-sea battle royale, only the most cunning survivors will remain. Playing it safe is always a good idea. Recede. The space around the Shadow Whale warped for a fleeting moment. Then, the colossal vessel merged completely with the sea and sky, vanishing without a trace. Its speed, however, remained undiminished, continuing its journey through the waves. The other player also headed straight for the semi-deep sea area, apparently also a player driven away by the black fog poison circle. However, Zheng He's route was a diagonal cut-in, while the other side chose the shortest straight distance. The distance is getting closer and closer. Zheng He switched his perspective and, through the ship's high magnification camera, finally saw what the approaching ship looked like. The boat wasn't large, only about 20 meters long, but it was very fast. The most eye-catching feature was the ugly and exaggerated shark paint on the bow. It's a small world. It's the Black Shark Guild. 2 people stood on the deck, a man and a woman. The man was like an iron tower, with bulging muscles and a fierce face. The woman, on the other hand, had a hot figure, was dressed scantily, and stood timidly to the side. When Timo zoomed in on the camera to get the man's face clear, he was stunned and collapsed to the ground. Terrified, she covered her mouth tightly to stifle a sound, but large tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She pointed a trembling hand at the man on the screen, letting out a suppressed sob, unable to utter a single word. Timo. Zheng He noticed something was wrong and immediately exited Sea God's vision. He turned around and saw the little girl huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Something's happened on the cliff. Enrin, come here right now. Zheng, he shouted, and Ran rushed over upon hearing the noise and was also surprised to see Timo's condition. She quickly squatted down and gently patted Timo's back with her medical expertise. A gentle energy enveloped Timo, and her turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. Boss! Wah! She buried her face in Zheng He's arms, crying so hard she couldn't breathe. Zheng He's heart skipped a beat. If the fearless Timo could be scared like this, the guy on the screen was definitely no good. He gently patted Timo's back and asked softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. Tell me, who was that person? Did he bully you?" Within Ran and Zheng, he taking turns comforting her, Timo sobbed and recounted, in fits and starts, a past event she least wanted to recall. The man on the screen is named Bu Ying, a fierce member of the Black Shark Guild's second firepower team. When Timo first joined the Black Shark Guild, because she was young and the only mechanic on the ship, everyone took good care of her. Although Bu Ying looked fierce, he was quite polite to her. He often asked her to repair and modify his weapons, and they gradually became familiar with each other. Occasionally, when he returned from a mission, he would bring her some snacks or trinkets. Timo was initially afraid of this thuggish-looking man, but after spending more time with him, she realized he wasn't so bad after all, and gradually let her guard down. The nightmare occurred after a victory celebration. That day, the guild went on a mission and looted a large amount of supplies, and the guild leader threw a feast. Many people drank too much, including Bu Ying. He had looted a very cute Lababa plush toy, intending to give it to Timo. After the banquet, he smuggled the doll in his pocket and, reeking of alcohol, made his way to Timo's repair shop. Fueled by alcohol, he confessed his feelings to Timo in a drunken frenzy. Timo was terrified. He watched as Timo staggered and reached out to hug him, and he frantically darted around the small room. Finally, she was cornered. Bu Ying shoved the Lababa doll into her arms and vaguely asked her to be his girlfriend. Timo, who had just come of age, had never seen such a scene before. He was so frightened that he burst into tears and refused firmly. Unexpectedly, Bu Ying, who was under the influence of alcohol, revealed his true colors after being rejected and prepared to force himself on her. A pair of strong arms grabbed Timo, preparing to help her remove her armor. Chapter 103, Helping Timo Remove the Thorns. At the critical moment, the door to the repair room was kicked open. Night Owl rushed in. Her room was right next to Timo's, and her exceptional senses allowed her to detect the commotion. Seeing Bu Ying's beast-like appearance, she immediately exploded. "Bu Ying, do you fucking want to die?" Upon seeing Night Owl, Bu Ying not only didn't restrain himself, but became even more excited, reeking of alcohol. "Damn it, another one's here. Tonight, I'm going to have a real feast." Although Night Owl specializes in perception, she learned self-defense martial arts when she was a model. Bu Ying was completely drunk, his movements erratic. With Night Owl's precise predictions, the bull was thoroughly subdued in less than a few rounds. Afterwards, Night Owl and the others who rushed to the scene tied up Bu Ying and left him on the deck to be exposed to the cold wind all night. The next day, Bu Ying sobered up and ran to Timo to apologize and beg for forgiveness. But the shadow of that night was etched into Timo's bones. Whenever she saw Bu Ying, she couldn't help but scream. Her SAN value plummeted, and she just wanted him to disappear from her sight. After that, Bu Ying never appeared in front of her again. But today, the man who brought her endless nightmares has reappeared. Those terrifying images are once again churning in her mind. After listening to Timo's tearful account, Zheng He's face turned as cold as ice. He gently handed Timo to and ran, stood up, and walked silently to the porthole. Looking at the approaching Black Shark ship, Zheng He's eyes revealed a murderous intent. "Damn it, what a beast." Zheng He's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. "He dares to mess with our Timo baby. He's really asking for trouble." He turned to look at Timo, who was still sobbing, and said firmly, "Timo, watch closely. Today I'm going to pull this thorn out of your heart." Hearing the name, Night Owl, Lu Feier felt a mix of emotions. Unexpectedly, the best friend who pushed her into the sea had also saved Timo. This made the feud between them even more complicated. But regardless, the fact remains that she was pushed into the sea, and next time they meet, they must settle this score face to face. Zheng He returned to the captain's seat and reset the course. Like a true deep-sea ghost, the shadow whale silently crept up behind Bu Ying's ship. At that moment, Bu Ying was standing on the deck, waving at the hot woman. The woman reluctantly moved over. "Brother, Didn't you say there was mutated crab roe to eat on the boat? I haven't seen any crabs. The woman asked timidly. Buing let out an extremely lewd laugh. Hee hee. Want some crab roe? I happen to be a Cancer. I can make sure you're full. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his groping hands reached out and grabbed at the woman, groping her all over. The woman screamed and struggled, but it was all in vain against Buing. Her struggles only excited the pervert more. Just as that filthy hand was about to tear open the woman's clothes. Buzz. A low-frequency engine sound, seemingly capable of shattering the soul, exploded on the sea, less than 5 meters from Bu Ying's dilapidated little boat. The sea suddenly exploded, and the shadow whale immediately dispelled its stealth. A colossal object burst forth from the sky without warning, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, and appeared out of thin air before them. A huge shadow instantly enveloped the small boat. He stared blankly at the ghost ship, which was larger than any ship he had ever imagined, like an idiot. His CPU burned out on the spot. That burning anger was instantly extinguished. Buing was so frightened that he couldn't get hard. The ship was shrouded in shadow, as if it had been devoured by a dark beast. Bu Ying's head was still tilted upwards. The lewd smile on his face froze completely, and his eyes were so wide they were about to pop out of their sockets. The woman behind him was terrified and scrambled into a corner of the cabin, trembling and covering her head. The bow of the shadow whale stood tall, with Zheng He standing with his hands behind his back, Lu Fei'er and Ran beside him. The three of them looked down at Bu Ying from their elevated position. The massive ship completely blocked out the light, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. That oppressive feeling was enough to scare a person into submission, and it even caused Bu Ying's CPU to overheat. He stood there stunned for a good 10 seconds before swallowing hard and stammering out, "You, what gang are you involved in? Which guild are you in?" His voice trembled without him even realizing it. He didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this idiot. Lu Fei'er snorted coldly and uttered 2 words, "A free spirit." Upon hearing the words freelancer, Buing felt as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. The thuggish mentality that usually bullies the weak and fears the strong resurfaced in his mind, and his fear was instantly suppressed. Casual players? So what? He straightened up instantly, his face instantly transforming from fear to ferocity, pointing at Zheng He and cursing. "Damn it, so it's just a bunch of lucky lone wolves. You scared the crap out of me. Listen up, I'm a key member of the Black Shark Guild's 2nd Firepower team. So if you know what's good for you, get lost and don't delay me from doing my business." Zheng He was so angry at this idiotic remark that he laughed. 2 firepower pigs? Then where's the other pig? Bu Ying's face froze for a moment, then turned red with anger, and he cursed. "Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you make fun of me? Go out and ask around. In this sea area, who doesn't tremble at the mere mention of your grandfather Bu Ying's name?" "Oh." Zheng He chuckled lightly, his eyes instantly turning cold, his killing intent undisguised. "Coincidentally, today's target is you, this eagle that can't stand up straight." Damn it. Buing broke down completely, his sore spot hit. It was worse than death for him. "You brat, you're so arrogant. Not only did you ruin my good time, but you also dare to talk nonsense about killing me? You're like a chicken feather tied to a telephone pole. You have some nerve. It's a waste of air to talk to such an idiot." Zheng He leaped off the deck of the shadow whale like a meteorite. The giant red-armored clawed axe, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it cleaved through the wind, slashed head-on at Bu Ying's face. "Holy crap, no sportsmanship." Bu Ying was startled. Why did this kid not even bother with a polite greeting before going straight to his ultimate move? Despite his burly physique, this fellow was surprisingly quick to react. He pushed off with his feet, his entire body sliding backward as if oiled, narrowly avoiding the deadly axe blow. Boom! The axe slammed into the deck, splintering wood and creating a horrifying hole. Buing broke out in a cold sweat and roared, his voice trembling with fear. "You're not playing by the rules. You don't even give your name, yet you want to kill me?" Zheng He slowly withdrew his axe, steadied himself, and looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Chapter 104 Eagle Master. Are you in a hurry? Remember, your grandfather's name is Zheng He. Zheng He. Buing was taken aback at first. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the name. Yesterday, It seemed like this was the player with the same name who got the first kill on the Tier 3 boss. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He quickly glanced at Zheng He's physique. With that small build, and wielding an axe made from a broken crab claw, he could break through the defense of a third-tier boss. What a joke. It's definitely someone with the same name, or someone deliberately impersonating another person to show off. This advantage is on my side. Booing quickly hypnotized himself, and his courage surged again. Zheng He? I thought it was someone else, but it's you. What? I ran into you on your 8th voyage to the Western Ocean. He chuckled and struck a strange starting stance. Today I'll show you the power of Qin Shi Huang. Before he could finish speaking, Bu Ying's body emitted a series of crackling sounds. Its skin quickly hardened and grew long brown fur. Its face lengthened, its fangs protruded, and a fluffy tail suddenly emerged from its rear end. Combat spécialisation, beast mode monkey. After transforming, Bu Ying became a complete half-orc. He was on all fours like a real ape, his eyes flashing with a wild ferocity and cunning, and his movements became exceptionally agile. He exerted his strength suddenly, his whole body turning into a blur, using the debris on the narrow deck to dodge wildly, and grabbed at Zheng He's heart from the side and rear at an extremely tricky angle. Zheng He stood still, not even moving his feet. Simply recite silently. Crab King's protection. Buzz. A crimson energy crab shell appeared out of thin air, and with a muffled clang, it perfectly blocked the vicious claw attack. Bu Ying felt as if his claws had gripped a steel plate, the shock making his arm go numb. When his first attack missed, he immediately used the momentum to bounce away, flipped in midair, and launched another attack from another direction. In an instant, the deck was filled with the afterimages of hawks, their claws striking, biting, and tail whipping, their attacks as fierce as a storm, the clanging and clattering sounds of their attacks never ceasing. Zheng He remained as steady as a mountain. He activated deep-sea perception, and with the feedback from the sonar, every movement of Bu Ying and every exertion of his muscles formed a clear trajectory prediction in his mind. No matter how fancy or flashy you are, I will remain unmoved. Bu Ying's relentless attacks failed to injure Zheng He or even touch the hem of his clothes. Instead, he himself was left breathless and exhausted. He suddenly leaped backward, creating a distance of more than 10 meters between himself and Zheng He. Panting heavily, he cursed, "Are you a tortoise? What kind of skill is it to hide in a turtle shell? If you've got the guts, face me head on." Zheng He's 12 points of agility are indeed not enough to gain an advantage against a specialist like Bu Ying. A defensive counterattack is the optimal solution against this type of agile opponent. However, now that the prey is running out of energy, it's time to close the net. Zheng He took the initiative and rushed towards Bu Ying. Well done. Bu Ying was overjoyed at the sight and was about to launch a counterattack. But as soon as they started fighting, he realized he had been too hasty. Zheng He's moves were not flashy at all. They were all straightforward and wide-ranging. But his strength was ridiculously great. With a force of 17 points, plus the weight of the axe, a mere graze would cause injury, and a direct hit would be fatal. Bu Ying's face stung from the axe wind, and he could only dodge in a sorry state, leaping and bounding around like a monkey. After several rounds, Bu Ying had shifted from taking the initiative to attacking to passively dodging, and his stamina was being depleted even faster. Damn it. Huff. Huff. Are you on drugs? How come you have so much energy? Bu Ying cursed breathlessly. I really did take the medicine. Are you surprised? Unexpected. Zheng He's offensive didn't slow down at all, but he started to play mind games with his words. I'll report you. You cheated, you little brat. Bu Ying was going crazy. What kind of monster was this guy? While suppressing his anger, Zheng He continued to bombard the internet with his catchy phrases. What a coincidence. I ran into your family yesterday when I passed by a place called Chemical Island. Bu Ying froze, his movements halting. What rubbish are you spouting? Zheng He swung his axe in a wide arc to force him back, then grinned and said, Really, I think your whole family looks alike. You're all a bunch of unevolved monkeys. These sarcastic and personally attacking words twisted Bu Ying's monkey-like face in anger. Fuck your grandpa. Eagle, are you in a hurry? Zheng He continued to launch mental attacks. Anger instantly shattered Bu Ying's rationality. He let out a hysterical roar, abandoned his defense, and recklessly charged towards Zheng He. An attack driven by irrationality, no matter how powerful, is futile. We've been waiting for this moment. A cold glint flashed in Zheng He's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Facing the sharp claws that were about to grab him, he twisted his wrist and used the back of his axe to precisely flick upwards from below. Clang! With a deft force that deflected the force of 1,000 pounds, Bu Ying's claws were instantly deflected, and his arms rose uncontrollably upwards, leaving his chest wide open. Zheng He didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. He turned to the side, twisted his waist, and stepped forward, channeling all 17 points of his strength into his right arm without reservation. The heavy, crimson-armored, giant-clawed axe drew a scarlet full moon in midair. An axe, a side chop. Puff! A chilling sound of flesh tearing apart rang out. Bu Ying's running body came to a sudden halt, severed at the waist. Bu Ying's body was neatly split in two at the waist. His upper body was still flying forward due to inertia, his furious expression frozen on his face. But his lower body had already collapsed to his knees on the deck with a thud. His upper body flew right in front of Zheng He, lying on his back. "Are you really Zheng He?" "Yes, that's me. I'm a dying man. Don't lie to me." "Don't worry, I am Zheng He." "Zheng He, my butt hurts." "Eagle, your butt's on the aft deck. It doesn't hurt anymore, ah." The foul-smelling entrails mixed with fresh blood gushed out with a splash, staining most of the bow of the boat red. The world is peaceful now. The stench of blood filled the air, but Zheng He calmly withdrew his crimson-armored, giant-clawed axe. The body cut in two on the deck, along with the scattered entrails, created a scene reminiscent of hell. Just as he turned around, preparing to leap back to his boat, a timid female voice came from behind him. "My benefactor, please wait." It was the scantily clad woman on Bu Ying's boat. Suppressing her disgust at the mess on the ground, she ran to Zheng He's side, leaning forward slightly to flaunt her impressive cleavage. She looked at Zheng He with a pitiful expression and asked, "Could you take me with you?" Zheng He stopped and turned around to look her up and down. Its appearance and physique are indeed outstanding, scoring 8 out of 10, making it a rare resource in this sea survival game. "What specialization have you awakened? Or what special skills do you have?" Zheng He asked directly. Chapter 105, Running from the Poison Zone, officially begins. Upon hearing this, the woman blushed and, in an extremely ambiguous tone, spoke as if she were a clip. "My special skill hasn't been awakened yet, but my specialty is pleasing you. I'm exceptionally good at it, whether in bed or with my mouth. I guarantee to make my benefactor feel like they're floating on air, as if ascending to heaven." Upon hearing this, Zheng He almost burst out laughing. This man-eating deep sea was already a headache for him, and now there's something else that's eyeing his children. He shook his head and pointed to the bow of the shadow whale. There, and Ran and Lu Feier were looking in their direction with concern. "There's absolutely no need for that. See those two? I just became sworn sisters with them. I'm going to uninstall my QQ when I get back. I'm afraid we won't be able to play duo games together anymore." His tone was casual, but his words froze the woman's flirtatious smile. Zheng He ignored her and continued, "This boat is yours. I won't touch anything on it. Consider it compensation for your emotional distress. Goodbye forever." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked to the ship's side. Then, with a burst of strength, his body leaped up like a cannonball, drawing a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the deck of the shadow whale. The woman was left alone, bewildered in the wind, watching Zheng He's retreating figure, before finally letting out a deeply resentful sigh. "What did you talk about with that girl just now?" And Rand came up to her and asked curiously. "I saw a look of disappointment in her eyes when she looked at you last." "It's nothing." Zheng He put the axe on the deck with a clang. "She asked if I could leave her my QQ account as a souvenir, but I didn't agree. I told her there were 2 little gluttons on the ship who were eyeing it." "You." And Rand's face flushed red instantly, both ashamed and angry. She raised her fist and lightly punched Zheng He in the chest. You can't expect anything good to come out of dog's mouth. Lu Feier, who was standing nearby, had extremely high perception and naturally heard the whole thing. A blush crept on her face, but she just lowered her head and whispered to Zheng He, "Captain, let's go back and continue our voyage." "Captain, sister." And Rand looked completely bewildered, glancing at Lu Feier and then at Zheng He. Zheng He made a funny face at her, put his index finger to his lips in a shoot gesture, and then turned and walked towards the driver's seat. Timo reset the flight path, Destination: Wang Chuang's coordinates. The bloodshed of the battle was quickly forgotten. Zheng He first went to the control panel to calm Timo down, who had calmed down considerably. After confirming that she was no longer stressed, he turned to Enran and instructed her to use her medical expertise to provide Timo with psychological counseling when she had time. The shadow whale roared once more, like a lurking steel behemoth cutting through the waves on the vast ocean. About an hour later, two clear dots of light appeared on the radar screen. Two boats, one large and one small. It was Wang Chuang and his brother Limo's boat. Just as the shadow whale gradually slowed down and prepared to approach, the countdown for the black mist to descend ended. The cold system notification sounded in the minds of every player. The countdown to the deep sea initiative for all has ended. A black fog barrier has formed and is beginning to advance into the deep sea. Current progress speed, 5 knots. Warning: any ships or individuals swallowed by the black mist will be reduced to ashes. As soon as the words were spoken, a pitch-black wall that seemed capable of swallowing everything slowly rose from the distant horizon. It brought with it an irresistible sense of deathly oppression, crushing down on the backs of all the players. In PUBG, the run from the zone has officially begun. Boss Zheng! A shout came from Wang Chuang's boat. Zheng He looked up and saw a burly man with a fierce aura standing at the bow of the ship, waving vigorously at him. The man had a buzz-cut, bronze skin, and well-defined muscles, clearly indicating he was a seasoned athlete. His features were strong, with a resolute look in his eyes and brows. He somewhat resembled a thinner version of the internet celebrity Li Wei gang. He must be Wang Chuang. Beside Wang Chuang stood a slightly thin young man, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes bright. This must be his younger brother, Li Mo, whom he had just snatched back from the jaws of death. The shadow whale slowly approached. "Brother, bring your younger brother and come aboard my ship for a get-together." Zheng, he shouted from the high bow of the ship. He had his own considerations. First, his ship is protected by the Azure Guardian barrier. Any non-ship personnel who board will have their attributes significantly reduced, including movement speed, attack power, and skill power. This is his home turf, offering the highest level of safety. Secondly, in the apocalypse, kill the saintly first. Although you may get along well online, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's the most foolish thing to gamble your life on someone else's character. Finally, this was a blatant display of strength. With the sheer size and imposing presence of the shadow whale, it delivered a complete and utterly devastating blow to these two. Wang Chuang clearly understood this principle as well. Without the slightest hesitation, he led Li Mo onto a small boat next to them and rowed towards the shadow whale. Timo lowered the rope ladder. The two brothers climbed up the ladder onto the deck, one after the other. However, the moment their feet touched the deck, an invisible yet terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain instantly enveloped their entire bodies. The Kangling Garrison barrier has taken effect. Wang Chuang groaned, feeling his muscles tighten as if he were sinking into a deep pool of mud, making every movement slow and sluggish. Relying on a solid foundation, he gritted his teeth and barely managed to stabilize his lower body. But Li Mo, who was behind him, wasn't so lucky. Already recovering from a serious illness and severely weakened, he was enveloped by this oppressive aura, and his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel on the deck. He clung tightly to the alloy railing beside him to avoid making a fool of himself, and a layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. "Relax, this is a built-in defensive array on my ship. It will have a suppressive effect on non-ship personnel," Zheng He explained calmly. Wang Chuang and Li Mo exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Is this the foundation of a true master? Before they even made a move, they were almost crushed by the weight just by standing on top of them. The difference is like being separated by the Mariana Trench. "Enran, please take their pulses and check their health," Zheng He instructed, turning his head. Enran nodded, stepped forward, and used her medical expertise to carefully examine the two brothers. As expected, Wang Chuang has excellent physical qualities. Although he has not yet reached the level of a limit breaker, his years of training and combat specialization have given him a physique that is no less powerful than Zheng He's. Li Mo's pulse was weak and his vital energy was severely depleted. Although his life was saved, the damage to his body could not be replenished in a short time. and Ran immediately prescribed a medicine to strengthen the body's foundation and nourish its vital energy. Chapitre 106 Combat Spécialisation Beast Transformation. After hearing this, Zheng He immediately opened the divine sea spirit warehouse. With a thought, a pile of medicinal herbs emitting a faint fragrance appeared out of thin air on the deck. Go to the kitchen and fry it for him. Anren put away the medicinal herbs and turned to walk towards the kitchen. This feat of conjuring objects out of thin air made the Wang brothers' eyelids twitch. All right, stop standing there. Zheng He stepped forward, patted Wang Chuang's broad shoulder forcefully, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Show me your expertise that you're so proud of. All right, boss, take 2 steps back. Wang Chuang didn't hesitate either. He took a deep breath, lowered his waist, and immediately mounted his horse. The next second, his entire aura changed. Roar! A low growl, unlike anything in human form, came from deep within his chest. The muscles and bones throughout his body emitted dull, cracking sounds, and the veins under his skin bulged out like the gnarled roots of an old tree. Then, thick, coarse, grayish-brown fur, defying common sense of biology, gushed forth from every pore. In the blink of an eye, it turned from grayish-brown to dark brown, transforming into a natural, heavy fur armor that tightly enveloped his entire body. His bones were rapidly remodeling amidst crackling sounds. His shoulders rose high like hills, and his spine arched into a powerful curve. His entire chest cavity visibly expanded nearly 3 times its normal size, and his limbs became as thick as pillars. The fingernails of all 10 fingers began to turn black and thicken, eventually transforming into 5 pairs of giant, hooked claws that gleamed with a cold light. His head widened as it stretched, his mouth and nose protruded forward, and his sharp canine teeth pierced his lips and were exposed. His pupils shrank into terrifying vertical pupils, gleaming with a wild, crimson light. The clothes he originally wore had long been torn to shreds by his ferocious muscles, the fragments blending into his thick hair. A halo of earthy yellow battle aura enveloped his massive body. Bang! When his reconstructed feet landed heavily on the deck, made of special steel, vibrated and hummed, creating a visible shockwave. He roared to the sky, the sound waves even causing a slight hum in the air. Right under Zheng He's nose, a living, breathing man was transformed into a war bear over 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Combat spécialisation, beast mode bear. Zheng He's eyelids twitched. He looked at the hairy, muscular mountain in front of him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Just now he complained that Bu Ying's leaping and jumping beast-like monkey was too flashy, like a clown. Now look at Wang Chuang's beast-like bear, which is full of extreme power and wild ferocity. This is the real transformation of a tough guy. All right, stop using your supernatural powers. Zheng He waved his hand, signaling Wang Chuang to deactivate his transformation. Call. The war bear exhaled a stream of scorching white vapor, and its massive body shrank at a visible speed. The thick brown fur quickly receded, the bulging muscles slowly contracted, and the bones cracked as they returned to their original positions. Soon, the 3-meter-tall giant bear transformed back into a muscular, burly man. The clothes he was wearing had been reduced to strips of cloth. Wang Chuang scratched his head a little embarrassedly and gave a simple and honest smile. Boss, my beast transformation has a cool-down period. After transforming back, it takes half an hour before I can use it again. He paused, then added, my specialization has reached level 2. Now I can not only transform into a bear form, but I've also unlocked a cheetah form. It's fast, can stealth, and has a damage bonus when attacking from behind. Oh, Zheng He's eyes lit up. A heavily armored tank capable of head-on confrontation, and an assassin capable of stealthy attacks. Wang Chuang alone is worth an entire combat squad. This is a good deal. Liu Mo, who had been standing silently to the side, walked over. He noticed a small cut on Zheng He's hand, a result of his earlier fight with Bu Ying. The bleeding has stopped, but the wound hasn't healed yet. Liu Mo didn't speak, but reached out his slightly pale hand and gently grasped Zheng He's wrist. The next second, a soft emerald-green halo shone from Liu Mo's palm. A warm, soothing current flowed down my wrist and into my body. The feeling was like drinking a bowl of chilled plum juice on a sweltering summer day, or enjoying a lamb hot pot in the dead of winter. Every pore felt refreshed. A faint tingling sensation came from the wound on the back of my hand. Zhang He looked down and saw the skin and flesh rapidly healing. In just a few seconds, the wound disappeared without a trace, leaving his skin smooth as before, without even a scar. Sure, bro. Zhang Hechong and Li Mo gave each other a thumbs up. This healing ability is absolutely an essential skill for home life, travel, murder, and robbery. Alright, stop standing on the deck in the wind. Come inside and let's talk. Zhang He beckoned to the two of them and led the way to the cabin. Wang Chuang and Li Mo followed behind, and when they stepped into the cabin, they were both stunned. The spacious and bright hall features soft and comfortable leather sofas, spotless solid wood floors, and even a vibrant green plant in a corner. The air was filled with the aroma of the food that Lu Feier had just prepared. This doesn't look like a post-apocalyptic survival scenario. It looks like a vacation. Wang Chuang's feet touched the clean floor, and for a moment he didn't know where to put his feet. He glanced at Ran, who was carrying the medicine not far away, and then looked at Lu Feier, who was wearing an apron. The two girls had rosy complexions, and their eyes were full of peace and tranquility. Then compare it to the miserable state my brother and I had been in these past few days, sleeping in the open and hiding everywhere. Wang Chuang and Li Mo exchanged a glance, both seeing the same shock, envy, and deep relief in each other's eyes. I've chosen the right person to follow. This idea was more resolute than ever before. Here, Li Mo, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot. And Ran handed a bowl of dark, murky medicine to Li Mo. Li Mo quickly took it with both hands, tilted his head back, and gulped it down without even frowning. Over there, Lu Feier also served a sumptuous meal and specially prepared a light and nutritious patient meal for Li Mo, fish and vegetable porridge. Looking at the table full of hot food, the two brothers were momentarily dazed. They couldn't remember the last time they had a normal meal. Eat up, we'll talk after we finish, Zhang He said. The two brothers devoured their food. After a hearty meal and drinks, they started talking nonstop. It turns out that Wang Chuang and Li Mo only met by chance during the beginner phase. The two were quite lucky. One awakened to combat specialization, and the other awakened to support specialization, making them extremely efficient in combat. They stayed on a small island, grinding monsters, and soon accumulated enough resources to upgrade their ships. They thought they could develop steadily, but little did they know they were being targeted by the Black Shark Guild. Chapter 107 looks like a seller, and she really sold me. Those guys initially pretended to want to recruit us. Wang Chuang looked disgusted. As a veteran, I can't accept their corporate culture. Things like, I never do good deeds, I only love killing and arson, are completely incompatible with my values. So Xiao Mo, and I rejected them. And the result? Zheng Yi asked. As a result, Wang Chuang sneered. Those bastards turned on us, adhering to their bullshit principle of if you can't have it, destroy it, and directly brought people to seize the island, intending to wipe us out. That battle was extremely fierce. Although Wang Chuang's beast transformation specialization is powerful, and Li Mo's support is also strong enough, they can't withstand the opponent's superior numbers, and their strategy of attrition warfare will wear them down. After the two brothers fought desperately and killed most of the enemy's men, Li Mo was seriously injured and the ship was also severely damaged, so they could only flee in a sorry state. What followed was an endless cycle of hiding and pursuit. It wasn't until the cataclysmic period arrived and the Black Shark Guild was too preoccupied to take care of itself that the two of them were given a brief respite. However, Li Mo's injuries continued to worsen due to the lack of effective treatment, eventually leading to infection and high fever, leaving him on the verge of death. If it weren't for meeting you, boss, on the regional channel, Li Mo's eyes reddened. You gave me my life. You and my sisters are like my second parents. As they spoke, the two brothers exchanged a glance, stood up, and prepared to kneel and pay their respects to Zheng He. Hey, what are you doing? Zheng He reacted quickly, pressing the two of them back onto the sofa. We don't do that kind of thing here. From now on, we're all brothers, so let's stop with these formalities. He smoothly changed the subject, looking at Wang Chuang. Let's get down to business. I just fought that Buing, and after he transformed into a monkey, all his attributes increased significantly. Can your specialization break through the attribute ceiling of an ordinary person? This is what he cares about most. Yes, boss. Wang Chuang explained seriously. Beast transformation specialization doesn't just add a percentage to the base attributes, but rather replaces them based on the animal's characteristics. For example, when I transform into a bear, my strength and physique are maxed out, but my agility and mental strength drops significantly. If I transform into a cheetah, my strength, agility, and perception increase dramatically, but my physique becomes weaker. Zheng, he understood. It turns out it's a substitution-based specialization mechanism, not a mindless all-attribute buff. This skill is actually quite well designed. He then turned to look at Li Mo. What about your support specialization? Is it still level 2? Yes, boss. Li Mo still looked a little weak, but his spirits had improved a lot. I now have 2 skills. One is the rejuvenation spell you just saw, which can heal injuries. The other is called Life Link. Life Link? Yes, Li Mo explained in detail. This is an active skill. I can select a teammate and establish a 2-way life bond. During the link, all damage we take will be split equally. At the same time, we can also share 5% of our health regeneration per second. Sharing the damage? Zheng, he glanced at Li Mo's small frame and felt that this skill wasn't very friendly to him as the caster. What if he linked with a tank, and then a huge wave of damage was spread out, leaving him the first to be killed? That would be ridiculous. Seemingly sensing Zheng He's doubts, Li Mo quickly added, this skill has a protection mechanism. If one side is hit by a critical strike, the damage sharing will be automatically reduced by 30%. Moreover, as long as my health drops below 20%, the damage sharing will be instantly cut off, leaving only the healing effect to prevent me from being instantly killed. I see. Isn't this the legendary lock-in health cheat? As long as Li Mo doesn't die, his Link teammates are essentially given an extra half-life and come with a super strong healing buff. Well, Mo said somewhat awkwardly, this skill has very high requirements for my physique. The higher my physique, the longer my health bar, the more damage I can withstand, and the longer the link can last. Upon hearing this, Zheng He's heart stirred. Improve physical fitness? He remembered that there was still a bunch of Tier 1 physique enhancement potions lying in his Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. Originally intended for personal use, but now it seems that giving it to Li Mo might allow it to bring greater value to the team. Imagine a super healer with high health and defense, who is practically invincible, hanging on a heavily armored berserker. The scene would be absolutely beautiful. Alright, once this kid has recovered, I'll arrange for him to take the first-tier physique enhancement potion. A berserker who can withstand attacks, deal damage, and stealth. A powerful healer who can heal, tank, and survive. With their own team, they will be virtually unchallenged in this sea area. Zheng, he was in high spirits after finalizing the enhancement plan for Li Mo. The team's puzzle is being pieced together perfectly, one piece at a time. He looked at Wang Chuang and casually asked, have you seen any wreckage of Ironhold ships along the way? Wang Chuang scratched the back of his head and thought carefully for a moment. Wreckage? Boss, now that you mention it, I have seen some wreckage. But most of them are broken wooden boats. I haven't really seen much wreckage of Ironhold ships. This is only natural. Wang Chuang analyzed. These days, anyone who can accumulate enough resources to upgrade to an Ironhold ship is no ordinary person. Ironhold ships are also more durable in dangerous situations. Even if all else fails, finding a guild to rely on is still more valuable than those small wooden boats. Zheng, he nodded. This was roughly what he had predicted. It seems that getting rich by collecting scraps is not a viable path. Just as he was about to continue talking with the two brothers about future plans, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Lu Feier rushed in, her face filled with anxiety, her voice trembling. Captain, something terrible has happened. Quick, check the regional channel. Zheng He's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition welled up in his mind. He quickly opened the regional channel. A message in bold, blood-red font was displayed at the top of the screen. Black Shark Guild All Sea Wanted Notice. The unaffiliated individual Zheng, he is treacherous and cunning, and has wantlessly murdered our guild's elite member, Buing. Anyone who provides accurate information about his whereabouts will be rewarded with 5,000 units of resources of your choice, 10 rare potions, 5 blue-quality blueprints. Additionally, you may choose a suitable male or female member of our guild as your personal partner. Black Shark Guild All See Wanted Notice. Black Shark Guild All See Wanted Notice. Information, like a virus, scrolled wildly through the channels, dominating everyone's field of vision. Zheng He's pupils suddenly contracted. How could it be so fast? From the time he killed Buing until now, it's only been 2 or 3 hours at most. The Black Shark Guild not only confirmed Bu Ying's death, but also accurately identified their own name and even knew that they were a solo player. This efficiency is simply too high. Unless, damn, it's Bu Ying's ship. Zheng He slapped his thigh, regretting it so much he felt like his guts were turning green. He forgot the most crucial part. He was so busy picking up Brother Wang Chuang that he didn't properly deal with the women on that boat. With Buing dead, the guild will definitely issue a vital signs alert. Unable to contact Buing, they would inevitably check the coordinates of his ship. Then, to save her own life, the woman decisively sold him out. Damn it, he looks like a prostitute, and he actually dared to sell me out. Chapter 108 The roots must be pulled out before the weeds are cut. Zheng He swore and slammed his fist heavily on the dining table. Bang! HP, 1 solid wood dining table. That woman had not only seen him, but also in Ran and Lu Feier. Most fatally, she saw the entire shadow whale. This hidden danger must be eliminated. To cut the weeds, you must pull them out by the roots. The Black Shark Guild probably hasn't found her yet. We need to find her before Black Shark does. Once she makes contact with the people from Black Shark, Zheng He's information, as well as the information about the shadow whale, will be leaked. At that point, it wasn't as simple as just shouting in the channel. The Dark Forest theory took effect, and they became the target of the entire sea area. Zheng He immediately activated Sea God's Vision. A huge 3-dimensional holographic nautical chart unfolds before you. There aren't many ships in the semi-deep sea area at present. Based on his approximate location when he left Bu Ying's ship, he quickly began to search on the nautical chart. Wang Chuang and Li Mo stood aside, looking at Zheng He's gloomy face and the shocking wanted poster on the regional channel, and immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Boss, we'll go with you. Wang Chuang stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Zheng He shook his head and declined their offer. No, his voice was cold and hard. This is my private matter, and we can't make too much noise about it. You all go back to the ship and get some rest. This matter must be dealt with swiftly and decisively. The source of the leak must be completely nipped in the bud before the main force of Black Shark can react. He didn't want to involve Wang Chuang and Li Mo. After seeing Wang Chuang and Li Mo off, Zheng He said no more and strode towards the driver's seat. With a deep roar of its engines, the massive ship drew a graceful arc across the sea, turned its bow, and sped off towards the semi-deep sea area. On the holographic sea chart provided by Sea God's Vision, a moving point of light was firmly locked onto by Zheng He. The ship's trajectory and speed closely matched the data of Bu Ying's combat fishing boat. Trying to run away? Timo, activate the stealth field. Okay, boss. A barely perceptible ripple appeared on the surface of the shadow whale's hull, and then the entire ship blended into the sea and sky. In the regional channels, the wanted notice issued by the Black Shark Guild stirred up a storm of sorts. But more often, the cries of anguish were directed at the Black Fog. The Black Fog propulsion speed is 5 knots. This speed is nothing for ships with propulsion systems. But for low-level players struggling on the edge of shallow waters, relying on human oars, it's a death sentence. It's over, it's completely over. I'm rowing with all my might, and I'm only going to get a speed of 2 knots. This is going to kill me. Hey boss, can you mentor me? I can fix boats, cook, and do everything. Destroy it. I'm done struggling. I'm tired. I might as well enjoy this last bit of time. A sense of despair spread through the channel like a plague. The Black Shark Guild clearly knows how to utilize traffic. In addition to the wanted notice, he also stirred up trouble in the channel. This guy named Zheng, he is a system favorite. He's a cheater. He's just taking advantage of his good luck to slaughter our members at will. That's right. Brother Buing only took pity on him because he was just a rogue, but he killed him without hesitation. He's worse than an animal. This kind of person deserves to be torn to pieces. They also insulted his family, mentioned his birthplace, and used all sorts of foul language that was utterly offensive. Zheng, he glanced at it briefly before turning off the channel. I felt completely unmoved and even felt a little like laughing. Throughout the entire channel, only members of the Black Shark Guild were jumping around. Other guilds, whether friend or foe, remained silent. There wasn't even a single casual player who agreed. What does this tell us? This shows that Black Shark has done all sorts of bad things, and nobody wants to bother with these rats. Killing Buing is acting on behalf of heaven. Half an hour later, a lone fishing boat came into view. It was running at full speed, like a stray dog, desperately fleeing towards the deep sea. That's it. Zheng, he sneered. He maneuvered the shadow whale silently close in, like a deep-sea monster lurking in the shadows, approaching its prey. When the two boats were less than 10 meters apart, Zheng, he gave Timo the following order. Timo, turn off invisibility. Buzz. The shadow whale descended in an instant, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. Without pausing, Zheng He leaped off the deck and slammed his feet heavily onto the top of the other ship. Bang! The loud noise caused the entire small boat to shake violently. The cabin door was suddenly pulled open and a figure staggered out. It was that woman. Looking up, she met Zheng He's icy gaze, which was like that of a god of death. The woman's face instantly turned ashen, her expression one of utter disbelief. This living devil. How'd he come back to kill us? How'd he find the ship? Zheng He looked down at her with a blank expression, but his voice sent chills down one's spine. Did you snitch? The woman was terrified by his terrifying gaze. Her mouth was agape, but she couldn't utter a single word. Answer me. Zheng He roared and drew his red-armored giant claw axe, slamming it onto the deck with a loud bang. The woman's psychological defenses crumbled on the spot. With a thud, she knelt down and crawled toward Zheng He on all fours, crying with snot and tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. What I hate most is apologizing afterward. Zheng He's voice was devoid of any warmth. Kill. The woman was terrified by the sudden murderous aura and quickly explained, Buing is dead. They said there's a GPS tracker on the ship, and we can find him by following the coordinates. The woman was rambling incoherently. If I don't give you up, they'll kill me. I acted impulsively. I was really forced into it. Zheng, he was amused. His eyes turned cold. Then guess whether I'll kill you today or not. The woman froze, clutching Zheng He's trouser leg as if grasping at a straw. His eyes darted around, and he even tried to unbuckle Zheng He's belt. Dare to touch Anren and Feier's ingredients? Court death. Zheng, he completely lost his patience. Roll. With a straight kick, the woman screamed and rolled a long distance on the deck. She tried to beg for mercy. Zheng, he didn't give her any chance. Start. The axe fell. The human head was separated from the human head. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing limply into a pool of blood. Zheng, he flicked the blood off the axe blade, not even glancing at the corpse again. He stopped the ship and instructed Lu Feier via communicator. Feier, come and get to work. Chapter 109, Sea Survival Game Upgrade Patch. Timo deftly placed the gangway between the two boats. Lu Feier took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the battle fishing boat that still smelled of blood. As soon as she boarded the ship, she saw the headless female corpse on the deck. Her stomach churned, and her face turned deathly pale. Without changing his expression, Zheng, he walked over, picked up one of the corpse's ankles, and casually threw it into the sea. Thump! Water splashed up, and the body quickly sank. He walked over to the head that had rolled into the corner and fired a shot. Thump! Its head traced a beautiful arc in midair before landing precisely in the water. The entire set of movements is fluid and graceful, with a main focus on physical salvation. Zheng, he clapped his hands, turned around, and gestured to Lu Feier, who was still in a daze. Begin your performance. Lu Feier composed herself and nodded to Zheng He. She walked to the center of the ship, closed her eyes, and activated her special ability. A soft white halo rippled from her body, enveloping the entire combat fishing boat. Her long hair moved without wind, and she slowly raised her arms, pushing forward. Buzz! The light shone brightly. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The sturdy ship's cabin began to disintegrate in the white light, as if being dismantled by countless invisible hands, turning into metal plates of varying sizes. These metal plates decomposed further in the air, and non-metallic impurities such as wood, plastic, and glass fell down and hit the deck. All that's left is the purest iron plate. Drawn by the white light, they floated in midair, gathering, melting, and recombining. With a series of crisp clanging sounds, standard iron ingots, gleaming with a cold luster, were neatly stacked on the deck. Zheng, he stared wide-eyed. Is this alchemy? This isn't just a support specialization. It's practically a mobile resource processing plant. In just a few minutes, a complete combat fishing boat was dismantled, leaving behind only a pile of wreckage and a full 1,000 shiny iron ingots. The white light surrounding Lu Feier gradually dissipated. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her pretty face showed a hint of fatigue. Captain, it's finished. These iron ingots can be put away now. Zheng He snapped out of his daze and immediately stepped forward to support her, saying, You've worked hard. Go back and rest first. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the iron ingots on the deck into the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. Zheng, he was calculating the material shortage for upgrading the Shadow Whale. The most urgent task was to find more metal shells. After returning to the Shadow Whale, Zheng, he contacted Wang Chuang. Boss, is the matter resolved? Wang Chuang's voice sounded somewhat worried. Yes, it's resolved. The woman who leaked the information has been dealt with. Zheng He's tone was very calm. Boss, don't take what happened on the regional channel to heart. Wang Chuang reassured Zheng He. No dog would believe a word those bastards say. Black Shark has done all sorts of bad things, and its reputation at sea is already ruined. They're just putting on a show for themselves. Wang Chuang cursed and swore, then added, Boss, don't worry from now on. If anyone dares to gossip behind my back, I'll be the first to tear their mouth apart. Zheng He smiled. The loyalty of these two brothers was beyond question. All right, let's get down to business. I need a lot of iron. When you're sailing at sea, keep an eye out for abandoned iron-hulled ships. Send me the coordinates once you spot one, and I'll go and dismantle it. Zheng He paused for a moment, then added, Don't worry, you won't have worked for nothing. The iron ingots you dismantle will be exchanged for food and fresh water in proportion to your earnings. Boss, you're being too polite. Wang Chuang snapped, his voice rising instantly. You saved my brother's life. Now we're family. Isn't it only natural for me to help you with some work? What are you talking about payment for? We boss. Zheng He was amused by the broken English, but his attitude remained firm. One thing at a time, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. You all need to eat and save money too. The rules are set. Distribution according to work. Wang Chuang wanted to say something, but Zheng He's tone left no room for argument. Knowing his boss's temper, he could only silently agree. After shutting down communication with Wang Chuang, Zheng Hegong prepared to search for new targets and plan new routes on the holographic nautical chart. Suddenly, a private message popped up with a beep. The sender's ID looks familiar. Sky Dragon fights the waves. Dragon roars to the sky. Zheng, he raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the guild leader of Konglong? Just a few days ago, he was showing off in the regional channel, saying that his guild had 2 medical specialists and a large stock of medicines. Why are you looking for me? He opened his private messages. Sky Dragon fights the waves. Long Shao Tian. Boss Zheng He. I've long admired your name. Excuse my intrusion. I am Long Shao Tian, the guild leader of Sky Dragon fights the waves. May I ask, do you have any extra antibiotics? I'm willing to trade high-grade supplies for them. Zheng, he almost burst out laughing when he saw the message. That slap in the face was quite crisp. He thought for a moment, then began to tap on the virtual keyboard. Zheng He, Guild Master Long, you're too kind. If I remember correctly, doesn't your guild have 2 top-tier medical experts? Why are you still short of antibiotics? The message was sent out almost instantly, and the other party replied with obvious anxiety in their words. Konglong, Long Xiaoyan, sigh, Brother Zheng He, please stop teasing me. To be honest, our 2 medical specialists only know how to treat illnesses with readily available medicines. They have absolutely no idea how to make medicines. To tell you the truth, something big has happened to our guild. Zheng Yo, I'd like to hear more about it. Sky Dragon fighting the waves, dragon roaring sky. Boss, what I'm about to tell you, please don't tell anyone. A terrifying new virus has appeared in this sea area. We call it the Cybertron virus in private. The worst part is, it is already spreading from person to person. Zheng, he stopped smiling and his expression turned serious. Zheng He, what are the specific symptoms? Sky Dragon fighting the waves, dragon roaring sky. At first, it was like having a severe cold with a high fever and limp body. Soon after, he started talking nonsense, becoming mentally unstable and completely out of control. And then, Long Xiaotian seemed to be hesitating. Zheng, he was getting a little impatient. Zheng he. And then what happened? Did it mutate into Ultraman? Sky Dragon fights the waves. Dragon roars. No. It's turning into a monster. A monster that has completely lost its mind, with bloodshot eyes, biting anyone it catches. Sky Dragon fighting the waves. Dragon roaring sky. 7 or 8 of our brothers have already been infected. They're all locked in the bottom deck, banging on the doors like mad dogs. Boss, help. Without antibiotics to suppress it, our guild will collapse from within. As Zheng he stared at the text on the screen, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. High fever, mental confusion, loss of reason, biting anyone in sight. Isn't that just a zombie? He thought it was just a brutal survival game at sea, where all he had to do was guard against sea monsters and unscrupulous players. Who would have thought that this crappy game would get a Resident Evil patch while I was playing it? Chapter 1, 10, and Rant's diagnosis. Cybertron virus? Zombies? Zheng he stared at the text in the private message and exclaimed, "Wow. This game is already struggling with sea monsters and human nature, and now they've added a Resident Evil? Do the developers really think players are living too long?" Zheng he. Chairman Long, where are you now? The black fog has begun to approach the deep sea. Let's get away from the black fog first. Air dragon fighting waves, dragon roaring sky. Thank you for your concern, boss. The speed of the black mist is 5 knots, while the speed of our sea continent is currently adjusted to 15 knots, so there's no need to worry for the time being. As he spoke, Long Xiaotian sent over a coordinate. Zheng he activated Poseidon's vision and searched for the coordinates on the holographic sea chart. The next second, a huge shadow appeared in Zheng he's field of vision on the nautical chart. This shadow was composed of numerous green dots of light. It wasn't an island, but a sea continent pieced together from countless ships. This is the foundation upon which the Sky Dragon Fights the Waves Guild was founded. Their leader, Long Xiaotian, has awakened a specialization that allows him to link ships together and create a true sea continent. Zheng he was somewhat shocked as he looked at the huge shadow on the nautical chart that was constantly moving into the semi-deep sea area. Its size was almost comparable to that of a medium-sized island. If such a large group experiences internal problems, especially with a highly contagious virus, the consequences could be disastrous. Zheng he exited the holographic chart and dialed Anren's internal communication. "Anren, come to me." Soon, Anren knocked on the door and entered the captain's cabin. "Captain, you were looking for me?" Zheng he pointed to the screen in front of him, gesturing for her to come over. "Take a look at this." He pulled up his chat history with Long Xiaotian, especially the descriptions of the symptoms of the Cybertron virus. Anren leaned closer to the screen, reading it word by word, her expression changing from calm to serious. High fever, mental confusion, loss of reason, aggression, biting. She whispered these keywords, frantically searching her medical knowledge base. A few seconds later, she looked up at Zheng he. "Captain, these symptoms are very similar to the onset of rabies. After the onset of the disease, the patient will be extremely agitated, hallucinate, and exhibit uncontrolled aggressive behavior, the most typical of which is biting people." She paused, then said with absolute certainty, "This disease has a near 100% mortality rate. The only solution is to get a rabies vaccine immediately after being bitten. Otherwise, even a miracle won't save you." Hearing in Rant's analysis, Zheng he's worry about zombies dissipated considerably. Zombies are ultimately too much science fiction. Rabies, while also deadly, is at least within the scope of human medicine. "You mean someone in the Dragon Roaring Sky Guild was bitten by something and then developed rabies?" Zheng he asked. "That's possible," Anren nodded, "but I need more details. For example, the specific physical characteristics of the patients." Zheng he thought it made sense and sent a message to Long Xiaotian directly. "Zheng, Chairman Long, please send me some photos of the patients. I need high definition and censored ones." Long Xiaotian replied almost instantly. "Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves, Dragon Roaring Sky. Okay. Please wait a moment, boss." He's probably sitting in front of screen, hoping Zheng he will be his lifeline. A short while later, 4 or 5 high-resolution images were transmitted. Zheng he clicked on it and gasped in shock. Without exception, the people in the photos all had faces so grotesque they were almost inhuman. Their eyes were bloodshot and frighteningly red. Their mouths were unnaturally open, and glistening drool hung from the corners of their mouths. They were roaring and howling through the thick cabin door glass. It wasn't anger or hatred, but an aggressive urge to tear apart everything in front of it. Look at this. Zheng, he turned the screen toward Ran, and Ran carefully examined the photo, her expression subtly changing. The physical features are very similar, but the eyes are different, she said. When a rabies patient develops symptoms, their pupils dilate, but they would never be this red. She thought for a moment and then proposed a bold hypothesis. Captain, rabies has an incubation period. Is it possible that someone was infected before transmigrating, and then some factor directly activated the virus after arriving in this world? While this possibility may sound far-fetched, it is not entirely impossible. There is another crucial characteristic, and Ran added, rabies is also known as hydrophobia. Patients have an extreme fear of water, and even the sound of water can trigger severe spasms. This is very easy to verify. Zheng, his eyes lit up. That's it. A hydrophobia test. He immediately sent and Ran's assessment and suggestions to Long Xiaotian. Zheng, Chairman Long, my medical staff have examined it and made a preliminary diagnosis that it is a variant of rabies. Could you arrange for someone to test those who have developed symptoms to see if they are afraid of water? After the message was sent, there was no response from Long Xiaotian. He was probably organizing people to conduct tests. Zheng, he didn't rush him, patiently waiting. If it really was rabies, then things would be easier to handle. At least they would know the cause of the disease. After more than 10 minutes, Long Xiaotian's message finally arrived, and you could feel his heart breaking even through the screen. Sky Dragon fights the waves. Dragon roars to heaven. Master, I tested it. It's completely useless. Konglong anti-wave. Long Xiaotian. I had several large basins of water placed at the door, and I made a lot of splashing noises. Those lunatics weren't scared at all. They didn't even blink. They kept banging on the door. The blast door was almost cracked. Sky Dragon fights the waves. Dragon roaring sky. I'll fucking rip this off. What the hell is this thing? Is it some kind of sea zombie virus? Looking at those rows of exclamation marks, Zheng, he could imagine Long Xiaotian's current frantic state. It's not rabies. This conclusion cast a shadow over the situation that had just begun to clear up. If it's not a virus that's known in reality, it means we have to start from scratch. Something's not right. Zheng, he said, looking at Ran. They're not afraid of water at all. And Ran's face darkened completely. If hydrophobia was ruled out, things were serious. It was highly likely a completely new and unknown virus. There's only one way to analyze the virus's components. And Ran's eyes revealed the calmness of a professional. What method? Draw blood and test it, and Ran said. We need to get blood samples from the patients. By using the most basic method to observe the blood's reaction in different environments, we might be able to analyze some characteristics of the virus. Blood test? Zheng, he frowned. This proposal sounds scientific, but the problem is, are we able to conduct a blood test under our current conditions? Zheng, he shrugged. Indeed, we don't have microscopes, centrifuges, or any chemical reagents. Testing is a real challenge. And Ran's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the little hope that had just been ignited. Chapter 111, Landing on the Sea Continent. Yes, analyzing viruses requires specialized laboratories and sophisticated instruments. What do they have on the Shadow Whale? Apart from the herbs brought back from Chemical Island last time, there was nothing else that could be found that was related to medical treatment. How do we test it? Zheng, he spread his hands, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. Use your mind to communicate with the virus and make it confess on its own. And Ran didn't take the bait. She walked to the porthole, her fingertips lightly touching the slightly damp glass, her eyes revealing the hardcore and stubbornness unique to medical students. Uncertain. If we don't have a microscope, we can make one ourselves. Zheng, he was taken aback. Make it yourself? And Ran nodded and explained, did you play with this when you were little? You bend a thin wire into a small loop, dip it in water, and the tension of the water film will form a convex lens. As long as the light is right, you can use it as a simple slide mirror. It's enough to observe the most basic things in the blood, such as looking at abnormal red blood cell morphology. She paused briefly, her thoughts becoming clearer. Moreover, testing isn't just about using a microscope. We can also obtain information through more primitive methods. For example, Zheng He's interest was piqued. Temperature test. And Ran held up 2 fingers. We can take 2 blood samples, one at room temperature and one at low temperature and observe the differences in their clotting speed and state. We can also try heating them to see the critical point of protein denaturation. These can all reflect abnormalities in blood components. Furthermore, we can use the plant extracts available on board to try mixing them with blood samples and observe whether any special reactions, such as precipitation or discoloration, occur. This is a basic version of chemical reagent testing. After a series of punches, Zheng He was stunned. He looked at Ran, who seemed to be glowing. That damn professional charm. Having made up his mind, Zheng He immediately contacted Long Xiaotian. Zheng He, we have a plan for the blood test, but it has to be done on your ship. Long Xiaotian seemed to have grasped at a straw and replied instantly. Sky Dragon fighting the waves, Dragon roaring sky. Come on, boss, come quick. We'll give you anything you need, as long as this damn virus can be solved. Enrin, get ready, we're going over there. Zheng, he said, turning around. Take whatever you need with you. Okay. And Ran didn't waste any more words and turned to go back to her room. Zheng, he contacted Wang Chuang again. Since it was their first time on someone else's territory, they decided to bring all their immediate combat forces along for the sake of caution. After reuniting, Timo lowered his 2 mechanical arms to link Wang Chuang and Li Mo's boats to the Shadow Whale. With everything arranged, the Shadow Whale adjusted its course and, like a stalking behemoth, silently sped toward the coordinates sent by Long Xiaotian. 2 hours later, at the horizon, a piece of land appeared. Zheng, he stood on the bridge and raised his binoculars. Looking at the colossal structure in the distance, pieced together from countless ships, even someone with a marvel like the Shadow Whale couldn't help but marvel. The scale of that sea continent far exceeded his imagination. The core area consists of 3 enormous luxury cruise ships arranged in a triangular formation. Around them, hundreds of ships of all kinds were densely linked together, including tall cargo ships, spacious roll-on/roll-off ships, and some small fishing boats and speedboats, filling the gaps between the large ships. Long Xiaotian's expertise allowed him to secure these ships together, creating a floating platform comparable in size to a medium-sized island. The platform was brightly lit, and figures could be vaguely seen moving about, while the roar of various engines could be heard from afar. The Sky Dragon fights the waves guild truly lives up to its name. Long Xiaotian's specialized abilities actually allowed him to create a territory belonging to humanity on this endless sea. As the Shadow Whale approached, the details of that sea continent became increasingly clear. Zheng He saw that the decks of many ships had been converted into vegetable gardens, planted with lush green vegetables. Some ships also had fishing nets hanging on them, with sea fish drying in the sun and large seawater filters towering into the sky. It's a self-sufficient maritime utopia. However, such high-density living means that once a virus appears, its spread will be devastating. The Shadow Whale anchored a nautical mile away, and Zheng He didn't want to attract too much attention. He said to Timo and Lu Feier, "You two stay on the ship to guard the house, and Ran, Wang Chuang, and I will go over there and keep watch." "Yes, Captain." A small landing craft was launched, and 4 people carrying a medical kit sailed towards the steel continent. Upon closer inspection, Zheng He discovered that this seemingly prosperous steel continent was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. "Boss Zheng He." Long Xiaotian stood at the bow of the ship and shouted as soon as he saw Zheng He's landing craft, his voice completely hoarse. He had dark circles under his eyes, his hair was a mess, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. Zheng He waved to him. The landing craft docked at a temporary pier, and Long Xiaotian immediately jumped aboard, grabbed Zheng He's hand tightly, and shook it vigorously. "We've been waiting for you." Wang Chuang and Li Mo stood on either side of Zheng He, their expressions stern. "Who are these two?" "My 2 good brothers insisted on coming along to see the world when they heard I was coming to your guild. These 2 brothers are truly extraordinary in their bearing and imposing in appearance." He turned to look at Enran, his eyes filled with the same reverence he would show a living Buddha. "This must be the legendary Dr. Enran, right?" "I'm not a miracle doctor, just an ordinary player with medical expertise," Enran calmly corrected. No, you're a doctor, a doctor." Long Xiaotian was sweating profusely and didn't bother with pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. "The situation is getting worse. All 4 of you come with me." He arranged for the epidemic prevention personnel to give each person an N95 mask, and led the 4 of them, walking briskly along the heavy steel plate passage. "We have followed your advice and allowed all members to temporarily return to their respective ships for home quarantine." Long Xiaodian explained the situation quickly as he walked. "The 3 cruise ships in the core area have also been sealed off. All those who have fallen ill are being held in the lowest deck cabins." He wiped away a cold sweat, his face still trembling with fear. "Thank goodness you warned us early. This virus is too insidious." At first, nobody paid any attention. Everyone thought it was just a common cold. By the time they realized something was wrong, several people had already been bitten. The very first batch, they're no longer human. After passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, they boarded one of the luxury cruise ships. The luxurious hall became a makeshift command center, where several high-ranking officials were frantically looking at the nautical chart. Long Xiaodian ignored them and led Zheng He and the other 3 directly onto the freight elevator. "It's right down there." Long Xiaodian took a deep breath. "Boss, be prepared. The scene is quite something to watch." Chapter 112. It's reasonable for someone to carry tools for murder and robbery, right? The elevator continued to descend, and the air felt so stuffy it was suffocating. A foul stench of blood mixed with excrement permeated the lower deck. Clang! Roar! Before the elevator doors even opened, a chilling, crashing sound came from outside, accompanied by a scream that was completely inhuman. This commotion is a rhythm that wants to tear everything apart. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a foul, biological weapon-like odor assaulted my face. What comes into view is a deep corridor in the ship's cabin. On both sides are rows of heavy steel partition doors. At this moment, almost every door was being frantically smashed. Clang! 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 Without warning, a distorted and deformed human face was photographed through the observation window of one of the doors. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils shrunken to pinpoints. His mouth was wide open, and thick drool dripped down the corners of his mouth. He stared intently at Zheng He and the others outside the door, making a strange hoarse sound as if he had phlegm stuck in his throat. He kept banging his skull against the bulletproof glass. Again and again. "I'll beat him to a pulp." Long Xiaoyan's back teeth chattered as he watched the scene. "Look at this boss. He keeps ramming me day and night, like a tireless mad dog." He wiped away a bead of cold sweat. 2 of our doors have already been cracked by the impact. Who can hold on like this? If this continues, they'll break through sooner or later. Zheng He's expression also turned serious. The impact of photos and videos is far less than 1% of what you see with your own eyes. This kind of aggression, completely devoid of reason and driven only by bloodlust, sends chills down your spine. This isn't a patient, this is a monster. And Ran reacted calmly. She walked to the door and carefully observed the patient through the glass. The pupils did not respond to changes in light. The neck muscles were highly tense, and there were obvious signs of opisthotonus. She said softly, using professional terminology, while observing. But there was no hydrophobia, nor any signs of photophobia or phonophobia. She turned to stare at Long Xiaotian. How did the first infected person get infected? Were they bitten or scratched by anything? Long Xiaotian looked miserable and shook his head vigorously. "We've even taken their underwear off and checked them, but there's nothing there." The first person to fall ill was Li Si, an ordinary crew member. He was fine during the day, but when he was on guard duty at night, he suddenly collapsed and started having a high fever and talking nonsense. We thought it was heat stroke, so we kindly carried him into the medical room. The next day, this bastard ripped off our guild doctor's finger. Long Xiaotian pointed to the end of the corridor with tears in his eyes. "Look, that unlucky medical specialist is locked up in that door now. He's completely mutated." The trail went cold. Since it wasn't an external contact infection, then it must be an endogenous outbreak. I need to have my blood drawn. And Ran looked at Zheng He, her eyes leaving no room for negotiation. "I must get a fresh blood sample." "Huh? How do we get it in?" Long Xiaotian was dumbfounded. These mad dogs are indiscriminate. We tried using a long-handled syringe, but we couldn't even get it in. They're ridiculously strong. Even 3 or 5 strong men would be sent to their deaths on the spot. Zheng He frowned. This is indeed a tricky problem. Trying to draw blood from a raging beast's vein is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. And Ran remained silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the sturdy isolation doors in the corridor. "I have a way." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. "Open the door a crack." Long Xiaotian stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging even more than the face he'd seen through the observation window. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Open. Open the door? Doctor, and this is no joke. No. Zheng, he stepped forward and stood in front of and ran. If this thing breaks out, you'll be in the most danger. Wang Chuang didn't speak, but understanding Zheng He's meaning, he took half a step forward. His burly body stood in front of the door, blocking it like a door god. And Ran turned to look at Li Mo behind her, a playful smile on her face. There's still this sickly guy here. As long as I run faster than him, it's okay. Whoever runs slower will be in the front row. The moment their eyes met, Li Mo felt a jolt. He understood what was in Ran's eyes, and his survival instinct kicked in instantly. He frantically waved his hands in front of his chest. Holy crap. Sister Anrin, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. His face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. My fragile little body isn't even enough to fill its teeth. Don't sell me off. Zheng He pressed his temples, looking a bit annoyed, and steered the conversation back on track. What exactly do you want to do? Drawing blood is fine, but it's not worth risking your life. What about anesthesia? If all else fails, a sedative will do. Holy crap, sis, you have sleeping pills too? Li Mo was so frightened that he was a little incoherent. And Ran ignored Li Mo, squatted down, and deftly unlocked the silver briefcase. With 2 clicks, the lid of the box popped open. There were no standard medical supplies such as stethoscopes, gauze, and alcohol inside. What caught everyone's eye was a pile of oddly styled metal objects neatly stacked on a black velvet lining. Zheng He's eye twitched involuntarily. He watched as Ran took out a specially made glass syringe from the box, thicker than his forearm, with a gleaming steel needle at the tip that was at least as thick as a chopstick. Good grief. Is this thing used to give Ultraman injections? Then, she pulled out a contraption consisting of a long, thin metal tube and a mouthpiece. It was clearly a blowgun, a hidden weapon from a martial arts drama. There were also several mysterious round cakes wrapped tightly in oil paper next to it. You're a doctor, Zheng He started to say, but then swallowed the words back. He suddenly realized that in a survival game, one always needs some means of self-defense, and carrying a full set of tools for murder and robbery seemed quite reasonable. And Rand seemed to know what he was thinking. While slowly assembling the blowgun in her hands, she explained in her usual calm tone. Biologically, they have transcended the category of human and become berserk carbon-based organisms driven by bloodlust. And Rand deftly pushed the tranquilizer dart into the blowpipe chamber, the metallic clanging sound crisp and pleasant. We're here to collect samples, not to fight zombies. Any form of close combat carries the risk of being scratched or bitten. She raised her eyes, her gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. We won't do anything that's high risk and low reward before we fully understand the virus. She picked up the assembled half-meter-long alloy blowpipe, and a rational light shone behind her cold lenses. Therefore, we must first incapacitate them. First knock them unconscious, then draw their blood. This is currently the safest and most efficient method. Chapter 113 Num. See if you're numb or not. The analysis was clear, logically sound, and flawless. Long Xiaotian, who had been terrified just moments before, felt a strange sense of calm as he looked at the gleaming metal tube in Enran's hand. Zheng He finally understood. Enron's open-door strategy was not reckless. They had a complete and risk-controlled operational process in mind. This woman's mind is far more meticulous and strong than she appears on the outside. Well, does it really have to be opened? Li Mo was still a little apprehensive and muttered to himself. Just open a crack. And Ran shook the blowgun in her hand. Just enough to stuff it in. Zheng He glanced at the metal pipe, which was more than half a meter long, and then turned to look at Wang Chuang. Wang Chuang nodded emphatically and spoke in a deep voice, saying only 3 words. We can hold on. Good. Zheng He made a decisive move, turning to look at Long Xiaotian, his tone leaving no room for discussion. President Long, have someone open the door. The one where the guy just banged his head against the glass. He changed his mind at the last minute. Instead of choosing one that doesn't seem so ferocious, why not pick the most aggressive one? The higher the sample activity, the greater the research value. It also serves as a way to establish authority in public and reassure Long Xiaotian's collapsing underlings. Huh. So we picked the craziest one. Long Xiaotian's heart, which had just settled down, jumped again. That one. Zheng He's eyes were firm. Fine. Long Xiaodian gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared at the terrified guard beside him. Old Lu, do as Boss Zheng he says. Open the door to cell number 17. Just a crack, you hear me. The guard, Old Lu, moved with trembling lips to the control panel against the wall. His finger hovered over the red start button, shaking violently, unable to press it. What are you dawdling about? Long Xiaodian was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Old Lu trembled from the shout, so he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slapped the button. Laugh. The sound of the hydraulic lock releasing pressure was particularly jarring in the deathly silent corridor. Almost at the same time that sound rang out, the deadly banging behind the door stopped. The corridor was so quiet you could hear everyone breathing. This calm before the storm was even more suffocating than the banging on the door earlier. The next second, the heavy steel partition door emitted a harsh metallic scraping sound. An extremely forceful force pushed the door open from the inside. A dark crack in the door was revealed. Roar! A violent roar, completely devoid of human comprehension, exploded loudly through the crack in the door. Immediately afterwards, a pale hand covered with dark purple veins and sharp, knife-like nails suddenly emerged from the gap and clung tightly to the door frame. Superior! Zheng He let out a low shout, and his body, which had been poised to strike, erupted instantly. He lunged forward, his strong shoulder slamming hard against the ever-opening steel door. Wang Chuang reacted even faster than him. The instant the hydraulic lock disengaged, he activated his combat specialization, letting out a beast-like growl. His body expanded at a visible speed. Long brown hair stood on end, and his bones crackled. In the blink of an eye, a war bear nearly 3 meters tall suddenly rose up from the ground. The massive bear's body, like a moving city wall, slammed into the other side of the door with an overwhelming and violent aura. Bang! The dull thud made everyone's eardrums ache. The entire ship's corridor was shaken 3 times by the sight of this man, bear, and monster. Zheng He felt a terrifying force coming from the door, and his shoulder instantly went numb with pain. That force was something no normal human could possess. He gritted his teeth, tensed every muscle fiber in his body to the limit, and planted his feet firmly on the metal floor. The steel plate beneath his feet even had 2 shallow dents, which was how he managed to steady himself. Beside him, the giant bear king let out a heavy groan. The muscles on his massive body bulged, hard as iron, and thick veins bulged wildly beneath his thick fur. The two, a human and a bear, are among the top combatants in the current game. They used all their strength to barely keep the door, which was trying to be fully pushed open, from opening to within 10 centimeters. Outside the door stood 2 strong contenders in a survival game at sea. Inside the door was a monster driven only by bloodlust. A 10-centimeter gap is the boundary between life and death. The force coming from the door was increasing, and Zheng He felt like his shoulder blades were about to be crushed. He activated Crab King's defense to increase his resistance. That brute force was utterly unreasonable and had the power to crush everything. Aaron, hurry! Zheng He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the 2 words. If this continues, he and Wang Chuang will eventually be exhausted by this monster. Through the crack in the door, a pale hand was still frantically clawing. Sharp fingernails scraped against the thick steel door, making a harsh noise and sending sparks flying. Although the monster couldn't reach the 2 people pressed against the door, it seemed to have some kind of wild instinct, with every claw aimed at their most vulnerable lower body and vital points. The 2, one human and one bear, had to hold the door shut while also dodging and weaving awkwardly. If you get scratched by carelessness, no one can afford the consequences. Amidst the chaos, and Rant's movements remained remarkably steady. Holding the half-meter-long alloy blowpipe, she nimbly circled around to the side of the door crack. From this angle, you could just see through the gap of less than 10 centimeters to lock onto the head that is frantically banging its head behind the door. Seemingly sensing the approaching danger, the monster behind the door became increasingly agitated, and the force it exerted on the door suddenly surged. Zheng He grunted. The metal mesh plate under his feet was dented by his foot, and he finally managed to stabilize the chassis. Roar! Amidst the ferocious roar, the blast door emitted a teeth-grinding creak, on the verge of being completely breached. Just as the door was about to be pushed open, and Rant's lips moved slightly, and she blew hard into the blowpipe. Puff! A soft sound. A metal needle with short gray feathers at the end shot out, precisely piercing through the crack in the door and embedding itself firmly in the monster's exposed neck. This dosage is more than enough to take down an adult Asian elephant. Anren put down the wind instrument and said calmly. The words had barely left his mouth. The overwhelming force behind the door, like a punctured balloon, began to rapidly diminish. The arm that had been wildly waving outside the door visibly slowed down, as if a drunk man was flailing about in the air, losing its aim and strength. Zheng He and Wang Chuang immediately felt the pressure ease. The two exchanged a glance and tacitly restrained their strength, but still dared not let their guard down. About half a minute later, thump! A dull thud came from inside the door as something heavy hit the ground. Chapter 114 Zheng He's Vision. The corridor fell silent instantly. All that remained were the heavy breathing of a group of grown men and the sound of them swallowing hard. Zheng He gave Wang Chuang a wink, and the two of them together slowly opened the door. The monster that had been so ferocious just moments before was now lying face down on the floor, limbs outstretched, sleeping like a dead pig. The drool at the corner of his mouth was so thick it formed a small puddle on the ground. If it weren't for the pungent stench and distorted muscle lines, he would look no different from a drunkard who had blacked out in the middle of the night. President Long arranged for someone to take him to the bed and tie him up securely. Zheng He said to Long Xiaotian, who was already dumbfounded. On the other side, Ran had already deftly pulled out her set of hardcore tools. Long Xiaotian snapped out of his daze and quickly called to the guards next to him who were trembling with fear. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand. Didn't you hear what the big boss said? The men looked at each other, staring at the inhuman mess on the ground, none of them daring to be the first to step forward. When Long Xiaotian saw this bunch of cowards, his anger flared up instantly. He boldly stepped forward and kicked the monster's buttocks hard several times. Damn beast! My sea continent is going to be destroyed by this zombie virus. I'll kick you to death. I'll kick you to death. He frantically patched his feet while cursing and swearing, as if he wanted to vent all the fear and frustration he had accumulated. After kicking until he was panting heavily, Long Xiaotian stopped and straightened his collar. Looking at the monster on the ground, his tone suddenly changed, carrying a hint of sorrow. Brother, I'm sorry. Today, I'm using your blood for research, which can be considered your last act of service to the guild. If you can really come up with an antidote, I'll be the first to give it to you. We're, after all, brothers who eat from the same pot. These words softened the gazes of the guards around them, adding a touch of sorrow to their fear. Stop getting sentimental. Let's get down to business. And Rand's cool and clear voice broke the brief moment of sadness. She walked over carrying a specially made glass syringe of an exaggerated size, with a needle as thick as a chopstick. Behind the cold lenses was pure rationality. The guards then came to their senses and hurriedly carried the monster to an empty single bed, where they tied it up securely with ropes they had prepared beforehand. The monster's arm was stretched straight and fixed to the edge of the bed, and the bluish-black vein in the elbow, like a ferocious centipede, was clearly exposed to everyone's eyes. And Rand stepped forward, grasped the large syringe with both hands, aimed at the vein, took a deep breath, and pressed down with great force. Clang! A crisp sound. A tiny spark flew where the needle tip touched the skin. The needle bounced off, and Rand frowned, and, not believing it, adjusted the angle and tried again. Clang! The result was the same. The skin on the monster's arm was as tough as a thin steel plate. She couldn't pierce it with her strength. I'll do it. Without saying a word, Zheng He took the syringe from her hand. He weighed it in his hand. It was indeed quite heavy. Instead of aiming at the blood vessel, he aimed directly at a muscle next to it. With a sudden drop in the wrist, the force is released. This time, it wasn't the crisp sound of metal clashing, but the sound of flesh being pierced. The steel needle, as thick as a chopstick, pierced nearly halfway into the monster's arm. Roar! The monster, which had been dozing off, suddenly arched its body under the stimulation of excruciating pain and let out a suppressed roar. The thick hemp rope binding his body was taut and creaking. A stream of thick, dark red blood spurted out from the seam of the needle, carrying an indescribable stench that instantly filled the entire cabin. Fortunately, the bindings were secure enough, and the anesthetic was indeed strong enough. The monster struggled violently for a couple of moments before losing its strength and collapsing back to its limp state, though its body continued to twitch unconsciously. Yes, maintain this depth, veer towards the blood vessels. And Ran immediately stepped forward, ignoring the pungent stench, and calmly instructed Zheng He on how to operate the syringe. Zheng He followed instructions, adjusting the angle of the needle and, relying on his feel, slowly inserted the needle tip into the tough blood vessel. Zheng He pulled with his thumb, and the thick, dark red blood began to slowly flow into the large glass syringe. After the large tube of blood was drained, the monster's thick arm visibly shrank, as if it had been completely drained. And Rand put the vial of black blood into the silver briefcase and snapped the lock shut. Done. She pushed up her glasses, her expression calm. Upon realizing the mission was complete, the 3-meter-tall war bear beside him quickly transformed back into Wang Chuang's honest and simple appearance amidst a series of cracking sounds as its bones contracted. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat, clearly indicating that he had just exerted a great deal of energy to push himself up. Let's go. Zheng He nodded to Long Xiaotian, indicating that the mission was complete and prepared to lead his men back home. Wait. Long Xiaotian was startled and quickly blocked their way. His face showed a mixture of gratitude and a hint of apprehension. Boss Zheng He, everyone this way please. A thorough disinfection must be carried out before we leave. Although there was no direct contact with the monster's blood and no one was injured in the process, who knows how bizarre the virus's transmission route is. Long Xiaotian led them to a passageway entrance, where a metal gate resembling an automatic car wash machine stood. This is slaughterhouse equipment we found while collecting supplies, which we've converted into disinfection tools, Long Xiaotian explained, pointing to the machine. Excuse me, everyone. He gave his subordinate a wink, and the operator immediately started the machine. Laugh. High-concentration medical alcohol mixed with disinfectant was sprayed out from the nozzles around the gantry, forming a fine mist. The icy, pungent liquid instantly soaked into everyone. The spray reaches every 360 degrees, leaving no blind spots, even the soles of shoes untouched. After the disinfection was completed, Zheng He walked out, soaking wet, but he didn't dislike Long Xiaotian's caution. President Long, I'm not leaving for now, Zheng He suddenly said. Long Xiaotian was taken aback. My ship will stay with you until the virus is resolved. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Zheng He's tone was calm, but his words carried immense weight. He wasn't a saint. On this perilous ocean, having an ally like Long Xiaotian, who possessed immense power, was far more valuable than having a few more boxes of iron ingots. His helping hand now is a timely help for Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian's eyes immediately reddened, his lips trembled for a long time, and he couldn't speak. All his unspoken words were condensed into a heavy nod. Under Long Xiaotian's arrangement, several huge metal cables extended from the side of the shadow whale and were firmly fixed to a cargo ship on the edge of the sea continent, completing a temporary link. This sea continent, composed of over 100 ships, is towing a giant deep-sea beast as they sail towards the semi-deep sea. Chapter 1:15 Blood Sample Analysis. Back on the shadow whale, Lu Feier and Timo immediately greeted them. Boss, you guys are finally back. Zheng He briefly recounted his experience in the lower deck. Timo's eyes lit up, his small body trembling slightly with excitement. Zombies? Are they really like in the movies? Super strong? They can even ram doors? Boss, take me to see some next time. I just want to catch a glimpse from afar. Look at you, you big dummy. Lu Feier's face turned pale with fright. Are you hurt? Were you scratched? Let me see. She scrutinized Zheng He and the others from head to toe like a security scanner, as if afraid that anyone might have an extra scratch. Only after confirming that no one had even broken a single patch of skin did she pat her chest and breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Unran had already gotten into work mode. We need an absolutely sterile environment, she said succinctly, glancing at her suitcase. Arrange it. Zheng He immediately took out a one-piece cleanroom suit and goggles that he had scavenged from Chemical Island from the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. Timo proudly showed off his new invention. Sister Anran, look at this. It was a simple microscope pieced together from several polished crystals and a section of metal tube. Although its design was crude, Once the focus was adjusted, it could even see the fibers of clothing clearly. It's pretty good. And Rand tried it and rarely gave a compliment. Everything is ready. And Rand changed into her cleanroom suit and walked to a corner of the cabin. She took out the exquisite perfume bottle energy shield and pressed the nozzle. Buzz! A pale blue, semi-transparent, spherical energy shield instantly expanded, enveloping her and the experimental table. Inside the shield, Rand opened a briefcase and took out the vial of black blood. Wearing rubber gloves, she aliquot the blood sample into several test tubes. Let's stand and observe the separation. Dilute with a special solution and record the reaction. Dilute with seawater and observe the changes. Mix different plant extracts and observe whether coagulation or dissolution occurs. Increase the temperature, decrease the temperature. A dazzling display of technical skill left the onlookers completely bewildered. All they could do was stare at the strangely colored liquids shifting and changing in the test tubes. Time passed by, second by second. The sun shines from noon until it completely crashes into the sea. And Rand finally turned off the energy shield when the cabin lights automatically turned on. She took off her goggles, rubbed her temples, and walked over with an unusually serious expression. The moment that expression appeared, the atmosphere in the cabin, which had been somewhat relaxed, instantly plummeted to freezing point. What was the result? Zheng got straight to the point. And Rand took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and her voice was tinged with exhaustion. Here's some good news. This thing has a very simple transmission route. Currently, it can only be transmitted through blood. Air, droplets, or even simple skin contact will not lead to infection. And what's the bad news? Zheng He's intuition told him that the important part was yet to come. And Rand's gaze swept over everyone. And she said, word by word, the bad news is that apart from that, it has almost no drawbacks. First, it has extremely strong environmental tolerance. It is resistant to salt, acids, and alkalis, and high and low temperatures. It can be said that it was born to adapt to this ocean. Secondly, it completely destroys the host's circulatory system. It impairs the oxygen-carrying capacity of red blood cells, dissolves platelets, and blocks the clotting function. At the same time, it releases a special neurotoxin that mutates the host's body and nerves, making the infected person incredibly strong, leaving them only with the instincts to attack and eat. The vial we drew was less blood and more an energy liquid containing the virus. This also explains why the monster shrank immediately after the blood was drawn, because all its essence was inside. And Rand's words sent chills down the spines of everyone present, especially Zheng He, who had personally drawn blood. She paused for a moment, then dropped the most fatal blow. The third point, and the most critical one, she said coldly, is that seawater cannot dilute it, and conventional alcohol and disinfectants cannot effectively inactivate it in a short time. This means that any drop of contaminated blood, once it flows into the ocean, could cause secondary or even tertiary pollution. Any wound contamination or exchange of bodily fluids could be fatal. Currently, we have no means to treat it. In fact, we have no means to effectively kill it. After he finished speaking, the entire cabin fell into a deathly silence. The oppressive atmosphere was 100 times heavier than when they faced the monster in the lower deck. This is no longer a simple zombie crisis, but a biological war against all the survivors in this ocean. Wearing gloves, and Rand wrapped the still-warm black blood sample in layers of a 3-layered waterproof tarpaulin, and finally put into a palm-sized, light-proof, airtight iron box, locking it tightly. This stuff is now more precious than gold. Blood samples from zombies are the only hope. President Long, the analysis results of the zombie blood are in. Zheng, he sent a private message to Long Xiaotian. How is it? Long Xiaotian replied instantly. Zheng, he sent and Rand's analysis results concisely. There was no response from the other end of the screen for a long time. This result left Long Xiaotian speechless. 5 full minutes passed before the message received appeared. Half a minute later, Long Xiaotian sent a voice message, his voice hoarse. Brother Zheng He, I am deeply grateful. Although there is no antidote for now, at least we know how to prevent it. On behalf of all the surviving brothers of Konglong Konglang, thank you. That thank you was more painful to hear than crying. Zheng, he closed the chat interface with Long Xiaotian and glanced at everyone. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Timo and Lu Feier were both stunned for a moment. Boss, are we not going to wait? What if something else happens? Lu Feier asked worriedly. We can't wait. Zheng, he shook his head. We're not saviors. Helping them find the transmission route of the virus is already more than enough. I need more iron. The upgrade progress of the Shadow Whale cannot be interrupted. He understood very well that on this doomsday sea, personal strength was the only true measure of power. No one said anything more. Zheng He's decision was in order. To liven things up, Lu Feier pulled out all the stops and prepared a seafood feast. The caramelized giant fin fish is sprinkled with cumin. The octopus tentacles sizzle on the hot plate, and a pot of milky white fish bone soup is served. Even the most delicious seafood buffet can't be eaten every day. Your body can't handle it. Boss, lately my poop feels like it's made of broken glass. Wang Chuang sighed with a pained expression as he looked at a plate of grilled shrimp. My mouth is full of blisters. You're deficient in vitamins, and Rand said, pushing up her glasses. If you only consume protein and fat for a long time, your body will have problems. Sigh, if only I had some rice and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, Timo said longingly as he munched on his fish. These words resonated with everyone. Looking at the pale faces of everyone, Zheng, he understood what was going on. Chapter 116 Xiongda is seriously injured and subdues the female zombie. Feier, clear out a section of the top deck later. Zheng, he put down his chopsticks. There are still some seeds in the divine sea spirit warehouse. Let's clear a plot of land ourselves, grow some vegetables, and see if we can grow rice and wheat. Farming your own land? On this vast ocean? Lu Feier and Timo's eyes lit up instantly. This was much more interesting than fighting and killing. All right, boss. I promise to set up a farm for you, so you can harvest crops and have fun. Night has fallen. The temporary observation room at Sea Continent was dimly lit. A guard was leaning against the door, dozing off. Brotherly. From inside the isolation door, a series of intermittent calls could be heard. The guard jolted awake and peered through the observation window on the door. Inside was a woman in her 20s who had just been brought in that afternoon. She had a high fever, but was still relatively conscious. Hey girl, what's wrong? The guard recognized her. She was a waitress at the #1 cruise ship restaurant, with a hot figure and a beautiful face, and was the face of the restaurant. Brother, I'm so hot. I'm so thirsty. Could you give me some water? The woman's voice was breathless, and her large, watery eyes evoked pity as she said, Brother, I'm so hot, so hot. She felt hot all over and gracefully removed her clothes one by one. In the end, he was left only in a tank top and shorts. The straps of her suspender dress slipped down, and her 2 large breasts looked like they were about to pop out. Her buttocks were perky and round, like peaches. The guards were stunned by the view inside the gate. Seeing her in pain, Kuiner's heart softened even more, and he said to the woman inside, Sister, wait here. I'll get you some water. This girl was brought in because of a fever, or she just has a common cold and fever. Looking at her flirtatious manner, I'm afraid I might burn my little brother in a moment. Thinking of this, he grinned from ear to ear. After a while, the guard came to the isolation door with water, unlocked it with a key, and went straight in. The moment he turned to lock the door, the pair of big, watery eyes inside the door suddenly turned completely red. The woman pounced on me from behind like a cheetah. She covered the guard's mouth with her hand, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and plunged it into his heart without hesitation. The guard didn't even utter a sound before his body went limp. The woman tossed the corpse aside and greedily inhaled the outside air. Her bloodshot eyes scanned her surroundings, and her remaining sanity told her to run as far away as possible. Under the cover of night, she darted like a nimble wildcat, dodging patrols and running wildly toward the edge of the sea continent. The next day, early morning, after breakfast, Zheng He, along with Ran, Wang Chuang, and Li Mo, prepared to say a formal goodbye to Long Xiaotian. And Ran stayed up all night and compiled a detailed document outlining various measures to prevent the spread of the virus, including standards for setting up isolation areas, waste disposal procedures, and personnel disinfection protocols. She prepared to hand the document over to Long Xiaotian's medical staff in person. The 4 walked on the heavy steel plate passage of the sea continent, and the sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness. To be honest, that old bastard Long Xiaotian is really something, managing to put so many broken ships together. Wang Chuang muttered, looking around. This is called sticking together for warmth. There's strength in numbers, Zheng, he said. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted out from a half-open container next to them. A foul stench swept over them, heading straight for Anren at the very back of the group. She was a woman with a hot body, wearing only a tank top and shorts, with a ferocious face, bloodshot eyes, and long drool dripping from her open mouth. Her speed was astonishing. The two large thunderbolts swayed and bounced in the air with her movements. Careful! Zhang He's pupils contracted, but the distance was too far, and it was too late. Roar! At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Chuang made a move. He turned around and shielded and ran in front of him, instantly activating his combat specialization. With a series of cracking sounds, his massive body swelled up instantly, and his brown hair grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-tall war bear rose from the ground. The bear's massive, fleshy body protected and ran tightly. The female zombie's 10 steel, nail-like fingernails scratched fiercely on the giant bear's back. Sizzle. The thick bear hide was torn open in several places, causing several bloody gashes. Dark red blood gushed out instantly. This is bad. Zhang He's heart sank. The female zombie landed a successful blow and clung to the bear's back like a leech. With its gaping maw wide open, it began to tear and bite at the tattered flesh. Awoof! Wang Chuang roared in pain, looking up at the sky. He twisted his body frantically, trying to throw the crazy woman off his back. But the zombie was like it was welded to him, refusing to let go no matter what. Roar! Enraged, Wang Chuang turned his massive bear head around and, carrying the zombie on his back, slammed it into the steel wall beside him. Thump! A dull, loud bang shook the entire passageway violently. That impact must have had at least several tons of force. The female zombie was sandwiched in the middle and turned into a meat pie. She let out a piercing scream, finally being shaken off her grasp, and staggered back a few steps. But the madness in the monster's eyes hadn't diminished at all. As soon as she regained her footing, she fixed her gaze on Ran, who was being protected by the giant bear, and pounced on her again like a mad dog. That beast has his eye on Anren. Court death. This time, Zhang He wouldn't indulge her. With a swift sidestep, he positioned himself firmly in front of Anren. Crab King Guard. A layer of crimson energy armor instantly formed on his body. Poseidon's vision activate. The world before my eyes instantly changed. The female zombie's movements were slowed down infinitely in his eyes, and even the twitching of her muscle fibers was clearly visible. At the back of her neck, an energy core resembling a ruby was flashing wildly. Its weakness is the back of the neck. No wonder Anren's anesthetic dart pierced through so easily yesterday. With a thought, Zhang He activated the divine sea spiritual warehouse. A monstrous, gleaming red-armored giant axe materialized out of thin air in his hand. At this moment, the zombie's distorted face was less than half a meter away from him. Its foul-smelling saliva was almost smeared on his face. Zhang He's eyes remained completely expressionless. Just as the female zombie's sharp nails were about to touch his body, he took a step back to dodge the attack. Instead of recklessly chopping, he held the axe with both hands, back of the axe facing up, and pressed down hard with the force of her lunge. Bang! The female zombie's momentum was instantly neutralized, causing her to lose her balance and fall flat on her face. That vulnerable back of the neck was perfectly exposed. Now, Zhang He suddenly flipped his wrist, turning the axe blade around. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his axe and brought it down. The female zombie was decapitated, and a grotesque head rolled towards the corner of the passage. The headless corpse twitched twice on the ground, and thick, black blood gushed out from the severed neck like a high-pressure water jet. Watch out! And Rant's urgent scream rang out. Zhang He reacted very quickly, immediately turning to the side and raising his arm to protect his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. But the area covered by the spray of black blood was simply too large. Thick, black blood with a pungent, foul odor splattered all over him. Chapter 117, Wang Chuang in Quarantine. His face was covered in foul-smelling black blood. The warm, sticky texture made Zhang He's stomach churn, and he almost threw up his dinner from the night before. He ignored his nausea, immediately held his breath, and tightly closed his eyes. We absolutely cannot let this damn stuff seep into our bodies through the mucous membranes. Boss! Captain! Liamo and Enran exclaimed at the same time. Liemo rushed forward, a healing green light shining from his palm, intending to help him cleanse. "Don't touch me, Zheng," he hissed, jerking back to create a safe distance. "Don't get any blood on me." He rummaged through the Divine Sea spiritual warehouse and pulled out a bath towel to wipe the blood off his face. Then he took out high-concentration medical alcohol and sprayed it all over his face until it burnt. Only then did he dare to open his eyes. The passageway was a mess. The headless body of the female zombie was still twitching, and black blood gushing from her severed neck stained a large area of the steel plate. The head that had rolled into the corner still had bloodshot eyes, staring menacingly at the ceiling, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Wang Chuang deactivated his giant bear form and sat shirtless against the wall. His face was ashen, and he was breathing heavily. The 3 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on his back were horrifying. The flesh around the wounds had turned an eerie bluish-black, and black smoke was even emanating from the torn gaps. And Rand squatted down beside him, examining the wound with a serious expression. "Thank you for getting so badly injured protecting me." Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice trembled a little, showing that she was quite emotional. She didn't dare to touch it directly, but nervously observed the changes in the wound. Wang Chuang waved his hand and said, "Doctorin, you're too kind. I was the closest to you at the time. Anyone else would have stepped forward to protect you." He spoke casually. "How are you feeling?" Zheng, he walked over quickly, his voice a little strained. "Damn it, it hurts like hell." Wang Chuang grimaced, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "It feels like hundreds of ants are gnawing at my bones. It's numb and itchy. It's absolutely awful." Zheng, his heart skipped a beat. He opened his private messages and contacted Long Xiaotian. "President Long, something's happened." Zheng, he skipped the formalities. "We were attacked by zombies on the outskirts." Wang Chuang was seriously injured while protecting and ran. After a few seconds of silence, a heavy sigh and suppressed curse came from Long Xiaotian. "Damn it, last night, a suspected case in the observation room escaped. She was a woman, and she even killed a guard. My men searched all night, but I never expected her to run off to the outskirts." Zheng, he glanced at the corpse on the ground. The information matched. The female zombie escaped from the isolation room and ran all the way to the edge of the sea continent, probably looking for a speedboat or similar means of transportation to escape from here completely. This is a bit chilling to think about. The monsters I saw on the lower deck of the cruise ship yesterday had completely lost their minds, leaving only the instinct for bloodlust and attack. But this woman knew how to evade patrols, how to escape, and even when attacking, she clearly targeted and ran, who seemed to be the weakest in the group. She still retains a considerable degree of intelligence and strategic thinking. And Rand's guess is correct. Zheng, he said in a heavy tone, "This virus is probably evolving. Viral evolution." These 4 words are like a huge rock, pressing down on everyone's heart. A monster that only charges mindlessly is not scary. What is scary is a hunter who knows how to think, how to lie in wait, and how to use his own advantages. If all infected people become like this, then the sea continent will be completely overrun. Is Brother Wang Chuang's injury serious? Long Xiaotian asked cautiously on the other end of the line. "It's terrible." Zheng, he looked at Wang Chuang. Liemo was squatting behind him, his hands dangling over Wang Chuang's back. A soft, green light of life emanated from the palm of his hand, slowly enveloping the hideous wound. Under the green light, the black energy clinging to the wounds writhed wildly, but was eventually purified and dissipated little by little. After a short while, the rolled-up flesh began to wriggle and heal. A few minutes later, the wound, which was originally deep enough to expose the bone, was reduced to 3 shallow red marks. Wang Chuang breathed a sigh of relief. The excruciating, tingling sensation had finally disappeared. "What kind of help do you need?" Seeing that there was no follow-up, Long Xiaotian asked tentatively. "The injuries are under control for now, but he was bitten and scratched by a zombie, so he needs to be isolated and observed immediately." Zheng, he changed the subject, his tone tinged with anxiety. "I'll make arrangements right away. You all stay where you are and don't move. I'll send someone over to meet you and handle the scene while we're at it." Long Xiaotian immediately sprang into action. Soon, a team of fully armed men in white arrived at the scene. They swiftly packed the remains in especially made seals and then thoroughly disinfected the entire passageway. The pungent smell of disinfectant instantly filled the air. Zheng, He and the other three were taken to a temporary changing room and changed into clean protective suits. Then, under Long Xiaoyan's personal guidance, they arrived at the medical area. Dr. Anren, this is Lao Lu, the head of our medical team. Long Xiaoyan introduced a man who looked to be in his 50s, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit. Anren nodded and handed over a thick folder. Dr. Lu, this is a set of virus prevention and control plans that I put together overnight based on the current situation, including standards for setting up isolation areas, waste disposal procedures, personnel disinfection standards, and so on. The methods in it are relatively primitive, but they should be the most effective under the current conditions. Dr. Lu took the document, quickly flipped through a few pages, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Finally, he solemnly said to Anran, "Thank you so much. Ms. Anran, this is a lifesaver for us." Anran then gave them a detailed technical briefing and discussed several key issues. After the arrangements were made, Wang Chuang was taken to a separate tempered glass observation room. The room was empty except for a bed. The walls were white and the lights were so bright they were almost blinding. "Brother, I'm sorry to have troubled you." Zheng He looked at Wang Chuang, who had changed into a hospital gown, through the glass. "Boss, don't be so polite." Wang Chuang forced a smile. "If I really mutate, don't be soft-hearted, just give me a quick death." Zheng He didn't say anything, but nodded heavily. Konglong fighting the waves is in a muddy water. It's impossible to avoid getting involved. After settling Wang Chuang in, Zheng He led Anran and Li Mo back to the Shadow Whale. Inside the cabin, Lu Feier and Timo were waiting anxiously. Zheng He recounted the terrifying scene in the passageway and the story of Wang Chuang being quarantined in detail. This sea continent is now a giant incubator for the virus. Timo's face tightened after hearing this. "Boss, as long as the source of infection is not identified, there may be new cases every day. It's too dangerous for us to be tied to them now." She paused for a moment, then suggested, "Starting tonight, let's activate the ship's stealth field. At least we can sleep more peacefully." Zheng He nodded, which was taken as agreement. Chapter 118 Wang Chuang in the isolation room. Time passed by second. Li Mo was worried about his good brother's safety and also afraid that he would be bored by himself. So he asked Zheng He for permission to go to the observation room to keep Wang Chuang company. Having witnessed Li Mo's healing skills and impressed by the deep brotherhood between him and Wang Chuang, Zheng He let him go. Li Mo arrived at the observation room and saw Wang Chuang sitting cross-legged on the bed in the isolation room, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing through the explosion-proof glass. Combat specialization endowed Wang Chuang with beast-like instincts. As soon as Li Mo approached, he sensed the movement, abruptly opened his eyes, and turned to look at the doorway. Upon seeing Li Mo, Wang Chuang grinned and approached the bulletproof glass, saying, "What brings you here, kid? I'm fine, go back and rest." "Brother Chuang, I was worried about you being scratched and bitten by those zombies, so I came to check on you." Li Mo clung to the glass, his voice full of concern. "Hey, buddy, you're tough as nails. This little scratch is nothing. Besides, you already healed it for me, didn't you? I should thank you for that," Wang Chuang said in a deep voice. "Why are you being so polite with me, brother? I'm worried about the virus. As Sister Anren said, there's no cure for this virus yet, and it's transmitted through blood and bodily fluids. You've been bitten so many times. How can I not panic?" Although they met by chance, Wang Chuang was like an older brother to him, and the mutual support they had during this time fostered a deep brotherly bond between them. Wang Chuang suddenly stopped smiling and said to Li Mo in a serious tone, "Brother, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but I haven't had the chance. I'll use a story to express it. Do you want to hear it?" Li Mo rarely saw him so serious and nodded repeatedly. Once upon a time, there was a bull and a cow. The cow thought the bull was boring and went to sleep with an elephant for a while. Later, she realized the elephant wasn't all that great and came back to the bull to reconcile. The bull, remembering their past relationship, took her in. After their passion subsided, the cow asked shyly, "Haven't we met in so long? Have I changed at all?" Without hesitation, the bull replied, "You're much more powerful now." "Ha ha!" After finishing his speech, Wang Chuang laughed so hard he almost fell over, slapping his thighs and laughing heartily. Li Mo's lips twitched, and he forced an awkward smile. But seeing Wang Chuang so energetic, he finally felt relieved. The two chatted casually through the glass, and at first Wang Chuang responded quickly to Li Mo's words. But after a while, his replies became slower and slower, and his voice became increasingly faint. Finally, he simply stopped moving and lay stiffly on the bed, like a piece of deadwood. Li Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly banged on the bulletproof glass to call for help, but Wang Chuang only grunted incoherently twice. Li Mo panicked and immediately pressed the call button, summoning all the guards and medical personnel on board. After a thorough examination, the doctor concluded that Wang Chuang had no symptoms whatsoever. No fever, no convulsions, and no redness in the eyes. The doctor speculated that the intense battle he had fought that morning, coupled with the severe injuries, had exhausted his body to the point that he had simply fallen into a deep sleep. Upon hearing this, a thought flashed through Li Mo's mind. Could it be that Brother Chuang has an extraordinary constitution and is directly immune to the virus? Or perhaps their healing spell not only healed the external wounds, but also purified the virus? Wouldn't that be an absolute victory? He quickly shared the good news on the team channel. A sense of blind optimism quietly spread through the hearts of the people. However, reality, that damn thing, loves to slap you hard when you're feeling smug. It had been exactly 12 hours since I was bitten. Wang Chuang, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. An indescribable evil fire instantly swept over his entire body, as if someone had poured scalding magma directly into his bone marrow. His skin flushed red rapidly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face, instantly soaking the pillow. Huff, huff! He gasped for breath, feeling as if his lungs were an open oven. The air he exhaled was scalding hot. Seeing this, Li Mo quickly pressed the emergency button for the observation room. A few seconds later, the on-duty doctor, wearing heavy protective clothing, rushed over, pulled open the blast door, blocked Li Mo outside, and crawled inside himself. Upon seeing Wang Chuang's appearance, which resembled a boiled crab, the doctor's expression changed drastically, and he quickly pointed the electronic thermometer at Wang Chuang's forehead. Drop! On the screen, the bright red numbers soared all the way up, finally settling on a breathtaking number. 45 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to burn the brain of an ordinary person. Quick! Notify Chairman Long. Notify Boss Zheng He. The doctor shouted in terror. In the quiet night, Zheng He's communicator suddenly rang like a death knell. He pressed the answer button almost reflexively. Boss, something terrible has happened. Li Mo's voice was trembling with anxiety. Brother Chuang, he's starting to show symptoms. His body temperature spiked to 45 degrees Celsius. Zheng He's heart sank, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the communicator. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. Boss, you'd better be mentally prepared. Li Mo gritted his teeth and squeezed out these desperate words. Are you mentally prepared? Zheng He's mind went blank. An ordinary adult male, after being infected with a mutated virus, can gain the power to smash through a blast-proof steel door. What about Wang Chuang? He knew better than anyone how terrifying Wang Chuang's combat skills were. What would a man who can transform into a 3-meter-tall war bear become if his sanity was consumed by a virus? A rampaging war zombie bear? Once that thing gets out of control, let alone this cruise ship, the entire sea continent probably wouldn't be enough for him to dismantle like building blocks. A crazy idea popped out of Zheng He's mind uncontrollably. Risks must be nipped in the bud, while things are still fresh before the virus completely takes over his sanity. Should we get rid of him beforehand? The moment the thought crossed Zheng He's mind, he felt as if he'd been struck in the chest by a sledgehammer, a dull, throbbing pain shooting through him. That's Wang Chuang. He was that tough guy who, without hesitation, used his own body to shield his teammates from the claws the moment the zombies pounced on them. He killed his own brother with his own hands? What kind of beast is he then? But if we don't take action and let it mutate and get out of control, hundreds and thousands of lives outside will be lost tonight. Zheng He's breathing became heavy. He looked out the window at the pitch-black sea and, for the first time, found himself in a real dilemma. On one side are brothers who have shared life and death. On one hand, there's an immeasurable crisis of total annihilation. Both ends of the scale weighed down a weight he could not bear. Chapter 119 Hardcore Bathing in the Isolation Room. Zheng He hung up the call with Li Mo, his mind on edge. Without saying a word, he grabbed his coat and rushed outside. and Ran picked up her suitcase and followed suit. The atmosphere in the corridor outside the observation room was unusually oppressive. Long Xiaotian and his elite medical team were on high alert, each of them wrapped in heavy protective suits, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and a silent panic. Upon seeing Zheng He, Long Xiaotian's square face scrunched up even more. He rushed over, lowering his voice. "Boss Zheng He, the situation isn't good." The two men exchanged a glance, both seeing the same struggle and resolve in each other's eyes. Sending one's brother to his death is a melodramatic choice that no one wants to make, but now it seems they have no choice. Zheng He remained silent, his face grim as he strode to the bulletproof glass. Liamo pressed his entire face against the glass, unconsciously patting it with his hands, muttering something as if he were praying. Following his gaze, Zheng He's heart clenched. Wang Chuang, that eagle-like man, now resembled a boiled shrimp, his skin flushed red, curled up on the bed. He looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His clothes and sheets were completely soaked with sweat, and you could feel the rising heat even through the glass. He writhed and rolled wildly on the bed, suppressing a beastly growl in his throat. Wang Chuang. Zheng He brought his face close to the communicator, his voice steady and powerful. "Can you hear me? Look at me." The voice seemed to have a magical power. Wang Chuang, who was in a frenzy, suddenly stiffened, his bloodshot eyes darting around desperately until they met Zheng He's gaze. "Boss," he began, his voice hoarse, "I have a high fever. It feels like there's a fire inside me. I'm so thirsty. Water. Give me water." Reason still prevails. Zheng He felt a little relieved. He glanced back at Long Xiaotian's medical team. They were all fully armed, but none of them dared to move forward. "Are you kidding me? This guy's been bitten by a mutated zombie. If he goes in and bites you, you'll be dead on the spot." Zheng He's face darkened, and he no longer hesitated. "Give me a set of protective clothing." Long Xiaotian's lips moved, but he didn't speak. Instead, the head of the medical team beside him couldn't help but speak up. "Boss Zheng He, this is too dangerous. He's a ticking time bomb right now. What if?" "There's no chance." Zheng He interrupted him. "He still recognizes me now. This is the only chance. I'll go in and take a look and bring him some water while I'm at it." He looked at Long Xiaotian with an unyielding gaze. This was not only to save his brother, but also to confirm something. If Wang Chuang were to succumb to the virus, he would have to personally send his good friend on his way. This was the task Wang Chuang entrusted to him with the clearest of eyes before entering the isolation room. Long Xiaotian understood the determination in Zheng He's eyes and nodded emphatically. "Bring the highest grade protective suits, and bring a large bucket of purified water." A few minutes later, Zheng He, wearing heavy protective clothing, strode towards the isolation room. The guard opened the heavy blast door of the isolation room, and a blast of scorching air rushed out. He carried a large bucket of water and walked in with steady steps. "Boss!" Upon seeing Zheng He, Wang Chuang's raging emotions were somewhat suppressed. Without saying a word, Zheng He unscrewed the bucket lid and held it to his mouth. Wang Chuang grabbed the water bucket and, like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert, tilted his head back and gulped down the water, watching as his firm abdomen was stretched into an astonishing arc by the water. A whole bucket of water, gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Chuang let out a loud burp, which meant his life was now half-tethered. Zheng He, wearing double rubber gloves, reached out and pressed his hand against Wang Chuang's forehead. "It's incredibly hot." It felt like touching a red-hot branding iron. Even more strangely, through the gloves, Zheng He seemed to be able to feel that there were two completely different forces tearing and fighting wildly inside Wang Chuang's body. One force was violent and scorching, filled with an aura of destruction. The other was incredibly resilient, clinging tightly to its bottom line despite being at a disadvantage, and was not completely destroyed. "How are you feeling now?" Zheng He took the opportunity to check his mental state. "Besides the heat and thirst, what else do you feel? Can you remember what you ate this morning?" I feel like a kettle about to explode. My head is buzzing." "This morning?" "This morning, I think. It was that kid Liamo who brought me the fish porridge." Although Wang Chuang's answer was fragmented, he was clearly not mentally impaired. Zheng He felt half relieved. He sneered inwardly. "When the king of hell calls, my brother won't answer. Zombies don't have the brains to remember menus." He strode out of the isolation room, ripped off his sweltering protective suit, and said to the tense crowd outside, "He's still conscious, just dehydrated from a high fever. His body is fighting something." He quickly reported the situation to Anran. Anran pushed up her glasses, her gaze behind the lenses calm and sharp. After a moment of contemplation, she offered a rather down-to-earth analysis. Judging from his symptoms, the characteristics of viral infection are not obvious. There is no indiscriminate attack and no limb mutation. This doesn't seem like an infection. It's more like a super plus version of a cold and fever. A super plus version of a cold and fever? This metaphor instantly eased the tense atmosphere a little. A brilliant idea flashed in Zheng He's mind. Since it's a fever, let's try some hardcore physical cooling methods. President Long, he turned to Long Xiaotian. I need your help with something. Give me a large wooden barrel, the bigger the better, and keep supplying me with ice. Long Xiaotian was completely confused, but he still immediately did as instructed. A moment later, a huge oak barrel that could fit 2 people was pushed into the isolation room, and bag after bag of ice was poured in with a whoosh, followed by filling it with cold water, which lowered the temperature of the entire room by several degrees. Zheng He returned to the isolation room and dragged Wang Chuang into a bucket of ice water. As soon as Wang Chuang touched the ice water, the huge temperature difference made him shiver violently. But then, an indescribable feeling of comfort spread through his limbs and bones, causing him to let out a satisfied groan. The burning sensation within his body, which felt like it was consuming his very soul, was actually suppressed by half. He leaned against the edge of the tub, panting heavily, and his eyes, which had been cloudy due to the high fever, visibly regained their clarity. Awesome! Wang Chuang grinned and exhaled a long breath of white air. Zheng He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his expression. He turned around and gestured done towards the door. President Long, thanks for tonight. I'll keep an eye on things here. You can take the brothers and leave. Just make sure the ice is delivered on time every hour. No problem. Long Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Chuang's condition had stabilized. Not being infected by the virus was incredibly good news. He gave Zheng He a grateful look and led his exhausted medical team away. The corridor fell silent. Only Zheng He and Ran and Li Mo remained, watching over Wang Chuang as he took a bath in the ice bucket. The night was long, but they had already overcome the most dangerous hurdle. Chapter 1:20 The Dawn of Victory. The long night is finally over. The ice in the bucket melted and was added again, round after round. The melting of the ice did not slow down until dawn. Zheng He and the other 2 took turns watching over him. Fortunately, although Wang Chuang's body temperature fluctuated occasionally, it never soared to the frightening level it had before, and it was always kept under control. The morning sunlight streamed in through the portholes in the corridor, dispelling the oppressive chill of the night. Long Xiaotian arrived with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, almost as soon as the first rays of dawn appeared. When he saw Wang Chuang leaning against a wooden tub inside the isolation room, his face pale, but his breathing steady, his eyes clear, and even having the leisure to grin foolishly at the outside, the tension that had gripped this maritime overlord all night finally eased completely. It seems that Wang Chuang's body has won this life-or-death battle against the virus. His body temperature has come down, and there are no signs of mutation. And Ran withdrew her fingers from Wang Chuang's wrist and calmly concluded. She habitually pushed up her glasses and looked at Zheng He. I need to draw his blood and bring it back to the shadow whale for detailed testing. If I'm not mistaken, his blood may hold the key to our victory over this virus. This news cheered everyone present. Upon hearing the words blood draw, the color drained from Wang Chuang's face instantly. The once smug and arrogant man instantly cowered. He shrank back into the icy water, looking at Ran with the eyes of frightened quail. Draw blood. His voice trembled. Use that needle we used on the monster yesterday. It's so thick, it'll pierce me through. He still clearly remembers the thick, long syringe used to draw blood from the monster, and a needle that was thicker than a chopstick. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle. He's been terrified of needles since he was a child. If someone were to prick him with one of those things, he'd be half dead, if not killed. Seeing this tough guy, who can transform into a 3-meter-tall bear at the drop of a hat, trembling with fear at the sight of a non-existent needle, the scene was somewhat comical. And Rant's lips twitched a few times as she explained, "Those are armor-piercing needles used on zombies. You haven't mutated, so a regular syringe will do. Ordinary. Wang Chuang asked skeptically. Yeah, like the kind of shot you get when you have a cold. Hearing this, Wang Chuang breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed completely. He instantly perked up again, pounding his chest loudly. You should have said so earlier. No problem. Take as much as you want, just don't drain me dry. And Ran ignored him and took out disposable syringes, needles, and sterile cotton balls from a briefcase. The slender needle tip flickered in front of Wang Chi's eyes, and he was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes and pursed his lips. And Ran moved swiftly, quickly drawing 3 full tubes of dark red blood from his arm, sealing them with a stopper, and carefully placing them back into the suitcase. All right, you should go back and rest now. Zheng, he patted Liam O on the shoulder. He had been on tenterhooks all night and was quite exhausted. I'll stay here to look after Wang Chuang and also have a chat with Chairman Long. Liam O nodded and returned to the shadow whale within Ran. Outside the isolation room, the corridor fell silent once again. Zheng He didn't beat around the bush and looked directly at Long Xiaotian, stating his speculation. President Long, Wang Chuang's survival this time is not simply due to his good luck. Long Xiaotian's expression turned serious, and he immediately perked up his ears. When he was attacked, he was in his bear form. I guess that the moment the zombie virus invaded his body, his combat expertise as a war bear, or rather his immune system in bear form, immediately reacted, producing a special antibody that directly stifled the virus's mutation ability. So he only showed mild symptoms, such as a high fever, and did not actually turn into a zombie. Zheng, he paused for a moment, giving Long Xiaotian time to process the information, before throwing out an even more shocking conjecture. The underlying principle is probably similar to how humans used to extract horse blood to make antivenom. It uses the immunity of one organism to fight against another deadly toxin. If Anren's tests confirm my hypothesis, then Zheng, his gaze sharpened. We might be able to search for bear-like creatures on the surrounding islands and use their blood to mass-produce a real antidote. Long Xiaotian was a little stunned by Zheng, his hardcore popular science explanation. This knowledge was far beyond his comprehension. He only vaguely sensed that Zheng, he was drawing up a blueprint concerning life and death for him and for the entire sea continent. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zheng, he shifted from initial awe to genuine admiration. Boss Zheng He, professional matters should be handled by professionals. We will listen to you. Long Xiaotian said decisively. President Long, you're too kind. Zheng, he changed the subject, revealing his true intentions. Developing an antidote for your guild is no problem, of course. However, I also have a small favor to ask of you. Speak freely, as long as I, Long Xiaotian, can do it. I want to upgrade my ship, but I'm currently short a lot of iron ingots. I'm looking for the wreckage of iron ships to smelt iron. I wonder if your guild has any? The more, the better. Zheng He stated his needs directly. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian immediately laughed. Hey, I thought it was something serious. Our sea continent lacks everything, but it doesn't lack lumps of iron. Forget about scrap ship hulls. If you nod your head, I'll immediately have my brothers melt all the scrap iron into ingots and send them to you. He stepped forward and patted his chest to assure them. As long as I can protect my maritime empire, I'll give you whatever you want, boss, without batting an eye. On the other side, aboard the Shadow Whale, as soon as Anran returned to the ship, she immediately contacted Timo, disable the stealth field. The moment the force field disappeared, Lu Feier and Timo appeared on the deck, both with anxious expressions on their faces. Sister Anren, how is Brother Wang Chuang? Has he turned into a zombie? Timo asked first. Lu Feier followed up with, did it turn into Xiong zombie or Wang Chuang zombie? And Ran had no time to pay attention to those two who were full of questions. The situation has stabilized for now, and there's been no mutation. I had my blood drawn for testing to see the specific details of the virus. After speaking, she quickly walked to her workbench, reactivated the perfume bottle-shaped energy shield, and enveloped herself in an absolutely sterile light blue light curtain, instantly entering work mode. Under the microscope, Wang Chuang's blood sample was analyzed step by step. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by second, and Rant's expression remained calm throughout, with only the occasional movement of pushing up her glasses revealing a hint of inner turmoil. Finally, after a series of comparative experiments, she made an amazing discovery. There were indeed trace amounts of the Cybertron virus remaining in Wang Chuang's blood. But even more remarkably, a highly active special protein was born in his serum. This protein, like a group of tireless miniature soldiers, is chasing, enveloping, and breaking down the remaining viruses with astonishing efficiency. That's an antibody. And Rand suddenly raised her head, and her eyes behind her glasses shone with an unprecedented light. Zheng He's conjecture was correct. Wang Chuang's body truly produced antibodies capable of completely killing the Cybertron virus through his own power. The continent at sea is saved. Chapter 121 Antidote and Expedition. And Rand's voice came through Zheng He's communicator, and her barely suppressed excitement could be heard through the radio waves. Zheng He, your guess is correct. Just this one sentence. In the corridor, Zheng He, who was talking with Long Xiaotian, was experiencing a huge surge of emotions that almost overwhelmed his reason. His posture remained unchanged, and his facial expression was perfectly controlled. He casually hung up the communicator, turned to look at Long Xiaotian, and asked a completely unrelated question. President Long, do you have champagne on your ship? Champagne. Long Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment. Then his face showed an I understand expression. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Zheng He, Brother Wang Chuang is all right now. No need to drown your sorrows in alcohol. Zheng He's eye twitched slightly. Communicating with this kind of local tyrant whose cultural level fluctuates wildly sometimes really requires a bit of patience. Who could understand the frustration of not being able to catch his jokes? He didn't bother with any preamble, and in an emotionless tone, he simply uttered 4 words. There is a cure for the Cybertron virus. The air froze for a second. Long Xiaoyan's expression shifted from bewilderment to astonishment, then to disbelief, and finally, his weathered face suddenly lit up like the sun rising in the night. What the heck? He rushed forward like an excited brown bear. Grabbing Zheng He tightly in his arms with such force that he almost broke Zheng He's bones. He had completely abandoned any semblance of the demeanor of a guild leader. Holy crap. Boss. Awesome. YYDS. Long Xiaotian was so excited that he was incoherent, jumping and hopping around in Zheng He's arms, almost as if he wanted to kiss him on the face. Guards, melt down my luxury cruise ship to celebrate with Boss Zheng He. The entire guild will throw a grand banquet to celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. His rough roar echoed in the corridor, attracting a group of crew members in the distance to peek and watch. Although Zheng He understood his ecstasy, opening champagne at halftime was clearly a bit premature. He forcefully pried open Long Xiaoyan's iron arm and patted his crumpled collar. President Long, calm down. Zheng He's tone turned serious, exuding the aura of a big boss. Don't forget you still have dozens of mutated brothers locked up in the lower deck. Opening champagne at this time is not appropriate. One sentence, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished Long Xiaoyan's high enthusiasm. The ecstasy on his face faded, and his eyes immediately returned to their usual ruthless and domineering nature. Damn, I'm so happy. I'm getting a little carried away. Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and rubbed his face vigorously. Big boss, you're right. From now on, our Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves Guild will follow your orders. Zheng He nodded in satisfaction and reconnected with Anran. Anran, please describe the detailed preparation process of the antiviral serum. Anran instantly switched to expert mode, speaking clearly and logically. The process consists of 4 steps. First, we have samples of live virus, which means we draw blood from zombies. Second, inoculate healthy bears with the virus to induce them to develop antibodies. Third, extract serum containing high-titer antibodies from the blood of bears that have been successfully immunized. Fourth, the serum is purified, concentrated, and packaged to finally produce antiviral serum that can be directly injected. Virus collection, in vivo immunization, antibody extraction, purification, and encapsulation. Anran has summarized a complete, rigorous, and textbook-level biopharmaceutical process in the simplest language. As Zheng He listened, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he had truly struck gold. This seemingly aloof female doctor possesses unimaginable inner strength. Tonight, I have to let her experience what two-way running really means. After ending the communication, Zheng He relayed Anran's plan to Long Xiaotian. Everything is ready now, except for the bears. Zheng, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. And we need a large number of lively bears. Where am I supposed to conjure up a bear for you on this vast ocean? Long Xiaotian was completely baffled. This was a completely new problem for him. Zheng, he was confident of success. Leave this to me. He walked to Long Xiaotian's side. Your Sky Dragon Fighting Waves Guild needs to immediately organize a large enough exploration team and equip it with the fastest speedboats. I will provide you with the coordinates of the islands in the vicinity where large wild animals roam. You just need to go ashore and search the island. Once you find any trace of bears, do not alert them. Immediately report the coordinates to me via communicator. I will personally lead the team to bring back those antidotes. Leave it to me. Long Xiaotian was overjoyed, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. He immediately took action and posted information about establishing a sea exploration team in the guild channel. Zheng, he walked alone into the bridge of the cruise ship. He closed his eyes, and the sea god's vision quietly activated. In an instant, the scene of the sea within 100 nautical miles in radius of the sea continent unfolded in his mind. A huge three-dimensional holographic nautical chart appeared out of thin air. The seabed topography, ocean currents, and fish distribution are all clearly visible. Zheng He's consciousness swept frantically across the holographic projection, locking onto the blue dots of light emerging from the sea like radar. Those were islands. His fingertips flew across the air in rapid succession. He marked all the islands with dense vegetation, which were likely to harbor large mammals, with blood-red marks. 5 minutes later, a detailed coordinate map was transmitted to Long Xiaotian's system terminal. Everyone assemble. Long Xiaotian's hoarse voice echoed across the deck. An island exploration team, consisting of 200 elite guild members, was quickly assembled. They were well-equipped and solemn, and in groups of 4, they boarded modified, extremely fast assault boats. This voyage was unlike any previous treasure hunt or plundering expedition. Every man's face was etched with a fierce determination to not return until Lulon is conquered. They are not fighting for resources, but for their families, for their comrades behind them, and for their homes on this doomsday sea, searching for a glimmer of hope. With a command from Long Xiaotian, the engines of 50 speedboats roared, like 50 steel sea beasts tearing through the sea, and sailed majestically towards the unknown distance. Zheng He stood on the ship's railing, watching the fleet gradually disappear into the horizon, the sea breeze ruffling his clothes. He knew that an expedition concerning the life and death of the entire sea continent had begun. This time, we can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Chapter 122 Wang Chuang lifts the alarm. The exploration team's speedboat disappeared into the horizon, and the deck fell silent once more. Long Xiaotian, still excited after seeing off his elite troops, paced back and forth next to Zheng He, rubbing his hands and muttering, "Boss, do you think these kids are reliable? I hope they don't scare the bear away as soon as they go up there." Zheng He didn't respond, staring at the horizon, and said in a calm tone, "President Long, finding Xiong and creating the antidote is only the first step." Long Xiaotian stopped in his tracks, looking completely bewildered. This is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the source of the virus remains, there is always the possibility of a second or third outbreak. Zheng He turned around, his expression calm. If we don't find a way to trace the source, we will always be on the defensive. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, we were so focused on the antidote that we almost forgot about this. Where did the virus actually come from? What the boss means is, call all the senior officers on your ship, including the first case you discovered, Li Si, right? Compile a complete list of all his movements before and after the onset of his illness, the people he came into contact with, and the things he ate. Call a meeting. Understood. Long Xiaotian didn't dare to delay and immediately went to do it. Half an hour later, the atmosphere was serious in the luxurious conference room on the top floor of the cruise ship. The long table was filled with the core members of the Sky Dragon Fights the Waves Guild. Each of them was a ruthless character who had survived the apocalypse, but at this moment they were all sitting upright, their eyes focused on Zheng He, who was in the main seat. And Ran sat down next to Zheng He, with a detailed operation record displayed on the terminal in front of her. The first infected person, Li Si, was a low-ranking crew member responsible for sorting the daily catch of seafood. And Ran's cold voice rang out. According to the investigation, 3 days before he fell ill, he had handled a batch of strange deep-sea fish caught from the nearshore area by himself. Among those fish were several variants of batfish, which were already dead when they were caught and had an abnormal dark purple color. According to regulations, these mutated creatures that died from unknown causes are not edible. However, Li Si kept some of them for himself that day and took them back to the dormitory to share with the other 2 crew members. A high-ranking guild member slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it, it's those gluttons' fault again." And then, Long Xiaotian asked in a deep voice. Later, Li Si was the first to develop a high fever and was sent to the isolation area. The other 2 crew members who shared the food also fell ill 2 days later. These were the initial 3 infected individuals. And Rand's analysis hit the nail on the head. The virus most likely came from that strange fish. A noisy discussion broke out in the conference room. "What the hell is this?" Long Xiaotian slapped his forehead. "A mutated fish in the sea is poisonous, and if someone eats it, it can evolve into a human-to-human contagion." Although many details of this inference cannot be verified, the general logic is sound, which explains why the virus initially only broke out at the grassroots level, Aaron added. The group looked at each other, their hearts heavy with sorrow. This means they must always be wary of this unfathomable ocean. No one knows which seemingly ordinary fish might harbor a deadly virus capable of destroying everyone. The difficulty of this survival game at sea is visibly increasing. The black fog is constantly shrinking the survivor's space to move around, while the system, like a cruel god, keeps creating various crises and eliminating the weak. What is the end of this game? Zhang He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, and the thought flashed through his mind for the first time. After the meeting ended, Zhang He and Ran went to the observation room to check on Wang Chuang. His temperature showed no signs of rising, and his complexion was much rosier than before, indicating that he was recovering. After a day of observation and blood tests, Wang Chuang is completely fine. Zhang He immediately contacted Long Xiaotian. "President Long, Wang Chuang is all right." His voice was full of joy. "His temperature has returned to normal, and there has been no relapse." And Ran just drew blood from him again, and the virus has completely disappeared. The alarm is off. Long Xiaotian excitedly hugged his deputy next to him, laughing like a 300-pound child. This news is more inspiring than anything else. After bidding farewell to Long Xiaotian, who was still reveling, Zhang He and his group returned to the Shadow Whale. The days of travel and mental strain left everyone feeling drained, barely able to speak. Lu Fei-er and Timo prepared a simple dinner, which everyone ate hastily before returning to their rooms to rest. Supported by Li Mo, Wang Chuang staggered back to his room, muttering that he was hungry and wanted to eat barbecue. Seeing his energetic appearance, Zhang He felt much more relieved. He arrived at Rand's door and knocked gently. The door opened, and a fresh, post-shower fragrance wafted out. And Rand was wearing a silk slip dress, and beneath her shorts were 2 long, straight, and dazzlingly white legs. She was squatting on the floor, organizing a box of medical equipment. Zhang He walked in and sat down naturally by her bedside. Click! Aaron got up and locked the door behind her. She turned around, walked up to Zhang He, and just looked at him without saying a word. "Thank you so much this time." Zhang He felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. "If it weren't for you, Wang Chuang would have had a hard time getting through this, and the antidote wouldn't have been available so quickly. We are comrades." And Rand's answer was simple. "You saved me, and Wang Chuang almost lost his life to protect me. It is only right that I do these things." As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and placed her hand on Zhang He's wrist. The touch of cool fingertips on his skin startled Zhang He slightly. "Don't move." And Rand closed her eyes, adopting the posture of an old Chinese medicine doctor taking a pulse. "Let me examine your body." Zhang He was both amused and exasperated. What new trick was this now? A few seconds later, and Rand opened her eyes, her expression frighteningly serious. "Captain, your pulse doesn't feel right." Excessive yang fire leads to restlessness of qi and blood, an internal heat that is difficult to quell. And Rand said this nonsense with a straight face. "If this continues, it will affect the performance of your supreme bone. You must immediately balance yin and yang and strengthen your foundation." Before Zhang He could react, and Rand had already sat down. She placed her hands on his shoulders, looking down at him, a small flame igniting in her cool eyes. For the captain's health and for the fighting strength of our team, tonight I'll give you a deep treatment. With the support of medical expertise, Aaron has an exquisite grasp of every G-spot. No, every acupoint on the human body. That night, Zheng He deeply understood what two-way running meant and how a top doctor could use his professional knowledge to elevate a mundane exercise into a symphony of spirit and flesh. Chapter 123, Braving the Bear Island. After the 3 ups and downs, everything calmed down. Zheng He looked at Ran, who was fast asleep in his arms. Her long hair was scattered on the pillow, and her peaceful sleeping face was like that of a child. He couldn't help but reach out and gently brush away the stray hairs from her forehead. In this man-eating sea, it is his good fortune to have such a few confidants. The next morning, Zheng He was awakened by a series of urgent communication sounds. Is Long Xiaotian. Boss, we found something. Long Xiaotian's hoarse voice boomed, even through the radio. My men have found bear tracks on a large island. Fresh footprints and droppings. Zheng He instantly regained consciousness. Send me the coordinates. Soon, a set of coordinates was sent over. Zheng He immediately activated Sea God's vision, and the holographic sea map unfolded instantly, with the coordinates of the islands automatically located. The island's coordinates were located precisely between the sea continent and the black fog. Going there means actively approaching that fog that symbolizes death. But there was no choice. Zheng He turned off the communicator and got out of bed. Everyone, get ready. His voice echoed throughout the entire shadow whale. Let's go catch a bear. The first to respond was Wang Chuang, who had just returned from the brink of death. With a powerful roar, the man sprang up from the bed, shirtless, his muscles trembling with excitement. Bear catching. Finally, it's my turn to show off my skills. Liemo followed behind, holding a coat in her hand, her face full of concern like a mother's. Brother Chuang, take it easy. You're only just recovering. You're not at your best yet. It's nothing. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. No, a whale. Wang Chuang thumped his chest loudly. The hatch opened, and Ran stepped out. She had changed into a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her beautiful curves. Unlike the boisterous Wang Chuang, she exuded a cool and aloof aura, carrying a silver metal case in her hand. Anesthetic gun, high-concentration sedative, plus a complete set of gene sampling equipment. And Ran's voice was cold and concise. The dosage is 3 times that of a 300-kilogram brown bear, ensuring absolute safety. Lu Feier and Timo also poked their heads out of the cockpit. Captain, route locked, expected to arrive at target area in 40 minutes, Timo reported quickly. By the time we reach that island, the black fog will be very close, and the magnetic field there might be a bit erratic, potentially interfering with our radar, Timo added, his little face serious. I recommend manual driving and maintaining maximum vigilance. Okay. Zheng He nodded, his gaze sweeping over his crew. The night of tenderness did not relax him. Instead, it made him feel a heavy weight on his shoulders, a sense of responsibility. For everyone on board, and for the members of Sea Continent, this trip must succeed. Liemo, you, Feier, and Timo stay on the ship and be ready to provide backup at any time. Wang Chuang and Ran, come with me. Zheng He quickly issued the orders. Boss, should I stay behind? Liemo was taken aback. This operation requires a streamlined team. The situation on the island is complex, so we need to maintain constant contact. Your healing skills are our trump card, and we will arrange for you to go to the island when needed. Zheng He's arrangements left no room for doubt. Liemo pursed his lips and finally nodded. Understood. Like a ghost in the deep sea, the shadow whale silently glided through the water and sped towards that hopeful unknown sea. The closer they got to their destination, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The color of the seawater changed from azure to an unsettling dark green, and finally to pure black. A faint fishy stench permeated the air, and even sunlight could not penetrate this sea, making one feel chilled to the bone. On the distant horizon, a thick, inky black fog lingered, slowly moving toward the island. Wang Chuang's initial excitement was gradually dampened by the oppressive atmosphere. Standing at the bow of the boat, he scratched the back of his head in frustration. Boss, this crappy place, it's giving me the creeps. It's the influence of the energy field. and Ran adjusted the tactical goggles on her nose. High concentrations of unknown energy can interfere with biomagnetic fields, causing negative emotions such as irritability and depression. Take a deep breath and keep your mind calm. Zheng He remained silent, standing with his hands behind his back at the bow of the ship, activating Sea God's vision. In his field of vision, the sea area where the black fog was located was no longer a clear holographic map, but was filled with large areas of red gibberish. Clearly, Timo's judgment was correct. The magnetic field here can even forcibly interfere with system skills. The only saving grace is that the island's outline remains clear, resembling the spine of a giant beast lying on the sea. Another 10 minutes or so later, an island shrouded in a thin mist appeared before everyone's eyes. On the shallow waters at the edge of the island, more than a dozen speedboats had already assembled. It was the exploration team sent by Long Xiaotian. A man who looked like a minor leader saw the shadow whale approaching and quickly led his men to greet it, his face showing both awe and nervousness. "Boss Zheng He, you finally arrived. How's the situation?" Zheng He jumped off the boat, his feet landing on the soft sand. The leader wiped his sweat and pointed to the jungle behind him. "Boss, our men found the big guy's footprints in the ravine on the west side of the island, and this too." As he spoke, he gestured for his subordinate to bring over an extra-large polymer seal bag. It contained a huge, still warm mass of feces, and Rand took it without changing her expression, scanned it with her portable device, and a string of data immediately popped up on the terminal screen. The DNA sequence matches 78%, consistent with the characteristics of bears, but contains a large number of unknown metallic elements, as well as highly corrosive acidic substances. And Rand frowned. This guy's digestive system is very strange. "What did it eat?" Zheng He asked. "I don't know." The foreman swallowed hard and pointed deep into the jungle. The brothers ventured in 100 meters before retreating. From there were always some chilling noises coming from inside. "Set up a defensive line here and wait for our news," Zheng He instructed, then said no more. "Boss, just the three of you going in?" The junior leader looked at Zheng He and Ran and Wang Chuang, who was as strong as an ox, with disbelief. Zheng He didn't answer, but simply waved his hand and led the two into the bottomless jungle. Stepping inside felt like entering another world. The dense forest blocked out the light, and the strange tree branches twisted and turned like ghostly claws reaching towards the sky. The rotten, damp smell in the air was even stronger. What you were stepping on wasn't soil, but a thick layer of rotten leaves that had been piled up for who knows how many years. You could sink up to your ankles with one step. Chapter 124. Brave Bear is not afraid of difficulties. My goodness, don't even mention bears roaming this godforsaken place. I'd believe Godzilla even if you told me there was one. Wang Chuang lowered his voice, taking each step cautiously. The jungle was eerily quiet, except for the muffled thuds of their footsteps on the fallen leaves and the soft rustling of some unknown insects. Zheng He walked at the front. On this land filled with chaotic magnetic fields, the range of Sea God's vision was greatly reduced, and he could only vaguely sense that somewhere ahead there was an extremely violent life magnetic field wandering around. "Stay close," he ordered in a low voice. The three quickly advanced in a triangular assault formation, with Zheng He in front, Wang Chuang protecting the left, and then Ran holding the right, their teamwork impeccable. After groping forward for about 10 minutes, Zheng He suddenly stopped and raised his fist. A series of enormous footprints appeared on the ground ahead, each larger than a wash basin, deeply embedded in the humus. Even more alarming, the soil around the edge of one of the footprints was a charred black, as if corroded by strong acid. "This thing, even the soles of your feet, are leaking poison?" Wang Chuang's eyelids twitched as he looked at it, and Ran half squatted down, not daring to touch directly, and only scanned it from a distance with a portable device. Her usually cold expression visibly darkened. Just then, snap! From the depths of the dense forest to the right, a loud crash suddenly came, as if a giant tree had been snapped in two. "It's here." The three of them tensed up instantly, forming a defensive circle back to back, staring intently at the direction from which the sound came. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly exploded, the sound waves even causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow crashed through layers of vines and bushes and appeared before them. That was a bear, a terrifying behemoth that was over 4 meters tall when it stood up. It was a size larger than the war bear that Wang Chuang had transformed into, and its dark gray fur gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen. The most bizarre thing is that its right forearm and shoulder are covered with a heavy mechanical exoskeleton that flickers with eerie blue electric arcs. 2 crimson flames flickered in its eye sockets. Those were not the eyes of a carbon-based life form at all. Holy crap! Wang Chuang's Adam's apple bobbed wildly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't a bear. It was a biomechanical mech that had escaped from a cyberpunk movie set. The cyber bear's crimson electronic eyes swept across, revealing not the ferocity of a wild beast, but a cold scrutiny. It lowered its head, its nostrils flaring as if it were sniffing something. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto Wang Chuang. The next second, its massive body suddenly rose higher, its right arm, covered in metal armor, raised high. The thick plates of the armor billowed out, revealing a dark, gaping energy cannon muzzle. Get out of the way! Zheng He's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shoved and ran away forcefully. Buzz! A piercing, buzzing sound tore through the air, and a thick, dark blue energy beam shot out from the cannon's muzzle. The beam of light grazed past Zheng He's afterimage and slammed into the towering tree behind him. There was no deafening explosion. The tree trunk, which was too heavy for a dozen strong men to encircle, was instantly vaporized into a shower of wood chips and ash by the terrifying heat of the beam of light the moment it came into contact with the tree. A bottomless, scorched black ravine with its edges completely glassy appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Everyone gasped at the sight. This isn't a bear, it's practically a mobile artillery emplacement with its own fire control radar. If they had been grazed by that shot, they would be ready to be reincarnated by now. Damn it! Wang Chuang's eyes widened in fury. You dare touch my boss. I'll fight you to the death. With a roar unlike anything inhuman, Wang Chuang's muscles bulged as if tearing apart, and his bones frantically reassembled. In just a few seconds, the 3-meter-tall war bear rose from the ground, charging towards the cyber bear with a stench of blood. Wang Chuang, don't be impulsive. Zheng He shouted, but it was too late. 2 mountains of flesh, one a berserker with surging blood and chi, the other a mechanical weapon armed to the teeth, collided like 2 heavy cannonballs. Boom strapje! The moment the 2 strange forces collided, a terrifying shockwave, mixed with decaying leaves, exploded in a ring. Zheng He grabbed Ran's waist and retreated several steps, his tactical boots carving 2 deep furrows in the ground before he could barely deflect the aftershocks. The aftershocks of the collision alone were so powerful. Looking at the field again, the difference in skill is immediately apparent. The war bear that Wang Chuang transformed into looked like a clueless junior high school student bumping headfirst into the strongest high school student on the school team in front of the cyber bear that was much larger. Ouch, it hurts! Damn it! A distorted howl came from Wang Chuang's bear mouth. His proud, tough bearskin and thick layer of fat felt like flesh and blood hitting a steel wall when it collided with the other's metallic shoulder blades. In contrast, the cyber bear's feet were welded to the ground like steel nails, and it didn't move an inch. Wang Chuang tried his best to push and lift, even attempting to trip his opponent with a strangulation technique, but the ridiculously heavy metal body disregarded the laws of physics. No matter how hard he exerted himself, it remained as immovable as a mountain. Damn it! Wang Chuang exclaimed in frustration. He remembered what the village elders had said. Bears have 3 weaknesses: their noses, their eyes, and their past that they can never return to. There's no going back to the past, so we can only start with the nose and eyes. Wang Chuang lost his temper completely. He roared and gave up the stalemate, swinging his huge bear paw in a wide arc, creating a gust of wind, and slammed it down hard on the face of the cyber giant bear. However, the absolute dominance of size was undeniable. He had to stand on tiptoe and stretch his arms to their limit to reach the other's head. The cyber bear, however, was clearly highly intelligent in combat. With a casual swipe of its thick mechanical right arm, it blocked all of Wang Chuang's deadly combo. Bang! 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 Wang Chuang's bear paw slammed onto the metal armor, producing only dull, muffled sounds. Aside from numbing his own palm, it accomplished nothing. And ran. Zheng He shouted in a low voice. The bear paw slammed into the metal armor with tremendous force, producing a dull clang. Aside from numbing and desensitizing Wang Chuang's own paws, it didn't even scratch the armor on the other side. Safe. Control it. Zheng He shouted in a low voice. And Rand's eyes turned cold and sharp. In an instant, she drew a specially made blowgun from the side of her leg. She loaded a blue, highly concentrated sedative syringe, locked it tightly onto a small, seemingly exposed patch of skin on the cyber bear's neck, took a deep breath, and blew it out. Call out. The sound of something cutting through the air was extremely faint, but a deadly intent was hidden within. However, the anticipated scene of the needle-piercing flesh did not occur. Bite! With a crisp sound, the specially made anesthetic needle seemed to have hit a steel plate, and was sent flying, drawing an arc in the air before embedding itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. Chapter 125, Fatal Weakness. And Ran, refusing to believe in superstition, quickly changed to a new blowtorch and blew hard at the cyber bear's thick hind legs. Bite! The result was the same. This guy's fur has maximum defensive capabilities. It's even harder than titanium alloy. Just as the two bears were locked in a stalemate, and the ranged attack proved ineffective, Zheng He's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he activated See God's vision. He refused to believe that this thing didn't have a single flaw. As the view shifts, the flow of energy is clearly visible on the massive body of the cyber bear, with most areas displaying a stable blue hue. But in several locations, glaring red markers were flashing. One is on the tip of the nose. 2 in each eye. There's another one. Zheng He's gaze swept downwards. Behind the cyber giant bear, between the two heavily armored bear hindquarters, a spot of light, more than 10 times larger than the red dot on its head, was flashing a deep red that signified deadly. Xiong Yu. That's the ultimate weakness. A tactic that was extremely bold, even somewhat unethical, instantly popped into Zheng He's mind. He deactivated Poseidon's vision and turned to look at and ran. Do you have Vaseline in your first aid kit? And Ran was pondering how to break through the defense with a blow needle when she heard this, and she was stunned. She gave me a look as if I were crazy. Who goes out to fight with that? After a half-second pause, she added in a serious tone. Unless there are special circumstances, tactical preparations will only be made in advance if necessary. Never mind then, I'll find a cheaper alternative myself. Zheng He didn't explain further, and with a thought, he opened the Divine Sea spiritual storage. He reached into the air and rummaged around for a while, and soon pulled out a large, white, oily thing. It was the blubber scraped off the mutated killer whale. Its lubricating effect is absolutely superb. Then, he pulled out a powerful weapon. A giant sea monster leg bone, as thick as an adult's arm, with its front end polished to an exceptionally smooth and rounded shape. And Ran looked at the things in Zheng He's hands, first whale blubber, then that enormous bone club, and her pretty face was instantly filled with question marks. Zheng He ignored her expression and proceeded to apply a thick layer of whale blubber evenly to the rounded tip of the bone rod. Then he had Ran take out a tube of the highest concentration of anesthetic and carefully apply it all over the very tip of the bone rod. After doing all this, Zheng He weighed the biological weapon in his hand, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. From today onwards, I'm going to make this cyber bear my new friend. Safely. Zheng He didn't give her time to think. He yelled at Wang Chuang, who was still wrestling with the cyber bear. Old Wang, stop hitting its face. Hold it down. I need to go around to the back and check this bear's little chrysanthemum. And Ran now fully understood Zheng He's tactics. In an instant, a surge of heat rushed to her head, and a rare blush appeared on her perpetually icy face. She quickly looked away, muttering to herself frantically, trying to convince herself. It's all about tactics. Everything is for victory. We need to broaden our perspective. Zheng He held the enchanted giant bone in one hand, his posture somewhat comical, like Don Quixote preparing to charge at a windmill. His movements were extremely skillful, and he silently approached the cyber bear's blind spot from the side and rear. Old Wang, hug it around the waist. Press it down. Make it stick its butt out. Zheng He gave the order. Wang Chuang, who was still futilely attacking the face of the cyber bear, heard his boss's order, and although he didn't understand it, he carried it out without hesitation. He roared, stopped pounding, and his massive body suddenly sank. Its arms were like 2 iron hoops, tightly locking the cyber bear's thick waist. Immediately afterwards, he put all his weight on it. The cyber bear was clearly caught off guard by its opponent's sudden change of tactics. With its waist restrained, its entire center of gravity shifted forward. For the first time, astonishment appeared in its scarlet eyes. However, it possesses extremely high combat intelligence. In the instant it lost its balance, it pushed off with its two thick hind legs, burying itself deep in the humus and forcibly regaining its footing. Once you've regained your balance, unleash a furious counterattack. The cyber bear was completely enraged and raised its heavily armored right arm. With the terrifying power of a battering ram, it slammed down hard on Wang Chuang's unsuspecting back. Bang! A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. Wang Chuang had just recovered from a serious illness, and his health bar was already low. This heavy hammer blow, with its armor-piercing effect, slammed solidly into his back. Puff! Wang Chuang felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and a violent force pierced through his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The spurt of blood was extremely violent. Blood mist spread out, carrying a strong smell of rust, covering the face of the cyber bear. Even so, Wang Chuang's arms remained firmly locked. Not only did he not let go, but he pushed his muscles to their limits even more frantically. He was determined to risk his life to control the monsters and create space for the leader to deal damage. His consciousness began to blur. Everything in front of him was spinning, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing and the muffled thumping of his heart. But Zheng He's death order kept echoing in his mind. Hug it around the waist. Press it down. Make it stick out. He did it. Boss, hurry, do it. Wang Chuang gritted his teeth and squeezed out those words from deep in his throat. Cyber Bear's scarlet electronic eyes seemed unable to comprehend this suicidal tactic, and a brief, data-disrupted lag occurred. It can calculate the best attack angle and analyze the opponent's weaknesses, but it cannot calculate this non-logical variable called emotion. The opportunity has arrived. Safety. Blink its eyes. With a loud shout, Zheng He shot out like an arrow. Without the slightest hesitation, and Rand took out a high-intensity tactical flashlight from the side pocket of the medical kit, turned it to the strongest strobe mode, and pressed it down on the cyber bear's head. A blinding flash of light instantly filled the giant bear's field of vision. Roar! The cyber bear's vision module briefly crashed, letting out a furious roar. It instinctively raised its left paw to block its eyes. But for Zheng He, that delay of a fraction of a second was enough. Zheng He made a move. Instead of walking in a straight line, he used a strange, gliding gait to trace a tiny arc, perfectly avoiding the range of the bear's hind legs that might kick. He was like a ghostly figure skimming across the ground. The enchanted bone club in his hand, coated with whale blubber and anesthetic, was already itching for more. This is not a weapon. This is clearly a sacred key that unlocks the door to a new world. Chapter 126, a deafening roar from the sky, and an elegant, dazzling entrance. Wang Chuang mustered his last bit of strength and forcefully compressed the massive body of the cyber bear into a humiliating U-shape. Just then, Zheng He reached the designated location. He slightly bent his knees, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and instantly channeled all the power in his body into his arms. There are no fancy moves, only the most primitive, direct, and violent method. One shot, one kill. A strange, muffled sound, like soup mixed with water, rang out. The massive, polished bone, coated with a high concentration of anesthetic and perfectly lubricated by whale blubber, was slid into Zheng He's body with unbridled force. The entire room fell silent. The wind stopped, the chirping of insects disappeared, and even the movement of air seemed to have been paused. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment, and Ran remained in the position of holding up a flashlight, her perpetually aloof face now filled with existential doubt. Even Wang Chuang, who was so badly injured that he was in a daze, instinctively shuddered and felt a sudden tension in the back row. 1 second. 2 seconds. A woo! A piercing, distorted scream that soared into the sky suddenly exploded from the cyber bear's throat. This noise was definitely not a roar, but a mixture of system crash alarms and the wails of biological instinct, sending chills down one's spine. The cyber bear seemed to have been electrocuted. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, and its metallic fur exploded instantly. Its right arm, covered by an exoskeleton, frantically flailing backward, trying to drive away Zheng He, who was engaged in high-risk work. The scarlet electronic eye flashed wildly, displaying countless incomprehensible gibberish. This 1,000-year kill directly burned out its CPU. The cyber bear's massive body began to tremble violently, and its rectal smooth muscles contracted rhythmically, trying to expel the sea monster bone from its body. The sphincter muscles also rhythmically contract and relax, attempting to clamp down on this uninvited guest. Zheng He immediately activated Crab King's defense to protect his arm. Boom! The next second, the mountain-sized cyber behemoth's legs buckled, and it crashed to its knees, creating a huge crater. Wang Chuang, who was holding it tightly, had completely exhausted his last bit of strength. As the cyber bear collapsed, his bear-like state quickly faded, and he reverted to the burly man covered in blood with broken bones. His body went limp, and he fell forward. A hand steadily supported him from the front. It is Zheng He. Old Wang. Zheng He knelt down and caught Wang Chuang, and ran. Come here quickly. And Ran snapped out of her daze, turned off her flashlight, and rushed over. She quickly opened the medical kit and took out a vital signs detector and emergency injections. 7 ribs broken, left arm comminuted fracture, multiple internal organ ruptures, and bleeding. And Ran stared at the screen. The reported data was shocking. Surgery must be performed immediately. Wang Chuang's eyelids twitched, and he forced his eyes open a crack, looking at Zheng He in front of him, a smile that was more like a grimace tugging at the corners of his mouth. Boss, did I do a good job? Okay, that's great. Zheng He's eyes were a little hot, and he gently patted his shoulder. When we get back, I'll give you the credit and find you 100 nurses to take care of you. Hey, He, that's great. Wang Chuang chuckled twice, then his head lolled to the side, and he completely passed out. He's lost too much blood, and Ran quickly injected a cardiac stimulant into Wang Chuang's carotid artery, and simultaneously applied hemostatic spray and bandages, her movements so fast they were almost blurry. Zheng He carefully helped and Ran lay Wang, chomping on the ground. Just then, a piercing metallic scraping sound suddenly came from the cyber bear behind them, which had been motionless. Click, click. Zheng He suddenly turned around. The giant bear remained kneeling in repentance, but its right arm, covered by a heavy mechanical exoskeleton, had been severed from its shoulder. At the break, a bunch of blue wires and energy pipes were writhing and reassembling like live insects. The detached mechanical arm rolled twice on the ground, and its 5 gleaming claws snapped open with a bang, gripping the ground firmly. It looked just like a giant metal spider, slowly standing up. The armor plates on the armor fluttered, and the dark energy cannon muzzle reappeared. The eerie blue light rapidly converged, emitting a deadly, buzzing sound. Its target was none other than Wang Chuang, who was lying on the ground, unconscious. Zheng He's face instantly darkened, and he immediately shielded Wang Chuang behind him. Is this never going to end? That severed arm actually has its own independent operating system. Zheng He's face darkened, and he subconsciously shook his right hand. With whale blubber and some unknown slime still on his hands, a strange, pungent smell wafted out as he shook them. But he couldn't care less about feeling nauseous. With a thought, he directly activated the divine sea spirit storage. The massive crimson axe was instantly in hand. Its blade gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and its heavy body exuded savagery. Zheng He slammed the axe handle to the ground, his entire body like an iron tower, completely shielding the barely breathing Wang Chuang behind him. He planned to withstand the energy blast head-on. The eerie blue light on the gauntlets converged to its peak, emitting a chilling, buzzing sound that subtly distorted the surrounding air, just as that energy was about to burst forth at the critical moment. Sizzle! A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the sky without warning. It forcefully tore through the dark jungle canopy and struck the severed arm with perfect accuracy. The violent lightning forcefully poured in, causing arcs to fly wildly across the metal plates on the severed arm's surface, and the precision components inside emitted a series of popping sounds. Bang! The mechanical arm, which was still preparing its ultimate attack, exploded on the spot. It turned directly into a pile of charred, smoking parts, scattered all over the ground. The accumulated energy, having lost its guidance, transformed into a harmless blue halo and dissipated into the air. The sudden turn of events left Zheng He and Ran stunned. The two men looked up sharply, scanning their surroundings warily, trying to find the source of the lightning strike. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of elegant high heels clicking came from behind the large banyan tree not far away. A figure slowly walked out. She was a woman dressed in a style completely different from the rotten, damp jungle. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored black velvet evening gown, shimmering with an air of noble elegance. The off-the-shoulder, low-cut design accentuated her full curves, making them appear almost bursting out. The high slit on the side of the skirt pulled all the way up to the upper thigh, and as she walked, her long, shapely, fair legs were faintly visible. She wore a large black fisherman's hat, the brim pulled low, covering most of her face except for her delicate jawline and a fiery red lip. Sexy, elegant, and with an added level of mystery. In this bloody, post-apocalyptic jungle, this outfit is an absolute visual shock. Chapter 127, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. Zheng, he narrowed his eyes. His figure and attire seemed somewhat familiar. As she drew closer, her face finally came into view beneath the brim of her hat. Zheng He's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This is none other than the woman we met at sea before, the one sitting on the little yellow duck boat with an absurdly elegant posture. No wonder. Zheng, he instantly made the connection in his mind. No wonder she was able to sit so calmly on the rickety boat when she was attacked by several mutated shard sharks last time, without even changing her posture. He turned out to be a monk. That performance, comparable to the power of rules, was not a superpower at all, but pure magic. Zheng He stuffed the giant axe back into the spirit warehouse, stepped forward, and generously extended his hand. We meet again. Thank you for saving me just now. The woman was visibly taken aback when she saw Zheng He. Then, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents, and she extended her fair hand to gently shake his. It was nothing. Her voice was clear and melodious, with a hint of amusement. What a small world. I left in a hurry last time and didn't have time to get to know him. Zheng He said, giving his name directly. Jaina, the woman replied readily. Elemental magic. Zheng He pondered to himself. That lightning strike just now was incredibly precise and destructive. It was definitely not at a beginner's level. Are you a specialist awakened? He probed. Jaina nodded and said frankly, combat specialization, elemental magic, level 3. Holy crap, level 3. Zheng, he was shocked. The other specialists around him had to go through tremendous effort to reach level 2, but this woman was already at level 3. Jaina saw through his thoughts and explained softly. Elemental magic is very dependent on the environment. On the sea, the affinity of water elements allows me to level up very quickly. She paused, then added, now I can control the 3 elements, water, fire, and lightning. The last time we met, I could only use water. Zheng He suddenly realized. No wonder those shardade sharks were inexplicably torn to pieces the moment they approached the duck boat, before they could even attack. They were probably severed by the invisible water blade she controlled. On the high seas, a high-level mage who can control water is virtually invincible. Giant waves cannot capsize her ship, and sea monsters cannot get close to her. His mastery of elements is so superb that he is definitely a high IQ, high-end player. Zheng He mentally labeled her as a top-tier big shot. You came to this island because of this bear? Jaina glanced at the cyber bear that was still kneeling in repentance. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes. Zheng He didn't waste any words and briefly explained how to extract antibodies to make an antidote. I see. Jaina understood, but then a hint of embarrassment flashed across her beautiful face. To be honest, I'm actually stuck on the island. Trapped. Zheng, he was somewhat surprised. With your combat power as a third mage, you could do whatever you want. How could you be trapped? Jaina adjusted her hat, her voice tinged with frustration. I came ashore to explore during the rest period. My duck boat doesn't have an anchoring function, so I just left it on the shallows. She paused here, seemingly finding it difficult to continue. Zheng, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Jaina sighed softly, utterly dejected, and when the tide came in, drifted away with the ocean currents. Zheng, he. Safely. The scene was deathly silent. Zheng, he was completely stunned. He looked the woman in front of him up and down. She was an exceptional woman who was elegant, sexy, powerful, and intelligent. What's going on? God gave you a perfect appearance and figure, top-notch combat skills, and exceptional intelligence to utilize those skills. So, you lost the boat because you didn't drop anchor? This operation was truly a huge mistake. For a moment, Zheng He didn't know what expression to use when facing her. So, you become a wandering mage now. Zheng He struggled to find the words. Jaina, however, was quite nonchalant, nodding in resignation. Yes, I've been surviving in the wilderness on the island for 5 days. Zheng He took a deep breath, trying to process this outrageous fact. Sure enough, when God opens a window for you, he closes a door and incidentally slams the door shut on your head. In that case, if you don't mind, why don't you team up with us? Zheng He extended an olive branch directly. Picking up a level 3 mage for free is an absolute steal. As for her occasional off-the-cuff thought process, just keep an eye on her. Thank you so much. Jaina's face lit up with a genuine smile, which made her seem more vibrant. Just then, a suppressed groan of pain interrupted the three people's conversation. Old Wang, Zheng He's heart sank, and he turned around abruptly, and Ran rushed over and squatted down again, using the instruments to examine Wang Chuang. Her face was extremely pale. No, his vital signs are dropping rapidly. The internal bleeding is too severe. He needs surgery immediately. But the environment here, the decaying jungle, teeming with bacteria and unknown microorganisms, was completely unsuitable for surgery. Zheng He's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Take him back to the ship. And Rand decided immediately. The Shadow Whale has a sterile operating room. Quick, how do we get back? This is the heart of the island, a long way from the beach. In Wang Chuang's current condition, even a slight bump in the road could send him straight to his death. Jaina frowned as well. She was good at dealing damage in fights, but she was really bad at healing. Just as Zheng, he was extremely anxious, and his brain was racing to think of a solution. A series of hurried footsteps and the rustling sound of branches being parted came quickly from afar. Boss! Sister Anrin! A clear and familiar voice pierced through the thick fog and reached everyone's ears. Zheng, he suddenly looked up in the direction from which the sound came. A dark figure darted through the woods like a monkey, leaping and bounding to the front in a few bounds. The newcomer was dressed in a black combat uniform, but Zheng He was all too familiar with those clear and bright eyes. It's Liamo. How'd he end up here? A hint of surprise flashed in Zheng He's eyes, which was then replaced by immense joy. Liamo's appearance was like God closing one door and then casually pushing open an entire wall. Li Montak, what brings you here? Boss, you told me to stay behind and provide backup? Liamo grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. My life link has a special feature. People who have been linked to me before have a life backup with me, and I can sense their vital signs. I felt Chuang Ji's vital signs drop rapidly while I was on the ship. His gaze swept across the scene, and when he saw the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Chuang and the solemn-faced and Ran beside him, the smile on his face instantly vanished. What happened to Brother Chuang? Liamo's appearance finally put Zheng He's mind at ease. There's no time to explain. Zheng He grabbed his shoulder, speaking rapidly. Wang Chuang is seriously injured, with ruptured internal organs and massive bleeding. He needs immediate treatment. Chapter 128 Ancient Greek Gods Who Ruled the Burning Flame. Liamo's gaze had already fallen on Wang Chuang. His face, which was usually full of vitality, was now as pale as paper, and his back was visibly sunken. His breath was so weak that he seemed to be about to die at any moment. Without wasting any words, and Ran directly shoved the screen of the handheld medical device in front of Liamo. The various vital signs indicators above have already shown red alerts, indicating that the life curve of human vitality is also declining. These cruel facts are like a sledgehammer hitting Liamo hard in the chest. Brother Chuang, Liamo's voice trembled slightly. This resolute man who always rushes to the front lines, this brother who just escaped the clutches of the virus, is now. An indescribable feeling of heartache welled up inside me. Liamo said no more. He quickly walked to Wang Chuang's side and knelt down on both knees. Please. Zheng He's voice was more solemn than ever before. Liamo looked at Zheng He with a firm gaze and nodded heavily. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the childishness in his eyes had vanished. Liamo opened his hands, and a soft green light gathered in his palms. Then, as if on drugs, The green light rapidly intensified, transforming from a soft light green into a vibrant emerald green brimming with boundless vitality. A vibrant sense of life spread out, and even the nearby plants stretched their branches and leaves. However, Liemo did not place his palm on Wang Chuang's wound as usual. He took a deep breath and made a move that caught everyone off guard. He took off his and Wang Chuang's shirts, opened his arms, and hugged Wang Chuang's burly body tightly, pressing his chest against Wang Chuang's sunken back. The next second, a vibrant emerald green light burst forth from his entire body, completely enveloping the two of them. Liemo transformed into a giant humanoid spring of life, pouring all his healing energy into his brother's body without reservation. That scene, well, how should I put it? A slender, fair-skinned, and handsome young man was tightly embracing a muscular, rough man covered in wounds. The two were shirtless and pressed close together in the blinding green light. It's truly touching, but it's also truly cringeworthy. It's hard to judge. I can only wish them happiness. No, I wish them success. And Ran, a professional doctor who was used to all kinds of big scenes, was stunned at this moment, and her cheeks inexplicably felt hot. Jaina, standing next to her, tactically turned her head, lowered the brim of her fisherman's hat, and pretended to be studying the ants on the ground, almost dropping her elegant and mature lady persona. Stop just watching the show. Get to work. Zhang He suddenly shouted, abruptly breaking the eerie and intoxicating atmosphere. He pointed to the still-upturned cyber bear, and Ran snapped back to reality, her face regaining its professional composure. She cursed herself inwardly. Such a shocking scene was something she might not even see on the paid channels before she transmigrated, yet she was completely mesmerized. Good. She walked quickly to the giant bear and opened the silver briefcase. Strike while the iron is hot. No, we need to get its antibodies. And Rand skillfully took out a syringe containing a Cybertronian virus sample that had been diluted to the correct ratio. She located the thickest part of the giant bear's thigh muscle and, without hesitation, pushed the entire syringe of virus in. A few minutes later, the cyber bear, which had been completely paralyzed, suddenly began to twitch slightly. Want to wake up? Zhang He stood to the side, gripping his giant axe again, ready to deliver the final blow at any moment. Don't worry. And Rand fiddled with the various instruments without looking up. The dose of anesthesia I used on it would make even a blue whale sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it can see the sun tomorrow depends on its own fate. While recording the data, Ran quickly analyzed it. Based on the viral metabolic cycle in Wang Chuang's body, it would take at least 24 hours for the virus to enter his body, for his immune system to produce a sufficient concentration of antibodies, and for the antibodies to completely clear the virus. This bear is dozens of times the size of a human, and its metabolic rate is unknown, so the cycle could only be longer. What should we do then? Zhang, he frowned. The safest way is to transport it back to the sea continent for captive breeding and monitoring. And Rand paused, then changed the subject. But the risk is too high. If it wakes up during transport, or if the virus undergoes unknown mutations within its body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, we can only handle it on the island, Amron concluded. We need a robust enough device to keep it firmly in place, ensuring our safety while facilitating subsequent blood sampling, testing, and feeding. Controlling a cyber bear that's over 4 meters tall? Zhang He immediately pictured a short, energetic man with pigtails wearing goggles. He immediately turned on the communicator. Timo, here's a job. Boss. Timo, be ready at any moment. Timo's energetic voice came through the communicator. I need a device to house a cute bear with a slightly temper. Raging? Yes, a bear that is over 4 meters tall, has a bad temper, is incredibly strong, and is also mechanically modified. Zhang He added. The good news is that it's now missing an arm and is under anesthesia. The bad news is that it could wake up at any time, and if it does, it will become extremely violent. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator, as if they were processing this outrageous request. Timo understands. He needs a bear-specific restraint armor. I knew Timo was smart from a young age. Zhang, he praised. It needs to be absolutely sturdy, so it can't move, while leaving holes for feeding, excretion, and blood collection. No problem. Leave it to Timo. Wait for my news. The communication was disconnected. This girl's efficiency is simply insane. Less than half an hour later, Zheng He's communicator beeped, and a detailed armor blueprint was transmitted. Boss, did you see the blueprints? This is my design for the bear happy chair number 1. The main body uses double-layer composite armor, and all joints are locked with memory metal. It has a built-in vital signs monitoring and automatic feeding system, an excretion port that leads directly underground, and blood collection ports pre-installed on the limbs and neck. Absolutely convenient. Just put it in, and I guarantee it'll be more well-behaved than when it was in its mother's womb. Zheng He stared at the blueprint. This wasn't a chair at all. It was clearly a custom-made cyber steel coffin. Well done. Timo, you're just like the ancient Greek god who controls the bear. Zheng He exclaimed sincerely. Then I'll leave it to you. Get started on construction now. Otherwise, we'll be unhappy once the bear wakes up. Okay, I've sent you the materials list. Chapter 129, How many steps are involved in putting the giant bear into the pleasure chair? Zheng He glanced at the list and immediately activated man and ship as one, opening a temporary passage of Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse on the Shadow Whale to send over the various metals and parts that Timo needed. After making the arrangements, Zheng He turned around and looked at Liemo. The emerald green light that enveloped the two of them had softened from its blinding intensity, eventually turning into specks of fluorescence and dissipating into the air. Liemo loosened his embrace, swaying slightly. His face was as pale as a sheet, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He braced himself on the ground, letting out a long, heavy breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He looked up and saw Zheng He and ran, and Jian is staring at him as if he were a monster. Liemo scratched his head weakly, feeling a little embarrassed. Brother Chuang should be all right now. He was seriously injured this time, so I wasn't sure what would happen, but it seems my healing skills have improved again. And Ran was the first to express disbelief. Wang Chuang's condition, just now, in medical terms, is called multiple, devastating, and fatal injuries. Let alone being cured. It would be a miracle if he could even survive a few more minutes. She rushed over, picked up the instrument, and started probing Wang Chuang. When the screen displayed clear scan images and stable vital signs, Anren froze completely. What did she see? The shattered ribs have healed perfectly, and there is not even a trace of a fracture. The ruptured liver and perforated lungs were completely intact, without even a scar. The most outrageous thing is that the massive internal bleeding that had caused severe abdominal compression actually disappeared into thin air. No, it didn't disappear, but was reabsorbed by his own circulatory system. This is not treatment at all. It's like Wang Chuang has been completely reimagined. On the ground, Wang Chuang lay quietly, breathing steadily and strongly, his face rosy, as if he had simply fallen into a deep sleep. His vital signs were no different from before he was injured. What? Is this a medical miracle? And Rand stared at the screen of the medical instrument again, watching the data change from critical red to stable green, and felt a little dazed. This goes beyond the scope of treatment. It's reshaping, reversing cause and effect. Just as everyone was still immersed in this mind-blowing shock, Zheng He's communicator beeped. Once connected, Timo's signature energetic lowly voice immediately rang out, its spirit able to penetrate the gloomy jungle. Boss, bear happy chair number 1 foot is finished. Sister Fei helped me with it, and it's already been put into the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse. Please check it. Zheng He thought to himself, wow, that's efficient. From submitting the requirements to producing the blueprints and then to implementation, the whole process took less than an hour. This little girl must be on a roll. Well done, Timo. You and Phil are both my heroes. He, serving the boss. After hanging up the call, Zheng He glanced at the cyber giant bear lying unconscious on the ground with its rear end sticking up, and then looked at his own team's lineup. A exhausted Liemo who had just unleashed his ultimate move, and 2 women who were completely powerless. A very real problem is now before us. The bear happy chair is there, but who will move it out of the Divine Sea Spiritual Warehouse? And who can fit this giant bear weighing over 2 tons inside? Zheng He's mind raced, and he remembered the Sky Dragon fighting the waves, guild members who were still waiting on the shallows. He contacted the captain of the exploration team directly. Hey, the bear's down. Here are the coordinates. Bring your buddies over and give us a hand. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communication line, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. Holy crap, Boss, you're awesome. Brothers, the bear's been taken down. The boss wants us to help. Grab your weapons. Charge. The moment to witness history has arrived. The call was abruptly ended, and immediately afterward, chaotic shouts and the cracking sound of branches breaking came from the edge of the jungle. Before long, a group of people rushed into the clearing in the woods, making a racket. They were covered in leaves and mud, looking like they had just escaped from a refugee camp. Zheng He is awesome. This bear, holy crap. The team leader had only finished half of his flattery when his gaze fell on the mountain-like body of the cyber bear, and the rest of his sentence got stuck in his throat. The others also quieted down. Everyone stared intently at the behemoth. Even though it lay motionless on the ground, its grotesque metal exoskeleton, thick limbs, and massive size still exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. This isn't a bear. It's clearly a heavy war machine disguised as a bear. Stop standing there. Get to work. Zheng He was too lazy to waste words and directly activated Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse. With a slight spatial fluctuation, a colossal object gleaming with a cold, metallic light appeared out of thin air before everyone. This thing isn't a chair at all. It's a cybernetic steel coffin custom-made for a giant bear. The double-layered composite armor is outrageously thick. The joints are full of oversized latches, and it's complete with blood collection ports and injection ports. Simple and brutal. My God, did Timo build a small bunker? Zheng He muttered to himself. The materials used here are incredibly high quality. Zheng He pointed to the bear happy chair. Bring it out. A dozen strong men rushed forward, exerting all their strength. 1, 2, 3, lift. The shouts were deafening, but the iron thing only swayed and didn't budge. Again, waist and stance is one. My back is killing me. Can someone take over for me? A group of people, their faces flushed and veins bulging, finally managed to drag the ridiculously heavy iron lump out of the Divine Sea Spirit Warehouse with tremendous effort. But this is just a warm-up. The real hellish difficulty is pretending to be a bear. Come on, lift it up, align it, and shove it in. Zheng He commanded. Everyone stared at the enormous 2-ton behemoth on the ground, then at the pleasure chair with almost no gaps, and fell into silence. How do I insert this thing? Stop looking, do it. There was no other way but to use the most primitive brute force. The group split into 2 teams. One team was responsible for carrying the bear, and the other team was responsible for stabilizing the happy chair. The head goes in first. The head. Hey, be careful not to twist your neck. Its arm. Its arm is too hard, it's stuck. Someone give the bear's ass a push. Push hard. I can't move it, boss. This ass is heavier than me. The entire forest clearing was filled with shouts, curses, and groans of unbearable strain. The scene resembled a group of ants struggling to stuff an elephant into a refrigerator. After countless adjustments and attempts, almost everyone worked themselves to exhaustion. Chapter 130. Good news. The antibody is stable. Bad news. The fisherman is bringing a horde of sea monsters. With a final click, the massive body of the cyber bear was finally seamlessly embedded into the bear happy chair number 1. Timo's design is truly ingenious. All the buckles and restraints perfectly fit the giant bear's body curves, securing it firmly. From the outside, apart from a few pre-reserved functional openings, the entire bear was completely wrapped up, with only its huge head showing, its expression serene. Phew, finally done. The captain plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. If this bear wakes up and finds himself in such a luxurious single room, he'll definitely thank our ancestors for 8 generations. Zheng He patted the cold armor shell with satisfaction and said to everyone, "You've all worked hard. Don't rush off yet. Help set up a temporary camp." Although the giant bear is under control, the effects of the anesthesia could wear off at any time. Transporting it directly back to the sea continent before it's certain it will break free is too risky. Just as everyone was busily setting up a makeshift camp, Timo's communication came in urgently again. This time, his tone was no longer lively, but rather anxious. "Boss, something's up. A fleet has been spotted approaching at high speed from the northeast of Bear Island." Zheng He frowned. "Can you identify which faction it is?" "Can't see clearly. Too far away, and their ships aren't flying any guild flags. But judging from the size and speed of the fleet, they don't seem like ordinary players. They could be the dragon sailing out to sea crew, or they could be those fishing buddies." Zheng He's heart skipped a beat. After the black fog erupted, The survival space in the entire shallow sea area was drastically compressed, forcing all players to run from the poison towards the semi-deep sea area. This created a relatively fixed course. Each guild has developed its own running from the poison strategy, including a group-based approach specifically designed for the Black Shark Guild. The Black Shark Guild, those lunatics, don't run from the poison gas. They just stay on these shipping lanes leading to the semi-deep sea area every day. Unlike other guilds that explore and build, their guild motto is they never do good deeds. They only love killing and arson. The arrival of this black fog was a godsend for them. They didn't even need to search the world for people, as a steady stream of takeout was automatically delivered to their door. In the past few days, the regional channel has been in an uproar, with all sorts of insults directed at the Black Shark Guild's ancestors flooding the screen. Some even want to launch a concentrated attack on the birthplace of the Black Shark Guild leader. Others have given him a nickname because of their behavior of relentlessly exploiting a group of people, Tian Wenjing of Sea. The Black Shark Guild has become a pariah. But rats can bite, and their bites can be very painful. If there are many of them, they can even eat people. At this critical juncture, any unfamiliar fleet could pose a significant threat. Timo, continue monitoring them and find a way to confirm their identities. Zheng, he ordered in a deep voice. Clear. However, on the other end of the communicator, Timo's voice suddenly changed, carrying a hint of disbelief and terror. Boss, wait a minute, this is impossible. What's wrong? Underwater. Below the fleet. Boss, there's something underwater. It's huge. No, there's so many. My God, the fleet is chasing them. Zheng he immediately activated Sea God's vision. A holographic nautical chart unfolded before me, and in the vast sea to the northeast, a large patch of scarlet light was rolling and surging toward Bear Island. That was not a single, enormous entity, but a tidal wave of sea monsters formed by countless crimson points of light. It was comparable in scale to the fragments of Atlantis that attracted the previous crowds. Zheng he understood instantly. The arrival of the black fog not only compressed the player's living space, but also forced these marine creatures to run from the poison and migrate to the semi-deep sea area. That fleet wasn't hunting at all. It was driving them away. Timo, can you see which part they are? I saw it. They've raised their flag. Timo's voice had recovered a bit, but it was still full of surprise. It's the Never Air Force Guild. Boss, these fishing enthusiasts have gone mad. They're hurting fish. Never an Air Force. The name of the guild flashed through Zheng He's mind. A group of crazy people obsessed with sea fishing. Unlike the ruthless locusts like Black Shark, these guys have no interest in PvP. All they care about are the fish. As long as you don't disturb them while they're fishing, they won't even bother to look at you. It seems that this group of lunatics just happened to run into this migrating tide of marine mammals while trying to escape the toxic gas. This is a disaster for others, but for them, it's probably enough to make the fisherman's genes knot with excitement. This isn't escaping the virus. This is them buying goods. Zheng he speculated that this group of people wanted to drive the entire marine mammal tide to the shallows of Bear Island and take advantage of the terrain to drain the pond to catch all the fish. As long as they don't bother me, it doesn't matter. Timo, activate the stealth field. We won't expose ourselves. Zheng he decisively ordered. Enrin, how's Xiong? The situation is very optimistic. And Rant's voice came through, her tone filled with barely suppressed excitement. Its antibody production rate is ridiculously fast, and its activity and purity far exceed what Wang Chuang did back then. At this rate, we should be able to extract enough raw antibodies to make the first batch of serum in 2 days at most. This was an unexpected surprise. Zheng he glanced at the cyber giant bear crammed into the bear happy chair. This thing only has its big head sticking out, and it's sleeping with drool dripping down its face. It's practically a breathing antibody production factory. The more this is the case, the less room there is for things to go wrong. Just then, the exploration team leader of Sky Dragon Fighting Waves walked over, rubbed his hands together, and looked a little embarrassed. Boss Zheng he, the brothers still need to scavenge some supplies on other islands. Should we retreat first? Go ahead, be careful on the road. Zheng he nodded. They came here to help, and they've already gone to great lengths. Watching the group disappear noisily into the depths of the jungle, the camp was now completely left with only Zheng he and his few companions. Liamo was still meditating and recovering. His complexion was better than before, but he was still weak. Jaina crossed her arms and curiously examined the giant bear in the steel cage, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. And Rand stared intently at the medical equipment, muttering to herself in biological terms that Zheng he couldn't understand. The sound of the waves was getting closer. The wind carried with it the sounds of orderly chants and peculiar sonar hums. Zheng he turned to him and said, "The three of you stay at the camp. I'm going to check on the situation." He wandered alone through the jungle like a ghost. Arriving at a high point near the shallows, Zheng he concealed himself using the thick roots of the mangroves. Looking down, the scene before me was absolutely explosive. Chapter 131. The plan has changed. 5 fishing boats of different shapes were moored in a semi-encircling formation on the sea not far from the shallows. Various equipment on the ship were flashing, and some sonar devices were emitting a low hum towards the sea, driving countless frightened sea creatures toward the shore. Muddy waves crashed onto the beach, and strange, mutated sea creatures thrashed and struggled in the shallows, eventually being pushed and shoved by their kind and stranded on the sand. Most of them were first-tier sea beasts, and occasionally a few huge second-tier sea beasts could be seen lying in the mud and sand like small mountains, letting out unwilling roars. Meanwhile, the Never Air Force members on the ship and those already ashore entered a full-blown party mode. "Ha ha! We're rich. Old Lou, bring me that 2-headed electric eel over there. Get lost. I saw this first. If you want it, trade it for your 3-eyed flounder. Don't fight over it. Everyone gets a share. Our guild is having a feast tonight." Some of these people were holding huge fishing rods, and with a flick of a specially made metal lure, they could catch a menacing crab from the water. Some, armed with harpoons flashing with electricity, attacked a large, stranded sea monster in groups of 3 or 5. This isn't some perilous, deserted island in another world. It's clearly a bustling seafood market. That's what professionalism is all about. Zheng he silently gave himself a thumbs up, spotting the school of fish, surrounding them, driving them away, and hauling in the net, all done in one swift motion. Just as he was about to look away, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar presence at the center of the sea monster tide. In the center of the herd of sea creatures being driven away. Although the surrounding monsters were in a panic, they instinctively huddled around a core, forming an impenetrable shield of flesh. It turned out to be a humanoid creature. Its upper body resembled that of a human woman, with skin so white it shone even in the murky seawater, and long, seaweed-like hair that swayed in the water. Its lower body, however, was a huge fishtail covered in bluish-green scales. Mermaid? This world actually has such legendary creatures. Zheng, his breathing slowed down unconsciously. He could clearly sense an invisible spiritual fluctuation emanating from the mermaid, calming and directing the frenzied sea beasts. The reason this horde of sea monsters didn't completely dissipate seems to be because of its existence. The marine mammal tide wasn't dispersed entirely because of its central command. This is definitely not some ordinary rare monster. It's a sea monster leader with mind control abilities. Just then, the fishermen who were celebrating seemed to notice the anomaly. "Hey, holy crap, look in the middle. What's that thing?" A man standing at the bow of the ship shouted, his voice cracking as he saw the strange thing among the sea monsters through his binoculars. "Holy crap, is that a mermaid? Holy crap, is this for real?" Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the beautiful figure that was faintly visible in the center of the sea monster horde. Greed, shock, fanaticism. A mix of emotions lingered on their faces. Compared to this, the seafood we just caught is utterly tasteless. The captain, who was in the center of the ship, was probably the leader of this mission. He threw away the harpoon in his hand and grabbed the communicator. He deliberately lowered his voice, but couldn't hide his madness. "Attention everyone! Attention everyone! The plan has changed. Forget about the small fry. Surround that mermaid. I want her alive." The team leader's order was like igniting a powder keg. The Never Air Force group of lunatics has completely stopped pretending. Their eyes gleamed with a green light as they stared intently at the blurry figure in the center of the swarm of sea monsters. "Charge! All of you charge! Anyone who bastards gets kicked out of the guild. Clear the way. Full power sonar. I'm going to see what this gem looks like today." 5 fishing boats roared with engines and recklessly drove toward the center of the shallows. The hull scraped against the sand and gravel, making a teeth-grinding noise. In their pursuit of capturing the mermaid alive, they had already disregarded the risk of stranding. The high-powered sonar went from a buzzing sound to a piercing shriek, mixed with a strong electric current that spread through the water, turning the entire shallows into a giant, electrified bathtub. The herd of sea creatures, which had initially been driven away, has now gone completely mad. Moo, a second-order mutated orca, its size comparable to a small truck, had its eyes turned blood red from the dual torment of electric shocks and sonic attacks. It gave up on escaping, and with a sudden flick of its tail, like a black battering ram, it slammed into the nearest fishing boat. Boom! The modified fishing boat, under the enormous impact, tilted violently to one side, and the debris on the deck and several unlucky men who were not able to stand still almost fell into the water. Damn, this beast has gone mad. A shirtless man on the boat started cursing. Instead of being afraid, he grabbed a high-voltage electric fishing gun, aimed it at the blowhole on the killer whale's head, and pulled the trigger. A blue-white arc of electricity shot imprecisely. The mutated killer whale's massive body convulsed violently, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. D. The man grinned maliciously and turned the current output to its maximum. The next second, the orca's struggle came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body remained stiff in the water for a moment before it helplessly rolled over, revealing its white belly and lay motionless. In a mangrove forest atop the mountain, Zheng He's body trembled for no apparent reason. An indescribable sadness, mixed with extreme pain, washed over his nerves without warning. It was as if the despair of that orca before its death was transmitted directly into his mind through some unseen channel. It is the resonance of sea-spirit fusion. As he used it more often, a faint connection was established between him and these sea creatures. He could vaguely sense their emotions. Immediately afterwards, the entire tidal wave of sea monsters emitted a series of low, mournful cries. All things have a spirit, but humans are the most heartless. The anglers don't care about any of that. Electric forklifts, spear guns, and even small torpedoes were used in turn, and they used the simplest and most brutal methods to tear a bloody path through the beast's tide. It looked like they were about to break through to the very center. Just then, the impenetrable shield of flesh formed by sea beasts disintegrated. The mermaid's true appearance was completely exposed to everyone's view. That face was otherworldly beautiful, possessing a pale and delicate quality unique to the deep sea. Her long, seaweed-like hair swayed gently in the murky water, partially obscuring the fullness of her chest. The enormous fishtail covered in bluish-green scales exudes power, creating a striking contrast with the graceful upper body. Both innocent and alluring. Chapter 132, the perfect delicacy that was just around the corner flees away. However, Zheng He sensed a resolute emotion emanating from her. It wasn't fear, nor anger, but a calm prepared for mutual destruction. She seemed to have released her mental control over the surrounding sea creatures. The monsters who had been tortured to the point of near death were relieved and fled in all directions in a desperate frenzy. The anglers didn't even glance at the fleeing minor fish. They had only one thought in their minds: to get this top-quality item. Zheng He knew he couldn't just watch the show anymore. He quickly opened his communicator and sent a private message to Jaina. This location coordinates is on the east side of Bear Island Beach. Come quickly to provide support. I'll go hold them off first. After sending the message, he put the communicator away and disappeared into the shadows of the trees. What he had to do was create enough chaos before those lunatics succeeded, buying time for Jaina's grand entrance. Below, the revelry reached its climax. Ha ha! Surround her. Don't let her get away. The captain, who was leading the ship, let out an excited, strange cry. 5 fishing boats slowly closed in, forming an inescapable encirclement. A massive nylon net, hurled into the air by several ships, came crashing down on the mermaid in the center of the shallows, weighed down by heavy lead weights. To everyone else, the stranded mermaid was already theirs for the taking. Just as the giant net was about to fall, the mermaid, who had been keeping her head down as if resigned to her fate, suddenly raised her face. Her pupils had turned a deep, dark blue, devoid of any human emotion, only coldness and bloodlust. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? This is only the beginning. Her slender fingers suddenly spread, open, and gripped the sea surface tightly. A clear, ethereal murmur pierced through the cacophony of engine roars and the fisherman's maniacal laughter. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The shallows, which should have been calm, suddenly became turbulent. Waves several meters high rose out of nowhere and crashed violently against the surrounding fishing boats. Holy crap! What's going on? Drop anchor! Drop anchor now! The fishermen on the boat were thrown about by the sudden turbulence, and they frantically dropped the anchor in an attempt to stabilize the boat. The water in the shallows was not deep, and they considered the waves to be within their control. But it was this moment of chaos that gave the mermaid her chance. Just as the fishing net was about to fall, she suddenly swung her huge tail fin, the blue scales leaving a trail in the water, and the tough edge of the tail fin, like a blade, slashed fiercely through the nylon net, which was thicker than a finger. Sizzle. With a sharp crack, a huge hole was torn open in the giant net. Damn it! You dare to resist. The fisherman's patience was completely exhausted. He grabbed the high-pressure harpoon gun next to him, aimed at the mermaid's body, and was about to pull the trigger. At the critical moment, the seawater surrounding the mermaid seemed to come alive, frantically converging on her. Instead of creating waves, it rose above the sea surface, forming a huge, crystal-clear water sphere that perfectly enveloped her at its center. Immediately afterwards, this giant water sphere defied gravity, took off from the spot, and rose rapidly. Holy crap! This fish is gonna fly. Stop her! The fishermen present were all furious. Harpoons, spear guns, fishing rods. Anything that could be thrown was hurled at the rapidly rising water sphere. However, the water sphere rose too fast, and all the attacks struck the air, failing to even touch the edge of the water sphere. Thus, an extremely magical scene unfolded on the beach of Bear Island. A dozen or so menacing-looking fishermen remained frozen in place, their necks craned upwards, still in their throwing postures. They stared wide-eyed at the giant water sphere, carrying their ultimate dream as it soared into the sky, eventually becoming a tiny dot and disappearing into the horizon. The sea breeze blew across their blank faces. All around, there was a deathly silence. After a long while, a fisherman finally put down his harpoon, his hands trembling. His eyes were clear, yet foolish as he turned blankly to his brother beside him. "Wait, buddy, where's my fish?" In the mangrove forest atop the mountain, Zheng He and his companions were dumbfounded. What's this? Running away when you can't win? Is this a mermaid or Lubu? He even began to doubt himself, wondering if his understanding of the world's biodiversity was not deep enough. Just as his mind was buzzing, he heard a series of footsteps behind him, tap, 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 approaching from afar. Zheng He suddenly turned around. A slender figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. The newcomer was dressed in a high-slit black evening gown and wore a fisherman's hat that seemed out of place with the surroundings. With her graceful steps, her long legs were faintly visible through the hem of her skirt. Zheng He estimated that those legs were longer than his own life. "It's Jaina. Stop looking. The mermaid isn't going anywhere." Jaina walked to his side, glanced at the group of fishermen below who were still collectively crashing, and said in a relaxed tone. Zheng He pointed to the sky, then to her, an outrageous guess popping into his head. "That just now. Was it you who did it?" Jaina nodded calmly. A piece of cake." She stretched out her slender, fair fingers and made a grasping motion towards the sea. "I wrapped her in seawater and threw her into the air," she explained casually. "Just like I did with that duck boat before, only this time it flew a bit higher. It created the illusion that she drove off on her own, so those idiots below wouldn't bother me anymore." Zheng He bowed deeply to her and gave her a thumbs up with both hands. Water magic can be used like this, putting people in water spheres and flying them like kites? This idea and this operation are simply outrageous. On the shallows, the captain of the fishing boat, standing in the center, finally snapped out of his philosophical musings about, "Where is my mermaid?" He spat angrily, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and flew into a rage. "Damn it! What bad luck! The cooked duck! No, the perfect dish that was right in front of my mouth flew away. Stop fucking standing here as punishment. That thing's gone. We can't catch it. The black fog is coming. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get moving. Chase after those scattered small fry. Catch as many as you can, and don't let the Air Force fail. The captain's roar shattered the deathly silence on the beach. The anglers who had vowed never to miss out suddenly woke up from their dream. Although they still had the regret of losing hundreds of millions of dollars on their faces, their survival instinct quickly rallied them. The 5 fishing boats restarted their engines, turned around, and, ignoring the heartbreaking shallows, pounced on the fleeing sea creatures like mad dogs. Soon, only a mess remained on the beach. Only after the shadows of those ships completely disappeared on the horizon did Zheng, He, and Gianna descend from the high ground and walk to the shallows. Jaina looked up at the sky, stretched out her hands, and made a catching motion. Chapter 133, The Mermaid Princess Doria. Zheng He followed her gaze and saw a small black dot on the horizon, growing larger at a visible speed and falling vertically. With a boom, the water balloon crashed back into the sea without creating much of a splash. Buoyancy pushed it toward the sea surface, and after several ripples, the final water sphere, more than 2 meters in diameter, floated on the sea surface. The water sphere is crystal clear, just like a 4K high-definition picture. This time, Zheng He was finally able to see the mermaid up close. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a pale and delicate beauty unique to the deep sea, with deep-set features and an exotic allure. Her long, seaweed-like hair floated leisurely in the water sphere, and her full breasts were faintly visible, sparking the imagination. The muscles in his upper body are firm and smooth, his abs are clearly visible, and even the shape of his belly button is impeccable. The huge, bluish-green fishtail of its lower body was full of wild, explosive power. It is a beauty that blends gentleness and strength, purity and wildness in a contrasting way, just like the peace at work and the peace in bed. Zheng He's gaze darted away unconsciously, feeling it would be impolite to look at him any longer. He cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. A question suddenly popped into my head. I wonder if she can understand human language. Hello. He tentatively waved to the mermaid inside the water sphere. The mermaid inside the water sphere remained motionless, her deep blue eyes simply watching him silently without any reaction. Hello, can you hear me? Zheng went all out and raised his voice. The other party still did not respond. Just as Zheng He was about to gather all his strength and roar again, Jaina, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. Stop shouting. She interrupted Zheng He helplessly. My water balloon had a high-pressure solid water film on the outside, which is soundproof. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will hear you. As she spoke, she lightly snapped her fingers. With a crisp pop sound, the water sphere enveloping the mermaid shattered like a soap bubble, turning into water elements and re-entering the ocean. The mermaid, now free, did not swim away immediately. Instead, she remained where she was, gently swaying her enormous tail fin to maintain her balance. She looked at Zheng He and Gianna, bowed slightly, and a clear and melodious voice rang out in their minds, as if echoing the sea. Thank you for saving me. Telepathic communication? Zheng He paused for a second, then blurted out, Holy crap, so you can speak human language. The mermaid's stunningly beautiful face instantly cracked with disbelief. She seemed to pause for a moment, then switched from mental communication to physical speech, her pleasant voice carrying a strong northeastern accent. Of course I can sing too. The moment she opened her mouth, she exuded an air of superiority, shattering the goddess image she once held. Zheng He laughed. Well, she's a mermaid from the Bohai Sea region. Just then, a splash came from the sea not far away, and a fluffy white head popped out. Its 2 black bean eyes darted around, and it swam happily toward the mermaid. Oh my God, look! The mermaid shouted in that direction, her voice tinged with urgency. Zheng He and Gianna exchanged a glance, both full of questions. What are you looking at? Zheng He followed her gaze, but there was nothing there except for that little white creature. Come here quickly, come to mommy. The mermaid waved to the little white creature. Zheng He. He was completely stunned and looked at the mermaid in front of him with an extremely shocked expression. She looks like a young woman in her early 20s, and she already has a child. Is early marriage and childbirth common in the mermaid world? Seemingly noticing Zheng He's undisguised, curious gaze, the mermaid rolled her eyes at him with her deep blue, captivating eyes. What are you thinking about? This is my pet, a harp seal, named Look. She scooped up the baby seal that had swum to her side and was acting all cute and affectionate, and gave a couple of rubs. It usually helps me find my way, looking around everywhere, so that's how it got its name. He then realized what was happening. It turns out that during that critical moment, the mermaid wasn't helpless. She sent the little seal to fetch help. The little seal, Can, rushed out with the surging tide of marine mammals, only to find its owner enveloped in a giant water sphere and sent flying into the air with a big. Worried about its owner's safety, it frantically swam back. Even this little beast is so loyal and righteous. He couldn't help but sigh. Compared to it, the Black Shark Gang is worse than animals. As soon as he finished speaking, the little seal, held in the mermaid's arms, suddenly turned its head, bared its teeth at him, and made a woofing sound in its throat. It's as if it's saying, "You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts." He was amused by the little creature's protective manner and didn't bother arguing with the seal. The mermaid was a little embarrassed, so she raised her hand and patted the little seal's furry forehead. "Who do you think you are? You have no respect for elders. This is our savior." The little seal, Can, let out a pitiful woof and buried its head in its owner's arms. He only showed his chubby back of his head, his main message being introverted, do not disturb. "My name is Doria." The mermaid introduced herself with grace and poise. "I am the princess of the mermaid race." "Princess?" He and Gianna, who was standing next to him, looked at each other in bewilderment. Goodness, are princesses this down-to-earth these days? The moment she opened her mouth, her thick northeastern accent made people believe she was from Teeling. However, this contains a lot of information. This means that she's not the only mermaid in this sea, but a complete group, a mermaid kingdom. Fairy tales come true. The deep sea is our home. We rarely come to such shallow waters, so humans rarely see us, Doria explained. This time, it was an accident. What kind of accident could have caused a princess like you to end up in the shallow sea, being chased and netted by a group of fishermen? He asked curiously. A look of longing and melancholy appeared on Doria's delicate face. "I encountered a shipwreck in the deep sea." Her voice lowered, tinged with a hint of resentment. "What's weird is that the equipment on the ship can still make noise. It's playing a song. I've never heard such a free-spirited tune before. Nothing can stop your yearning for freedom. It broke my defenses right away." "So you wanted to come out and see the world?" Doria nodded, her huge fishtail gently slapping the water's surface, splashing up a few ripples. "Oh, you don't understand. Being a princess is all about being unable to control your own destiny and having no freedom at all." These words stirred something within He. He recalled the big shots he had met, and each of them seemed to have their own shackles. "We mermaids are not like you humans, who need to awaken our specializations later in life." Doria seemed to have been holding back for a long time and finally found someone to confide in. "We are born with a special ability, and my ability is beast taming." Chapter 134. So this mermaid princess is still breastfeeding. Beast taming. He raised an eyebrow. "That's right. I can use brainwaves to send signals that directly influence or even control marine life." Doria said frankly, "Regardless of rank, all sea beasts must obey me." A sea breeze blew by, and the air instantly became still. He felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. Regardless of rank, his own sea spirit fusion is constantly transforming his body into that of a sea beast. In a sense, wouldn't he be considered half a humanoid sea monster now? If this girl ever gets into a good mood and sends a burst of brainwaves at me, wouldn't I be tamed by her on the spot? No, absolutely not. No matter how good-looking you are, I don't want to have an extra owner out of nowhere. If I get the upper hand first, you'll never have a chance to get the upper hand. This is the golden rule of survival that he summarized after struggling through the apocalypse. Your ability is a bit heaven-defying. He remained expressionless, but his mind was already racing with calculations. I've heard a legend about a maritime civilization, that there's a civilization called Atlantis in the deep sea. That must be your mermaid race, right? He deliberately acted sweet, trying to test the other person's true intentions. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Doria shook her head vigorously. "Come on, it's not the same thing at all." She quickly tried to distance herself from the matter. "Atlantis is Atlantis, and we mermaids are mermaids. They are the extension of human civilization into the ocean, and they are outsiders. We are the native inhabitants of this sea, and we are the locals. Migrant population? Local residents? That's a brilliant metaphor. However, Atlantis is very mysterious. Doria's expression turned serious. According to the elders of the tribe, long ago, the Atlanteans claimed to be the children of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Their civilization was highly developed, and their national power was at its peak. Later, their hearts became corrupt, and their ambitions swelled. So they launched a war to conquer the world. Jaina, who had been listening quietly, also came over with a look of amused curiosity. Their actions angered the gods, Doria said in a low voice. So the gods summoned the power of nature, and with a massive flood and earthquake, wiped that evil island off the map completely. And then they sank to the bottom of the sea? Zheng He pressed. Yes, Doria nodded. It is said that in order to survive in the deep sea, the surviving Atlanteans evolved fish-like features, with webbed feet and gills on their necks to breathe underwater. But they still retained their human form and intelligence. These people are extremely xenophobic and very powerful. Even we mermaids rarely have any contact with them. In short, they are very mysterious. After listening to Doria's story, Zheng He's mind went blank. Good heavens, this is almost exactly the same as the legend recorded by Plato in the real world. A rich island nation, claiming to be descendants of gods, waged war due to corruption and was ultimately punished by the gods by being sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everything fits together. The legendary Atlantis kingdom actually exists in this ocean survival game. The world's secrets are far more unfathomable than he imagined. The black mist is coming, Jaina suddenly said, interrupting Zheng He's thoughts. She pointed to the distant horizon, where a billowing black fog, like a high wall pressing down on a city, was sweeping in at an alarming speed. Wherever the fog reached, the sky darkened, as if it were about to swallow the entire world. Doria's expression also turned serious. This is the mist of lamentation, formed from the resentment of countless powerful creatures that died in the ocean. It is filled with a world-destroying aura of slaughter. Any living thing that enters it will basically be killed instantly. She glanced at Zheng He and Gianna. You two should hurry up and set sail to get away from the black fog. I'll take Can-Can and head out first. As she spoke, she held the baby seal, swung her huge fishtail, and prepared to dive into the sea. Wait, Zheng He called out to her. How wide is your ability to control sea beasts? Will it be effective against this kind of aggregate of resentment? Doria shook her head. My abilities only work on living beings with independent minds. Black mist is resentment. It has no physical form and no mind, so I can't control it. Don't leave yet. He looked at Doria, his tone leaving no room for argument. I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. A transaction. Doria tilted her head, her deep blue eyes filled with doubt as she looked at the human before her, waiting for his performance. As Zheng He looked at that innocent face, his mental draft of a con artist was already flying around. The song you listened to at the shipwreck last time was called Blue Lotus. Zheng He's tone instantly transformed into that of a caring older brother, his voice carrying a kind of persuasive charm. I can tell you have a soul that yearns for freedom living inside you. Come abed with me. No, come on board. I have tons of songs like this on my ship. Rock, folk, rap, all kinds of styles. I definitely give you a good listen. He paused deliberately, observing Doria's expression and adjusting his pace. As expected, her eyes lit up when music was mentioned. Zheng He was secretly delighted. This was going to work. He pressed his advantage and continued to make empty promises. Not only can I share the song with you, but I can also establish a deep strategic partnership. Isn't your tribe wary of the Atlantis civilization? Wouldn't you like to lead your mermaid race to recreate the glory of ancient times and become the true masters of this ocean? This is such a rosy picture that even capitalists would weep. In Zheng He's view, a princess of royal lineage must possess vision and a broad perspective. For the future of her people and for the mermaid race's dominance in the ocean, she had no reason to refuse such a tremendous temptation. A powerful alliance to create a great cause, and it can also help her maintain her position in the family. This script is simply perfect. After listening, Doria blinked her big, beautiful eyes. Then, he decisively shook his head. No, the refusal was so decisive and swift. Why? Zheng, he was a little confused. Doria said matter-of-factly, My mom doesn't let me get on strangers' boats, and she's waiting for me to come home for dinner. After saying that, she waved to Zheng He and Gianna, then held the baby seal and said, "Look," with a beautiful tail flick. Her enormous, turquoise tail traced a graceful arc in the air, splashing up a large spray of water. Without looking back, she swam into the sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "See you later, buddy." On the sea, only a voice with a thick northeastern accent remained. The sea breeze blew by, bringing with it a touch of desolation. Zheng He stood there alone, bewildered in the wind. Damn, he held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help but complain. This princess, she's still breastfeeding. Chapter 135, Jaina's boarding of the ship, goes unsuccessfully. Buffed. Jaina, who was standing next to her, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two dared not delay any longer and, braving the oppressive feeling brought by the black fog, rushed back to the temporary camp at full speed. In the camp, Li Mo remained cross-legged with his eyes closed, adjusting his breathing, and Ran, with Wang Chuang, who had just woken up, was busy around the bare happy chair. Timo's skills are amazing. She pre-drilled more than a dozen blood collection holes on the bare happy chair, each corresponding to the part of the cyber bear with the richest blood vessels. Aaron only needs to insert the blood collection needle, and the bright red blood will flow through the catheter in especially made anticoagulant test tubes. Extremely efficient. In a short time, hundreds of blood samples were neatly stacked in a silver briefcase. Goodness, take it easy, don't make him anemic. Zheng He stepped forward and couldn't help but tease him. "Boss, you're back." Upon seeing Zheng He, Wang Chuang immediately dropped what he was doing. The towering man jumped up and down excitedly, making the ground tremble. "How's the recovery going?" Zheng He patted Wang Chuang on the shoulder and asked with concern. "I feel amazing. I've never felt this good before. I'm bursting with energy. I feel like I could kill a bull with one punch." He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking, his face beaming with the exhilaration of surviving a close call. "Really?" Zheng He looked him up and down and nodded in satisfaction. "That's perfect. The black fog is pressing in and will soon engulf the entire Bear Island. We must evacuate immediately. The four of us will go first, you stay behind." "No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Wang Chuang thumped his chest loudly, full of confidence. "All right, you carry this cyber bear and run behind us," Zheng He added without changing his expression. The smile on Wang Chuang's face froze instantly. He slowly turned his head, glanced at the bare happy chair that was comparable to a steel coffin, and then looked at the enormous creature inside the chair that weighed at least 2 tons. This thing, when standing up, is a meter taller than his war bear form and weighs at least 500 kilograms more. Add to that Timo's ridiculously well-made happy chair, and the total weight is definitely close to 2.5 tons. Carrying this thing and running, Wang Chuang's expression went from excitement to blankness, then to existential doubt, and finally to a sense of grievance, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. He stared intently at Zheng He, his eyes filled with despair. "Brother, tell me honestly, is there something wrong with me?" "No, we're half-brothers." Zheng He looked completely innocent. "Then why did you treat me like a Japanese person?" Pfft. At this point, Anren and Gianna couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing on the spot. Zheng He burst out laughing and slapped Wang Chuang on the back of the head. "Just kidding, look how scared you are." Wang Chuang let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body instantly relaxing. He even pretended to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead, saying, "Boss, I knew you were joking." He chuckled and scratched his head, then looked at the giant bear still slumped in the chair with a troubled expression. "So, how exactly do we get this huge thing onto the ship?" Wang Chuang's face looked as ugly as a bitter gourd. With the black fog looming and time running out, relying on manpower to move this nearly 2.5-ton iron lump onto the ship was nothing short of a pipe dream. Zheng He didn't say anything, but walked to the bare happy chair and waved his hand. Buzz. Divine Sea Spiritual Warehouse, a dark blue portal unfolded out of thin air. Zheng He pointed to himself, then to Wang Chuang, then to the cyber bear in the chair, and finally to the dark blue light gate. Wang Chuang understood instantly. All right, he rubbed his hands together, and the resentful look he had just given off vanished instantly. Wang Chuang took a deep breath, activated his combat specialization, and his body swelled up again, transforming into a giant war bear with bulging muscles. Such a powerful combat skill was wasted on moving large items. One person and one bear, in an extremely comical manner, began their struggle against the bear-happy chair. Wang Chuang, transformed into a giant bear, used his furry bear paws to firmly press against the base of the bear-happy chair, his leg muscles bulging and veins popping out, pushing with all his might into the spirit chamber-like gate. Although the cyber bear inside was anesthetized, it seemed to sense the movement outside and would occasionally twitch, adding considerable difficulty to the two men's work of moving it. "Hey, get out of here! Get the hell in there!" With a desperate roar from Wang Chuang, the enormous steel coffin was finally stuffed into the light gate of the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. The gate of light closed, and the world became peaceful. Wang Chuang instantly switched back to human form, collapsed onto the ground, panting like an old ox that had just finished plowing 10 acres of land. "Withdraw." Zhang He didn't give him much time to rest and pulled him up from the ground. The group didn't linger and sped towards the shore where the shadow whale was docked. Timo was already waiting on the deck. Upon seeing the group appear, he immediately deactivated the stealth field that enveloped the ship and lowered the gangway. Lu Feier stood by the ship's railing, her gaze immediately falling on the unfamiliar figure in the group. Jaina. She remembered this woman, the elegant, sophisticated woman piloting a duck boat amidst a marine disaster. This damn fate. Lu Feier smiled and nodded at her as a greeting. Gianna also noticed the lady of the ship and nodded in return. The group boarded the ship one by one. Jaina's brow furrowed as soon as she stepped onto the deck. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, heavy as a mountain, making it almost impossible for her to breathe, and even the specialized energy flowing within her body became sluggish. This is the natural suppression of non-crew members by the Kangling Guard barrier. Wang Chuang and Liam O were already used to it and didn't feel anything. But for Jaina, who was new to the place, the pressure was still a bit overwhelming. Her body was already frail, and at that moment she staggered and almost fell. A hand reached out just in time and firmly supported her arm. "Are you all right?" Zhang He's voice rang in my ears. Jaina steadied herself, shook her head, and looked at Zhang He with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This ship is far more extraordinary than it appears. At this time, the black fog had already swallowed part of the coastline of Bear Island and was spreading towards the sea. The shadow whale immediately weighed anchor, roared its engines, turned around, and sped away. The ship was safe for the time being, but a thorny problem lay before Zhang He. Because Jaina's duck boat is missing, and without a vehicle to bind her to, he cannot formally recruit Jaina as his crew. As long as she's not a crew member, she will constantly bear the pressure of the Kangling Guardian barrier on this ship. Chapter 136, Discovery of the Duck Boat. Jaina's duck boat must be retrieved. Zhang He turned on his communicator and quickly contacted Long Xiaotian. "President Long, I have some fantastic news." "Boss Zhang He, you finally contacted me. How's it going? Have you made any progress with the antiviral serum?" Long Xiaotian's voice sounded excited on the other end of the communicator. It turned out that as soon as the exploration team leader left, he gave Long Xiaotian a full account of the situation on Bear Island, with a few embellishments. He went on, spitting as he boasted about how his brothers discovered the cyber bear's trail, how they outwitted and outmaneuvered it, and how they managed to stuff the 2-ton cyber bear into the bear pleasure chair. After hearing this, Long Xiaotian had only one thought: this guild would disband without them. As for the most crucial antiviral serum, this stuff is all about understanding it for yourself in the punctuation. This left Long Xiaotian completely bewildered. He thought that preparing the serum was incredibly difficult, so he held back and didn't dare to bother Zhang He. The first batch of blood samples has been successfully extracted, and Anren is currently working on antibody isolation and culture. If all goes well, the first batch of antiviral serum will be ready tonight. "Oh my god, really?" On the other end of the communicator, Long Xiaotian's voice cracked from shouting. This was followed by a clattering sound of tables and chairs being overturned. The old man was probably gesticulating wildly. "Boss Zhang He, you're like a brother to me. No, you're my benefactor. Our maritime continent is saved. Saved." Listening to his incoherent thanks, Zhang He didn't stand on ceremony and cut straight to the point. "Guildmaster Long, don't rush to thank me. I need your help with something. Mobilize all the ships in your guild that are exploring overseas to help me find a ship. He told Long Xiaodian about the duck boat's shape and the coordinates of its last appearance. What the heck? Hey, yellow duck boat. Long Xiaodian probably had a row of question marks popping up on his forehead, but he still readily agreed. Leave it to me. Don't even mention a duck boat. Even if you wanted a singing and dancing chicken boat, I'd get it for you. I'll immediately notify all exploration teams to search in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. After hanging up the call, Zheng He did not place all his hopes on others. He activated the Poseidon's Vision holographic sea map, which instantly unfolded. 4 or 5 days had passed since Jaina's duck boat drifted away. Who knows where it drifted off to? Finding a ship adrift on the vast ocean is like finding a needle in a haystack. But was Zheng He panicked? Not all. He was, after all, a proper science and engineering student, and a student who was obsessed with nautical knowledge. He directly accessed the nautical logs from the past few days and extracted all the hydrological data for the waters near Bear Island. Ocean current direction, average current velocity, wind loss, yacht angle. He meticulously analyzed the dense data, processing it rapidly in his mind, and directly derived a dynamic deduction model. After ruling out several absolutely impossible directions, he roughly determined a possible fan-shaped area based on the main direction of the ocean current. They managed to narrow the search area from tens of thousands of square nautical miles to just a few hundred square nautical miles. With this general range in mind, the rest becomes much simpler. Zheng He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the deep sea. Poseidon's Vision activated. This time, his perspective no longer aimlessly scanned the entire sea area, but rather, like the highest precision radar, it directly locked onto the fan-shaped area he had calculated and began a carpet search. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Suddenly, a faint green dot of light appeared at the edge of the holographic chart. Zheng He immediately activated deep sea perception, and the sonar ripples precisely covered the area. Found it. A duck boat, all alone, swayed in the waves, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. Zheng He was overjoyed and quickly extracted the coordinates, just about to forward them to Long Xiaotian with 1 click. Just as he was about to exit Poseidon's Vision, a huge crimson patch was approaching the duck boat at a terrifying speed. That crimson color was deeper than any of the mutated sea monsters they had encountered before. Damn it, Zheng He exclaimed in his heart. Is the duck boat we finally found going to be swallowed whole by the giant beast? If the duck boat is destroyed, Jaina will be eliminated immediately. The situation is extremely urgent. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately sent the confirmed coordinates to Long Xiaotian, along with the message. President Long, have your exploration team get to these coordinates as soon as possible and protect the duck boat at all costs. After doing all this, he shouted to Timo in the cockpit. Timo, target located, coordinates sent. Shadow whale full power, full speed ahead. After arranging the course of the shadow whale, Zheng He turned around and made arrangements for the crew. He didn't dare let Jaina stay on the deck of the shadow whale for even a second longer. He glanced back and saw that Wang Chuang's ship was still being supported by mechanical arm, following behind the main ship. Old Wang, get the guests. Send Jaina to your ship. She can't stay in this barrier on the shadow whale for long. Zheng He ordered in the communication channel. The barrier only covers the main ship. She can catch her breath on your ship. All right, boss. Wang Chuang guided Jaina to his ship, and Jaina instantly recovered to full health after escaping the Kanglan guard barrier. Jaina stood at the bow of Wang Chuang's ship, her pale face finally regaining some color. She nodded towards Zheng He's direction, indicating that she was all right. The shadow whale entered berserk mode, its engines roaring furiously as it plowed an exaggerated white trail across the sea, speeding towards the coordinates given by Zheng He. Not long after, Timo on the watchtower excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs. I saw ducks. Everyone's spirits lifted instantly. Looking in the direction Timo was pointing, a small yellow dot was swaying up and down with the waves on the distant horizon. As the distance closed, the adorable duck's outline became clearer and clearer. Against the backdrop of the apocalypse, a lone yellow duck boat floats on the calm sea, swaying up and down with the waves, a scene that exudes an inexplicable sense of peace. Just then, the roar of engines rose and fell across the sea. 7 or 8 exploration ships bearing the flag of the Sky Dragon Fights the Waves Guild were encircling the duck boat from all directions, forming a huge encirclement. Long Xiaoyan's ability to act is commendable. But Zheng He's nerves were on edge. He kept the Poseidon's vision active, and in his field of vision, the huge scarlet patch lay quietly lurking directly beneath the duck boat. The danger has not been eliminated. Chapter 137, The Playful Tier 3 Boss. Attention, all vessels. Do not get too close. Stop at least 500 meters away. Zheng He immediately warned Long Xiaoyan's fleet via the maritime radio. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. The exploration team leader's boat was at the forefront, just about to approach and capture the duck boat, when a sudden change occurred. Puff! With a muffled roar, a huge bulge of water rose from the calm sea surface, followed by a super water column several meters in diameter shooting into the sky. The poor yellow duck boat was propelled up by the water jet, and like a rocket, it took off from the spot and soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, there's a sixth one underwater. The exploration team leader shouted into the channel until his voice cracked. The once aggressive exploration fleet slowed down and urgently dropped anchor. A group of crew members stared at each other in horror as the duck-shaped ship was launched into the sky. Only the shadow whale remained, its speed increasing rather than decreasing. Timo had pushed the power output of the reactor to its limit, and the ship was trembling slightly. Zheng He's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew better than anyone that the duck boat was an ordinary civilian vehicle, without any reinforcement, as brittle as a potato chip. Falling from a height of nearly 1,000 meters, it would fall apart even if it landed on a pile of cotton, let alone the sea. Once the vehicle is destroyed, Jaina will be considered eliminated by the system. Jaina! Zheng He shouted into the communicator. Get your water magic ready. Prepare to meet the ship. On the deck of Wang Chuang's ship, Jaina stood straight against the gale, the sea breeze blowing through her long hair. Her eyes were more focused than ever before, and her hand had begun to gather pale blue water elemental energy. The water column supporting the duck boat instantly dissipated, and seawater poured down like a waterfall. At that very moment, the enormous scarlet patch in the vision of Poseidon finally revealed its true form. It was a mutated blue whale so large that it triggered megalophobia. Its length is nearly 200 meters, resembling a moving underwater mountain range. The shadow whale looks like a toy in its presence. Tier 3 Boss. Those huge eyes were filled with indifference, revealing no emotion whatsoever, only a cold indifference that looked down upon all living beings. It was just playing. The duck boat traced a parabola in the air and began to plummet rapidly. Timo, step on the gas. Zheng He stared intently at the rapidly approaching coordinates, his heart pounding in his chest. The shadow whale raced across the sea, but even so, the distance was still too great. The duck boat's landing point was beyond Jaina's casting range. It's over. These two words flashed through Zheng He's mind. He watched helplessly as the little yellow duck grew larger and larger in his field of vision, about to crash onto the sea with a deathly howl. At this critical moment, puff! Another, even thicker, gigantic jet of water shot out from the blowhole of the mutated blue whale. This time, the water jet didn't use any force. Instead, it acted like a Simmons waterbed, steadily supporting the duck boat less than 100 meters above the sea. Zheng He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Before he could even catch his breath, the water jet suddenly exerted its force. With a whoosh, the little yellow duck took off again, even flying higher than before. Holy crap! Zheng He almost spat a mouthful of blood onto the control panel. This Tier 3 boss is really something else. If it keeps messing with me like this a couple more times, it'll give me a heart attack. On the bow of Wang Chuang's ship, Jaina's expression also turned serious. She repeatedly raised her hand, trying to condense water elements at the predicted landing point of the duck boat, but the damn blue whale's movements were too cunning, accurately changing the duck boat's trajectory every time and frantically blocking her casting range. The casting range is always just a little bit off. The duck boat tumbled through the air and plummeted for the third time. This time, the mutated blue whale seemed to have gotten tired of playing. It floated silently on the sea, its jaws, like the gaping maw of an abyss, suddenly opened, revealing a terrifying, cavernous mouth inside. It's done playing. It's going to gulp down this little yellow cookie in one go. An aura of destruction was palpable. The duck boat is only a few dozen meters from the sea. Oh no, we're going to miss it. Zheng hands and feet turned ice cold. No. Jaina's hysterical roar erupted from the communicator. She suddenly took a step forward, spreading her arms as if to embrace the entire sea. The sea in front of her began to surge and swirl violently. Countless seawater was forcibly drawn off the surface and swirled wildly back up. In just 2 seconds, it condensed into a super water sphere with a diameter of over 30 meters in midair. Dark currents surged on the surface of the water sphere, and a violent energy distorted the surrounding air. At this moment, Jaina was unleashing her full power, resembling a female war goddess who controlled the seas. She stared intently at the falling duck boat, and without uttering a word, she pushed it forward with her fair hands. Catch it! Boom! The giant water sphere, like a cannonball, tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom as it hurtled toward the duck boat. The moment it touched the duck boat, the surface of the water sphere precisely collapsed inward, transforming into a giant water vortex. Laugh! The rapidly spinning water rubbed against the air, producing a piercing shriek. The plummeting duck boat plunged headlong into the center of the whirlpool, the violent impact quickly dissipated by the cascading spiral of water. The entire process was devoid of any forceful clashes. Instead, it exuded a profound sense of overcoming strength with gentleness. The water balloon, like a giant, elastic jelly, steadily encased the duck boat, suspending it in midair. It was a success. Zheng He's tense nerves completely relaxed, and he almost collapsed on the deck. This gamble paid off. On Wang Chuang's ship, Jaina leaned against the gunwale with one hand, her chest heaving violently, her face even paler than when she had been suppressed by the barrier. Clearly, that powerful attack had nearly drained her mana. Holy crap! The voice of the exploration team leader from the Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves Guild came through the sea radio, questioning his own existence. Is that a mage? This is a mobile turret. That water sphere, it must be at least a C rank, right? What's C? It has to be at least AD. It's definitely a D+, another crew member retorted. The channel immediately erupted into a heated debate about C and D. However, Zheng He's heart, which had just been at ease, was now filled with anxiety again. The crisis is not over. The mutated blue whale, whose size rivals that of a mountain range, completely ignored the duck boat in midair. Its enormous eyeball, several meters in diameter, slowly rotated, finally locking onto the elegant figure at the bow of Wang Chuang's boat. Jaina, the boss's aggro has shifted. In its eyes, that stunning water ball attack was nothing short of the most arrogant provocation. Roar! A deep, resonant wail cry came from the deep sea. Chapter 138 Pure Love Blue Whale Show stuns the audience. The sound wasn't loud, but it possessed a strange, penetrating power, striking straight into the depths of everyone's soul. The shadow whale, along with all the exploration ships around it, trembled violently at the sound of the whale's roar. The Kangling Guardian barrier suddenly twisted and almost collapsed. Zheng He's face turned ashen. This is the true oppressive feeling of a Tier 3 boss. It was just playing around, but now that it's getting a little serious, this whole sea area is going to tremble. The giant whale slowly sank down, leaving only a small portion of its back visible above the water, an area larger than a standard football field. Immediately afterwards, the entire sea seemed to come to life. The sea surface rose upwards in an extremely slow but unstoppable manner. Boss, the water level is rising. No, it's controlling the water. It's going to lift us all up. Timo's scream was shattered. Zheng He, of course, also noticed it. This blue whale is poised to create a massive wave centered on itself. Once it is fully charged up, all the ships present, including the shadow whale, will be overturned and torn to pieces by this earth-shattering attack. Jaina, run. Find a way to get out. Zheng He roared into the communicator. Jaina took a deep breath, preparing to maneuver the water balloon to evacuate the duck boat. But at this critical juncture, an unexpected change occurred. The mutated blue whale stopped controlling the water. The sea level rose slowly, then slowly fell back down. Everyone was stunned. To everyone's bewildered gaze, the blue whale's enormous head resurfaced. It opened its jaws, wide enough to swallow a building, but not to devour anything. Instead, it uttered a series of extremely strange syllables. The voice was still deep, but it no longer possessed that soul-shaking pressure. Instead, it sounded like humming. The tune was intermittent and not quite melodious, but Zheng He felt that something was off about it, and it sounded strangely familiar. This is... Then, even more outrageous actions followed. A gentle jet of water shot out from the blue whale's blowhole, precisely catching Jaina's enormous water sphere. Then, carefully and steadily, the ball and the boat were placed back onto the sea behind the shadow whale. The whole process was as gentle as placing a rare treasure. The entire room fell silent. On Long Xiaoyan's fleet, a group of burly men stood with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit their fists. The exploration team leader stammered into the walkie-talkie. Zheng He, what's going on? This big guy, it seems, he returned the ship to us. Zheng He's CPU is almost overheating. He stared intently at the huge scarlet patch on the nautical chart, then glanced at the duck boat that had been thoughtfully brought to him not far away. Strange. That's so weird. This Tier 3 boss initially played with the duck boat like a ball. After Jaina showed off her water magic, it demonstrated its devastating power, but then it chickened out in the end, and even returned the boat on its own initiative. This move is truly baffling. Is it a slap followed by a sweet treat? Or... Zheng He's gaze was fixed on the blue whale that was still whimpering. An utterly absurd conjecture began to frantically grow in his mind. Attention everyone. Zheng He picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice a little hoarse. Do not make any aggressive moves. Keep your distance and stay put. Understood. The exploration team leader replied quickly, clearly also stunned by the bizarre scene. Jaina, Zheng He switched to a private channel. How are you doing? It's very taxing, but we can still manage. Jaina's voice was weary, but even more so, confused. What does it want to do? I have a rough idea. Zheng He licked his slightly dry lips and made a decision that surprised everyone. Timo, reduce engine power to minimum. We slowly approach. Boss, are you serious? Timo's voice trembled with shock. That's a Tier 3 boss. It could devour us in one bite. Do as I say. Zheng He's tone left no room for argument. If it wanted to make a move, we would be gone long ago. The shadow whale gradually slowed down and drifted slowly past the blue whale at a distance of about 1 kilometer. As the distance closed, the off-key singing became clearer and clearer. Zheng He finally understood. Although the tune was off-key to the point of being Siberian, the intermittent melody was clearly Blue Lotus. Zheng He's expression became extremely strange. The image of the mermaid Princess Doria, with her thick accent, immediately popped into his mind. That girl said she heard Blue Lotus in a sunken ship at sea, which made her yearn for the outside world. Could it be? Jaina, I want to make a pact with you now, to devour your duck ship and bind you to my crew. Are you willing? Time was of the essence, and Zheng He invited Jaina to board his ship. I do. Jaina agreed without hesitation. Zheng He activated ship's soul, and the shadow whale extended its giant octopus tentacles to entangle the duck boat. Then, as if the ship came to life, a gaping maw appeared out of thin air beneath the whalebone ram, and the duck boat was pulled into the giant mouth by the octopus tentacles. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds, and a duck boat disappeared into the giant mouth of the shadow whale. The next second, everything returned to calm. Holy crap, boss, did you see that? Boss Zheng He's ship ate that duck boat. The exploration team members were terrified when they saw this, and quickly contacted the exploration squad leader. I'm not blind. Tell the brothers to stay away from Zheng He's ship, lest they get accidentally eaten. The exploration team leader gave the order to the whole team. Was Zheng He's vehicle a ship or a mutated sea monster? The exploration team leader kept wondering. Having completed the crew contract, Jaina landed steadily on the deck of the shadow whale with a few light leaps, and the oppressive force of the azure guard barrier instantly dissipated. She looked at the enormous blue whale with a solemn expression. It seems to be mimicking some kind of sound. Jaina also noticed something amiss. This is whale song. Zheng He's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's courting. What? Everyone on the ship was stunned. Zheng He pointed to the giant beast, then to his own ship. If I'm not mistaken, the shipwreck where Doria listened to the song is nearby. This blue whale probably heard it too. However, the Little Mermaid understood the freedom in the lyrics, while this guy... Zheng He paused for a moment, then said, as the saying goes, Of all the suffering beings, only pure love is truly innocent. He sighed and said, "This pure love blue whale probably thinks that the one making this noise is a female whale with an incredibly beautiful singing voice." So, it wasn't just playing around. It was showing off its skills, demonstrating its strength, and trying to attract the attention of the heart whale. As for Jaina's stunning giant water sphere, it was not a provocation in its eyes at all. Instead, a warm response from heart whale. Chapter 139, the Tier 3 boss is really going to destroy my ship. This is absolutely outrageous. It's ridiculous. Zheng, he rubbed his throbbing temples. In this perilous post-apocalyptic ocean, you can't help but encounter a love-struck person who is also a Tier 3 boss capable of smashing your vehicle with a single slap. The Sea Spirit Fusion endowed the shadow whale with a unique life force. In order to fool the mermaid Princess Doria, the ship's high-powered speakers actually played Blue Lotus on repeat. It now appears that the giant beast had clearly misunderstood. It regarded the shadow whale as a whale of the heart, with a beautiful voice and enchanting figure. That ball-heading and skill showing just now wasn't about starting a fight. It was purely a showcase. A true deep-sea, pure love warrior. Now it's still humming a little off-key tune, just waiting for its heart whale to take the initiative to snuggle up to it. Zheng, he already had a picture in his mind. He could even imagine how other captains would introduce him when he was at sea. Oh, that's Zheng He. His ship was taken down by a mutated giant whale. No, absolutely not. If this gets out, how will Zheng He maintain his foothold at sea? Timo, turn off the music. Zheng He growled in a low voice, afraid that a loud voice would startle the god of pure love. Boss, won't it go berserk if we turn it off? Turn it off when I tell you to. If you don't turn it off, it's going to take its pants off. Timo snapped to attention and frantically cut off the audio source. The melodious Blue Lotus came to an abrupt end. The world felt eerily quiet for a moment. On the sea, the enormous blue whale also stopped humming, its massive body pausing slightly. A hint of confusion flickered in its disproportionately small eyes. Why did the singing stop? Is my sweetheart shy? It tentatively let out a series of low whale songs, the tune louder and more sentimental than before. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The shadow whale floated silently on the sea, offering no response, much like a beautiful, wealthy woman who had absolutely no interest in dicks. The exploration fleet, known as Sky Dragon fighting the waves, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. The blue whale began to get agitated, its huge tail fin thrashing restlessly against the surface of the sea, each thud sending up waves several meters high. The shadow whale and the distant exploration fleet looked like little rubber ducks in a bathtub, violently bobbing up and down in the surging waves. Zheng, he could clearly sense that the emotion that was originally tinged with a bit of naivety and expectation was rapidly turning into a furious rage of being deceived. A few more minutes passed. After a long and silent wait, this pure-hearted blue whale finally realized one thing. The clown was actually myself. I've been tricked. Wah! A long, mournful cry of a whale echoed through the sky. This time, the whale's cry contained no trace of courtship. Only endless sorrow and anger at being fooled remained. Sadness flows like a river. Then, anger boiled the entire ocean. The giant whale's massive head resurfaced completely, its small eyes fixed on the shadow whale less than a kilometer away. The corners of its eyes even turned slightly upward due to extreme anger, its small eyes filled with resentment and venom after being humiliated. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. It began to gather its strength once again. The same process, the same sense of oppression, or even more so. The sea level rose once again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss, here we go again. Timo's voice had completely changed. Jaina's face turned deathly pale. She had almost no magic left in her body. Faced with such a cataclysmic power, her water-based abilities were as insignificant as a joke. The only way is to interrupt the spell casting, and then kill it. Zheng He's voice was icy, pointing everyone to the only way out. How can I interrupt it? And how can I kill it? The Thunder Phantom Sea Electric Eel they killed last time was also a Tier 3 boss, but that was during a rest period when its attack power was reduced by 80% by the system, which is how they managed to defeat it. Right in front of us is a fully equipped Tier 3 boss, buffed with the anger of heartbreak. A head-on confrontation would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Teammate, play the song. Zheng, he made a quick decision. Oh, play Blue Lotus. Quickly, the familiar melody played again. Almost the instant the music started, the enraged blue whale suddenly froze. The slowly rising sea level stopped. Then, like a deflated balloon, it slowly fell back down. The whale swallowed back the rage in its eyes, which turned into deep self-doubt. It doesn't understand. Is this a test for me, or is it just toying with me? But this time, it didn't put on any of those fancy courtship displays. A wild animal in heat has no reason. I don't care if she's messing with me. I'll just do it first. The next second, the blue whale's massive body arched sharply, like an awakened volcano, and charged straight toward the shadow whale. Its speed was completely disproportionate to its size, and its massive body left a white trail in the sea. At the same time, Zheng He's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that, in the path of the blue whale's charge, beneath the water's surface, an indescribable behemoth was breaking through the water and standing tall. Holy crap! Zheng, he cursed angrily, not having time to explain. Man and boat as one. His consciousness instantly took over the shadow whale, and the ship seemed to become an extension of his body. The engine roared to its limit, and the rudder was turned all the way to the right. The shadow whale let out a mournful cry of despair, and its massive hull slid sideways with a precarious and extremely difficult posture. Bone strapje! The blue whale's charge missed its target. Its massive member, bursting forth from the water, swept past the spot where the shadow whale had just been, with unparalleled power. A pillar supporting the sky. The shockwave from that thing nearly capsized the exploration ship next to it. The Sky Dragon fighting the waves, exploration fleet, a group of burly men, were all dumbfounded. In the channel, the exploration team leader's breathing was heavy. After a long pause, he managed to stammer, Zheng, boss, is that the largest mammal in the world? The sense of oppression is simply overwhelming. Having missed its target, the blue whale deftly adjusted its position in the sea, and its angry roar rang out once more. It charged forward again. Timo, weapon systems ready. Zheng He's roar echoed in the cockpit, carrying a hint of frantic banditry. Give a hard time. I'm going to physically neuter it today. Chapter 140 Physical Castration. Boss. Loading and charging complete. Ready to fire at any time. Timo's voice came through the communicator, revealing in barely suppressed tension. The shadow whale devouring sniper cannon, a trump card that has taken down a Tier 3 boss, is highly anticipated by Zheng He and is now silently raising its muzzle. A deep, resonant energy hummed from inside the ship's hull, while the muzzle of the cannon, a ghostly blue aura of energy spun and compressed at high speed, ready to unleash a devastating attack at any moment. Zheng He did not respond. In a state of man and ship as one, his senses had become one with the entire shadow whale. He could not only feel every vibration of the engine, but also clearly sense the immense well beneath the water surface. That was the shame and resentment of unrequited love, which was completely twisted into an irreconcilable venomous hatred. Roar! A deafening roar. This time, there was no trace of affection in the whale's cry, only pure violence and possessiveness. The mutated blue whale changed direction, its massive body drawing an elegant yet deadly arc in the sea, once again aiming at the shadow whale. It's here again. It maintained the same posture, the same breathtaking size, and was even more erect than before. The cleaving water formed a white V-shape in front of it, moving with such speed that it seemed to shatter space itself. It was an unstoppable, savage charge, determined to succeed. Again? Do you think I'm some kind of peasant? A cold glint flashed in Zheng He's eyes, and he decided to no longer tolerate it. Instead of running away, he stared intently at the rapidly approaching behemoth, calculating the distance and the opportune moment. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Just as the giant pink pillar was about to once again stand tall, almost touching the bow of the shadow whale. Man and ship become one. Perfect dodge. Buzz. The shadow whale emitted a metallic groan as it struggled under the weight of the load. Under Zheng He's will, the entire ship slid sharply to the right in a completely illogical manner. The ship scraped against the sea surface, splashing up towering waves. The entire ship almost grazed the devastating impact, narrowly avoiding it. Boom strapje! The enormous object slammed into the air once again. Because of the excessive force exerted this time, the enormous inertia caused the blue whale's entire lower body to briefly leap out of the water. Her pale belly and the trembling penis that had missed its target. The murder weapon was exposed to everyone without reservation. Its pink and even reflect a moist sheen in the sunlight. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Inside the Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves exploration fleet, a group of rough-looking men holding binoculars froze on the spot, forgetting even to flee for their lives. Only a unified gasp of shock could be heard on the public channel. Wang Chuang stood on the ship's side in the cockpit, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and he subconsciously squeezed his legs together. Jaina's cheeks flushed bright red instantly, and she abruptly turned her head, staring intently at the control panel. Zheng He, the person involved, showed no shock at all, only murderous intent. The opportunity has arrived. Now, just as the blue whale had exhausted its old strength and had not yet generated new strength, and half of its body was still exposed to the air. Target locked. Smash its genitals to pieces. Fire. Zheng He's roar was like thunder as he slammed the fire button on the shadow whale, devouring sniper cannon with such force that it seemed he was about to push the button directly into the turret. A deep blue light gathered at the muzzle of the cannon. The next second, the energy compressed to its limit transformed into a dazzling beam of light and burst forth. A specially designed armor-piercing shell, encased in shadow energy, shot out, trailing a long blue flame. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sharp whistling sound tearing through the air. This cannon shot, with unstoppable force, precisely locked onto that exposed vital organ. There was no big explosion, only a very dull thud, like a hot knife cutting butter. That contradictory structure, almost the size of a small submarine, took a solid hit from that devastating blast. The shadow energy poured in instantly, and the high temperature and annihilation power raged wildly inside. First, a burnt smell of roasted protein filled the air, followed by a burst of strong, fishy photinia odor that drifted in all directions on the sea breeze. Compared to the impact on the taste buds, the visual shock is more direct and more horrific. Although Zheng He had aimed, the blue whale was a living creature, and its struggle at the last moment caused the shell to deviate slightly from its intended landing point. The shot didn't uproot the organ, but it pierced through it from the right side, blasting away a large portion of the tissue. The remaining part, with less than a quarter of the tissue still attached to the main body, drooped limply, sizzling under the high temperature, and had become a useless lump of charred flesh. It looks nice, but is useless. A piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, shot straight into the sky. The voice carried endless pain, unbelievable astonishment, and a despair that every male could instantly understand. Wang Chuang clutched his groin, staggered, almost lost his balance, and walked to Zheng He's side with a pale face, his voice trembling. Holy crap. Boss, you're serious? He gazed at the colossal beast churning wildly in the sea in the distance, muttering to himself, one shot. Destroyed the whale's weapon, boss. That's awesome. At that moment, all the male crew members who heard the scream instinctively felt a chill run from their tailbone straight to the top of their head. That's too ruthless. A warrior who charged into battle for love has now become a eunuch. Physical sterilization, we mean it. The excruciating pain drove the mutated blue whale to utter madness. Its massive body thrashed and convulsed wildly on the surface of the sea, its tail fin flailing wildly and creating waves tens of meters high. The shadow whale and the distant exploration fleet were like a few leaves in a storm, being violently tossed about by the giant waves. Several smaller exploration ships were even nearly capsized. Crimson blood gushed out from the indescribable wound like a burst dam, instantly turning the seawater within a radius of several kilometers into a shocking crimson. All ships, evacuate immediately. Full speed ahead. Zheng He grabbed a walkie-talkie and roared on the public channel. Are you kidding me? Stay and fight this crazed Tier 3 boss to the death. That's too inefficient. His mission to retrieve the duck boat is complete, and the serum will soon be in mass production. Saving the players who have turned into zombies on Long Xiaoyan's sea continent is of utmost urgency. The Sky Dragon fighting the waves fleet was as if granted a pardon. All the ship's engines spewed long trails, and they ran at full power like a school of frightened fish, fleeing in all directions in a panic. Chapter 141 Heroes Return in Triumph. Long Xiaoyan hosts a banquet for all. The shadow whale also swung its tail and sped away from the battlefield. The eunuch blue whale, which had lost half its life, stopped after venting its last bit of energy. The excruciating pain in its lower body and the despair of the rest of its life completely extinguished its fighting spirit. Its enormous head slowly emerged, its small eyes fixed intently on the departing shadow whale, their gaze filled with extreme resentment. Those eyes seemed to swear, "I swear I will not be a whale until I avenge this." Then, dragging its horrific wound and the spray of blood, it sank slowly and desperately into the deep sea, thousands of meters below the surface. Such a strong smell of blood would surely attract even more ferocious predators from sea. For it, the only way to survive was to quickly roll back into the deep sea and eke out a living. Zhang He finally breathed a sigh of relief when the enormous shadow completely disappeared into the depths of a sea of blood. He leaned back in his chair, picked up the communicator, and connected to Long Xiaoyan's private channel. "President Long, Jaina's ship has been retrieved, and she's safe and sound. You can make preparations on your end. The antiviral serum can be mass-produced immediately." There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator. Then, Long Xiaoyan roared with ecstatic joy. "Boss Zhang He, I knew it. I knew you could do it. Great, great. I'll pass the word down right away. Ha ha ha." He paused, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement and gratitude. "Brother Zhang He, I, Long Xiaoyan, will remember this great favor. When you return, I will definitely host a grand banquet at Sea Continent, and we won't leave until we're drunk." "Good." Zhang He disconnected the communication and rubbed his aching temples. He leaned back in the captain's chair, watching the sea gradually return to calm outside the porthole, feeling utterly exhausted. This perilous post-apocalyptic ocean truly challenges his worldview every day. When a continuous steel outline of the sea continent reappeared on the sea surface, everyone on board the shadow whale breathed a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. Compared to the perilous and unknown sea, this sea continent pieced together by countless ships now has a somewhat homely feeling. The shadow whale did not dock directly. 1 kilometer from the dock, Timo skillfully activated his stealth field, and the massive ship instantly merged with the surrounding seawater, silently disappearing into the shadows. Afterwards, Zhang He and his entourage boarded a landing craft and headed towards the brightly lit dock. The dock was already packed with people, and there wasn't even room to put your feet down. Long Xiaoyan stood at the very front, his face glowing with health, with a large group of core members of the guild behind him. Further on, the scene became even more interesting, with rows of scantily clad, alluring young women forming a grand welcoming procession. With this kind of spectacle, anyone who didn't know better would think a top boy band had suddenly appeared. "Boss Zhang He." As soon as the landing craft docked, Long Xiaoyan rushed forward, grabbed Zhang He's hands tightly, and shook them vigorously, his eyes reddening. "I really don't know how to thank you this time. On behalf of all the members of Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves, thank you. Thank you to your team." As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful female honor guard behind him immediately understood. A group of girls, holding bouquets, surrounded Zhang He like bees smelling nectar. "Boss Zhang He, you've worked hard. Boss, these flowers are for you. You're even more handsome than the rumors say." "Excuse me, sir. Can I take a picture with you?" "Hey bro, can I add you as a personal friend?" The scents of various high-end perfumes, mixed with youthful hormones, created a sweet, pink storm that crashed down on us. Before Zhang He could speak, he was drowned out by a surging wave of voices and the chirping of birds. "What are you doing? Back up!" A clear, cold shout rang out, and Ran and Lu Feier squeezed in forcefully, one on each side. The two women resembled two protective mother leopards, effectively keeping the girls who wanted to cling to Zhang He at bay. And Ran crossed her arms and surveyed the crowd with a cool gaze. Lu Feier wore a flawless professional smile, but exuded an aloofness that kept strangers at bay as she accepted several bouquets of flowers for Zhang He. Our captain has received everyone's kind wishes. He's just gone through a major battle and needs to rest. Please keep your distance. The female crew members' encirclement and attack left the honor guard's beauties with a humiliating defeat. They exchanged glances, and seeing that they couldn't break through the main force, they immediately turned their attention to Wang Chuang and Li Mo beside them. Now, no one was there to help these two bachelors out of their predicament. Wow, this guy is so muscular. His muscles are really well developed. Hey bro, you must be exhausted from fighting monsters just now. Here, let me help you. Wang Chuang and Li Mo were instantly surrounded by 2 or 3 beautiful women. One was wearing a low-cut dress on the left, and the other was wearing a high-slit long skirt on the right. Their arms were tightly embraced by a soft body. Their noses were surrounded by the scent of perfume that could stimulate the most primal human impulses, and their vision was filled with a white blur. The triple impact of sight, smell, and touch instantly made these 2 vigorous men go crazy. Wang Chuang's face turned red all the way to the roots of his neck, and he didn't know where to look with his eyes, looking like a primary school student being punished to stand in the corner. Li Mo was completely at a loss, his body stiff as a telephone pole, with only a certain indescribable part of him shamelessly sticking up. A moment later, the top-floor banquet hall of the cruise ship was brightly lit. Hundreds of huge round tables filled the entire hall, laden with exquisite cold dishes and various drinks. The guild members were already seated, but no one touched their chopsticks. All eyes were fixed intently on the main table at the very front of the banquet hall. Long Xiaotian personally led Zheng He and his entourage to sit in the center position, and then strode up to the high platform. He picked up the microphone, and the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent. Brothers and sisters, Long Xiaotian's voice, hoarse and excited, echoed throughout the hall through the speakers. Just a few days ago, we were still terrified by that damned zombie virus, watching our comrades fall every day and being powerless to stop it. I, Long Xiaotian, even prepared for the worst. He paused. Then his gaze suddenly fell on Zheng He in the audience. But we were destined to survive, because we met Boss Zheng He. It was he who pulled us out of our most desperate moment. It was he and his crew who risked their lives to accompany us to Bear Island and fight giant beasts. From discovering the antibodies in Wang Chuang's body to formulating the bear hunting plan. And just now, Boss Zheng, he told me in the communications, Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and almost roared with all his might. The antiviral serum is ready for mass production. Chapter 142, The Great War After the Great War. Bom strapje. One sentence caused an uproar in the entire banquet hall. Cheers, whistles, and the clatter of tables and chairs blended into a wave of ecstatic sound that nearly blew the roof off the cruise ship. Countless people stood up excitedly, laughing and crying and hugging each other. Long Xiaotian raised his hand and pressed down slightly. After the sound subsided a bit, he continued, "We, the Sky Dragon fighting the waves, will never forget this kindness. Hereby, I announce that we award Boss Zheng He and all the crew members of the Shadow Whale the highest honor of our guild, the Honorary Salvation Medal." As he spoke, he personally carried the tray down from the stage and handed the exquisitely crafted medals to Zheng He and the others. Furthermore, Long Xiaotian stepped back onto the stage and dropped the biggest bombshell of the night. "I sincerely invite Boss Zheng He to join our Sky Dragon Fights the Waves. If you're willing to agree, I, Long Xiaotian, will immediately relinquish my position as chairman without hesitation." The entire audience erupted in uproar once again, everyone staring in shock at Long Xiaotian, then at Zheng He. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Zheng He stood up, calmly took the microphone, and waved with a smile. "I appreciate Guild Leader Long's kindness. However, I'd rather not take over the guild. I'm used to being lazy and don't like to get involved in things. I'm quite content being a free spirit." His gaze swept across the entire room, his voice not loud, yet carried a power that went straight to the heart. "Everyone, this bullshit apocalypse is full of suffering, and all living beings are trying to save it. Our real enemy has never been each other, nor those mutated monsters in the sea, but that broken system that threw us into this world and raised us like goo worms. Players should cooperate. Since the system is using us as pawns, let's join forces and overturn this chessboard." Zheng He smiled faintly. "I am willing to become an honorary member of Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves. In the future, If anyone has any difficulties, as long as I, Zheng He, can help, I will do my duty without hesitation. These words were spoken neither humbly nor arrogantly, neither offending Long Xiaotian nor arbitrarily avoiding the guild's tedious affairs, while also elevating one's own perspective to a higher level. Long Xiaotian was a smart man, and immediately laughed and clapped his hands. Good. Well said. Just because of what you said, boss, for now on we are brothers, even though we are not from the same father. Everyone, let the feast begin. The atmosphere at the dinner party reached its climax. We won't leave until we're drunk. Zheng He, Wang Chuang, and Li Mo became the focus of everyone's attention, subjected to round after round of relentless toasting. Even with Zheng He's remarkable physique, he inevitably staggered after drinking to the very end. When the banquet ended, Ran thoughtfully brought over some specially made hangover tea. Lu Fei helped Zheng He, who was already unsteady on his feet, as they prepared to return to the Shadow Whale. Wang Chuang and Li Mo, on the other hand, were thoughtfully helped back to their respective ships by the same group of enthusiastic female guards. Back on the Shadow Whale, Lu Fei put on her role as a head housekeeper. She first settled Zheng He into his own room, and then thoughtfully arranged a guest room for the newly arrived Gianna. She always managed to keep everything in perfect order. Finally, she returned to Zheng He's room. Click. She locked the door from the inside. Lu Fei walked to the bedside and quietly looked at Zheng He, who was fast asleep. Looking at his sharply defined profile, the anxiety that had been weighing on her heart for days finally subsided completely. From the fear and anxiety of staying on the ship, to the ecstasy of seeing everyone return, and now to the tranquility of being alone. Her mood was like a roller coaster. She actually envied Ran, who could fight alongside the captain. Her own expertise was limited to logistical support, and this feeling of helplessness at being unable to contribute anything made her heart ache. Fortunately, he returned, safe and sound, full of glory. As she thought about it, Lu Fei's eyes involuntarily reddened. Large tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. This man had long since surpassed her own place in her heart without her even realizing it. Just as she was about to get up to get a towel, a strong and powerful arm suddenly reached out, precisely wrapped around her slender waist, and pulled her down sharply. Ah! Lu Fei let out a short gasp as she fell solidly into a warm and broad embrace. She looked up in surprise and met Zheng He's affectionate eyes, which were now completely devoid of any trace of drunkenness. The captain, Zheng He didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with heartache, tenderness, and a hint of passion she had never seen before. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The next second, she closed her eyes, followed her heart, and brought her lips to his. After being transformed by Ran's yin-yang harmony method, Zheng He's physical functions had already undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer that headstrong young man who only knew how to charge headlong into things. He could precisely detect the slightest tremor and feedback from his opponent through the inhalation and exhalation of breath, the release and release of force, and the changes in rhythm. Sometimes it is like a gentle spring breeze, nourishing things silently. Other times it is like a violent storm, sweeping everything away. That night, the captain's cabin of the Shadow Whale was warm and cozy. Lu Fei fully experienced what it meant to reach the pinnacle. Both body and soul underwent a sublimation during those peak moments. The next morning, Lu Fei hummed a little tune as she busied herself in the kitchen. Her footsteps, so light, they seemed to create flowers with each step. Although she had been up all night, she felt like she was soaking in honey. Her cheeks were fair and rosy, and her skin was so smooth and radiant that it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. It was more effective than any top-quality skincare product. The methods taught by Ran were indeed mysterious. Soon, Zheng He walked in, looking radiant and full of energy, showing no trace of his hangover. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. The aroma of breakfast had just wafted out when two living ghosts drifted into the restaurant one after the other. Wang Chuang and Li Mo, with enormous dark circles under their eyes, sunken eye sockets, unsteady steps, and yawning one after another, looked like salted fish that had been dried on a mast for 3 days. Hey, you two had a great time last night, and Ran teased, holding a glass of hot milk and trying not to laugh. Looking at the female members of the honor guard following behind the two brothers, each of them had a rosy complexion, full of energy, and their eyes were filled with satisfaction. Sure enough, they're only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is overplowed. Wang Chuang waved his hand and slumped weakly onto the dining table. Don't even mention it, and ran. You better get me some tonics. I feel like I've used up at least 10 years of my lifespan. Liam O was in an even worse situation. He couldn't even speak and just kept chugging water from his cup. And Rand walked up to the two of them, looked them up and down, and clicked her tongue twice. I told you before, don't take on a job you're not qualified for. Look at you two, all drain dry. Young people like rat's tail juice. The two men were so embarrassed by the retort that they turned red in the face, but they had no way to refute it. They could only turn their grief and anger into their appetite. Chapter 143, Synthesis of High-Order Alloys. After a lively breakfast, the entire crew of the Shadow Whale got to work. Wang Chuang and Li Maqiang, their bodies emptied, headed to the Sea Continent to meet with the Long Xiaotian Guild to discuss the recycling of scrap metal shells. And Rand then plunged into the medical room and began to use fresh giant bear blood to tackle the problem of mass production of antiviral serum. Timo's supplement safe house has also entered the final testing phase and will soon be officially put into use, providing stable drug support for all members. Lu Fei-er, meanwhile, was on standby, waiting for Wang Chuang and the others to bring back the materials, ready to handcraft metal ingots to upgrade the Shadow Whale. Zheng, he stood on the deck, enjoying the cool sea breeze, and took out a trophy from the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. That was a high-level piece of equipment that dropped after killing the Thunder Phantom Sea electric eel. Thunder Core Eli. Quality, orange. Type, jewelry. Effect 1. Increases lightning damage by 18%. Effect 2. Increases skill critical hit rate by 5%. Effect 3. When releasing a lightning-based skill, there is a 10% chance to generate a paralysis field in the target area that lasts for 3 seconds. All enemy units within the field will be briefly stunned. Synopsis. It has witnessed the thunder of the deepest ocean. Now, it will bring you destructive lightning. This attribute is terrifying. For a lightning mage, this is practically the best endgame accessory at this stage. Zheng, he turned around and walked towards the stern of the boat. Jaina stood there, gazing quietly at the distant horizon, as if adjusting to her new environment. She was dressed in a combat suit that allowed for easy movement, and the sea breeze tousled her long hair, giving her an elegant yet heroic air. Here, take it. Zheng, he didn't waste any more words and handed over the Thundercore eel directly. Jaina caught it with a puzzled look, but when she saw the panel attributes, a look of shock flashed across her usually aloof face. This equipment's upgrade for her is a huge leap from A to F. She looked up at Zheng He, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She knew better than anyone the value of this orange accessory. It was enough to drive any large guild crazy. Here you go, it's a welcome gift. Zheng, he said casually, from now on, you'll be the main damage dealer on our ship. Better equipment will make everyone safer. Jaina paused for a moment, then solemnly put the Thundercore eel on her wrist. The ornament glowed with an orange light, and the moment it was put on her wrist, it emitted streaks of lightning that disappeared into her skin to complete the contract. Thanks, Captain, she said succinctly. I'll do better next time. Zheng, he nodded, satisfied with her reaction. He wanted a partner who could fight alongside him, not just a pretty face who could only talk a good game. Just then, his communicator rang. It was Wang Chuang calling. Hey, Lao Wang, how's it going? How many iron shells did you get? Zheng, he answered the call. There was an eerie 2-second silence on the other end of the communication line before Wang Chuang's tired and weak voice came through. Boss, Long Xiaotian didn't prepare an iron shell. What? Zheng Yi's brows furrowed instantly. This isn't right. Given Long Xiaotian's style, he would never go back on his word, especially since this concerns the cooperation on the antiviral serum. He absolutely wouldn't let things fall apart at this crucial juncture. Could it be that he's been too busy with guild affairs and forgot? A sense of displeasure rose in Zheng He's heart, and he was just about to compose a message to question Long Xiaotian. Before he could finish editing, Wang Chuang's slightly tired voice came out again. He directly prepared several thousand units of iron ingots for us. Holy crap. Zheng, he almost threw out his back. He wished he could go over and strangle the unlucky thing as soon as he heard the signal. Wang Chuang, can you please stop taking such long breaths when you speak? His initial anger vanished instantly, replaced by a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Good heavens, I underestimated Long Xiaoyan's ambition. He not only demonstrated exceptional execution skills, but also went a step further, skipping the most troublesome recycling and smelting steps, saving Lu Feier a great deal of physical effort and time. Although crafting can improve skill proficiency, smelting thousands of iron ingots at once is indeed a physically demanding task that can exhaust a person. Long Xiaoyan is a good person to work with. He really cares about things. Boss, just come and load it up. There's so much of this stuff. Even if Li Mo and I filled our storage spaces to the brim, we still couldn't fit a fraction of it. Wang Chuang's voice was tinged with shock. Okay, send me the location. I'll be right there. After hanging up the communication, Zheng He immediately piloted a landing craft and rushed towards the coordinates sent by Wang Chuang. When he arrived at his destination, he was also taken aback by the scene before him. On the deck of a huge ocean liner, there's a metal mountain made of standard iron ingots. Neatly arranged, they gleamed with the unique cold, hard luster of metal under the sunlight. A full 5,000 units. Long Xiaoyan's gesture was undeniably generous. Without saying a word, Zheng He stepped forward and placed his hand on the iron ingot mountain. Divine Sea Spiritual Storage. Collect. With a slight distortion of spatial ripples, the enormous metal mountain vanished into thin air and was completely stored in Zheng He's private warehouse. He opened the vehicle upgrade interface again, and looking at the material reserves that were now overflowing on the panel, Zheng He had only one word in his mind. Awesome. Refined iron ingots and high-grade alloys. This time, there's definitely enough for everyone. Zheng He quickly returned to the Shadow Whale and summoned Lu Feier directly to the deck. Come on, Feier, begin your performance. With a thought, Zheng He unleashed 5,000 units of iron ingots like a silver waterfall, crashing onto the wide deck with a resounding clang, instantly transforming it into a sea of steel. Lu Feier was also somewhat astonished by the magnificent sight. She took a deep breath, walked to the pile of iron ingots, and stretched out her slender hand. Synthesis. 1,600 units of iron ingots were being compressed wildly in the white light. In the blink of an eye, 200 units of refined iron ingots, shimmering with an even higher level of luster, floated in midair. It's done. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lu Feier once again channeled her spiritual energy and combined another 100 units of refined iron ingots as the base material. Then, she clasped her hands together and said, "High-grade alloy. Give it to me." This time, the light shone even brighter. 100 units of refined iron ingots spun and collided at high speed in the air, producing a piercing metallic clang, and the surrounding air was slightly heated by the friction. As the light faded, pieces of strange metal gleaming with a dark golden hue floated in midair. High-grade alloy, all done. Lu Feier breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of joy. After this series of operations, all the metal materials needed for the upgrade of the Shadow Whale have finally been gathered. Chapter 144, The Wisdom of Viruses. Zheng He opened the panel of the Shadow Whale. My gaze swept downwards, and I felt relieved. The upgrade materials section is filled with a uniform, glaring green light. The refined iron ingots and high-grade alloys are all full. There are surplus crystal cores, and basic consumables such as wooden vines have long been harvested in the chemical island. Everything is ready. All that's left is to click. Zheng He stood on the ship's railing, the sea breeze caressing his face, but he felt no excitement about immediately upgrading the ship. His gaze swept across the shimmering sea, looking towards the distant sea continent formed by countless ships. Long Xiaoyan's assist was too great. This favor must be repaid quickly. Rescuing our brothers who are infected with the virus is the most important thing right now. He wouldn't feel at ease about getting promoted until he resolved this matter decisively. Zheng He picked up the communicator and called and ran directly. "Enrin, how's the serum?" "The first batch is out. The concentration and stability meet the standards, enough to treat the 7 people on Long Xiaoyan's side." Enran's voice carried a hint of unconcealed fatigue, but more so, the excitement of success. "Well done," Zheng He praised. "Get ready, take the serum, and we'll go help Long Xiaoyan deal with this trouble." After hanging up with Enran, he immediately contacted Wang Chuang and Li Mo. "You two shouldn't rest either. Come with me." "Receive." "He's here, boss." The listless voices of Wang Chuang and Li Mo came from the cabin, making people chuckle. A moment later, the four boarded a landing craft and headed back towards the sea continent. Long Xiaotian had been eagerly waiting at the dock. When he saw the landing craft dock, and especially when he saw the small medical cooler in Rand's hand, the eyes of this maritime tycoon turned a little red. He strode forward, without any unnecessary formalities, and patted Zheng his shoulder heavily, a force that contained the excitement, anxiety, and hope that had been building up over the past few days. Brother, I sighed. All the words I wanted to say eventually turned into a long sigh. The outbreak of the virus dealt him a heavy blow. He witnessed his brothers turn into monsters right before his eyes, and the sense of powerlessness almost crushed him. He had also seen through the coldness of human relationships in this apocalypse. Many guilds that used to call him brothers avoided him like the plague as soon as they heard that he had a zombie virus. Only Zheng He, a big shot they had never met, not only did not kick someone when they were down, but also extended the most crucial helping hand. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Long Xiaotian was even somewhat relieved that he owed Zheng He such a huge favor. Sometimes, the debt of gratitude owed to others is a stronger bond than money or personal gain. He was eager for Zheng He to come to him with any problems he might have in the future, and he would do whatever it took to get it done. All right, Brother Long, stop reminiscing here, and let's get down to business. Zheng He smiled. Yes, business comes first. Long Xiaotian rubbed his face vigorously, instantly switching back to boss mode and leading the way. He led the group through the cruise ship's luxurious banquet hall, around several complicated passageways, and once again to the heavy iron gate leading to the lower deck. As the iron gate slowly opened, a peculiar smell, a mixture of disinfectant and some kind of biological decay, wafted out. The light in the lower deck was even dimmer, and the air was stuffy. 7 separate cells made from shipping containers are lined up in a row, with thick tempered glass separating the inside from the outside. Something's not right, Long Xiaotian said in a low voice, pointing to the innermost part of the building, especially Li Si, the first one to get infected. Zheng He strode forward and arrived at the innermost cell. Inside the cell, a figure sat quietly cross-legged on the floor. That thing can no longer be called a human. His physique was more than twice as large as before the mutation. His muscles were bulging and unnaturally bulging, and his grayish-white skin had a strange keratinous sheen. He didn't roar and charge like a zombie in a movie. He just sat quietly with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling at an extremely slow pace, like a lurking wild beast. The virus can no longer spread through him. It seems it has begun to coexist with him, Long Xiaotian explained with difficulty. The virus is modifying his body, making the host stronger. Look at his size. He's a whole size bigger than when he was first infected. And Rand strode to the glass and scrutinized Li Si's body as if it were a priceless treasure, her brows furrowed. It's not that simple. Look at the others over there. Everyone turned their attention to the nearby cells. As Long Xiaotian said, the differences are very obvious. The infected person was physically strong, and his body shape had also changed, but not as dramatically as Li Si's. However, he appeared more manic, pounding on the glass with his fist from time to time, making dull sounds. Meanwhile, one of the infected women in the cell had hardly changed in size. In fact, she had shrunk a bit. Like an anxious cat, she paced back and forth in the cramped space. Her movements so fast they almost left afterimages, her eyes filled with cunning and sharpness. Viruses will choose different enhancement directions based on the host's basic physical condition, and Rand concluded, her voice tinged with surprise. Those who are physically strong should focus on improving their strength and resilience to become power types. Those who are relatively weak but more agile should focus on improving their speed and reaction time to become agility types. She paused suddenly, a chilling thought popping in her mind. What if a person with exceptional intelligence and strong mental power were infected? Could they evolve into a zombie capable of using psychic abilities? These words silenced everyone present. A chill ran through everyone. A zombie with superhuman strength or lightning speed was terrifying enough. But if a zombie that could think, scheme, or even launch mental attacks appeared, it would be a nightmare for all the survivors. Don't think that far ahead. Zheng He interrupted the oppressive thoughts. Let's take it one step at a time, starting with Li Si. Brother Long, you promised him that. Long Xiaotian nodded solemnly. Yes, I promised to save him first. The operation began immediately. Ordinary anesthetics are no longer effective against these enhanced infected individuals. Anren directly used a high concentration of neurotoxin, injecting it into the cells through the ventilation system. Even someone as strong as Li Si only struggled for a moment after inhaling the toxin before collapsing to the ground. The heavy iron gate was opened, and Wang Chuang and Li Mo, dressed in full protective suits, worked together to drag the unconscious Li Si out and secure him to a specially made stretcher. And Rand stepped forward, skillfully pulled out a disposable syringe, and took out a vial of serum that emitted a faint blue glow from the refrigerator. Without the slightest hesitation, she precisely inserted the needle into Li Si's thick carotid artery and slowly pushed the medicine in. Chapter 145, Preparations for the Upgrade of the Shadow Whale. All done, and Rand put away the syringe and said to Long Xiaotian, "Antibody generation takes time. How long it will take for him to recover depends on his own fate." Next, the other 6 infected individuals were also injected with antiviral serum using the same method. After the last infected person was properly settled, Long Xiaotian breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if the biggest weight on his heart had finally been lifted. He turned around and bowed deeply to Zheng He. "Brother Zheng He, I am deeply grateful. If there is anything I, Long Xiaotian, need in the future, just say the word. If I even flinch, I am not a son of a mother." Zheng He helped him up and said with a smile, "All right, Brother Long, we're all in a human camp. It's only right that we help each other. The iron ingots you gave me were a great help too." Long Xiaotian shook his head vigorously. "One thing at a time, life is more valuable than iron." The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. "By the way, brother, what are your plans next?" Long Xiaotian asked. "Once your brothers are in stable condition, we'll have to set off." Zheng He's expression turned serious. "The black mist is still chasing us, and we must get into the deep sea area as soon as possible and maintain a safe distance." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian immediately suggested, "That's perfect. Let's go together. The sea is not peaceful, with natural disasters and man-made calamities. That black shark guild is like a mad dog, causing trouble everywhere. If we join forces, we can help each other." Zheng, he shook his head. "Old Long, I appreciate your kindness," he said frankly. "To be honest, my feud with Black Shark runs deeper than you think. The main target right now is me. If you come with me, it will only bring trouble to you, and there's no need for that." He didn't want to implicate the entire Sky Dragon fighting waves because of his own actions. Long Xiaotian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Zheng He's resolute eyes, he swallowed his words in the end. He knew this kid's temper all too well. Once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. "All right," Long Xiaotian nodded heavily. "I won't force you. But remember, Sky Dragon fights the waves will always be your strongest ally. No matter what happens at sea, just one communication and my men and my ships will be at your disposal." "Okay, Brother Long, I've got it." Zheng He smiled and patted his chest. Inside the lower deck, the lights were dim. 7 infected individuals lay quietly, their bodies waging a silent war against newly formed antibodies. At the end of this war lies the hope of new life and the upcoming voyage. After saying goodbye to Long Xiaotian, the atmosphere in the lower deck did not immediately ease. And Rand did not leave with Zheng He and his group. She wanted to stay and observe the clinical effects of the antiviral serum. "You guys go first. I can't go back for now." And Rand didn't look up, her tone focused. "This is all first-hand clinical data. It's too valuable. The direction of viral mutation, the process of antibody action, the host recovery curve. I want to record all of this. In the future, if we encounter something like this again, we will be prepared." She leaned over Li Si, the first person to receive the serum, her small terminal flashing continuously, recording changes in his vital signs. Heart rate, body temperature, cell activity, energy fluctuations, massive amounts of data converge into a stream, forming complex curves and graphs before her eyes. Long Xiaotian stood aside, looking at the meticulous female doctor with eyes full of admiration. He knew that Rand stayed behind not only for research, but also to ensure the safety of his 7 brothers. "Miss Rand, please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything," he said in a deep voice. Zheng He patted Long Xiaotian on the shoulder. "My crew member here is a workaholic. Please bear with him. Contact me anytime if anything happens." "Rest assured." After the handover was completed, Zheng He, along with Wang Chuang and Li Mo, boarded the landing craft again and headed towards the shadow whale. The sea breeze brushed their faces, carrying a salty, damp scent. Wang Chuang and Li Mo, two grown men, slumped in their seats, looking completely drained, too exhausted to even speak. Zheng He gazed at the familiar dark silhouette in the distance, pondering in his heart. Long Xiaodian has repaid his debt of gratitude, and his biggest problem has been temporarily resolved. However, both the relentlessly pursuing Black Mist and the Black Shark Guild, with whom he has a blood feud, are like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. To survive and thrive on this perilous sea, one must possess greater strength. Back on the ship, Lu Feier and Jaina were already waiting on the deck, and Timo also poked his head out from the cockpit. Is the matter resolved? Lu Feier came up to her and asked with concern. It's resolved. Zheng He nodded, then glanced at all the crew members present. Come here, everyone. We're going to do something big. His firm tone instantly straightened the backs of the dejected Wang Chuang and Li Mo. Everyone gathered around, their eyes all focused on Zheng He. Zheng He didn't say much, and directly unfolded the virtual panel of the shadow whale in front of him. His slender fingers swept across the light screen, pulling it directly to the very bottom. Vehicle upgrades. The materials list below that column is now a pleasing green. Iron ingots, 2,000/2,000 satisfied. Refined iron ingots, 200 satisfied. High-grade alloy, 20/20ths met. Second-order crystal nucleus, 5/5 satisfied. Timber, 800/800 satisfied. All conditions have been met. Zheng He's gaze fell on the bottom of the list, where there was a unique button that emitted a faint purple glow. Sea Spirit Fusion. This was the special upgrade option he had been waiting for. Regular upgrades only strengthen the hull, while Sea Spirit Fusion truly integrates the life characteristics of powerful sea beasts into the ship's genes. He selected the option without hesitation, and a brand new submenu popped up, asking him to input fusion materials. This time, let's go big. With a thought, Zheng He extracted the third-tier crystal core obtained after killing the Thunder Illusionary Sea electric eel from the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse. It was a fist-sized crystal, crackling with violent purple-blue lightning. Just by appearing in the air, it caused the surrounding metal railings to emit a slight crackling sound. But that's not enough. Zheng He then selected the entire grotesque spine, which was dozens of meters long and completely peeled off the electric eel's corpse, the resilient thunder eel tendon, and the jelly-like phantom sea electric marrow. Chapter 146, Come Forth. Thunder Shadow Whale. These are the most valuable parts of a Tier 3 boss. Just as he was about to confirm the upgrade, a new system notification suddenly popped up on the panel. Crew member Timo has been detected to possess the mechanical specialization talent, which resonates with the leveling process and can trigger mechanics blessing. This time, Zheng He chose the direction of blessing as ship structure optimization. Mechanics blessing. When upgrading vehicles, it can optimize the structure, improve material utilization, or unlock unexpected special attributes. Timo's specialization has once again proven its worth. The little boy stood up proudly, his face practically screaming, "Praise me." Zheng He gave her a thumbs up without hesitation. He then took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly intense. He stared at the gleaming gold confirm upgrade button at the bottom of the panel and pressed it down hard. Buzz! A deep, resonant sound, as if from a giant sea monster, suddenly spread out from the center of the ship. The entire shadow whale was instantly engulfed by a dense, dark blue light curtain. The mountains of iron ingots, alloys, and what piled up on the deck instantly decomposed into the most primitive particle streams, like a dazzling galaxy pouring into the light curtain. Sea Spirit Fusion activated simultaneously. The raging lightning core transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, rushing into the ship's core first. Immediately afterwards, the enormous electric eel spine, tendons, and spinal cord were also incorporated. Boom! The originally jet-black shadow whale suddenly trembled. Sizzle, sizzle. A piercing, crackling sound of electricity rang out, and countless tiny electric streaks emerged and spread from all parts of the ship's hull, moving across the surface of the ship like living things. The seawater around the ship churned violently from the terrifying electric current, bursting into thick plumes of mist. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the form of the shadow whale began to be reconstructed. On the bow, on either side of the whalebone ram, two menacing thorns, each over 10 meters long, curved upwards and seemed to grow out of thin air. That design is exactly like the two horns on the head of the thunderous phantom sea electric eel. The tips of the thorns are surrounded by ever-burning, tiny arcs of electricity, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Below the hull, near the waterline, rows of biomimetic soft fins slowly unfold. They gently skimmed across the water's surface, creating visible ripples from static electricity. The most shocking changes came from the outer armor and the keel. The bottom of the ship was covered with a layer of dark black animal hide that gleamed with a metallic sheen. It was a high-grade Xianwen sea beast hide that Zheng He had previously stockpiled, and now, under the permeation of the thunder origin, fine natural scales appeared on the surface of the hide. A thin layer of static electricity mist enveloped the entire hull, and touching it even caused a slight tingling sensation. As for the interior of the ship, outside the mutated giant whale skeleton that served as the main support, there was actually a completely new structure wrapped around it, the complete spine of the thunder illusionary sea electric eel. Double keel structure. The whalebone, on the outside, is responsible for bearing, resisting pressure, and enduring all physical impacts. Inside, the eel bones transform into an energy furnace dedicated to circulating and storing the immense power of thunder. One is based on physics and the other on energy. It combines strength and gentleness, and cultivates both inner and outer qualities. This is definitely an unexpected bonus brought by the mechanic's blessing. The structural strength and durability of the entire ship have increased by more than one level. The light curtains slowly dissipated. A brand new war behemoth stood imposingly before everyone's eyes. It retains the wild, streamlined shape of a whale, but its entire body is covered with black skin with shimmering, electric scales. Its menacing lightning-like spikes and swaying static electrostatic soft fins make it resemble a prehistoric monster crawling out of the deep-sea hell of lightning. Thunder can be born from iron. This is the perfect combination of technology and ruthless skill. Zheng He eagerly opened the brand-new attribute panel. Thunder Whale. Durability. 6,000/6,000. Resistance. Lightning damage reduction by 60%. Impact/piercing resistance plus 30%. Speed. Maximum speed on sea surface plus 30%. Mobility. Steering sensitivity plus 25%. Space. Cabin space increased by 30%. Just looking at the dramatic increase in these basic attributes, it's already a complete transformation. But what truly sent Zheng He's adrenaline soaring was the new divine skill unlocked below. Passive skill. 1. Eel Static Stealth. Inherits the original Shadow's stealth capabilities and adds an electric eel biostatic field. From 500 meters away, enemy sonar and thermal detection devices will have extreme difficulty locking onto the ship. Any small electrostatic plankton or sensing mines approaching the hull will be instantly detonated or disabled by the static field. The first attack, while stealthy, will inflict a paralyzing effect on the target. 2. Lightning energy absorption. When a ship is in a stormy sea or passes through a special ocean current containing electrical energy, the hull will slowly absorb lightning energy to continuously repair its durability. Damage from lightning attacks will be significantly reduced and converted into additional energy reserves. 3. Global electrocution. All attacks by this ship, ramming, shelling, and melee units inflict a high-voltage electrocution effect. Enemy units hit by this effect have their movement and attack speed reduced by 40% for 8 seconds. This effect can stack up to 3 times. Once fully stacked, it will trigger a forced shutdown, causing the target ship to instantly lose power and stop, its weapon systems to be temporarily locked, and it to be unable to fire. Upon seeing these 3 passive abilities, Wang Chuang's mouth almost watered. Holy crap. Boss, who's going to fight us now? They'll just get electrocuted. 1 touch slows you down. 3 touches, and you're stuck standing there getting beaten up? This is simply top-tier hard control in naval warfare. Further down, the active skills are even more ridiculously powerful. Active skills. 1. Thunder, Tide Devour, main cannon enhancement. consumes energy to infuse the Shadow Devour sniper cannon with the primal lightning power of a Tier 3 electric eel crystal core. The projectile will transform into a giant armor-piercing lightning projectile, unleashing a lightning vortex with a diameter of 200 meters upon impact, dealing continuous damage to all enemy units within the area. Against heavily armored units and giant sea monsters, it deals an additional 70% lightning armor-piercing damage and inflicts a high-intensity paralysis effect. 2. Frenzied Eel Lightning Slash. Tactical Charge. The ship's hull is enveloped in a raging blue lightning beam, transforming into a lightning phantom and charging at high speed in the designated direction. Maximum distance, 800 meters. High-voltage electrical traces will remain in the collision path, and all enemy units that come into contact with it will be paralyzed and stunned for 3 seconds. During the charge, the ship takes 50% less damage. 3. Thunderous Ocean Domain. Ultimate Skill. Charge for 10 seconds to create a thunderstorm forbidden zone with a radius of 600 meters centered on the ship. Within the domain, the sea surface will continuously unleash chain lightning, indiscriminately bombarding all enemy targets. Friendly units within the domain will be immune to all paralysis effects and will receive a slight damage and speed boost. Area Effect. Within the area, all attacks of this ship are increased by 65%, and the paralysis duration of electrocution is doubled. Enemy ships' energy systems will frequently malfunction due to electromagnetic interference. Weapon reload speed will be greatly reduced, and small ships will rapidly disintegrate and sink under the bombardment of chain lightning. Chapter 147 Upgrade Bonus Benefits. Everyone. Silence. You could hear a pin drop on the deck. Everyone was speechless, stunned by the incredible power of these 3 skills. Single target armor penetration sniping, super armor dash attack, wide area screen clearing AoE. This ship is no longer a top-tier hunter. It's a mobile calamity roaming the ocean. Looking at the fervor in the man's eyes beside her, Lu Feier's own eyes were filled with an undisguised smile. Jaina gently stroked the menacing lightning spike, feeling the tingling sensation on her fingertips, her azure eyes sparkling with wonder. This is simply a Thor's warship born purely for slaughter, she muttered to herself. Ha! Wang Chuang slapped Liamo on the back, almost making the latter faint. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. With this firepower, if those bastards from Black Shark dare to show their faces again, we'll turn them into charcoal, boat and all. Zheng He closed the panel, raised his hand, and pressed it against the cold, slightly numb hull of the ship, feeling the ceaseless flow of thunderous power within this newborn warship. The moment his palm touched the ship's gunnel, a violent force, carrying the tingling sensation of high-voltage electricity, surged directly into Zheng He's body through his arm. With a buzz, his head felt like it had been struck by a real bolt of lightning, and every inch of his bones and blood trembled violently under the domineering power of the lightning. Man and boat, as one, activated. This brand new thunder whale is sharing its new life with its captain in the most domineering manner. A pale blue light emanated from beneath Zheng He's skin, and countless fine electropatterns rapidly spread along his arm, instantly covering his entire body. The patterns were exactly the same as the electric light patterns on the hull, originating from the same source. Ship Soul System Notification. The man and ship as one state resonates deeply with the Tier 3 Thunder Crystal Core, and the body is being reshaped by the essence of thunder. Zheng He felt a surge of thunderous power erupt from his heart and flow through his limbs and bones. Remodeling complete. Congratulations on acquiring the new personal trait, Thor's Body, Tier 1. A series of brand new data streams were frantically refreshing on Zheng He's personal panel. Thor's Body Beginner. 1. Lightning Source Assimilation. Your body has adapted to and integrated with the essence of lightning. An electrostatic concealment field is generated on the skin's surface, which can greatly reduce the probability of being remotely targeted. When emotionally agitated or actively mobilizing lightning power, blue electric patterns will appear on the body's surface. 2. Lightning Resistance. Physical resistance is greatly enhanced. 70% immunity to lightning elemental damage, and extremely strong tolerance to high pressure in the deep sea. 3. Symbiotic Healing. When a thunder whale triggers its passive thunder energy absorption to repair durability, your injuries will heal simultaneously. Defeating thunder-type sea beasts allows you to absorb dissipated thunder energy, simultaneously replenishing your health and spiritual power. 4. All attributes plus 2. That's not all. A brand new icon has been lit up in the personal skills panel. Thunderbone Leap, active skill, consumes the user's and the ship's stored thunder energy, using the entire electric eel spine as an energy channel to teleport to any location on the ship. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Next up is a top-tier collaboration with the warship's ultimate attack. 10,000 Thunders United Domain. When activating the 10,000 Thunders Ocean Domain, together with the Thunder Shadow Whale, the following enhancements are granted. 1. The area radius is expanded by an additional 150 meters, and the frequency of chain lightning strikes is doubled. 2. An absolute lightning barrier will form around you. Any attack targeting you within the area will be reflected by the barrier with 30% of the lightning damage. 3. You gain limited control over lightning within the area and can guide some chain lightning to precisely target specific targets, such as enemy flagships or giant sea monsters. 4. During the duration of the domain, your strength, speed, and reaction speed are doubled, enough to tear apart the physical armor of a medium-sized sea monster with your bare hands. Cost. After the domain ends, you will enter a 1-hour period of weakness along with a warship, which will manifest as weakness and energy depletion. Zhang He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning disappeared deep in his pupils. He raised his hand, palm outstretched, and a wisp of deep blue electricity crackled out, swirling at his fingertips as docile as a pet. Holy crap! Wang Chuang's jaw almost dropped off the deck. He pointed to the faint blue markings on Zhang He's body and stammered, "Boss, you become a spirit? How can this be considered a carbon-based organism? This is practically Thor descending to Earth." Zhang He crushed the electric arc at his fingertips, feeling the vast, stormy ocean within his body that could split the sea at any moment, and grinned. This is just the beginning. The benefits of the upgrade will extend to all employees. With the expansion of the ship's space, everyone's living and working environment has undergone a qualitative leap. Timo's control room has been expanded to more than double its size. Apart from a mini control panel in the corner that looks like May as a memento, all the other equipment has been upgraded and is full of futuristic technology. The short mechanic rolled around excitedly inside, looking just like a little mouse that had fallen into a rice bin. The kitchen now features a fully automated food preparation station, and Anren's medical room has been expanded to include a separate sample analysis area and a drug synthesis area. Even each person's bedroom is much larger, and there is even a separate bathroom. The terrifying leap in the warship's performance, coupled with a significant improvement in the quality of life, swept away the fatigue and depression of the past few days, and the team's morale reached an unprecedented peak. All right, stop laughing so much. Zhang, he clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The upgrade isn't completely over yet. The final step, and the one that depends most on luck. He had barely finished speaking when a thought struck him. A giant golden wheel appeared out of thin air and was projected into the air above the deck. The roulette wheel was divided into several squares of different colors, ranging from white, green, blue, and purple to the extremely rare gold, arranged in that order. Gold. It has to be gold. Everyone, contribute some good luck. Wang Chuang shouted. Everyone immediately crowded around, eager to try their luck, their eyes fixed on the roulette wheel. Gold won. It has to be gold. Liamo nervously rubbed his hands together. Timo's blessing. Timo's blessing activated. The short mechanic clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself. Lu Feier and Gianna smiled silently, but their eyes, fixed on the roulette wheel, betrayed their inner anticipation. Change. At Zhang He's command, the pointer spun wildly, leaving after images. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Gold! 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 Wang Chuang took the lead, and everyone spontaneously joined in the shouting, their voices echoing across the deck. The pointer gradually slowed down, scanning the expectant gazes of the crowd, one tick at a time. It traversed vast expanses of white and green, brushed past blue, and slowly crawled across purple. Closer, just one step away from that one and only golden square. The pointer frantically probed the edge of the gold square, seemingly about to come to a steady stop. Wang Chuang even held his breath. Chapter 148, Setting Sail Towards the Semi-Deep Sea. As a result, under everyone's intense gaze, the pointer stubbornly moved to the side by a millimeter with an extremely tenacious attitude. It plunged into the blue area next to the gold grid. Well, a unified wail echoed from the deck. Wang Chuang plopped down on the ground, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. I'm the worst of the worst. I was just a hair's breadth away from the golden legend, and my dream is shattered. Zheng He was both amused and exasperated. His luck had really been a little bit off. However, he was taken aback when he saw the specific content of the blue entry. Congratulations on obtaining the blue rare affix. Remodel the cabin. Remodel cabin. You can consume resources to functionally remodel any independent space inside the ship. For example, you can transform a warehouse into a machine workshop or a regular cabin into a hydroponic growing room. This entry, it seems rather useless, as the ship currently has no shortage of functional areas. But Zheng He squinted and tasted something different. In this perilous sea, reshaping means absolute flexibility under extreme circumstances. This thing might just save your life in a critical moment. Be content. At least we didn't get a consolation prize. Zheng He put away the panel. The show's over. Time to pack up and go pick up the people. The immense joy brought by the upgrade quickly overshadowed any slight disappointment from the lottery draw. Zheng He walked to the ship's side and activated his communication with Ran. He was in an excellent mood and just wanted to finish everything as soon as possible so that he could take this brand new war behemoth to explore the semi-deep sea, or even the deep sea. The call connected quickly. Hello, Doctor, and Zheng He's tone was full of undisguised joy. It was a bit noisy on Ran's end, but when she heard Zheng He's voice, she still smiled. The captain is in a good mood. Looks like the upgrade went smoothly. It's more than just smooth sailing, Zheng He said with a smile. By the way, how's things going on your end? Have the antibodies taken effect on those infected people? That's exactly what I was going to tell you. And Rand's smile deepened. All 7 people have had their mutations contained. 2 of them, who had milder symptoms, regained some consciousness this morning and are able to have some simple conversations. That's fantastic, Zheng He exclaimed sincerely. Thank you for your hard work, Aaron. When you get back, I'll give you a first-class merit award. And Rand lowered her voice. I don't care about being the first to achieve anything. I just want to elevate the harmony of yin and yang to a higher level. All right, whatever you say. Zheng He paused, then asked, can Long Xiaoyan's medical team take over the remaining cleanup work? The horn for the deep-sea voyage has been sounded, and we're just waiting for you. That's about it. The core treatment phase is complete. All that's left is observation and conditioning. I'll organize the data and follow-up precautions and hand them over. Her voice came through clearly. Wait for me to rejoin the team. And Rand checked the vital signs of the 7 infected individuals again. All data were stable, and the virus activity had been completely suppressed by the serum. She pulled up the surveillance footage and watched the 2 patients who had regained some consciousness, sipping their 4 fluids. A weight lifted from her heart. You 2 come here. And Rand called over the 2 Air Dragon anti-wave medical personnel who were assisting her. The 2 quickly jogged forward, their backs ramrod straight, looking exactly like raw recruits awaiting inspection by their superiors. Anren handed over a memory chip containing all the clinical data and follow-up care plans. Her gaze swept over them. This contains precautions for each stage of the next 7 days, including the ratio of nutrient solution, the criteria for assessing mental state, and possible rejection reactions and emergency response measures. And Rand spoke calmly and professionally. The core treatment has been completed, but follow-up care is equally important. Whether they can fully recover depends on your execution. If anything goes wrong. She didn't finish her sentence, but the 2 men were already sweating profusely and nodding repeatedly. Understood. Dr. Anren, you can rest assured. We'll be on duty in shifts, keeping a 24-hour watch. Mission accomplished. After giving the instructions, and Rand took off her white coat and casually tossed it aside, revealing a sharp combat uniform that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Outside the door, Long Xiaoyan was already waiting, personally accompanying her all the way to the dock. Dr. Anren, this time, I can't thank you enough. Long Xiaoyan walked beside him, his voice trembling slightly. I won't waste any more words. From now on, as long as Brother Zheng, he says the word, I, Kong Lang, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Of course, Anren said calmly. We are allies. On the dock, the Thunder Shadow whale lay silently at rest. Its massive body was covered in dark blue veins of electricity. Like a colossal, thunderous beast lurking in the harbor, it exuded an aura of oppression simply by looking at it. Zheng He and his group were already waiting at the bottom of the gangway. President Long. Zheng He greeted him with a smile, and the two shook hands firmly. There weren't many pleasantries between the two men. Zheng He patted the other man's arm forcefully, and they smiled at each other. This joint effort to fight the virus has united two teams that met by chance into one, forging a bond that transcends life and death. Brother Zheng He, your ship. Long Xiaotian looked up at the thunder shadow whale. Swallowing hard, his shock was impossible to hide. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight side by side in the future, Zheng He grinned. After a brief farewell, Ran stepped onto the gangway and waved back at Long Xiaotian. Set off. With Zheng He's command, the engines of the thunder shadow whale made no noise, and blue electric ripples instantly spread across the seawater beneath the ship. The massive ship glided silently out of the harbor like a ghost, then suddenly accelerated, leaving a long white wake on the sea as it headed straight for the deep sea. Long Xiaotian stood on the dock, staring intently at the warship, which could be described as a mobile natural disaster, as it disappeared on the horizon. After a long while, he finally let out a long breath. Pass on my orders. He whirled around to his deputy behind him and boomed. All combat personnel, double the training intensity. We can't afford to fall too far behind our allies. The bridge of the thunder shadow whale. Zheng He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and casually opened the area chat channel. He had been so focused on rescuing people and leveling up these past 2 days that he hadn't paid much attention to the public chat. The channel remained chaotic, with messages of distress, transactions, and insults flooding in rapidly. But several bolded and highlighted bounty posts caught Zheng He's eye. Chapter 149. Come on, this is all the captain's deep love for you. Black Shark Bounty, continuously updated. Anyone who provides Zheng He's precise coordinates will be rewarded with a purple quality weapon. Anyone who assists in sinking the enemy will be granted a top-level strategic alliance by the Black Shark Guild. Black Shark's Vice President, Blood Eel, declared, Zheng He, you coward, don't hide in the safe zone. Come out and fight me. Seeing the impotent rage on the screen, Zheng He laughed in anger, his eyes turning completely cold. These bastards really think they're too old to live. He casually turned off the channel, already mentally condemning the entire Black Shark Guild to death. Next time we meet, I'll scatter their ashes. Timo, adjust course and head full speed ahead into the semi-deep sea area. Roger that, boss. Everyone, meeting in the captain's cabin. The upgraded captain's cabin is ridiculously spacious, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the rapidly receding azure seascape. A round alloy table with a cold, gleaming sheen was placed in the center, and everyone took their seats. Zheng He pulled out the chair in the main seat and glanced at each of his companions. Thank you all for your hard work in this maritime continent anti-epidemic operation. He tapped the table, his voice echoing in the hall. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the result was good. We not only gained a solid ally, but also made our team stronger. He looked at Wang Chuang. Old Wang, at the critical moment, you didn't hesitate to stand in front of Ran. You're a real man. Wang Chuang chuckled, scratched his head, and blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for him. Zheng He shifted his gaze. And Ran, without you, this operation would not have been successful. You found a breakthrough in that strange, symbiotic virus, saving 7 lives and the entire sea continent. You deserve the greatest credit. And Ran raised the corner of her mouth, didn't reply, but instead gave him a charming wink. Then, Zheng He looked at Liamo. The kid instinctively straightened his back. Liamo, Zheng He said calmly, I know you faced a lot of public pressure when you saved Wang Chuang, but you withstood it and made the right choice. The most important thing for a team is to never abandon or give up on anyone. You did that. Liamo's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded heavily, boss. And Jaina, Zheng He looked at the high-ranking mage. Your kindness has earned us the friendship of the merfolk, a treasure that no amount of resources can buy. Jaina smiled faintly, her azure eyes sparkling like shattered starlight. Finally, he looked at Lu Feier and Timo. Feier, without your all-out efforts in synthesizing materials, our Thunder Shadow Whale would still be just a pipe dream. Timo, although the Bear Happy Chair has an abstract name, is indeed cutting-edge technology. The two of you are the strongest support for our ship. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the team became more harmonious and united than ever before. Everyone felt recognized by the captain. The feeling of being needed by the team and trusted by their comrades warmed everyone's hearts. Since this damn system threw us in here to be raised like poison, Zheng He said, his hands on the table, leaning forward, his eyes sharp as knives. Then my goal, Zheng He, is to personally overturn this chessboard and break through this sea. And you are my greatest source of confidence. All right. Wang Chuang was the first to stand up, patting his chest. Wherever you point, boss, old Wang, will shoot. That's right. Let's do it. The crowd responded enthusiastically, their morale soaring. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Timo suddenly slid off the chair, ran to Zheng He, and looked up at him with her little face full of praise me. Hey boss, my precious thing has been upgraded too. Version 2.0. Want to try it out? What the heck? Zheng He was stunned. A supplement safe house. Timo tugged at Zheng He's sleeve and pulled him outside. It was finished a few days ago, and I've optimized it a couple of days ago. It's an absolutely groundbreaking invention. Zheng He was half dragged and half pulled by her into her new operating room. This girl definitely smuggled in her own personal agenda in the mechanic's blessing upgrade for the ship. This brand new operating room is several times larger than the original one. Various precision instruments and operating tables that Zheng He had never seen before are arranged in an orderly manner, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. In a corner of the control room, there was a white spherical metal cabin with a very futuristic look. Its surface was smooth and its joints were tight, and it did look a bit like a Scion spaceship. Tajda. Timo proudly patted the hatch. Painless Supplement Safe House version 2.0 is here. The hatch slid open, revealing a highly enveloping ergonomic recliner. I designed the structure of this safe house, Timo said proudly. But the details inside were perfected with the help of Sister Feyre and Sister Anren. Sister Feyre has used supplements and has seen you use them, boss. She said the pain was terrible and that you would become very weak after using them. These are the two biggest pain points of using supplements. Then Sister Anren suggested that a certain concentration of nerve anesthetic gas could be injected into the cabin to alleviate physical pain. Thus, the painless function was born. Timo got more and more excited as he spoke. Once you take the attribute potion, immediately go into this pod and lie down. Close the pod door, and Sister Anren's specially mixed anesthetic spray will spray out, allowing you to get through the most painful absorption period in a blissful state. Once the effects of the medicine wear off, the system will automatically switch to a nutrient repair spray to instantly replenish your depleted energy, shortening your period of weakness by at least half. Zheng He's eyes widened in astonishment, relieving pain and shortening the period of weakness. This is fucking a godsend for drug addicts. Perfect. Zheng He slapped his thigh. If this were in the system store, it would definitely sell like hotcakes. Timo, you're a genius. You could apply for a patent. Timo blushed as he was praised. Zheng He circled the safe house twice, becoming more and more satisfied with it, and felt a strong urge to try it himself. Such a great product, it would be a shame not to try it out right away, given Timo's good intentions. His gaze swept sharply across the crowd peering in from outside the door, finally settling on Liam O. Liam O was basking in the joy of being praised when Zheng He suddenly looked at him like that, sending a chill down his spine and making his heart skip a beat. Boss, you don't have to look at me like that, do you? I am scared. Zheng He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, walked over, and put his arm around Li Mo's neck, acting like best buddies. Little Momo, look at you. You were injured before, and you've been busy these past few days. You must still be weak. As the captain, I have to be responsible for the health of the crew. I'm not afraid. Boss, I'm really not afraid. Liam shook his head like a rattle drum. I said you're weak, so you're weak. Zheng He pulled a bottle of potion bubbling with strange green bubbles from his storage space without saying another word. Just by looking at the color, you could tell it was definitely not something legitimate. Come on, Delong. Oops, Xiaomomo, drink this medicine. Then go inside and lie down. Be the guinea pig for our team's cutting-edge technology. Wang Chuang covered his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking as if he'd been electrocuted. Liam looked at the bottle of bright green medicine. His face turned green, and his legs trembled. Boss, I really don't need help. Don't mention it. This is all the captain's deep love for you. Zheng, he smiled kindly and pulled him toward the metal cabin. Chapter 150, All Staff Enhancement, is on the agenda. Limo's pig-like screams echoed throughout the brand-new operating room. With a hint of anguish and despair, the onlookers outside couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zheng, he had one arm locked around his neck, and no matter how much he struggled, he didn't budge. The smile on his face revealed a villainous evil. Stop shouting. It won't help even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Zheng, he said as he dragged him into the white spherical pod. Look at your little body, as fragile as an A4 sheet of paper. As the core healer of the team, I feel very insecure with you like this. Boss, I'm really not afraid. Liamo clung tightly to the door frame, still trying to make a final struggle. Zheng, he suddenly dropped his playful demeanor and let go of her hand. This caught Liamo off guard, and he swallowed back the words that were just about to come out. I'm not kidding anymore. Zheng, he took a bottle of medicine from the Divine Sea Spirit storage with his other hand. The deep green liquid churned within the test tube, gleaming with an eerie light, as if alive. The bottle bore a label, Tier 1 Constitution Enhancement Potion. You specialize in treatment, right? Zheng, he stared at him. Li Montauk nodded. His current specialization level is level 2, and he possesses the skills Rejuvenation and Lifelink. The former is a single target heal, while the latter can help teammates share the damage. Lifelink is a team-wide skill that can save lives in critical moments. But the question is, how many times can your physique withstand damage sharing? Zheng He's words were extremely hurtful. If the enemy lands a critical hit, your teammates might be fine, but you'll be the one who gets killed. What kind of healer is one who can't sustain in combat? Facts speak louder than words. Limo's face turned pale, and he fell silent. This bottle of Tier 1 Physique Enhancement Potion can fundamentally change your physique, Zheng He said, handing the potion to him. But the benefits and risks go hand in hand. He paused, his voice turning serious. The threshold for its safe use is a constitution level of 5. I've looked at your panel. Your constitution level is 4, which is 1 point short. Zheng He looked up at Liamo and said, this means that if you force it and the enhancement fails, you will be seriously injured at best, and at worst, you will explode and die on the spot. The entire control room fell silent instantly. The laughter outside the door stopped, and everyone's attention was focused on Liamo and the bottle of medicine. Limo's lips were a little dry. He looked at the bottle of dark green medicine, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He was genuinely afraid, but Zheng He's words and the sense of powerlessness he felt during the previous battle were thorns etched into his heart. He no longer wanted to be a burden who could only hide behind others. Liamo took a deep breath, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes changed from hesitation to determination. I'll do it. Have you thought it through? I won't force you. I've thought it through. I'll take a gamble. I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I don't want to be a burden anymore. Seeing Limo's completely changed expression, Zheng He's lips curled slightly. He didn't say anything more, but simply raised his hand and took off an inconspicuous necklace that he always wore around his neck, from which hung a seemingly ordinary shark tooth. He personally hung the necklace around Limo's neck. Don't worry, brother. Nothing will happen. Zheng He patted him on the shoulder, his calmness and confidence giving Liamo tremendous courage. Liamo nodded heavily, no longer hesitating. He picked up the bottle of Tier 1 Physique Enhancement Potion, unscrewed the cap, and as if drinking a farewell toast, tilted his head back and drank the strange green liquid in one gulp. As soon as the medicine went down my throat, a hot and spicy sensation instantly spread from my esophagus throughout my entire body. Quick, go inside. Liamo was torn apart by the excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back in his head. Without thinking, he rushed into the pain-free supplement safe house and lay down inside as if facing certain death. Swoosh! The hatch closed tightly. Through the semi-transparent observation window, everyone saw large amounts of white mist spewing out from the nozzles around the cabin walls, quickly filling the entire compartment. Limo's body had just begun to convulse violently due to the potion's violent energy. The muscles on his face were twisted into a knot, and the veins were bulging, making him look extremely frightening. But the next second, the anesthetic mist took effect. His tense body suddenly relaxed, and the twitching facial muscles also eased. He only twitched unconsciously a few times before closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. He fell asleep? Wang Chuang stared in disbelief. The nerve anesthetic specially prepared by Sister Anren is incredibly effective. Timo said, hands on his hips, his chin practically pointing to the sky. This item allows players to enhance their characters in their dreams. If you put it on the market, major powers would fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. 5 minutes felt like 300 seconds to those outside the cabin. They could clearly see that Li Mo's body was undergoing visible changes. Under the influence of the drug, his body rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon. His once thin shoulders became broad, and his slender arms developed strong muscle contours. He transformed from a malnourished, frail young man into a muscular hunk. 5 minutes later, the intense pain ended. The nozzles on the bulkhead activated again, this time spewing out a brown mist with a herbal scent that enveloped Li Mo. This is a nutritional repair solution formulated by Anren based on ancient books. After being atomized, it can be absorbed by the human body to the greatest extent, quickly replenishing the life energy lost during the strengthening process and shortening the period of weakness. Although Li Mo was still unconscious under anesthesia, everyone could see that his originally pale face was regaining its rosy color at a visible speed, and his tightly furrowed brows had completely relaxed. About 30 minutes later, beep, the hatch slid open, and a completely new Li Mo sat up from the ergonomic chair, his eyes still somewhat bewildered. He looked down at his hands, then touched the firm muscles on his chest, his face filled with disbelief. This is me? Holy crap. Li Mo, your enhancement is like plastic surgery. Wang Chuang was the first to rush up, circling Li Mo twice, marveling at him and touching him all over. Wow, look at those muscles, that physique. He's completely different from that sickly guy before. With that build, he'd be the top guy at a club. Li Mo's face darkened, and he slapped away Wang Chuang's groping hand. He quickly brought up his attribute panel, and the moment his eyes swept over the Constitution attribute, he froze. Constitution, 10. Des Zoklaki. He's even taller than Wang Chuang, the main tank. This means that his life-link skill is no longer a suicidal binding, but a truly powerful skill that can share the damage for the team. Li Mo's eyes instantly reddened, and he trembled with excitement. He quickly walked up to Zheng He, solemnly took off the shark tooth necklace from his neck, and handed it to him with both hands. Chapter 151, The First Ship for Sailing Enthusiasts. Boss, thank you. His voice trembled with relief, as if he had just survived a disaster. And Ran, standing beside him, crossed her arms and looked at Zheng He with great interest. Aren't you worried at all that he won't be able to withstand the backlash from the potion? That's a challenge of 4 points of physique against a 5-point threshold, with a failure rate of at least 30%. Zheng He picked up the necklace that Li Mo handed back, wrapped it around his finger twice, and smiled. Who told you he risked his life with 4 points of physical strength? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at him. Do you really think this is just an ordinary amulet? Zheng He showed the necklace's properties to everyone. Blessing necklace, blue quality. Equipment effect. Constitution +2, Spirit +2. Note, this is a blessing from an unknown tribe, said to bring good luck. The system rules only say that you need to reach 5 points in physique to take the medicine, but they don't say that you can't use equipment to temporarily make up the difference. Zheng He explained with a matter of course. He originally had 4 points in physique, but with the necklace he has 6 points, which exceeds the threshold, so the success rate is naturally 100%. The entire room fell silent. Wang Chuang opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to utter, all right, you figured out how to exploit the system loophole. And Rand chuckled and gave him a playful glare. This man was as cunning as a hornet's nest, yet he always managed to arrange things flawlessly. Li Mo stood there dumbfounded. It turned out that his boss never intended for him to gamble with his life from the very beginning. That profound brotherly affection brought tears to his eyes. All right, stop standing there. Zheng He patted Li Mo's sturdy shoulder with a smile. Congratulations on your significant attribute boost. From now on, we'll be relying on you to carry the team. After saying that, he turned around and walked to Timo's side, patted her head, and gave her a big thumbs up. Timo, your painless supplement safe house is absolutely a groundbreaking invention. It's a huge success. Zheng He exclaimed sincerely. This thing is definitely a hard currency. If we weren't busy taking down the system, I would definitely set up an assembly line to mass produce this thing. Boss, you flatter me. Timo was so flattered he was completely overwhelmed. With Li Mo's success as a case study, Zheng He's plan was fully formed. His gaze swept over each of his companions present. Wang Chuang and Ran, Jaina, Lu Feier, Li Imo, and Timo. Each of them still has enormous potential to be tapped. As a team of independent individuals, improving the skills of each member is of paramount importance if we want to survive on this perilous sea. It seems that the plan to strengthen all personnel can be officially put on the agenda. Zheng, he thought to himself. Everyone's face was filled with joy and anticipation for the future. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden, urgent alarm shattered the brief moment of peace. The red warning lights flashed wildly, casting flickering light on everyone's faces. Radar alarm. Timo's face instantly turned serious. He flipped off his chair and charged toward the bridge like a small cannonball. Boss, unidentified fleet spotted ahead. Zheng He's smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned cold. Timo, quickly activate the stealth field and check what's going on ahead. Receive. Timo's little hands moved across the control panel, and a barrier shimmering with pale blue electricity slowly unfolded, instantly transforming into a perfectly round shield that enveloped the entire Thunder Whale. Then the outline of the entire ship began to blur and become transparent, and finally disappeared completely on the sea surface, merging into the azure sea. After doing all this, she grabbed the high-powered binoculars beside her and jogged up to the fully open observation deck. The sea breeze whipped her pigtails around, making a whistling sound. When she finally saw what was in her glasses, she was completely dumbfounded. Several enormous creatures lay silently on the distant sea. Those weren't modern steel warships, but several extremely old-fashioned wooden sailing ships. The massive hulls, coupled with layers upon layers of masts, exuded a sense of weight and timelessness. The ship is adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, making it more like an ancient palace floating on the sea than a giant ship in motion. Boss, we've spotted an unidentified fleet. They look like ancient sailing ships, but they don't have any guild or faction insignia. Timo's voice echoed in the communication channel. Ancient sailing ships? Is this a fleet of ships gathered by casual players with a particular hobby? Zheng He frowned slightly, his mind quickly calculating. Something's not right, boss. These ships are almost identical in design, Timo added. They look like they were made by the same group of craftsmen. The same group of craftsmen? This is a bit strange. It's important to understand that this ridiculous system randomly drops a wide variety of initial vehicles, ranging from rafts and sampans to modern speedboats. Assembling a team of classic sailboats with such a unified style is no less difficult than winning the lottery with $1. Unless the other side is cheating or there's something fishy about this fleet itself. Get closer and take a look, stay hidden, and don't alert them, Zheng He decisively ordered. The Thunder Shadow Whale, like a ghostly behemoth, silently approached the mysterious fleet. As they drew closer, the people on deck finally saw the true form of the fleet, and everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. 7 giant sailing ships, towering like mountains. They are arranged in a formation like geese, and from a distance, they resemble a floating city on the blue waves. This enormous size completely overwhelmed all the ships that everyone had seen before. The hull was entirely constructed of sturdy ebony, joined together with mortise and tenon joints, and it was dark and had an extremely deep draft. The towering bow is carved with a gigantic, glaring dragon head, exuding an imposing aura. On the soaring stern, the magnificent phoenix patterns are lifelike. The dragon and phoenix symbolize good fortune, their forms echoing each other. A powerful, imperial aura, characteristic of an ancient Eastern nation, emanates from them. Zheng He's treasure ships. Zheng He blurted it out almost without thinking, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. He recognized this look all too well. Before he transmigrated, he was a hardcore sailing enthusiast. The legendary navigator, whose name was the same as has opened the door to the world of sailing for him. The treasure ship before him was the very ship of enlightenment he had studied countless times, memorizing every structure and every parameter. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to see this legendary sea palace with his own eyes. That passion and excitement that came from the depths of his soul made his heart pound and his blood almost boil. However, after the initial excitement, A strange sense of unease crept into my heart. These 7 treasure ships are so quiet. The ship's hull, as black as ink, did not reflect sunlight. Instead, it seemed to devour the light, exuding a gloomy and oppressive aura. The entire fleet was lifeless. The huge sails were tattered and hung limply, devoid of any vitality. Chapter 152, The 4-Person Squad Logs onto the treasure ship. Timo slid down from the watchtower, his little face full of big question marks. Boss, something's not right. I've been watching these ships for ages, but I haven't seen a single person on them. The deck and the stern were completely empty and eerily quiet. It's afternoon now, the sun is shining brightly, and the sea breeze is pleasant. It should be a good time for the crew to enjoy the breeze and sunshine on the deck. Why is it so deathly silent? The Thunder Shadow whale glided slowly past the side of one of the treasure ships. A chilling aura swept over me, like suddenly opening the door to a cold storage room on a hot summer day, the cold seeping straight into my bones. Lu Feier shivered involuntarily, her face turning deathly pale. Her high mental attribute of 10 points at this moment boosted her perception to its limit. Captain, these ships, her voice trembled. There's no sign of life on them. They're empty like ghost ships. Ghost ship? Zheng, his heart tightened, and he decisively activated Sea God's vision. A deep blue halo flashed in his eyes as his gaze swept over the 7 enormous ships. The next second, an extremely bizarre scene appeared in his field of vision. Just as Lu Feier sensed, the 7 magnificent treasure ships were completely empty, from the decks to the cargo holds, from the captain's cabin to the sailors' quarters. They floated quietly on the sea, looking like 7 huge coffins at sea. These ships really are the legendary ghost ships. If it were anyone else, they would probably have panicked and run away by now. But who is Zheng He? As a hardcore sailing enthusiast, the words ghost ship are an irresistible temptation that hits his sweet spot. If this had happened before time travel, CCTV's Approaching Science program would have made at least 3 episodes about it. Zheng He was not flustered at all. On the contrary, his eyes shone with excitement. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. If such a massive treasure ship didn't have some top-quality goods inside, Zheng He would have eaten the rudder on the spot. He licked his slightly dry lips, the fervor in his eyes impossible to conceal. Attention all personnel, prepare to board. We're going up there to pull off a big heist. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind, and the man and boat as one was activated instantly. The entire Thunder Shadow whale seemed to become an extension of his body, nimbly turning its bow on the sea surface. Like a silent, deep-sea behemoth, it moved closer to the nearest dark treasure ship. This shipboard exploration is extremely dangerous. Zheng He looked around at everyone and began to assign tasks. I'll lead the team. Wang Chuang, Liam Mo, and Gianna will come with me. And Ran, Lu Feier, and Timo will stay on the Thunder Whale and be ready to provide support at any time. Liam Mo had just completed his physical enhancement and was worried about having nowhere to use his strength. Upon hearing this, he clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. His physique was a size wider than before, and he felt extremely safe standing there. Jaina nodded in agreement, her eyes sharp and capable. Logistics personnel without combat expertise must remain on duty. This is an ironclad rule of survival. Otherwise, they will be doomed in the event of danger. Timo, take the stuff out, Zheng He called out as he turned around. All right. Timo crawled into the control room and ran out carrying several heavy tactical backpacks. She unzipped the jacket, revealing 4 sets of black combat suits. This is an optimized version of the tactical uniform from the Black Shark Guild. It's bulletproof and stab-proof, and also includes a temperature control module and a micro-life support system. Timo distributed the clothes, saying, the sizes are all cut according to your latest body measurements, so they will fit perfectly. Not long after, the 4 people, having changed their clothes, returned to the deck. The style suddenly changed. The tight-fitting, high-tech material perfectly outlined the muscle lines of the characters. Especially Liam Mo, who had just been enhanced. His muscles stretched his clothes, so bulging that his chest muscles looked like they were about to burst the zipper. Wang Chuang looked down at himself, then at Liam Mo, and laughed. Hey, With this look, we could go straight to filming Fantastic Four without even needing an audition. Stop being so vain. Timo rolled his eyes and pulled out a bunch of odds and in from the bottom of his backpack. Take these with you too. They might save your life in a pinch. Zheng, he curiously leaned over for a look, his eyelids twitching wildly. Black donkey hooves, peachwood sword, cinnabar packet, Bawa bronze mirror. A pile of objects exuding a strong folk flavor on a technologically advanced deck creates an incongruous and jarring effect. The black donkey hoof was even tied with a red rope, giving a rustic feel. Zheng He picked up the heavy black donkey hoof, his face darkening. Wait, you're a tech content creator who plays with mechanical and electronic devices. How come you have all these ancient gadgets in your bag? Timo stood firmly in support of A. Boss, you don't understand, do you? The end of science is metaphysics. Physical exorcisms won't work against neutrinos. We need magical attacks. I specially asked the old Taoist priest from Long Xiaoyan side for this. 6. Zheng He silently gave a thumbs up, speechless. Lu Fei'er, standing next to her, rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, her face still looking rather pale. Captain, maybe we shouldn't go. She muttered softly, that ship is really eerie. I feel like there are countless eyes watching us. Zheng He, however, was the complete opposite. He stared at the treasure ships with fervent fervor in his eyes. This is Zheng He's treasure ship, the ship of his dreams that he had always longed to touch before he traveled back in time. Now that the actual object is right in front of him, even if it were truly eerie, or even if there were a few Ming Dynasty water goes standing on it, he would still have to go up and take a picture with it. If conditions permit, he would even like to move in for a few days to experience the feeling of the ancients riding the waves. What are you afraid of? Get fully armed and board the ship. Zheng He gave the order, took the lead, shouldered his tactical pack, and walked up the gangway toward the treasure ship. The 4 men, carrying tactical packs, approached the nearest treasure ship via the gangway. Zheng He walked at the forefront, activating Sea God's vision and deep sea perception simultaneously. With both detection skills fully activated, the surrounding energy flow was clearly visible to him. The sea breeze rustled the tattered sails of the treasure ship, adding to its eerie atmosphere. The gangway pressed against the deck of the treasure ship, producing a dull, creaking sound. Zheng He lifted his foot and stepped steadily onto the dark ebony deck. No sooner had they landed than an unexpected turn of events occurred. A vast, invisible energy surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, violently penetrating his limbs and bones. This power was extremely domineering, carrying an ancient pressure that pinned him to the spot, rendering him unable to move even a finger. This feeling is extremely similar to the Azure Guard barrier on the Thunder Whale, but the sense of oppression is much stronger, like a mountain pressing down on your shoulders. Chapter 153, The Pressure of the Ship's Soul. Wang Chuang and his 2 companions on the gangway, as well as the crew members remaining on the Thunder Shadow Whale in the distance, were all dumbfounded. Why isn't the boss moving? Wang Chuang asked, his eyes wide. Li Mo swallowed hard, his muscles tensing. Have we stepped into a trap? Trap my foot. Where would there be a trap on this wooden boat? Wang Chuang slapped his thigh, his face changing drastically. Oh no, there's something evil on the boat, and the boss is frozen in place. This guy's thought process is unusual, but his action-taking ability is undeniable. He pulled the black donkey hoof from his backpack, rushed up behind Zheng He in 3 strides, grabbed Zheng He's head, and started wildly gesturing at his forehead. Lin Bing Do Zhe Ye Zhen Lie Oyanding. Wang Chuang muttered incantations, shouting the 9 true words at the top of his lungs, while the black donkey hoof in his hand danced, leaving afterimages. Seeing that Zheng He still didn't react, he got impatient and grabbed Zheng He's cheek. Boss, just bear with it. Put this thing in your mouth. It'll ward off evil spirits. That's how it's done on TV. Everyone present was stunned. Zheng He was stiff from the pressure of that energy. Suddenly, his cheek was grabbed and a donkey hoof with a strange, fishy smell was shoved into his mouth, almost making him vomit on the spot. He mustered all his strength and forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Stop. That's the ship's spirit. A ship's spirit? Wang Chuang was taken aback, but his hands didn't stop moving. A ship's spirit is still a spirit. If it possesses your body, it'll become an evil ghost. Boss, cooperate a bit, open your mouth wide, and I'll try to stab you gently. It looked like the half-black donkey hoof was about to penetrate deep into the ground. At the critical moment, the suppressing force within Zheng, he suddenly loosened, achieving a strange balance with his body. The oppressive force receded, and the suppression was lifted. Zheng, he quickly turned his head, narrowly avoiding the fatal block, and slapped Wang Chuang on the back of the head with his backhand. "Old Wang, I'm so rude." Zheng, he rubbed his cheek and cursed. "If I hadn't reacted quickly, my reputation would have been ruined by you. Do you have any manners?" Wang Chuang was hit, then scratched his head, looking aggrieved. "Boss, I was just worried you'd be possessed. Your eyes were staring blankly, and you weren't moving at all. It was kind of scary." "Seize my ass." Zheng, he glared at him irritably, his expression turning serious. That energy, just now, was the soul of this treasure ship. The ship's soul? Jaina stepped forward, cautiously glancing around. "Yes," Zheng, he explained. "It is the guardian of this treasure ship. When outsiders board the ship, it will release its pressure to test them. If they cannot withstand it, their minds will be controlled by it, and they will either kill each other or jump into the sea to feed the fish." Everyone was terrified. Liemo subconsciously took half a step back, looking at the deck in front of him, feeling that something was wrong with everything. Zheng, he was also on tenterhooks. Fortunately, I was the first one to come up. Relying on my high attributes and SS's level ship spirit system, I managed to withstand the attack and achieve a reconciliation with the ship spirit. If it were Wang Chuang or Liemo who came up first, they would probably already be wielding knives and hacking at their teammates. However, after the crisis was over, a huge mystery began to grow wildly in Zheng He's mind. When he first encountered the ship's soul system, the system explicitly stated that the ship's soul system was unique. If it is unique, then what is the soul of this Zheng He treasure ship? Could this broken system be bugged? Or is the origin of these 7 treasure ships far more complicated than he imagined? The ship's spirit was not born naturally, but was forcibly sealed inside the ship's body by some means. Zheng, he stroked his chin, his gaze drifting to the dark cabin deep within the treasure ship. The wooden hatch was half open, revealing a dark interior that exuded a sense of age and vicissitude. He patted Wang Chuang on the shoulder. "Keep your feet in check and stick close to me. The water on this boat is deeper than we think." "Are you all right?" Lu Feier's shouts came from the Thunder Shadow Whale, her voice filled with worry. Zheng, he waved to her. "It's all right. It was just a little incident." He was too lazy to explain to the 3 women remaining on the boat the story of how he had almost been defiled by half a black donkey hoof. That pungent, fishy smell that hits you right in the head still lingers in my mind. After letting the people on the boat know they were safe, the 4 of them continued walking in. The deck of this treasure ship is so wide and flat that a horse could run across it. But the further he went in, the more Zheng he frowned. The ground was littered with broken cables, weathered wooden nails, and several bamboo baskets that had rotted down to their skeletons. What bothered him most were the obvious dents in the ground. Those were clearly the places where heavy machinery and artillery had once been placed. Now it's completely empty. Armaments, food, supplies, and ship equipment were all gone. Not a single thing was left. "That's strange." Wang Chuang squatted on the ground, picking at the ring of marks with his fingers. "Are these people moving? They didn't even leave us a nail." Zheng, he didn't respond. He walked around the deck for a long time, squatted down, and rubbed the gaps in the wooden planks with his fingertips. There was no blood. At least, there was no brutal hand-to-hand combat. The hull was also intact. There were no holes drilled through it, no charred marks from fire, and even the railings along the edges stood perfectly in place. It wasn't an attack by sea monsters, nor was it a pirate raid. Zheng, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and said with certainty, "If it were a real robbery, the cannons and ships would definitely be violently destroyed to cripple their fighting capabilities. But look at this scene." His gaze swept over the neatly arranged empty seats, and his voice deepened. "It's more like the people on the ship systematically packed up everything valuable and portable, and then abandoned ship." Liemo felt a chill run down his spine. "Then, where is he?" "I don't know," Zheng, he said honestly. Lu Feier said there was no sign of life on the ship. But a ship full of people can't just disappear into thin air. Jaina silently gripped the staff at her waist, her eyes growing increasingly wary. Such a clean scene is more unsettling than a river of blood. Finding no further clues on the deck, the 4 men made their way down the central wooden staircase to the lower deck. The stairs led directly to the lower, sealed cabin. Most of the cabin door was rotten, and Zheng He gently pushed it open, the muffled creaking sound amplified in the deathly silence. A stench sealed by time wafted over, a heavy musty smell, the evaporation of aged tung oil, and the salty tang of sea salt, all mixed together, making it hard to breathe. Before me was a long, narrow corridor. Both sides were crew rest areas. The cramped space was crammed with rows of bunk beds. Most of the bed frames were hollowed out by insects, and the bedding had long since rotted into grayish-black lint. Liamo curiously touched a tattered cloth on the ground with his toe, and the thing instantly turned into a pile of powder. "Don't move around. It might be poisonous." Zheng He whispered a warning. Chapter 154, Exploring Zheng He's Treasure Ships. Several chipped, rough porcelain bowls and broken bamboo chopsticks were scattered haphazardly on the table. Several pairs of worn-out hemp shoes were still lying on the ground. Everything lay there quietly, as if its owner had been picking at his toes and eating just a moment ago, and then vanished into thin air, never to return. As I was looking around, Wang Chuang had somehow crawled under a bed and was rummaging around with his big but sticking out. Boss, look!" He sat up abruptly, his head slamming against the bed with a thud. He hissed in pain, but excitedly held something up high in his hand. "I found something solid." Zheng He walked over and took the thing. "It is a copper coin." It was covered with mottled green patina. He rubbed the coin hard with his thumb, squinting to make out the characters on it. "Yongla Tongbao." The moment those 4 words came into view, an indescribable chill ran down Zheng He's spine. Yongla. That was the reign title of the Ming dynasty. The 3rd year of Yongla was the year Zheng He's fleet embarked on its first voyage to the Western Ocean. He held the copper coin in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. The guess has come true. This really is the Ming dynasty's fleet. These 7 lifeless, black behemoths before us are indeed the legendary Zheng He treasure ships, invincible at sea. An absurd thought popped into his head. Could it be that Zheng He's treasure ships never docked at sea? Had they been adrift at sea for a full 600 years? "What's wrong, boss?" Wang Chuang noticed his expression and leaned closer to ask in a low voice. "Is it worthless?" "It's valuable." Zheng He clutched the copper coin in his palm. "It's priceless." Just then, Jaina also made a discovery in the corner. She pointed to a tattered piece of cloth under a piece of rotten wood and gestured for everyone to come and take a look. The edges of the fabric were blackened, and strange symbols, sun, moon, stars, and extremely complex directional markings, were drawn on it in dark red cinnabar. "It's a navigational marker," Zheng He recognized at a glance. "It's a nautical chart used by ancient shipwrights to observe the stars and determine direction." He carefully put the tattered cloth, along with the Yongla Tongbao coin, into the divine sea spirit warehouse. These are all solid physical evidence that confirms the age of this ancient ship. Compared to gold and silver jewelry, these 2 items hold a higher historical significance in his eyes. The 4 of them carefully plowed through the entire floor, finding nothing but rotten, everyday items scattered everywhere. "Keep going down." Zheng He pointed with his flashlight to the narrower staircase at the end of the corridor. "Go down to the 2nd floor." The light dimmed further, and Zheng He turned on the high-lumen searchlight on his tactical uniform. The beam of light swept across, illuminating a scene of utter chaos. This is the repair and forging workshop for the entire treasure ship. The huge solid wood workbench was split into several pieces, and the wood shavings at the break were all black. The earth and charcoal furnace used for forging in the corner had collapsed, and the furnace chamber was cracked open. The giant bellows that were once used to blow air are now just a pile of rotten wood scraps, and the leather airbags have long since rotted away without leaving any trace. Wang Chuang stopped by the furnace, reached into the cold furnace chamber, and exclaimed, "Goodness, this fire must have been out for hundreds of years." Zheng He did not respond, but slowly paced around the workshop with a flashlight in hand. Having its own forging workshop means that this fleet possessed extremely strong self-sufficiency and battle damage repair capabilities in those days. But now, this place is exactly the same as the previous one. The blacksmith's tools, the raw materials for casting, even the semi-finished products, everything that could be moved was taken away. Only these large, deeply rooted pieces of equipment remained, rotting away in the same place. The deeper you go, the stronger that inexplicable sense of unease becomes. This was definitely not a hasty rout, but a calm and methodical retreat. Like the people on the ship, they had planned their departure long ago. They packed their belongings, took everything they could, and then, upon receiving orders, left without looking back, leaving this empty shell to the sea. But this is the vast ocean. The Ming Dynasty Navy of 600 years ago didn't even need ships. Where could they retreat to? Zheng He stopped in front of the cracked workbench in the center of the workshop, his fingertips lightly touching the cool wooden surface. The staircase leading to the depths of the lower deck was not far away, where it was utterly dark. Shining a flashlight into it seemed to be swallowed up by something, like a gaping maw of an abyss waiting for its prey. "Boss," Limo's voice came from behind, trembling involuntarily. "Should we continue down?" Zheng He turned around, glanced at the staircase leading into the depths, and then swept his gaze over his 3 teammates who were holding their breath. "Walk." He brushed the dust off the control panel. "Since we're already here, I won't be able to sleep well tonight if I don't find out where these thousands of fellow countrymen from the Ming Dynasty went." At the end of the stairs lies the lifeline of the entire ship, the large grain and water storage hold. Zheng He stepped in first, and the beam of the tactical searchlight swept around, and everyone fell silent. This place is even more spacious than I imagined. Rows of huge, solid wooden grain barrels on both sides reach the top of the hold, and you can still see the traces of the iron hoops that were used to bind them back then, but they are all empty. Zheng He walked over and knocked, the thump echoing far and wide in the deathly silent cabin. He peered into the bucket. The inner walls were dry and white, and the bottom was covered with only a thin layer of black ash. When he got close, he could smell the sour odor of rotting old grain. The wooden buckets for storing water were also lined up one after another, so clean that they looked as if they had been scrubbed with a brush. "My goodness, how much grain can this hold?" Wang Chuang circled the grain bins, his astonishment growing with each look. "It's enough to feed several thousand people, all stored here." Liemo squatted beside a pile of overturned pottery urns. These were ancient vessels used to seal dried meat and fruit, now scattered haphazardly on the ground. He picked one up and shook it. It was completely empty. Not even a scrap of meat remained. "Boss, it's empty again." Zheng He nodded. "This is the same situation as the previous 2 floors. Everything that could be moved was moved, and what couldn't be moved was left to rot in place." He squatted down, picked up some black ash from the bottom of the bucket with his fingertips, smelled it, and frowned deeply. The evacuation was done so cleanly that it had an eerie quality to it. Just then, Jaina, who was searching on the other side, suddenly stopped and waved to them. Zheng He walked over and saw a dark, wrinkled thing stuck at her feet. It was curved and about the length of a palm. Wang Chuang leaned over, glanced at the car, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, which guy was in such a hurry that he left Niu Zi behind?" He picked it up, examined it for a long time, and suddenly burst out laughing. "I thought I couldn't lose this thing even if I was in a hurry, and it turns out to be a giant banana that's been dried for hundreds of years." Liemo couldn't help but turn his head and chuckle. Jaina couldn't hold back either, her shoulders shaking. Zheng He was too lazy to pay attention to this clown and carefully went around the main cabin again. The large grain and water storage compartment was surprisingly empty, but the emptiness only highlighted one thing. They had taken everything that could sustain their lives. Someone who is truly trying to escape could never be so composed. Chapter 155, a groundbreaking discovery on the treasure ship. He activated See God's vision, and the entire storage compartment unfolded in his consciousness, with every inch of the wooden planks and every crack clearly visible. He stopped abruptly when his gaze fell on the innermost wall. Hidden within the wooden planks at the base of the wall is a cavity. "Old Wang, come here." Zheng He walked to the wall and stomped on the floorboard with his heel, making a thump, thump, thump sound. "There's a hidden compartment underneath. Let's open a blind box." "All right." Without saying a word, Wang Chuang pulled out a crowbar from his tactical waist pack, squatted down, found a gap, and started pulling hard. The wooden planks creaked and groaned, raising a layer of years-old dust. "It's open. It's open." He flipped the rotten plank aside. The hidden compartment wasn't large, and inside lay an object, tightly wrapped in 2 layers of moisture-proof oil paper. He carefully lifted it out. It was quite heavy. He peeled back the layers of oil paper one by one, and inside was a durable cowhide cover that held a thick, thread-bound booklet. The Ming Dynasty Navy's moisture-proofing technology was truly top-notch. Not even a trace of seawater moisture from hundreds of years of exposure could penetrate it. Zheng, he turned to the first page. The paper was yellowed and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. However, the calligraphy on it is extremely neat. Each stroke is powerful and elegant, revealing the absolute discipline of the Ming Dynasty soldiers. This is a nautical logbook. Zheng, he lowered his voice unconsciously. Wang Chuang and his two companions immediately huddled together, barely daring to breathe, for fear that a heavy breath might blow this old relic apart. Zheng, he flipped through the pages one by one. The pages were densely packed with valuable information. The voyages during the Yongle era, the islands they passed, the wind directions and ocean currents, the maritime climate, and even the strange tales and records of foreign land were all recorded in great detail. How deep is the water in which sea area? What special products does a broken island have? How to store fresh water? How withstand storms? Every word and phrase is the experience accumulated by our ancestors through real battles at sea. Zheng, he became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the document. This is no ordinary logbook. It is clearly a map of the great sea that the invincible fleet of 600 years ago forged with the blood and flesh of countless martyrs. Across the 4 seas, 1,000 sails have passed. Every word is written in blood, yet the sea map remains clear. Turning to the second half, the handwriting suddenly changed. The neat, small, regular script at the beginning turns into a mess here. The handwriting is shaky, the ink strokes are uneven, and the writer's hand is clearly trembling. Zheng, he squinted and deciphered each word. Passing through the misty seas, the compass became erratic, and the ocean currents were abnormal. He flipped directly to the last page. The last page contained only one line of text, written hastily and haphazardly, the pen tip almost piercing the paper. The fog shrouds the boats, and people are filled with fear. They choose light boats to take different routes, while the large ships are abandoned. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. The silence was so profound that the 4 people's heartbeats could be heard. It's fog again. Liam O swallowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Wang Chuang slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, holy crap, boss, could this be that black mist that was chasing us before? Zheng, he stared at the line of text, remaining motionless for a long time. After a while, he shook his head. It shouldn't be. The mermaid told me last time, he closed the journal, that the black mist is the resentment of the souls of dead sea beasts. It's extremely ferocious. If a living person goes in, they'll basically melt on the spot and instantly become nourishment. But look at what's written here. The ship is shrouded in mist. This means that the entire fleet had been trapped in the fog for a long time, yet they still managed to remember so many words. He pointed to the messy handwriting. If we had really encountered that deadly black fog, the person who wrote this would have been dead on the spot. How could they have survived to leave a will here? Jaina frowned slightly. Then what exactly is this fog? There's a problem, but it won't kill anyone. Zheng, he rewrapped the logbook. Look at the phrase, people are filled with fear. It means that this fog doesn't harm the physical body, but targets the mind. If you stay inside for too long, you will panic, become confused, and scare yourself. He paused, then continued. I suspect that's the real reason they abandoned ship so decisively. These battle-hardened sailors weren't afraid of death. They just couldn't hold on any longer. Wang Chuang gave a half-understanding "oh," then muttered to himself. Thousands of tough, hardened men who have seen it all can be driven to madness by a cloud of fog. You wouldn't understand if you hadn't spent several months at sea. Zheng, he put the log into the divine sea spirit warehouse. The feeling is different. Besides the logbook, there was also a small, inconspicuous piece of wood lying in the hidden compartment. Zheng, he picked it up casually and smelled it. A very faint, bitter fragrance rushed into his head through his nostrils. 600 years later, the fragrance was still there. It's top-grade agarwood. Zheng, he recognized the treasure at a glance. It was used exclusively by the Royal Ocean-going fleet in ancient times. Burning it could stabilize the mind and suppress the musty smell in the cabin. The material that can be put on this kind of tribute ship must be the best material that is priceless. It's a huge profit. He was well aware of the significance of the items he had discovered during this trip. The Yongle Tongbao coin confirms the era, and a tattered piece of nautical cloth also provides clues. However, this ocean voyage log is the nuclear bomb-level existence that unveils the truth from the fog. All right, there's nothing left down there. Zheng, he stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and waved his hand. Go up. The four of them went back up the stairs to the deck. The salty sea breeze blew, expelling all the stale, musty air that had been accumulating in his lungs all day. Liam-O let out a long breath and felt like he had come back to life. Behind the deck of the treasure ship is a majestic stern tower. Although dilapidated, the three-story, all-wood mortise and tenon structure still exudes the imposing aura of the former flagship of the Ming Dynasty Navy. Without a doubt, this is the brain center of the entire fleet. Zheng He led the way inside, and the first thing they saw was the council hall. The hall was spacious with carved beams and painted rafters, but unfortunately the paint had long since peeled off and become mottled. In the center stands an imposing solid wood long table, which used to be a strategic table for setting up sand tables and laying out nautical charts, but now it is covered in dust. The most conspicuous thing is the wall directly opposite the door. A neat ring of nail holes and faded glue marks frame a large rectangular outline. There used to be a large ocean map hanging here. Zheng He stepped forward and gestured to indicate its outline. The whole map was taken away during the retreat. Liam-O squatted down and pulled out a fallen brass pen holder from under the long table. With a flick of his wrist, several bald wolf hair brushes rolled out, along with a cracked, exquisite Duan inkstone. He turned the inkstone over. The inkwell was half filled with glossy black ink. He left before the ink was even dry, he said softly. Zheng He didn't reply, his gaze falling on the tightly closed carved wooden door on the inside. He stepped forward and pushed it open. Squeak. The door hinge let out a long sigh. Chapter 156 confirms that it was indeed Zheng He's ship. Behind the door was the private cabin of the ship's highest-ranking officer. Compared to the somber atmosphere outside, it was noticeably more elegant. A large, carved canopy bed, several Wang-Wali wood cabinets, and even a small porthole carved into the wall, offering a perfect view of the endless, gray sea. Elegant as it may be, the things were still gone. The doors of the wooden cabinet were all open, and all the clothes, jade, and personal belongings were gone. Wang Chuang leaned over and scanned the area, his face full of disdain. Well, all that excitement for nothing. The commander didn't miss out on anything either. Zheng He stood still. Just now his brow had twitched twice. The feeling was subtle, like something gently tugging at him from the shadows. He followed the pull to the bedside, squatted down, and probed the gap under the pillow with his fingertips. First I touched the wood, then a little further in, my fingertips touched something cool and warm. Zheng He exerted force with his fingertips and squeezed it out. Using the light of his tactical flashlight, he could see the item in his hand, a white jade safety buckle of excellent quality. A piece of mutton fat jade sits in the palm of your hand, exuding a warm and smooth texture from its very core. This is the pinnacle of mutton fat jade. On the front of the jade buckle, several rolling wave patterns are carved with minimalist knife work, which are the sea totem of the Ming Dynasty's unification of the four seas. Zheng He turned the jade clasp over and held it up in the dim light coming through the porthole, squinting slightly. On the extremely hidden inside of this jade buckle, there was actually a single character engraved. The character was so small that one had to bring it very close to their eyes to see it clearly. A tiny, meticulously written character for harmony. Upon seeing this word, Zheng He froze on the spot, his heart skipping a beat. The three people behind him watched him remain motionless for a while, and Wang Chuang couldn't help but lean in. Boss, what are you spacing out for? Did you find something new again? Zheng He didn't say anything, but simply shoved the white jade safety buckle directly in front of his eyes, making him see the inscription. Wang Chuang stared at it for a long time, almost turning cross-eyed, and stammered, Harmony. Harmony what? Harmony brings wealth. It's the he from Zheng He. Zheng He gently stroked the character with his thumb, his voice very soft. The owner of this cabin, the supreme commander of this invincible fleet. His surname is Zheng, and his given name is He. The cabin fell silent again. Liam-O and Jaina looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Chuang stared, mouth agape, before finally managing to stammer out, Holy crap. So this room was where Zheng He himself lived. Zheng He carefully kept the priceless jade clasp close to his body. He stood up, his gaze passing through the narrow porthole, staring intently at the lifeless, black sea outside. 7 ghostly black ships, as large as small mountains, have been adrift at sea for 600 years. A final logbook that abruptly ends in a misty wasteland, and this jade clasp engraved with the name of a legendary commander. The mysteries seemed to be getting closer, but the fog that shrouded the treasure ship only grew larger in his mind. Boss, Liamo asked softly, what's next? Zheng He didn't turn around. We'll check these 7 ships one by one. He paused, then pressed his fingertip against the jade clasp in his pocket. I want to see where this Zheng, who will go down in history, will lead his thousands of iron-blooded brothers of the Ming Dynasty Navy to survive. Zheng, he carefully put the jade buckle close to his body. Before my gaze had left the porthole, my peripheral vision caught sight of the windowsill. There was a brass compass there. He walked over and picked it up. The dial was covered in a dark green patina. The pointer was stuck at an odd angle and wouldn't budge no matter how he tried to move it. The thing is long gone. But Zheng He held it and remained silent for a long time. Is this for targeted use? Jaina peeked out. Yes, the lifeline of navigation. Zheng He rubbed the dial with his fingertip. 600 years ago, this needle pointed in the direction of home. Now, nobody knows where it points. Wang Chuang curled his lip. Boss, why are you being so sentimental about this piece of junk? Zheng He put the compass back in its place and didn't respond to his words. After leaving the cabin, the 4 continued to explore the lower levels. The lower level of the pavilion was a separate room. As soon as the door was opened, Liamo whistled. Ordnance compartment. The space was ridiculously large. Rows of wooden frames reached all the way to the top of the cabin, where they should have been filled with muskets, bronze cannons, cannonballs, swords, spears, and arrows. They were now cleaner than a face. The corner where defensive rattan armor and cowhide armor should have been piled up was now completely empty. Not even a scrap of leather remained. Good heavens! Wang Chuang went inside and looked around, becoming increasingly exasperated. They didn't even leave us a single nail. Jaina crouched down and pried something out from between 2 wooden planks. A piece of rusted, blackened copper, about half the size of a palm. The powder magazine of the musket is broken off. Zheng He took it and glanced at it, then picked up a few pieces of iron from the corner. This is the arrowhead, it's cracked. All that's left are these scraps. Leave nothing behind that is usable, valuable, or combat-ready. Boss, Liamo said. Looking at the empty weapon racks, his voice lowered. How much effort will it take them to move all this? This is the stuff of thousands of people. That's why I said, this isn't about running for your life. Zheng He casually stuffed the copper piece into his pocket. When people are running for their lives, who the hell cares about carrying artillery shells? This is moving house. The 4 remained silent as they continued walking down to the bottom. The lower deck is a ballast watertight compartment used to stabilize the ship's hull. The further down you go, the colder the air gets. A strong, musty smell mixed with dampness assaults your nostrils, and puddles begin to form underfoot, making a squelching sound when you step on them. It's even emptier here. Most of the ballast stones and sandbags used for ballast were removed, and the remaining few were scattered and overturned. Dense water droplets clung to the bulkhead, chilling the air. Wang Chuang couldn't help but shiver. This place is too gloomy. He subconsciously touched the black donkey hoof in his pocket. Zheng He ignored this. His sea god's vision was always active, and his gaze swept over the massive dragon bone before stopping abruptly. There was a tiny Buddha statue, no bigger than the palm of your hand, lying there. He crouched down and scooped it up. The gilded material had lost most of its gold paint, revealing a dull gray copper base underneath. Several strings of prayer beads lay scattered beside the Buddha statue. The wood had long been soaked until it was swollen and soft, crumbling into dust at the slightest touch. It's for offerings. Jaina recognized the item. People at sea pray for safety and calmer winds and waves. Zheng He weighed the Buddha statue in his palm. This thing isn't worth much, so nobody took it. The evacuees had planned everything meticulously, except for taking away the Buddha statue that had protected them throughout their journey. Or perhaps they simply dare not invite them. All things are filled with suffering, and even the gods cannot save them. Once they reach the point of being lost in the fog, even Buddha cannot protect them. We've investigated everything we could. Zheng He stood up, water droplets dripping from the hem of his tactical uniform. Go up and compile the results. Back on deck, the 4 of them laid out all their spoils from the trip. Yongla Tongbao copper coins, a nautical map drawn in cinnabar, a nautical logbook that ended when it got lost in the fog, a piece of sandalwood fragments of rusty weapons, a gilded small Buddha, and a white jade peace buckle engraved with the character Harmony. Chapter 157A, Face-to-Face Connection Across 600 Years. Wang Chuang squatted down and counted twice, scratching his head. That's all? Such a big boat, and the stuff we took out isn't even enough to fill my backpack. This is the answer. Zheng, he stared at the pile of objects. All the big items were taken. Weapons, food, nautical charts, valuable treasures. Not a single thing was left. The rest are all things that can't be moved or aren't worth moving. Liamo continued, so they left on their own initiative. They replaced the small boats in batches. Zheng, he nodded. They used all the easy-to-control and fast boats, leaving these 7 clumsy and slow large boats to drift in the fog. He paused slightly as he said this. 7 enormous treasure ships, 600 years of history. A final diary. A jade buckle worn close to the body. Zheng, he rubbed the character with his thumb, then looked up at the lifeless, colossal building behind him. 600 years ago, someone stood on this sea, wanting to reach the ends of the earth. 600 years later, Zheng, he was also here, venturing into the deep sea. 6 centuries apart, 2 groups of people met face to face on the same sea. Let's go. He packed his things. Back to the ship. On the Thunder Shadow Whale. Lu Fei'er and Ran and Timo had been waiting impatiently. The 4 of them recounted everything they had seen and heard on the treasure ship. Upon hearing this, Timo's eyes widened like saucers. Holy crap. Could it be that I've time traveled? The cabin fell silent. Think about it carefully, Timo said, getting more and more excited, gesturing wildly in the air. 7 identical ships, right? Didn't Zheng, he make 7 voyages to the Western Ocean? Could it be that every time he comes to this area, he runs into the fog and is forced to abandon ship each time? Then this mist caused these treasure ships to drift one by one on the sea, waiting specifically for those with destiny. The destined one we've waited 600 years for. Wang Chuang clicked his tongue. Isn't that us? Lu Fei'er had been silent until now, when she spoke softly, but there's another way to say it. Everyone turned to look at her. Perhaps Zheng, his fleet never traveled through time at all. She said in a low voice. Perhaps they were already in this world. It was we, the later arrivals, who intruded into their world. No one responded to these words. Were Zheng He's men transported here, or were we the ones who were later pulled into this strange sea? Nobody can say for sure. Zheng He sat in the main seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. A picture suddenly flashed through his mind. The first time I landed on the island, in that stone cave. Inside the cave was a mummified corpse, wearing a windbreaker. Windproof jacket. The thing isn't something from 600 years ago. There's something I haven't thought about in detail. Zheng, he stopped what he was doing. When I first came to this world, on the first island I landed on, I found a mummified corpse in a cave. Timo's expression changed. Boss, you've encountered a dried corpse before? Did you urinate on it? He didn't come with us, Zheng, he said, but he was wearing modern clothes. What does that mean? And Ran reacted quickly. That means someone had already come in before us. There might be more than one group. Zheng, he looked around at everyone, his voice deep. Zheng He's ship is from 600 years ago. That mummified corpse is from recent years. We are from the present. The people who were fished into this sea span several generations. Wang Chuang slapped his thigh. Good heavens, so this sea is a trans-dimensional containment facility? We're not even the first one here. There's a long line ahead of us. So where are they now? Liamo asked the most crucial question. The cabin fell silent again. Zheng, he looked out the porthole at the gray sea. 7 ghostly black ships were still moored not far away, silently drifting on the sea. Zheng, he and his thousands of valiant naval men changed ships and departed. Where did they go? Are they alive or dead? How did that mummified corpse travel from the era of down jackets to that stone cave, and how did it collapse in despair? Are there any other players scattered somewhere in this sea, alive or turned into mummies? Too many questions keep popping up. Having investigated to this point, Zheng, he said slowly, we have a lot of clues, but we haven't gotten a single decent answer. He paused, took out the exquisite white jade buckle, and gently placed it in the center of the table. The top-grade mutton, fat, jade gleamed with a warm luster under the cabin lights. But one thing is certain. Zheng He's fingertip pressed on the miniature carved character, It is not only Zheng He's Ming Dynasty Navy that is trapped in this strange world, nor is it just our ship. Timo swallowed hard. Boss, so next, should we continue heading into the deep sea, or walk? Zheng He quickly put away the jade clasp and stood up abruptly. I'd like to see what kind of monsters and demons are lurking at the end of this sea. He walked to the porthole. The 7 black ships outside remained motionless, gradually enveloped by a thin mist. 600 years ago, their grand ambitions for distant seas, that unidentified mummified corpse, and their ship full of lively survivors. This sea has brought together intruders from different eras, and no one has given the answer. Timo, Zheng He said without turning his head, his voice cold and decisive, maximize the stealth field and head towards the deep sea. Now! The engines of the Thunder Shadow Whale emitted a deep roar, and the ship slowly turned its course. The 7 ghost ships receded further and further behind, finally disappearing into the horizon. Zheng He took one last look, then turned and walked back to the captain's cabin. The white jade peace buckle engraved with the character, Harmony, was pressed tightly against his chest. Even through the tactical uniform, a warmth like that of a living person emanated from it. He sat in a large captain's chair and casually turned on the regional channel. Hey everyone, our Dragon Soars to the Sea Guild has arrived in the semi-deep sea area. Has everyone arrived yet? If any of you brothers need a helping hand, type 1. Brother Hai has told Black Mist to slow down and wait for you. As soon as I opened the app, I saw Chun Dahai spamming 3 messages in the channel, along with a few extremely arrogant emojis. The public chat, which was scrolling wildly, suddenly froze as if someone had choked it. System, did I lose my internet connection? Why is no one talking on the public chat? Chun Dahai asked in the channel, his words dripping with smugness. Chun Dahai, stop trying to get attention here. Don't interfere with our efforts to catch Zheng He. A player with the prefix Black Shark finally couldn't help but jump out. His ID was Black Shark Madblade. Hey, you're still after Zheng He? It's been so many days, and you haven't even caught a hair on his head yet? Come on. Today your brother Hai is taking a good deed and will provide you with an inside lead, guaranteed to be genuine. Chapter 158, The Thunder Shadow Whale, enters the semi-deep sea area. Chun Dahai, if you keep bragging, I'll tear your mouth apart if I see you. He's getting anxious. Look how anxious he is. Your guild is called Black Shark. Why does he have such a temper like Black Dog? Damn it, Chun Dahai, you're asking for it. I kindly provided you with clues, and you insist that I'm bragging. Is this how you Black Shark collect clues? No wonder you can't find Zheng He. With your level of competence, even if Zheng He stood right in front of you, you wouldn't recognize him. Several casual players nearby couldn't stand it anymore and chimed in, Black Shark's bro, ignore this guy, he's just here to make his presence known. Yeah, Dahai, just shut up already. Your words are giving me a headache. Black Shark paused for a few seconds, presumably after a brief internal discussion, before their tone softened. All right, tell us what you have to say. If your clues are useful, we'll reward you handsomely. Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. After Chun Dahai sent this message, the public chat went completely silent. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Half a minute passed, and not a single punctuation mark appeared. Where's Chun Dahai? Are you kidding us? You're dead meat. Wait a minute. Can't I organize my thoughts? Good things come to those who wait. You've been like headless flies for so many days, and now that I'm providing you with useful information, you're complaining that I type too slowly. This generation of netizens is really hard to please. The Black Shark member, barely suppressing his anger, said, Speak. I'm all ears. Listen up. Zheng He is either in the semi-deep sea area or on his way there. That's all I can say. Go find him yourselves. A whole page of ellipses floated across the public chat. Chun Dahai, you old bastard. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Don't let me touch you. I'm going to cut off your little kunkin and stuff it into your mouth. You guys are so hard to please when I tell you the truth. I'm going to find an island to search for resources. Bye-bye. Chun Dahai logged off with a flourish. The public chat fell silent, with only a few casual players silently typing a string of 666. Chun Dahai made Jiahao great again. Inside the cockpit of the Thunder Whale, Zheng He leaned against the control panel, watching the chat history scrolling on the holographic screen, and couldn't help but chuckle. He then casually closed the channel interface. Timo's fingers flew across the keyboard as he muttered without looking up, That Chun Dahai, he must have paraquat on his lips. Those guys at Black Shark are probably grinding their teeth to dust. Let him be, Zheng, he said casually. He'd almost forgotten about the Black Shark Guild's wanted notice for him since he hadn't been checking the channel. When he first entered this sea area, he was indeed under their tyranny, sleeping in constant fear, which was truly frustrating. Back then, the ship was wrecked and there were few people. Any elite monster that came along could give them a run for their money. Now, Zheng, he turned to look out the porthole. The hull of the Thunder Shadow Whale blended seamlessly into the gray seawater, enveloped by concealment force field. Teimo's optimized force field generator not only blocks vision, but also isolates radar and energy detection. The ship's level has been upgraded, and its firepower is maxed out. With hardcore damage dealers like Wang Chuang and Jaina, a muscle-type healer like Lian Mo, and solid support from Lu Feier and Ran and Teimo, the team is ready to provide backup. Not to mention the super ally, Sky Dragon, fights the waves. With supplies in hand, there's no need to panic. Black Shark, if it wants to take action against a Thunder Shadow Whale, it'll have to consider whether its own fate is strong enough. Teimo, increase the power output by another 20%. Zheng, he instructed. Boss, if we push it any harder, we'll overload and the reactor temperature will skyrocket. Teimo's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. But I like this pushback feeling. The engine let out a deep roar, the hull cut through the waves, and the speed increased once again. Wang Chuang walked up from the bottom deck, holding an apple and taking a bite. Boss, how much further to the semi-deep sea area? My harpoon is itching to get going. It'll be soon. Zheng, he stared at the nautical chart on the control panel. They were now at the edge of the shallow sea area. The light blue markers were behind them, and in front of them was a dark blue area, the semi-deep sea area. The water temperature is dropping. Teimo looked at the environmental monitoring panel. It's dropped by 4 degrees, and it's still going down. The air pressure is changing too. Lu Feier closed her eyes, sensing the changes outside. The smell and the wind has changed. It's saltier and fishier, and there's a bit of rusty smell mixed in. Rushed. Wang Chuang stopped chewing. Where would rust come from in the sea? Is there some kind of scrap metal yard on the seabed? It's hard to say, but the smell is extremely pungent. Lu Feier suddenly opened her eyes. Zheng, he walked to the driver's seat and took over the rudder from Teimo. All personnel on alert, check equipment. Anything can happen once we enter the semi-deep sea area. Received, came the unanimous reply from the communication channel. Countdown to entering the semi-deep sea zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teimo counted. The Thunder Shadow Whale passed through an invisible boundary. The color of the seawater in front of me changed instantly. From its original grayish-green, it turned completely into deep blue. The fog over the sea didn't thicken, but visibility strangely decreased. The sunlight was completely blocked by heavy, dark clouds, and the whole world exuded a suffocating stillness. Radar and sonar are all normal. Dimos Valovit. But, boss, look straight ahead. Zheng, he looked up. On the sea ahead, countless pieces of wreckage floated. These weren't ordinary ship fragments, but rather massive, rusty metal structures. There are giant gears with diameters exceeding 10 meters, thick, twisted, and broken pipes, and steel plates riddled with corrosion. They rise and fall with the deep blue waves, resembling the skeleton of a colossal beast. Holy crap, Wang Chuang gasped. What's going on? The transformers got shot down and fell into the sea. Zheng, he narrowed his eyes slightly and silently activated Sea God's vision. In his field of vision, the metal wreckage was covered with a layer of chilling red, fluffy substance. It's blood algae, Zheng, he said in a low voice. They're devouring the metal. These remains used to be some kind of large machinery, but now they've been gnawed down to just the skeleton. Isn't blood algae only found in the deep sea? And Rand flipped through the data. How could it be found in the semi-deep sea area? This means the ecosystem here is in chaos. Zheng, he gripped the rudder tightly. Teimo, activate the forward clearing shockwave. Don't let the ship touch those wreckage. The blood algae is highly corrosive. Getting it on you will cause big trouble. Clear. High-frequency oscillators immediately popped out from both sides of the bow, and invisible ripples spread out, forcibly pushing away the approaching steel debris. The Thunder Shadow Whale navigated through a pile of scrap metal, like a lone boat sailing into a biomechanical graveyard. Chapter 159. Zheng He's Open Scheme. The Thunder Shadow Whale traveled through that steel graveyard for about 15 minutes. The pre-shock wave forcefully pushed aside the wreckage. The dull scraping of metal echoed intermittently from beneath the ship's hull, a sound that made one's teeth ache. Zheng He stared out the porthole at the giant gears being devoured by blood algae, and suddenly his mind wandered for no apparent reason. He recalled Chun Dahai's smug face on the regional channel earlier. That guy may have a sharp tongue, but he hit the nail on the head with one thing he said: Black Shark can't find him. The reason we can't find him is because he's been hiding. Timo, stop the boat. Timo's fingers paused on the keyboard. Huh? Boss, is this where we dock? It's surrounded by corrosive blood algae. The shockwave increases power, causing it to hover in place. The engine's roar subsided. The ship slowly stabilized, gently rising and falling with the deep blue waves. Wang Chuang poked half his head out of the cabin. What's going on? Is there something up ahead? Zheng, he turned around and looked around at the people in the cockpit. Lu Fei'er, and Ran, Jaina, Timo, and Wang Chuang, who had just arrived. Limo's voice came through the communicator. Boss, I'm on the second floor. Any instructions? Everyone, come here for a moment. Zheng, he said seriously. I have something to discuss with you all. Soon, everyone had gathered. In the spacious captain's cabin, 6 people sat on either side of a long table in the middle, with Zheng He at the head of the table. The atmosphere was inexplicably heavy. Zheng He crossed his arms and didn't rush to speak. He first scanned everyone's faces. The decision I'm about to make is a bit crazy, so let me tell you all about it first. Wang Chuang said in a muffled voice. Boss, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Black Shark is still after me, Zheng He said calmly. You've all seen the news on the regional channel. It's been so many days, and the bounty is still pinned to the top. We now have a stealth field, so they probably won't be able to find us anytime soon. This is a good thing, and Ran muttered to herself. Let's keep a low profile and make a fortune. It's good, Zheng He smiled, but living like a coward every day is not my way of life. He paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lu Fei'er. Lu Fei'er was looking down when she heard this and looked up. There are also people on our ship who have connections with the Black Shark Guild. Zheng He didn't say it explicitly, but Lu Fei'er understood what he meant with his eyes. Lu Fei'er's fingers curled slightly and hung at her sides. She didn't say anything, but Zheng He could tell that the thorn was still stuck in her heart and had never been pulled out. I don't want to wait until one day in the future, when we meet again, to be the ones who are passively beaten. Zheng He withdrew his gaze, looked around at everyone, and raised his voice. Now that we're in the semi-deep sea area, we need to make a name for ourselves. We'll be competing for supremacy in the deep sea later on, and without clear rivals, we won't go far. The captain's cabin was silent for a few seconds. Wang Chuang was the first to respond, slapping his thigh. Boss, you tell me how to do it. My fists are itching for a fight. Right. Limo's voice came through. Boss, wherever you point, we'll attack. Zheng, he was waiting for this attitude. He knew his brother's personalities all too well. Wang Chuang was reckless, and Liemo was steady, but once they set their sights on a goal, they were more single-minded than anyone else. Okay, he nodded. Then I'll lay my thoughts out in the open with you. He straightened up and spoke slowly and deliberately. I want to deliberately reveal my coordinates to lure Black Shark here, and then take them out in this steel graveyard. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button in the captain's cabin. Timo was the first to react. Boss, you deliberately exposed yourself? Are you crazy? Don't you know the dark forest theory? Once the coordinates are revealed, who knows what kind of monsters will be attracted? It might not be a black shark that comes. It could be a white shark or a tiger shark. Wouldn't that make us the target of everyone's criticism? And Rand said anxiously. Zheng He not only remained calm, but actually smiled. It is precisely because of the concealment force field that I dare to carry out this entrapment operation. He walked to the nautical chart and lightly touched the terrain of the semi-deep sea area with his fingertip. Sending coordinates is not the same as showing up. I'll let the signal stay on for a few seconds, then cut it off. When the enemy rushes in with murderous intent, they'll only see a vast, empty sea. They're in the light, we're in the dark. Zheng, he drew a circle on the screen with his fingertip. I also want to explore the depths of the sea area and see just how many forces are eyeing us. Our ship is highly maneuverable and can hide. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, let's run. Wang Chuang replied quickly. We're experts at running away. Timo's lips twitched. He couldn't refute it. Lu Fei'er suddenly looked up. Isn't it enough to just bring in Black Shark? Good question. Zheng He looked at her. Here's my core strategy. Black Shark has been running rampant in this area for too long. If only Black Shark comes, a head-on confrontation might not guarantee our victory. But if... He paused, looked around at everyone, and saw that each person's face was full of anticipation. If we make a big fuss, Zhonghe's eyes lit up. If all 4 guilds come, and casual players come too, then it'll be a different story. Wang Chuang didn't quite catch up. Wait a minute, if we attract everyone here, won't we be even less likely to win? What's wrong with your brain? Timo rolled his eyes. Having more people doesn't necessarily mean they'll fight us. They might just start a brawl. Zhonghe waved his hand and continued. Think about it. The corporate culture of Black Shark is never doing good deeds, only loving to kill and set fires. How arrogant and domineering are they? They burn, kill, and plunder in this sea area, utterly devoid of conscience. What's the difference between them and the Japanese? He paused, slightly agitated. The world has suffered from Black Shark for far too long. The moment those 7 words were uttered, everyone present was stunned. What I want isn't a one-on-one fight with Black Shark, Zhonghe said, his voice lower but his words carrying weight. What I want is to create chaos. To make a big scene, to let everyone see. Even if other guilds don't step in to help me. Just seeing Black Shark get humiliated and have his arrogance suppressed. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Lu Feier chimed in. That's right. Zhonghe snapped his fingers, looked at her with a meaningful smile, and said, once the wall falls, people will line up to push it down. This is an open conspiracy. It's out in the open, so they have no choice but to obediently jump into the pit. If they don't come, it's tantamount to admitting defeat. If the Black Shark admits defeat even once on this sea, its prestige will collapse. The only sound in the cockpit was breathing. Everyone was frantically processing this mind-blowing plan. Timo hesitated for a long time before finally blurting out, wow, boss, with your PUA and scheme-making abilities, it would be a waste if you didn't go to northern Myanmar to be a manager. Get lost, Zhonghe said with a laugh. Wang Chuang rubbed his hands together excitedly, and what he said next immediately broke Zhonghe's guard. Chapter 160 Guns in Hand. Follow me. Kill Xiling. Seize the fortress. I get it. We'll hide in the shadows and watch those bastards fight like dogs. Once they've bitten off more than they can chew, we'll go in and finish them off. Brilliant. He swung his hand, nearly hitting Wang Chuang on the head. Drag him out. Who brought this guy on board? He's lowering the IQ of the whole ship. Wang Chuang was completely bewildered. Silly brother, we're the main characters in this play. The play can't continue without the main characters, Li Mo reminded him from the side. Zhang Matzi has already set a good example for us. Guns in hand. Follow me. Kill Xiling. Seize the fortress. He tapped him on the head. This is quite risky. Let me be clear from the start. Once the coordinates are sent out, there's no turning back. If anything goes wrong, we could be wiped out in one fell swoop. He looked into everyone's eyes. So, those who disagree, speak up now. This isn't just my ship. No one back down. Wang Chuang pounded his chest loudly. Damn Black Shark. Boss, you should have done this a long time ago. You've been holding back for so many days. You've been wanting to vent your anger for ages. Li Mo raised his hand to indicate, count me in, and Rand pushed up her glasses. I'm responsible for monitoring everyone's vital signs. I'll report any abnormalities immediately. Timo took a deep breath. I'll take care of the stealth field control and weapon loading. Let's see how these idiots take the bait. Jaina straightened her bangs. I'm going to try out the new gear the captain gave me and throw them an elemental party. Finally, there's Lu Feier. She was silent for a moment, then looked up, the hesitation in her eyes disappearing. I agree, she said. And if Night Owl comes, I want to face her alone. He looked at her, not in a hurry to respond. He knew how much was weighing on his words. Okay. He nodded. You're not alone. We got your backing. Lu Feier gave a soft indicating that the thorn that had been stuck there for so long was going to be pulled out today. Okay. He straightened up abruptly. Then it's settled. He didn't waste any more words and opened the regional channel. He got straight to the point, posting a short text. Hello, fellow navigators. I am Zheng. I just arrived at the semi-deep sea area today and saw that my wanted poster has been pinned to the top of the regional channel for several days. I was too busy traveling the past few days to pay attention to it. Now, I'm sending out my coordinates. I, Zheng, neither provoke trouble nor fear it. Once we enter the semi-deep sea area, We will settle the grudges from the shallow sea area. All forces are welcome to come and supervise the battle. Send. Immediately afterwards, a set of latitude and longitude coordinates accurate to 4 decimal places was sent out. Timo, shut down the force field, Zheng He said without turning his head. Receive. Timo's fingers typed the last character on the keyboard. The stealth field instantly shut down, and the menacing figure of the thunder whale appeared on the sea surface. After about 3 seconds of complete silence, the regional channel erupted in chaos. This is no exaggeration. A deluge of information instantly flooded the entire public channel. Countless avatars were flashing wildly, and exclamation marks and holy crap flooded the screen. Chindahai was the first to jump out, his name followed by a string of exaggerated emoticons. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Zheng He has guts. He just publicly revealed his coordinates in the chat? Is this like using a flashlight in a toilet? Is he asking for death? No, he's asking for a thrill. I, Chindahai, respect you as a true man. But brother, your actions were far too reckless. Young people just can't keep their tempers up. Now look what's happened. The whole area has to go and collect your corpse. Shaw, I misspoke. I meant I was going to cheer you on, and also to sit in the front row and watch the drama unfold. Immediately afterwards, information from other individuals and factions flooded in like a waterfall. Zheng He is awesome. I wish you victory over those bastards. Black Shark. That's a real big shot. That's some guts. I want to go watch it live. Isn't that more exciting than watching Spain draw 0-0 with Cape Verde? Coordinates received. Semi-deep sea area. Brothers, full speed ahead. Let's go watch the gods fight. Anyone want to team up and go watch? We can look out for each other on the way, so we don't get swallowed whole by the monsters in the semi-deep sea. Huh? We're the Black Shark Guild members. Weren't they just arrogantly buying materials at low prices? Why are they all pretending to be dead? Sure, they're probably scratching their heads in a meeting right now. Hee, this is going to be interesting. Sure enough, the IDs with the Black Shark prefix in the regional channel suddenly fell silent, as if their internet cables had been unplugged. Zheng He glanced at the public chat, and a smile appeared on his lips. The current public opinion was in his favor. He didn't linger on the regional channels. He knew that the truly important information was in the private messages. Sure enough, my private message notifications were flooded. He clicked on it, and Long Xiaoyan's voice message popped up immediately. Brother Zheng He. As soon as the call connected, Long Xiaoyan's strong voice came through. You mean you're determined to go head-to-head with Black Shark? Long Xiaoyan's tone was filled with shock, but even more so with solemnity. Our sea continent is currently on the route from the shallow sea area to the semi-deep sea area. I'll immediately arrange to adjust the route and head at full speed towards your coordinates. Thanks, Brother Long. Zheng He said calmly. With you here, I feel more at ease. Why are you being so polite with me? Long Xiaoyan's voice was firm and decisive. Your business, Zheng He's business, is my business, Long Xiaoyan's business. But communication was cut off. Zheng He quickly scanned the other private messages. Players who had previously traded materials sent messages expressing shock and inquiries. Casual players who had also been wanted by Black Shark sent messages of encouragement and tentative inquiries about whether they needed help. And even several IDs he didn't recognize sent messages of support, saying they wanted to witness history. He did not reply to each one. The discussion in the channel had shifted from shock to various speculations and analyses, with some even betting on how long Zheng He could hold out. Zheng He glanced at it, but didn't look again. At the same time, in the conference hall of the Black Shark Guild, 7 or 8 core guild members sat around the large conference table, the atmosphere oppressive, yet strangely excited. Guild leader, this kid is absolutely insane. A burly man with a scar on his face, nicknamed Venomous Fong, spoke first. He's just revealing his coordinates in the regional channel? That's not how you ask for death. I don't think so. Another refined, middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed up his glasses. The long-term life on the run has brought him tremendous mental stress. He can't eat or sleep well, his hair is falling out in clumps, and his SAN value, sanity value, is probably about to drop to the bottom. He is looking for a way out. Chapter 161, accidentally becoming the top streamer on the channel. Bullshit. A bearded man immediately interrupted him. We've had a bounty on him for so long. We haven't received a single useful piece of information, just a bunch of damn fake coordinates. We've wasted the equivalent of several oil fields worth of oil just running around these coordinates. Since he knows we can't find him, why would he live in fear? He's probably living a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, with endless milk and abalone. Don't forget, Zhang He is the first person in the entire server to kill a Tier 3 boss. A third voice rang out. The speaker was a tall, thin man named Ghost Hand, who was in charge of the guild's intelligence. His ship also has the fastest leveling speed in the entire server, and it's currently guaranteed to be at least level 7. Being able to solo a Tier 3 boss definitely shows his strength. This guy isn't stupid. There must be something fishy going on. The conference hall was silent for a few seconds, and everyone subconsciously looked at the man sitting in the main seat. Blood Shark, the president of the Black Shark Guild, sat there, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. He wasn't very old, just over 40, with his hair neatly combed and wearing a well-fitting dark nautical suit, making him look more like a shrewd businessman. Blood Shark looked around at everyone and stopped tapping his fingers on the table. Zhang He. He spoke slowly, and the hall fell silent. I've investigated him. He's the first to kill Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 bosses in the entire server, and he's always been ahead in ship upgrades. He's won all of his small-scale skirmishes, and he won them cleanly and decisively. He paused, a shrewd glint in his eyes. So, Ghost Hand's concerns were valid. This isn't like him. With his abilities, we wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. Now he's offering himself up. He looked around and held up 3 fingers. There are only 3 possibilities. First, he must have gotten some incredible opportunity and become arrogant, wanting to use us to establish his authority. Secondly, he broke down. He really went crazy. He felt he couldn't go on living, and he wanted to take us all down with him. As he said this, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Third, he said trap. A trap targeting us, Black Shark. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. A murmur rippled through the hall. President, are we going or not? Poison Fong asked impatiently, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Go, why not go? The president stood up, walked to the holographic sea chart, and zoomed in on the coordinates Zhang he had given him. It was a dense area of steel wreckage with complex terrain. If he dares to come to us, we dare to accept him without hesitation. The chairman's gaze swept over the other flashing dots on the nautical chart, which belonged to other forces, and his eyes sharpened. However, he is not yet strong enough to force us to launch a full-scale attack. Venom, arrange for the brothers in the vicinity to send out 3 fast reconnaissance ships to scout out his strength first. Remember, the past is just for probing. Don't take action. Figure out whether he's playing the empty city ploy or setting up an ambush. The chairman paused, his tone chilling. If you find that he truly is the only person on the ship, and there are no ambushes nearby, report to me immediately. Don't blame me for being impolite, then. The president's face was full of lewdness. He looked at the Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand smiled knowingly and pushed up his glasses. Capture Zhang He alive, empty the ship of its resources, and confiscate the women. He must have a secret, and I will personally pry it out of him. The president nodded in satisfaction, sat back down, and picked up his coffee cup. Let him jump around a little longer. When the prey thinks it is the hunter, it is often the beginning of tragedy. He glanced at the other dots on the nautical chart that were converging towards the coordinates and snorted coldly. As for other forces that are drawn by the smell and want to come and take advantage of the situation or watch the show. He took a sip of coffee, his eyes cold. The semi-deep sea area is rough, and it's perfectly normal for accidents to happen on the way. He stared at the red dot in the center of the screen and muttered to himself, Zhang He, I want to see if you're bait for fishing or a hook to take my life. After sneezing 3 times in a row, Zhang He rubbed his nose. With this kind of momentum, there must be at least 800 to 1,000 people talking about him behind his back. Boss, you're practically the top influencer on the entire server right now. The chat is full of people supporting us. Wang Chuang leaned over. The messages in the regional chat were scrolling by so fast that his eyes could barely keep up. Zhang He glanced at the comments and saw that most of them were from casual players, mostly just there to watch the show, but their resentment towards Black Shark was undeniable. Those who follow the right path receive much help, while those who stray from it receive little. Zhang, he turned off the regional channel. Wang Chuang paused for a second. I didn't realize you were such an artsy guy, boss. Hey, I memorized a lot of classical poems back in school. These are all strategic reserves for showing off later on. Zheng He leaned back in the captain's chair with his arms crossed, his tone relaxed. These words amused Timo and Lu Feier, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Fighting alongside a captain who can still crack jokes even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him, I can sleep soundly at night. Although Zheng He appeared to be completely unaffected, his mind was far from idle. He mentally rehearsed every possible tactic the enemy might employ, including long-range artillery fire, force boarding, ship ramming, and luring the enemy into splitting their forces. The battlefield is ever-changing, and adaptability is important, but having contingency plans in advance can ensure everything goes smoothly and give you peace of mind. The steel graveyards in the semi-deep sea area form a natural barrier. Many people have never heard of or seen blood algae, and they have no idea how terrifyingly fast it corrodes. Before long, the regional channel was in an uproar. Holy crap, what the hell is this pile of steel wreckage? Some crazy guy charged in. A third of the hull was eaten away. I sincerely advise against it. Don't go there to throw your ships away if they have low durability. They won't even give you a chance to turn back. How did Zheng He get in? What class is their ship? What class is yours? Don't you have any self-awareness? A large number of ships circled frantically around the wreckage area, wanting to watch the show but also afraid of dying. Those who dared to rush and were either numerically challenged or simply reckless. Soon after, news of an on-site investigation went viral on the public chat. Confirmed. Zheng He's ship is indeed at those coordinates. Location guaranteed. This was followed by a deluge of "holy crap" and exclamation marks. The situation was even more chaotic on the Black Shark side. After the news came out, both public and private channels were probably in an uproar. Not long after, 3 speedboats sped in from the northeast and stopped at the edge of the wreckage area. The scouts of Black Shark have arrived. The captain of the lead reconnaissance ship, nicknamed Shadowblade, is an old man from Black Shark. He has sailed through many seas and seen all kinds of storms. But I've never seen this before. They stopped at the outer edge of the wreckage area and looked inside. There were dense steel skeletons, red algae covering every piece of debris, and a layer of dark red water film floating on the sea surface. When the sun shone on it, the color was so dark it was sickening, and the pungent smell of rust hit their heads. How did you delete the AI suggestions for the image in Chapter 162? Just then, a speedboat, stubbornly trying to get closer to watch the show, escaped in a sorry state from the steel wreckage. A clear line of water was splashed across the surface. The ship looked as if it had been viciously bitten off by some mutated sea monster from the bottom. A layer of its hull had been scraped off, leaving it a gruesome sight. Shadowblade stared inside, his eyelids twitching wildly, not daring to move forward even half a step. The deputy next to him swallowed hard and spoke first. "Boss, can we get in?" Shadowblade ignored him, his gaze following the wreckage deeper into the wreckage until he saw the thunder shadow whale resting in the center of the wreckage. At that moment, he fell silent. It wasn't that I was stunned. It was that my brain's CPU had been overheated. "This," he pointed ahead, his voice cracking. "This is a boat." The thunder shadow whale was anchored in the center of that steel graveyard, surrounded by wreckage, making it look exactly like a steel behemoth lurking in the ruins, exuding an apocalyptic atmosphere. The shockwaves around the ship kept the blood algae out, leaving the ship clean and creating a striking contrast with the corroded metal frame around it, resulting in a visually impactful scene. The deputy stared at it for a while, his voice trembling. "The chairman wants us to deal with this thing?" One of the crew members heard this, glanced at the 2 men, then turned back to continue watching the thunder shadow whale, finally managing to utter a sentence after a long pause. "You mean we're sending 3 small boats to take on that behemoth?" He paused. "Is that any different from sending Lu Haiju to defeat Godzilla?" The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet and the 3 of them stare at each other, unable to say anything. "Don't move yet. Take a picture and send it to the guild leader." Shadowblade swallowed back the words that had been running through his mind, raised the communication device, and started recording the screen. Let him see it himself. "I'd rather die than go into this godforsaken place." The second-in-command muttered under his breath. "Boss, do you think the chairman knows just how outrageous Zheng He's ship really is?" Shadowblade pressed the send button, then glanced back at him with a languid look. "He'll find out soon enough." On the other side, on the deck of the wreckage, Zheng He's Poseidon's vision had already been activated, revealing all the information about the 3 speedboats. They're here, 3 ships, spies from Black Shark. Wang Chuang immediately perked up, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Shall we take them down? What's the rush? Zheng He leaned back in the captain's chair, not even lifting his eyelids. Let them look at it a little longer. The more carefully they look, the better. Why? Once they've seen enough and go back to report, their leader will be the one with a headache. Lu Fei, standing to the side, couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. This psychological warfare has given them a firm grip on the other side. Zheng He continued to stare at the 3 small points of light in the voice of the sea god, as steady as a mountain. The regional channels were still scrolling, and more participants from various forces were joining in. Some were cursing Black Shark, some were betting on who would win, and some had even open betting odds on how many minutes Zheng He can hold out after Black Shark arrives. The odds were posted, and people lined up to place bets. Zheng He glanced at the odds. The odds of him not lasting more than 5 minutes were 1.3. He felt the odds were too low, which reflected the public's lack of confidence in his abilities. Lu Fei brought over a glass of water, and Zheng He took it and drank a sip. Boss, the odds have been updated. Timo swiped the screen rapidly. The odd for those bastards betting you won't last 5 minutes have dropped to 1.2. Damn it. These people keep saying they support me in the channel, but behind my back they're running this kind of betting platform to insult me. Zheng He looked at the glaring odds and laughed out loud. He talks a big game of principles, but his hands are all about business. You think you can bet everything on him and he'll die within 5 minutes? Fine. So you really think I'm an easy target? Zheng He tapped the control panel. Today I'll show these little bastards what the ultimate side of the bookies is all about. This time, I'm gonna make you lose your underwear and line up to go to the rooftop. Wang Chuang leaned over for a look and slapped his thigh with a grin. Boss, these guys are just stirring up trouble. If a real fight breaks out, they're not even worthy of carrying our shoes. When the Black Shark guys show their faces, the odds will probably collapse. Let's go all in and win big, making a killing. Timo, wiping his wrench nearby, added without looking up, bet on yourself to win? Aren't you afraid that there are too many Black Shark people and they'll tear down our stage? You won't even have time to spend the money you win. Tear them up? We'll see if they have the ability. Zheng He's gaze drifted to the dark red steel cemetery outside the window. This patch of blood algae is a natural moat. If they want to get in, they'll have to suffer first. If they want to watch a show, I'll put on a grand show for them. I'm just afraid that by the time the stage is set up, they won't be alive to watch it. On the other side, at the edge of the steel graveyard, Shadowblade, his hand trembling, raised the communicator and took a high-definition picture of the thunder shadow whale from every angle, then sent it directly to the guild leader, Blood Shark. In the photo, the massive warship resembles a lurking steel behemoth, its shockwaves keeping the blood algae at bay and exuding an oppressive aura that keeps strangers at bay. Within 2 minutes, a message came back. Hey, the Shadowblade brothers are using AI now? Which large model produced this image? It looks pretty realistic. The lighting and texture are quite impressive. It must have taken a lot of computing power, right? Looking at the words on the screen, Shadowblade felt his blood pressure spike. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze, which carried the smell of rust, and quickly replied, President, we're at the coordinates Zheng He gave us. This picture is straight from the camera. Not a single filter was added. Dude, are you kidding me? You're saying this steel monster is Zheng He's ship? I grew up watching Ultraman. This kind of kid-baiting trick won't fool me. Shadowblade was getting anxious, his hands trembling as he typed. I swear, if this is an AI-generated image, my little Kunkin will be 5 centimeters shorter. No, 10 centimeters. There was a long silence on the other end, probably as they were weighing the value of the oath. All right, that's a tough enough oath. I believe you. Blood Shark's tone finally turned serious. What kind of monster is this? Are there any ambushes around? Shadowblade breathed a sigh of relief and quickly reported. After observation, no ambushes were found in the surrounding area. But this godforsaken place has a natural barrier, and the sea surface is covered with highly corrosive blood algae. Just now, a reckless lone wolf tried to go in to join the fun, and a third of the bottom of his ship was eaten away on the spot. Blood Shark fell silent for a moment. Then Blood Shark gasped in shock. This blood algae? This stuff is a bit tricky. The guild leaders need to come up with a plan. Thanks for exploring, brothers. Communication was cut off. Shadowblade put down the equipment, staring at the enormous object in the distance, his brows furrowed. Chapter 163, The Vanguard, a Black Shark. The deputy leaned over and whispered, "Boss, the chairman doesn't seem to be scared at all." He wasn't there that way. He didn't face it directly. Once the fight really starts, he'll know what despair is. Then Shadowblade decisively waved his hand. "Turn around. Retreat. I don't want to stay in this lousy place for even a second longer." The three speedboats turned around in unison, quickly slipped out of the edge of the steel graveyard, and disappeared into the sea. In the captain's cabin of the Thunder Shadow Whale, Wang Chuang stared at the three rapidly receding lights on the holographic chart on the control panel and clicked his tongue. They ran away? They just ran away like that? I was thinking they'd at least come over and say a few harsh words. Zheng He leaned back in the captain's chair, his eyes half closed. "A spy, you just need to take photos, check in, and complete the mission. You expect them to fight you one-on-one." Meanwhile, at the Black Shark Guild headquarters. Bang! Blood Shark slammed his hand on the table, causing the coffee cup to shake and spill brown liquid. Damn, no wonder this kid dared to openly reveal his coordinates. He was exploiting a terrain bug. He figured our regular ships couldn't withstand the blood algae, and he wanted to play a war of attrition. Ghost Hand adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and analyzed in a sinister tone. "Chairman, we need to find some anti-corrosion coatings or chemical neutralizers. Also, Zheng He dares to be so arrogant, so the ship definitely has heavy firepower. The advanced troops need to be careful. Get the anti-corrosion coating ready immediately." Blood Shark waved his hand. "Send a vanguard to test his strength first. Tell them not to underestimate him." The command was given, and the communicators of the guild's two top-ranked members, Mad Rhino and Night Owl, rang simultaneously. On the Bonebreaker, Mad Rhino was irritably rummaging through a pile of new weapon blueprints. He rubbed his sore eyes, and the image of the omnipotent mechanical Loli involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That damn Xiao Jinjin, he insisted on bringing that little girl along for a gathering mission. Her craftsmanship is truly amazing. You could use anything she makes with your eyes closed. And look at the mechanic we have in the guild now. He's a complete lunatic. He can't even speak a normal sentence properly, and the weapons he creates are wildly imaginative. Without the instruction manual or his guidance, no one dares to use it. Last time, that new cannon almost blew up the guild headquarters. This is so damn frustrating. Mad Rhino threw down the blueprints and casually opened the guild commands. He browsed the mission information and glanced at the mission coordinates. They weren't too far away. Compared to organized encirclement and suppression, he actually preferred skirmishes. The thrill of opening blind boxes is the best way to stimulate dopamine release. The excitement of facing the unknown enemy is irresistible to him. All right, let's go meet this number one in the entire server. Hopefully, his ship isn't as scary as it looks in the photos. Mad Rhino slammed on the accelerator, and the Bone Crusher roared, tearing through the waves and speeding forward. On the other side, aboard the Sharp Teeth, the Owl was staring blankly at the map of the semi-deep sea area. She has been in this area for several days, setting up roadblocks in the outer waters to rob lone travelers. Originally, she was in the business of murder and robbery, but because of her amazing figure and beautiful face, she turned robbery into a large-scale fan meeting. Many casual players, knowing full well that the Black Shark level lies ahead, still eagerly sail over to deliver packages, just to experience the strange thrill of being robbed by a cool and aloof older woman. She's already quite famous in certain pervert circles. Some people even drive boats specifically to let her snatch her, and after she's done, they linger, insisting on having her as a friend. Just now, a lone traveler she had robbed 3 times was still leaning on the ship's railing, shouting at her, "Sister Xiao, next time I'll bring more top-quality wood. Remember to stomp on me a couple more times. I have some freshly caught sea fish. I'll give you 2. Night Owl's vision blurred after hearing this. He grabbed the megaphone and yelled, "Are you crazy? I only rob people of their money, not their bodies. If you don't get out of here, I'll blow your mast to smithereens with cannons." She looked down at the mission coordinates on the screen. The location was not far behind her. Just as I chased away that group of weirdos and perverts, Guangxi's voice call came in. "Little sister, where are you picking up customers? Have you seen the mission from headquarters?" Guangxi's rough voice had a greasy quality to it. Night Owl's tone was icy cold. "I saw it. Shut your stinking mouth." "Oh, it's us, the 2 star-crossed lovers again. Do you think Blood Shark has betrothed me to you? Why does he always make us go on missions together? Why don't we just get our marriage certificate and then go on missions on the company's pay for our honeymoon? Mad Rhino joked shamelessly, not taking the upcoming tough battle to heart at all. Night Owl was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and simply cut off the communication. She strode to the steering wheel, sharply turned it, and the sharp gear cut a beautiful arc, speeding toward the coordinates. The sea breeze ruffled her long hair, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Zheng He dared to openly issue a challenge. He was no pushover. With Kuang Shi's heartless nature, she hoped he wouldn't be taken advantage of. Outside the steel cemetery, the sea breeze carries a pungent smell of rust and fish. Chun Dahai stood at the bow of the boat, holding up his binoculars and watching the excitement with amusement. Several reckless individual vessels had barely entered the blood algae field when their hulls were corroded, emitting yellow smoke. Their screams could be heard from a great distance. A hapless guy threw his life ring into the water, and in less than 3 seconds, the red algae devoured it, leaving only the valve core. These reckless kids, they really treat their lives like a game. Chun Dahai put down his binoculars and curled his lip. He usually liked to show off, but when it came to risking his life, he valued it more than anyone else. Boss, this blood algae is really weird. Physically scraping it off is completely useless. The more you scrape, the faster it grows. Outdoor enthusiast Lao Zhao stepped forward and shook the sampling bottle in his hand, which contained a clump of dark red viscous substance. I just tested it, and this thing is extremely sensitive to temperature. As long as the temperature fluctuates drastically, their cell walls will rupture. Chun Dahai's eyes lit up. You mean, scald it with boiling water? That's pretty much the idea. Old Zhao pushed up his sunglasses. As long as the surface of a ship is heated to 100 degrees Celsius, the blood algae will die instantly upon contact, and the corrosive liquid will undergo protein denaturation, thus eliminating its corrosiveness. You've really got guts. Chun Dahai slapped his thigh, pressed the communicator, and roared at the top of his lungs. Mechanic, where the hell are you? Get heating pipes installed on all 3 of our ships below the waterline right now. The guild's mechanics worked quickly, and half an hour later, the sides of the 3 ships were covered with thick copper pipes, with scalding steam billowing from the pipe walls. Full speed ahead. Chun Dahai waved his hand. I'm taking this VIP seat today. I'm going to show the whole server what it means to change the course of a battle with words. 3 steaming ships cleaved through the waves and plunged straight into the steel graveyard. The blood algae along the way sizzled and hissed upon contact with the hot ship's hull, curling up, turning black, and sinking straight to the bottom of the sea. Chun Dahai stood at the bow, holding a cup of red tea, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation in the Maldives. Chun Dahai's outrageous actions quickly spread throughout the regional channel. Upon seeing this solution, the onlookers immediately began to use their own unique methods, creating a truly extraordinary algae removal grand competition. Chapter 164. This battle doesn't require my intervention. Someone threw quicklime into the sea in an attempt to neutralize the acid and alkali. Bubbling and gurgling appeared on the surface of the sea, but it didn't do anything to the blood algae. Instead, it made the person cough uncontrollably from the fumes. Someone brought in several high-pressure water guns, spraying water jets very high, which caused the blood algae to fly everywhere, covering the deck and almost corroding the people and the ship to death. Even more outrageous is a guy who did biological control before time travel. He somehow got hundreds of sea turtles, tied them around the boat, and hoped they would eat the blood algae. But the turtles died from corrosion as soon as they went into the water, essentially serving up the blood algae. The guy was so angry that he cursed and swore. The funniest thing was a sonar user who tried to use high-frequency sound waves to shatter the cell structure of blood algae. Instead of killing the blood algae, the sound waves knocked over all the fish nearby, resulting in him getting a whole deck of seafood for free. Human imagination is on full display in this strange sea area. The barrage of comments on the regional channels was incredibly fast, with everyone commenting on which algae-removing technique was the coolest. Some people even took the opportunity to place bets on who could be the first to touch Zheng He's ship's gunnel. The captain's cabin of the Thunder Shadow whale. Zheng He stared at the holographic nautical chart on the control panel. The outer area, which was originally isolated by blood algae, is now densely covered with green dots representing friendly or neutral forces. These green dots are converging on his coordinates at an alarming rate. The blood algae barrier has been breached. Zheng He turned off the nautical chart, stretched his neck, and walked out of the cabin. Timo peeked out from behind the console, his face beaming with excitement. Boss, it's really lively outside right now. The chat in the regional channel is practically overflowing with messages. A lot of people are placing bets on who will be the first to get close to our ship. Let them be. Zheng He pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. The sea breeze hit him, carrying a strange smell of burnt lime. He walked to the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of ships was surging in from all directions. The various shapes and sizes of the vessels cleaved through the waves, the roar of their engines mingling together, making the sea tremble. The first thing that catches the eye is a mobile steel fortress. It's the Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves Guild's signature sea continent. Its large size makes it conspicuous. The towering radar antenna and heavy crane are clearly visible as soon as it emerges from the sea. It's such a large target that it's hard not to see it. Immediately afterwards, 3 ships billowing white smoke came into view. The ships were larger than the previous ones, and strange metal pipes had been installed near the waterline. As they sailed, they left a long white trail on the sea. That bastard Chinhai, he's even modified his boats. Zheng He squinted, recognizing his 3 boats. This kid usually seems unreliable, but he's quick-witted when it matters. Using high temperatures to remove algae, what a brilliant idea. To the side and rear of Chunda Hai's squad, 2 black-painted, menacing-looking ships were approaching side by side. The bow of the ship is painted with symbols of bones and sharp teeth, and the sides of the ship are equipped with heavy anti-collision armor, giving it a fierce and unapproachable feel. Bonebreaker and Toothbreaker. Zheng He knew those 2 names all too well. They were the vanguard of the Black Shark Guild, Mad Rhino and Night Owl. One was a mad dog who only knew how to destroy, and the other was a ruthless and vicious beauty. It seems Blood Shark has gone completely berserk this time, unleashing both his 2 red sticks, determined to devour him alive. But Zheng He's eyes remained completely unmoved. The steel graveyard he chose was filled with massive metal wreckage, and the waterways were narrow and complex. Large ships simply couldn't maneuver properly. It was practically a hunting ground tailor-made for the Thunder Shadow Whale. Black Shark, thinking it can crush him with its superior numbers, is just a pipe dream. Timo, open the communication channel for all personnel. Zheng He turned and walked back into the cabin. Receive. The communication was established, and Zheng He's voice rang in everyone's ears on the Thunder Shadow Whale. Attention everyone, the blood algae barrier has been breached. Sky Dragon Anti-Wave, Chunda Hai's team, and Black Shark's Bone Crusher and Sharp Teeth have all entered visual range. All units, weapon systems warming up, shields charging, ready to welcome our guests. Listen up everyone. This time, our main strategy is to create distance and distance. Zheng He deployed the battle plan in the all-staff communication channel. Wang Chuang, the Thundertide Whale devouring sniper rifle, is yours. Timo is in charge of charging it. Remember, we're going to play kiting, don't let them get close. Wang Chuang patted the barrel of the Thundertide Whale devouring sniper cannon hard, the metal making a crisp sound. Don't worry, I know this barrel better than my own little kunkin. Timo, make sure you have enough energy. Don't let me down at the crucial moment. The energy core output is stable at 95%, and it can be overloaded immediately. Timo stared at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, lines of data jumping up and down in front of him. Jaina, you are the second firepower point. Zheng He continued to assign tasks. Switch to elements as needed, water, fire, lightning, or any other element. Lu Feier, keep an eye on her mana bar and ensure proper logistical support. Lu Feier poked her head out from the kitchen, holding a plate in her hand. Freshly baked thunder cookies with double the amount of magic herbs, which can continuously restore mana. Eating one will last for half an hour. Here, Jaina, taste it and see if it's salty enough. Jaina reluctantly took the cookie, took a bite, and mumbled a complaint. Could you not make it in the shape of a mouse next time? This is Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lu Feier said confidently, and then pulled out a bottle of blue drink. And this Siren's Tears, mint flavor, it's refreshing. Liamo, your task is to heal and link up to absorb damage. Don't try to tank it. If your health gets low, break the link immediately. And Ran, the medical pod is your responsibility. Ensure everyone's health. If anyone is missing an arm or a leg, I'll hold you accountable. Zheng, he paused. As for me, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. If I do, this game is over. And Ran was efficiently checking the emergency supplies in the medical pod. Don't worry, we have nanobandages, clotting agents, and adrenaline all ready. As long as he has a breath left, I can pull him back from the brink of death. But you all better be discreet, don't be reckless, and it's best not to bother me. On the deck, Wang Chuang threw away the rag he had used to wipe the Thunder Tide Whale Devourer sniper cannon, grinning from ear to ear. Finally here, my cannon barrel has been itching for a fight for a long time. With me as the main gunner, they won't even be able to touch our ship's paint. Wang Chuang patted his chest and casually moved a few boxes of armor-piercing shells to the gun position. Inside the cabin, Timo pushed the power output to the maximum. Boss, the energy core pressure is about to overload. We can maneuver at full speed immediately. These bastards want to get close to us? I'll make sure they don't even get a ripple. Boomstrapje. The engines of the Thunder Shadow Whale emitted a deep roar, and the massive hull trembled slightly. On the sea, ships from various factions drew ever closer. The smell of gunpowder had already overpowered the stench of blood algae. A major battle is about to break out. Chapter 165 fires the first shot to destroy Black Shark. Chun Dahai's 3 ships squeezed to the outer edge of the steel graveyard, where a densely packed fleet of scattered ships blocked the way and no one dared to rush in. The commander-in-chief has arrived. Get out of the way. Chun Dahai shouted at the bow of the ship. You bunch of weaklings don't block my way. Let me, the third leader of Dragon soaring to the sea, go in and fight my way through you. I've got all the VIP seats in the front row reserved for me. Before the words were even finished, the 3 ships formed a triangular formation, revved their engines to the max, and plunged directly into the blood algae swarm. The onlookers were holding their breath for him. If that thing got stuck to the bottom of the boat, it could turn the whole boat to shreds in minutes. But then something strange happened. The metal pipes installed around the sides of the 3 ships suddenly turned red hot, and when the seawater came into contact with the pipe walls, it bubbled and foamed, and in the blink of an eye, it boiled. In the waterway plowed by the bow of the ship, the ferocious blood algae, scalded by the boiling water, faded from red to dark brown and floated limply on the surface, the corrosive liquid losing its effect. Brothers, Chun Dahai put his hands on his hips, turned around, and gestured to the fleet of ships watching the commotion behind him. Look how awesome I am. The chat was immediately flooded with messages. Holy crap, he actually got it. This guy is shameless, but he's got a real knack for it. I desperately need modification blueprints. Chun Dahai completely stole the spotlight from the entire audience with this move. Seeing this, the casual observers who had been watching from the sidelines followed Chun Dahai's fleet and rushed into the steel graveyard. However, the cool factor only lasted 3 seconds before the style changed. The cooked blood algae were like the main course at a banquet. The surrounding living blood algae, attracted by the aroma, all rushed over, scrambling to enter the waterway, tearing and devouring, crowding together in dense swarms. The channel that Chun Dahai had painstakingly created was blocked up again in the blink of an eye, even more so than before. The several small boats following too closely couldn't stop and plunged headlong into the newly healed blood algae. The hull was breached in less than 3 seconds, seawater rushed in, and the ship tilted and sank. The people on deck didn't even have time to jump overboard before they were engulfed by the surging blood algae and dragged underwater. The screams mixed with the sound of seawater rushing and sent chills down one's spine. The chat, which had been buzzing with excitement just moments before, fell silent instantly. The smiles don't disappear, they just shift. Now those blood algae are laughing themselves silly. These blood algae have no sense of martial ethics. Chun Dahai, why don't you wait for the people behind you? Chun Dahai turned around and his wide grin froze. He chuckled dryly, decisively closed the public chat, and started typing in the chat. I'm not taking the blame for this. I didn't force them to follow me at gunpoint. On the other side, 2 jet black ships broke through the crowd and advanced forcefully. Bonebreaker and Toothbreaker. Instead of metal pipes, the 2 ships were surrounded by a ring of cyber energy emitters that glowed with a ghostly blue light. As soon as the transmitter was turned on, a blue energy wave spread out in a ring, pushing the blood algae back dozens of meters and creating a clean fan-shaped clearing on the water surface. The 2 ships proceeded at a leisurely pace, navigating the cleared waterway with remarkable stability. The sea continent that Sky Dragon resists the waves was blocked on the outermost edge by the scattered ships and several guilds blocking its way. It was simply too big to squeeze in. Long Xiaodian stood on the command platform of Sea Continent, staring at the steel wreckage in the distance. "President, should we force our way in?" the deputy asked from the side. "What's the rush?" Long Xiaodian waved his hand. "Zheng He's a shrewd guy. He won't call for help until he's really desperate. Let's just watch the show from outside and go in when he really can't take it anymore. If we go in too early, he'll think we're stealing his thunder." I have a firm grasp on this balance. Deep within the steel graveyard, the thunder whale. In the control room, Zheng He stared at the holographic chart. 2 green dots were steadily approaching him. Not fast, but their path was straight, clearly heading straight for him. On the observation deck, Timo leaned over the railing, looking out. The more he looked, the more familiar the ships seemed. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Boss, it's Black Shark's Rhino and Night Owl. I installed the cyber energy transmitters on those 2 ships myself." His voice changed, half showing off and half feeling the pinch. "I did a great job modifying the boat for them on a side job, and I set the energy wave thrust to the maximum. I thought I'd never need it in my life, but today I'm about to be used by my own skills." Zheng He pointed at the nautical chart and changed the 2 green dots to a glaring red. "The technology is indeed impressive." He looked up and smiled. "You install the cannons on those 2 ships, right? That's perfect. Let me see if the energy field you created can withstand your own cannons." Timo almost fainted. "Boss, the way you're saying that makes it sound like I'm looking forward to getting beaten up." Zheng He ignored him and pressed a button for all staff communication. Wang Chuang. On the deck, Wang Chuang was lying behind the Thunder Tide whale, devouring sniper cannon, as if he were petting his wife. Hearing the roll call, he jumped up with a start. "Here. Watch those 2 red dots on the radar. Fire immediately once they're within range." Zheng He's voice was calm, but laced with a chilling edge. "Don't hold back. Bombard them with the first shot. Let the Black Shark crew experience our hospitality firsthand." "Hey!" Wang Chuang pressed his face against the scope, his finger on the fire button, his eyes filled with fervor. "I've been waiting for this shot for ages. That bastard Guangxi stole 2 boxes of ammunition from me on the supply island last time. I'm going to get that back today with interest. Timo, charge me up." "Here it comes." Timo slid down from the observation deck, darted back to the cockpit, and typed away on the keyboard. "Main gun charging begins. Energy core output at 100%. Wang Chuang, aim properly. This shot has enough energy to blast through 3 warships. If you miss, I'll fight you to the death." "Don't worry." Wang Chuang stared intently at the black ship growing larger and larger in the scope, his atoms apple-bobbing. "I could hit their command room with my eyes closed with that gun barrel." The 2 red dots gradually approached the edge of the Thunder Tide whale, devouring sniper cannons' firing range. In the control room, Zheng He picked up the mint-flavored Siren's Tears that Lu Feier had prepared, took a slow sip, and kept his eyes on the sea chart. "They're here." He put down the cup. "Fire. Boom streepje." The Thunder Tide whale devouring sniper cannon roared deafeningly, its muzzle exploding with terrifying heat. The specially designed armor-piercing round tore through the air, carrying destructive kinetic energy, and hurtled straight towards the 2 red dots. The first shot has been fired. Chapter 166, there are risks in being a front-row spectator. That shot wasn't just aimed at the Black Shark. It also came with a surprise package for the onlookers. Shindahai's 3-ship squadron was positioned between the Thunder Whale and the Black Shark. The armor-piercing round from the Thunder Tide whale, devouring sniper cannon, flew past his scalp, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Holy shit, he fell backward onto the deck, his binoculars flying out of his hand. "Zheng He, are you blind? You've almost burned my scalp off." Unfortunately, nobody paid him any attention. Meanwhile, the radars of the 2 Black Sharks were already alarming. The Bonebreaker's interception system was activated almost simultaneously, and an interceptor missile was launched diagonally into the air, colliding head-on with the armor-piercing missile in midair. After the loud bang, a column of water several meters high shot up from the sea surface, splashing down with white foam. Shindahai stood there, stunned. When the 2 sides meet on a narrow path, according to the rules of the martial arts world, they must first exchange insults for 300 rounds in the public chat, cursing each other's ancestors for 18 generations, before slowly starting to fight. He can enjoy the VIP viewing seat, listen to the excitement, and gather some topics of conversation. How wonderful. Instead, they didn't even exchange a single trash talk. They immediately went at it, firing missiles at each other in a real battle. Young people have no sportsmanship. Chun Dahai shouted back, clinging to the railing. Don't you need to warm up with some tough talk before a fight? Who just starts hitting you right away? The crew of individual boats in the back row joined in the commotion. Has the third master gotten himself into a mess while trying to enjoy the gossip? How was the VIP experience in the front row? Did your legs feel a little weak? Where did that domineering aura of a dragon emerging from the sea go? Chun Dahai's old face turned a deep liver color from holding it in. They couldn't care less about arguing now. With the cannons glowing red-hot on both sides, if anyone's hand slipped and a ship veered off course by a few dozen meters, their boat would be doomed. This attempt to steal the spotlight is purely a desperate act, risking one's life for it. Move to the side, he yelled to his team members. Get away from these two groups of lunatics. Forget the VIP seats. I'm moving to the back. The three ships frantically moved to the side. Chun Dahai retreated to what he considered a safe distance and raised the binoculars again. His hands were still trembling. In his mind, he cursed Zheng He and Black Shark's ancestors one by one. These guys fought without caring about the lives of the bystanders. He couldn't hold back any longer and typed another line on the regional channel. Brother Zheng He, keep your aim down sights when you fire. I'm just passing by to watch the show. Don't actually send me to my death. We still have to work together to take down Black Shark. The public chat was instantly flooded with comments. Chun Dahai immediately backed down. I need a refund for the VIP ticket. It's too exciting for me. Calculate the psychological trauma experienced by the third leader at this moment. Inside the control room of the Thunder Whale, Zheng He didn't even glance at the message. He stared at the nautical chart. It was expected that the first shot would be blocked. The two enemy ships were well modified, given Timo's skill. The real trouble was that the two red dots on the Black Shark didn't rush to retaliate. Instead, they spread out to the left and right. Outflank. Timo, charge progress. 60%. Give me a little more time. Timo's voice was panting in the cockpit. This cannon drinks energy like a bottomless pit. We can't wait any longer. Zheng, he drew a line on the nautical chart with his finger. They're trying to attack me from both sides. The red that was pressing very firmly. The bonebreaker cut to the port side, and his sharp teeth circled around to the starboard rear, clearly intending to trap the Thunder Shadow Whale in the middle and then slowly grind it down with the cyber energy emitter. Timo knew this tactic inside and out. After all, she was the one who modified the ship herself. Boss, they're trying to catch up to our speed. Timo leaned out from the observation deck, his brows furrowed. I've adjusted the energy propulsion of those two ships. Their burst acceleration is ridiculously high. If we try to outspeed them, who said we were going to fight head-on? Zheng, he turned his chair around and pressed the all-hands communication button. Timo, back to the cockpit. Maximize the power core. Timo slid down from the observation deck and darted into the lower deck in a few steps. That's the heart of the Thunder Shadow Whale. Its LV.8 powertrain is inlaid with the various crystal cores she's collected along the way, further enhanced by the Sea Beast attribute bonuses from Sea Spirit Fusion. This setup is so powerful that even she herself doesn't dare to push it to its limits. Family members. Timo cleared his throat in the channel, his finger on the overload switch, his tone suddenly becoming cheerful. Sit tight and hold on to everything you can. I'll show you what the ultimate pushback feeling is like. Before he finished speaking, he pushed the switch all the way down. Boomstrapje. The Thunder Shadow Whale let out a deep, furious roar. Its massive hull seemed to have been kicked from behind by an ancient behemoth, ignoring the physical laws of its size and shooting forward. On the deck, Wang Chuang lost his balance and ended up half-hanging from the sniper rifle, laughing wildly. Timo, take it easy. In the control room, Zheng Yi's glass of mint siren's tears spilled halfway out, landing on the armrest. He paid no attention, his eyes fixed on the two red dots on the nautical chart that were quickly left behind. Mad Rhino and Night Owl were dumbfounded. On the Bone Crusher, Mad Rhino stared at the radar screen, his mouth agape for a long time. This behemoth, comparable to a mobile fortress, with a tonnage equal to two of his ships combined and turning a corner, could actually reach such an unbelievable speed? An elephant suddenly leaping faster than a cheetah. The scene was terrifying. Chase him. What are you standing there for? He snapped out of his daze and slammed his hand on the control panel. Maximize energy propulsion. Chase him to the death. The night owl on the sharp T side didn't waste any words, silently pushing the shovel to the maximum. The cyber launchers at the stern of both ships simultaneously lit up with a ghostly blue light, propelling the ships forward. The generational gap in strength is crystal clear. While outside intelligence was still reporting that Zheng He's ship was at level 7, Guangxi realized that he had suffered from a lack of knowledge. The power source under the ship's hull was already on a completely different level from theirs. Ahead, the Thunder Shadow Whale displayed incredibly agile maneuvering through the complex channels of the steel graveyard. Using the massive metal debris on either side as cover, it drifted, leaving the two black ships far behind, their taillights no longer visible. As Guangxi watched helplessly as the target on the nautical chart receded further and further away, he cursed angrily. Has this damn ship come to life? Chun Dahai, holding binoculars behind him, witnessed the entire scene. He clicked his tongue, turned to his subordinates, and muttered, "See? Zheng He's ship is moving faster than I am stealing the limelight." The subordinate, suppressing a laugh, said, "Third master, should we follow them too?" "Follow me for what?" Chun Dahai put away his binoculars. "The further away from those two lunatics the better. Let's go around in from the other side and watch the show." He paused, then added, "Safety first." Inside the cabin, Timo was still engrossed in his masterpiece. Chapter 167, The Hidden Secrets of the Rhinoceros and the Night Owl. "Boss, we've shaken them off," Timo yelled excitedly over the communicator. "I've left those two flies miles behind. They can't even catch our tails." "Don't get cocky." Zheng He's voice came through the channel, his tone calm. "If they can't catch up, they'll naturally come up with other tricks." He glanced down at the nautical chart. The two red dots didn't persist. Instead, they adjusted their course and slanted towards the depths of the steel graveyard. "It's obvious they're going to block people ahead." Zheng He tapped lightly on the intricate waterways on the nautical chart, stopping at a narrow pass. "Trying to take a shortcut." His lips twitched. "Then let them see who really rules this cemetery." Zheng He looked at the holographic sea chart again, and the two red dots had disappeared. He then activated Sea God's vision to scan the surrounding sea, but still couldn't find them. Could it be that they also possessed a concealment field? Now that the enemy has disappeared, everyone must be on high alert. Zheng He's voice drowned out the playful banter on the communication channel, and the entire ship fell silent instantly. Timo, still panting beside the overload switch, stopped laughing upon hearing this. "Boss, we just shook them off. Why are you so nervous? I personally modified those two's boats. They can't cause any big trouble." "Timo, were those two ships also equipped with concealment fields?" Zheng He asked directly. Timo thought for 3 seconds. "No, Black Shark doesn't have anything that advanced." But what?" Zheng He asked anxiously. "Their ship is equipped with radar signal jammers, and they're powered by cyber energy. Could that be what's causing this? They're out of the running now. They've disappeared from the radar and even managed to evade the search of Poseidon's vision. It seems this jammer has evolved with cyber energy. The unseen enemy is the one we should guard against the most." Zheng He stared at the nautical chart. The two red dots were indeed gone. The radar scan only showed the echoes of a dense mass of metal debris, like a handful of iron filings. "They've slanted into the depths of the cemetery, not to escape, but to take a shortcut and block us." Wang Chuang poked his head out from the sniper rifle. "Where should we block it?" "A narrow pass." Zheng He pointed to the nautical chart with his fingertip. It was a narrow passage squeezed between two massive steel wrecks, barely wide enough for a single large ship to pass through at its narrowest point. The Thunder Shadow Whale needed to reach the core of the graveyard, and this passage was unavoidable. Timo leaned closer to the communicator, his tone immediately changing. "They figured out the terrain? This is our first time in this cemetery. There's no need to figure it out." Zheng He put the half-splashed tears of the siren aside. "The nautical chart shows that there are only a few passes, and there is only one on our only route. With a little analysis, it can be found out that even if you gamble blindly, the probability of Dong winning is very high. People like Huang should have a strong gambling instinct." Liam O leaned back in his seat, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest. "Shall we take another route?" "We can't change it." Zheng He pulled up the holographic nautical chart, and several forks in the road were marked in red. This way, the algae concentration is ridiculously high. Our pre-shock wave might not be enough to clear the algae. If we force our way in, the bottom of the ship will be eaten through." The only way is through the narrow pass. There was a 2-second silence in the cabin. Jaina pushed the supply crate aside to make room. Isn't that just blatant suicide missions? That's why we need to be on our toes. Zheng, he stood up. They think they have the upper hand. So, they've been lying in wait at the pass, their energy transmitters fully charged, ready for me to come to them. But they've forgotten one thing. What's the matter? Wang Chuang asked. This place is narrow. Zheng, he paused. So narrow that their 2 ships can't fire at the same time. Cyber launchers need to be spaced out to be effective. Squeezing them into a narrow passage is like trapping themselves. Timo's eyes lit up. That's right. I modified their weapon system. The heat dissipation can't keep up at close range, so they have to stop firing and cool down after firing 3 shots in a row. She paused halfway through her sentence, then realized what she meant. Boss, you planned this all along? You deliberately led them to the pass. Zheng didn't respond to that, but instead called out in the all-staff channel and ran. Yes, and Rand's clear voice came from the medical room. When we enter the pass, Limo's link will be on me the whole time. They will definitely fire first this time. So, we need to be prepared to take a few hits. If the ship is damaged, I will be injured too. Li and Mo will not only share the damage, but also help me heal. It's a very difficult task. And Rand, you're responsible for monitoring our vital signs and being ready to provide first aid at any time. Understood. Everything is ready. Li and Mo, don't push yourself when you're injured. If you can't take it, call for help. Timo, get ready to reinforce the hull as well. Clear. Zheng, he sat back in the control seat and placed his hand on the helm. The bow of the ship was now aimed at the narrow opening, with the dark mass of steel wreckage crowding in from both sides, and the blood algae gleaming dark red in the gaps between the metal. Wang Chuang, charge the main gun. It's already fully charged. Wang Chuang pressed his face against the scope. Brother, my fingers are practically calloused from waiting. Don't rush to open it. Zheng, he stared at the nautical chart, slowing his speech. Once we're inside, they'll make their move first. I need to see where they're crouching before you start shooting. The Thunder Whale approached the narrow pass and reduced its speed to a minimum. The massive ship slowly squeezed into the crevice, and the metal wreckage on both sides was so close that the mottled rust and hanging blood algae could be clearly seen. Timo lay prone on the observation deck, barely daring to breathe. The engine's power core hummed low, ready for another extreme pull at any moment. Just as the bow of the ship plunged into the very center of the pass. The radar is flashing wildly. 2 red dots, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly darted out from the shadows of the wreckage. There it is, Wang Chuang shouted. A ghostly blue light shone simultaneously, and 2 beams of cyber energy tore through the mist between the algae, heading straight for the midsection of the Thunder Shadow Whale. Liamo. Zheng, he pressed down on the helm. Caught it. A protective shield of life links spread across the ship's hull, and 2 energy beams struck the shield, sending up a burst of blinding blue and white sparks. The ship shuddered, but its powerful defenses and high durability allowed it to withstand the attack. We held on, Li Mo shouted through gritted teeth. Before he could catch his breath, the emerald green light of the rejuvenation spell almost simultaneously enveloped Zheng He, and his lost health bar was mostly restored. Zheng He's eyes never left the nautical chart. The positions of the 2 red dots were now clearly visible. One ship was stuck behind the wreckage on the left front, and the other was huddled in the shadows on the right rear, blocking both ends of the pass. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. Wang Chuang, Zheng He's voice turned cold. That ship on the right rear, Night Owl's sharp teeth. There's a dead end behind it. No way to retreat. Wang Chuang's crosshairs were locked on the target through his scope. Watch out for me. Chapter 168, Chundahai, diligent and eager to learn. Thunder, tide whale, devouring sniper cannon, fire a shot at it. The cannon, brimming with energy, crackled with blinding blue-purple lightning. Wang Chuang held his breath and slammed his finger down on the trigger. Boom! A thick beam of light enveloped a giant armor-piercing bomb, roaring out like a raging dragon. The armor-piercing torpedo flew straight through the narrow pass, skimming the gaps in the wreckage on both sides, and struck the side of the sharp tooth squarely. The sharp teeth wanted to retreat, but it was too close, and there was a pile of steel debris stuck behind it, so it had no choice but to take the armor-piercing torpedo head-on. Amidst a deafening roar, the sharp teeth burst into flames that shot into the sky. Even with the protection of the cyber energy shield, a large hole was still torn open in half of the ship's side. The lightning vortex instantly engulfed the entire ship, and everyone on board received electrotherapy on the spot. In the command room, Night Owl slumped in the captain's chair, rolling his eyes. Her exceptional sensory expertise acted as a catalyst, sending a tingling sensation through her entire body, and she unconsciously uttered soft, seductive sounds. The commotion was so loud that all the male fish in the entire sea stood up. The worst part is that she can now keep fish under her chair. A blue-purple current shot through the metal armor, sparking and flashing all the way. The lights on the sharp teeth went out, the engine twitched twice, and it completely broke down. Well done. Zheng, he stared at the holographic screen and gave Wang Chuang a thumbs up. He didn't rush to open the champagne. His gaze swept to the left side of the nautical chart, where the red, representing the bone breaker, was still jumping wildly. Mad Rhino was still basking in the joy of hitting the Thunder Shadow Whale, thinking he had succeeded. When he turned around, his teammate, Sharp Teeth, was emitting black smoke from half of its body. All that could be heard on the Night Owl's communication channel was the crackling of electricity and the depraved music that echoed through the sky. Sister Xiao? Answer me. Quan Shi pounded on the control panel. He switched to a private channel, but it was still silent. He then realized that Zheng, he had not only taken the damage head-on, but had also physically exorcised the Sharp Teeth. Lightning is the most effective weapon against precision instruments. Right now, this Sharp Tooth probably can't even turn on a light bulb. With its high sensitivity, Night Owl is probably being electrocuted and rolling his eyes back. Quan Shi completely broke down, smashing several buttons on the control panel with a single punch. Zheng He, you tricked me. Zheng He knew Quan Shi's temper all too well. This man was concerned with his reputation, easily angered, and a typical reckless brute. Dealing with this kind of person, a head-on confrontation was the worst approach. A more strategic approach was to walk the dog, i.e., give him a run for his money. In psychological warfare, the key lies in information asymmetry and emotional control. Full left, heading 270. Zheng, he jerked the steering wheel wildly. The massive body of the Thunder Shadow Whale spun a smooth arc across the water. Instead of taking the opportunity to finish them off, it turned around and fled in the opposite direction from the bone breaker. This move stunned Quan Shi. He wasn't fighting back after being attacked, but instead ran away. Trying to run? No way. Mad Rhino's eyes turned bloodshot as he slammed his hand on the pursuit button. The engines of the bone breaker roared, and the heavy twin-mounted electromagnetic pulse naval guns began to preheat, crimson light gathering wildly at the muzzle. This time, a single decisive blow was necessary to regain face. Run? That's called tactical maneuvering. Zheng He grinned as he looked at the red that was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Wang Chuang, reload. Timo, continue charging the power core. Wang Chuang deftly pulled open a breech block, pushed in a brand new armor-piercing torpedo, and locked it with a click. Look at that hand speed, bro. You didn't stay single for 20 years for nothing. The main gun needs time to recharge. During this firepower vacuum, we need to give the enemy a good thrashing. We can't just pretend to be a defeated dog. Jaina, it's your turn to shine. On the high deck, Jaina was itching to get out of bed. She rubbed her hands together, and crimson fire elements gathered into a ball in her palms, which she then pushed forward with a sudden thrust. The fireball scattered in midair, turning into dozens of fiery meteors that crashed toward the bone breaker with dazzling trails. Although the armor of the bone breaker was thick, its deck could not withstand the high temperature. A fiery meteor struck, instantly igniting the wooden deck and destroying the stacked ammunition boxes and supplies. Several unlucky sailors got caught in the sparks, which they couldn't extinguish no matter how hard they tried, and screamed as they were thrown into the sea like dumplings. The air was filled with the smell of roasting meat. Jaina transformed into a relentless artillery turret, raining down fireballs as if they were free. Within 2 minutes, the blue bar was empty, and his face turned deathly pale. Out of mana, need to rest for a bit. She shrugged, and the light from her staff dimmed. Lu Feier strode over in her non-slip boots, carrying a tray. A large glass of chilled Siren's Tears sat beside it, along with a small dish of electric mouse cookies. Quickly replenish your mana. Don't overexert yourself. Jaina grabbed a biscuit and stuffed it in her mouth, then gulped down a large mouthful of her drink. After a few sips, her pale face regained its color. The flames reignited at the tip of the staff. These cookies are good. Bake more next time, and add more chocolate chips. Outside the battlefield, Chun Dahai's 3 ships maintained a safe distance, enjoying the spectacle immensely. Chun Dahai, holding up his high-powered binoculars, clicked his tongue and said, "Old Zhao, look at Zheng He's maneuvering. He hits and moves around. Black Shark's sharp teeth is already out of commission, and now this bone crusher can't even inhale their exhaust fumes. He drives the ship better than I used to when I was delivering tofu on Mount Akina." Old Zhao adjusted his sunglasses and said professionally, "A typical kiting tactic, using range and maneuverability to fly a kite. The Black Shark has thick armor, but its large tonnage and slow turning make it completely vulnerable to this high-mobility fighting style. Zheng He is playing naval warfare like a MOBA game, with maxed-out micromanagement. I've learned something." Chun Dahai pulled out his notebook and frantically took notes. "We'll modify the ship later, maybe add a turbocharger or something. But we don't have Zheng He's skills, so I'm afraid we can't achieve that effect." On the other side, aboard the Bonebreaker, the heavy twin-mounted electromagnetic pulse naval gun was finally fully charged. The 2 thick cannon barrels were glowing red-hot, and the surrounding air was distorted by the intense heat. The rhinoceros was grinding its hind teeth to powder as it gripped the thunder shadow whale's rear end tightly. "Little Sister Owl, watch me avenge you with 1 shot." He pressed the launch button heavily. 2 crimson beams tore through the sea, heading straight for the stern of the thunder shadow whale. They were too close. It looked like they were about to hit it. Zheng He's eyes sharpened, but he remained calm and composed. Man and ship as one activated. The nervous system is directly connected to the ship's control system, and the engagement of every gear is clearly perceptible. Siren speed stacked, hydrodynamic resistance decreased sharply, and a light blue film of water appeared on the surface of the ship. Raging eel lightning blade unleashed. Engine output exceeded the critical value, and lightning element surged at the bottom of the ship. The Thunder Whale's engine emitted a sharp screech, and the ship was forced to slide more than 10 meters to the right the instant it burst out of the narrow passage. The crimson beam grazed the port side and struck the steel wreckage ahead, melting a large hole. Molten iron dripped down the wreckage into the sea with a hissing sound. Chapter 169, The Terrifying Specialization of the Rhinoceros. "Holy crap, boss, you're using a speed hack." Timo crawled out from under the control panel, her eyes wide with disbelief. She knew all too well the Thunder Whale's maximum speed. That last burst was more than twice its theoretical maximum. This speed defies the common sense of physics. It's pure ground-hugging flight. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zheng He, wishing she could get his autograph on the spot. This thrust-to-weight ratio, this instantaneous torque, it's absolutely outrageous. Outrageously outrageous. The ship came to an abrupt stop and changed direction at high speed, causing everyone inside the cabin to sway and stagger. Lu Feier spilled the several glasses of Siren's tears she had just mixed all over the floor and stomped her feet in heartache. "My drinks." "Zheng He, you spendthrift, these are limited editions." Mad Rhino stared at the empty cannon barrel, his head buzzing. What kind of insane movement speed is this? Is there a bug in the physics engine? He pulled over the tactical goggles and fastened them to his eyes, attempting to scan the data from the Thunder Whale. The goggles screen flickered twice, displaying a row of glaring data. Ship rank D. Ship tier 8. Powertrain unknown. Ship characteristics unknown. Ship material unknown. Weapon system unknown. The screen is filled with the word unknown in large letters. Quan Shi patted the eyepiece, thinking it was broken. Little did he know that this eyepiece was a 1.0 beta version created by Timo, which could only recognize ordinary materials. After undergoing the Sea Spirit fusion, the Thunder Shadow Whale's underlying data has been reconstructed, so this piece of junk can't read it at all. What a piece of junk! Mad Rhino ripped off the goggles, threw them on the ground, and stomped on them twice. This piece of junk, it's all a bunch of unknowns. With my paid VIP membership, just for show. Unable to break through after a prolonged siege, the Mad Rhinoceros completely lost its mind. My already limited brain cells have now been completely wiped out. Activate the backup power and ram him at full speed. Let's see how he tries to dodge now. The engines of the Bonebreaker spewed out thick black smoke, and the bow armor plate slammed down, revealing the menacing ram. The entire ship charged towards the Thunder Shadow Whale like a mad bull, recklessly. Zheng He looked at the red dot on the nautical chart that was approaching like a mad dog and shook his head helplessly. Ramming tactics might work in open waters, but in these complex waterways, it's suicidal. Desperado, this is your last act of defiance. A hint of mockery lingered in his voice. Too bad you're in the basement this time. Prepare to face justice. Energy threshold has been breached. Boss, we can start filling up the tanks one at a time. Timo's hands flew across the control panel, the tapping sound as rapid as a downpour. On the holographic screen, the main cannon's charging progress bar was fully charged, and a blue-purple halo flowed around the cannon's muzzle. On the other side of the bone breaker, the mad rhino had already floored the accelerator. The ramming bow cleaved through the sea, whipping up 2 white waves, and it was less than a kilometer away from the Thunder Shadow whale. Standing on the deck, you can even smell the burnt smell wafting from the opposite side. Now's the time. Zheng, he stared at the holographic sea chart. Wang Chuang, deliver the fatal blow. All right, let's send him back to the spring. Wang Chuang gripped the control lever with both hands and pressed the fire button hard with his thumb. Take this righteous iron fist. The Thundertide whale devouring sniper cannon let out a low roar, and a thick beam of light shot out. Blue-purple lightning enveloped the giant armor-piercing Thunderbolt, tearing through the air and heading straight for the Bone Crusher command room. The trajectory of this shell was extremely tricky, blocking all of the rhinoceros's evasive routes. Mad Rhino stood at the bow, his legs slightly bent, his hands gripping the railing tightly. He neither ordered a turn nor activated the shields. This madman wants to take a head-on? Is he that stubborn? Wang Chuang's eyes widened. The armor-piercing grenade was less than 10 meters away from the rhinoceros, and the terrifying wind pressure made his hair stand on end. What happened next completely stunned everyone. The rhinoceros released the railing, spread its arms wide, and then suddenly lifted itself upwards. The veins in his neck bulged, and the muscle fibers twisted violently under his skin as he withstood an extremely terrifying reaction force. The high-speed, armor-piercing missile came to a stop just half a meter from his face. The electric current on the surface of the missile was still crackling, but it couldn't advance an inch. Rise! Quan Shi roared, swinging his arms upwards. The armor-piercing missile defied the laws of physics, shooting straight into the sky following his gesture, drawing a strange parabola in midair. Immediately afterwards, the raging rhino pressed down hard with both hands. The lightning bullet reversed its trajectory and slammed back towards the Thunder Shadow whale with even greater ferocity than before. The entire room fell silent. The entire place fell silent. Chun Dahai, who was watching from the sidelines, almost dropped his high-powered binoculars into the sea. Old Zhao, am I seeing things? Chun Dahai rubbed his eyes hard. He caught a cannonball with his bare hands, and then threw it back. This is way too obvious. Isn't the authorities going to do something about it? Old Zhao pushed up his sunglasses, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. It's not a cheat, it's a specialized skill. This mad rhino is a formidable character. His specialization should be the ability to control metal. Metal control? Chun Dahai gasped. Wouldn't Zheng He's iron-hulled ship become a sitting duck? What's the point of fighting? Just surrender. Who will build cannons for naval battles in the future? Let's all practice throwing discus. Players on the nearby solo ships were also in an uproar. Holy crap, what kind of godlike skill is that? I've seen people catch blades with their bare hands, but I've never seen anyone catch a cannonball with their bare hands. The Black Shark Guild is really well hidden. With such a trump card, Zheng He is likely to suffer a major setback. Just watch. Zheng He won't give up so easily. Old Zhao stared at the sea. This kind of high-level specialization consumes a lot of mana. He won't last long. On the Thunder Whale, Zheng He didn't even have time to yell, holy crap. The main guns have just fired and are in a state of sage mode. Firing another shot is pure fantasy. Should Jaina use a fireball to intercept? That girl's mana bar has only recovered halfway. If she fails to stop it, the entire ship will be in for a world of hurt. Timo, push the power output to the limit. Zheng He snatched the steering wheel. Man and ship as one activated. Nerve endings connect to the ship's sensors, and the direction of seawater flow and the stress points on the ship are fed back to the brain in great detail. Siren speed stacks. The water film on the hull thickens, and the coefficient of friction drops to freezing point. Raging eel lightning erupted. A high-pitched, buzzing sound came from the engine compartment as lightning elemental energy frantically slashed across the propeller. The massive body of the Bonebreaker had already crashed into their face, the ramming horns gleaming with a chilling light. Zheng He exerted force with both arms, turning the rudder wheel straight to the left. The Thunder Shadow Whale tilted sharply, sliding past the Bone Crusher at a tricky angle that defied hydrodynamics. The two boats were less than half a meter apart, and you could even see the look of astonishment on Quangxi's face, as if he had seen a ghost. Inside the cabin, Gianna was thrown against the control panel by the inertia, rubbing her shoulder and complaining, "Zheng He, can you drive a little more steadily? My old back is about to break." Lu Feier clung tightly to the bar counter, protecting the freshly mixed drink. "If you shake it again, I'll almost certainly pour poison into your glass." Having dodged the impact, the shadow overhead followed closely behind. The armor-piercing torpedo that was thrown back slammed vertically onto the deck with a piercing whistle. Chapter 170 Rescue of the Sharp Teeth. Hard to write. Timo, cut off power to the left engine. Zheng, he shouted at the top of his lungs. With its right side engine at full throttle and its left side engine coming to a sudden stop, the massive hull violently spun out a series of extremely rough tailspins on the water surface. The armor-piercing torpedo grazed the port side armor plate and slammed into the sea. With a loud plop, a column of water shot skyward. Blue-purple electricity spread wildly across the sea surface, electrocuting over a dozen unfortunate flying fish. Mad Rhino slammed his head into thin air, enraging himself and slapping his thigh in frustration. He jerked the steering wheel, preparing to turn the boat around for a second charge. Raging Rhino. Just then, the communicator rang. Raging Rhino, Night Owl's weak voice came through, mixed with the loud static of an electric microphone. "The entire Sharp Teeth is paralyzed, the brothers have all been electrocuted, and we urgently need medical support. You need to come quickly." The rhinoceros's foot, which was on the accelerator, froze instantly. He stared intently at the Thunder Shadow Whale, which was adjusting its posture ahead, and then glanced back at the Sharp Teeth, which was billowing black smoke in the distance. On one side is the prey that could be smashed to pieces, and on the other side is the beloved teammate lying in the control room. Mad Rhino gritted his teeth, his mind filled with two tiny figures locked in a fierce battle. Finally, the figure in his lower body delivered a flying kick, smashing the figure in his upper body to pieces. "You're lucky." Quangxi shouted into the communicator, "Hold on, Xiaomei, brother, she's coming right away." The engines of the Bonebreaker roared, and it decisively abandoned the pursuit, turning around and speeding towards the Sharp Teeth. Zheng He watched the red dot recede into the distance on the nautical chart, let out a long breath, and released the rudder. "Wang Chuang, don't just stand there. Load the ammo quickly. Timo, prepare for the next round of charging." "All right." Wang Chuang deftly pulled open the breech block. Zheng He picked up the teacup on the table, took a tactical sip, and stared at the Bonebreaker in the distance. The Rhino's specialty is metal manipulation. Zheng He put down his teacup, his tone certain. No wonder he can play with armor-piercing munitions like remote-controlled toys. This ability is excellent for dismantling ships, and it's also extremely disgusting to use as a meat shield. Metal control? Lu Feier poked half her head out from the kitchen. "Then our ship." The Thunder Shadow Whale has undergone a fusion with the Sea Spirit, and its underlying material has long since changed. Zheng, he patted the metal wall next to him and chuckled. If he dared to use this trick on us, he probably wouldn't be able to budge a single screw, even if he shook his brains. Then we're invincible. We've won this round to the max. Wang Chuang excitedly approached, carrying a cannonball. "Don't be blindly optimistic." Zheng, he tapped the nautical chart. If he can control ordinary metals, he can control abandoned shipwrecks in the sea. This steel graveyard is a ready-made natural arsenal for him. The real battle is yet to come. The Bonebreaker slammed against the side of the Sharp Teeth with a bang. As soon as the gangplank was set up, Mad Rhino rushed across it. He charged into the command room of the Sharp Teeth, only to be completely taken aback by the scene that greeted him. Night Owl slumped in the large captain's chair like a lump of mud. Her hair was disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her forehead. Her face was frighteningly pale, and her eyes were somewhat unfocused, staring blankly at the ceiling. The floor was wet and reflected the light. Quangxi paused, a thought flashing through his mind. What had this woman just gone through? He quickly unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over. Night Owl's hands trembled as she caught the water. Without thinking twice, she tilted her head back and poured it into her mouth. Ton ton ton. Her Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the gurgling sound of her swallowing was particularly jarring in the quiet cabin. Water trickled down the corners of her mouth, soaking her collar, but she didn't even bother to wipe it away. With the bottle empty, Night Owl took a deep breath and looked up at Mad Rhino. Her gaze held an eerie, unfocused quality, as if veiled by a layer of mist. She felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. Little sister, he swallowed hard. Are you all right? Did your brain short-circuit? Night Owl ignored him, threw the empty bottle aside, and reached for the second bottle. Water! Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper. I want more. Mad Rhino quickly turned and yelled towards the door. Quick, bring water. Bring a whole case over. A case of bottled water was quickly carried into the cabin. Night Owl grasped at it like a lifeline, unscrewing the cap and pouring it into his mouth. He drank too fast and choked violently, but his hands just wouldn't stop moving. The third bottle, the fourth bottle. Quan Chi watched from his side, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Just as she finished the sixth bottle, Night Owl loosened her grip, and the bottle rolled directly onto the floor. She leaned forward abruptly and vomited violently, emptying her bladder completely. Acidic water mixed with undigested residue sprayed all over the ground, splashing directly onto Mad Rhino's trouser leg. Holy crap, Owl girl! Mad Rhino was startled and quickly squatted down to help her up. Take it easy. Doctor, he yelled outside. Someone come quick. The ship's medic scrambled in, crouched down to check on Night Owl's condition, and then examined her eyelids. She's fine. He stood up. She drank too much water, which irritated her stomach, and a strong electric current overloaded her bodily functions. She'll be fine after a while. Mad Rhino finally breathed a sigh of relief, then took Night Owl's arm and helped her into the captain's cabin. Night Owl's body was as limp as a noodle, and he had to be dragged along. Mad Rhino glanced down at the mess on the ground, his heart pounding. What kind of weird attribute did Zheng he shot have? After settling Night Owl into bed, Mad Rhino pulled up a chair and sat down. Night Owl closed her eyes and shrugged for a long time before her breathing finally became even. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling, as if reviewing the moment of despair she had just experienced. That shell they fired carried a high intensity of lightning, Night Owl said weakly. After it exploded, it created a magnetic field vortex, crippling all of our ship's electrical, propulsion, and weapon systems. Quan Chi nodded. I saw it. The sharp teeth came out of service and started smoking. Zheng, he is very capable. Night Owl turned to look at him. Did you scan his ship with that tactical goggles? Mentioning this only ignited Quan Chi's anger again. Scanned it. He slapped his thigh. That piece of junk, it only showed unknown. Besides indicating that it's a D-class ship, level 8, there's no other data. I think the eyepiece is broken. I'll go ask that girl Timo for a refund later. Not necessarily. Night Owl shook his head slightly. That eyepiece is an early model. It can only identify ordinary materials. The fact that it shows unknown means that most of the parts on Zheng He's ship are made of special materials. She paused for a moment. You can tell from the shape of his boat that it's completely different from ordinary boats. The rhinoceros was stunned. Recalling the chase just now, the thunder shadow whales drifting, which defied the laws of physics, and its dull luster, were indeed strange, completely out of place among the rusty steel junk around it. Now that you mention it, Mad Rhino scratched the back of his head. When I rammed into it at full speed just now, I was trying to use my specialization to control its hull and keep it in place. But guess what happened? Chapter 171 Rescue Night Owl. What's wrong? I can't control it. Mel Clint. With my specialization, controlling ordinary metals is a piece of cake, but it doesn't react to his ship at all. I was puzzled at the time, thinking that my specialization had suddenly failed. The owl closed its eyes and gave a weary. The case is solved now, she said in a very soft voice. Seeing her pale face, Quan Chi felt a surge of anger rise within him again. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to say, Sister Xiao, just now, I went at full speed to ram him because I wanted to vent my anger for you. Night Owl opened his eyes and stared straight at him. Raging Rhino, she asked, did you really run him over? Yes, absolutely. You want to die together with me? I didn't think that much about it. Quan Chi scratched his head. I just thought I couldn't let you get that shot for nothing. Night Owl stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. His shoulders shook from laughing, which aggravated his wounds, causing him to hiss in pain. What are you laughing at? Quan Shi felt uneasy at the laughter. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Night Owl took a breath. You're stupid in the sense of being an idiot, not cute stupid. I'm allergic to idiots, she said, shifting to the inside of the bed, moving away from Quan Shi. Stay away from me. Don't infect me. Quan Shi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, on the observation deck of the Thunder Whale, Zheng he held up a high-powered telescope and watched for a while. The sharp teeth was completely dead, lying motionless on the sea. Figures moved about on the deck, seemingly transferring supplies and the wounded. The bone breaker was moored beside it, the docking passageway bustling with activity. The destructive power of the lightning vortex was greater than he had anticipated. The more sophisticated the equipment on a ship, the more severe the damage. A warship like the Sharp Tooth, which primarily uses energy weapons, would be virtually paralyzed after being electrocuted. Conversely, wooden boats, small fishing boats, and even Jaina's old duck boat would likely be completely unharmed. Seeing that the other side had almost completely retreated, Zheng he put down his binoculars. Where are Mad Rhino and Night Owl? These two haven't shown up for ages. Are they having a deep conversation in the captain's cabin? Zheng he thought about the location of the Sharp Teeth command room, and then looked at the angles at which the two ships were docked. The bow of the Bone Crusher blocked the view from the porthole of the Sharp Teeth captain's cabin. I understand. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Wang Chuang, are the shells loaded? From below deck came Wang Chuang's excited reply. Boss, loading complete. Ready to fire at any time. Timo, what's the charging status? 87% charge. 5 more minutes to full power. Timo's cute voice came from the control room. Zheng he hummed in agreement and said nothing more. He raised his binoculars and gave the two stationary warships one last look. Captain's cabin of the Sharp Teeth. Night Owl lay on the bed, his body twitching intermittently. The sheets were soaked with sweat. It was the residual electric arc inside the body causing the disturbance. Her hair was stuck to her face, strand by strand, with the ends still slightly steaming. Quan Shi squatted by the bed, staring at her as she convulsed, powerless to do anything. Little sister, don't scare me. He reached out urgently to support her shoulder. The moment my fingertips touched the clothes, I was jolted away by a powerful electric current. Holy crap, it's electrified. Quan Shi jerked his numb fingers around, taking a deep breath. Night Owl gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. Don't touch me. That won't do. Quan Shi exclaimed anxiously. If you keep whipping yourself like that, you'll roast yourself alive. Quickly let your brother check you out and see where you've been electrocuted. As he spoke, he took another half step forward. Night Owl suddenly shrank back into the bed, gripping the bed surface tightly with both hands as he retreated. Her lips were deathly pale, and her forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. Quan Shi, don't come any closer. How can I examine you if I don't come over? Mad Rhino paced anxiously in the cramped captain's cabin. If you don't get rid of this static electricity, it'll definitely cause you health problems later. I can handle it myself. You're talking nonsense. Mad Rhino raised his voice. You can't even get out of bed. How are you going to deal with this? The owl was too weak to argue. He could only gasp for breath. Her body suddenly convulsed uncontrollably again. The convulsions were so great that she arched her back half a foot high and then fell back down heavily. Quan Shi's eyelids twitched violently as he read, and a fire suddenly ignited in his heart. No way. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'm going to help you get rid of the residual current today. How do you guide me? Night Owl's voice was trembling. Quan Shi scratched his head in frustration. He was actually completely clueless, but he had already made his statement, and a real man would never back down. Use a conductor, the one where the positive terminal is inserted into the negative terminal. He looked around, and his gaze instantly locked onto a metal water pipe by the bedside. As long as we're connected, I can hold onto the water pipe, and the current will flow into the hull through it, and that'll be it. Have you gone mad, Rhino? Night Owl's eyes widened. Not crazy, perfectly sober. Mad Rhino had already strode over. He didn't give the other party a chance to refuse, and pulled Night Owl into his arms. His hands were cold and a little numb, like the feeling of static electricity. Let me go. You have no choice. Mad Rhino's eyes widened, revealing his ferocious nature. You want to smoke here all night? I'm afraid you'll dehydrate and die on the ship. Night Owl was amused by his reckless attitude. But after laughing twice, he started coughing violently again, aggravating his internal injuries, and his body curled up into a ball. Seeing this, Guangxi tightened his arms and hugged her even more tightly. The connection between the positive and negative electrodes has been completed. He let the Night Owl hug him. Get ready. We're about to start removing static electricity. The rhinoceros gripped the cold metal water pipe tightly with both of its large hands, exerting tremendous force. Sizzle. A powerful electric current surged wildly through Night Owl's body and then violently passed through Raptor's body once more. Guangxi instantly understood what it meant to have his scalp tingle. His short hair stood on end, his jaw chattered and clattered loudly, but his hands were as if welded to a water pipe, and he refused to let go no matter what. How do I feel? He asked, his tongue trembling as he spoke. The owl did not answer. She stared blankly at Guangxi's rough face, which was turning blue from holding his breath, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The current was indeed flowing through his body, frantically into the water pipes, and finally pouring into the hull. The excruciating, stinging pain she felt was visibly decreasing. Guangxi's face was as white as paper, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. Instead of letting go, he gripped even tighter. How much? How much is left? He asked through gritted teeth. The owl closed its eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. The residual electric arc that had been surging through the meridians has mostly dissipated. The remaining few sparks are no longer a threat. Almost there. Her voice was still weak, but much calmer. The rhinoceros continued to exert its strength, gritting its teeth to complete the final discharge of electricity. Chapter 172, A Dead Enemy is a Good Enemy. Once the electric shock was completely gone, he released the water pipe as if all his strength had been drained and collapsed heavily on a night owl. His hands were still trembling uncontrollably, and there was a small, horrifying char on his fingertips. Damn. Guangxi stared at his hands, a dry laugh tugging at the corners of his mouth. That's fucking awesome. Night Owl silently propped himself up on one side and pulled a nightgown from the side to put on. Her hair was a complete mess. Her clothes were wrinkled beyond recognition, and although her face was still frighteningly pale, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Compared to when he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment, he's much better now. Thank you. She lowered her eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Guangxi waved his hand dismissively and pulled a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket. His hands trembled for a long time before he finally managed to shake out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then he took out a lighter and tried to light it after striking it 3 times with his thumb. Smoke rose. He leaned against the headboard and comfortably exhaled a smoke ring. The owl watched him quietly. The rough-looking man still had red marks on his face from being electrocuted, and his hair looked like a lion with its mane standing on end, which was ridiculously comical. But somehow, it gives people a strange sense of peace. Wild rhino, she said. Why did you dare to connect with my positive and negative poles just now? Guangxi took a deep drag of his cigarette and grinned. I'm tough as nails. I can take it. Aren't you afraid of dying? What are you afraid of? Mad Rhino flicked his cigarette ash. If you die here, how am I supposed to explain this to the boss? What about the reputation of the Black Shark Guild? If I'm going to die, I'll die with you. The owl fell silent. She knew he was talking nonsense. The intensity of that electric current was so great that an ordinary person would die from even a slight touch. Guangxi had endured it for so long. He was simply gambling with his life. From now on, Night Owl paused, his tone softening. Don't be so reckless anymore. That's just how I am. Guangxi laughed heartily. I'll never change in this lifetime. After finishing his cigarette, he casually stubbed it out against the wall, put on his clothes, and stood up. Can we walk? The owl tried to move its limbs. It was still a little weak, but at least it could obey its commands. It should work. This time, Guangxi didn't reach for her hand. Instead, he squatted down with his back to her. Come up. Night Owl was completely stunned. What are you dawdling for? Guangxi turned around and urged, You're so weak you could be blown away by the wind. Do you think you can walk back by yourself? What if you slip and fall on your butt? Night Owl was silent for a few seconds, then climbed onto his back. The rhinoceros stood up steadily and even bounced up and down twice. Too light, he commented, frowning. Go back and eat more meat to replenish your strength. The owl pressed its burning face against the broad back without uttering a word. Pushing open the door to the captain's cabin, one is greeted by a dilapidated deck. A salty, briny sea breeze rushes in, carrying with it a strong smell of rust. Quan Shi carried her on his back toward the gangway. Sister Xiao. Don't try to tank those powerful attacks in the future. Quan Shi's voice sounded somewhat deep in the sea breeze. Next time we encounter Zheng, he's demon ship. I'll go with you. The owl closed its eyes tightly. We'll see. On the observation deck of the Thunder Shadow Whale, Zheng, he put down the high-powered binoculars in his hand. He could see clearly that Mad Rhino carried the heavily wounded night owl out of the sharp teeth and onto the deck of the Bonebreaker. Bathed in the dim light of the setting sun, the two figures appeared disheveled. Trying to slip away, huh? Zheng, he stroked his chin, his eyes turning completely cold. Timo's voice came from below. Boss, the main gun is 98% charged. Want to fire another shot? Continue charging and lock the power room of the Bonebreaker, Zheng, he said coldly without turning his head. Wang Chuang leaned over and said, Boss, they've all started to retreat, and Night Owl is done for. Should we still fight? Zheng, he turned his head and looked at Wang Chuang as if he were an idiot. If you don't kill the snake, you'll only suffer the consequences. If you let them go today, will you be grateful for your mercy when they come to besiege you with the main force of the Black Shark Guild tomorrow? Wang Chuang felt a chill and quickly shook his head. Remember, on this sea, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Zheng, he raised his binoculars again. A dead enemy is a good enemy. Main gun fully charged. Timo shouted. Locked on. Wang Chuang also completed his aim. Fire. Zheng, he uttered the two words without the slightest hesitation. Boom strapje. The bow of the Thunder Shadow Whale suddenly blazed with a blinding blue-purple light, and a thick, high-energy ray tore through the setting sun on the sea surface, carrying an aura of death, heading straight for the Bonebreaker, which was preparing to turn around. Bonebreaker, Captain's Lounge. Mad Rhino placed Night Owl on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. The owl was wrapped in a blanket, his face pale. Little Sister Xiao. Quan Shi scratched his head. Today it's on me. Beep, beep, beep. The highest level alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire warship, and the red alarm lights illuminated the lounge as if it had been ravaged by blood. Night Owl's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting sharply. High-energy reaction. He's not planning to let us go. The rhinoceros's eyes were bloodshot, and it was about to turn around and pounce on the control panel, but it was too late. Boom! A violent energy beam, enveloping an armor-piercing grenade, precisely penetrated the armor of the Bonebreaker, directly detonating the underlying power core. Before they could even scream, the figures of the Raptor and the Night Owl were instantly engulfed by the intense heat of over 1,000 degrees. The massive steel warship broke in two on the sea surface. The violent explosion created towering waves, and countless burning metal fragments rained down into the sea. On the deck of the Thunder Whale, the sea breeze ruffled Zheng He's hair. He stared blankly at the steel wreckage gradually sinking in the distance, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Target destroyed, no signs of life. Timo looked at the radar report, swallowed hard, and said with a hint of awe in his voice, Well done, Zheng. He turned around and clapped his hands. Taking down the vanguard of Black Shark is a warning shot, and the scales of victory are tipping in our favor. Chun Dahai, watching the fire from afar across the river, had trembling hands holding his binoculars. The two burning steel sections in the shot were slowly sinking, and the black smoke rising from the sea was dozens of meters high, turning the setting sun into a dirty dark red. Old Zhao, he swallowed hard, his throat dry and tight. Black Shark's two ships, just like that, gone? And two elite combatants were lost. Old Zhao, standing nearby, gasped, completely destroyed. The power core was blown up. The temperature must have been at least over 1,000 degrees. There probably won't even be any ashes left. The two looked at each other, and neither of them spoke. Chapter 173, The Impotent Fury, a Black Shark. At this point, the regional channels were in complete chaos. Chindahai, what kind of war correspondent are you? There's high alert ahead, and you don't even utter a sound. Tell me quickly, bro, was it Zheng He who died, or someone from Black Shark? Is there even question? It must be that Zheng He was desperate and blew up the ammunition depot, trying to take Black Shark down with him. Too bad. Black Shark's 2 elite ships have such thick armor. Zheng He's attempt is probably a waste. Dahai. Dahai. Say something. I'm dying of anxiety. Who won? Say something. You bunch of frogs in a well. You have no idea what a spectacular scene you've missed. Dahai roared as he frantically sent the picture he had just snapped into the channel. High definition and censored. The bone breaker, broken in two, is engulfed in flames on the sea, its wreckage raining down into the ocean. The entire channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, like a dam breaking, the comments started scrolling wildly, and the screen froze, leaving after images. Holy crap! Holy crap! Am I going blind? What the hell is this? Damn it! Boss Zheng He is awesome. Boss Zheng, he's the best in the world. Was that ship that exploded in two really an elite ship of Black Shark? They took them down. Zheng He single-handedly took down 2 elite ships from Black Shark. That's incredibly inspiring. Who says solo players can only be dogs for big guilds? Zheng He is a god among solo players today. No way. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp did Black Shark send? Is that all? Can't they send some elites to fill Boss Zheng He's teeth? We're targeting the elite, okay? Those are Mad Rhino and Night Owl. That pair of desperate lovers even robbed me of my supplies before. That woman has a really good figure. What a pity, what a waste of such a young body. Ha ha, is this all the Black Shark has? Aren't they supposed to be all-powerful? They didn't even scratch Boss Zheng He's ship. I think you Black Shark are just a bunch of cowardly bullies. You're all meek and subservient to the powerful, but you come at us ordinary folks with full force. Today you finally kicked a hornet's nest. Serves you right. Dahai watched as his message went viral, and his tail immediately swelled up with pride. He pointed at the screen, turned to Lao Zhao and grinned. See? Everyone says I'm just trying to ride the wave of popularity, but I'm the real deal. Old Zhao rolled his eyes. You still have a mind to think about this? Hurry up and move the boats back. When a main force of Black Shark comes, our 3 boats will be sitting ducks. Dahai's smile froze instantly. That makes sense. Let's retreat. The Thunder Shadow Whale, observation deck. Zheng He put down his binoculars, the sea breeze ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead. The 2 pieces of wreckage in front of him had mostly sunk, with only a few scattered fragments still floating on the surface. Boss! Timo climbed up from below, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. The radar has been expanded and confirmed that there are no signs of life. There are no survivors left on the Bone Crusher and the Tooth. Zheng He responded, his expression blank. Wang Chuang came over and rubbed his hands together. Boss, we're famous now, aren't we? The regional channels are praising you to the skies. Being famous is not a good thing. Zheng He withdrew his gaze, his tone completely calm. The taller the tree, the more the wind will blow. Losing 2 generals and 2 warships, Bloodshark will not be able to swallow this insult. Timo's smile faded slightly. Then, will they send a large force? Zheng He turned and walked into the cabin. They're probably already on their way. As expected, at the headquarters of Black Shark, in that marble conference hall so large that one's reflection could be seen, the atmosphere was as if one had fallen into an ancient ice cave. In the very center of the holographic projection, the 2 green dots that originally represented the vital signs of the rhinoceros and the night owl had now become 2 glaring red crosses. The system's announcement looped coldly. Signal source lost, unit determined, destroyed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The executive with the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stood up, his face as white as paper. Raging Rhino and Night Owl are the pinnacle of our vanguard. Their armor is top of the line. That random guy named Zheng, he is just a piece of trash who got lucky. How could he possibly kill them in such a short time? I think the radar is broken. You son of a bitch. The scar man across from him, called Venomous Fong, slammed his hand on the table. He pointed at the photo Dahai had sent on the regional channel, his whole arm trembling. Open your eyes and look at this wreckage. The power core is completely destroyed. This time, this ill-fated couple isn't even left with ashes. The conference room fell silent once again. Just half an hour earlier, in the same conference room, this group of people were still holding wine glasses, mocking Zheng He as an arrogant madman, and even placing bets on whether Guangxi or Yexiao would be the first to take Zheng He's head. Now, the people who placed the bets are still here, but the bets are gone. Zheng He's shot was a slap in the face to each of them. Bang! A crisp sound came from the direction of the head seat. Blood Shark smashed the priceless bone china cup in his hand to the ground. Shards mixed with scalding coffee splashed far away, cutting the face of the nearest cadre. The man winced in pain, but didn't even dare to wipe it, keeping his head down. Blood Shark slowly stood up. His massive body blocked the light, casting shadows over half the wall. He braced his hands on the edge of the table, not roaring, but speaking in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Good, he squeezed out through gritted teeth, his chest heaving violently. Very good. The huge conference hall fell silent instantly. No one dared to even breathe. It seems we all underestimated the strength of that bastard Zheng He. Mad Rhino and Night Owl, two of my Black Shark generals, died. Such a pathetic death at the hands of a rogue. He slammed his palm down on the table, and the solid wood conference table cracked open with a large gash. Those bastards on the regional channel are laughing at us. If we don't cut off Zheng He's head and hang it on my mast, how will Black Shark ever be able to establish itself in this sea area again? He turned and stared at the tactical commander in the corner, speaking slowly and deliberately. Pass on my orders. Firepower teams, lift all restrictions. First, second, and third heavy armored fleets. Proceed to the waters where Zheng He is located. Load all heavy weapons. The commander immediately stood up and stood at attention. Yes, sir. Blood Shark walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the churning black sea outside, and clenched his fist. Zheng He, I will use your blood and every piece of iron from your wrecked ship to pay for my brother's death. I'll show you what happens when you mess with Black Shark. It is a situation where one cannot live, nor can one die. Set off. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire base. The engines of the three heavily armed fleets roared to life simultaneously. The black steel behemoths turned their bows, pressing down in the same direction with a murderous intent that seemed capable of crushing everything. Chapter 174 sets the pace very well. The black smoke from the sea had not yet dissipated, and several pieces of charred iron sheet drifted with the waves. Zheng He jumped down from the observation deck and shouted into the cabin, Lu Feier, come out and get to work. Lu Feier came out of the lounge, the sea breeze ruffling her hair. She walked to the ship's railing and glanced out to sea. The two pieces of wreckage were about to sink to the bottom. These two large iron shells can yield at least several thousand units of iron ingots. Zheng, he pointed to the sea. The Black Shark is an elite ship, so the materials used must be of high quality. We can't let blood algae get this advantage. Lu Feier responded and activated her specialization, spreading her perception like a net across the wreckage. Suddenly, she stopped moving. What's wrong? Zheng He asked, looking at her. Lu Feier didn't answer immediately. She closed her eyes and probed the seabed with her spiritual power. Beneath the largest section of the bonebreaker wreckage, a very faint signal was pulsating. It was intermittent, but it was definitely not an illusion. She didn't know that it was a unique bond between highly perceptive people. Captain, she opened her eyes, her voice hesitant. It seems there's still living people down there. Zheng He remained expressionless. Where? Underneath the wreckage of the bonebreaker, Lu Feier stared at the sea surface. There's a spiritual pulse, very weak, but it doesn't seem like a sea monster. Zheng He walked to the railing and glanced at it twice. Are you sure? I'm not entirely sure. It's just a gut feeling, Lu Feier said honestly. Zheng He hesitated for a moment, then decisively shook his head. Impossible. He said with certainty, we attacked the power room. The core exploded directly. Didn't you see that mushroom cloud just now? The temperature was over 1,000 degrees. There were only neutrinos inside. Any living people would have turned to ashes long ago. Lu Feier opened her mouth, but no sound came out. You've been too tense lately. Zheng, he waved his hand. We've been fighting every day lately, so you're on edge. What you're sensing is probably a mutated sea monster that's come up from underwater. Don't scare yourself. Let's gather supplies first. Lu Feier thought about it and realized she was being too sensitive. Who could withstand such a huge explosion? All right then. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. Which one should we collect first? Bone Crusher is big, has lots of material, and most importantly, it's about to sink. The Thunder Shadow whale slowly sailed towards the wreckage. Lu Feier raised her hand, and a soft white light enveloped the ship, gradually lifting the wreckage out of the water. Decomposed, Lu Feier shouted. The iron shells transformed into blocks of resources in the light. Iron ingots, alloy ingots, and high-grade metal ingots that emitted a cold glow. Zheng, he stared at the numbers jumping up, his eyes narrowing. 3,002. Wang Chuang counted from the side. Boss, there are 3,200 units of iron ingots alone, plus 400 units of alloy ingots, and 200 units of high-grade alloy ingots. We're rich. Receive. Zheng, he waved his hand, and all the resources went into the divine sea spirit warehouse. After taking down the Bonebreaker, they set sail for the crippled Sharp Teeth. The ship hadn't exploded, and the materials extracted from it were even more complete. Zheng, he waved his hand, and another several thousand iron ingots and a batch of high-grade alloys entered his account. He was practically ecstatic with winnings. It's all cleared up. Lu Feier stopped focusing, let out a long breath, and stopped paying attention to the faint pulsation on the seabed. The sea returned to calm. The smell of burning dissipated, and even the sheet metal had been swept away by the waves. It was as clean as if nothing had ever happened. Timo poked half his head out of the cabin. Boss, the radar scanned again. No life signals within a 5-kilometer radius. Not a single survivor from Bone Crusher or Tooth. Understood. Zheng, he nodded. What Sister Feier just said. Mutant sea monsters. Zheng, he interrupted him. Don't mention it. Wang Chuang rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. Boss, we've really gone viral now. The regional channels are practically calling you the god of casual players. Being famous isn't a good thing. Zheng, he gazed at the horizon, his eyes calm. After pulling out 2 of their teeth, Black Shark will definitely not swallow this insult. Wang Chuang's smile froze. You mean, the main force is coming? It's on its way. As soon as he finished speaking, the private message interface popped up. Is Long Xiaotian. Brother Zheng He, I just saw your stats on the regional channel. Awesome. I'm so happy for you, even through the screen. The next message followed immediately, but now you're the target of everyone's attacks. Black Shark will definitely send a large force to surround and kill you. If you need anything from your brother, just let me know. Zheng He stared at the screen, thought for a moment, and then replied. Brother Long, this is just the beginning. 2 ships are merely an appetizer. Their main force will likely arrive soon. So what are you planning to do? Do you want your brother to come and help you? No need for backup, Zheng He replied. I'd like to ask you for another favor. Explain. Help me set the tone. Zheng, he paused. Guide the public opinion in the regional channels. Make those casual players think that Black Shark has really failed this time, and its days are numbered. Long Xiaotian remained silent for a few seconds. Using online trolls to create hype? I'm familiar with that. I used to work in public relations at a big company. But why are you doing this? People are blindly obedient, Zheng He replied. The independent people have been bullied for too long, and they're holding back their anger without daring to vent it. They need a leader. I beat Black Shark's face until it was swollen, but it's no use if only I beat him. Everyone has to think that Black Shark is no good. Only then will they dare to make a move. When a main force of Black Shark arrives, this area around will be in complete chaos, and that'll be interesting. After a moment of silence, Long Xiaotian sent a long string of exclamation marks. Goodness. You're trying to use the regional channel to ignite the anger of all the casual players across the sea. More or less, Zheng He replied. Are you in or not? Fine. I'll take this job, Long Xiaotian declared confidently. I'll endorse you under the name Sky Dragon Fights the Waves. When it comes to online trolls, I'm second to none. Black Shark, prepare to be completely finished this time. Zheng, he turned off his private messages and leaned against the railing. Boss, has it been settled? Wang Chuang asked. Zheng, he sneered. Now, there's going to be a good show. In the regional channels, Long Xiaotian's online army has gone berserk. Konglong Konglang employs a group of players who specialize in media manipulation, maintaining the guild's image and stirring up controversy when necessary. This is their original profession. The first wave of posts immediately set the tone. In-depth analysis. Who exactly is Zheng He? A hidden big shot in the casual investor circle. The post was a mix of truth and fiction, praising Zheng He for saving dozens of casual players and frequently giving away supplies to newcomers for free. He was practically a living saint in the casual player community. They even embellished the story by revealing the top secret event of Zheng He helping the Konglong Konglang guild solve the zombie virus problem. This is the kind of person who deserves to be called a beacon of light for the wandering souls, the post concluded. Immediately afterwards, the tone shifted to a censure session against Black Shark. Several individual players claiming to be victims jumped out and began to recount their experiences of being robbed by Black Shark. Chapter 175 this time, it's not an appetizer, it's the main course. I've been saving up supplies for 3 months, a player named Sea Drifter exclaimed. The Black Shark gang stopped me and took everything without saying a word. I begged them to leave me some fuel so I could find an island to resupply. And what did their leader say? He said, swim back, it'll help you lose weight. I'm so shocked. Are they trying to kill me? What's so special about that? Another chimed in. I was detained by Black Shark and forced to hand over the entire ship's worth of high-grade alloys. Even after I handed them over, they didn't release me. I was humiliated by them all night. Just thinking about those horrible scenes still makes my butt hurt. It's true that Black Shark steals things, but it's even more true that they act like scoundrels, the third person said. They don't lack those supplies at all. They just love this kind of thing. They enjoyed it when you knelt down and begged them. A bunch of beasts. These comments caused an uproar on the channel. Those players who were originally just bystanders, regardless of whether they had received any favors from Zheng He, had all suffered losses at the hands of Black Shark. Now they poured out all their grievances. I've been robbed too. That guy called Venomous Fong robbed me, beat me up, and then poured water on my head. Those poor 3 centimeters. Black Shark is a cancer on this sea. Today, finally someone has dealt with them. Juij Weizi. Brother Zheng, he did a great job. He avenged us. How long has Black Shark been playing this game? Bowing down to powerful guilds, but cracking down on us solo players. Today they finally kicked a hornet's nest. Serves them right. Public opinion, like water released from a dam, overwhelmed Black Shark in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Long Xiaotian personally stepped in and issued an official statement. Konglong hereby declares, after verification from multiple sources, Zheng He has acted with integrity and has never mistreated any solo player. On the contrary, Black Shark is a predatory and wicked individual, and has long been hated by both heaven and man. After this battle, Black Shark's days are numbered. Our entire guild toasts to boss Zheng He. This statement was tantamount to a major guild publicly endorsing the guild, and the channel went into complete uproar. Even the president of the Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves Guild has spoken up. Black Shark is really doomed this time. Rebellion. Rebellion. The free people will never be slaves. The atmosphere in the conference hall of the Black Shark headquarters had dropped to freezing point. The scarred-faced man with fangs had just thrown the regional channel projector onto the wall when a 3-centimeter message popped up. Boss, look at this. His voice was trembling with anger. We're socially dead in this channel now. Blood Shark raised his eyes. The walls were filled with scrolling comments, each one more offensive than the last. Players from various guilds and solo players alike were listing the crimes of Black Shark. Looting supplies, taking hostages, humiliating players. One incident after another has been exposed to the public. Blood Shark looked down at each of the 3 lines. The flesh on his face tightened little by little. When we were robbing them before, why didn't these bastards dare to utter a sound? His voice was icy cold. Now they've all jumped out. Boss, should we get someone to control the online comments? Control my ass. Blood Shark abruptly interrupted. The more you explain, the worse it gets. He stood up, walked to the projector, and stared at the official statement about Sky Dragon Fighting the Waves for a long time. Long Xiaotian. He squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. That old dog Long Xiaotian is also trying to get involved. No one dared to utter a sound in the meeting room. Blood Shark suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Good, very good. He turned around and glanced at the people below. One Zheng, he has scared you all out of your wits? A few comments on a crappy channel have made you think Black Shark is finished. No one responded. Write it all down. Blood Shark slammed his hand on the table. Everyone who jumped around in the channel today, whether they were guild players or solo players, write them all down in this notebook. After I kill Zheng He, I'll teach them a lesson one by one. Venomous Fong swallowed hard. Boss, there are several core members of major guilds inside. Core is nothing. Blood Shark stared at him. In the sea, my guns are law. There are no rules in this world. Whoever has the strongest fist has the right to speak. Zheng He only caused this mess because I didn't kill him in time. He punched the projector, the wall flashed, and the messages scattered and then gathered again. This time, I'm going to show the whole ocean what happens when you mess with a black shark. Anyone who eggs us on won't get away with it. We're the 3 heavily armed fleets. The tactical commander immediately stood up. Report. The advance force will arrive at the target area in 40 minutes. The follow-up fleet will follow closely behind. 40 minutes. Bloodshark leaned back in his chair. Pass down the order. Upon arrival, unleash a barrage of fire. I want Zheng He's wrecked ship reduced to molten iron. Yes. Bloodshark stared at the photo of the Bonebreaker wreckage on the screen. Zheng he said in a low voice. You'd better pray that by the time I get there, you're already far away. But he knew in his heart that the kid would never run away. On the Thunder Whale, Zheng he looked at the messages exploding in the regional channel, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Boss, this fire's burning really bright. Wang Chuang chuckled. The fire isn't strong enough. How can this pot of water boil? Zheng he casually turned off the channel. Timo suddenly jumped up from the control panel, his face pale. Boss! Boss! His voice trembled. The radar is responding. Zheng he turned his head. 3 large signal sources are approaching from the southeast. Timo pointed to the screen, where 3 red shadows were slowly closing in. Their size is several times larger than those 2 from before. Wang Chuang leaned over for a look and gasped. 3 heavy fleets. Timo nodded, his throat bobbing. Based on this size, each fleet would have at least 5 to 8 ships. He didn't dare to continue. Zheng he stared at the 3 slowly approaching red figures and remained silent for a few seconds. Boss, Wang Chuang's voice was a little dry. This isn't an appetizer, it's the main course. Zheng he stared at the imposing red figure on the screen without saying a word. He walked to the railing, looked at the distant sea, and suddenly turned to look at Lu Feier. That spiritual pulse you mentioned earlier, the one beneath the bone crusher, is it still there? Zheng he asked. Lu Feier was startled and quickly closed her eyes to sense it. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes. It's gone. It was there a moment ago, but now it's completely gone. Zheng he's gaze sharpened. Before the words were even finished, the radar emitted a piercing alarm. Boss, something's wrong. Timo's voice cracked. The signal source has split. There are now 9, and they're spreading out to encircle us. Zheng he's gaze suddenly swept towards the screen. 9 red dots, like a large net, are rapidly closing in. Chapter 176, The Alliance of Casual Players. When the 9 red dots appeared, the entire crew of the Thunder Shadow Whale fell silent. Timo stared at the radar, his fingers tapping incessantly on the edge of the control panel. Wang Chuang loaded the Thunder Tide Whale Devours sniper cannon with armor-piercing mines and looked back at Zheng he. Chundahai's 3 viewing boats were still swaying on the water, neither too close nor too far. Boss, should we activate stealth and retreat first? Timo's voice trembled slightly. 9 heavily armed warships, and we only have 1. This is a huge loss no matter how you look at it. Zheng he didn't reply to her. He walked to the railing and looked out at the perimeter of the steel cemetery. The sea was crowded with ships. It wasn't the Black Shark fleet. They were all just there to watch the show. Ever since Chundahai's photo was circulated, people from half of the sea area have been flocking to this area. A large area was densely packed with people, and the steel wreckage in the middle became the focus, surrounded by layers upon layers of people. These people, Wang Chuang leaned out halfway. Are they here to watch the show? Zheng he nodded. Just watching the show. Black Shark's fleet pressed in from the southeast, consisting of 9 heavily armed warships, each larger than the last. But the outer ship wall was too thick, and the boats were all crooked and stopped on the water, none of them moving and none of them giving way. The Black Shark ship was halfway there when the lead escort ship got stuck in the middle of the crowd of onlookers and couldn't squeeze in no matter what. A man stood on the lead frigate. He was shirtless, with a knife scar running from his shoulder to his elbow. This is Ben Lang, the leader of the Black Shark firepower team. He held up a megaphone and yelled at the crowd. Everyone, get the hell back. Are you waiting to be reborn here? No one moved. Ben Lang lost face. Did you hear me? Anyone blocking my way? I'll take care of you all too. This statement works. The frigate's thick hull pressed forward, and the scattered soldiers immediately retreated one after another. The main cannon at the bow of the ship was pointed menacingly at the crowd, and no one dared to gamble their lives on whether the Wolf's gun was loaded. A gap was forcibly opened in the ship wall. 9 heavily armed warships of the Black Shark entered in single file, cutting the onlookers' fleet in half. The fierce momentum he displayed in the channel just now has completely turned into timidity in reality. Wang Chuang grimaced as he watched. Boss, these casual players were shouting like crazy in the channel just now, but they all chickened out as soon as Black Shark arrived. They shout that they will never be slaves, but when they actually see guns and cannons, their legs tremble more than anyone else's. Zheng, he looked away. That's how independent people are. They won't put themselves in danger if it doesn't concern them. Timo leaned closer. Boss, should we hide or not? They're getting closer. Zheng, he did not answer, his gaze falling on the 3 ships that had remained motionless. Chindahai. Timo, see those 3 ships? Zheng, he pointed. Sail over there. The people at the control panel all turned their heads at once. Wang Chuang blinked wildly. Get closer? Boss, what are you going to do? Drive there. Zheng's tone was calm, but brooked no refusal. Timo opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask the question. They've truly experienced this boss's thought process these past few days. During the battle against the rhinoceros, who could have imagined a ship could pull off such incredible drifting maneuvers? Since they've told us to move closer, then we'll move closer. With a spur to the engine, the Thunder Shadow whale turned its bow and hurtled straight toward Chindahai. Wang Chuang was still muttering to himself. Black Shark is chasing over there, and we're just walking into the crowd of onlookers. I really don't understand this move. Shut up. Zheng, he stared ahead. Keep an eye on the sniper rifles charging. Chindahai was feeling pretty good right now. That photo went viral. The regional channels were all sharing the picture he took of the Bonebreaker wreckage, with comments like, Brother Hai is awesome, please carry me, and please add me as a friend. Having lived in this sea for so long, this is the first time he's experienced being an internet celebrity, and he's feeling quite lightheaded. Suddenly, the radar blared loudly. He looked down and saw the enormous vessel that had capsized the rhinoceros was heading straight for him. The bow of the ship grew larger and larger in view, getting closer and closer. Chindahai's heart skipped a beat. It's over. His mind raced instantly. What was this killing machine up to? Was he coming for me? Last time on the mining island, I didn't hand over that cybercore with both hands, but you can't blame me for that. If you wanted it, I would have given it to you. How would I put my face? But in the end, you still took it from me. Wait, did I say something unpleasant back then? I think I did say that. But it was just a catchphrase. It's not a capital offense, is it? He became increasingly panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. Old Zhao. Chindahai grabbed Old Zhao beside him. What is he doing? Old Zhao was also bewildered. How should I know? They don't look like they're here to visit. Call everyone over. Chindahai made a decisive decision. All the people from the 3 boats, get on my boat. Crowd together for courage. 20-odd people scrambled to get onto a boat. Chindahai stood at the front, trying to appear calm, but as the ship drew closer, his throat tightened. Finally, the Thunder Shadow whale stopped on the water about 20 or 30 meters away from them. 7 people were standing at the bow of the boat. Zheng, he stood in the very center, with 3 people on each side. The 7 men stood there without making any unnecessary movements, but the murderous aura they exuded after destroying 2 warships made it difficult for Chindahai's group of 20-odd men to breathe. Brother Hai. The female player named Xiaoli's voice was trembling. They're not really going to clear out our area, are they? Chindahai swallowed hard, not daring to reply. Just then, Zheng He spoke up from the other end. Chindahai. His voice wasn't loud, but could be heard clearly across the water. Thank you for that photo. Chindahai was stunned. Thanks? You've boosted the morale of our Casual Players Alliance. Zheng He continued. Here's something for you as a thank you gift. Chindahai's mind went blank for a moment. Casual Players Alliance? He's been in this sea area for quite some time now, and he's established a name among the 4 major guilds. Black Shark, Sky Dragon fights the waves, Never Flying, and their swimming dragon emerges from the sea. He had never heard of this league of casual players before. When did this thing appear? Old Zhao, Chindahai said in a low voice, turning his head to the side. Have you heard of the Casual Players Alliance? Old Zhao thought for a moment. Never heard of it. I've only played League of Legends. Who the hell asked you that? Chindahai grew anxious. Xiaoli, what about you? Xiaoli looked completely innocent. Brother Hai, I'm a woman. I'm usually either watching short dramas or thinking about how to make you comfortable. I don't have time to care about these fighting organizations. Chindahai's lips twitched violently as he turned to his men behind him. What about you? Has anyone heard of it? The group of 20-odd people looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Dahai was filled with anxiety. This kid, is he trying to trick me? But judging from Zheng He's nonchalant demeanor, it didn't seem like he was making it up. What a ruthless character who could send the Black Shark, elites, ship, and crew to the bottom of the sea bothering with me. Dahai? The more he thought about it, the less certain he became. Everyone stay alert. Dahai gritted his teeth, ordering those behind him, play it by ear. If he really has other intentions, Before the words were even finished, the thunder shadow whale moved. Chapter 177, The Angry Wolf. Wang Chuang carried an iron box and strode to the bow of the ship, slamming it heavily onto the deck with a loud bang. Inside were high-grade alloys obtained from disassembling the Bone Crusher and Toothed ships, neatly stacked and radiating a dazzling metallic luster. Got it. Wang Chuang grinned, picked up the ship's projection device, and steadily sent the iron box over. With a bang, it landed on Dahai's deck. Dahai peeked out and immediately gasped. Good heavens, this huge box of high-end goods is worth at least 3 months' worth of his hard-earned savings. This, Dahai suddenly looked up. This is for me? A thank you gift. Zheng, he raised his chin slightly, his tone casual. Keep it. Dahai held the box of high-grade alloys, and his mind went completely blank. He thought they were coming to kill him, but it turned out they were coming to give him money. Boss, Timo whispered to Zheng, his voice filled with heartache. We worked so hard to get these supplies, and we're just giving them away like this? Zheng replied. This is such a huge loss. That's called vision. Zheng glanced at Dahai's blank face. He's now the traffic center of half the sea area. Buy him a box of alloy to help me, as an online army, to stir up trouble, and I'll make a killing. Timo scratched his head, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Before Dahai could react, Zheng, he spoke up again. Boss Dahai shuddered and straightened his back instantly. Yes, yes. Black Shark will be here soon. Zheng, he pointed to the southeast, where 9 warships were aggressively encircling them. I have a favor to ask. I knew this kid wasn't that nice. He gave me such a big box of high-grade alloys from just one photo. Dahai muttered to himself. Whatever your orders. Dahai's attitude changed completely at this moment, and he smiled with a face full of wrinkles. If a fight breaks out in a bit, Zheng He pointed to the equipment in his hand. Don't let that machine sit idle. Dahai was taken aback. Take a picture. Take photos, record videos, live stream, whatever you want. Zheng, he sneered. How come Black Shark has 9 ships bullying a lone player like me? How do they fire? Transmit it to the regional channel from every angle. Having spent so much time in the sea, Dahai understood the meaning behind those words instantly. This kid is going to live stream Black Shark bullying casual players across the entire sea area. He became an internet sensation with just one photo. Imagine if we added a live broadcast of Black Shark's 9-on-1 battle. Dahai felt a chill run down his spine. This incredible wealth had just hit him right on the head. All right, Dahai patted his chest and shoved the box of high-grade alloy into old Zhao's arms. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of this. I'll set up the machine right away. Zheng, he turned to leave, but paused and glanced back at Dahai. Is there anything else you need? The Casual Players Alliance, Zheng, he said calmly. Now you've heard of it. Dahai. The Thunder Shadow Whale turned its bow around, its engines roaring, and headed straight for the Black Shark fleet. Dahai stood there, unable to process what was happening for a long time. Boss, old Zhao leaned over. Are we really going to film him? What if Black Shark holds a grudge against us? Dahai stared at the enormous ship sailing away and slowly grinned. Take the picture. Why not take it? This massive amount of traffic is too good to pass up. He paused, then gritted his teeth and added. Besides, those bastards from Black Shark have always exploited us casual players, so today is a good day to let them show their true colors. Old Zhao fell silent. Meanwhile, Black Shark's 9 heavily armed warships had already formed a semicircle, trapping the Thunder Shadow Whale firmly in the middle. Ben Lang stood shirtless on the foremost frigate, raising his megaphone and arrogantly broadcasting his voice across the sea. Zheng He, keep running, you bastard. Why did you stop? Zheng He stood at the bow of the boat, arms crossed, and did not reply. After waiting a few seconds without a response, Ben Lang's temper flared up, playing dumb. I'll count to 3, and if you don't surrender. Hello, Zheng He suddenly said slowly. Ben Lang was taken aback and subconsciously replied, "Huh, look behind you." Zheng, he raised his chin slightly. The wolf was startled and instinctively turned its head sharply to look. Behind me was an empty sea, nothing at all. He turned around, his face instantly turning ashen, and he broke down in a tirade. "You fucking dare to mess with me?" "No." Zheng He shrugged, his tone innocent. "I just wanted to see if you'd listen to me." Ben Lang almost fainted. He's been roaming this sea area for years, and no one has ever dared to play tricks on him like this when a large army is pressing in. A nobody, even on the verge of death, still dares to be so arrogant. "Fine, you got guts." Ben Lang gritted his teeth and slammed the megaphone hard onto the deck. He suddenly raised his hand and waved it forcefully towards a fleet behind him. "All units, get into position. Main guns charged. Blast it to pieces." The 9 warships simultaneously emitted a low hum, and the 9 dark main cannon barrels slowly rose, all locking onto the lone ship in the middle. The sense of oppression instantly intensified. In the cockpit of the Thunder Whale, Timo stared at the blinding red light on the radar, his voice trembling. "Boss, all 9 main guns are locked onto us. If they fire all at once, our ship will be reduced to dust. Don't panic." Zheng, he stood with his hands behind his back by the window, his eyes sharp as he scanned the 9 warships one by one. "Take a close look at their formation." Wang Chuang mustered his courage and leaned closer for a look. A semicircular encirclement. So their firepower is all concentrated within the semicircle. "Yes." Zheng, he nodded, his eyes cold. "In order to unleash their firepower on us, they concentrated all their energy on this semicircle in front of us." Timo stamped his feet in frustration. "We can't withstand being bombarded by all 9 cannons at once." Zheng, he ignored that and instead turned to ask, "Is the machine set up on Chundahai's side ready?" Timo quickly glanced back and saw Chundahai excitedly holding up his filming equipment, the red light flashing. "It's all set up, and we're recording." "Very good." Zheng, he cracked his knuckles as he moved them. "Then, let's get to work." Seeing no movement from this side, the wolf's roar rang out again. "Zheng He, this is your last chance," he roared, pointing in their direction. "Kneel down and kowtow. Hand over all the supplies on the ship. And if I'm in a good mood, I might leave you with a whole corpse." Wang Chuang laughed out loud. "Boss, this bastard is making you kneel down." "I heard you." Zheng, he stared at the holographic nautical chart. "Are you going to kneel? What do you think?" Wang Chuang chuckled, gripped the control lever of the heavy sniper rifle tightly, his eyes filled with fervor. Outside, seeing that Zheng, he still hadn't made a move, Ben Lang completely lost patience. "If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. First fire team, prepare for a volley." Chapter 178, The Propaganda Team of the Unaffiliated Alliance. "Boss!" Timo screamed, his eyes glued to the radar. "Those 3 ships to the southeast, their main guns are fully charged." "Understood." Zheng, he stared intently at the screen, his hand firmly resting on the rudder. 2, 3, boss, they're all fully loaded." Timo jumped up and down in a panic. 9 cannons have locked us down." The air in the cockpit seemed to freeze instantly. Zheng, he looked at the 9 flashing, deadly red dots on the screen, then suddenly curled his lips into a smile and chuckled softly. "They've raised all the cannons," he said quietly. 9 cannons. All moved to the bow for frontal suppression." Zheng, he tapped the screen with his long, slender finger. "Do you think their sides are currently undefended?" Wang Chuang was taken aback at first. Then his eyes widened suddenly. "The flank. They're focusing all their firepower on the front, on the broadside. They're all flaws." Zheng He's eyes were icy as he directly revealed the truth. "Heavy artillery needs time to recharge. They've staked everything on this salvo." Timo still hadn't grasped the situation and was almost in tears. "So what? So what? If they open fire, won't we still get bombed?" "Explode them one by one." Zheng, he slammed the control lever all the way down. "The prerequisite for their volley to hit is that we stay here and become targets." Before the words were even finished, the thunder shadow whale roared to life and shot out of the ground like a giant sea monster. "Release!" Outside, the howls of the wolves rang out almost simultaneously. The 9 main cannons roared into action, and 9 high-energy beams, carrying an aura of destruction, crisscrossed and blasted towards the original location of the thunder shadow whale. But at that spot, all that remained was the sea. The 9 rays collided violently in the center of the sea, stirring up a cloud of white mist. When the mist dissipated, the center of the encirclement was empty. Where is he? Benlang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There it is, a subordinate shouted from below. The Thunder Shadow Whale had already circled around to the flank of the semicircular formation in an extremely tricky arc and was speeding past the outermost warship. Wang Chuang. Zheng, he didn't even turn his head. Exist. The side of that ship. Roger. Wang Chuang pushed the control lever, and the Thunder Tide Whale devouring sniper cannon instantly turned, aiming at the side of the warship. B. The blue-purple energy enveloped the lightning bolt as it was fired, striking the ship's side armor squarely. With its sides uncharged, its defensive capabilities were virtually zero. The armor-piercing torpedo pierced through the armor, penetrating the ship's interior and exploding with a deafening roar. The heavily armored warship rocked violently, billowing black smoke into the sky, and a vortex of lightning engulfed the entire hull. All electronic equipment on board was disabled, and the crew was paralyzed. One ship, Zheng, he said. Inside the cockpit, Timo's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. 1 second, it seemed like a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. The next second, the boss made a move and destroyed one of the enemy's warships. Boss, Timo swallowed hard. Did you predict they would fire all at once? Does this even need to be calculated? Zheng, he had already pointed the bow of the ship at the next target. They have the advantage of numbers, and their first reaction will definitely be to overwhelm us with firepower. With 9 ships surrounding us, who would think to hold back their flanks? The more they want to swallow me whole, the harder they will press down with firepower from the front, and the more thoroughly their flanks will be exposed. Timo felt a chill run down his spine. Just how many schemes are in Zheng He's head at such a young age? This is absolutely mind-blowing. Outside, the Wolfpack's defenses have been completely breached. Chase it, you bastards. He pointed at the Thunder Shadow Whale, spitting everywhere. Don't let it get close. Quickly charge the broadside guns. The formation of the 9 ships was already in disarray. The leading semicircle was positioned towards the center, but once the Thunder Shadow Whale circled around to the flank, the entire formation had to be readjusted. Large ships are inherently slow to turn around, and they almost collided with each other. In contrast, the Thunder Shadow Whale weaved through the gaps between the warships as smoothly as an eel. Boss, who's next? Wang Chuang rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Zheng He looked at the frantic red dots on the screen, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Filling and charging, don't rush, he said. Let's make sure Chandahai gets enough footage to make our money back. At this moment, Chandahai was standing at the bow of the ship in the distance. His hands holding the filming equipment were trembling wildly. I wasn't scared, I was excited. Did you film it? He turned and roared at Old Zhao. Did you film that godlike movement just now? It's filmed. Old Zhao shouted even louder than him. High definition and uncensored. 9 against 1, and they got wiped out in one wave. This video is going to be legendary. Chandahai's eyes lit up. Send it. Get it on the regional channel right away. How do we create a title? Without a second thought, Chandahai wrote, Black Shark 9 ships besieged Light of the Wanderers, but with 0 hits, 1 ship was instantly destroyed. Old Zhao's fingers swung across the panel, leaving after images. Wait a minute. Chandahai slapped his forehead. Add 1 more sentence at the end. Add what? The alliance of casual players. Let's draw our swords today. Old Zhao was bewildered. When did we have a solo player alliance? You don't know anything. Chandahai kicked him. If Boss Zheng says it's there, then it has to be there. Send it. The regional channel was completely destroyed in less than 5 minutes after the post was published. This time it's even worse than last time. Last time it was a photo. This time it's a video. In the video, 9 warships lined up in formation, their main guns firing simultaneously. The ship in the middle made an incredible maneuver, narrowly escaping a bullet, and then launched a counterattack, sending chills down the spine of the viewer. Holy crap, that was an absolutely amazing move. 9 against 1, and they got counterkilled? Is Black Shark putting on a circus act here? This wave is in the atmosphere. The Light of the Wanderer is awesome. Where's that arrogant wolf from the channel? Come out and show yourself. When was the Casual Players Alliance founded? Are they still recruiting? I'd like to join. The comments section exploded with hundreds of replies in seconds, all begging to join the Casual Player Alliance. Chandahai's mouth almost stretched to his ears as he watched the traffic surge. Brother Hai, Shaoli came over, Our inbox is exploding. Everyone's asking if we're part of the alliance. Chindahai's eyes darted around. What did you reply? I said we are peripheral members of the alliance, responsible for publicity. Chindahai almost burst out laughing. Brilliant. That's exactly what I said. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together, sweating profusely. Brother Hai, we're dancing on the edge of a volcano. What if Ba Xiong doesn't make it? Black Shark will turn around and throw us all over the place. You don't know anything. He pointed to the thunder shadow whale, which was weaving through the fleet of warships in the distance. Chun Dahai pointed to the thunder shadow whale in the distance. Look at their maneuvering. 9 ships surrounded them, and they didn't even scratch a layer of paint. How could such a ruthless person capsize? Old Zhao swallowed hard and fell silent. Meanwhile, another unexpected event occurred on the battlefield. Chapter 179, the system opens a backdoor for Black Shark. The wolf-like ships finally regained their formation. The 8 ships once again surrounded the Thunder Shadow Whale. This time he learned his lesson and had several ships specifically keep a close watch on the flanks. Zheng He, Binlang barked wildly from the deck. You got lucky just now? Now let's see how you die. In the cockpit, Wang Chuang rolled his eyes. What the hell is this luck? This bastard's mouth is as hard as a dead duck. Let him yell. Zheng He looked at the tightening encirclement on the screen and made no move. Timo's heart sank again. Boss, they're on guard this time. What do we do? Zheng He did not answer immediately. He stared at the positions of the 8 red dots on the screen, then glanced at the surrounding boats filled with onlookers. Lu Feier, Zheng He suddenly spoke. What's the current status of that mental pulse at the bottom of the sea? Lu Feier was startled. She closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, and after a few seconds, she suddenly opened them. It's here, her voice tightened. Right below us. The pulse is extremely deep, and this feeling is somewhat familiar. Zheng He's eyes lit up, just as I thought. What? Sure enough, Wang Chuang was completely confused. When we were cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Feier sensed a spiritual pulse beneath the bone breaker, which then disappeared. Zheng He tapped his fingers on the control panel. At the time, I thought it was a mutated sea monster. Now it seems it wasn't. Timo swallowed hard. What is that? It's Night Owl. Zheng He stared at the screen. She and Mad Rhino are not dead at all. There was a moment of deathly silence in the cockpit. You mean? Wang Chuang's eyes widened, as if he had heard a ghost story. Holy crap. Such a huge explosion. The whole ship was charred, and they're still alive. Raging Rhino is a metal manipulation specialist. Zheng He's eyes were grave. If at the last moment of the explosion, he forcibly stripped away the hardest armor plates and core keel of the bonebreaker, and wrapped them up like crumpled paper to create an absolutely defensive metal capsule for himself and Night Owl. Before he could finish speaking, the radar emitted a piercing alarm. Boss! Timo pointed at the screen, his voice rising instantly. Underwater, something is rising rapidly from the seabed. Everyone turned to look at the porthole. Beneath the gradually calming sea surface, a massive undercurrent suddenly surged. The steel debris floating on the surface was being forcibly pushed aside by a violent magnetic field. Splash! The sea surface suddenly burst open, sending sprays of water flying high. A dark metal capsule, the size of a small submarine and composed of countless tightly packed high-strength alloys, suddenly surfaced and crashed into the surging waves. Wang Chuang gasped in disbelief. This actually works? In the distance, the wolf was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Zheng He stood at the bow of the ship, barking through a megaphone. I told you the core members of Black Shark wouldn't die so easily. You think that little bit of firepower can wipe out Mad Rhino? To everyone's astonishment, the metal capsule, covered in scorch marks from the explosion and traces of terrifying heat melting, emitted a piercing, scraping sound. Click, click, click. The metal capsule resembles a flower bud, with its thick metal layers peeling off like petals. In the very center of the capsule, Mad Rhino was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, panting heavily, his hands still clenched inwards. Beneath him lay the heavily protected Night Owl. Though Night Owl was deathly pale, he had survived. The mad rhinoceros suddenly raised its head, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the Thunder Shadow Whale, its gaze filled with the madness of surviving a catastrophe. As his emotions erupted, hundreds of metal fragments floating on the surrounding sea surface trembled simultaneously, all turning around and pointing their sharp edges at the thunder shadow whale. Inside the cockpit, Timo's face turned pale. "Boss!" His voice trembled. "They're hiding on the seabed, waiting for the surface to calm down before coming up. Now Mad Rhino is going to fight to the death. What do we do?" Zheng He stared at the rhinoceros outside the porthole, which looked like a demon crawling out of hell, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he burst out laughing. "It's good that they're not dead." Zheng He's hands were firmly on the control stick, his voice indifferent. "Since they surfaced from the seabed on their own, it saves us the trouble of diving down to retrieve their bodies. Timo, how much charge is it?" Zheng He slammed the joystick all the way down. "This time I'm going to blast his iron coffin and his man into dust." Timo's eyes were glued to the dashboard, and he counted the bars on his fingers, just past 75. "How much longer?" 3 minutes. Timo swallowed hard. "At least 3 minutes." Zheng He didn't speak, but tapped his fingers twice on the control lever. 3 minutes. He calculated in his mind. The steel wreckage had all turned around, the broken edges pointing directly at him. The guy had just crawled out of the sea, his face still covered in blood, looking like he was ready to take everyone down with him. The barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. If he's going to stall for 3 minutes, you'll need to use your brain. Zheng He suddenly raised his head, looked out the porthole at the metal capsule containing the rhinoceros, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "System." The people in the cockpit were taken aback. Wang Chuang turned his head. "Boss, who are you calling?" Zheng He ignored him and continued shouting outside. "I'm asking you, did you give Black Shark special treatment? Why were these two able to cheat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire sea became quiet. Not only were the people on the Thunder Shadow whale stunned, but even the group of casual passengers watching from afar all perked up their ears. "Cheating?" Chindahai's hand, holding the filming equipment, trembled slightly. "Old Zhao, what did he just say?" "They said Black Shark cheated." Old Zhao was also confused. Didn't these two survive on that broken metal shell? How could they cheat? Chindahai's eyes darted around a few times. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Who cares if they cheated or not? We have to eat our own hornet's nest. Let's take a picture first." On the other end, the rhinoceros inside the metal capsule, who had been kneeling and panting, stopped panting completely upon hearing these words. He couldn't stand hearing those 2 words more than anything in his life. "Cheating." Guangxi straightened up abruptly, his blood-stained face flushed red. "Who are you calling a cheater? I survived that explosion on my own merit. Do I need the system to give me special treatment?" Zheng He was waiting for this sentence. He didn't stop, continuing his relentless attack. "Okay, you say you didn't cheat. Then let me ask you, at the start of the game, the system clearly states in black and white that players are automatically eliminated when the ship is destroyed. Is that rule just bullshit?" The rhinoceros opened its mouth. "Your bone raker broke in 2 and sank into the sea. According to the rules, you two should have been kicked out long ago. But what happened? You two stayed at the bottom of the sea for half a day and then popped up again. What else is this but cheating?" Chapter 180, From Cheating to Reasonable Use of Rules. Zheng He's rapid-fire retorts left Guangxi speechless. Inside the cockpit, Timo muttered to himself, "What's the boss trying to do? Is he stalling for time to wait for his charge cooldown?" "Shut up and watch." Wang Chuang seemed to have a vague idea of what was going on, and he put his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Chindahai's side acted quite quickly. No sooner had Zheng He finished speaking than he had already edited the video, added a title, and uploaded it to the regional channel. "Black Shark cheated. The evidence is irrefutable." The post was published in less than a minute, and the regional channel was immediately ignited. Holy crap! The ship was destroyed, and he still survived? That's cheating. No wonder the people were still alive, even after those 2 ships were dismantled. Turns out the system gave a backdoor to a guild like Black Shark. Wow. Casual players are eliminated when their ships are destroyed, but the Black Shark can be revived after its ship is destroyed. How much money did the official team take? System, come out and show yourself. We're all players. Why are we being treated differently? In just a few dozen seconds, thousands of messages criticizing the system were posted. Chindahai rubbed his hands together with glee as he watched the traffic curve soaring in the background. "Old Zhao, look. This video of Boss Zheng is 100 times more effective than us shouting in the channel. That's the power of a top influencer." Old Zhao swallowed hard. "Brother Hai, but the problem is, how did Black Shark cheat?" "How'd he cheat?" Chindahai glanced at him sideways. Who cares how he cheated? Let's just get this hype going. If Boss Zheng says he cheated, then he definitely cheated. In the cockpit, Zheng he stared at the charge percentage on the screen, 81%. It's so slow it makes my balls clench. He had no interest in knowing how Mad Rhino and Night Owl had survived. I just want that rhinoceros's mouth to chatter for a few more seconds. On the metal capsule, the Mad Rhinoceros could no longer hold back. Bullshit. Mad Rhino's chest heaved with rage. How'd I cheat? This is using the rules fairly. Don't you understand? Zheng, he breathed a sigh of relief. They've taken the bait. As long as this guy is willing to explain, he'll have plenty to say. Back and forth, time just slips away. I'm waiting for the charging to finish. What are you waiting for? On the surface, he didn't reveal a single flaw, instead giving a defiant snort. Make reasonable use of the rules? You tell me, how exactly is it reasonable? The ship was dismantled, and yet it still managed to pop out? Do you even believe that yourself? Why can't I speak up? Mad Rhino was completely enraged. His biggest flaw is his pride. He couldn't swallow the insult of being accused of cheating in front of millions of eyes on the regional channel. Kid, that's why you're young. Guangxi sneered as he wiped the blood from his face. You have no martial ethics, taking advantage of our weakness to kill us. I want to chop you up right now. But since you say I cheated, fine, I'll break this down for you and make sure you die knowing exactly what happened. Zheng, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Begin your performance. The moment Night Owl sensed your main gun locking on, Mad Rhino said, enunciating each word clearly. I reacted quickly and snatched all the best armor alloys from the Bonebreaker and made 2 metal capsules. Capsule, one inside the other. Night Owl is in the innermost layer, and I'm protecting her from the outside. Mad Rhino got more and more excited as he spoke. Then, the crucial step came. After making the metal capsules, we each took these 2 metal shells and reattached them to the vehicle. Inside the cockpit, Timo slowly opened his mouth in surprise. What you see here, Mad Rhino patted the peeling metal shell beneath him, is not some kind of escape pod. It's my new ship. My old ship is destroyed, but I have a new one. Why should the system eliminate me? For a moment, even Zheng he didn't know how to respond. This is a completely new approach. The operation itself was truly impressive. In the final moments before the explosion, the metal was stripped away, the outer shell was repaired, and the vehicle was reattached, all in one fluid motion, without the slightest delay. Anyone with a slower reaction time would have been incinerated by the thousands of degrees of heat. Zheng he stared at the metal shell and nodded in agreement, a rare occurrence for him. 666, he commented. That's reasonable. Huh? Mad Rhino was taken aback by this reaction. Didn't you just say I cheated? That's quite reasonable. Zheng he nodded earnestly. So reasonable that I'd like to give you a round of applause. Mel Rhino. This kid is crazy. Chen Dehai recorded the entire explanation from Guangxi and uploaded it to the regional channel. The wind in the channel suddenly shifted. Oh, so that's how it is. They used the materials from an old ship to make a new ship and reattached it. That's quite a clever idea. Wait, this isn't cheating, it's real skill. It makes sense, but if we do this, can't casual players also learn this? Can they salvage some materials and rebind them before the ship dies? You're dreaming. No casual player has this kind of metal specialization. He's a core member of a major guild. In the end, it's because Black Shark has more people and more resources, and we casual players are destined to be crushed. The wind shifted, fewer people were criticizing the system, but the resentment didn't dissipate. Instead, it turned to the issue of large guilds bullying casual players. Chen Dehai scratched his head as he watched this unfold. Old Zhao, why does it feel like this is actually helping Black Shark clear its name? Old Zhao was also puzzled. Yeah, what is Boss Zheng trying to achieve? By finding out how someone survived, the whole sea area will know. The two looked at each other, still unable to figure it out. Only Zheng he in the cockpit kept his eyes glued to the screen displaying the charge percentage. 89, 90, 91. Boss, Timo said in a very low voice, his entire body pressed against the control panel. 92. It'll be full in 40 more seconds. Zheng, he hummed in agreement, his face still bearing the same nonchalant expression he had when he was arguing with Guangxi. But he knew in his heart, the back and forth just now, which looked like a verbal sparring match, was actually just stalling for time with every word. From cheating to making reasonable use of the rules, and then to Guangxi's long, smug explanation, it took almost 2 minutes. The more Mad Rhino wanted to win in a verbal battle, the more he talked. The more he talked, the more fully his Thundertide Whale devouring sniper cannon was charged. This guy will never understand until he dies that his boasting just now was tantamount to feeding the main guns of the Thunder Shadow Whale a full meal. All right, outside, Mad Rhino finally finished speaking. The smugness on his face faded, replaced by a murderous aura. Now you know the answer, right? Now you know how I survive, right? Zhengyi smiled and said, I understand. Then, Mad Rhino slowly raised his arms. Prepare to die. Chapter 181 Zheng, He's Killer Move. The rhinoceros suddenly raised both arms. Hundreds and thousands of steel wrecks on the sea surface emitted a buzzing sound in unison. Immediately afterwards, the wreckage left the sea and hovered in midair. All the sharp brakes, like cruise missiles locked on their targets, were aimed intently at the wreckage. It was a dark, oppressive mass that completely obscured half the sky. Inside the cockpit, Wang Chuang's face turned green. Boss! Boss! His throat was dry, and he swallowed hard. This is the 10,000 swords return to one technique. There must be so much debris. It's impossible to count. Simply impossible. Liamo tilted his head back, his neck stiff. If all of this were to fall, he swallowed the rest of his sentence, not daring to say it. Lu Feier closed her eyes and sensed the situation for a moment. When she opened them again, her voice was a little strained. He's overdrawing all his mental energy. He's locked onto the direction of every single piece of these wreckage. Our shields definitely can't withstand this wave. Outside the porthole, Mad Rhino stood inside the peeled metal shell, covered in blood, but his eyes shone with a frenzied madness, as if in a final burst of energy. He clung to his last breath and wagered every usable piece of metal on the sea. Kit, Mad Rhino grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Weren't you quite the chatterbox just now? Say another word for me now. The group of onlookers in the distance all held their breath. Chindahai's hand, holding the filming equipment, trembled as if he were having a Parkinson's attack. This time it wasn't excitement, but genuine panic. Old Zhao, his voice trembled. Can Boss Zheng really handle this situation? None of the family members understand. The pressure is immense. Old Zhao's lips trembled, and after a long pause, he blurted out, if it were the two of us, the boat and everyone else would be riddled with holes. And that Boss Zheng. Never mind that. Chindahai grabbed him and said, keep a close eye on it. We have to get this footage clear. If the big boss really messes up, we'll just run away at full speed. Inside the cockpit, the shadow of death slowly spread. Timo said tremblingly, Boss, with so much debris, we can't escape. Just now, the wolf slayer was a point of attack, and we could still use our evasive maneuvers to flank them. This time, it's a 360-degree encirclement. Where can we run? Wang Chuang also fell silent. Having followed Zheng He for so long, this was the first time he felt that this was a dead end. The rhinoceros raised its arms higher and higher, then pressed its palms down. The dark mass of wreckage, with the broken ends pressed down a bit, revealed the target. One last thing. Mad Rhino stared at the Thunder Shadow Whale, speaking slowly and deliberately, with a resolute determination to perish together. I'm going to turn you and your demon ship into scrap metal at the bottom of the sea. All eyes are now focused on Zheng He. Timo was almost in tears. Boss, say something. Zheng He remained motionless. From beginning to end, his eyes never left the screen displaying the charging progress. 98. 99. Boss. Timo's scream was almost hoarse. Full. Main gun charged 100%. Almost at the same second, the raging rhinoceros outside roared and pressed down heavily with both arms. A shower of steel debris, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, crashed down upon the Thunder Shadow Whale. Inside the cockpit, Zheng He's hand finally moved. He pushed the main gun control lever all the way down. The nonchalant expression on his face vanished instantly, leaving only two words, chillingly cold and ruthless, squeezed out from between his teeth. Fire. A blue-purple energy beam, encasing an armor-piercing grenade, tore through the air and shot towards the metal capsule on the sea surface. At the same time, the steel debris kicked up by the raging rhinoceros crashed down. Two forces clashed head-on. Inside the cockpit, Timo gripped the armrest of his seat tightly, his eyes wide like saucers. This won't work, boss. There's so much wreckage, and we're only going to fire one shot at a time. Zhang He did not answer, his eyes fixed resolutely on the view outside the window. Outside, Mad Rhino also saw the menacing shell coming at him. He grinned, his face smeared with blood, making his smile look particularly ferocious. One shot? You think you can blast me to death? Dream on. Quangxi's fingers trembled slightly, and the metal capsule beneath his feet quivered. He still had a trick up his sleeve. Mobilizing the wreckage in the sea area had indeed drained his mental energy to almost nothing. His mana bar was nearly empty. But no matter how much he drained it, he left himself a breath of life, waiting for the shell to get close enough to maneuver the capsule to dodge. Fight you to the bitter end, you little brat? Dream on. I'm keeping my breath alive so I can watch you perish in a rain of steel. The shells drew ever closer, crackling with destructive lightning. Quangxi's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to manipulate the capsule to move to the side, a bizarre scene unfolded. The armor-piercing missile crashed into several large pieces of metal debris in midair. It didn't explode. Not only did it not explode, but the trajectory of the entire shell was forcibly raised due to the strong impact, and it was about to graze the top of the metal capsule before flying off into the empty distance. It missed the target. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Chen Dahai's hand, holding the equipment, froze in mid-air. It went astray? Boss Zheng made a mistake. Old Zhao swallowed hard, stammering, "This is it, we're doomed." That shot missed, and the Raptor got free charging time. On the metal capsule, Mad Rhino was also stunned for a moment. He then looked up and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! It's fate! It's fate!" He laughed so hard his shoulders twitched. "What did I tell you? Your demon ship is destined to sink today. Even the heavens can't stand your arrogance anymore." He looked up sharply, then at the wreckage scattered across the sky. It's already pressing down on top of the Thunder Whale. A dark mass, obscuring the sky and the sun, its broken edge chillingly sharp, crashed down onto the deck. Timo screamed, "Boss, there's no way to dodge this." At this critical moment, a slender figure silently stepped onto the bow of the Thunder Shadow Whale. Jaina, a soft yet dazzling blue light emanated from her. In her clear, cool eyes, the blue light swirled, like sparkling gems in the deep sea. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips pointing gently at the metal capsule in the distance. The sea surface moved. A column of water rose out of thin air, like a serpent emerging from its hole, and in an instant swallowed the rhinoceros whole, along with its capsule, and strangled it tightly. What the hell? Quangxi's smug smile froze on his face as he finally panicked. He tried to use the wreckage to protect himself, but he had already hurled all the wreckage at the Thunder Shadow Whale, and his nearly depleted mental energy was no match for it. Jaina's eyes were as cold as ice. She deftly flipped her wrist upwards. Beneath the seawater enveloping the rhinoceros, a giant wave suddenly rose, lifting the metal capsule upwards. Its height is simply perfect. It happened to be the armor-piercing missile that had been deflected by the debris and was still flying at high speed in midair. Impartial. Quangxi's pupils shrank sharply. He opened his mouth, but didn't manage to utter a single word. Chapter 182 Mad Rhino Night Owl Offline. The armor-piercing grenade struck solidly. This thing can even shatter the armor of a Class C warship, so a mere metal capsule is no match for it. Boom! In midair, a dazzling ball of lightning and fire exploded with a deafening roar. Blue-purple arcs of electricity tore through the sky, and swirling lightning vortexes raged. The sea below boiled violently as if a pot had been opened, and countless fish, stunned by the electric current, floated belly up on the surface. As for the metal capsule, along with the rhinoceros and owl inside, it evaporated completely in the thunderstorm, leaving not a trace. The two of them have completely disappeared from the game this time. The scattered steel debris, now without its controller, was like a kite with a broken string, instantly losing its momentum. After flying forward a short distance, due to inertia, they were pulled back by gravity and crashed into the sea. Splash, splash. Hundreds and thousands of pieces of debris crashed into the water, creating towering columns of water less than 500 meters from the Thunder Shadow Whale. A truly spectacular sight. Not a single piece touched the hull. The cockpit was deathly silent. Timo's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, and he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. That shot just now was intentionally missed by the boss. Is that called missing the mark? Wang Chuang swallowed hard, his voice dry. It was a perfect calculation, waiting for Jaina's prey to be delivered. Liu Mo muttered to himself, but when did Jaina get on the bow of the ship? We didn't even see her. Only Zheng He leaned comfortably back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the control panel with his fingers. He glanced at the figure whose blue light was gradually fading from the bow of the ship, concealing his merit and fame, and remained silent. The shell veered off course after hitting the wreckage. It wasn't a miss from beginning to end. He had already strangled it. The metallic density of the wreckage would have caused the lightning bolt to bend. The remaining cleanup could be left to Jaina. With a combination of physical ballistics and magical crowd control, the Raptor was precisely eliminated at its target. The fleet of ships watching from afar was now in complete uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of incredible move is that? Who's that girl glowing blue? Water, elemental magic? Isn't this a sailing game? I thought the shell had gone astray and the car would overturn, but it turns out they were just waiting for magic to feed the target into their mouths. They had it completely under their control. Chun Dahai stood there dumbfounded, his hand still holding the equipment in a shooting posture, his mouth wide open. Old Zhao, his voice was hoarse. Did you see that? Did you see that? The shell was corrected. The water magic was used as a backup, a combination of punches, and Mad Rhino was done for. Old Zhao could no longer speak coherently. Gods fighting. Chun Dahai suddenly shuddered. A job was coming up. Get to work. His fingers moved across the screen, creating afterimages as he edited, added text, and uploaded the video, all in one smooth motion. The title is blatantly sensational. The Casual Player Alliance unleashes a devastating strike. The mysterious water-based mage stuns the audience. The video was uploaded to the regional channel. In less than a minute, the channel's chat went wild. Holy crap, was that real? The water element manipulation was so cool. How many trump cards has the Casual Player Alliance been hiding? Top-tier snipers and mages. I'm interested in Miss Blue Light. I'm looking for members in the Alliance. I'll even pay to join. Black Shark surrounded one ship with 9 ships, and 2 of them died first. It's a slap in the face. In just a few minutes, thousands of comments expressing admiration for Jaina flooded the screen, propelling the app to the top of the trending list. On the sea, Ben Lang watched as his comrade, who had just been howling and threatening to perish together with him, turned to ashes right before his eyes. His eyes were red. Mad Rhino and Night Owl are veterans who have followed Blood Shark for so long, and their metal specialization and perception specialization are among the best in the guild. That's it gone? Was he, in his boat, crushed into powder by a lone traveler? Ben Lang grabbed a megaphone and unleashed a torrent of hysterical profanities at the Thunder Shadow Whale. Zheng He, you just wait, he roared, his voice cracking. I'll remember the grudge between Mad Rhino and Night Owl. He glanced at the 7 remaining heavily armed warships behind him, his chest heaving violently, clearly having lost his temper. Brothers, you all saw it. This demonic ship has killed our men. Ben Lang's voice was filled with madness. Today, all 8 of us will fight to the last one to destroy this demonic ship. The main guns of the 8 warships shone brightly once again. The cannons were all aimed directly at the Thunder Shadow Whale. In the cockpit, Timo's heart, which had just settled back into his stomach, jumped into his throat again. Boss, are they going to do it again? 2 people are already dead, and they still won't stop. Zheng He glanced at the charging progress. The blue bar for the sniper cannon had just been cleared. We'll have to wait for the next main gunshot. His fingertips stopped on the control panel. Wang Chuang. Exist. Notified Jaina to return to the cockpit. Zheng, he stood up, his eyes sweeping over the 8 red dots on the radar. The next 8. He was speaking when the radar suddenly emitted an extremely piercing alarm. Timo's expression changed drastically. Boss, something's wrong. She stared intently at the screen, her voice trembling. On the radar, besides the 8 ships of the Wolf Vanguard, something is rapidly approaching in the distance. Quantity. Timo swallowed hard and zoomed in on the radar screen with trembling hands. In that instant, everyone in the cockpit froze. At the edge of the screen, countless red dots are surging towards this sea area from all directions like a tidal wave. Too many to count. Wang Chuang leaned closer for a look and gasped. This density, it's definitely not a fleet. Lu Feier suddenly opened her eyes, her face turning deathly pale. It's not a boat, she said, her voice taut. It's a living thing. The cockpit was so quiet that the only sound was the faint electrical hum of the charging progress bar. Zheng He stared at the rapidly closing red dot and slowly narrowed his eyes. Clearly, the disturbance caused by the fierce battle had alerted the horde of mutated sea monsters lurking on the seabed. At this moment, they swarmed out of their nests, rushing forward in response to the commotion, determined to completely wipe out these foreign invaders. "Boss!" Timo's voice was almost crying. "If this is a swarm of sea monsters with 8 black shark warships in front and this huge group behind us, we're being surrounded." Zheng He burst out laughing. He sat back comfortably in the control seat, his fingers casually resting on the joystick. "Does Benlang want to fight to the last ship?" he said in a casual tone, as if he were chatting. "I think he probably won't even have a chance to fire a second shot." On the radar, the dense cluster of red dots was already approaching the rear of the Black Shark fleet. The deep blue sea began to churn violently. Chapter 183, Seafood Buffet in the Opposite Direction. Inside the cockpit, Timo nearly bit off his own finger. "Boss, the sea monster horde, this density," she said, pointing to the red that almost filled half of the screen, her voice trembling. Wang Chuang stared intently at the edge of the screen. They're accelerating, heading straight for the steel graveyard. We're now facing black sharks in front and a tidal wave of sea monsters behind. What's the panic? Zheng He's voice interrupted his analysis. Poseidon's vision activated. In an instant, the colors of the world faded in Zheng He's eyes, transforming into the deep, dark outline of the seabed and countless pulsating energy points. Deep in the distant depths of the beast tide, a humanoid silhouette lay atop the largest energy-reacting entity, its body enveloped in a pale blue glow. Countless energy lines from sea beasts connected to that glow. That smells so familiar. A slow smile curved Zheng He's lips. The Black Shark Guild has really messed with them today. No, they've offended the god of this sea. Zheng He, you can still laugh when you're about to die. Are you scared out of your wits? The wolf's roar, carried with undisguised arrogance, pierced the sea breeze through the loudspeaker. He stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the Thunder Shadow whale, which was locked down by 8 of his own warships, and then glanced at the rapidly approaching shadow behind him. He felt much more at ease. Desperate. This arrogant demon ship is now facing the elite fleet of Black Shark in front and an unknown natural barrier behind it. A dead end. Old Wolf. Zheng He's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the sea through the communication system. Open your dog eyes wide and see who's surrounded right now. Ha ha ha. Benlang laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Brothers, listen to this. The people on this demon ship have lost their minds. Before he could finish speaking, the words he wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat, because the shadow he regarded as a natural barrier suddenly increased in speed. The deep blue sea boiled violently at that moment, with countless huge dorsal fins and ferocious heads breaking through the surface. That wasn't a barrier. It was a dense swarm of hundreds and thousands of mutated sea beasts. A hideous maw, sharp-boned spikes, compound eyes gleaming with an eerie light. A stench mixed with primal ferocity sent chills down one's spine. What's even more alarming is that the movement of these sea monsters was not just passing by. They stopped abruptly at the perimeter of the steel graveyard. Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, these ferocious sea beasts collectively lowered their heads and began to frantically devour the dark red blood algae on the surface of the wreckage. Blood algae? Are they here for a buffet? Chen Dehai muttered to himself, his fingers trembling as he pointed the camera at the sea creatures burying their heads in their food. This is a lot of information, but then something even more jaw-dropping happened. After feeding for a short while, the sea mammals suddenly became restless. The massive, ancient dragon-like sea beast located in the core area of the beast hide carried a blurry human figure and slowly swam towards the center of the steel graveyard, where the Thunder Shadow whale and the Black Shark fleet were located. The sea creatures along the way, like Moses parting the sea, consciously made way for him. Holy crap, it's a mermaid, a sharp-eyed casual player screamed under Chundahai's video. She's riding on the biggest sea monster. Holy crap, controlling sea monsters? What kind of outrageous ability is that? Inside the control room, Wang Chuang's mouth dropped open. Boss, that's a mermaid? Zheng He simply responded softly, his gaze piercing through the cockpit window, as if meeting the figure at the core of the beast tide in the distance. Jaina had quietly returned to the cabin from the bow, and another, more ancient and vast rhythm of water was spreading from the sea monster tide. At the outer edge of the steel graveyard, the sea beast that had finished devouring the blood algae began to turn. They followed the sea beast, which resembled an ancient azure dragon, towards the center of the steel graveyard. Damn it, they're charging. All main guns, fully charged. Bomb these beasts to pieces. The wolf recovered from its initial shock, but a nameless fear overwhelmed its reason. He absolutely refused to believe that these sea monsters could cause substantial damage to heavily armored warships with their flesh and blood. The wolf and another fully operational warship opened fire first. Two thick beams of high-energy light tore through the air and plunged into the leading horde of sea monsters. Explosions erupted everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Several small sea creatures evaporated instantly. This did not deter the sea creature horde. Instead, it completely ignited their wildness. "Great!" Binlang shouted, encouraging himself. "What's so scary about these sea monsters? My iron shell isn't just for show. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Roar! A deep, angry roar, imbued with ancient pressure, erupted from the mouth of that colossal beast resembling an ancient azure dragon. Doria lay on its broad head, her fingers gently stroking a still bleeding wound on its neck, caused by the cannonball that the wolf had ordered to fire earlier. Her eyes shimmered with blue light, gently soothing her mount's agitated emotions while conveying a clear will. "Siege." The roar of the behemoth is a signal. The wolf ignored the fact that the dots on the radar representing its own warships were quickly surrounded by a dense swarm of sea monsters. The next second, a warship was rammed by 3 giant sharks. With a muffled boom, the alloy armor emitted a teeth-grinding groan, and the entire ship veered off course. Another warship, attempting to turn, had its propellers entangled by countless tentacle-like sea monsters, causing its propulsion system to emit a screeching overload. "Close-in weapon system. Shock net. Stop them." Run, Wolf roared, his voice finally revealing an overwhelming fear. He looked out the porthole at the seemingly endless black waves, at the fearless sea monsters tearing and ramming the ship with their bodies and sharp teeth, and a chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. This is a hunt from the deep sea, targeting steel behemoths. The remaining 8 warships of the Black Shark fleet instantly transformed from hunters into prey, completely engulfed, assaulted, and torn apart by the surging beast tide. Explosions, the sound of metal twisting, the roars of sea monsters, the almost collapsing commands of the wolf, and the desperate cries of the crew, all created a chaotic mess. Zhang He leaned back comfortably in his chair, watching the 8 dots representing Black Shark on the radar struggle, flicker, and gradually dim amidst the dark red sea monster tide. He picked up the tea that Lu Feier had just brewed and blew on it to cool it down. "Boss," Wang Chuang swallowed hard, looking at the hellish scroll outside the window. "Let's watch the show." Zhang, he took a sip of tea. This seafood buffet will keep them entertained for a long time. The wolf finally realized something. He turned his head sharply, staring intently at the unscathed thunder shadow whale, and at the calm and composed figure at the bow. A chilling despair instantly clenched his heart. So that's what Zhang He meant when he said he was surrounded. Zhang He? The wolf's mournful howl sounded so pale and powerless on the sea. Chapter 184. Is this the art style you'd expect from a seafaring survival game? The wolf's desperate howls were drowned out by the roars of the sea beasts filling the sky. This sea area has become a living hell for the Black Shark Guild. The shells are all used up. Energy supplies are running low. A frigate was attacked from the side by several giant sea monsters covered in bluish-gray scales. Their thick, barbed forelimbs slammed into the hull, smashing large holes in the alloy armor. Seawater rushed in, and the ship capsized instantly. The bottom of another warship that had just been hit was crawling with mutated octopuses. Countless slippery tentacles crawled in from the holes on both sides of the hull and the portholes. The giant octopuses formed an embrace and kept tightening their tentacles. When they reached a critical point, the hull deformed instantly and was crushed. The crew members who did not have time to run out of the cabin were instantly turned into meat patties. Many small but ferocious sea creatures climbed onto the deck through the holes in the hull and began to feast on the incapacitated crew members. Screams and cries for help mingled with a roar of warships disintegrating, sending chills down one's spine. Chindahai's camera captured this hellish scene clearly. In a regional chat, the players who had previously scoffed at the casual player alliance all fell silent. Brothers, I take back what I just said. This isn't some random player alliance showing its sword. It's pure divine retribution. They've gone berserk. Those who follow the righteous path receive abundant help, while those who stray from it receive little. The ancients were truly wise. Black Shark has finally gotten its comeuppance. It acted arrogantly and domineeringly all day long, but today heaven finally couldn't stand it anymore, and this is truly gratifying. Zheng He is awesome. This wave deserves to be called God He. Even Ahai is playing for him. Hishin Fan +1. From today onwards, I'll fight anyone who criticizes Zheng He. Faced with absolute power and bizarre fate, the tide of public opinion underwent a stunning 180-degree reversal. In the command channel of the Black Shark fleet, only Benlang's heavy breathing and the crew's devastating cries could be heard. His bloodshot eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield, fixed intently on the unscathed thunder shadow whale in the distance. At the bow of the ship, the man remained calm and composed. He was even drinking tea. Zheng He's posture as if he were watching a fireworks show from a VIP seat. This extreme humiliation, like a red-hot branding iron, pierced the wolf's heart, relentlessly grinding his last shred of reason into the ground. Why should I? Why is it that my painstakingly built fleet is being eaten like snacks here, while you, the culprit, can stand aside and watch the show? I want you dead. I want you and your ship to be buried with me. Ah! The wolf let out a roar that was not human, and he suddenly spread his arms and stood at the bow of the flagship, howling to the sky. In my name, with bodies of steel and endless armor, we unite as one. A strange, dark purple light exploded outward from the center of the wolf's body. That wasn't the energy of an explosion, but rather a field with extremely strong suction. The purple light expanded wildly like a giant net, directly engulfing the steel wreckage of all 9 ships, including the 8 warships struggling to hold on the sea surface, along with the wreckage of a ship that had been hit by Zheng He earlier. The sounds of sea monsters biting and the screams of the crew came to an abrupt end in that second. The whole world seemed to have been forcibly muted. Inside the control room of the Thunder Shadow Whale, everyone was startled by this sudden change and stood up in unison. Boss, what the hell is this noise? Wang Chuang's eyes widened, and his biological instinct for danger made the hair on his body stand on end. Lu Feier frowned. She clearly sensed a powerful and violent spiritual force frantically reorganizing within that purple light. She uttered 2 words dryly, merge, merge, and Rand blurted out instinctively, merge with the sea monster? I saw a horror movie where a guy was transformed into a walrus man. It was disgusting. It's not a living organism. Lu Feier shook her head, her eyes filled with apprehension. It absorbs inorganic matter. Inorganic matter? Could it be? An absurd thought had just formed in Zheng He's mind before he could finish speaking. The dark purple light that enveloped the sea surface suddenly contracted towards the center, like the receding tide. Immediately afterwards, a colossal steel giant, so large it inspired despair, appeared in everyone's sight, hovering above the sea. Holy crap! Timo screamed in fright. That's a Gundam. It was a heavily armed war machine, over 100 meters tall, forcibly assembled from countless ship parts. The bridge of the Wolf's warship, gleaming with a dangerous, eerie red light, was fitted into the giant's chest, clearly serving as the core cockpit. The armor of the 2 escort ships formed broad shoulder armor, while the rest of the hull was violently twisted, transforming into thick limbs. Countless close-in weapon systems, like the quills of a hedgehog, pierced the entire body of the mech. On its back, 6 sets of turbine propulsion units, forcibly detached from each ship, were spewing out pale blue high-energy exhaust flames. The most outrageous thing is that the left arm of this mech is blatantly covered with a heavy shield made of side armor. Its right arm was holding a sniper cannon that was over 30 meters long and had a ferocious and terrifying appearance. This scene, captured through Chun Dahai's trembling lens, was transmitted in real time to the regional channel. The entire channel was in complete chaos. I'm not seeing things, am I? How did a steel Ultraman suddenly appear out of the sea? Dude, do you even know anything about mechs? This is clearly a strike freedom. Look at that giant gun. Stop arguing. With that size and that armament, it's definitely a heavily armored manatee. System, come out and explain. Has the Black Shark Guild been cheating again? I don't even have a firearm, and these bastards are already flying Gundams. You dog planner, come out and take your punishment. You've definitely been secretly spending money on in-game purchases. Inside the Black Shark Guild's meeting hall, Bloodshark suddenly jumped up from his chair, staring intently at the extraordinary weapon of war on the screen, completely dumbfounded. That old fox Benlang. He actually had such an incredible trump card up his sleeve. Specialization. Inorganic material modification. This is a capability registered by Benlang. Originally, it was just a temporary accessory for assembly points, an auxiliary capability for repairing the hull structure. Who could have imagined that, in the face of a mental breakdown and rampage, Benlang managed to fuse the steel bodies of 9 warships into a single ultimate mech? Roar! The mech's chest amplifier emitted a metallic, screeching roar. The roar of the wolf emanated from it, carrying a mechanical reverberation and endless madness. Zheng He. Now it's time for you to experience the fear of insufficient firepower. As soon as he finished speaking, the thrusters on the back of the steel behemoth went into full power, spewing out scorching high-energy flames. Beneath the mecha, the seawater instantly boiled. Those sea monsters that didn't have time to dive were charred black by the 1,000-degree heat, emitting a sizzling sound. A sea breeze blew, and a rich aroma of grilled seafood filled the entire battlefield. The once ferocious sea monster horde was now like fragile ants before this steel god. Inside the control room, Zheng He stared at the supermodel-like device on the big screen and slowly put down his teacup. The composure on his face vanished completely for the first time, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Is this really the art style you'd expect from a seafaring survival game? Chapter 185 Orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and lodging. The deck of the Thunder Shadow Whale was deathly silent. Everyone unconsciously walked out of the control room and looked up at the steel monster floating on the sea. The 100-meter-tall mecha blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow that made it hard to breathe. Zheng He stood at the bow of the ship, activating Sea God's vision. In their field of vision, a scarlet patch representing a fatal weakness appeared starkly on the mech's chest. There, in fact, was the core cockpit, which had been converted from the bridge of the wolf-like flagship. The wolf huddled inside, but at that height, it's at least 80 meters above the sea. The Thunder Whale's Thunder Tide, devouring sniper cannon on the Thunder Shadow Whale, is a godsend in naval warfare, but its limited muzzle elevation makes it completely ineffective against high-altitude targets. Having lost its strongest single-target burst damage, this battle seems to have become an unsolvable deadlock. Boss, what the hell is this thing? Wang Chuang's voice trembled. His burly physique was as small as a grain of sand in front of this steel giant. Gundam? You can't even tell. Timo swallowed hard, his voice a mixture of fear and excitement. What's Gundam? Wang Chuang asked, completely bewildered. Timo was speechless. Dude, didn't you have a childhood? Didn't you watch cartoons? Look, Wang Chuang said confidently, when I was a kid, I loved watching those martial arts movies made in little notebooks. What were they called again? Saint Seiya, Pegasus Meteor Fist, so cool. This silly cross-server chat slightly eased the tense atmosphere on the deck, but the sense of despair remained. The weakness is in the chest. Zheng, he completely ignored them. His voice remained as calm as ever, as if he were stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. But all our methods are insufficient to reach that level. As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell silent again. Just then, a usually taciturn figure suddenly spoke. It's Liamo. Boss, do you usually play games? This question seemed somewhat abrupt at such a tense moment. Zheng He glanced back at him and answered seriously. Yes, I'm a sailing enthusiast, and I basically only play sailing-related games. Then what about Warcraft? Liamo quickly asked. I've played it. I used to play it a lot with my classmates in internet cafes when I was a kid. My favorite map was called Dota. Zheng He's words made Liamo's eyes light up. Boss, do you remember the orc unit called Wolf Rider in the battle mode? Liamo spoke quickly. Its core skill is entanglement, which uses a net to trap the target unit, rendering it unable to move. If the target is an air unit, it will be forcibly pulled to the ground. A single word awakened me from my dream. A thought flashed through Zheng He's mind, and he instantly understood. Yes, if you can't hit it, then find a way to make it fall. Since it's already beyond the range of conventional firepower, let's change our approach. Pull it down from the air and bring it into our attack range. Then finish it off with our best method of bombardment. Roar! Before they could even figure out this unconventional tactic, the Gundam in the sky moved. The wolf had lost all patience. The mech's chest loudspeaker emitted a piercing roar, and the 6 thrusters on its back roared out with high-temperature exhaust flames of thousands of degrees. The massive body charged straight toward the Thunder Shadow Whale at a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to its size. That's not sailing, it's flying close to the sea. In front of the mecha, the seawater was pushed aside by the powerful thrust, forming a white sonic boom cloud. The destructive sense of oppression was overwhelming, and some crew members with weaker mental fortitude had their legs go weak and almost collapsed on the deck. Timo, Zheng, he roared. Activate concealment field. Receive. Timo snapped back to reality, his hands leaving afterimages on the control panel. A low humming sound. An invisible ripple of energy spread out from the Thunder Shadow Whale, distorting the light around the ship. In less than a second, the entire massive warship, along with everyone on deck, vanished in a thin air from the sea. This scene was clearly seen by Chun Dahai, who was recording the battlefield situation from a distance. The camera in his hand trembled violently, and his voice cracked. The ship! Where's the ship? He shouted. The Thunder Whale, it's gone. Vanished into thin air. The wolf suddenly reversed its thrust, carving a boiling ditch in the sea and abruptly coming to a stop. The enormous steel head clumsily turned left and right, scanning the empty sea, searching for the demon ship that had suddenly evaporated. This incredible video was immediately uploaded to the regional channel by Chun Dahai. If the Gundam transformation earlier had driven the entire channel into a frenzy, then the sudden disappearance of the wreckage had completely shattered the understanding of all players. Teleportation? Or did he trigger some kind of interdimensional portal and get sucked in? Bullshit. There's not even a ripple on the sea. No spatial fluctuations whatsoever. This is definitely invisibility. Optical invisibility. Are you kidding me? A survival sailing game. And the tech tree has already reached the level of StarCraft? Gundams and stealth ships are everywhere, while I'm still fishing with a harpoon. Is this the same game? You dog of the planner, get out here and explain. Why is the gap between people bigger than the gap between people and dogs? Are we not worthy? Or did you give Ishun special GM privileges? I'm quitting. I have to quit. This game is unplayable. Everyone else is piloting stealth star destroyers, and I'm stuck spearing fish with a stick. What's the point of playing? The public outcry shifted instantly from condemning the Black Shark Guild for cheating to a collective attack on the game's official team. Countless players felt that their intelligence and efforts were being thoroughly humiliated and crushed. And at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, can't find it. How could it not be found? The loudspeaker crackled with Ben Lang's furious curses. The radar screen was completely blank except for the seawater. Get out here. Get the hell out here. His extreme anger caused the red light on his chest to grow brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he stopped his impotent rage. The steel giant slowly raised its menacing right arm, which was made up of a 30-meter sniper cannon. The cannon muzzle was no longer pointed in any direction, but slowly pointed to the sky. An extremely dangerous energy began to gather at the muzzle of the cannon. Timo's face turned deathly pale instantly. She looked sharply at Zheng He. Boss, what is he going to do? Zheng He stared at the cannon muzzle, which was beginning to gather energy, his eyes more solemn than ever before. He slowly uttered a few words. Indiscriminate bombing. Unable to find its target, the wolf decided to flatten the entire sea, along with everything hidden in the air. Chapter 186 Bionetwork Launch. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Violent energy beams and physical projectiles rained down relentlessly on the area where the Thunder Shadow Whale had disappeared, as if they were free. The wolf's defenses were completely breached. The 100-meter-tall steel giant resembled a giant infant throwing a tantrum because it couldn't find its toy. It wielded its ferocious cannon arm, unleashing tons of destructive firepower. Every shell that hit the sea blasted open a towering column of water. Every beam of light that swept across the sea caused the surface to boil instantly, billowing white mist. The shockwave from the explosion created giant waves tens of meters high, turning the entire sea area into a pot of boiling water. In the distance, under the dual protection of Kangmin electrostatic concealment and concealment field, the thunder shadow whale had already silently glided several kilometers away. Whether it's radar, sonar, or the naked eye, you can't find a trace of it. In theory, Zheng, he could just watch the show until the mecha ran out of energy or Binlang suffered a mental breakdown. But he couldn't. Roar, hiss. The violent fluctuations on the sea surface, mixed with the release of raging energy, severely agitated the sea monster horde. They were already soothed by Doria's singing and in a delicate state of calm, but now they were like a hornet's nest that had been stirred up, and they became collectively agitated. Several large, mutated tiger sharks began to ram their companions in agitation, while some bloodthirsty swordfish went berserk on the spot, breaking free from the control of the herd and charging toward the center of the explosion. No, they're starting to disobey. Doria's face was deathly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She tried her best to maintain her singing, but she felt waves of frenzied will constantly assaulting her mental connection, giving her a splitting headache. Just then, a huge shadow appeared beside her without warning, and the massive ship churned up waves, almost capsizing her. Doria was startled, but after recognizing the thunder shadow whale, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid. Zheng He's voice came from the bow of the ship, calm yet urgent. Princess Doria, do me a favor. Are there any sea creatures in the herd that can spit out nets or weave nets? We need to pull that iron lump in the sky down. The internet? Doria was stunned, her azure eyes filled with confusion. She racked her brains, searching for any connection she had with the sea monster, but could only shake her head helplessly in the end. No. Sea monsters fight with claws and teeth. They don't use nets. Sure enough, expecting this naive and innocent girl to come up with a surprising trick at the crucial moment was wishful thinking. Zheng He remained calm, his mind racing. Net. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind from Chindahai's livestream. A black shark warship was entangled by several giant octopuses, their soft tentacles acting like tough cables, deforming and cracking the hull. An octopus, tentacles, countless tentacles. Isn't it just a living web? One unusual way of thinking, but at this moment, it's the only way to break the deadlock. Zheng He decisively issued a new order. Doria, immediately mobilize all the octopuses in this area. The bigger the better, the stronger the better. Not the little things we eat as sashimi, but monsters that can sink a ship. Although Doria didn't understand what Zheng He was trying to do, she had an almost blind trust in him. She immediately withdrew her control from the other sea creatures, concentrated all her attention, and switched her song to an ancient melody with great penetrating power. Wu-hum. The ethereal singing voice transformed into invisible sound waves, instantly piercing through the deep sea. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously frenzied herd of sea creatures, now unsettled, descended into chaos. But on the edge of this chaos, soft, slimy shadows covered in suckers began to rise from the seabed. First came several giant octopuses the size of cars, waving their bucket-thick tentacles and forcefully pushing aside the mutated sea monsters blocking their way. Then came octopuses of all sizes, basin-sized, water tank-sized, house-sized, surging in from all directions like a grand mollusk convention. In less than a minute, the sea surface next to the thunder shadow whale was completely covered by a writhing, sucker-covered shadow. Looking around, you see countless waving tentacles and darting, spinning eyes, enough to make your scalp tingle. Wang Chuang stared at the scene from the deck, his jaw agape, feeling like his trypophobia was about to flare up. It's done. Zheng He's eyes lit up, and he continued to give orders. Order them to line up by size, and let their tentacles hold each other. Weave a giant net that can cover that iron lump in the sky. Doria's singing changed tune again. This army of software on the sea actually began to execute orders efficiently. The largest dozens of octopuses formed the main structure of the grid, their 8 long legs linked together, to create a massive framework. Then, the smaller octopuses crawl into these enormous grids, using their bodies and tentacles to fill, connect, and weave. A terrifying, living net, composed of thousands upon thousands of octopuses, rapidly took shape on the sea surface. The mesh was so dense that even a seagull couldn't fly through. The internet is here. But a new problem arises. This thing is so soft and flimsy, how can it fly? A strong wind could easily deform it. Zhang He's gaze fell on the figure that had been standing quietly behind him the whole time. Jaina. Zhang He pointed to the giant octopus net still wriggling in the sea, and then to the steel giant in the sky that was still frantically attacking the air. The meaning was self-evident. Jaina understood, but her delicate brows furrowed slightly. To accurately fling such a large mass of soft flesh hundreds of meters into the air is simply absurdly difficult. No matter how strong the current of water is, it would be very difficult to fling a soft cloth out of the air. Just then, Zhang He seemed to see through her doubts. He turned to look at Doria and asked a question that defied common sense. Your Highness, is there a way to make soft-bodied creatures hard? Get hard. Doria blinked her innocent big eyes, tilted her head, and thought for a few seconds. Boss, what kind of thunderous words are those? And Ran immediately understood and exclaimed from the side. Suddenly, Doria's face flushed slightly. Then she seemed to remember something and became serious. She closed her eyes, and the song she sang rose again, taking on a more sacred and majestic quality. A pale golden halo emanated from her, spreading across the giant octopus net on the sea surface like ripples. The next moment, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The giant soft, sticky net suddenly gleamed with a metallic sheen. The once slippery tentacles, as if undergoing biological calcification, instantly transformed from soft tissue into hard keratin. Chapter 187, The Final Heartbeat. It's like a human male, under certain stimulation, instantly goes from being soft to hard. In just a few seconds, the giant octopus net transformed from a fishing net into a biologically forged steel net. It's ready. Zhang He's eyes gleamed with unprecedented brilliance. He waved his hand sharply and gave Jaina the final command. Jaina, fire it. Yes. Jaina nodded emphatically and took a step forward. She stretched out her slender hand, aimed it at the giant net that had hardened on the sea surface, and suddenly clenched her fist. Boom! The entire sea seemed to explode from her grip. The seawater beneath the giant net suddenly caved in, forming a massive whirlpool. Then, the endless seawater was compressed by terrifying force, transforming into a super water column 30 meters in diameter, which erupted with a deafening roar. This jet of water looked just like a hydraulic catapult, hitting the very center of the octopus's web precisely. The overwhelming biological net was lifted by a tremendous force, transforming into a black cloud that descended upon the arrogant steel giant in the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. A biological net of thousands upon thousands of hardened octopuses, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, crashed down on the 100-meter-tall mech. What the hell? The howl of the wolf exploded from the mech's loudspeaker, filled with bewilderment and rage. He finally snapped out of the frenzy of the indiscriminate bombing. I turned my head and saw a scene I could never understand in my life. A flying octopus net? An instinctive reaction caused the cannons on the arms of the heavy war mech to instantly rise, and scorching energy beams and large-caliber solid shells intertwined to form a destructive fire net, which exploded towards the giant net. However, an outrageous scene unfolded. That net, it's alive. Faced with the onslaught of bullets, the countless mutated octopuses forming the giant net displayed astonishing biological instincts. Without unified command, the larger octopus tentacles suddenly contracted, while the smaller octopuses curled inward, and the mesh of the entire giant net instantly became so loose that a horse could walk through it. Boom! 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 All the shells and beams passed through the mesh of the net and hit the sea surface, achieving nothing. After a wave of attacks went completely to waste, the wolf finally realized that its conventional firepower was useless. Run! That was the only word on his mind. The thrusters on the back of the mech ignited, emitting a deafening roar, and it transformed into a steel meteor, fleeing for its life. But this net has no code of honor. Just as its prey was about to escape, the giant octopus net twisted strangely in the air, stretching and pulling like a living thing, increasing its speed and biting the mecha tightly. The players watching below were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! This net has tracking capabilities? This is no longer science fiction. This is fantasy. This is mythology. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. The wolf realized it couldn't shake him off at all, and in despair, it became extremely agitated. Yeah, he let out a beast-like roar, and the huge mech suddenly stopped in midair, instantly turned around, and thrust forward instead of retreating, charging fiercely towards the giant net. The sniper rifle on his arm deformed and reformed, transforming into a ferocious katana, gleaming with energy. Good heavens, a 40-meter-long cleaver has now materialized. A single stroke cleaves in two, the Rui divine sword. The wolf's frantic howl echoed through the sky. The steel giant raised his 40-meter-long sword high, gathering all his kinetic energy, and slashed fiercely down at the center of the octopus net. This sword strike was full of power, as if it could split the sky in two. Sizzle. The giant net, after all, was made of flesh and blood, and was cleaved solidly by a single sword strike. Countless tentacles snapped off, and foul-smelling bodily fluids dripped down like rain, tearing a gaping hole in it. However, the mutated octopus's vitality is nothing short of abnormal. The severed tentacles were still writhing wildly, and the octopuses on both sides of the gap immediately extended new tentacles, which intertwined tightly. In less than a second, the gaping hole closed up again, like a zipper being zipped up. Because of this countercharge, the wolf completely sent the mech into the net. The enormous biological net suddenly tightened, completely enveloping the 100-meter-tall steel giant. Yay! Wang Chuang excitedly waved his fist on the deck. Finally done. Liamo breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the giant octopus net contracted and squeezed frantically, binding the steel giant into a writhing iron dumpling. The mech's joints creaked and groaned, and its struggles grew weaker and weaker. That's it. Wang Chuang looked at the huge steel body writhing and struggling in the air, and curled his lip. This iron lump looks intimidating, but in the face of our tactics, it's nothing but a piece of trash. Countless octopuses crawled around on the metal shell, their suckers opening and closing, a truly appetizing sight. But for everyone, it was a symbol of victory. With the crisis temporarily averted, Zheng he finally shifted his gaze from the sky to the true hero beside him. Princess Doria, why are you in this sea area? He asked curiously. This blood algae was cultivated by our mermaid race. Doria's expression softened considerably. They can devour shipwrecks and various kinds of garbage at sea, purifying the ocean. But they grow too fast, so I need to bring sea bees here regularly to feed on them in order to ensure that they don't become a plague at sea. I see. At this moment, the little white seal named Can-Can emerged from Doria's arms and waved its pectoral flippers at Zheng he very sensibly. Hello, you little bastard. Zheng he replied politely with a smile. Have a look. We owe you a lot this time. Thanks to you and the beast tide, Zheng he said earnestly. Otherwise, those 8 warships alone would have been enough to give us a run for our money. It was nothing. Doria shook her head. I should probably head to the next location now. The next one. Zheng he keenly grasped the key point. You've planted more than just this patch of blood algae? Of course, Doria explained matter-of-factly. The ocean is so vast. How could one patch be enough? We mermaids have cultivated blood algae in the waters outside the major safe shipping lanes. Otherwise, the sea would have been piled up with all sorts of debris and garbage long ago. Zheng He's eyes flickered. This is incredible intelligence. Purifying the ocean means having a highly efficient ability to decompose metal debris. If we could understand the properties of this blood algae. Just as the two were chatting, and the regional channel was still flooded with comments about this incredible battle of wits. An unexpected change has occurred. Grumble. A piercingly mournful cry echoed across the sea. It wasn't a human's cry, but rather the sound of those octopuses encased in steel giants. On the surface of that giant iron rice dumpling, the octopuses convulsed wildly, as if stuck to a red-hot iron plate. Many of the smaller octopuses instantly exploded into mangled flesh. What's going on? Wang Chuang's smile froze on his face. Zheng, he suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Chapter 188, Thunder Shadow Whale Transformation. Hey, how's the grilled octopus? It's just missing a bit of cumin and chili powder, otherwise we guys would definitely have a couple of bites. The wolf's extremely arrogant voice, amplified by the mecha's loudspeaker, resounded throughout the entire sea, carrying the madness of someone who had survived a catastrophe. He actually heated the outer shell of the iron giant instantly with energy. The high temperature was transmitted from the inside out, and the octopuses squeezed into the inner layer had no chance to escape and were directly suffocated alive. Bastards! Doria gritted her teeth in anger as she saw her people being mistreated like this. Wang Chuang stared in disbelief on the deck. Holy crap, this guy's inhuman. Isn't this just teppanyaki? On the regional channels, viewers were in an uproar. This is too cruel. This is hellish cooking. Although, I think I smell something delicious. Something's wrong with you up ahead. Zheng, he frowned. He didn't feel sorry for the octopus. His mind was racing, analyzing the current situation. Using energy to heat the outer shell is ruthless, but also incredibly foolish. This mech was merely a temporary construct cobbled together by overdrawing on mental energy. Its energy reserves are definitely limited. Heating such a large area would consume astronomical amounts of energy. He's drinking poison to quench his thirst. Sure enough, his gaze locked onto the mech's feet. The 100-meter-tall steel giant, though barely levitating thanks to its rear thrusters, was slowly descending. The giant octopus net that encased it already weighed tens of thousands of tons, and now it has become a deadly burden. Heating the outer shell nearly drained the thruster's energy. The opportunity has arrived. A chance to kill with one blow. Jaina. Zheng, he pulled Jaina to his side. Yes, Jaina replied immediately, her gaze still fixed on the horrific cooking scene in the air. Can your water magic control the seawater and only lift the bow of our ship? Zheng, he gestured with his hand to indicate a tilting angle. Jaina paused for a moment, then understood what Zheng he meant. She had previously launched the octopus net with a super water jet, the explosive power of which was immense. But what Zheng he needed now was a continuous, stable support for the bow of the ship. This level of water control precision. I've never tried it before. Jaina's eyes didn't falter. Theoretically, it's possible, but it would consume a huge amount of mental energy. It might lead to overexertion. Sister Feier, bring the supplies. Zheng he looked directly at Lu Feier. Lu Feier immediately pulled something wrapped in oil paper from her pocket and patted it. Don't worry, I still have the electric mouse cookies I made last time. Plenty. All right, Zheng he declared decisively. Let's give him a good blast. He turned to Timo beside him. How much is the main gun charging progress? Reporting, boss. Charging progress is 95%. Timo's voice was filled with excitement. Zheng, he took a deep breath and began issuing combat orders. Attention everyone. Doria's sea monster swarm has bought us time to recharge and also depleted that metal behemoth's energy. Now, it's our turn to reap the rewards. The boat will tilt sharply in a moment. Everyone find a secure spot. Sit tight and hold on. His gaze finally settled on Wang Chuang, and he became extremely serious. Wang Chuang. Here. Wang Chuang straightened his back abruptly. The task of operating the sniper rifle is assigned to you. Remember, you only get one chance, Zheng, he said, emphasizing each word. All our preparations are for this final shot. If we miss it, we might have to take his bullets with our faces. Wang Chuang's facial muscles twitched slightly. Without saying a word, he nodded firmly with all his might. As long as the cannon is there, we're here. After arranging the crew, Zheng, he turned and walked towards Doria. Princess Doria, I need your help. Zheng Yi's tone was very sincere. I'll steer the boat over there in a bit. When our bow lifts up, have your octopus net dismantle and retreat immediately to avoid being hit by artillery fire. Doria understood. Zheng, he wanted to give her people a safe time to evacuate before launching the attack. Okay, I will try my best to minimize casualties. She nodded. Everything is ready. Zheng, he returned to the cockpit and personally took the helm. The engines of the Thunder Shadow Whale roared, the bow turned, and it charged straight toward the steel giant in the air. The Thunder Whale appeared on the Wolf's radar screen after the stealth field was deactivated. Seeing the blinding red dot rapidly approaching him, Bin Lang grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha. Finally dared to show yourself? Come on, come and clash with me. I'll show you what real power is. He roared as he tried to adjust the thrusters on the back of his mech, attempting to charge head-on at the Thunder Shadow Whale. A two-way journey is about to begin. Completely trapped in the octopus net, Wolf couldn't see what was happening outside. He could only sense the approaching threat through radar. He was anticipating a cataclysmic clash. However, when the red dot got within about a kilometer, it suddenly stopped. The spot of light on the radar remained frozen in place. Bin Lang froze, and his disdainful sneer came through the loudspeaker. Zhang He, why aren't you charging? Did you wet yourself because of my Gundam? Coward! His voice echoed across the sea, full of sarcasm. On a regional channel, countless viewers were also completely confused. Why are you stopping? Are you surrendering? Something's not right. He Shun doesn't seem like the type to surrender. Could the ship be damaged? Just when everyone thought Zhang he had backed down, the mutation occurred again. Splash. The biological net tightly wrapped around the steel giant suddenly loosened. Thousands of octopuses seemed to receive an order, releasing their tentacles at the same moment and abandoning the scalding hot iron rice dumpling. The large net instantly disintegrated. Octopuses of all sizes fell into the sea like rain. After the giant octopuses that had been blocking the mech's chest fell off, Bin Lang's vision finally cleared. Then, he witnessed the most terrifying and outrageous scene of his life. A kilometer directly ahead, the demon ship he thought was about to escape was quietly hovering on the sea, and its bow is slowly rising at an eerie angle. Beneath the bow, a massive, visible column of water, like a hydraulic jack, firmly supported the thousands-ton hull. The Thunder Whale had transformed into a missile silo ready for launch, its stern submerged and its bow soaring high, forming an almost 45-degree angle with the sea level. On the high-raised bow, the muzzle of the main cannon, the Thunder Tide Whale devouring sniper cannon, was flashing with a chilling blue-purple electric light. The direction the cannon was aimed at was precise and unwavering. It was right there in the cockpit on the chest of the mech. Chapter 189, The Tilted World. Bin Lang's mind went blank for a moment. To lift the ship up and use it as an anti-aircraft gun. What kind of insidious tactic is this? How much fake alcohol did Zhang he drink to come up with something like this? All his arrogance was shattered in that moment, leaving not a trace. On the regional channels, tens of thousands of viewers fell silent, and the live chat stopped abruptly. On the screen, the tilted warship looked like a missile silo about to be launched, while the 100-meter tall mech that had just been showing off looked like a naked live target, hanging alone in mid-air. This scene, absurd yet imbued with a grotesque aesthetic of violence, is both outrageous and grotesque. Quick! Fly! Take off! The wolf's survival instincts kicked in completely, and it frantically pushed the control lever. However, the mech's engines emitted weak groans. He had just used up too much energy for the teppanyaki maneuver. The thrusters on his back were dimming, barely keeping the mech from plummeting. Making any significant maneuvers in a short time was simply impossible. He was like a butterfly pinned to a wall, forced to watch helplessly as the hunter's gun was pointed at his heart. On the deck of the Thunder Shadow Whale, the world is tilted. Wang Chuang strapped himself tightly to the operator's chair with a seatbelt, half of him dangling in the air, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the locking frame in the scope. Right in the center of the crosshair is the cockpit of the steel mech. So stable. Absolutely so. Unprecedented stability. At this distance and angle, he could even see the reflection on the glass on the other side. Jaina, hold on. Lu Feier grabbed Jaina, who was swaying precariously. Jaina's face was as pale as paper, and sweat had soaked her hair, but her hands remained in that loose grip, tightly controlling the giant column of water below the bow of the ship. She felt her mental energy being frantically drained, and her brain was throbbing with pain, but she just gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew that success or failure hinged on this moment. Liamo gripped the railing of the ship's gunwale, the tilted angle making him feel dizzy. He watched Zhang He's retreating figure, his heart churning with turmoil. This guy is absolutely insane. Using an octopus net to force out the mech's last bit of energy, and then, unable to hit the high-altitude target, instead of pulling it down, he lifts himself up. His thought process is absolutely insane. Liamo felt his understanding of the world had been completely overturned. He had always thought of himself as a high IQ player, but in front of Zheng He, his schemes were like children playing house. Zheng He stood at the highest point of the tilting bow, his trench coat billowing in the sea breeze. He didn't look at anyone, but calmly gazed at the prey trapped in this deadly situation. All the preparation and calculations were for this moment. Now is the time to reap the rewards. He shouted those two words at Wang Chuang. Fire! Receive! Wang Chuang roared and slammed his hand hard on the red launch button. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the sea. The thunder-tide whale devouring sniper cannon instantly unleashed a terrifying column of energy. It was an armor-piercing grenade enveloped in blue-purple energy. The blue-purple energy transformed into a violent, high-speed drill, tearing through the air and emitting a piercing shriek. The entire sky was illuminated by this blue-purple light. A kilometer's distance can be covered in an instant. Inside the cockpit, all Ben Lang could see was a dazzling blue-purple that instantly filled his entire field of vision. He didn't even have time to utter a single last word. The next second, the armor-piercing grenade accurately shattered the cockpit in a mech's chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, like a red-hot steel needle piercing butter. Before the raging lightning drill, the thick composite armor was as brittle as paper, instantly pierced. The shell pierced through his chest, sending up a shower of scrap metal and sparks. Immediately afterwards, the thunderous power accumulated inside the shell exploded within the mech, crackling and popping. Countless thick arcs of blue-purple electricity erupted from his chest, instantly engulfing every part of the steel giant. The 100-meter-tall war machine twitched suddenly in midair. All the lights on it reached their brightest peak in an instant, and then all went out at the same moment. The once powerful mech was reduced to a cold, steel wreck, frozen in midair for 2 seconds. Then, gravity took over everything. The massive mech, having lost all power, plummeted towards the sea below as if its spine had been removed. Boom! The 100-meter-tall steel giant, like a toppled mountain, crashed solidly into the sea. The sea surface was instantly blasted into a huge crater, followed by towering waves tens of meters high that spread wildly in all directions from the point of impact. Just as the thunder whale was leveled under Jaina's control, it was violently lifted up by this giant wave and slammed back down. Everyone on the ship felt a sudden dizziness. Holy shit! Wang Chuang slid off the control chair and plopped down on the deck, panting heavily, but his face was beaming with extreme excitement. I hit it! Cough, cough. On the other side, Jaina coughed violently. Lu Feier quickly tore open the bag of electric mouse biscuits and stuffed one directly into her mouth. Jaina chewed a couple of times, and her pale face regained a little color. How are you feeling? Zheng He walked over and asked. It's okay, but I feel a little nauseous. Jaina frowned, feeling physically uncomfortable due to the violent shaking caused by the giant waves. Li Mo adjusted his glasses, looked at the still churning sea in the distance, and the large amount of mecha wreckage floating on the surface, and let out a long sigh of relief. It's over. This long battle, which began with the encounter with a black shark fleet and culminated in the arrival of the 100-meter-tall mechs, finally came to an end with their victory. The regional channels were already a sea of excitement. We won. Holy crap. We really won. That shot. I would call it a divine shot. A 45-degree angled shot. So cool. From this day forward, God, He is my one and only true God. Anyone who opposes me will be attacked. This isn't a game anymore. It's a sci-fi war blockbuster. He Shun is awesome. Voice cracks. Public opinion completely reversed. The previous doubts and ridicule vanished, replaced by a screen full of shock and admiration. After this battle, Zheng He and his Thunder Shadow Whale became legends in this sea area. On the sea, Doria, with the terrified octopuses, watched the Thunder Shadow Whale from afar. Her turquoise eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was gratitude, awe, and a hint of apprehension. This human being's power far exceeded her understanding of the creatures of this world. He not only possessed powerful warships, but also an intelligence capable of turning the impossible into possible. Chapter 190, Black Shark, is the best stepping stone. Zheng He looked at the wreckage floating on the sea in the distance and clicked his tongue. What a pity. Such a huge mech, blown to pieces. I wonder how many useful parts can still be salvaged. Everyone, Lu Fei-er and Ran, Wang Chuang, Li Mo, and Jaina, who had just recovered from dizziness, all turned their heads and stared at him with complicated expressions. At a time like this, you're still thinking about picking up trash? Limo's lips twitched slightly. The sense of awe that had just risen in my heart for this tactical genius was instantly shattered by this familiar stinginess. This guy's thought process is definitely different from normal people. Li Mo was internally ranting and raving. While they were still reeling from the ordeal, Zheng, he had already started tallying the spoils of war. The difference in their perspectives is astounding. At the same time, the headquarters of the Black Shark Guild, the atmosphere in the huge conference hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The holographic projection in the center of the hall was repeatedly playing images of the thunder shadow whales bow tilting up and its main cannons blasting blue and purple beams of light. The 100-meter-tall mech was as brittle as a biscuit in front of that beam of light. Bloodshark sat in the first seat, staring intently at the blinding light, his facial muscles trembling slightly with rage. Bang! He slammed his fist hard on the conference table. A muffled thud. The specially made sturdy tabletop was smashed and a dent was created. The dozen or so high-ranking guild members around the conference table shuddered in unison, not daring to utter a single word. Benling was his best brother. Mad Rhino and Night Owl were elite captains he had personally trained. Those 9 heavily armed warships were the guild's trump card fleet, painstakingly built up by emptying their coffers. Now it's all gone. They were wiped out cleanly and efficiently by a solo player using an extremely underhanded tactic. For Black Shark, this is not just a serious blow, but a humiliating disgrace. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over everyone present. Can anyone tell me why this is? No one dared to utter a sound. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses hesitated for a long time before cautiously speaking. Guild leader, that Zheng He is too strange. His ship, his men, and his tactics are completely unlike what players at this stage should have. Strange. Bloodshark laughed angrily. A loss is a loss. What's the use of making excuses? He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. He knew that impotent rage wouldn't solve the problem. This battle dealt a devastating blow to Black Shark's reputation. Shundahai's livestream showed all the players in the semi-deep sea area how they suffered a crushing defeat. The regional channels are already in an uproar. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. Our reputation has recently hit rock bottom. Pass down the notice. All guild members outside. Regroup and retreat. Bloodshark pinched his brow, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Keep a low profile lately and focus on gathering resources and upgrading. Stop the burning, killing, and looting for now. Even if you do continue, keep a low profile. Don't be as arrogant as before. Right now, every dog on this sea wants to bare its teeth at us. A suppressed sigh echoed in the conference room. Once upon a time, they, the Black Sharks, ran rampant, and wherever they went, others had to give way. Who would have thought that today I would be forced to tuck my tail between my legs by nobody? This disparity made every senior executive present feel extremely frustrated. Regional channel. Just as Bloodshark guessed, this place had long since become a sea of joy. The previous doubts and ridicule vanished, and the screen was filled with uniform bullet comments. Respectfully sending off God, he as he ascends his divine throne. From this day forward, he shall be the only one on the sea. Respectfully sending off God, he as he ascends his divine throne. From this day forward, he shall be the only one on the sea. Respectfully sending off God, he as he ascends his divine throne. From this day forward, he shall be the only one on the sea. The formation was remarkably consistent, and this online frenzy propelled Zheng He to godlike status. Bite. A notification sound came from Zheng He's private communication channel. Is Long Xiaotian. Brother Zheng He awesome. Absolutely awesome. Long Xiaotian's voice was filled with undisguised excitement and shock. I watched the entire battlefield live on the regional channel. That mech, and your last shot. To be honest, my mind is still reeling. Just lucky. Zheng He replied. If you get lucky, we guild players can just delete your account. Long Xiaotian said with a wry smile, his tone then becoming serious. Brother, I'm formally inviting you one last time. Join our Sky Dragon Fights the Ways Guild. The position of guild leader is reserved for you. As long as you agree, You can allocate the resources as you see fit. Zheng, he remained silent for a moment. Zheng, he looked at the barrage of comments flooding the regional channel, then glanced at the crew members beside him. He replied, Guild Leader Long, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have no plans to join any guild for the time being. I have an idea. I want to start a freelancers alliance. On the other end of the communication, Long Xiaotian was stunned. The Casual Players Alliance? Yes. Zheng He's tone was calm. An organization that doesn't belong to any guild, but only to us ordinary solo players. We don't aspire to dominate the ocean, but we can stick together in this godforsaken place, survive, and live a little better. Long Xiaotian remained silent for a long time. He could hear the seriousness in Zheng He's words. Brother, your idea is very bold, Long Xiaotian said slowly, but it's also very difficult. The casual players aren't united, so this is as difficult as climbing to the sky. I know, Zheng He said. That's why we need to establish our authority. He glanced at the floating mech wreckage in the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. Black Shark is the best stepping stone. Zheng He thought to himself. Now, the prestige has been established. In this semi-deep sea area, no foolish organization should dare to provoke him anytime soon. This is an excellent period for development. The mystery of Atlantis has not yet been solved. The origins of those 7 mysterious treasure ships remain unknown. There is still a lot to be done. After ending its communication with Long Xiaotian, the Thunder Shadow Whale shed its murderous aura and sailed steadily toward Chundahai's wrecked ship. Zheng He looked at Chundahai, already having made his plans. Leave professional matters to professionals. This guy is a master at setting the pace. The Casual Players Alliance wouldn't be able to do without him to generate buzz. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Zheng He had a plan in mind, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Chundahai also saw the giant ship approaching at this moment, and his face turned red with excitement. He stood at the bow of the ship, ready to welcome his true god. Chapter 191, Second Visit to Doria. Zheng He is such an idol. Before the Thunder Shadow Whale had even gotten close, Chundahai was already standing at the bow, waving his hands frantically and shouting at the top of his lungs. Her face, flushed with excitement, stood out vividly in the sea breeze. That battle, it was brilliantly fought. It was textbook perfect. He took 2 steps at a time and walked to the edge of the bow, try to get closer to Zheng He. Boss, from today onwards, you are my idol. If there's anything I, Chundahai, need your help with, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water for you. He hadn't finished speaking. Smack, smack. 2 heavy thuds interrupted his grand pronouncements. Zheng He tossed 2 heavy, sealed metal boxes directly onto Chundahai's deck. The deck groaned under the strain. Chundahai's eyes widened instantly, and the rest of his sentence got stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at the 2 boxes, then looked at Zheng He, unable to react for a moment. What is this? A tip for your hard work, Zheng He said calmly. The live stream went well, you deserve it. Chundahai swallowed hard and, with trembling hands, opened one of the boxes. Buzz. A dazzling metallic glint flashed. The entire box was filled with high-grade alloy blocks, and even rare metal ingots gleaming with a purple light. His breathing became rapid instantly. With trembling hands, he opened another box. This time, there was no dazzling light, but the impact on him was even greater. A whole box of energy cores, each shimmering with a different color. There were even a few second-tier top-grade cores mixed in, their energy fluctuations incredibly terrifying. Gulp. Chundahai's Adam's apple bobbed wildly. These 2 boxes of stuff were more than they could earn even after months of desperate work at sea. Now, Zheng He casually tossed 2 boxes over. This isn't just a convenient gift. It's like they brought you the whole bed. Sir, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. We were just helping out. No need, no need. Chundahai said, no need, but his actions betrayed his words. He practically lay on the box, reaching inside to touch the crystal cores, his mouth watering. Old Zhao and Shaoli next to him also looked like they had never seen the world before, their eyes shining and muttering to themselves. Holy crap, this is orichalcum, the stuff that's been hyped up like crazy on the black market. A peak 2nd-tier hawksbill turtle core. This is an incredible win. Zheng He looked at the 3 of them, but felt nothing. These are just scraps salvaged from the wreckage of the mecha. Free help doesn't last. A mutually beneficial relationship is key. Give them enough incentives, and this king of empty words will be able to get whatever they want from you in the future. As for beast taming, I might not be as good as Doria. But when it comes to human taming, everyone here is trash. Zheng, he didn't hold back his self-affirmation. If he hadn't been transported into this ghostly game, he felt he might have been able to become a minor leader in northern Myanmar. Take it. There will be many more opportunities to use Chun, the great anchor, to help us in the future. Zheng, he said casually. Chun Dahai instantly understood. This was a pledge of allegiance. He straightened his back and patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. From now on, I, Chun Dahai, will be your head of the online army in the regional channel. If you say go east, I'll never go west. Anyone who dares to slander you, I'll bombard them until they quit the game. Zheng Yi nodded in satisfaction. This young man is teachable. After saying goodbye to Chun Dahai, who was grinning foolishly while clutching his suitcase, the Thunder Shadow Whale turned its rudder and headed towards the group of sea monsters not far away. The sea monster tide had mostly receded, leaving only a group of octopuses surrounding Doria like stars around the moon. Princess Doria, are you really not going to reconsider joining us? Zheng He looked at the mermaid princess and said sincerely, if we complement each other's strengths and join forces, we can definitely dominate this sea area. He witnessed the power of the beast tamer. That overwhelming tide of sea monsters, that giant biological net that transforms decay into wonder, are things that are difficult for him to achieve with his technology. This is currently the biggest weakness of his team. Doria looked at him quietly, her turquoise eyes reflecting the cold, steel behemoth. She did not answer directly. She tilted her head slightly and softly hummed the ethereal song Blue Lotus. The song drifted across the sea, seemingly able to cleanse all the distractions in one's heart. Zheng, he listened to the song and understood her answer. Zheng, he understood. She belonged to this boundless blue expanse, not to any warship. As the music ended, Doria spoke softly. Thank you, but I have my mission. She paused, a hint of maturity and responsibility appearing in her eyes that she hadn't shown before. Before, I was just a playful little mermaid. But now I've grown up. After witnessing the blood algae cultivated by my people being contaminated, I understand that I also bear a responsibility. My father and mother have started entrusting me with some family affairs. I must shoulder my responsibilities. Her words surprised Zheng He. This seemingly naive mermaid princess, after experiencing all of this, seems to have undergone some kind of transformation. Doria looked at Zheng He and handed him a peculiar conch shell that shimmered with pearly light. This is our mermaid clan's sound-transmitting conch shell, Doria said. As long as you're in the same sea area, I can hear you if you speak to it. In the future, if you encounter any problems you can't solve, or if you want to chat with someone, feel free to contact me anytime. She regarded Zheng He as a close ally. Zheng He accepted the conch shell. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a faint salty and damp scent and the warmth of a young girl's body. Okay, he solemnly put away. Doria blinked her turquoise eyes and asked curiously, so what are your plans next? Will you continue wandering in these waters? Zheng He thought for a moment and answered very seriously. Let's familiarize ourselves with the environment of the semi-deep sea area first, and then kill a few high-level sea beasts to replenish our strength. Doria, she rolled her eyes dramatically. I thank you on behalf of the sea monster. She spoke softly. Zheng He, before you take action, could you at least take a look at the target? Last time, I don't know which damn person did it, but they physically castrated the blue whale that I raised from a calf. As she said this, a strange expression appeared on her face, making people feel both sorry for her and amused. As a result, its calls have become soft and gentle lately, and it feels inferior when it sees other male whales, so it avoids them. Ha! Wang Chuang, who was standing behind Zheng He, couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Lu Fei-er and Jiana also covered their mouths tightly, their shoulders shaking violently. That's physical castration. What the hell? That's brilliant word choice. That word is used so precisely. Zheng He, however, remained calm and composed, immediately adopting an expression of righteous indignation. This is outrageous. It's utterly immoral. He patted his chest with a righteous air. Don't worry, I'll see this through to the end. When we catch that bastard, I'll definitely hand over his cow with both hands. Chapter 192, Overlord Level Achievement. The ultimate choice of evolution. Cough, cough, cough. This time, even a usually composed, Liemo almost choked on his own saliva. The people on the Thunder Whale could no longer hold back and covered their mouths, laughing so hard they were shaking. The guy's really mean. Doria's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Zheng He with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She couldn't keep up with this human's thought process at all. Zheng He, however, seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions and asked the question that concerned him most. Are all the creatures in this sea considered subjects of your merfolk race? Doria's expression turned serious. She shook her head. Of course not. The ocean is far more vast and complex than you humans imagine. The mermaid race only occupies a small area of the sea with relatively mild waters. Other intelligent marine species also live in deeper or more dangerous waters. Other intelligent races? Liemo keenly grasped the key phrase. Doria nodded, a hint of undisguised apprehension flashing in her emerald eyes. Deep in those trenches thousands of meters deep, there's a legend of the kingdom of the Naga Sirens. They are ferocious and warlike, believe in the law of the jungle, and are the top predators in the ocean. Naga Siren. Zheng, he silently memorized the name. And another thing, Doria turned to look at the unknown sea in the distance, her expression becoming somewhat solemn. After I returned to my clan last time, the elders told me something. Atlantis, which we had talked about before, has recently become unusually active. She paused, a hint of apprehension in her voice. That mysterious great western kingdom seems to be awakening. Upon hearing this, Zheng He's eyes darkened slightly, and his previous experience immediately came to mind. At that time, he guessed that it was a creation of some lost high-level civilization, and now, Doria's words perfectly pieced these pieces together. That makes sense, Zheng He said thoughtfully. I did come into contact with artifact from the Atlantis civilization before, and I even accidentally discovered a cyber mine on an island. It seems that this legendary kingdom not only exists in reality, but it's also itching to come. Atlantis? The waters of this ocean were deeper than Zheng He had anticipated. It seems we need to find a way to improve our strength. The fear of insufficient firepower must be cured. We need to quickly gather more high-level materials and arm the Thunder Shadow Whale to the teeth. Doria saw the ambition burning in Zheng He's eyes. All right, I should go now. She waved to Zheng He. Remember our promise. I hope you'll be even stronger when we meet again. After saying that, she gently patted the giant beast beneath her that resembled an ancient azure dragon. Countless sea creatures surrounded it, slowly sinking into the deep blue seawater. The enormous herd of sea creatures came in a surging wave and left without a sound. This sea, once teeming with the sounds of gunfire, has returned to its deathly stillness. On the sea, only the Thunder Shadow Whale and Chundahai's 3 ships, which were still taking stock of their spoils in the distance, remained. Those players who had been watching from the sidelines quietly dispersed after confirming that the battle was over. Although they had arrived at the semi-deep sea area, the black fog that shrouded the edge of the world seemed even closer to them. The pressure to survive hangs over every player's head. On the Thunder Shadow Whale. Phew, it's finally over. Wang Chuang plopped down on the deck and let out a long sigh of relief. Today was more exciting than anything I've experienced in the past month. Yes. Lu Feier also leaned against the ship's railing, looking at the calm sea with lingering fear. I never thought that Ben Lang would be able to create such a big thing in the end. After eating a few electric mouse cookies, Jaina's complexion regained its rosy hue. Timo was inspecting the damage to the hull. Although it wasn't directly hit, it still needed some maintenance after being battered by giant waves. Everything seemed to be back on track. Zheng He stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze, and also pondered his next plan. First, find a place to repair the ship. Then, study the Wolf's inorganic material modification, specialization, and see if you can extract any useful technology from the mech wreckage. Finally, it's time to upgrade the ship. This battle exposed the weakness of the wreckage's anti-air capabilities. Although they won with a surprise tactic, they might not be so lucky next time. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the minds of everyone aboard the Thunder Shadow Whale. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zheng He for becoming the first player to achieve Overlord reputation in the semi-deep sea zone. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zheng He. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zheng. The announcement was repeated 3 times, its sound echoing throughout the entire game world. Everyone on the ship was stunned. Overlord level, reputation? Wang Chuang looked bewildered. How did my reputation value suddenly spike so high? Liamo suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "It's the Black Shark Guild." The system classified the mission that severely damaged the Black Shark Guild as a Dominator-level reputation mission. It immediately maxed out our reputation points, which triggered the world announcement. Before he could finish speaking, a new system notification, accompanied by generous rewards for achieving the reputation milestone, rang out exclusively in Zheng He's mind. Bite! Congratulations on achieving the Overlord-level reputation in the semi-deep sea zone and receiving exclusive reputation rewards. The energy of a Dominator-level biological crystal core has been detected on the Thunder Shadow Whale, meeting special evolution conditions. The special evolution path for the Rakeage is now available. Please make your final choice between the following 2 options. A blinding virtual screen suddenly unfolded before Zheng He's eyes. On the screen are 2 completely different evolution options. On the left is a scene filled with steel and smoke. Heavy metal armor plates clung to the Thunder Whale like living beings, gears meshed, cannons stood tall, and the entire warship rose from the ground, transforming into a half-body titan wielding a giant naval cannon. Option 1. Colossus Armor. Features: deeply integrates warship and mech technologies, unlocking Fortress Mode and Colossus Mode. Armor thickness and firepower are devastatingly enhanced, granting short-range aerial combat capability. On the right, the scene is profound and terrifying. The hull of the Thunder Shadow Whale was completely covered by a layer of deep-sea armor that seemed to breathe. The ship was elongated, and a deep-sea structure resembling the gaping maw of an abyss was split open at the bow, with dark blue tentacles dancing wildly among the steel armor. Direction 2. Abyss Leviathan. Features: perfectly fuses the genes of warships and deep-sea behemoths, unlocking Deep Dive Mode and Devour Mode. Gains absolute stealth and superior underwater maneuverability, possessing deep-sea hunting and living armor self-healing capabilities. Zheng He looked at the 2 options in front of him, and his breathing became rapid. Chapter 193, A New Overlord is born in the semi-deep sea zone. Zheng He stared at the virtual screen in front of him. On the left is a towering steel giant. On the right is a living nightmare lurking in the deep sea. Holy crap! Wang Chuang was the first to break the silence. He was so excited that his face turned red as he pointed to the giant armor panel on the left. Gundam. Boss. It's Gundam. We're going to have our own Gundam. The roar ignited the atmosphere on the deck. Lu Feier and Iran stepped forward. They had just experienced the oppressive power of the 100-meter mech firsthand, and now that they had the chance to have their own, who wouldn't be excited? From a rational perspective, Liamo forced down the shock in his heart and spoke quickly. The Colossus form perfectly solves our shortcomings of insufficient air combat capabilities and insufficient close combat firepower. Armor, firepower, short-range loiter time. These are the most direct improvements, and also the safest options at present. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. Is there even a need to choose? The Wolf's mechs almost wiped them out, and now they have the opportunity to gain even greater power, so there's no reason to refuse. Jaina chimed in. The heavy armor and powerful firepower certainly give one a sense of security. All eyes were on Zheng He. I'm hoping he'll choose the option that symbolizes endless firepower. Zheng He remained silent. His fingers swept across the air and stopped on the option on the right, which was covered with tentacles and carapace. Abyss Leviathan. Only the kings of a land need steel fortresses. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally looking up at the unfathomable dark sea. And to become the masters of the ocean, we ourselves must become the abyss. Fingertips fall. Confirm. Boss you. Wang Chuang's words caught his throat. The next second, a dominant-level crystal core appeared out of thin air and shattered with a bang. A dark purple, viscous liquid gushed out. The liquid spread down the deck, completely enveloping the entire Thunder Whale. Creak! The hard steel was covered by ever-growing dark red flesh and blood tissue. The surface rapidly keratinizes, forming layers of deep-sea crust with a breathing-like undulation. At the bow, the metal armor was forcibly torn apart to both sides by a tremendous force. A hideous, gigantic maw suddenly took shape. Layers upon layers of sharp, tooth-like structures rub against each other within the giant mouth. Countless dark blue, translucent tentacles sprouted wildly from the cracks in the deck and from both sides of the ship. They twisted and turned wildly in midair. The ship came to life completely. The crew members went from initial fear and confusion to utter awe and fervor as they gazed at the living behemoth reconstructed from steel and flesh. Ding! The wreckage has evolved into the abyssal leviathan form. Feature unlocked. Deep diving mode. Ignoring the pressure of 10,000 meters of water, the hull and seawater become perfectly assimilated, entering a state of absolute stealth on both physical and energy levels. Devour mode. Activates the abyssal maw at the bow, allowing the ship to devour flesh and blood, rapidly converting it into hull energy or repairing the living armor. Living armor. Biomass armor with ultra-fast self-healing capabilities. After absorbing the genes of a special organism, there's a very low probability of acquiring the corresponding biological characteristics. Zheng, he looked at the screen in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. This is what he wanted. Mechs? That's a land-based way of thinking. In a boundless ocean, attacks are unavoidable, and even the thickest armor cannot withstand them. A true overlord is one whose enemies cannot even catch a glimpse of him. Boss, this ship. Wang Chuang stammered as he reached out and cautiously touched a slowly wriggling, dark blue tentacle beside him. As if sensing something, the tentacles gently wrapped around his fingers and rubbed against them, the touch warm yet slightly cool. Zheng, he smirked and issued his first command after the evolution. Timo, activate deep dive mode. Target depth, 500 meters. Yes. Timo was still in shock and subconsciously responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Abyss Leviathan instantly transformed into a shadowy figure that disappeared into the water without even stirring up a wave, vanishing silently from the sea. Liam-O returned to his ship and, in the captain's cabin, stared intently at the radar detector. On the screen, the green dot representing the friendly forces vanished into thin air the instant Zheng, he gave the order. It's not signal interference, not optical camouflage. It's complete evaporation from all detection dimensions. He gasped, muttering, "A monster! We've created a real monster." Far away, Chindahai's fleet finally finished taking stock of its spoils. He excitedly directed the ship, heading eagerly towards the original coordinates of the Thunder Shadow whale. However, as his boat drew near, he froze in the cockpit. The sleek, biotech-inspired Thunder Whale has vanished. Instead, a colossal beast coiled on the sea surface. The ship's shape was grotesque and twisted, its hull covered in armor that seemed to be still breathing, with countless tentacles slowly drifting around it. The abyss-like maw at the bow was enough to send chills down one's spine just by looking at it. Zheng. Boss Zheng. Chindahai's lips were trembling. He picked up the communicator with trembling hands, his voice trembling. Has your ship been given a new deep-sea hell skin? Zheng He's cheerful voice came through the communicator. Come up and talk. A giant tentacle emerged from the water, lifted Chindahai's flagship, and gently placed it on the broad back of the Abyss Leviathan. This is how it is supposed to be. Zheng He patted the deck that was still slightly twitching under his feet, and said calmly, You continue to spread the news. No need to embellish, just tell the truth. It is said that a new overlord has been born in the semi-deep sea area. Chindahai looked at Zheng He, whose aura was terrifying, and nodded repeatedly. Understood. I will spread the fame of the Abyss Leviathan to every corner. They sent Chindahai away. Long Xiaoyan's communication came through. Brother Zheng, congratulations. Long Xiaoyan's tone was warmer than ever before. You're on the world channel again. Overlord level reputation. You're the first in the entire game to achieve that. The semi-deep sea area is yours from now on. If you need any help, just let me know. Zheng He exchanged a few simple pleasantries and then hung up the call. The Leviathan slowly turned around. The dark blue tentacles made a gentle swirl in the water. The entire ship shot off like an arrow, heading towards the unknown depths of the semi-deep sea. Chapter 194, A Tribute to Victory. A tribute to new life. A tribute to the vast universe. That night, to celebrate the resounding victory and the rebirth of the Leviathan battleship, a small celebratory banquet was held on board. Lu Feier suggested that since it was a celebration of the new students, everyone should cook a dish themselves. The crowd readily agreed. Zhang He decided to let them enter the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse to personally select ingredients. As soon as they stepped into the Divine Sea Spirit warehouse, time seemed to stand still as the vast space had been neatly organized by Lu Feier. She led everyone to the food preparation area, where a rich spiritual atmosphere and refreshing mist greeted them. The fruits and vegetables were fresh and vibrant, as if they had just been picked with morning dew still clinging to them. The sea bream in the tank were lively and jumping around, their scales shimmering with a faint light. Even that top-grade star beast beef still retained the reddish hue and elasticity of its freshly cut texture. I can't believe it. Just a moment ago, we were teetering on the brink of death, and now we're standing here picking out ingredients. Liemo touched the water tank and smiled with some emotion. Zhang He patted him on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the cabin, a warm feeling welling up inside him. This meal is all the more meaningful because we've been through life and death together. Come on, everyone, it's time to show your skills. A culinary competition that gradually went astray began in the restaurant's kitchen. Wang Chuang wielded a solid steel rolling pin in each hand and unleashed a frenzied attack on the beef on the cutting board. The loud, muffled thuds made the cutting board tremble. He grinned as he pounded the meatballs, saying, "Making beef balls is all about the power. The meatballs I make with this bearboxing technique are absolutely bouncy." On the other side, Timo pulled out a miniature laser cutter and calipers, and wearing goggles, he was cutting potato shreds. The error cannot exceed 0.01 millimeters, and the cooking temperature curve must perfectly match the data model. This is the romance of a mechanic. Liemo cast a weak healing spell on the steamed fish on the cutting board, a soft green light enveloping the fish's body. A gentle life force can lock in the freshness of proteins to the maximum extent and awaken the last bit of vitality in fish cells. Unran, the medical officer, was wearing a white coat, holding a dropper and a measuring cup. Her brows furrowed as she stared at the soup in the pot. 3.5 grams of salt, 2.1 grams of magic pepper powder, constant water temperature of 95 degrees Celsius, reaction time. This should be a perfect medicinal diet. Until a loud boom came from the corner of the kitchen. A plume of burnt black smoke rose up, accompanied by sparks. Jaina emerged from the cloud of black smoke with a dark expression, coughing incessantly, which made everyone burst into laughter. Half an hour later, the dishes were served one after another. The men's performance was surprisingly amazing. Zhang He's braised pork was a beautiful reddish-brown color. Li Mo's revival steamed fish was incredibly fragrant, and Wang Chuang's beef balls, made with vigorous pounding, were full of elasticity. On the other hand, the female team members, apart from Lu Feier's few dishes that were meant to be a backup plan, all the other dishes were a complete disaster. Timo's laser-cut salad is presented like a work of art, but it has a pungent smell of engine oil. Anren's pot of perfect tonic soup, prepared to the milligram, emitted a strange smell of medical alcohol mixed with formaldehyde. Finally, it was Jaina's turn. This usually elegant and graceful woman now had 2 streaks of black ash on her fair face. With a flushed face, she brought out a plate of dark, smoky, unidentifiable material, and stubbornly calls it creative flame-baked snail. Clearly, her control over fire magic had spiraled out of control in the kitchen. Everyone stared at the still-smoking, unidentified object and fell into a long silence. Under Gianna's resentful gaze, Zhang He gritted his teeth, picked up a small piece of unidentified object, closed his eyes, and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang He's eyes lit up as he chewed, without changing his expression. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique grilled flavor. Delicious. Wang Chuang and Li Mo exchanged a glance, both seeing deep respect in each other's eyes. They even dared to eat culinary disasters that cause magical burning damage. The boss is a ruthless man. No wonder he could be the captain. Although the meal was a mix of surprises and delights, the atmosphere reached its climax when everyone sat together and unscrewed the aged wine that had been unearthed from the depths of the divine sea spiritual granary. Cheers! The glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. The golden liquid flowed down my throat, spreading warmth. Zhang He finished his drink and looked gently at Timo, who was struggling with the beef ball, at Lu Feier, who was wiping the grime off Jaina's face, and at Wang Chuang, who was finally letting his guard down and grinning foolishly after getting a little tipsy. After this perilous and bloody battle, their relationship became more than just that of captain and crew. They became family members who could entrust their backs to each other in times of danger. Honestly, the moment Binlang broke free of the octopus net and charged at us, I thought I was going to die there. Wang Chuang hiccuped, his eyes slightly red. But now, being able to sit here with everyone, eating meat and drinking, is fucking awesome. Yes. And Ran pushed up her glasses. But the feeling of having everyone around me at the time actually made me feel a little at ease. Because we belong to this ship. Jaina raised her glass, her usually cold eyes now gleaming with passion under the influence of alcohol. As long as this ship is still here, as long as we're still here, nothing can stop us. Well said. Zheng He stood up, raised his full glass of wine again, and looked out the porthole at the vast, dark ocean. The hardships of the past are the fuel for the Leviathan's rebirth, and today's meal marks the beginning of our new journey. To victory, salute to the new students, a toast to the vast universe of the future. The meal ended amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Outside the window, undercurrents surged. The Leviathan, carrying its companions, set sail at full speed toward the deeper ocean. The crew members went back to their rooms to rest. Zheng He took a shower, lay on the bed, and pondered his next plan. The semi-deep sea zone, the Naga Siren, Atlantis, this sea is becoming more and more interesting. Just as he was lost in thought and about to fall asleep, the door was quietly pushed open crack. A slender figure, particularly alluring in the moonlight, tiptoed in like a kitten. "Who?" Zheng He was startled by the sudden intrusion. "It's me," Lu Feier replied shyly. "Then gently lock the door behind you." She lightly jumped onto Zheng He's bed, snuggled into his strong arms, and pressed her cheek against his warm chest. Zheng He felt the softness approaching and showed respect for the changes in his body. Without any further words, the two began to play a beautiful symphony. Chapter 195, Devouring Evolution. The next morning, Zheng He opened his eyes and sat up. The blanket next to me moved slightly. Lu Feier turned over and continued sleeping. She used up too much energy last night. Zheng He put on his clothes and walked out of the cabin. Half an hour later, Ran carried 2 plates of fried eggs and roast meat to the deck. "Have something to eat." And Ran handed the plate to Zheng He. Zheng He took the plate and took a bite of the roasted meat. It's a cloudy day. The core area of the semi-deep sea rarely sees the sun. The clouds hang low, and the sea breeze carries a slightly salty smell on your face. The seawater was a pure, jet-black color, and the bottom could not be seen. The Leviathan of the abyss sails forward, cutting through the waves. Zheng He discovered that the creatures in the semi-deep sea area were completely different from those in the shallow sea area, and ordinary sea fish could not be seen at all. A shark with 3 heads swam across the surface of water. The shark was 10 meters long, and its back was covered with sharp spikes. The Leviathan rammed directly into it. The 3-headed shark had no time to dodge and was split in 2. The bits of flesh and blood that had just scattered were absorbed clean by the living tissue on the ship's surface. Zheng He switched to the regional channel. Chindahai sent me a private message. "Boss Zheng, the publicity campaign is almost done. Now, about 80% of the people on the regional channel know about the Independent Alliance, and you're the leader. Many people are asking how to join. How should we respond to them?" Zheng He replied, "Well done. Let them wait and see. I'll talk to them after I've explored this area. Tell them that the Alliance of the Wanderers only accepts the vulnerable, and that everyone should stick together for warmth." After sending the message, Zheng He turned off the channel. The Abyss Leviathan is currently consuming a lot of resources. In addition to the regular energy core consumption, it also requires a large amount of biological flesh and blood to maintain the activity of the living armor every day. He needs to find some big stuff to fill the ship's belly. A piercing alarm sounded from the control room. The flashing red light illuminated the entire corridor. Zheng He handed the empty plate to Ran, then turned and walked into the control room. Timo was hunched over the console, his hands rapidly typing on the keyboard. "Report the situation," Zheng He said. Timo pointed to the large radar screen in the middle. "A large-scale high-energy reaction has occurred 3 nautical miles directly ahead." He switched the detection feed to the main screen. In the sea ahead, a layer of jellyfish emitting a blue glow floated. They stood side by side, forming a sea of bioluminescence. Each jellyfish is the size of a wash basin, with long tentacles trailing beneath its transparent bell. As seawater flows past them, its bioluminescence is lost, and the water becomes murky. Timo retrieved the database and compared the results. It's a void energy jellyfish. Timo turned to look at Zheng He and spoke quickly. These things are fleet killers. Their force fields can directly extract the energy shields of warships and even suck away core energy from a distance. As soon as they get close, our propulsion system will be paralyzed. Lu Feier came out of the captain's cabin and glanced at the screen. Can't we go around it? Timo tapped a few keys on the keyboard and brought up the holographic sea map. We can't avoid them. They're lined up in a straight line, stretching for more than 10 nautical miles to the left and right. To avoid them, we'd have to sail back for half a day and find a new route. Zheng, he stared at the blue jellyfish on the screen. He began to calculate the value of these things. This jellyfish absorbs energy, and the Leviathan can swallow it. Since it is a living thing, it has transformative value when eaten. The ship had been hungry all night, so they decided to have these as breakfast. Activate devouring mode, Zheng He commanded. Full speed ahead, devour them all. The control room was silent for 3 seconds. Timo stood there, stunned. Boss, are you serious? This thing will drain our energy. We'll just be delivering takeout. Execute the order, Zheng He practically shouted. Timo swallowed hard and pressed the red execute button. The originally streamlined metallic bow split open to both sides, emitting a piercing scraping sound. The armor plates reseated, revealing dark red living muscle tissue and several rows of sharp, white teeth. A gigantic maw, over 50 meters in diameter, appeared at the bow of the warship. With its engines running at full power, the warship accelerated toward the jellyfish swarm. As they drew near, the force field of the void energy jellyfish began to activate. The energy shield surrounding the abyss Leviathan flickered a few times, and energy loss alarms blared. The blue light from the jellyfish swarm became even brighter. The next second, the abyss's gaping maw unleashed a powerful suction force. The seawater in front formed a huge whirlpool. Thousands upon thousands of void psionic jellyfish, along with the seawater, were pulled into the vortex and poured into the belly of the abyss Leviathan. Intense chewing and squeezing sounds emanated from inside the ship, and mucus dripped from his chin into the sea. Timo stared intently at the data panel on the console. Suda, alt fine, but core energy hasn't decreased. Timo's voice suddenly rose. Energy reserves are surging wildly. 80%, 90%, fully loaded. The control panel issued an overload warning, and the red light flashed more frequently. The energy bar has broken through the limit, reaching 130%. Timo slammed his hand on the table. At the same time, a system notification popped up in Zheng He's mind. Ding! Having absorbed the genes of the void psionic jellyfish, the living armor has gained a new trait. Energy absorption, weak. Effect. When passively absorbing energy attacks, a portion of it can be converted into the user's own energy. Current compatibility, low. Needs to continue absorbing similar or higher-level energy creatures to improve stability. Zheng, he looked at the notification, his excitement evident. The theory of devouring evolution has been proven. This ship can infinitely stack biological characteristics. The energy absorption ability is very useful. When dealing with sea monsters or other player warships that specialize in energy attacks, the incoming firepower will be directly converted into the energy storage of the Abyss Leviathan. This is a true perpetual motion machine skill. Keep driving forward. Zheng, he said, eat everything that's left. Leave no one behind. The Leviathan of the Abyss rampaged through the jellyfish swarm. He opened his mouth wide and ate voraciously. Half an hour later, the blue light on the sea surface completely disappeared. The warship let out a burp, releasing a string of electrified blue bubbles. The crisis was averted. The crew gained a new understanding of the warship. Wang Chuang carried a large iron bucket to the edge of the deck. The bucket was filled with chopped low-level sea beast meat, which he originally intended to use to make jerky. He grabbed a handful of pieces of meat and threw them into the sea along the side of the boat. As soon as the chunk of meat touched the water, a small opening appeared in a piece of metal armor on the outside of the hull, from which two fleshy tendrils emerged and wrapped around the meat. The opening closed, and a swallowing sound could be heard. You really want to eat it? Wang Chuang chuckled. He poured the entire bucket of meat into it. A dozen or so cracks appeared on the deck, allowing the pieces of meat to be divided and eaten cleanly. The ship emitted a deep hum, which made Wang Chuang's feet go numb. From now on, I'll share half of my rations with you. Eat your fill before you get to work. Wang Chuang patted the metal deck. Liamo walked over and glanced at the empty bucket. Be careful, it might get hungry one day and roll you in for a snack in the middle of the night. That's not possible. Wang Chuang looked down at the deck. We're friends now. Chapter 196, Cyberg Thulhu. Jaina stood on the other side. She seemed to sense something, closed her eyes, and her hands glowed with blue magical light. The seawater enveloped the ship under her control. A moment later, she opened her eyes and looked at Zheng He. I can feel its pulse. My water magic can resonate with the living armor. She paused. When it is submerged underwater, I can help it adjust to the resistance of the surrounding water flow, reducing kinetic energy loss by at least 15%. Holy crap. Awesome. Wang Chuang couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Timo's voice suddenly came from the control room. Boss, come look at this. Zheng, he went inside. A large black blind spot appeared on the screen of the biosonar system. A huge, unidentified object has been detected 10 nautical miles ahead, Timo said, pointing to the black block on the map. The conventional radar failed, and the electronic signals were blocked. Only the biosonar detected the outline of the entity. Judging from its size, it should be a small island. Let's drive over and take a look, Zheng, he said casually. The Leviathan broke through the sea surface and sped toward the unidentified object. The sky ahead was shrouded in a gray storm vortex. Lightning flashed back and forth in the clouds. The entire sea was churning with fierce winds. Waves, tens of meters high, completely enveloped the unidentified object. The lights in the bridge flickered twice and then went out. The standby biofluorescent tissue lit up, emitting a green light. All the screens on the main control panel went black. The instrument pointer is spinning erratically. It's a powerful electromagnetic storm. All the electronic equipment on the ship has shut down. Zheng He walked to the porthole and activated Sea God's vision. The holographic chart concealed the electromagnetic storm and giant waves, revealing the outline of the unidentified object. It was an island, and there was no vegetation on it. The ground was covered with dilapidated buildings. The tall stone pillar collapsed, and metal fittings and pipes were scattered around it. The buildings have a strong sense of technology, yet retain the mystery of a certain religion. In the center of the complex stands a broken, semi-transparent energy dome. Zheng He had seen this style before. It was a relic of the Atlantis civilization. Doria mentioned that this civilization is awakening. His gaze moved downwards. In the shadows of the ruins, several dark figures moved swiftly. They moved on all fours with slender bodies and were faster than cheetahs. They leaped between rocks and disappeared into the depths of the buildings in the blink of an eye. There are still living creatures on the island. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from underwater. Something had awakened. Immediately afterwards, the sea surface in front bulged upwards, forming a huge water bubble. The water capsule burst open, revealing a metal tentacle 100 meters long. The tentacles were covered with black scales, and blue arcs of electricity flashed in the gaps. The approach of the abyss Leviathan triggered an alarm. Metal tentacles rapidly rose into the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as metal rubbed against the air, before crashing straight down towards the abyss Leviathan. The wind pressure made Wang Chuang, who was standing on the deck, lose his balance. He activated his combat specialization, transforming into a giant battle bear, in an attempt to withstand the attack from the metal tentacles. Old Wang, don't try to stop a chariot by your own strength. Zheng, he shouted at Wang Chuang, expressing his dissatisfaction with his recklessness. Jaina immediately activated water magic, raising a thick wall of water shield on the top of the ship. Zheng He looked at the metal tentacles crashing down, but did not back down. Full left. Zheng, he roared. Main gun charging. Timo grabbed the spare mechanical steering wheel with both hands and slammed it to the left with all his might. The thick steel gears meshed together, producing a piercing screeching sound. The Leviathan was forced to tilt downwards and to the left. Without electronic assistance, Timo connected the backup circuit for the Thunder Tide Whale devouring sniper cannon. Main gun engaged. Charging in. Timo shouted. The enormous metal tentacle slammed into Jaina's water wall shield. The violent impact caused the water element to disintegrate on the spot. Jaina slid backwards for 3 meters with her feet flat on the deck before her back slammed heavily against the bulkhead. She gritted her teeth and swallowed the blood that rose to her throat. The tentacles broke through the defenses and slammed into the sea, grazing the starboard side of the Leviathan. A wall of water, tens of meters high, was pushed aside and slammed heavily onto the deck. The ship rocked violently, and the living armor emitted a low hiss as it withstood the graze. A large chunk of the metal hull on the starboard side had broken off, exposing the pulsating flesh and blood inside. The backlash from the ship's restraints caused Zhang He intense pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Within seconds, granulation tissue intertwined, forcibly closing the wound. A ghostly light flashed underwater again, and the tentacles prepared to rise from the seabed. Timo, main gun, charging progress report. Zhang, he shouted anxiously to Timo. Boss, the backup line's charging efficiency is decreasing. It's currently only at 45% charge. Damn, this is outrageous. How are we supposed to play like this? Zhang, he cursed. Wait, boss, the charging progress is skyrocketing. What's going on? Timo was a little incoherent as he looked at the charging progress bar that was about to be full. Charging complete. Old Wang, shoot it in the middle. Zhang, he pointed to the water on the right. Wang Chuang turned the sniper rifle barrel and aimed at the spot Zhang he was pointing at. He then slammed his fist hard on the fire button. The barrel of the Thunder, Tide Whale, devouring sniper cannon glowed with blinding blue-purple lightning. A high-energy beam, enveloping an armor-piercing thunder projectile, shot into the water, accurately hitting the tentacle. A dull tremor came from underwater. Large amounts of thick, blue blood mixed with engine oil surged to the surface. Several broken metal scales were pushed to the surface by the water pressure. The attack was effective, but it angered the main body. The voice of Poseidon, alarm, sounded in my mind. 7 or 8 more identical red dots appeared around the tentacle underwater. They were rushing upwards at extremely fast speed. A direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. The strong electromagnetic interference negated the Abyss Leviathan's advantage of high-precision radar positioning. Once entangled by the 8 tentacles, even his strongest living armor would be torn apart. Zhang, he made a decision. Cut off the main gun's power supply. Turn off all backup lights. Zhang, he issued the order. Submersible mode, dive to 300 meters, activate the stealth field, absolute concealment. If we can't beat them, can't we at least run away? Timo kicked the power line, severing it, and the warship fell into dead silence and darkness. The bow tilted downwards, and it swiftly sank into the inky black sea. The vents on the surface of the living armor closed, completely locking away heat and magical fluctuations inside the hull. The Abyss Leviathan's stealth capabilities were fully activated. The light disappeared, and the backup bioluminescence lit up again. The cabin was deathly silent, with only the sound of breathing. Zhang, he stood in front of the porthole in the command room and looked up. The water above the surface was turbulent. 8 metallic tentacles burst from the water one after another, flailing wildly in the spots where they had just been. They smashed through the waves, creating several huge whirlpools. Having lost their target, the tentacles could only search blindly on the surface of the sea. That was close. Wang Chuang wiped the seawater off his face. This thing is huge, much more powerful than Doria's octopus. Cyber Cthulhu, the watchdog of Atlantis, Zhang He explained. Chapter 197, Getting Along with the Leviathan of the Abyss. Right now our ship is like a blind man without radar. Its propulsion system is also damaged. Zhang He stared at the churning black sea above, but his tone remained steady. Fighting head-on on the sea is just handing them food. Let me use my tricks to subdue them first. Zhang He has always been good at maneuvering. Liemo walked to Gianna's side, a soft green light shining from his palm, and placed it on her back. The healing spell slowly seeped into her body, stabilizing her surging internal energy. The Leviathan continued its descent, moving away from the electromagnetic storm on the surface. At a depth of 300 meters underwater, there was no light at all. Zhang He planned to sneak across the sea, bypass the main defense line, and find a blind spot to land on the island. Stealth mode can evade the detection of most sea creatures. The warship came to a smooth stop at a depth of 300 meters. Ahead lay the island's massive rocky foundation. The foundation surface was not natural. It was embedded with complex metal pipes, through which a faint, eerie blue energy flowed, like blood vessels or like the nerves of some kind of dormant machine. Boss, the biosonar shows we're right in front of that massive signal source, Timo said in a low voice, looking at the only remaining spare monitor. Zheng, he looked out the porthole. Deep in the darkness, at the very bottom of the island's foundation, 2 red lights shone. That's not the energy lamp from the ruins. They were 2 enormous eyeballs, each over 10 meters in diameter, as red as a burning furnace. Its eyeballs, filled with black mechanical patterns, stared intently at the Leviathan, which was in a state of absolute concealment through the icy seawater. The surrounding water flow became extremely slow. A thick metal chain extended from deep within the foundation, connecting to the enormous shadow beneath those eyes. That shadow was too big. It's more exaggerated than 10 Leviathans combined. The monster completely ignored the tentacles on the surface of the sea. It had already locked onto them from underwater. Absolute concealment is ineffective against these eyes. A flash of red light, and the enormous shadow moved forward a step. The seabed silt was churned up like a black fog, slowly rolling away. It can see us. Zheng, he pulled out a giant axe with his right hand and made a pressing motion with his left hand. Everyone, get into battle mode. If the enemy doesn't move, we won't move. The air inside the cabin seemed to have solidified. Wang Chuang's muscles were taut like stone. He was ready to charge out and fight to the death at any moment. Liu Mo instinctively stepped in front of Jaina, the green healing light in his palm flickering. Only Zheng, he remained motionless after issuing the order to prepare for battle. He just stared intently at the 2 huge red eyeballs outside the porthole. There was no anger or murderous intent in his eyes. Only a cold, indifferent scrutiny. Like a deep-sea scanner, it is disassembling every inch of the Leviathan structure. 1 second, 2 seconds, a dozen seconds passed. The enormous shadow remained motionless, hovering silently on the seabed. 2 enormous metal chains extended from its body, disappearing into the deeper darkness, severely restricting its range of movement. Boss! Wang Chuang couldn't help but speak up, breaking the silence. Are we still gonna fight? I'm not fighting anymore. Zheng, he loosened his grip on the axe handle, and his body relaxed as well. It's locked up and can't get through. His sea god's vision saw it more clearly. This so-called island was not naturally formed at all. Its foundation was a regular geometric structure, and those pipes were not ordinary metal, but an energy and matter transport system. This is not an island, but an Atlantis outpost floating in the semi-deep sea. And this enormous creature underwater is the watchdog of this outpost. Don't be nervous. Zheng turned around and leaned against the control panel. We just happened to stop at someone's gate and were spotted by the security guards. Hearing him say that, the tense atmosphere immediately eased a lot. Security guard? Wang Chuang blinked his bear-like eyes. What the hell is this security guard? His height is ridiculously tall. It's normal for Atlantis to have high-level security. Zheng, he tapped the black screen control panel. All right, enough rambling. Let's get to work. Timo, check the power system and electronic equipment. See if they can be repaired. Clear. Timo immediately crawled under the control panel and began to examine it, making a rattling noise. Liu Mo helped Gianna sit down to the side and continued to help her regulate her internal energy. Wang Chuang then carried his tools to inspect the damage to the ship's hull. The crew members went about their business, and the Leviathan of the abyss quieted down again. Only outside the porthole, the 2 giant red eyes still shone in the darkness, like 2 lamps guarding the end of the deep sea. Half an hour later, Timo emerged from under the control panel, covered in sweat, clutching several burnt wires in his hand. Boss, things aren't looking good. She gasped for breath. The strong electromagnetic storm burned out most of the electronic components and overloaded the backup circuits. However, the power core was fine. I rewired it, and the basic power has been restored. Zheng nodded. As long as it can move, that's fine. But Timo held up the charred wires. The intelligent aiming module of the Thunder Tide Whale devouring sniper cannon is completely scrapped, and the charging circuit also needs to be relayed. It's not a big problem, Zheng, he said calmly. That's not right, Wang Chuang said as he walked in from outside, wiping the water off his face with a towel. I remember when you fired that shot. Timo, You said the charge was only in the 40s. How did it suddenly fill up? As soon as the question was raised, everyone looked at Timo. The situation was urgent just now, and no one thought about it carefully. Now that I think about it, it does seem a bit strange. When asked that question, Timo's eyes lit up instantly. The fatigue vanished, replaced by the fervor of a navigator discovering a new continent. That's exactly what I was going to say. She rushed to Wang Chuang, gesturing excitedly with her hands. At that moment, I was staring at the charging bar, and it really was only 45%. I was so anxious that I wanted to kick the machine. And then, Jaina's curiosity was piqued. Then, just a second before the tentacles were about to be pulled up from underwater, that progress bar, Timo raised his hand and swiped it. In an instant, it jumped from 45% to 100%. She almost slapped Wang Chuang across the face, and Wang Chuang quickly leaned back. I thought it was a short circuit causing a display error, but that shot was definitely fired at full power. She turned and rushed to the backup screen, pulling up a few remaining log entries. Look, here's the reason. Timo pointed to an energy fluctuation curve on the screen that was almost vertically rising. The normal energy supply curve should be slowly rising, but suddenly an unknown source of bioenergy surged into this backup line. The magnitude was extremely large, directly filling the main gun capacitor. At this point, Timo became completely excited. She paced back and forth in the cabin like a seasoned technical expert. Do you understand? Our ship is really alive. It is no longer a cold, lifeless steel warship. It is the Leviathan of the Abyss, a living thing. In that situation just now, it sensed danger and actively channeled its bioenergy into the main cannon. Timo suddenly stopped, looked at everyone, and said word by word, all the things that seemed unreasonable before now have answers. This ship is evolving and adapting on its own. It has endless possibilities. Chapter 198, The Backdoor Left by the System. The cabin was quiet. Liamo stared at the data curves, his eyes filled with shock. He had studied many organisms and seen various mutants. But for a ship to live in this way was still so outrageous, it was chilling. This is no longer just science. It has a touch of metaphysics to it. Lu Fei gently placed her hand on the wall of the living armored cabin behind her. She could feel a slow but powerful pulse deep within the bulkhead, like a giant heart. And when Timo spoke those words, that pulse seemed to quicken slightly, even carrying a hint of inexplicable elation. Boss! Wang Chuang looked at Zheng He, his mind still a little foggy. This ship, has it come alive? Zheng He smiled. That's roughly the idea. He walked to the porthole and looked at the huge red eyes still shining in the darkness outside. However, our relationship with Leviathan isn't as harmonious as Timo described. Timo paused for a moment, then asked, what do you mean? It was more like a test, Zheng He explained. It gave us its energy to see if we could use its power effectively. And that shot proved our capabilities to it. Zheng He knew perfectly well that if the system dared to offer an ancient mythical beast like Leviathan as a fusion reward, it certainly wouldn't let it succeed in one go. In that case, the game was over. He declared it capped. It's now clear that he and the ancient divine beast residing in the ship's hull are still in a phase of mutual adjustment and evaluation. It has its own will, and it has its own purpose. The two sides are both cooperating and competing. There is still a long way to go before we can truly achieve harmony between humans and animals. So, can sniper rifles still fire instantly now? Wang Chuang asked the most crucial question. Zheng, he shook his head and walked to the spare firing device of the main gun. It was a very crude, physical switch with only one red button. The intelligent aiming module is broken. Now, if we want to fire, we can only aim with our eyes. Zheng, he pointed outside. And have you noticed a problem? He looked at Timo. Timo immediately realized what was happening and pulled up a rudimentary scan of the biosonar. In the picture, there's only a huge red dot in the foreground, surrounded by complete darkness. She took a breath. No target to lock onto. Yes. Zheng He nodded. Previously, radar could lock on any object that showed signs of energy. But now, the Abyss Leviathan's sensing system seems to have come alive as well. It no longer simply identifies inanimate objects. He paused for a moment, then voiced his guess. It only targets living creatures that it deems threat or food. Zheng, he raised his hand, tried to mentally issue the command to lock onto the watchdog in front of him. The warship did not respond, and the main gun charging lights remained off. See that, Zheng? He spread his hands. Although that big thing is staring at us, the ship judges that it is chained and does not pose a direct threat. So, it doesn't let me lock on at all. It feels there is no need to waste energy. Wang Chuang was stunned. Holy crap. This cannon has its own thoughts. He's got ideas, he's got personality, and he's even damn good at saving energy, Zheng, he muttered helplessly. A warship with its own consciousness, which might even act out against you. The group looked at each other, unsure whether to be happy or troubled. This means they possess a powerful artifact with limitless potential. However, this magical artifact is currently in the beginner's break-in period. What's even more problematic is that it has a strong sense of self-will. So what do we do now? Liamo asked. Are we just going to stand here and stare at it? Zheng He's gaze passed over the sea monster and landed on the massive Atlantis outpost above. A smile curved his lips. Since we can't get in through the main gate, then let's find a window and climb in. Timo worked at the control panel for a while before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. She wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, turned around, and gave everyone an okay sign. Done. I've reconnected all the basic wiring that was damaged by the electromagnetic storm. The ship's self-inspection system is back to normal, and the electronic radar is working again. Timo patted the control panel, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. Wang Chuang leaned closer and pointed to the main gun's monitoring interface. What about this? Is it working? It works. Timo nodded. Electronic aiming has been restored, but the lock-on function still relies on Leviathan's own biosensing. Also, the bioenergy boost during crises is gone. Under normal circumstances, the charging speed will return to its original level. Wang Chuang's expectation instantly vanished by half. Does that mean instant charging is no longer possible? Right. Timo shrugged. Wang Chuang clicked his tongue and said, Goodness, the trial card has expired. Zheng, he didn't mind. He walked over to Timo and patted her on the shoulder. You've worked hard. As long as it works, at least we have another option. He knew in his heart that Leviathan's willfulness was a double-edged sword. It had its own judgment, which meant it could unleash astonishing power at crucial moments. But normally, it really does have its own opinions. It's truly strong, and it's also truly disobedient. Now that the electronic devices were back online, Zheng, he walked back to the porthole and looked at the island suspended in the storm. 8 enormous metal tentacles were still writhing around the island. They pierce the waves and stir up the storm, like a group of tireless guards. Any living creature that dares to get close will probably be smashed into a meat patty on the spot. Zheng He's gaze deepened as he activated Sea God's vision. In his field of vision, the gatekeeper below was a huge red energy ball, while the island outpost above resembled a complex heart composed of countless glowing blood vessels. The vast majority of pipes shimmer with blue or purple light, which is proof that energy is flowing through them. Zheng He's eyes searched carefully among the dense network of pipes. He quickly found his target. At the heart of those intricate pipes lies a dark, unresponsive pipe. It is sandwiched between dozens of pipes. The interface is damaged, the outer wall is old, and it looks like it has been abandoned for many years. But it extends from the island's foundation all the way to the bottom of the outpost, forming a hidden passage. Zheng, he felt a surge of joy. The system left him a backdoor. Found it. Zheng, he marked a rough coordinate on the holographic chart. Head in this direction. The Leviathan of the Abyss changed direction, its massive body gliding silently through the water, moving closer to the center of the island's foundation. The closer to the island's foundation, the denser those energy conduits become. At first, the pipes were fairly clear and identifiable. But when the warship actually arrived directly beneath the outpost, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 199, Bravely Entering the Sea Temple. Thousands upon thousands of pipes of varying thicknesses intertwine here, forming a massive metal mass that makes it impossible to distinguish one pipe from another. Boss, this is way too complicated. Wang Chuang looked at the tangled mess outside the porthole, his scalp tingling. How are we supposed to find this? Timo was also constantly adjusting the scanning precision, but her brows furrowed more and more tightly. No, these pipes are made of special material that causes very strong signal interference. I can only determine the general area. I can't pinpoint the exact location of that abandoned pipe. The cockpit fell silent. Just then, Lu Fei-er, who had been standing quietly behind Zheng He, gently placed her hand on the cabin wall. She closed her eyes. A moment later, Lu Feier opened her eyes, stretched out her finger, and gently tapped a certain spot on the sea chart. Here. Her voice wasn't loud, but was very firm. You can sense it? Zheng He was somewhat surprised. Lu Feier nodded, then shook her head. It's not what I felt, it's what it is. She pointed to the boat at her feet. It doesn't like these messy energy flows, but it likes the quiet, energy-free conduit. It feels safe there. Zheng He glanced at the location Lu Feier pointed out, which almost completely overlapped with the entrance he had seen using Sea God's vision. He smiled. It seems that although this ship has a temper, it's not just prone to acting up. They're actually quite reliable when it matters. Well done, Zheng He praised, and ordered, Wang Chuang, Lian Mo, get ready. The three of us are going up. All right. Wang Chuang immediately went to check his equipment. As he tidied up, he grinned and said, Finally, it's my turn to stretch my muscles. If I held back any longer, I'd be growing mushrooms. Li Mo's eyes also held a hint of excitement. He had a special curiosity about these unknown ancient ruins. Zheng He then turned and walked into the divine sea spirit warehouse. Since it's an infiltration operation, you need to bring a handy melee weapon. Just as he was about to grab the Crimson Claw axe that had accompanied him through countless life and death situations, Timo came running over, carrying a weapon case in his hands. Here you go. She handed the box to Zheng He. Zheng He opened it and was stunned for a moment. Inside the box lay a strangely shaped weapon. It had the outline of a battle axe, its blade gleaming coldly, clearly the axe of the giant red-armored claw from before. However, Timo modified the axe handle into a rifle receiver. It was complete with a stock, trigger, and magazine. The weapon has a rugged appearance, but a sophisticated core. It's unbelievably cool. The Thunderclap axe gun was made using blueprints dropped by the Thunderous Sea Electric Eel, combined with the Crimson Armored Giant Claw axe. Timo had a hint of pride on his face. This axe gun can be used for both melee combat and long-range shooting, and it uses physical ammunition, so it's unaffected by electromagnetic storms. I think you should find it useful. Zheng He took the axe and musket in his hand, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be quite heavy. The sharpness of the axe blade and the cold texture of the gun body blended perfectly, making him love it. He became more and more satisfied with what he looked at. This thing is way cooler than ordinary swords. Who can resist an axe that can also fire a gun? Timo, you're a genius. Zheng He didn't hold back his praise, his smile wide and beaming like a child who had just received a toy. Timo was a little embarrassed by the praise and waved his hand, saying, Go on, be careful. With everything ready, the three-person team assembled in the landing module, and Ran and Lu Feier also rushed over. Take this, and Ran handed over an exquisite perfume bottle. It's an energy shield. It can save your life in a critical moment. Lu Feier walked up to Zheng He, straightened his collar, and whispered, Be careful in everything you do. Zheng He nodded and shook her hand. Rest assured. He then turned to look at the landing hatch. Set off. As the landing hatch opened, icy seawater rushed in, but was firmly blocked by the force field. The three left the Leviathan and crawled into the abandoned pipe. The inside of the pipe was pitch black. The air was filled with a musty, damp smell and an indescribable metallic rust. The three men turned on their tactical flashlights and followed the pipe upwards. After walking for about 10 minutes, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The three quickened their pace and crawled out of the pipe. Suddenly, everything became clear. They arrived at an open platform. A salty, damp wind, carrying the smell of sulfur, blew in my face. Zheng He looked up. They have entered the Atlantis outpost. The entire island was bare. The ground was paved with some kind of black metal, and not a single plant could be seen. Above their heads, a huge gray storm vortex slowly rotated. Lightning kept exploding in the clouds. Giant waves, tens of meters high, repeatedly crashed against the edge of the island, completely isolating it from the outside world. In the distance, the 8 enormous metal tentacles were still flailing wildly in the air. Each swing produced a piercing metallic scraping sound. Wang Chuang looked around and gripped the axe in his hand tightly. This place is really depressing. It doesn't feel like a ruin. It looks more like the lair of some major villain. Li Mo squatted down, collected some dust from the ground, and put it into a sample bag. The radiation level is very high. The composition of air is also very complex, containing sulfides, metal particles, and several active substances that I have never seen before. Wang Chuang was taken aback. Speak like a human. Liamo calmly said, don't inhale, don't touch, and don't lick indiscriminately. Wang Chuang. Who would lick someone randomly? Zheng He ignored their bickering and focused his gaze on the center of the island. There's a semi-transparent energy dome there. However, the dome is covered with cracks and holes and has clearly lost its defensive function. Beneath the dome stands a magnificent building. From its exterior, it looks like a temple. That's our target, Zheng He said, pointing to the temple. Let's go. The three carefully stepped into the temple grounds. The interior of the temple was spacious and empty. Stone pillars, tens of meters high, stand on both sides. Sunlight streamed through cracks in the roof, cutting out dappled patterns of light and shadow on the black ground. There is no sign of life here, yet it gave off an inexplicable eeriness, as if something was lurking in the shadows. In the very center of the temple stands a huge statue. After seeing the statue clearly, Zheng He stopped in his tracks. That was a Naga sea monster. Its lower body is a ferocious snake tail, while its upper body is a strong human form. It held a trident in both hands. Its posture was majestic. Its face was powerful and imposing, exuding an ancient sense of oppression. Wang Chuang looked up at the statue and couldn't help but mutter, "This guy doesn't look like someone to mess with." Liamo recognized him too, and his tone was somewhat puzzled. "Naga, isn't this an outpost of Atlantis? Why are Naga statues being worshipped?"